Chapter 1, Doll Manor The Headless Ball 01. It was midnight, and the snow was falling heavily. Wen Yao stared blankly at the screen of her phone. In the photo, Shen Yanjin was tightly holding her in the snow, forming a crooked love heart with their hands, their smiles brighter than the snow's light. The horror game suddenly arrived on Blue Star, and a portion of people were chosen to become players, with a survival rate of less than 5%. She had been lucky for 3 years, never being selected, but on the night before her boyfriend proposed, she was hit by a car and died. After death, her soul flew out and she discovered that her boyfriend was actually the 12-winged Black Angel, the ultimate boss of the horror game. He held her broken body, crying desperately, as if his heart was being torn apart. He had originally escaped the world of horror, but in order to bring her back to life, he was willing to be bound by the horror game again. She came back to life, but he was no longer there. At that moment, a screen suddenly appeared in front of her. "Hello, Miss Wen Yao, I am System 998 of the horror game. By clearing the instance, achieving 10 billion points will free your boyfriend, Shen Yanjin. Please choose yes or no. Wen Yao, how do I know if you will keep your promise in the end?" The screen suddenly scrolled, filled with dense terms and agreements. "If I break the agreement, I will be punished by the interstellar laws. Please rest assured." 2 hours later, the 998 system crashed. It had never seen someone scrutinize the agreement so carefully. In the end, Wen Yao clicked yes. Welcome player Wen Yao to the horror game. The current instance is Doll Manor The Headless Ball. Instance difficulty, Grade A. Identity, invited guest at the ball. Clear condition, survive for 7 days and find the correct head of the instance boss, Noctis. Wen Yao opened her eyes just as a sharp dinner knife flew past her ear, thudding into the wall behind her. Around her, bodies fell heavily to the ground, and a head rolled at her feet, eyes wide open in terror. Screams erupted, and knife blades flashed again. The vast hall instantly fell silent. The overwhelming smell of blood was nauseating, and the remaining people turned pale, desperately covering their mouths to prevent vomiting. Wen Yao's pupils suddenly contracted, then slowly relaxed. She didn't look at the head still warm at her feet, instead, she calmly surveyed her current situation. In the Gothic hall, a dark carpet stretched from the central spiral staircase. A man stood at the 7th step of the stairs, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black tailcoat with a red feather in his collar. He stood with perfect posture, wearing white gloves, his fingers holding a dinner knife gleaming coldly. His skin was pale white, with dark red strands in his black short hair, his right eye a porcelain doll's glass orb, his left eye a true eye with a faint golden hue, a gentlemanly and polite smile on his face. But his entire presence exuded an eerie, dangerous, and cold aura. On both sides of the staircase, there were towering headless puppets, eerie and disturbing. "Now, can you hand over my lover?" His voice was low and magnetic, yet it was spoken through ventriloquism. Wen Yao glanced at the corpses on the ground, her gaze falling on the confused faces of the people. Someone had apparently hijacked the instance boss's wife right from the start, which seemed impossible. Before she could figure out what was happening, the sound of gears turning echoed. The headless puppets on the left side raised their arms in unison, their knives and forks gleaming as if preparing to start eating. Since no one is admitting it, Noctis sighed, then. A person stepped forward. "Enough, Noctis, I am your lover." Everyone's face showed shock. With a thud, that person's head rolled to the ground. Noctis coldly glared, "My lover doesn't have a beard." The crowd. Wen Yao's left eyelash fluttered slightly as she shifted her gaze. A tattoo, excess fat, and a full beard certainly didn't resemble Noctis's lover. Wen Yao scanned the room, and there were only 2 other women left, herself and the woman standing next to her. To play the role of the lover, it could only be one of them. The next second, without warning, she was shoved forward and stumbled. "Your lover is here." Wen Yao's eyes darkened in a terrifying way, her reaction swift as she steadied herself and turned to look back. The woman shot a reproachful glare at the man beside her. "How could you do this?" Wen Yao's eyes turned cold, and she withdrew her gaze. She lifted her head to look directly at Noxotis, her tone calm. "Mr. Noxotis, I never expected you to invite such an impolite person to the ball. To be honest, I am a bit disappointed." The man who pushed her. In the next moment, the man who had pushed her was decapitated. The people present looked at Wen Yao, who remained unfazed, and mentally labeled her as someone not to be messed with. What had once been dark thoughts quickly disappeared. Noxotis teleported to Wen Yao's side in an instant, his light golden eyes flashing slightly. He raised a standard gentleman's smile and spoke in a voice that seemed to come from his stomach. "You are right, beautiful lady, I should not have invited such rude pests. Luckily, I have dealt with most of the pests. I hope it hasn't disturbed your mood." Wen Yao was 1.72 meters tall, just reaching the other's shoulder. She looked up at him. "Your lover is not among us. If you do not wish to hold the ball, please let us leave." The people present held their breath, none daring to speak, afraid of being eliminated in an instant. The woman had a face that was highly recognizable, not the kind of stunning beauty that takes your breath away at first sight, but one that was as cold and reserved as the first snow of winter. Her eyebrows and eyes were exquisite, yet without a hint of weakness, black hair, black eyes, her gaze calm like a deep pool, as if she could see through anyone's heart at a glance. Her skin was extremely pale, her lips a soft color. When she spoke, her words were clear, yet not fast, carrying an unshakable certainty. The white shirt outlined the fullness of her curves, paired with black suit trousers below, clean and neat but not flashy, yet her powerful aura could not be ignored. Noxodus's eyes darkened. Although he had no heart, he felt it pounding intensely. It was beating for the woman in front of him, a truly novel experience. He had originally planned to end things in one go, but now he changed his mind. Sorry, the venue is dirty. The ball will be held tomorrow night. The night air is heavy, so please stay here and rest for the night. Dinner is already being prepared, please wait a moment. Immediately, headless mannequins began to clean the scene, attaching heads to their bodies. The freshly attached heads wore an eerie, identical gentleman smile like Noxodus. Wen Yao glanced at them indifferently, while the others' expressions varied. The group was led to the dining table to wait, and Noxodus temporarily left. Out of the 99 players who had entered, only 10 remained. 8 men, 2 women. Wen Yao was seated on the right side of the main seat, with Zhang Nian beside her. Next to Zhang Nian was Yang Shu, and the other 8 men seemed to consider him the leader. Seeing that Noxodus had left, they all sighed in relief and began to speak. Yang Go, wasn't this supposed to be a C-level dungeon? Why did it suddenly become an A-level dungeon? When did the boss Noxodus have a lover? The players who cleared the previous stages never mentioned that he had a lover. This is bad, this time we are all going to die here. Chapter 2, The Doll Manor, the Headless Ball 02. The atmosphere of panic spread across the dining table. Yang Shu furrowed his brows slightly. I don't understand how the dungeon suddenly upgraded, but we have no choice. We can only continue the mission. The faces of the 8 men turned pale in an instant. Yang Shu ignored them and looked at Wen Yao. My name is Yang Shu, I am an experienced player. What's your name? Wen Yao. Our mission is to survive for 7 days and find Noxodus's correct head. Is your task the same as ours? Wen Yao nodded. Yang Shu briefly introduced the people present. Apart from the 3 veteran players, the others were all newcomers. From Yang Shu, Wen Yao learned a new piece of information. Only 2 types of people could become players in this terrifying game. One was criminals who were forcibly dragged in, the other was volunteers who entered of their own will, driven by strong desires, such as to rid themselves of illness or obtain money. In other words, there were both good and bad people here. Being wary of those around you was the first rule of survival. The long dining table was adorned with white candles burning with eerie blue flames, shaped like smiling faces. The puppet pushed the food cart over, placing a dish in front of everyone, the aroma of the food spreading in the air. The rumbling of hungry stomachs suddenly echoed. Several people's eyes lit up, swallowing saliva uncontrollably. Brother Yang, I'm so hungry, can we eat? My pork chop looks real. My roasted chicken should be real too. The pizza should be real. The food in front of everyone seemed to be real, no strange ingredients, everything was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, except for Wen Yao's. Wen Yao stared at the messy egg and vegetable noodles, lost in thought. The egg yolk was shattered, 2 pieces of green vegetables, thin noodles, and clear soup. This egg noodle recipe, how does it look exactly like the one made by my crying, spoiled, clingy boyfriend? Even the 6 scallion pieces forming a heart shape on top were exactly the same. Wen Yao didn't feel very hungry. Looking at the others, their eyes were shining with hunger, she lowered her gaze. Something's not right. Yang Shu swallowed, trying to control the urge to swallow again. You'd better not touch it. The person who had quietly picked up their knife and fork put them down, but their gaze never left the food in front of them. Wen Yao heard the growl from beside her, followed by an intense gaze staring at her. Zhang Nian, Wen Yao, your food seems different from ours. It looks so plain. Everyone else's plates were filled with large portions of meat, while Wen Yao only had clear soup. It was hard not to doubt that Wen Yao's noodles were the real food. Wen Yao said flatly, what are you trying to say? Zhang Nian's eyes flickered, I'll trade my sweet and sour fish for your egg noodles. Wen Yao, I refuse. Zhang Nian bit her lip, why? My sweet and sour fish is obviously tastier than your noodles. If I didn't consider you're a newcomer, I wouldn't have offered the exchange. Zhang Nian was also one of the veteran players. Wen Yao glanced at her coldly, do I look stupid? Zhang Nian turned her eyes toward Yang Shu, with a pleading look in her eyes. Yang Shu was silent for a moment, I can give you mine. Zhang Nian glared at him, I hate eating steak. Yang Shu, sorry. Miss Jiang, it seems you're not satisfied with tonight's food? A voice with a distinctive ventriloquist tone came from beside them. He sat down next to Wen Yao, with a standard gentleman smile on his face, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Everyone felt the chilling stare and immediately straightened up in fear. Zhang Yan's face turned pale. You misunderstand, I'm very satisfied. The man smiled and nodded. Tonight's dinner is simple, please enjoy it. However, no one moved, silently glancing at each other. The man's pale golden eyes flashed with amusement, and he casually added. If too much food is left, it may anger the head chef. He hates people who waste food. The heavy hint was understood by everyone. Yang Shu was the first to pick up his knife and fork, cutting a piece of steak and putting it in his mouth. It smelled delicious, but it tasted completely bland. However, his saliva quickly increased in his mouth, and his stomach growled louder, urging him to eat faster. Seeing that Yang Shu had eaten, the others, already starving, couldn't hold back anymore and pounced on their food like hungry wolves. But there was still a middle-aged man wearing glasses who restrained himself, swallowing his saliva but showing no intention of eating. Wen Yao glanced at the middle-aged man, dressed in a white suit, his demeanor like a professor or expert. Then, her gaze fell on Zhang Yan, who was crying in pain, tears streaming down her face, while everyone else ate happily. Yang Shu started off eating politely with his knife and fork, exuding nobility. But not long after, he tossed aside the knife and fork, grabbed the steak with both hands, and began biting into it. Except for those who hadn't eaten, the others buried their heads in their plates, chewing like pigs. When Yao's eyes turned cold, they had definitely fallen into the trap. The man smiled. Miss Wen, please don't mind, I didn't expect the people I invited this time. The greed had turned him into a pig. Wen Yao said nothing about it. Compared to others' matters, she cared more about the person making the noodles. Except for her boyfriend, no one else could perfectly replicate the dish. Did you make this egg noodle, Mr. Noctis? Noctis looked into her calm black eyes, and a secret pleasure surged unexpectedly in his chest. It wasn't me. A sudden memory of making noodles flashed through his mind, and for some reason, he thought she would like it, so he instinctively made it. But he didn't want to admit it. Because he not only saw how the noodles were made but also saw a pair of men's hands. The person making this egg noodle was undoubtedly that man. It made him a little concerned. Then, was it the head chef who made these noodles? Wen Yao picked up her silver chopsticks and started eating the noodles. The taste was light, with little oil and salt, just like the flavor her boyfriend made. Her boyfriend was a 12-winged black angel, also the ultimate boss, with avatars in every dungeon. It was completely normal. The man in front of her was entirely unfamiliar, and it seemed he had no memory of her or her boyfriend. By the way, do avatars use the same face as the main body? Or do they have different faces? Noctis' gaze fixed on her face, and he felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. How does it taste, Miss Wen? It tastes good. Noctis smiled lightly. The surrounding, neat puppets all showed the same smile, eerie and terrifying. The next second, a loud ugh sound echoed. The newcomer eating the pig's trotters suddenly vomited. The unfinished pig's trotters turned into worms, crawling off the dining table. Then the vomiting sounds came in waves. The roasted chicken turned into a toad. The pizza became salted fish, with white worms wriggling on top. The steak turned into a black fish, squirming and sliding away. The sweet and sour fish turned into grasshoppers, all jumping away. The middle-aged man who hadn't eaten wiped his cold sweat and silently thanked his luck. When Yao finished the last bite of her noodles without changing her expression, her black eyes slightly deepened. Apart from her noodles, everything else indeed had problems. Yang Shu and the others' faces turned pale, trembling as they sat back down, because the owner of the puppet manor hadn't said they could leave. Noctis saw that Wen Yao wasn't scared, and a smile flashed in his left eye. The puppets cleaned the dining table and floor, then stood to the side. One puppet came holding a black wooden box. Noctis, there will be 3 events tonight. The masquerade ball will be held tomorrow night. Please draw your lucky number. The puppet, holding the box, began drawing from Wen Yao. Wen Yao took out a white ball, with the red number 1 printed on it. Chapter 3, Puppet Manor The Headless Ball 03. After everyone drew their numbers, they tacitly did not announce the numbers they drew. Noctis stood up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his mood seeming quite good. Please don't lose your number balls. Well then, good night, and I wish you strong necks. The people present instinctively clenched their number balls in their hands. The rooms were on the 2nd floor, with 10 rooms in total. 3 of the rooms had no numbers, and the remaining 7 rooms had number plates from 1 to 7. The puppet maid led them down the hallway, her voice coming out like ventriloquism. Guests, please enter your assigned rooms according to your drawn numbers. Only one person can stay in each room. That meant they had to stay separately. The middle-aged man who hadn't eaten dinner took out the white ball with no number. My number ball has no number. Where should I stay? The puppet maid smiled politely. Sir, you may choose any of the 3 rooms with no numbers. After finishing her words, she turned and left. However, no one was the first to enter a room. Wen Yao looked at the hallway, where candles hung at intervals, with the flames shaped like narrow, smiling faces, seemingly staring at them. On the walls, there were portraits of a family of 3, leading all the way to the end. Just as Wen Yao turned her gaze away, the eyes of the people in the portraits shifted slightly, their gaze curious. As Wen Yao was about to enter the first room, Yang Shu called her. Wait. Wen Yao glanced at him. In a world full of fearsome dungeons, the man seemed too friendly. From the very beginning, except for herself. She trusted no one, not even this overly friendly leader. Noctis words flashed through her mind. I didn't expect so many greedy pigs to invite me. Greedy? Wen Yao's dark eyes flickered slightly. Is something wrong? Yang Shu, the maid only said that each room is for one person, but she didn't say no one can visit a room. For everyone's safety, let's look at all 10 rooms together first, and then we can go to our rooms individually. Others agreed. Yang Gu is right, he's an experienced player, he knows more than we do. Wen Yao looked at Yang Shu, nodded, and moved her feet. Yang Shu opened the door to room 1. If I'm not mistaken, you chose room 1, right? Zhang Yan rolled her eyes speechlessly. You can see I'm standing at the door of room 1, do you still need to guess? Yang Shu pressed his lips together. Nian Nian, I know you hold a grudge against me, but in this life and death situation, can you put aside past grudges and stop always snapping at me? Zhang Yan snorted coldly, lifted her chin, and stopped speaking. Wen Yao took out the number ball. I drew number 1. The rooms are arranged according to the number drawn. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide it. Let's all take out our number balls and see. What if there are clues in the numbers? Everyone thought for a moment and agreed there was no need to hide it. Tonight, they must enter the rooms. Who knows what strange things might happen in the corridor at midnight? Or if there will be creepy things moving around. No one wanted to stay in the corridor. So, the last person to enter a room could know everyone's room number. Yang Shu spoke first, showing his number 2 ball. Zhang Yan showed her number 3 ball. Chen Hao showed his number 4, Li Chang showed his number 5, Wang Bin showed his number 6, Zhang Wei showed his number 7. The middle-aged professor He Qingshan had no number. Leon, the blonde foreigner, had no number. Brian had no number. After seeing the numbers, everyone had different thoughts. The 2 foreigners exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with viciousness. Yang Shu was the leader for 2 reasons. 1. He was an experienced player. 2. Yang Shu had practiced boxing, with a solid, tall build that made him look like a pillar of safety. He also had a strong presence and could keep the 2 foreigners in check, so everyone followed his lead. Wen Yao's extremely calm dark eyes swept over everyone's faces. The seemingly harmonious team was actually full of hidden waves of trouble. Yang Shu led the group into room 1 and looked around. A clean, white bed, with a separate bathroom next to it. It was no different from a single room in a hotel. The only difference was the room was lit by an oil lamp, the light dim and unclear. The reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed to be moving a moment too slowly. This scene fell into Wen Yao's eyes. After seeing all 10 rooms, the layout was exactly the same, clean, neat, and hygienic. Li Chang, this horror game isn't that scary. Wang Bin agreed, except for the dungeon boss being a bit vicious, everything else seems fine. Yang Shu poured cold water on them immediately. The 2 of them went pale in an instant. Ugh. Someone recalled the food on the table and couldn't help but gag. No one noticed that, when they finished looking at the first room, Wen Yao slowly drifted to the back of the group. At this point, her position was closest to room 1, and she could run a few steps to enter the room and lock the door behind her. Zhang Yan, like her, had long since slipped out of the group, preparing to run back to room 3. The middle-aged professor He Qingshan pushed up his glasses. $1 million. Li Chang and the other newcomers were stunned. That was a sky-high price. They would never earn that much money in their lifetime. Leon and Brian, who also didn't have a number, were not tempted at all. They just glanced briefly at Wen Yao and Zhang Yan, then suddenly looked at Li Chang, Wang Bin, and Chen Hao, the 3 newcomers. Yang Shu, Zhang Wei, and Zhang Yan were experienced players, so they couldn't be touched for now. Yang Shu, I'm not changing. You all do as you wish. Zhang Wei, I won't change either. After hearing Yang Shu and Zhang Wei, Li Chang, Wang Bin, and Chen Hao suddenly came to their senses. This is a terrifying game, where you can win money with your life, but the fear is not being able to spend it. Whether they can safely pass is a question. Even if promised 100 million, if they fail to pass and die here, what use is the money? The 3 of them hurriedly said, I won't change either. He Qingshan's eyes behind his glasses darkened. Leon, Brian, are you interested in making a deal? Leon and Brian's eyes showed interest. What kind of deal? The others in the room watched them 3 warily. Yang Shu's brows tightened, Professor He, what do you mean? He Qingshan gently pushed his glasses, coldly and mercilessly saying. I'll offer $30 million. Mr. Leon and Mr. Brian, could you help me grab a room while you're fighting for them? Leon and Brian twisted their necks and wrists. All right, Professor He. The foreigners were tall and strong, and except for Yang Shu, who could compare to them, the other men were shorter. When they started fighting, the pressure naturally fell on them. While they were fighting, Wen Yao and Jiang Yan had already entered a room first and locked the door. In the chaos, no one noticed that the portraits in the picture frames on the wall were all smiling, as if watching the show. Leon was pinned to the ground by Yang Shu, beaten black and blue. Yang Shu, I didn't steal your room, why are you beating me? People from Huaxia are not to be bullied by you foreigners. Leon sneered, but isn't Professor He also from your Huaxia? Yang Shu punched him one last time. Professor He has immigrated, he's not one of us. Leon turned his head and saw He Qingshan being beaten by a group of people, running with his head held in his hands, spitting blood. Ha, indeed, he's not one of your Huaxia people. Chapter 4, The Doll Manor. The Headless Ball 04. Brian grabbed room 6 from Wang Bin and refused to come out no matter what. Yang Shu and the others had already entered their own rooms. Only Wang Bin, He Qingshan, and Leon remained in the hallway. Leon knew Brian's character well, so he turned and picked a room without a number to enter. Wang Bin looked at He Qingshan with mockery. Professor He, your $30 million seems pretty useless. He Qingshan wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth with his index finger. You, a morally corrupt murderer, scum of society, what right do you have to speak to me? I'm a murderer, but not as despicable as you. Your immoral deeds have spread across the internet. You really make me sick. Wang Bin kicked him hard in the stomach. Bastard, someone like you doesn't deserve to live. Saying that, he casually entered a room without a number and slammed the door shut. He Qingshan bent in pain, like a shrimp, and after recovering a little, he knocked on room 6's door. Brian, $30 million is not enough, I can add another $20 million. A voice from inside responded, Go away, don't disturb me from sleeping. He Qingshan's eyes flashed coldly as he stared fiercely at the door. The sound of creaking echoed in the hallway, almost mocking his helplessness. The candle's dim blue flame suddenly flared up, showing a jagged grin, all eyes fixed on He Qingshan. He Qingshan hurriedly entered the last room. No one saw the number 6 on Brian's door disappear and appear on Wang Bin's door. Wang Bin tightly gripped the number 6 ball in his pocket, picking up the oil lamp to check the fleeting shadow on the wall. He didn't forget what Noctis had said, please do not lose the number balls you hold. Room 1. Wen Yao lay on the bed, pretending to sleep, ignoring the occasional noises coming from the bathroom. The air carried a cold metallic and oily smell. A small, pure black rat peeked out from beside the cabinet, glancing at the woman on the bed, breathing evenly, seemingly already asleep. It lowered its little head, carefully moving along the edge of the cabinet, step by step, to the oil lamp. A small flame, the size of a bean, flickered in the dim room, casting the rat's 6 clear whiskers on the wall. Squeak! A tiny scratching sound broke the silence. Wen Yao lifted her eyelids, her eyeballs did not move, only her pupils shifted slightly to the left. A small mouse, entirely black, crouched beside the kerosene lamp, its tongue quickly licking and sucking the kerosene, the tip of its tail gradually starting to glow. With a pop, a spark of fire suddenly flashed out. Wen Yao's gaze remained calm, her right fingertip slightly raised. The next second, a flash of silver. With a thud, a surgical knife was inserted just above the little mouse's head, right against its scalp. It was a 14-centimeter long scalpel, so thin it could slice through a breath. The black mouse instantly froze, its front paws still on the kerosene lamp, as if time had pinned it in place. Its tail spark flickered and trembled. Wen Yao slowly sat up, pinching the handle of the scalpel, pulling it out and pressing the tip against its belly. Speak, don't pretend to be dumb. Squeak. Nib's bright eyes showed a look of grievance and fear. What a terrifying woman. So you can understand human speech. Nib widened its eyes slightly, incredulously lifting its head, staring at the exquisitely beautiful and extraordinarily cold face. Oh, no. She's tricking it. Wen Yao's black eyes darkened with a trace of danger. Write your name, or I'll stab through your belly. Nib's scalp tingled, its tail moved before its mind did, swiftly writing its name, Nib, on the wall. Just as it finished writing, its fur suddenly flared out, extending like yarn. A cold and merciless voice came from above its head. Pull your fur back, or I won't hesitate to sever your neck first. As it spoke, the scalpel's tip grazed its neck, pressing against its throat. Nib's eyes filled with tears, its fluffy fur immediately retracting to its original state. Wen Yao said, You should be very familiar with this puppet manner, right? Nib suddenly shook its head, its tail frantically writing. I know nothing. It would never betray little Noxit. These bad people will get the punishment they deserve. Nib quietly glanced up, its eyes meeting Wen Yao's deep, dark gaze, and it was so frightened that it clutched its head with both paws. She's even scarier than little Noxit. Wen Yao stared at the little black mouse, her voice void of warmth. I have dissected white mice. I like to slice a cut down the middle of their bellies, pull out their hearts and livers, and soak them in formalin. Then, I peel off their skin and flesh. By the way, what color do you think the heart of a little black mouse like you would be? Hearing this, Nib's heart almost jumped out of its chest, its tail trembling nervously. The mouse was about to piss itself from fear. Draw me the layout of the manor, or you know what will happen. Nib W. Sorry, little Noxit. The noise from the bathroom immediately became quieter. While waiting for Nib to draw the map, in the adjacent room too, Yang Shu shattered the mirror, but the shadow in the mirror continued to cackle. Thanks to the soundproofing, Wen Yao did not hear the noise next door. Yang Shu took out a USB drive, which suddenly lit up, and the shadow in the mirror was immediately sucked into the USB drive. The room returned to silence. In room 3, Jiang Yan sprinkled a puddle of urine on a rag. The shadow in the mirror looked at him with a disgusted expression. Hey, what are you doing? That's so uncivilized. Jiang Yan pinched the dry corner of the rag. You don't want the mirror to be covered in the smell of urine, do you? The shadow, ugh. In room 4, Chen Hao was lost in a beautiful dream. In his dream, he held a beautiful woman with long, fair legs, rolling on the bedsheets. Outside the dream, in the dim light, Chen Hao was holding a mass of black mist, which revealed sharp horns and vicious fangs. In room 5, Li Chang was wrapped in a blanket, desperately trying to ignore the various tempting noises in the room. In room 6, Wang Bin saw a child's severed limb floating in the river in the mirror, and when he recognized the child's face, his complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. In room 7, Zhang Wei watched the mirror, where countless heads were crowded together, all familiar faces. He picked up the bedsheet and covered the mirror, his eyes filled with cold intent. Brian was fast asleep when a red tongue stretched out from the bathroom, curling around his body and dragging him inside. Brian woke up in a panic, struggling in fear, but the barbed tongue only dug deeper, pulling him tighter. He was dragged towards the mirror, where a bloody face appeared. Brian's face was filled with horror, pleading, "Cousin Will, I didn't mean to cut your tongue. Please let me go." The mirror displayed a scene where Brian, in order to steal Will's $1 million lottery ticket, cut off Will's tongue and then imprisoned him in a basement, letting him starve to death. On the other side, Leon was also facing judgment. He had killed a pregnant woman, and was dragged into the mirror where the shadow tightened a noose around his neck and strangled him. He Qinshan was trembling in the corner of the bed. Go away, don't come near me. The door creaked open, and a pair of large legs stepped into the room. The shadow flashed back into the mirror. He Qinshan looked up at the sound, his pupils suddenly contracting, his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 5, The Doll Manor, the Headless Ball 05. Nib finished drawing the layout of the manor and, with a trembling tip of his tail, wrote, "Can you let me go now?" Wen Yao glanced at the layout. Not yet. Do you know where Noctis' correct head is? Nib shook his head vigorously, his little black eyes holding back tears. It was a principled rat, one that would never reveal the location of little Noctis' head to anyone. Wen Yao narrowed her eyes. So you do know. Nib tried hard to look confused with his little bean eyes, shaking his head. Knock, knock. A knock at the door sounded abruptly. Wen Yao and Nib turned to look at the door. Nib's nose twitched, his little eyes brightened. It was little Noctis. I apologize for disturbing you late at night, a male voice came from outside, low and magnetic. My little pet seems to have sneaked into your room. It's always too curious about strangers. Wen Yao looked down and made eye contact with Nib, who was under the scalpel. Nib's eyes gleamed with malicious excitement. Wen Yao's black eyes flickered with surprise. She didn't expect Noctis to keep a little black rat as a pet. Please wait a moment. She raised her voice in response, while retracting the scalpel, pinching the little rat by the back of its neck, and walking calmly to open the door. Noctis stood in the shadow of the hallway, the light from the hallway sconces casting a pale golden glow on his sharply defined profile. He wore a black suit with a black bow tie, and his cold, white face showed no flaws, almost as if his skin were truly smooth and flawless. When he saw her, the corner of his mouth curved into a perfect arc, polite, restrained, with just the right amount of apology. I hope it didn't scare you. Noctis' gaze fell on the little rat at her fingertips, and his eyes softened immediately. Nib can be too naughty sometimes. Wen Yao noticed that when he spoke, his mouth only moved slightly with his smile. His Adam's apple didn't bob, he didn't swallow, and it almost seemed like he didn't have a tongue. The little rat struggled fiercely in her hand, but Noctis showed no sign of hurry, waiting for her to return it. Perfect gentlemanly manners, even when requesting his pet in the middle of the night. Although she didn't want to return it, she had no choice. Wen Yao handed the little rat back, and as soon as it landed in his white-gloved right hand, it clung to his index finger, crying out softly. Noctis gently rubbed its back with his thumb, offering silent comfort. Wen Yao felt a little embarrassed. She had indeed bullied the little animal. Noctis' eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as he explained, "It was my playmate when I was a child. Nib shouldn't have entered your room without permission. I apologize on its behalf, and hope it didn't disturb your sleep." When Nib heard this, it froze, looking up in disbelief. It had been waiting for little Noctis to punish this woman, but now it seemed to be over just like that. But seeing Noctis' unwavering gaze, Nib instantly deflated. Nib looked again at Wen Yao's cool, beautiful face, and it felt as though a thunderstrike hit its brain. Oh my god. Little Noctis must have fallen in love with this woman at first sight. Wen Yao's gaze swept over the stunned little black rat before she raised her eyes to the polite and courteous man in front of her. "It's not that you're bothering me, it's just, very special." "You are also very special," Noctis suddenly said, his eyes not looking at Wen Yao but instead staring at the dark figure peeking from the bathroom. The dark figure met Noctis' gaze, shivered, and swiftly darted back into the bathroom. Few can stay calm when faced with the unknown. "You are one of the few." Wen Yao gave a polite smile. "Perhaps it's because it's too special," she responded nonchalantly. "Strong curiosity sometimes can overcome the fear of the unknown." Noctis lowered his head slightly, staring directly into her black eyes. In his porcelain doll-like right eye, her figure holding a scalpel was strangely reflected, while her slightly stunned expression appeared in his light gold left eye. Then, "Miss Wen, compared to Nibu, who makes you more curious?" Wen Yao felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. He seemed to have become a little dangerous. She raised her eyes, her gaze returning to calm. "If I had to choose, of course, it's you who makes me more curious. After all, you hide countless secrets." Noctis' smile deepened, making him appear both young and ancient at the same time. "Miss Wen, have you ever thought about investigating the secrets on me up close?" Wen Yao could smell the faint rose scent on him, mixed with a trace of old book pages. "If you don't mind, I do have such an idea." Noctis felt the joyful beating in his chest, deliberately speaking ambiguously. "Wen Yao, if you insist on staying to guard the door, I won't mind." Before she confirmed whether he was her boyfriend or not, she wouldn't let him climb into her bed. The candles in the corridor all opened their mouths in the shape of an O. She actually dared to have Lord Noctis guard the door. However, in the next second, their eyes widened even more. Noctis let out a light laugh, a sound that seemed to roll from deep in his chest, filled with a pleasant tremor. "Sorry, I disturbed you. I hope you enjoy your stay here, Miss Wen," he said at last, taking a small black mouse and stepping back half a step. "Nibu won't bother you again tonight, unless you invite it." Wen Yao lowered her eyes. Was she inviting it, or him? As she closed the door, Wen Yao noticed the drawing on the wall by Nibu gradually fading, leaving no trace at all. Wen Yao habitually rubbed the scalpel with her fingertips. Could he be a reflection of her boyfriend? Nibu leapt from Noctis' palm, its size rapidly swelling, almost filling the entire corridor like a small mountain. The candle flames automatically avoided its fur. It was huge, but surprisingly light-footed, making no clumsy sounds as it walked. Its massive head opened wide, revealing saw-like sharp teeth, cold and terrifying. Nibu followed behind Noctis and asked in confusion. "I can feel it, you just smile from the heart, why?" Noctis didn't turn around. His porcelain doll-like eyes reflected the scene of Wen Yao getting into bed, and he paused slightly. "She's not afraid of me." "She's not afraid of you, and that makes you happy." My heart doesn't lie." "But your heart isn't here." Noctis stopped in his tracks, not because of Nibu's reminder, but because his right eye reflected the image of Wen Yao reaching for her underwear. He suddenly felt his whole body heating up, his heart pounding heavily. Nibu was about to say something more, but then saw the person in front of him flash and vanish without a trace. "Huh? Where did he go?" "Little Noctis, where are you going?" "Wait for me." Nibu chased after him, only to see Noctis had jumped into a cold water pool. The next day, Wen Yao opened the door and immediately heard exclamations coming from the corridor. "Yango, Leon and Brian are dead, He Qingshan is missing, not in his room." In the corridor, the remaining 7 people stood. Soon, everyone noticed that room 6, located between room 7 and room 5, had turned into a room without a number. And the number 6 now appeared on the door where Wang Bin had stayed last night. Yang Shu glanced at Wang Bin, who stood beside him, his face pale with dark circles under his eyes. Before he could ask, Wang Bin silently took out the number 6 ball. "I guess it's this one, Brian didn't steal my ball last night." He said this, then put it back into his pocket. The people present had different thoughts, but all of them silently touched their own number balls. Yang Shu's expression was serious. "Based on my experience, this number must hide the death rule or death sequence. If it's according to the death sequence, then the most dangerous tonight would be room 1 and room 7. As soon as he finished speaking, those who secretly felt relieved not to have drawn 1 or 7 stepped away 2 steps from Zhang Wei and Wen Yao. Wen Yao glanced at them faintly, without saying anything. Zhang Nian's face wasn't good. If it started from room 1, wouldn't she only be able to live for 2 more nights at most? Zhang Wei, another experienced player, subtly focused his gaze on Wen Yao. That strange creature seemed to treat her differently, so the most dangerous person tonight was actually in room 7 where he stayed. He looked at the newcomers Chen Hao and Li Chang, his eyes flashed with a dark light, and he raised his voice slightly. The monster's killings don't necessarily follow the number order. It could start with odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, or even numbers 2, 4, 6, or it could start from the middle, 4 or 5. So, everyone here tonight could be the one to be killed. Everyone should unite to find clues, not suspect and divide. Yang Shu nodded. Zhang Wei is right. The person who died on the first night was from a no-number room. The next step of the monster's killing sequence can't be confirmed. Everyone could be the next to die, so finding the head of Noctis as soon as possible within the next 7 days will be more beneficial for us. No one objected, agreeing with Yang Shu's words. Yang Shu led the group into Brian's room to investigate. Brian died in the bathroom, his tongue was cut off, his body torn apart, and blood soaked the whole room. Wang Bin was the first to discover it, so his expression remained normal. The ones who reacted most strongly were the 2 newcomers, Chen Hao and Li Chang, both vomiting and retreating from the room in fear. Yang Shu glanced at Wen Yao at the door, who was excessively calm, somewhat surprised. It was rare for a girl participating in a dungeon for the first time not to scream upon seeing such a scene. Zhang Yan noticed that Yang Shu was paying too much attention to Wen Yao, so when Yang Shu's gaze came over, she rolled her eyes at him. Yang Shu silently shifted his gaze. Let's go, let's check on Lion. The group arrived at Lion's room. Lion also died in the bathroom, but it seemed like he was sucked into the mirror, his neck strangled with hemp rope, hanging in the middle of the mirror, just like on a movie screen. The group then went to Yi Qingshan's room and found it clean and tidy, with no bloodstains. Li Chang said, "Professor, he might have gone downstairs for breakfast? We beat him up last night, and someone as proud as him would naturally ignore us after getting up in the morning." Yang Shu replied, "Impossible, he's afraid of death. Even if things got too tense, he would still come back to us with his tail between his legs the next day." Everyone thought for a moment and agreed that this was likely the case. Li Chang asked, "So, is Professor He dead or alive?" Yang Shu glanced at him. Disappearance in a dungeon usually means death. If you see his figure somewhere else, it could mean he's being impersonated by some monster. Li Chang and Chen Hao instantly felt a chill down their spines. Wang Bin suddenly asked, "If you see the ending of a loved one in the dungeon, is it real?" Yang Shu replied, "Are you talking about your younger brother?" Everyone turned to look at Wang Bin. His story had gone viral on social media, and they had all seen it. Wang Bin worked at a corrupt factory. He had been oppressed for a long time, and to top it off, his 5 years of wages were never paid. The boss ran off with the money. The outcome was that Wang Bin killed the boss's family. When interviewed, he said that the thing he thought about the most before dying was his long-lost younger brother. Wang Bin admitted, "Yes, I saw my younger brother in the mirror." Yang Shu said, "It could be real. A PhD has done research showing that some of the strange things encountered in the dungeon are vengeful. The way Leon and Brian died is the same as how the people they killed died." Wang Bin's face turned pale. Li Chang and Chen Hao looked a little distracted after hearing this. Zhang Wei's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. Zhang Yan didn't care, she hadn't harmed anyone. Wen Yao scanned the servants around her with a cold gaze. "Yang Shu, it's hard to survive for 7 days on your own. Right now, the 7 of us should split into 3 teams to search for clues. Only by finding clues can we possibly pass the level, otherwise, we all die." Zhang Wei looked at Chen Hao and Li Chang. "I'm an experienced player. Who wants to team up with me?" Chen Hao immediately said, "I want to team up with Brother Yang." Instinctively, he felt Zhang Wei was a ruthless character and was afraid of being betrayed. Li Chang was a bit timid but knew how to read the situation. Since Yang Shu and Zhang Nian would obviously form a team, Zhang Wei was the only choice left among the experienced players. With an experienced player, they could get some guidance. Without hesitation, he said, "Brother Zhang Wei, I'll team up with you." He walked over to Zhang Wei's side. Yang Shu looked at Chen Hao, "You and Wang Bin team up. I'll team up with Zhang Nian and Wen Yao." Chen Hao was displeased. "Why isn't Zhang Nian with Wang Bin? Why does she have to be with you, and I have to team up with Wen Yao?" Yang Shu's gaze turned sharp and unquestionable. "Zhang Nian is my sister, I won't abandon her. If you don't want to team up with Wang Bin, you can go solo." Chen Hao wasn't happy. "She's your sister, right? This isn't fair." Yang Shu spoke harshly, "She's my real sister. People are biased, there's no fairness in this world. If you're not happy, come at me." Chen Hao weakened under his gaze. He wasn't Yang Shu's match and could only walk over to Wang Bin. Zhang Nian coldly sneered at Yang Shu, "Yeah, people are biased, and now you're biased toward your own sister." Yang Shu stayed silent for a moment. Nian Nian, stop making trouble. Jiang Nian snorted. Wen Yao looked at Yang Shu and Jiang Nian. Although their surnames were different, their similar features really made them look like siblings. But she didn't plan to team up with them. I'll go solo, you all do as you wish. Jiang Nian stared at Wen Yao, don't be too clever. Noctis might treat you differently, but he's the dungeon boss. When it's time to act, he won't go easy on you. Wen Yao somehow sensed a hint of goodwill in the warning. Thanks for the concern, but I still want to go alone. Among the 6 people present, she trusted no one. Yang Shu looked at Wen Yao, are you sure you want to go alone? Wen Yao, yeah. Yang Shu didn't insist, casually asking, did you find anything last night? Wen Yao thought for a moment and shared the layout of the doll manor with them. The main hall is in the center. To the east, there's the reception room, painting gallery, underground specimen room. To the west, there's the sewing room, doll theater. In the center, there's the ballroom, clock tower, guillotine garden. So, we need to search these 8 places. Chen Hao questioned, you're just a newbie, why should we believe what you say is true? Yang Shu looked at Chen Hao, she has no reason to lie. We should start by searching the 3 places to the east. If anything goes wrong, we'll have each other's back. Chen Hao immediately said, then Wang Bin and I will go to the reception room. The 3 places on the east side, the reception room, painting gallery, and underground specimen room, when compared, the reception room seemed the least dangerous. Zhang Wei, I'll go with Li Chang to the painting gallery. Yang Shu, alright, I'll go to the underground specimen room. Jiang Nian glared at Yang Shu, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Before Jiang Nian could speak, Yang Shu gave her a reassuring look. The 6 of them turned their eyes to Wen Yao. Wen Yao, I'll go to the central ballroom. In the portraits on the corridor walls, where they couldn't see, strange smiles appeared. But when Wen Yao looked at them, the portraits returned to normal. Wen Yao studied the portrait in front of her. It was of a middle-aged man with blue eyes and a big beard. He wore luxurious clothes but had a bald spot on his head. He wore a large sapphire ring on his finger. The man in the portrait. What's going on? Why is she staring at him? Yang Shu glanced at the portrait too, but he didn't find anything wrong. What's wrong? Any new discoveries? Wen Yao, could he be the manor owner's father? The person in the portrait, Sigma, degree. Everyone else heard and turned to look. Jiang Nian's gaze swept across the portrait, scrutinizing it up and down. It's impossible, right? Noctis is so handsome, it doesn't make sense that his father looks this ugly. He should at least be a middle-aged, elegant gentleman. Yang Shu looked at the other portraits nearby, all showing the same bald middle-aged man. There was also a family portrait. In the portrait, the middle-aged man seemed to be the father, with a blonde little boy standing in the center and a gentle young woman standing beside him. The blonde little boy was probably Noctis as a child. It's also possible, Zhang Wei said, don't forget, our mission is to find Noctis's correct head, which means the head in front of us isn't his own. Everyone's eyes brightened, it made sense. Zhang Wei, if the little boy is Noctis, then the head we need to find should be the one with blonde hair. Yang Shu nodded, exactly, but we still need to prove that this blonde boy is Noctis. Li Chang, how do we prove it? Yang Shu, we'll search, the answer is in the manor. Everyone memorized the blonde boy's appearance. When Yao's gaze lingered on this portrait, the boy was dressed in a small suit, holding his mother's hand, with a happy smile on his face. The group went down to the 2nd floor. In the spacious hall, the puppet maid was cleaning. The puppet butler saw them and raised a standard gentleman's smile. The masquerade ball will begin at 7 p.m. sharp. Please attend on time. Yang Shu, can we take a tour of the manor? The puppet butler's smile deepened a little, certainly. Wen Yao, butler, where is the kitchen? The others thought of the food from last night, their expressions turned sour. Yang Shu shot a disapproving look at Wen Yao, wanting to say something but hesitating. Wen Yao didn't say anything, waiting for the butler's response. The puppet butler politely said, please follow me. Watching Wen Yao follow the puppet butler away, Yang Shu turned to the others. Let's try to get back to the central hall before 7 p.m. Li Chang was confused, it shouldn't take a whole day to search a place, right? Yang Shu, you don't understand, time can speed up in the instance, and there's also a chance we might get stuck somewhere and not be able to get out. Chen Hao immediately became anxious. What if we don't know anything, me and Wang Bin? What if something happens? Yang Shu, it's fine, many people who knew what they were doing didn't make it out alive either. Chen Hao. Li Chang. Wang Bin. As Wen Yao reached the kitchen door, she heard the sound of bones being chopped. Then the sound suddenly stopped, and the door creaked open from the inside. The head chef came out, wiping his bloodstained hands with a towel. He was tall and fat, with a large round face painted white and an exaggerated, narrow smile drawn on it. Hello, Miss Wen, what can I do for you? Wen Yao noticed a pair of broken gold-rimmed glasses on the floor behind him. If she remembered correctly, these glasses belonged to Qingshan, Professor He. She recalled Noctis's words, if there's too much leftover food, it would anger the head chef. Wen Yao reasonably speculated that Qingshan had been taken away by the head chef last night, which is why his body hadn't been found this morning. Looking at the head chef's overly strange smile, Wen Yao smiled back. Could you make a plate of last night's egg noodles for me? I thought the taste was great and would love to have it again. The head chef's smile faltered a little. That dish was made by Lord Noctis, I can't make it myself. Last night, he saw how overly indulgent Lord Noctis was with Miss Wen. He couldn't afford to offend him, lest something bad happens. Why don't you take a walk in the garden first, and come back later? The noodles require a lot of preparation, it will take some time. Wen Yao nodded kindly, then thank you, but how long will it take? About an hour. All right. As Wen Yao turned to leave, the head chef went out the back door to the garden to find Noctis. Seeing Noctis, who was in a good mood trimming the roses, the head chef carefully approached. Lord Noctis. Miss Wen Yao said she wanted to eat the egg noodles from last night. With a click, a red rose was accidentally snipped off by a large pair of scissors. The head chef touched his neck, relieved that his head was still intact. An overwhelming gaze fell upon him, and the smile on the head chef's face turned into a bitter expression. Did you tell her that I personally made the egg noodles? The head chef shook his head violently. No, I said it would take an hour for the egg noodles to be ready, but I didn't say they were made by you. Good job. So, are you going to cook the noodles yourself now? Go clean the kitchen. Okay, sir. Once again, the little mouse-like Nibu climbed up Noctis' pant leg and onto his shoulder. Little Noctis, do you really like her? She's so fierce. Noctis gave it a sideways glance. Do you like weaklings? Nibu. As Noctis left with the scissors, Nibu asked again. Where are you going? To cook the noodles. Wen Yao didn't go to the garden, instead, she entered the central ballroom, ridiculously large. The obsidian dome was built from stacked stones, with shattered stained glass embedded within. As she opened the door, the surrounding candles suddenly lit up, revealing long, eerie faces with twisted smiles. A beam of light shone on the stage. Click, click, click. In the center of the stage, a grand piano slowly rotated upward, with a ragged puppet sitting in front of it, its head drooping, resembling a child of about 5 or 6 years old. As Wen Yao looked over, it suddenly lifted its head, tilting it, and grinning a creepy, eerie smile. Lady, would you like to hear a piano piece? Before Wen Yao could answer, the door behind her slammed shut with a bang. The candle seemed to transform into a choir, all striking singing poses, looking at Wen Yao with expectant gazes. The puppet's head suddenly fell to the wooden floor, swaying and rolling until it stopped right at Wen Yao's feet. Lady, it spoke with a voice like a deep wire from its throat, would you like to hear a piano piece? The mechanical heart backstage suddenly accelerated. The noise of grinding gears sounded like countless nails scraping against glass. Something beneath the stage floor was spinning madly. Bang! 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 Each sound lifted a trapdoor, as if the floor might collapse into hell at any moment. Wen Yao's black eyes were calm, and she slowly crouched down, gently lifting the puppet's head, smiling lightly, sure. The air was immediately sucked out. All the rivets, all the springs, all the copper wires hidden behind the curtains, at the same second, let out a dying click-clack. The puppet's eyeballs sprang out like springs, hanging in the air as if they were staring in shock. You. Its voice became hesitant, do you want to listen? Chapter 8, The Puppet Manor The Headless Ball 08. On the stage, a collapsed grand piano, its lid torn open by some force, with black and white keys scattered like broken teeth. A small headless puppet sat stiffly on the piano bench. Wen Yao held its head and approached the grand piano, then looked down at its trembling, restless eyeballs. You seem a little nervous. Its mouth suddenly opened wide, looking a bit self-conscious. No one has ever listened to my performance all the way through. Maybe I play badly. How old were you when you started playing the piano? 3. Didn't your mother praise you? Starting piano at 3, you're better than most kids your age. No, she often cried. What about your father? With such an outstanding son, he must have praised you. No, I've only seen him twice. He always had a stern face. Wen Yao examined its worn-out puppet body, which was out of place compared to the other clean and neat puppets. Don't you like cleanliness? Everyone else cleans off the dust on them. Its puppet mouth closed sadly, and it muttered. Mom wouldn't let me take a bath. She said, if I bathed, I would never see her again. What about your mom? She's gone. Seeing it sink into sadness, Wen Yao gently patted its head. How about I use a handkerchief to wipe the dust for you? It grinned widely again, happily saying, sure. Wen Yao placed its head back on the puppet's neck, and the head automatically click-click fit into place. As she gently wiped the dust from top to bottom with the handkerchief, the little puppet's eyes became dazed and quietly pleased. At the same moment, Noctis' hand, which had been cracking an egg, froze as he felt soft hands caressing his body. The porcelain doll's right eye revealed a scene when Yao was half-squatting, wiping the little doll's body. His light golden left eye flickered with shyness, and the beating of his chest felt like it could break his eardrums. Pleasure spread in his heart, and he murmured to himself unconsciously, "Yao Yao." In his mind, like the first night they met, another scene suddenly flashed. In the damp, spying vision, the fluorescent light buzzed, flickering as the operating room alternated between light and dark. The remaining glow of the shadowless lamp only illuminated half of a bloodstained operating table. The woman stood at the edge of the light circle, her white coat clinging to her skin with sweat and blood, the mask covering her eye sockets, leaving only a pair of pupils as deep as an abyss, calm to the point of cruelty. In her left hand, she held tweezers, and in her right, a curved needle, the silver arc piercing the man's split abdomen, as if stitching up a broken doll. And the damp gaze grew increasingly perverted and obsessed. "Yao Yao." The little doll suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. Wen Yao quickly lifted her eyes, staring at the confused look in the little doll's eyes. "What did you just call me?" Only her boyfriend would call her that. The little doll innocently shook its head. "I didn't say anything." The sound of its heartbeat emanated from its chest. Under Wen Yao's gaze, the sound grew louder. "Wen Yao, I was just asking, don't be too nervous." The little doll stiffened, then restrained its lively heart. "Do you know someone named Jin? The little doll raised its big eyes and tilted its head. "Never heard of him. Is he someone important to you?" Wen Yao nodded. "He's my boyfriend." The little doll inexplicably felt a slight ache in its heart, its head drooping. Seeing it look weak, Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you say you were going to play the piano? Are you still going to play? I'm really looking forward to your performance." The little doll instantly regained its energy when it heard about the performance. "I will play." Wen Yao's gaze fell on the broken piano keys. "Do you want me to help you fix the piano? It looks like it can't be played like this." "No need, it's fine." The little doll sat up straight, its puppet fingers resting on the scattered piano keys. It glanced at the only audience member sitting below the stage and smiled. A pleasant melody leaked from its fingertips. The piano, which had seemed on the verge of collapse, suddenly looked renewed. Wen Yao looked at the little doll on stage, a soft glow emanating from its body, and for a moment, she seemed to see a normal little boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, like a little prince, playing on stage. The first part of the performance was normal, but as it went on, the music became heavier. The numerous candle flames with narrow smiles all hummed in unison. "The little boy has countless worries." On the other side, Yang Shu's flashlight only had the last thin circle of yellow light, trembling on the damp wall. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silent corridor, particularly clear. Jiang Yan closely followed Yang Shu, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "Yang Shu," she whispered in a low voice, tinged with sarcasm, "if you want to die, go ahead, but why drag me into it?" "Nian," Yang Shu didn't turn around, his voice flat as a line, "this mission is different from all others, any place we go could be dangerous." Jiang Yan was displeased. "Then at least pick somewhere a little safer." "The underground specimen room sounds dangerous." Yang Shu turned back, his flashlight shining on her toes. Nian, you need to know, the more dangerous places are often the safest." Jiang Yan crossed her arms and lifted her chin. If you're wrong, we're all doomed. If I had known, I would have teamed up with someone else." Hearing this, Yang Shu's expression instantly became serious. "Remember, in the terror game, there are no good or bad sides, only survival. Besides me, you can't trust anyone." Jiang Yan sneered, "Who are you to me? Just saying you trust me doesn't mean anything. I am your dear second brother. A dear second brother who blames me repeatedly for others and locks me in a small black room? Where were you when I was starving and dehydrated? You were on vacation with your fake sister." Yang Shu's eyes flashed with regret and guilt. "I'm sorry, I was wrong before." "Can you forgive me?" "Jiang Yan, if someone stabs you, you can forgive them. I can at most praise you as a saint." "Yang Shu." The two fell silent as they walked to the door of the underground specimen room. Yang Shu stared at the pitch-black wooden door and turned to her. "You wait for me outside." Jiang Yan pursed her lips, "Then hurry up. If you don't come out in an hour, I'll leave." Yang Shu nodded and entered the specimen room. The door creaked and closed again. In the absence of any light, Jiang Yan hugged her arms and crouched down. She could not forgive those who had hurt her, even if that person had protected her in the game again and again. Inside the specimen room, Yang Shu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he tightened his grip on the flashlight. In the cold and dark room, countless blue, thread-like ghost lights floated, like strands of soul-like worms. Inside hundreds of transparent glass jars were snowy white heads. As Yang Shu looked over, they opened their white eyeballs, and their mouths emitted a choking sound, struggling like zombies. Chapter 9, Puppet Manor Headless Ball 09. Yang Shu stood still, not moving. When he realized the heads couldn't escape the glass jars, he approached with the flashlight. The light illuminated the wooden shelves with arranged glass jars, each head had a name and a date of death attached. Yang Shu quickly scanned a row of shelves. The death dates of these people were all December 25, 1938, and they were all from a place called Nakan Village. The eerie blue soul worm suddenly passed through his arm, and Yang Shu heard a cry from one of the souls. "I'm so hungry." His stomach growled. Yang Shu frowned. No, it wasn't right. This wasn't his hunger, it was the hunger from that soul. He couldn't touch these soul worms, otherwise, he would be forced to endure their hunger and could starve to death as a result. However, when a soul worm touched him, countless soul worms stopped moving, their sharp, toothy heads all staring at Yang Shu. Yang Shu took out an item obtained from another instance, the electrified fly swatter, and swung it at the nearest soul worm. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The soul worm dissipated from the electric shock. This item dropped from the instance had some strange energy that could deal with ordinary monsters. But after the last instance, the power was down to less than 20% left. The situation was a bit dire, however, after killing one as a warning, they indeed became cautious, surrounding him but not daring to get too close. Yang Shu quickened his pace, searching through rows of glass jar shelves for useful information. Before long, he noticed a distinct row of shelves made of redwood, containing 10 golden-haired heads. Coincidentally, they all had similar handsome faces. The golden-haired boy in the portrait from the hall resembled their smaller version. Yang Shu's heart skipped a beat. Could one of these be Noctis's head? He examined the dates above. The death time was the same as that of the villagers from Nakan Village, also December 25, 1938. These 10 people were the Ford family. A flash of realization hit Yang Shu. The manor owner's full name was Ford Noctis. So these 10 people were Noctis's relatives, including his grandfather, father, uncles, and cousins. The man in the portrait from the hall should not be Noctis's father. Yang Shu's gaze fell on a head named Ford Joseph. He looked most like the golden-haired boy. Seeing a soul worm tangled around Joseph's glass jar, Yang Shu took the initiative to grab it. In the next second, Yang Shu sensed the intertwining terror and fury of Joseph's soul. "Beast! They are your relatives, how dare you? Ah! You are a demon. A devil." In the next moment, soul bugs surged toward him. Yang Shu suddenly regained his senses, waving a fly swatter, dodging as he ran, only to discover the heads of those murdered last night. There was Professor He, Leon, and Brian, as well as several familiar faces who had been killed right from the start. Zzzzz. Yang Shu focused on the flickering fly swatter. It's over, the battery is low. He needs to get out quickly. But where is the door? As the next wave of attacks came, he heard a knocking sound at the door. It's Nian Nian. His heart warmed, and guilt along with a complex emotion surfaced in his eyes. Jiang Nian waited outside for a long time and, upon realizing the door wouldn't open, started looking for something to force it open. She wasn't soft-hearted, she just hadn't cleared this level yet, she needed a helper. On the other side, in a Victorian-style reception room. The candlelight cast trembling shadows on the ceiling, like souls being strangled, struggling against the roof. The long reception table was filled with faceless, creepy figures. At the moment the door closed, long, narrow red eyes uniformly turned toward them. Wang Bin and Chen Hao froze in place, unable to move. Chen Hao's legs shook. "Wang, brother Wang, did you see that?" Wang Bin felt a chill down his spine. Two more seats appeared out of thin air beside the reception table. The faceless figure beside him said, "Please sit." An invisible force pulled them into the empty seats at the table. Chen Hao frantically grabbed a nearby stone sculpture, trying to resist this pulling force. "If you don't let go, your hand will break, you know." A light, airy voice said. Chen Hao instinctively let go, then with a snap, the entire sculpture was cut in half. If he had been even a moment slower, it would have been his hand that was broken. The two were pressed into the empty seats at the reception table. The candlelight's shadow cracked into a serrated smile, casting right in front of Wang Bin and Chen Hao. Wang Bin maintained a calm appearance and said, "We are the guests invited by Mr. Noctis to tonight's ball." But his slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his inner panic. Chen Hao echoed, "Right, if two are missing, Mr. Noctis might get angry." The faceless figures present let out chilling laughter. "Guess who I am?" Wang Bin felt a tap on his shoulder and turned his head. The faceless, dark figure gradually revealed a familiar face. Wang Bin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, "It's you, Fong Datong. Where is my brother?" He couldn't believe the ending he saw for his brother last night. It was Fong Datong who took his brother away back then. Fong Datong smiled creepily, with deep meaning. "Want to know? If you win against me, I'll tell you." Chen Hao also looked at the figure beside him and was surprised to find it was a familiar face, but he couldn't recall who it was. The table suddenly flipped over, transforming into a card table. Black playing cards appeared out of thin air, automatically shuffling and dealing to every position on the table. Fang Datong said, "The stakes are a part of your body. It can be a hand, foot, heart, or head. You can win back what you lose, and if you win, you can leave." Wang Bin clenched his fists, his throat dry. "Is my brother still alive?" The dark figure replied, "The same as before, you can only ask questions if you win." Chen Hao spoke up, "I don't want to participate, is that okay?" The figure replied, "Once you're at the table, if you don't leave something behind, you can't go." Chen Hao asked, "Before we even start, I'll leave a finger from my left hand, will that let me go?" The figure replied, "Sure, just put your hand on the table." Chen Hao trembled as he placed his hand down. The figure looked at the brothers, "Come on, which one do you want?" One of the figures said, "I just need a middle finger." As soon as the words fell, Chen Hao's middle finger was cut off and appeared on that figure. Chen Hao's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The figure said, "You can leave now." Feeling the bindings on him loosening, Chen Hao glanced at Wang Bin and then hastily covered his bleeding hand and left. The figure looked at Wang Bin, "What about you? Should we leave now?" "Once we start, there's no turning back." Wang Bin looked at the strange Fang Datong and said, "I want to continue." He wanted to prove that his brother was not dead. The black playing cards flew again, shuffling and dealing. Jiang Wei and Li Chang stood in front of the concealed painting corridor, but did not enter. Li Chang could not help but ask, "Brother Jiang Wei, aren't we going in to find clues?" Jiang Wei touched the number 7 ball in his pocket, looking at Li Chang with inscrutable eyes. Li Chang had drawn the number 5 ball. He hesitated, wondering whether to choose room 5 or room 7. Room 1 was for Wen Yao, who had caught the eye of the strange creature, and was definitely safe tonight. He wanted to grab room 1, but was afraid of angering that strange creature. He actually preferred room 4, but that guy Chen Hao refused to come, so he had to settle for room 5. Although he wasn't sure of the real order of death, his intuition warned him that his room 7 was very dangerous. Thinking of this, he squinted his eyes and said to Li Chang, "Let's go, we'll go in together." Chapter 10, Puppet Manor the Headless Ball 10. As they stepped into the concealed painting corridor, an inexplicable shudder ran through Li Chang. His back felt cold, as if a vicious wolf was watching him. Oh no! While thinking about finding clues, he almost forgot that he had drawn the number 5 ball. Since the room numbers corresponded to the balls, taking someone else's ball was like switching rooms. And tonight, perhaps the most dangerous room was number 7. "Why aren't you moving?" Jiang Wei's voice came from behind. Li Qiang turned around, increasing the distance for safety. His heart warned him, but he carefully forced a smile. "I'm afraid of accidentally triggering some mechanism and causing trouble for you, Brother Zhang, so I'll stay behind you." Jiang Wei let out a cold snort, thinking this sly creature must have noticed something, but still said, "You walk beside me, I can't let you walk behind me, what if you push me?" "Li Chang, how could I dare, Brother Zhang? Without you, I'm afraid I can't even get out." Jiang Wei suddenly reached out, gripping Li Chang's shoulder tightly, pulling him forward. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up." Li Chang broke free, pulling away a bit, rubbing his pained shoulder. "Brother Zhang, I can walk by myself." Jiang Wei glanced around the dim corridor, his eyes darkening. "Fine, you can walk by yourself." The two moved cautiously, with each step seeming to crush something brittle underfoot, the sound like frozen nails being snapped. The quiet corridor echoed with the crack of tiny breakages. Cold white sunlight suddenly seeped through the pointed arch windows, illuminating the corridor ahead. As they saw the scene before them, Li Chang's scalp tingled. He stammered, Brother Zhang, what do we do?" Jiang Wei looked down and saw the ground covered with shattered retinas. Those membranes that should belong to humans were writhing with their steps, like pustules blown by the wind. The Gothic ribbed ceiling seemed to contract with some rhythm. Dark green paint oozed from the cracks in the dome, dripping onto the black and white tiled floor, making a hissing sound like being burned. Jiang Wei immediately realized that this was a corridor that would devour living beings. He turned to find the entrance they had come through was already gone, and before them was a brightly lit open door. Jiang Wei glanced at Li Chang and said succinctly, "Run forward, don't look back." Saying this, he dashed towards the door first, having no time to think about the number 5 ball. Saving his life was more important, no time for disputes. The walls of the corridor began to close in, the corrosive paint spreading. Seeing this, Li Chang hurried after him. He didn't want to die. He felt adrenaline surging, the beat of his heart pounding in his eardrums. In the grip of extreme fear, Li Chang unleashed unprecedented strength, shooting past Jiang Wei's shoulder in an instant. "Brother Zhang," his voice stretched out long, "I'll go ahead." Jiang Wei's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, his hand reaching for the knife in his pocket. Just as he was about to strike, a huge oil painting appeared before him. Li Chang, unable to stop his momentum, plunged headfirst into the swamp of the painting. Jiang Wei could not stop either, and also plunged into the painting. Stepping on Li Chang's back, he leaped onto the safe ground. Li Chang gradually sank into the swamp, shouting in panic. Brother Zhang, save me. Zhang Wei looked at the struggling Li Chang, coldly saying, give me the number 5 ball, and I will save you. Li Chang's face turned pale. Okay, you pull me up first. Zhang Wei found a dry branch nearby, handed it over, and pulled Li Chang up. Li Chang lay on the yellowed grass, gasping for breath. Zhang Wei stepped on his forehead, pressing down hard, and said harshly, take it out. Li Chang endured the pain and took out the number 5 ball, lifting it up. Brother Zhang, could you please move your foot? Ouch, it's a bit painful. Zhang Wei put away the number 5 ball and threw the number 7 ball at him. Get up, find the exit. That's right, they were trapped in a picture, and they could only get out by finding the exit. Li Chang clumsily got up, surveying the vast desolate wilderness, with dry branches, broken wood, and dead grass. Brother Zhang, it seems like it's autumn. Shut up, do you need to say that? A snowflake fell on his nose, bringing a slight chill. Li Chang touched his nose and instinctively looked up at the sky. But he saw that the sky turned dark, and snowflakes drifted down. Li Chang shivered from the cold, hugging his arms and hiding under a tree. Brother Zhang, why did it start snowing suddenly? We won't freeze to death, will we? They came in wearing only short sleeves. Zhang Wei was also cold, rubbing his hands together. Get over here quickly. The two of them pressed back to keep warm, and soon the snow reached their calves. Li Chang's teeth chattered. Brother Zhang, we need to find some shelter. Shut up, I know. Look around, there's not a house in sight. Wandering in the snow is like walking to your death. Brother Zhang, look, there's light in the east. Zhang Wei looked over, seeing a group of people appearing in the snow, wrapped in tattered clothing, a few holding oil lamps on the outside, with weak elderly and children inside. The leader noticed them and came forward to ask. Are you also victims of this snow disaster? Are you going to seek help from the Lord of Hall Manor? Zhang Wei, yes, who are you? The leader said, my name is Bob, the village chief of Kenner village. Our village suffered from the snow disaster, houses collapsed, and we ran out of food. The damned Duke doesn't care if we live or die, only the kind Lord of Hall Manor is willing to take us in. Zhang Wei, we are lost, can we join you? Bob, of course, Hall Manor is just up ahead. Li Chang's lips turned purple from the cold. Village chief Bob, can you spare us some clothes to wear? I'm freezing to death. Bob led them back to the group. I'm cold too and don't have spare clothes for you, but you can ask the other villagers. Saying this, the group set off. Li Chang followed beside them, asking one by one, but no one was willing to give him any clothes. He was frozen stiff, his eyebrows frozen with ice and snow, returning to Zhang Wei's side, whispering. Brother Zhang, I saw a few of them have extra clothes, but they just don't want to lend them to us. Zhang Wei's lips were also blue, with snowflakes hanging on his eyelashes. People are selfish. Li Chang, so what should we do? I'm really going to freeze to death. Zhang Wei glanced at a dozen strong men, coldly saying. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, we can't fight against a group of people. He had a knife in hand, but he couldn't take on over 100 people. Li Chang pouted, reluctantly touching his nose, enduring the cold and trying to keep up with the group. But he heard the villagers of Kenner discussing in low voices. Have you heard? The Lord of Hall Manor's sister, Evelyn, is in the middle of a divorce with Duke Ford Joseph. I know that. My sister works as a servant in the Duke's house. My sister said that Miss Evelyn moved out of the Duke's house 2 years ago with her son, Noctis, to live with her brother Hall. Noctis is the Duke's only son, how could Joseph agree to let Evelyn take his son? I heard he disagrees, but Miss Evelyn secretly wrote a letter to her brother Hall. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, Evelyn took her son and ran to Hall to catch the waiting carriage. Quietly left. Chapter 11, The Doll Manor, the Headless Ball. Li Chang lowered his voice. Brother Zhang, they are not talking about the Noctis we know, are they? Zhang Wei glanced at a few villagers who were sneaking peeks. We'll know when we check it out. The villagers' whispers became even lower. Will Hall send us cotton clothes and food this time? Yes, he has saved us for 5 years, he is a very kind person. But I heard that Duke Ford has been suppressing Hall because of Miss Evelyn's issue. This year, Hall's revenue isn't doing well. How can that be? Then the supplies we receive might decrease. I also heard that Miss Evelyn plans to sue Joseph for custody of the child. For this, Mr. Hall has been preparing a large sum for legal fees. Then won't the supplies we receive this year be even less? Li Chang perked up his ears but didn't hear anything more about Noctis. The group finally arrived at the manor gate. Li Chang looked at the familiar gate in surprise. Brother Zhang, isn't this the Doll Manor? The surrounding villagers turned their gaze to Li Chang upon hearing this. Zhang Wei scolded Li Chang, shut up, say less. The village chief, Bob, approached with a grim face. What is your companion saying about the Doll Manor? This is Hall's Rose Manor. Dolls are evil objects possessed by demons, how can they curse Hall? Zhang Wei said, "You heard wrong, my companion lost his toy doll, not a doll." Bob relaxed and smiled. Hall is a kind manor owner. I hope you don't slander him. After the warning, Bob went back to the manor gate. Just then, the gate opened, and a man walked out, instructing servants to distribute supplies. The villagers lined up to receive supplies and thanked the man one by one. Li Chang looked over. "Brother Zhang, it's the man in the corridor painting, his name is Hall." Zhang Wei looked up at the beautiful, gentle woman in the second-floor window. That was the woman in the painting. So the portrait in the corridor was not of a family of three, but of Noctis and his uncle. A glowing door unexpectedly opened, sending Zhang Wei and Li Chang back to the hallway of the man eating. Zhang Wei looked down and almost stepped into a pool of green corrosive paint, quickly dodging. Looking ahead, the door became smaller, and he immediately turned and ran. Li Chang did the same. In the central ballroom. After a tune finished, the little doll shyly asked, "How was that? Do you think I played well?" His voice carried a hint of cautious exploration. After hearing the song, Wen Yao felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Everyone was gone, which likely meant they were all dead, and only the boy had survived. Heavy snow, orange light, revealing a great fire in winter. Who started the fire? Even if the little boy survived, he couldn't withstand the cold winter. What about that head? Who severed his head? Looking at the little doll's eyes filled with expectation, Wen Yao smiled slightly, meeting his spring-loaded gaze with no hesitation in her praise. "You played wonderfully, every note was given life by you." The little doll was finally satisfied. "Thank you for your praise." Wen Yao softly said, "May I ask you a somewhat inappropriate question?" The little doll tilted his head, as if pondering, then straightened it and said seriously, "Sure, go ahead and ask." Clearly, it was a stiff wooden puppet face, but Wen Yao could see his serious expression. "Mr. Noctis, does the little doll's head in front of you belong to your correct head?" After hearing this, the little doll's jaw dropped in exaggerated surprise, its glass eyes popped out, staring fixedly at Wen Yao. When the little doll saw Wen Yao's calm and determined gaze, it pretended to be calm and used its hand to reposition its jaw, stuffing the spring-loaded eyes back in. The voice that originally belonged to a child turned into a mature, deep male voice. "Is it obvious?" Wen Yao said, "I answered your question, now what is your answer?" The next second, a black hole suddenly appeared under Wen Yao's feet, and she fell unexpectedly. Just when she thought she was sinking into darkness, she landed in Noctis's firm embrace, gazing into his light golden eyes. A gentlemanly smile graced his face as he spoke in a voice that seemed to come from his belly. "Miss Wen, do you really want to leave this estate?" Wen Yao shifted her feet, wanting to get down, but he grabbed her waist. Seeing that he had no intention of letting her go, she had no choice but to treat him as a human seat. "No one wants to stay." Noctis's smile faded, his gaze deeply searched hers. "If I don't want you to leave, will you stay?" Wen Yao met his gaze and replied, "You answer my question first, then I will answer you." Noctis chuckled lightly, "What a pity, that is not my correct head." "Wen Yao, I will not stay." A sense of loss crossed Noctis's heart, but he still set her down on a chair by the dining table, letting her have breakfast first. For the first time, Noctis felt frustrated about breakfast being 2 hours late. Every batch of visitors hardly ever asked whether breakfast was provided at the estate, and he had never needed to eat, leading him to overlook that humans, if not fed on time, might go hungry. In the empty hall, it was just him and her. The long dining table had Wen Yao sitting at Noctis's main seat, while he sat beside her. Wen Yao stared at the steaming bowl of egg noodles in front of her, topped with a heart made of green onions that her boyfriend had made specially. Her stomach instinctively secreted acid, hunger spreading through her, but she did not rush to eat. It was without a doubt that her boyfriend, Shen Jin, was definitely in this version of the story. And her number one suspect was Noctis, who carried a faint smell of cooking oil. Seeing her not touch her chopsticks and instead quietly watch him, his gaze sensed something was off. Noctis frowned. Was the noodles made incorrectly? He followed last night's recipe, and the taste should be the same. Why aren't you eating? I'm thinking. Thinking about what? Well, I think I'm rather enchanted by the head chef who cooked this noodle. Noctis's smile cracked slightly. What did you say? Wen Yao curled her lips into a slight arc. I said, I might have a crush on the head chef. Is it just because of these 2 bowls of noodles? That's right, haven't you heard a saying? Noctis struggled to hold back the defensive feelings in his heart. The smile on his face appeared strained. What saying? Wen Yao's dark eyes flashed with amusement as she softly replied. To capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Conveniently, I am a person who values culinary skills, and the head chef's noodles happen to suit my taste, so I developed a crush on him. Noctis's smile almost fell apart. He never expected such a simple reason. Now, is it too late to say that this bowl of noodles was made by him? But then he thought of something and said, Don't you have a boyfriend? The one named Shen Jin. She had asked about him when at the ballroom, and he had made sure to remember that name. Wen Yao calmly responded. Having a boyfriend doesn't mean I can't feel attracted to someone else. I am a person who loves widely. Noctis completely lost his composure. This one doesn't seem like someone who takes love lightly. Wen Yao looked at him. You cannot judge a book by its cover. Noctis. Chapter 12, The Doll Manners Headless Ball 12. The red roses in the estate all wilted, seeming listless. Noctis stared at her, seeing no trace of joking in her expression, and responded dryly. The head chef has a wife, he won't accept you. Wen Yao nodded. Oh, is that so? Then never mind. Noctis secretly exhaled a breath of frustration, but his chest was still washed over by a sour tide. He asked softly, if the one who made this bowl of noodles was me, would you feel attracted? Wen Yao lowered her lashes to hide her gaze, but the corners of her lips secretly curled up a bit. He got anxious. I would. In the ballroom, the sound of throbbing heartbeats filled the air. The little doll held Noctis's heart, smiling foolishly and joyfully. At the dining table, Noctis had never imagined. This answer will make him so happy. Miss Wen, actually, I am the one who made this bowl of noodles, he said nervously. Although she had already guessed it was him, Wen Yao still pretended to be surprised. Is it really you? Noctis leaned slightly forward. A shimmering light floated in his light golden pupils, like a lake lit up by fire, quietly waiting for her next words. Wen Yao sighed lightly, her smile containing a trace of regret. That's really too bad. Noctis froze, the light flickering in his eyes, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. Why? He inexplicably felt a bad premonition welling up in his heart. Wen Yao quietly looked at him, her eyes carrying a barely noticeable smile. Don't you already have a lover? We can't be together. When did he get a lover? Noctis' mind stumbled for a moment, then he remembered that to eliminate this group of people all at once, he had used extreme means at the start, creating chaos, using their reason for taking his lover away to nearly wipe them out. He clearly remembered that Wen Yao was not among those who first entered. She appeared out of nowhere, inserting herself into and witnessing this slaughterhouse. His butcher's actions had long been openly exposed before her. At this moment, Noctis could no longer smile. The identity of the butcher could not be concealed. If he were also a lying deceiver, would she be moved by a deceiving butcher? He softened his voice, tentatively asked, Miss Wen, what do you think of liars? Wen Yao raised her eyes, her gaze calm like a lake at midnight, yet reflecting his taut outline. She curled her lips in a smile. Probably, no one would like a liar. Noctis felt as if his heart cracked open, the sound breaking into pieces all around him. Wen Yao continued to tease him. I'm very curious, where is your lover? Wouldn't she feel jealous and angry seeing her husband cooking for another woman? For the first time, Noctis felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted to explain, but explaining seemed to make the situation worse. Saying he had no lover would be equivalent to exposing he was an oppressive dictator butcher. Although this was true, the feelings of love made him more cautious. He feared the woman before him would therefore fear and distance herself from him or take flight. Noctis could no longer sit still. He pushed himself up from the table, his heart in turmoil, but his voice deliberately remained steady. Sorry, I suddenly remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please, enjoy your meal, Miss Wen. Watching the panicked retreat of Noctis, Wen Yao's silent dark eyes revealed a faint smile. Found you, Xinyan. Rose Garden. Noctis held a red rose in his hand, his fingertips plucking a petal, his light golden eyes filled with melancholy, murmuring to himself, she likes me. He stared at the last petal on the branch, the depths of his pupils darkening. She doesn't like. Before him, petals had already fallen all over the ground, clearly having plucked more than one flower. The transformed rat, Nibu, saw him reaching out to pluck another rose again and raised his paw to hold down his white-gloved hand. Little Noctis, if you keep messing with the roses, they'll be bald. Nibu, do you think she likes me? Noctis withdrew his hand and turned to look at it. Nibu scratched his head. I think so. She herself admitted to being moved by the one who made the noodles. That must be like. Noctis' gaze dimmed. The one who made the noodles was him, yet not him. It was the man in the fragments of memory that did it. He should be Xinyan, Wen Yao's boyfriend. Noctis recalled the images of them kissing intimately in the fragment of memory, and a sourness surged in his heart. He too wanted her kiss. The clock in the doll manor suddenly sped up, the hands spinning rapidly, producing a ticking sound. Wen Yao raised her eyes. The hallway's clock swung as if it had gone mad, the sunlight reflected on the floor near the door gradually slanting to the west. Bang! A reminder for 6 o'clock rang from the clock tower. But the hands didn't stop until they reached 6:30, pausing for a moment before returning to normal. The servant puppets surged into the hall, with 7 of them holding wooden trays, on which were 7 different masks. The mask ball at 7 o'clock was about to begin. Wen Yao furrowed her brow, looking around. Where are the others? In the next moment, Yang Shu dragged Zhang Nian into the hall first, both looking disheveled, their faces smeared with black stains. Zhang Nian shook off Yang Shu's hand, gasping and disgusted. I still don't know what you touched in the specimen room. Don't dirty my hands. Yang Shu recalled the last moment when Jiang Nian opened the door, allowing him to escape with his life, and his heart softened involuntarily. At the same time, his stomach curled in hunger, and he glanced at the fully whiskered Wen Yao, nodding to her. Now was not a good time to talk. But he knew, if he didn't eat soon, he would die. Yang Shu looked at the puppet butler and politely said, "Hello, the ball doesn't start for another half hour. Can you provide me with some food now? Make it a large portion." The puppet butler smiled, "Of course, Mr. Yang." Jiang Nian stared at him in shock. "Are you crazy? You know that food is." She paused, but Wen Yao and Yang Shu both understood what she meant. Yang Shu smiled bitterly, he had to eat even if it was a toad. Seeming to understand Yang Shu's need, the puppet servant brought him an enormous roasted pig. Yang Shu did not hesitate, hugging the roasted pig and gnawing at it like a starving ghost. Wen Yao looked at Jiang Nian and saw her swallowing harder, clearly wanting to eat too, yet desperately resisting, turning her head away. Just then, Chen Hao rushed in, covering his bloody hand. Jiang Nian frowned and asked, "Where is Wang Bin?" "Dead?" Chen Hao's face was pale. "I don't know." After he ran out, he had been pacing by the reception hall door, unable to get out until he heard the clock chime, and only then did he dare to come out. After closing the door, he couldn't hear anything inside, so he had no idea what happened to Wang Bin. Chen Hao glanced at Yang Shu, who was gnawing on the roasted pig, and felt inexplicably hungry again. Ignoring his injured fingers, he joined the feast. Next, Zhang Wei rushed in. His clothes were torn, smeared with some disgusting green goo, exuding a rotting stench. Jiang Nian covered her nose. "What happened? Where is Li Chang?" "Behind." Zhang Wei took off his torn shirt, revealing his skin frozen to a purple hue. He asked the butler for a set of clothes to change into. On the other side, Li Chang was desperately running out of the corridor, and met Wang Bin, who had just come out of the reception room, freezing in place. Wang Bin? Chapter 13 Puppet Manor Headless Ball 13. Wang Bin was withered, reduced to just a human skin, standing crookedly, his eyes filled with bloodshot pain as he clutched his head. Not long ago, he had lost his organs, lost his flesh and blood, even lost his backbone. He was unwilling to lose like this, betting everything he had as a gamble, and in the end, he won a round. "Fong Daton, is my brother still alive?" The strange creature's crimson eyes twisted, its gaze mocking. "For 3,000, you handed your brother to Fong Daton. Do you think your brother can live unscathed?" Wang Bin felt a blow to his mind, teetering on the edge of collapse. "Why not? He said he would find my brother a good family, rich, with food and a warm bed." The strange creature snickered. "Did he find you a good family? You should know already. The floating corpse you saw on the river, do you not recognize it was your brother?" No, Wang Bin completely broke down, screaming as he ran out of the reception room, "That isn't my brother, it's someone else's child, just similar in shape." He stood at the door of the reception room, his temples throbbing as if they were about to crack open, when suddenly he heard a trembling call. Wang Bin." He looked up abruptly, his throat dry. "It's you, Li Chang." Li Chang saw Wang Bin in this ghostly state still alive, feeling a chill in his heart. Was he still human? Wang Bin staggered over, Li Chang gripped his hand tightly, forcing himself to raise a smile that was more sorrowful than crying. "Brother Wang, the 6 o'clock bell has already rung, the ball is about to start. If we don't go into the hall now, we'll both be locked out of the big door." Wang Bin's only remaining skin-covered hand wanted to reach out and grab Li Chang, but it fell weakly, limp like a noodle. His eyes were bloodshot yet bursting with amazing determination. "Li Chang, tell me, is my brother still alive?" Li Chang stared at his soft, noodle-like body, and suddenly, the fear in his heart vanished. Wang Bin hadn't turned into a monster, so he was still human. What was there to be afraid of? If he remembered correctly, Wang Bin had drawn ball number 6, while he had Zhang Wei's ball number 7 in his hand. Li Chang was suddenly filled with ruthless boldness. Since Wang Bin was unlikely to live, why not give the chance of life to him? He did not answer, but instead punched Wang Bin down, snatched away the 6 ball from him, left the 7 ball behind, and turned to run. "Idiot, God knows if your brother is alive or dead." Li Chang did not see that the person whose skin was nearly gone wobbled and lifted off the ground, dragging his feet, as if pulled by a string, chasing after him. In the hall, Wen Yao and Jiang Nian had already picked up their own masks, while Yang Shu, Zhang Wei, and Chen Hao were still crazily eating. When Li Chang rushed in, the time was just 6:50. Jiang Nian looked at Li Chang. "Have you seen Wang Bin?" Li Chang shook his head. "I haven't seen him." Then, he joined the group eating roasted pig, sitting opposite Zhang Wei, trying to keep his distance. Seeing this, Wen Yao seemed to have a thought. She had seen the layout of the manor. Coming back from the hidden painting corridor, she must have passed through the reception room. Li Chang did not see Wang Bin. Could it be that Wang Bin was dead? When there was only 1 minute left, Wang Bin, his body a mass of dried skin, entered the hall, looking in Li Chang's direction. "Li Chang, my brother, is he still alive?" It seemed he only needed one answer. The air suddenly froze. Li Chang turned back in shock, his finger trembling slightly, never expecting Wang Bin could chase him. Yang Shu noticed the light in Wang Bin's eyes that was on the verge of extinguishing, and spoke for Li Chang, "Your brother is still alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bin's gray face instantly lit up, and his dry lips stretched to his ears. "Haha, I knew it. He must be alive, Fong Daton didn't lie to me." The clock tower chimed, it was 7 o'clock. The roasted pig in the center of the long table suddenly collapsed, its crispy outer skin cracking into dark brown fragments, revealing gray-green rotten meat. Pus yellow slime flowed down the rib seams onto the tablecloth, forming a small pool that emitted a foul odor. Swarm of maggots surged out from the eye sockets, like white rice boiling in rotten meat, making the candlelight distort into a sickly green. Yang Shu and the others' pupils suddenly dilated, the color draining from their faces. Ugh! Ugh ugh! They hunched over like shrimp, their knuckles digging into the table's edge, vomiting uncontrollably. Zhang Yan stepped back 2 steps in fear, looking at them with disgust in her eyes. "I've warned you all, but you wouldn't listen, who can you blame?" Wen Yao didn't care, they were just temporary partners, and they could turn against each other at any time. Li Chang had clearly lied, but Wen Yao still didn't know why he lied. At that moment, the hall felt like a curtain was being pulled open. In an instant, they found themselves in the center of a ball, surrounded by a crowd dressed in gorgeous attire, each wearing colorful masks. Wen Yao reacted quickly, putting on the red feather mask in her hand. She sensed that although she was still wearing a white shirt and dress pants, it had transformed into a diamond blue dance gown. Others were similar. Zhang Yan, 2 meters away, was dressed in a diamond ginger yellow dance gown. As for the other 5 gentlemen, they were likely wearing suits, but due to the crowd blocking her view, she couldn't see them. A beam of bright light shone on the center stage. Gentleman Noctis stood politely in the light, his white gloves and tailcoat sharply lined, even his eyelashes edged with cold gold. He gave a slight nod, his back bending at a 15-degree angle, with a gentlemanly and polite smile. "Dear guests, good evening. Welcome to this mask ball. I am the Lord of the Manor, Noctis." The audience erupted into warm applause. But Noctis's gaze silently landed on Wen Yao. When touching that cool angel blue, his eyes overflowed with amazement and admiration. She was impossibly beautiful. He continued, "Tonight's ball will end at midnight, please enjoy your joyful moments. Please note that those with numbered balls must dance at least 3 dances before leaving early. Now, I announce that the ball officially begins." The audience erupted in warm applause and cheers. Melodious and lively music echoed in the ballroom. Wen Yao looked towards the dark stage corner, where a grand piano stood, and a little puppet grinned and played the tune. Upon seeing Wen Yao, he raised his hand to wave. Wen Yao slightly nodded, her gaze shifting to the crowd that had begun to dance, where the sudden change of light revealed terrifying decaying flesh on the lower halves of their faces, and their gray fingers holding fans were adorned with black nails. Wen Yao's calm black eyes flickered. Everyone present was eerie, they disguised themselves as humans. Rather than a player's ball, it was more like this group's eerie gathering. The rules of the ball were 2. First, to leave early, one must dance at least 3 dances. Second, the ball ends before midnight, and players must return to their rooms. Wen Yao saw the couples dancing and understood that for 3 dances, a partner was necessary. But who to dance with was a problem. Another question was whether one could dance all 3 with the same partner. Wen Yao did not rush to find a partner but instead stepped aside to observe. Yang Shu also considered these points and immediately found Zhang Yan, pulling her away from the crowd. Seeing this, Chen Hao followed Yang Shu's steps. Zhang Wei and Li Chang also stepped back from the crowd. Only Wang Bin stood dazed, still lost in a half-crazed state. A woman in a sexy black dress walked up to Wang Bin. "Are you interested in dancing with me, sir?" The woman had golden hair and blue eyes, a beautiful face, a smile like a flower, and held a lace fan to lightly cover her snowy white chest, waiting for Wang Bin's response. Wen Yao, Zhang Yan, and others all noticed this scene and turned their gaze towards Wang Bin, the man who had only a face left, with a black crow mask hanging around his neck. Wang Bin's bloodshot eyes were full of daze, finally remembering he had been pulled into a terrifying game, and he was currently in the puppet manor. Alice, seeing he did not respond for a long time, took the initiative to hold his hand. "My name is Alice, what is your name?" "Wang Bin." He instinctively replied but found he could not break free from her hand. A trace of red light flashed in Alice's eyes as she giggled, using her fan to cover her serrated teeth. "What a lovely name, let's dance." As she spoke, she placed her hand on Wang Bin's shoulder, gliding him into the dance floor, even affectionately leaning against his neck. A slight numbness spread from his neck, and Wang Bin's expression shifted from resistance to slowly giving up struggling, showing a look of addiction and pleasure in his eyes. In Wen Yao and the other sight, Wang Bin was being devoured on the shoulder by the black-dressed eerie being, while Wang Bin looked pleased, completely unaware. After one dance, Wang Bin lost a small part of his body. With the first instance, different eerie women approached Wang Bin for the second and third dances. For the other eerie beings' 3 dances, their partners also changed, meaning one must switch partners for all 3 dances. Among the remaining 4 men present were Yang Shu, Zhang Wei, Chen Hao, and Li Chang. She and Zhang Yan could choose 3 among the group to dance and then leave early. As for the remaining 4, 3 could choose one eerie woman to dance with and leave. The last one would need to dance 3 full dances with an eerie woman before being allowed to leave. Of course, Yang Shu and the others also thought of this, all moving closer to Wen Yao. After the 3rd dance concluded, Wang Bin was left with just a head, which thudded heavily on the ground, rolling far away. The eerie beings present showed no concern, revealing creepy smiles at the passing head. Wang Bin half opened his eyes, staring blankly at the dome above. He was dying. No more lies to himself. His younger brother Wang Xiaogo was killed by him. After their parents died in an accident, he sold his 6-year-old brother to Fong Datong for 3,000 yuan to get living expenses. He couldn't support himself, let alone his brother, so he had to let Fong Datong find a good family to adopt Wang Xiaogo. But Fong Datong didn't find a buyer, so he broke Wang Xiaogo's hands and feet and made him beg on the street. After Wang Xiaogo died, he was thrown into the river by Fong Datong, and Wang Bin saw that bloated face but could never believe it was his brother. So he deceived himself and went to work in a factory out of town, thinking that as long as he earned enough money, he could buy Wang Xiaogo back. However, life is unpredictable. He entered a sweatshop that owed wages for 5 years and then ran away with the money. Later, he killed the boss's family and was sentenced to 2 years in prison, forced into a terrifying game. At the end of his life, he saw that swollen little face pick up his head and crush his eyeballs. Wang Xiaogo's voice rang in his ears. "Uncle, Auntie all said they would raise me, but you wouldn't let me stay, insisting on sending me away at night. I tried to escape several times, and that's why my hands and feet were broken. My good brother, just stay in this world with me." Wang Bin completely breathed his last. Little Gue Guai held Wang Bin's head and was submerged in the crowd. A number 7 ball was kicked by someone and rolled to Yang Shu's feet. Yang Shu suddenly looked at Zhang Wei. "You stole Wang Bin's number 6 ball." Zhang Wei looked at Li Chang. "It wasn't me, it was him." "Li Chang, Zhang Wei was the first to steal my number 5 ball, why can't I steal Wang Bin's number 6 ball?" Chen Hao tightened the number 4 ball in his pocket, thinking he had to stay away from Li Chang and Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had no shame at all, said to Yang Shu, "Survival of the fittest, in this terrifying game, it's either you die or I live. I have nothing to explain, if it were you, I wouldn't believe you wouldn't fight for it." Yang Shu had nothing to say, if it were him, he would indeed use all means to survive. Zhang Yan lifted her chin. "People are dead, what's the use of saying this? 3 dances, the first one with Yang Shu, the second one with Zhang Wei, the third one with Li Chang, Chen Hao, you can do as you please." Chen Hao was not satisfied, "Why not choose me? Zhang Yan, I like those who are fighting for it. You can ask Wen Yao if she chooses you." Seeing Zhang Yan's firm attitude, Chen Hao could only look at Wen Yao. "Miss Wen, do you also choose them?" The other 3 looked at Wen Yao, waiting for her answer. Wen Yao was about to speak when she was interrupted by Noctis. "Sorry, everyone, but tonight Miss Wen belongs to me." He smiled and looked at everyone. "Does anyone have objections?" Chen Hao looked frustrated. Who would dare to compete with the terrifying boss for someone, so he could only turn and leave. Yang Shu pulled Zhang Yan away, understanding the situation. Zhang Wei and Li Chang quickly followed Yang Shu's steps. Noctis lowered his gaze at Wen Yao, his light golden eyes filled with a bit of regret. "Miss Wen, you don't mind my presumption, right?" Wen Yao smiled and said, "I don't mind. In fact, compared to those 4, I prefer to dance with you." Noctis felt his heartbeat skip a beat, joy filling his chest. When the next tune played, Wen Yao rested her hand on Noctis's right hand, and he guided her into the dance floor. His hand rested on her waist, right hand holding hers, the two were very close. Wen Yao smelled the fresh rose fragrance on him, mixed with a hint of aged book pages. He probably just left the rose garden. The scent of aged book pages usually comes from a study or a library, but the map Ibu drew for her did not mark it, probably hidden away. Suddenly tightening at the waist, Wen Yao looked up and met his smiling eyes. "What are you thinking?" "Thinking about you." Wen Yao thought to herself that she had to take the initiative. She didn't want to waste time with her boyfriend. Even if he wasn't a complete boyfriend right now. Noctis was slightly taken aback, his fingers at her waist tightening silently. "What do you miss about me?" he asked softly, his voice trembling slightly. Wen Yao's fingertips brushed against his shoulder. "I miss when you tell the truth, your lover does not exist, right?" Noctis' dance faltered for half a beat. I didn't mean to lie." He lowered his gaze, carefully watching her, not missing any change in her expression. If she feared him, then he could only hide and think of ways to win her favor. Wen Yao smiled and guided him back to the rhythm. "What are you nervous about?" He flatly denied, "I am not nervous. Mr. Noctis, since you don't have a lover, would you like to date me?" The piano suddenly erupted with a loud sound, the music stopped, and the little doll fell on the stage, its wooden head looking towards them. The strange creatures froze, their breath stilled. Noctis stepped on his own foot in disbelief. What did you say? Wen Yao did not expect him to react so strongly and repeated slowly. Would you like to date me? The kind where we can kiss. But, didn't you say that no one would like a liar? Well, I don't like liars, but I like you. Because I like him, so I don't care if he lies? Noctis' pupils trembled slightly as he looked down at her serious expression, his heart racing uncontrollably. Alright, Miss One, I want to date you. Chapter 15, Doll Manor Headless Ball 15. The music started again, and the ball became even livelier, with the little dolls happily playing the piano. Wen Yao and Noctis danced the second dance. Wen Yao glanced at the crowd exchanging partners around her, lifted her eyes to Noctis, and smiled. Are you breaking the rules? According to the rules, I should switch to a new partner. Noctis tightened his arms, gazing into her eyes, smiling slightly. I have privileges, it's not a violation. Yao Yao, may I call you that? Sure, boyfriend. The title boyfriend pleased Noctis, and he chuckled softly, I will remember tonight, girlfriend. As his mood lifted, the music played by the little dolls became more lively and cheerful. They spun and leaped in the dance floor, embracing intimately, like a couple deeply in love. Wen Yao caught a glimpse of the happy little dolls on stage and looked at the equally joyful Noctis. Is the little doll another you? Yes, he is my heart. Wen Yao leaned her head against his chest but did not hear the sound of a heartbeat, his chest remained still. So his heart is with the little doll. As her intimacy drew closer, Noctis felt an immense joy, quietly savoring the moment of embrace. After the third song ended, Noctis instantly teleported away with Wen Yao. He used to find balls very interesting, but now the person in his arms made him care more, to the point where he felt no interest in any extra activities. In the ballroom, Jiang Yan and Li Chang finished the third dance and were about to leave, but Yang Shu grabbed her hand, reminding. Nian Nian, go back to your room directly, don't linger outside. I'll come find you later. Jiang Yan shook off his hand and raised an eyebrow. You can talk when you come back, it's 9 p.m. now, you still have 3 hours. She had noticed while dancing that Yang Shu and his group had not found any female strange beings willing to dance with them. So all three were short by 2 dances, while Chen Hao was short by 3. If they did not complete their tasks according to the rules before midnight, it could lead to some small troubles. Of course, with so many strange beings in the ballroom, small troubles could turn into big troubles, and perhaps all 4 would die here. Yang Shu, if you see Wen Yao, please let her know not to sleep early tonight, we need to hold a small meeting to discuss what we gathered during the day. Jiang Yan rolled her eyes in silence. I can't relay the message, she's in the blooms of love right now, and I don't want to touch bad luck. Moreover, it will be too late after midnight. Let's talk about it tomorrow, I'm leaving now, bye. Saying this, he quickly left, not wanting to blend in with this group of strange creatures at all. Zhang Wei, Li Chang, and Chen Hao gathered around. Zhang Wei looked at Yang Shu, what should we do? These female creatures do not accept our invitation. Yang Shu swallowed, his gaze unintentionally glancing at the grinning creatures. It's not that they don't accept, but we need to pay a certain price. Now we have 2 choices, 1, refuse to pay the price, wait for the ball to end, and possibly be devoured by the creatures. 2, pay the price, and we can leave. Li Chang's face turned pale, do we have to end up like Wang Bin, giving a part of ourselves to the creatures for just 1 dance? Yang Shu turned to Li Chang, not necessarily, the price isn't only a flesh and blood transaction. Zhang Wei furrowed his brows and pondered, there are still 3 hours left, I guess each female creature asks for something different. There are hundreds of them here, we can compare and choose the one with the lightest price. Yang Shu nodded, that's right, that's what I think too. Chen Hao suddenly said, I just thought of something, since we at least need to dance 3 dances, why can't Jiang Yan dance the 4th dance with me? The other 3 fell silent in unison. Li Chang said, why didn't you say this earlier? Jiang Yan has already left. Yang Shu replied, Jiang Yan has no reason to dance the 4th dance with you, and she's not a saint, no need for an outbreak of love. Zhang Wei glanced at Chen Hao with an unclear expression, Chen Hao must be holding ball number 4. With Wang Bin's death, he had guessed that the order of death began with number 7. And Yang Shu obviously knew something, but he had no intention of hinting to the others. Chen Hao protested, aren't you the captain? The captain should ensure the safety of the team members. Zhang Wei thought Chen Hao's mind was somewhat sick, it was already the 2nd night, and he was still so naive. Li Chang looked at Chen Hao in surprise, was he okay, actually saying such things? Yang Shu said coldly, I'm the captain, not a babysitter. If you don't want to listen to me, you can try to clear the level on your own, I won't take care of you. Chen Hao replied, that's not what I mean, I just want it to be fair. Fair? What a joke. Yang Shu said coldly and ruthlessly, once you enter this game, there is no such thing as fairness. Time is running out, you can figure it out yourselves. Saying this, he walked away on his own. Zhang Wei and Li Chang also looked for their targets. Chen Hao was left standing in place, not knowing what to do. Didn't anyone care about moral coercion? This trick used to work well, why isn't it effective now? A soft hand patted his shoulder. Chen Hao turned around and saw a young, beautiful woman in a red dress, wearing a red fish scale mask, with bright red lips and a curvy, sexy figure. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Her voice was both charming and soft. Chen Hao swallowed hard, even knowing the person in front of him was a creature, he was still attracted by her beautiful exterior. "How did you know my last name is Chen?" She held a fan covering half her mouth and laughed sweetly. "What? Don't you remember me? We just met not long ago, in the reception room." Chen Hao suddenly remembered the familiar face sitting next to her in the reception room, but he was too scared at that time and didn't take a close look. "Who exactly are you? I feel like I know you well, but I can't remember." The woman in the red dress smiled. "Want to know? Come with me. The ball has started, and it's not easy to take off the mask, but you can use the mirror next to the pillar to reflect the true face of the person." Chen Hao was afraid of being deceived and wouldn't move his feet. "I'm not too eager to know." The woman in red smiled charmingly. "You need 3 dance partners, right? I can let you trade with me to dance at the lowest cost." Chen Hao thought, can this really be so good? There must be a trap. But the woman in red had already seen through his thoughts. "I'll wait for you here, you can go find others to compare. However, please don't take too long, I can wait for you at most half an hour. If you miss it, the one who loses is you, not me." Chen Hao had already hit a wall many times before. Having a female creature willing to dance with him was a rare opportunity, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. "Okay, then wait for me." Chen Hao turned around and hurried to find someone to trade with. The piano music shifted from a lively style to a strange tune, making people's hearts tremble in fear. The eerie and bizarre were grinning with sharp teeth, smiling in a chilling way. Chen Hao shivered. One by one, he approached. "Hello, miss, can I dance with you? Trade your liver for it." "No liver, won't survive." "Next." "Trade your heart for it." "No heart means even less survival." "Next." "Trade your thigh for it." "You can live, but can't run." Chen Hao watched the clock tick away seconds, cold sweat dripping down his back, gritting his teeth to continue asking. He could definitely find a female monster who demanded the lightest price. Chapter 16 Doll Manor The Headless Ball 16. In half an hour, Chen Hao couldn't find a suitable female monster, and turned back to look for the woman in the red dress. Seeing her standing in place, he secretly felt relieved. Logically, people he knew should remember him, but he just couldn't recall who this woman in red was. From her attitude, she must know him. "What is your name?" "Wang Xiaohong." "Wang Xiaohong?" Chen Hao frowned. "I don't know anyone named Wang Xiaohong." Wang Xiaohong hooked her finger on his collar. "Come with me, look at my face, you might remember something." Chen Hao followed her to a pillar beside the ballroom, the mirror reflecting his unmasked face clearly. It also reflected the images of other monsters nearby before their deaths, like zombies, with bluish-gray bodies and missing various parts. Standing next to him was a woman in a red short dress, her hand broken, half of her face seemed crushed by something, horrifyingly shattered, while the other half was young and beautiful. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. "Sorry, I still don't remember who you are." "That's okay, let's dance. Maybe you'll remember soon." Wang Xiaohong pulled him into the dance floor, and Chen Hao suddenly realized he seemed to have been mesmerized, his head dizzy, walking along foolishly. Chen Hao wanted to break free from her hand, but found it impossible to shake her off. He forgot to ask what price she wanted. Cold sweat instantaneously drenched his back. As her head neared his neck, he trembled and asked. "Wait, even if you want to kill me, let me die clearly, I don't want to die unjustly." Wang Xiaohong's sharp teeth lightly bit his neck. "Don't worry, you won't die. With me, you only need to pay a little price, and you're not wronged." As her teeth dug into his neck, Chen Hao hazily saw several fragments flashing before his eyes. "So it's you." 2 years ago, at a crowded bus station, an elderly white-haired grandma came to wait for the bus, but the seats on the station were all occupied. Among them, a young girl in a red dress saw the old lady coming but didn't stand up to give her seat, so he stood on the moral high ground and made the girl get up. The girl didn't rise, and he scolded her more harshly, gaining the approval of the surrounding people, who condemned the girl. The girl appeared somewhat bewildered, she stood up but was pushed from behind, fell into the roadway, and was hit by a passing vehicle, dying on the spot. Only then did he realize the girl was blind and disabled. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Due to the crowd, no one saw who pushed her. Because of this incident, he felt guilty for a while, but because she was a stranger, and it wasn't his hand that caused it, he gradually forgot. Now he knew, that girl's name was Wang Xiaohong. There were other young people occupying seats at that time, but why did he choose her? Probably because he couldn't bully the others, so he picked the softest target. Now, it could be seen as karma. In the moonlight of the rose garden, Noctis personally arranged a bunch of bright red roses, formally asking Wen Yao to be his girlfriend. Wen Yao hugged the roses with both hands, happily agreeing. She didn't expect Noctis to be so formal. If she hadn't stopped him, he would still want to pick all the roses to set up the scene. Let the petals cover the ground. Noctis could not describe his feelings at this moment, his chest filled with a joyful emotion, feeling incredibly satisfied. Noctis, this head is not yours, right? It is mine, I made it with my own hands. He asked carefully, are you not satisfied with this head? No. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Yao looked up at him, a faint smile appearing on her cold face. Noctis, have you thought about a question? What question? If you used someone else's head to make a head for yourself, when kissing, is it in kissing me, or you kissing me? Noctis's face suddenly cracked, he had never thought of this question, his eyes filled with conflict. But, I have used this head for a long time, and it is my most satisfying work. Wen Yao looked him over, a strand of red hair in his black short hair, his handsome face, except for the peculiar glass eye, looked quite perfect. Wen Yao said sternly. Then we can't kiss, I can't accept someone else's lips kissing mine. Boyfriend's body, someone else's head, this is simply impossible. Noctis. Is there no negotiation? Baby. He tried to act cute in that man's tone. Wen Yao, no means no, unless you put on your own head. Noctis felt wronged, but if I put on my own head, the game will end. Baby, are you still thinking about your ex-boyfriend? So you don't want to kiss me? My ex-boyfriend? Who? She had no idea she had an ex-boyfriend. Noctis, the guy named Xin Yanjun. Isn't Xin Yanjun him? Wen Yao's dark eyes flickered, was that bowl of noodles really made by you? Noctis sensed something unusual, deadpan, I made it, baby. Though he said that, a sour feeling uncontrollably surged in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. You actually like the person who made this bowl of noodles, not me, right? Wen Yao, didn't you already know? I initially said I was moved by the person who made this bowl of noodles. Her eyes narrowed slightly, or, is there someone else who made this bowl of noodles, and you took someone else's credit? Noctis's heart jumped, I didn't, I made it. He said it super loud. Wen Yao found it amusing, as long as you made it, why are you yelling so loudly? He is Xin Yanjun, but not entirely Xin Yanjun. It could only be said to be part of Xin Yanjun. She loved Xin Yanjun, so she accepted every part of him. Noctis. What should he say? He saw that man make egg noodles step by step, then copied it one by one. It counts as he made them himself, but the recipe was provided by that man. The person she likes clearly refers to the man who provided the recipe. Noctis felt lemon sour, hugging Wen Yao from behind. Baby, can you only like me? Wen Yao, the only person I like is you. No matter which side you show, she likes you. Noctis felt both jealous and happy, baby, can you kiss me? Wen Yao, no, don't even think about me kissing you if you don't switch back your head. Noctis's pale golden eyes sparkled with conflict, it's not the end of the game yet, baby. Wen Yao, alright, then can you leak some clues to me? Like, where is your correct head? Noctis hummed, refusing to speak, just tightening his arms around her. Wen Yao didn't press on, quietly embracing him. Until very late, Wen Yao yawned. Noctis, I am sleepy. Okay, let's go back to sleep. Noctis reluctantly sent her back to her room. He stood at the door, looking pitiful, baby, can I sleep with you? In his fleeting memories, that man often hugged Wen Yao to sleep and would do some inappropriate things. Wen Yao's dark eyes flickered with a smile, no. Why? I don't want to sleep with someone else's head. Noctis's eyes flashed with annoyance, he shouldn't have changed heads. Good night, Noctis. Good night, baby. The next day, room 3's door was wide open. Wen Yao stood at the door, looking at the group of people inside the room, not one missing. Zhang Yan, Yang Shu, and Zhang Wei were all present. Li Chang was missing his left ear. Chen Hao had lost his left arm, his face as pale as paper, hunched over, and his lower body stained with blood, possibly from an injury to his vital part or its complete loss. He was the most severely injured, but no one cared. Yang Shu looked around and spoke. Today is the third day of entering the instance, we don't have much time left. Third day? Wen Yao was confused, isn't it the second day? Yang Shu replied, when we came in, it was all daytime, but you entered before the evening ball. I originally wanted to ask you, why did you enter later than us? Not only did she enter later, but Noctis's attitude toward her was clearly unusual. Wen Yao said, I don't understand either. After browsing through the system treaty, she changed her clothes and was teleported to the instance, with heads rolling at the start. Zhang Nian said to Yang Shu. Discussing this now is meaningless. The important issue is to clear the level and survive. Can you hurry up? Yang Shu stopped questioning. Surviving was indeed more important than anything else. He looked at Wen Yao. Did you find any clues yesterday in the central ballroom? Wen Yao nodded and shared the lyrics she had heard. A little boy has countless troubles. Uncle is roaring in the study. Mother is crying by the window. Father leaves in a fit of anger. The noise outside is very loud. The maid tells him a fairy tale to lull him to sleep. The little boy sneaks out, stones clinking against his forehead. Mother cries again, and uncle roars even louder. From then on, the little boy never dared to run out alone. Until another winter snow, orange-red dyeing the night sky. Everyone disappeared. Wen Yao said, the little boy is Noctis. A great fire once occurred in this manner, burning everyone to ashes. Unlocking the mystery of the fire might lead us to the location of the correct head. Yang Shu nodded in agreement and looked at everyone. In the specimen room, I saw the heads of the Ford family and the heads of villagers from the entire Kenna village. The villagers died in a state of hunger, so even in death, their souls are crying out for food. Ford Joseph is Noctis's father, who cursed his son as a demon before dying. Therefore, the people in the underground specimen room were all killed by Noctis. Wen Yao frowned slightly, her eyes filled with deep thought. Recalling what the little puppet had said about seeing her father only twice, it seemed their relationship was not good. But no matter how bad their relationship was, it wasn't to the point of killing one's own family. Unless the Ford family did something extremely wrong. Did you see the heads of Noctis's mother and uncle in the basement? Yang Shu replied, I checked, there were no heads of his mother and uncle, not even those of the manor's servants. Wen Yao said, then I can reasonably deduce that the fire had something to do with the Ford family and the villagers of Kenna. He was still young at that time and wouldn't kill for no reason. Yang Shu said, I think the same, his mother, uncle, and the people in the whole manor perished in that fire, giving him a motive to kill. Zhang Wei asked, so what about the heads? Did Noctis not only cut off others' heads but also his own? That seemed unlikely. Zhang Yan thought for a moment. My guess is that the little boy, in his quest for revenge, sacrificed his own head to a demon. This kind of act is often seen in foreign films. Yang Shu wiped his face. Nian, this is not a movie. Zhang Nian retorted loudly. I'm just using it as a reference. Moreover, Joseph cursing his son as a demon clearly implies that the little boy sacrificed himself to gain the power of a demon. Yang Shu asked, so what is your conclusion? Zhang Nian said, find the place of the sacrifice, there should be a formation inscribed there, and what's placed in the center of the formation might be Noctis's head. It sounded quite reasonable, but also a bit magical. Zhang Wei asked, is there really such a thing as a formation? Zhang Nian shot him a glance, otherwise, where does Noctis's strength come from? Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. The end of science is metaphysics, your statement has some truth to it. We need to search the remaining places to confirm. Seeing her agreement, Zhang Nian proudly lifted her chin. Yang Shu's mouth twitched, not making any comment. He looked at Zhang Wei, did you find any clues in the hidden painting corridor? Zhang Wei replied, that is a corridor like an esophagus, it eats people. Inside, there is a painting where Li Chang and I ran in, meeting the villagers of Kenna village seeking help from Hall Manor. By the way, Hall was the former owner of this manor, he is also Noctis's uncle, and his sister Evelyn is Noctis's mother. Li Chang added, the portrait outside shows a family of 3, actually it is Noctis and his uncle's portrait, the woman inside is Evelyn, and the man is Hall. We heard the villagers of Kenna say that Evelyn is fighting with Joseph for divorce, and both sides are competing for custody of the child. Also, Hall is a kind person, he has helped the villagers of Kenna for 5 consecutive years, but I feel that those villagers are somewhat ungrateful. When Yao raised her eyes to look at him, why do you say that? Li Chang said, I went to borrow clothes from the villagers, out of more than 100 villagers, not a single person was willing to lend, they even avoided me. Not one person showed kindness, indicating that this group of people is collectively selfish. Moreover, they received 5 years of help from Hall, yet secretly discussed his sister Evelyn's divorce, worrying that Evelyn would spend Hall's assets on the lawsuit, thus affecting the supplies they receive. Isn't that a betrayal? They haven't even received supplies yet, and already considered Hall's money as their own. In my opinion, Hall has raised their appetite, if it were me, giving 1 bun each day would be good enough. They shouldn't even think about food, bed, or clothes. The people of Kenna village indeed have problems, otherwise, Noctis wouldn't have killed them. Yang Shu looked at Chen Hao, who had a hand-eaten, what about you? Did you and Wang Bin find any clues in the reception room yesterday? Chen Hao shook his head, as soon as I went in, I immediately broke a finger, only Wang Bin was inside. Wang Bin is dead, and they have no way of knowing what Wang Bin encountered in the reception room. Zhang Yan asked, did you see a magic circle in the reception room? Chen Hao replied, no, inside there were a bunch of strange creatures sitting at the long reception table. Once you sit at the table, you have to start a gambling game. If you lose, your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs have to be taken out, so before the game started, I broke my finger and ran away. Chapter 18, Doll Manor Headless Ball 18. Yang Shu secretly calculated, there is no head of Noctis in the reception room, hidden painting corridor, underground specimen room, and the central ballroom. That leaves 4 places, the sewing room in the west, the puppet theater, the central clock tower, and the guillotine garden. Currently, there are 6 people left, 2 per group, allowing for 3 places to be explored. Today is the 3rd day. Which of the remaining 4 places do you choose? I will go to the guillotine garden with Jiang Nian. Wen Yao said, I will still go alone, I will head to the clock tower. Chen Hao asked, Brother Yang, can I join your group? Yang Shu coldly refused, you have always been dissatisfied with my sister Jiang Nian, I can't take the risk of being in a group with you. Jiang Nian glanced at Yang Shu and let out a cold hum. Chen Hao then remembered that he had targeted Jiang Nian twice before. Yang Shu refused to team up with him, fearing that he might secretly push Jiang Nian. Brother Yang, I lost an arm, I won't do anything to Jiang Nian. Yang Shu's face was expressionless, the jealousy of humans is immeasurable, I will not place a ticking time bomb next to Nian Nian. Jiang Nian lowered her eyelashes, hiding the thin mist that rippled in her eyes. Why did it take so long? The one who hurt her the deepest is clearly him, but he is also the one who has protected her all along. Zhang Wei looked at Chen Hao and volunteered, Chen Hao can join us, we'll go to the puppet theater. Chen Hao didn't really want to go with Zhang Wei and the others, but with his current injuries, acting alone would only lead to an earlier death. So he accepted Zhang Wei's words. Yang Shu's gaze calmly passed over Zhang Wei, Li Chang, and Chen Hao's faces, his eyes darkening. Alright, fine. If he remembered correctly, Chen Hao had the number 4 ball, Zhang Wei had the number 5 ball, and Li Chang had the number 6 ball. He hid one thing. When he escaped from the underground specimen room, he saw 7 empty glass jars, corresponding to the number balls of 7 people. The order of death was 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wang Bin, who had the 7 ball, died first. Next was Li Chang, who had the 6 ball. Once Li Chang died, Zhang Wei would surely guess the order of death in advance and take action. But that didn't matter to him, he was the 2 ball, and Nian Nian was the 3 ball. As long as they found the head before the person with the 4 ball died, they could clear the game, and neither he nor Nian Nian had to die. The group began to split up and search. Wen Yao walked behind, her mind quickly sorting through the clues. Hall, Evelyn, Noctis, and the servant were on the same team. The Ford family and the villagers of Kenner were enemies, otherwise, Noctis wouldn't have beheaded them. Villagers, snow disaster, supplies, Hall, Evelyn, divorce, huge lawsuit fees. In the lyrics, the noise outside was loud, a little boy sneaked out and got hit on the head by stones. The noisy people should refer to the villagers of Kenner, and the ones throwing stones were the village children. Under the influence of adults, the village children vented their anger towards Noctis for not getting more supplies. The uncle roared, likely Hall scolding the villagers for their greed. The little boy had only seen his father twice, and his father had a stern face, obviously, Joseph was not a qualified father. If Evelyn could fight for a divorce, their marital relationship must have broken down. The mother cried by the window. A woman wanting a divorce wouldn't shed a single tear for her ex-husband, she might only cry for her own son. It was inferred that she was worried about her son's future single-parent life. The father angrily left. This, presumably, was about custody issues that weren't settled. Until another heavy snowfall, the orange-red light filled the night sky, and everyone disappeared. It was imagined that during the first time the villagers got very few supplies, there would have been a riot with Hall. Normally, good people would refuse to help a second time. That is, when the second heavy snowfall came, the villagers sought help from Hall again, but Hall refused. When people were starving to the extreme, they would indeed act irrationally, such as raiding the manor's food supplies, deliberately setting fires, and creating chaos. But unexpectedly, the fire got out of control, killing people in the manor, and only Noctis survived. Next was undoubtedly Noctis's revenge. But she couldn't figure out one thing, the villagers were guilty for arson, but what did the Ford family do to make Noctis wipe them out completely? This was a point of doubt. Another point of doubt was how the little boy gained power. A sacrifice? How did he know how to make a sacrifice? If sacrifices were useful, why didn't the first person who knew about sacrifices do one? It seemed like she needed to look elsewhere in the manor and find other clues. Baby, what are you thinking? Wen Yao looked up and met Noctis, who was holding a bowl of egg noodles, smiling at her. Wen Yao walked a few steps to the dining table, meeting his gaze, thinking about you. Noctis's smile deepened as he placed the egg noodles on the table and pulled out her chair. I miss you too, baby, thought about you all night. Wen Yao stared at the noodles with 2 fried eggs, smiling. Thank you, Noctis. You're welcome, baby. Wen Yao sat down, enjoying the loving breakfast he made. Noctis, aren't you hungry? I haven't seen you eat anything. Especially since he hadn't opened his mouth once, always speaking through ventriloquism. He propped his chin, his light golden eyes sparkling with amusement. I'm not hungry. Baby, do you want to eat something different tonight? Whatever you make, I'll eat. I'm not picky. She wasn't a picky eater. When the clinic was busy before, Shen Yanjin would bring her meals, and she ate whatever he made. And he had grown from a kitchen novice to a master chef. Every day was different. Noctis's gaze flickered. Last night, fragments of memory flashed in his mind again. At the end of a dim street, there was a small clinic, named Clinic Number 7. And Wen Yao was clearly the heir of the clinic. In front of the clinic, there were always some inexplicable people seeking treatment. Sometimes, she would pick up bloodied men from the roadside to treat them. The charging standards varied. It depended on the patient's worth, sometimes $100,000, other times $10 million, with a huge difference. But how did her ex-boyfriend, Shen Yanjin, take advantage of her? In the middle of the night, he fell from the sky, crashing through from the third floor to the first floor, and without money to compensate, he insisted on doing chores to pay off his debt. Ironically, the first time he cooked, he blew up her kitchen. The debt increased again. He suspected that it was intentional, wanting to stay by Yao Yao's side. He absolutely would not admit that he was jealous again. Even if he was another version of himself. Baby, do you like me or do you like Shen Yanjin more? Wen Yao swallowed the last bite of her fried egg, looking at him speechlessly. This question was just like asking if my mom and I fell into the water, who would I save first? Noctis, you should know I'm a very tolerant woman. So, for the entire forest, I like all of them. I just want to give every boy a home, you should understand that. Forced to become a sea king, Wen Yao looked at his aggrieved expression and happily finished a big bowl of egg noodles. Chapter 19, Puppet Manor, The Headless Ball 19. Baby, you must be joking, right? Wen Yao turned to look at him and smiled. If you really want an answer, then I can only say this. Seeing him still looking aggrieved and silent, stubbornly staring at her, hoping she would change her mind. Wen Yao smiled and said, Noctis, do you want to swap your head back for one night? If you do, we can do something a little excessive tonight. Noctis's pupils trembled, instantly understanding what she meant, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Then, he showed a look of regret, saying, Baby, it might not be possible. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Then can you give me some clues? Noctis, baby, if your gaze lingers on me a bit more, perhaps there might be some rewards. Wen Yao looked him up and down, but she saw his figure fading in the air, gradually disappearing. And his voice suddenly echoed in the hall, as if she were currently in his stomach. Baby, the second ball starts tomorrow night at 7. At the same time, others also received the party invitation. Wen Yao recalled the anomalies with Noctis. Except for the head not being his, he always wore a black suit, white gloves, with a red bow tie around his neck, his skin pale and cold. She had never seen him take off his gloves. Wrapped tightly, it suggested concealing something, like scars or patterns. Wen Yao squinted her eyes. No wonder he ran away immediately, he was afraid she would check. This matter would be set aside for now. She needed to head to the clock tower. Wen Yao went out the door, and saw a 5-story Gothic clock tower, dark and eerie. Beyond the clock tower was the guillotine garden. Zhang Nian and Yang Shu must have already arrived there. If she reached the top of the clock tower, she might see them. Wen Yao arrived at the foot of the clock tower, noticing a staircase nearby, a black staircase winding upward. Inside, small windows were opened at intervals, so the corridor was not dark, instead, it was half bright. Dawn. The bells rang at 9:30. Wen Yao stepped into the clock tower. With a click, it sounded like an old camera's flash taking a picture. Wen Yao turned back, only to find the staircase door had disappeared, replaced by a downward spiral staircase, leading to an unknown place. In the next second, the staircase beneath her feet slowly coiled upward, like a giant black python climbing up. Wen Yao looked out toward the small window, and what he saw was not a landscape but fragments of screens. A 3-year-old blonde boy joyfully made snowballs in the snow, while a maid carefully watched him nearby. In the corner of the distant corridor, a little puppet also stared at him. Dawn. The clock struck 10. The stairs stopped, the screens in the small window disappeared, and outside was a thick fog, rendering everything invisible. Wen Yao counted the seconds in her heart. After 60 seconds, the stairs moved up again. In the hallway, it seemed like time could not be perceived. Clearly, she felt she had only watched the screen for 2 minutes, yet every half hour the clock chimed. Moreover, she noticed that the stairs stopped every half hour. After 5 stops, the stairs changed direction and started moving downwards. The clock tower had 5 levels, perfectly corresponding to the 5 stops, that is, after the 5th stop she would exit at the top floor, the 10th stop would be at the ground floor, and the 15th stop would again be at the top. Now, she was on the 8th stop, which should be the 3rd floor. Sure enough, the small window played a screen from the 3rd floor that she had just seen. On the screen, the blonde boy was still playing, but there was always a puppet peeking at him. Exactly, she felt the word peeking was more fitting. This puppet was not the same as the one from the dance hall. Wen Yao vaguely sensed something was off. This puppet gave her an evil feeling. its gaze towards the boy held malice. At the 10th stop, she had already spent 5 hours on the stairs, exiting would take her to the door. But she had no intention of going out, the stairs started moving again. She wanted to go to the top floor to take a look. On the other side, Yang Shu pulled Jiang Nian running wildly in the guillotine garden, with a giant rat chasing behind, its tail sparking and crackling. In the maze-like garden corridor, the pathways were paved with black, gray, and white checkered tiles, with varying intervals between each color. Jiang Nian gasped for breath, I can't run anymore. Yang Shu held onto her without letting go, his sharp eyes spotting a black tile ahead, while the large rat had already closed in. His gaze flashed, and he quickly said, Nian Nian, I just saw a caterpillar fall into your clothes. Ah! Jiang Nian screamed in fear, her speed suddenly accelerating, why didn't you say it sooner? She was most afraid of caterpillars. Yang Shu seized the opportunity to dash with her into the black tile area, and the big rat came to a stop. Seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately collapsed onto the ground, out of breath, and anxiously said, Where's the caterpillar? Quickly get it out for me. I was joking. Jiang Nian glared at him fiercely, you lied to me again. Yang Shu looked at her helplessly, a smile in his eyes, as long as it works. Just a few hours ago, he and Nian Nian came to the guillotine garden and found it was a huge maze. 3-meter-high rose thorn walls stood, and the paths were laid with black, gray, and white tiles. At every turn, there was a guillotine, and on each platform sat white plaster heads with different expressions, lifelike. It was like a gallery of plaster head sculptures. As soon as they entered, they encountered a big black rat, in front of which was a sign that read, to explore further, play with me the game of, mouse catches little people. The game rules, turn the black, gray, and white 3-color wheel every hour. The color the pointer points to is the safe zone, where one can rest for 15 minutes. Exceed the time and fail to leave, and you will be executed right there. Upon stepping into the garden, the entrance shifted instantly. This meant they had to escape while searching for the entrance during the game. Jiang Nian said in despair, I really can't run anymore. Yang Shu licked his dry lips, hang on a little longer, Nian Nian. They had been playing for quite a while, their stamina nearing its limit, and the worst part was that they had lost their direction. They had turned too many corners, and several paths seemed to be ones they had run through 2 or 3 times, but the entrance was still nowhere to be found. At this moment, the clock tower's bells rang from the east. Yang Shu's eyes suddenly brightened, right. It is the sound of bells, the position of the bells always unchanged. Where will that door be? Jiang Nian raised her eyes to look at the particularly white and smooth head at the corner. Yang Shu, look, that head is missing an eye. Yang Shu followed her gaze, a spark of realization flashed in his mind, yes, the direction of the heads is the same, all facing southwest. The entrance must be in the southwest position. Because when he and Nian Nian entered from the east, the head at the corner was facing east. At the moment they moved to the entrance, the head also turned in direction. The sound of crackling echoed, it was the big black rat giving a hint. Yang Shu knew it was time to start turning the dial again. A dial appeared out of thin air, Yang Shu raised his hand and turned it, the dial gradually slowed down, the pointer landed on gray. Nian Nian, get ready, it's starting, the next destination is the gray floor tiles, southwest direction. Jiang Nian cried out and climbed up. Your luck is way too bad, the next gray one is so far away, can you do it? Next time let me try. The color of the black tiles began to flicker, as it turned white, Yang Shu pulled Jiang Nian and they ran again. As Jiang Nian passed that beautiful smooth head, she took a curious glance and quickly caught up with Yang Shu's footsteps. Chapter 20, Puppet Manor Headless Ball 20. Puppet Theater. On stage, Li Chang looked terrified, frantically shouting to the people below. Brother Zhang Wei, save me, please save me. As long as you save me, I'll do whatever you want. He was controlled by invisible threads, his body twisted strangely, hanging in the air. Hundreds of wooden puppets sat in the audience, all staring at the performance on stage, their smiles eerie and chilling. Zhang Wei and Chen Hao sat in the center of the front row. Chen Hao's face was pale, his eyes darting to the puppets tilting their heads to look at them, trembling as he said. Brother Zhang Wei, what should we do? He didn't want to die yet. After entering the puppet theater, they were surrounded by the puppet crowd. The leader puppet with a voice on stage smiled and asked them to enjoy the play. Li Chang was the chosen lucky audience, forced to go on stage for an interactive performance. Zhang Wei kept a calm face watching the stage, but his fingertips under the seat couldn't stop trembling. Don't look back, look ahead. The rules had a hint right from the start, to watch the stage play. Li Chang was forced to jump, like a marionette, into a bizarre dance. In the next second, a crack sounded, Li Chang's neck was twisted, his eyes wide open, staring at the audience. Zhang Wei, totally breathless. Chen Hao. Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's hand went into his pocket, gripping the dagger tightly. The puppets below applauded loudly. The blood-stained red curtain fell, with a snap, the lights shone on the puppet host. Jiang Wei noticed the puppet's chest lit up with a golden emblem, a rose in the center of gears. This undoubtedly represented the emblem of some big family. The puppet host smiled. Next, we will conduct a new round of lucky audience selection. The big dial on stage spun. Chen Hao felt his breath almost stop. All the audience names were written on it, including his and Jiang Wei's. The dial stopped, and the puppet host announced, "Let's welcome Mr. Leon." A beam of light shone on a corner of the audience. Leon? Chen Hao stared in shock at the headless body standing up from the audience. That was Leon's headless body, still wearing the suit he died in, stained with blood. Due to the darkness when they entered, he only knew there were wooden puppets around, but didn't realize there were other headless bodies sitting as well. Right next to Leon, he also saw the headless bodies of Brian and He Qingshan. If he looked closer, he would notice that the further back the audience sat, all were headless people, some of whom had entered together, along with former players. Leon's headless body stepped toward the stage. The puppet host stepped aside. The curtain opened again. Leon was performing his struggle stance just before death by hanging. The ventriloquist's voice cried out, heart-wrenching. The audience below erupted with eerie laughter, as if what was happening on stage was a comedic movie. Chen Hao was shocked, cold sweat pouring down his back. They had been sitting there for who knows how long, and he might be next. "Brother Jiang Wei, what should we do?" A dagger was pressed against his abdomen, and a cold, emotionless voice whispered in his ear. "Take out your number 4 ball." Chen Hao turned in horror. "Brother Jiang Wei." Jiang Wei said coldly, "Take it out, don't make me say it a third time, otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing you right now." When Li Chang was suddenly selected, he guessed that the order of death would be 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why was 1 last? Because Wen Yao was the one the strange being had its eyes on, clearly saved for last. That ruthless Yang Shu must know the order of death, which is why he wasn't anxious. Because Yang Shu had the number 2 ball, and his sister Jiang Nian had the number 3 ball. If the next to die was Yang Shu or his sister, Yang Shu would likely act faster than him, rather than outright refuse Li Chang and Chen Hao's request to find clues together. Old players all knew that newcomers were meant to be cannon fodder. And he happened to have shared a game with Yang Shu before, witnessing how ruthless Yang Shu was towards new players. So Yang Shu was definitely not a good person. Damn! That guy must have known the order of death in advance, but chose to keep it hidden to avoid internal conflict. Chen Hao had lost an ear and a hand last night. He was no match for Jiang Wei, so he had no choice but to hand over the number ball. "Brother Jiang Wei, here's the number 4 ball, I only ask you to take me out of the puppet theater, I don't want to be tortured to death." Jiang Wei took the number 4 ball and threw the number 5 ball back to him. "I can't guarantee I can take you out safely. If you are the next lucky audience member, I will end you early." Chen Hao's face turned even paler. He realized that even if he left the puppet theater, the next to die would definitely be him. If he could find Noctis's correct head in advance, then he wouldn't have to die. But would Lady Luck favor him? The answer was clearly no. Because he was a despicable moral degenerate. Besides Wang Xiaohong, he owed 2 more lives. He thought this should be the root of why he was forced into the game. The bell tower. Wen Yao paused on the stairs for the 15th time and took a few steps to the exit. Sure enough, she stepped out onto the top floor of the bell tower. She saw the real puppet manor. Surrounded by mist, she couldn't see beyond a certain distance. But she could see traces of destruction everywhere in the manor, collapsed corners, and tattered eaves. The big bell loomed like a giant eye, overseeing the entire decaying manor. Wen Yao looked towards the guillotine garden and vaguely saw 2 figures desperately fleeing, being chased by a large rat, its tail sparking with fire. So this was Nebu's true appearance. Wen Yao glanced back to examine an ancient, heavy door in front of her. A small red-haired puppet was pinned against the door by a golden sword. It was the puppet that had been lurking in the shadows, spying on the blonde boy. Wen Yao did not pull out the golden sword, but instead crouched down and took out a scalpel to part its messy red hair. In the center of the puppet's forehead was a gilded emblem, featuring a rose design with 3 petals in the middle of gears. Wen Yao's eyes darkened slightly. This puppet did not belong to Noctis's collection. Because she had observed that there was no such emblem among the servant puppets. And the puppet containing Noctis's heart in the ballroom also did not have such a design. Was this a foreign puppet, or a puppet with malicious intent toward Noctis? Then, Wen Yao found an embroidered name on its clothing, Ford OS. Ford, the emblem, the puppet. This was a puppet from the Ford family. Why would the Ford family create such a strange puppet? Or perhaps it was a puppet with thoughts of its own. As Joseph, the father of Noctis, would he not know about the little puppet's covetousness towards Noctis? His ability to compete with Evelyn for custody shows he pays a lot of attention to Noctis. Clearly, Joseph must know about the little puppet, perhaps even allowing it to secretly observe Noctis. Wen Yao felt she was already touching the edge of the truth. Evelyn and Joseph's divorce troubles might be more than just a broken relationship. Chapter 21, Puppet Manor the Headless Ball 21. It seemed she needed to ask Zhang Wei and the others about Evelyn and Joseph's divorce. Wen Yao stood up and carefully examined the heavy, ancient door, which had a line of words on it. May love and the stars grant me eternal sleep. Eternal sleep? Who wants eternal sleep? Noctis's face flashed through her mind inexplicably. A slight pain suddenly surfaced in her chest. Wen Yao suddenly had a bad premonition but managed to suppress it. She raised her eyes and discovered an unfinished chess game beside her. The winner may enter the door. This means if she wins the game, she can enter the door. Since she was already here, there was no reason to give up halfway. Wen Yao had played chess before, and she moved the pieces with her fingertips. When she made a move, the opponent's side moved automatically. Both sides were evenly matched, neither giving in. But Wen Yao noticed a flaw and was about to move her piece when a man with a white-gloved hand firmly grasped her small hand. The man's low laughter rang in her ears. Baby, can you let me have a move? Wen Yao's gaze fell on that white-gloved hand, which only showed the palm while the body remained invisible. The voice was very close to her ear, as if he was half hugging her while playing chess. She lowered her eyes. He didn't want her to enter the door. Noctis, there's no reason to let someone have a move in chess. As she spoke, she was about to press her piece down, but he held her hand tightly. In the next second, his figure gradually became visible, his left arm embracing her waist, while his right hand held hers in the game, chuckling softly. Baby, how about a deal? You let me have a move, and I'll let you explore the secrets on me. Wen Yao tilted her head, meeting his beautiful light golden left eye, raising an eyebrow. Any part? She was indeed very interested in the abnormalities on him. Noctis smiled and tilted his neck, showcasing the bow tie around it. How about starting from here? Wen Yao glanced at the red bow tie. Alright, that's fine. She grabbed his collar. But you can't disappear halfway, like you just did. Instantly vanishing, completely ungraspable, untouchable. Noctis chuckled lowly, his gaze revealing a hot tremble. Okay, baby. He wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled. Baby, do you want to hear my true voice? Wen Yao answered honestly, I want to. He took her hand upwards, placing it on the bow tie around his neck, laughter spilling from his eyes. Turn it, baby. Turn it? This reminded Wen Yao of a toy puppy. Turning the switch would make the puppy run. Wen Yao's mouth twitched slightly. The texture under her hand was indeed not a fabric bow tie but a hard touch. Moreover, there was no warmth in his body. With a click, the bow tie was turned by her. The sound of gears clicking echoed. Wen Yao's fingertips paused. Indeed, it was a large human-shaped toy. But he laughed enticingly. Baby, keep going. His voice was deep and magnetic, making her ears tingle. Her fair fingertips turned again, continuous clicking sounds resonating until it was twisted to the end. With a thud, the internal reverse gear whirred rapidly, and then lost control directly. In the next second, his body joints emitted white smoke, his hands and feet collapsing like they were paralyzed on the ground, and white smoke also billowed from his ears and nose, as if the internal wiring had burned out. His head barely lifted before crashing heavily to the floor. Wen Yao's pupils shrank, hurriedly twisting the bow tie counterclockwise, her tone surprisingly calm. What happened? Noctis's eyes gleamed with more laughter. Baby, you broke me. Wen Yao's chest heaved for a moment, her pupils dilated, silently twisting his bow tie back in place. She cupped his face, her dark eyes staring deeply into his, and said seriously, Noctis, this joke is not funny at all. The smoke emanating from him did not improve, instead, more thick smoke poured out. Wen Yao's heart suddenly tightened as she looked into his eyes, judging whether he was joking. Noctis chuckled softly, baby, I'm not joking. Farewell, baby. Wen Yao held his face, her fingertips applying slight pressure, gritting her teeth, Noctis. Stop playing. He was an odd boss. While others said farewell, he could never say farewell. But in the next moment, his mouth, which had never opened before, slightly cracked to release more thick smoke. His eyes filled with regret and longing, his voice weak as he said, baby, I'm not lying, this is my lifeline, cough. He turned his head and let out another puff of smoke, like spitting out blood. Goodbye, baby, I love you. Wen Yao watched his skilled performance, took a deep breath, and leaned close to his ear, saying extremely loudly, if you dare to say goodbye, I will find someone else as my boyfriend, like Yang Shu, he's not bad looking after all. Upon hearing this, he quickly grabbed her waist and exclaimed, I forbid it. I'm not dead yet. Wen Yao looked at him coldly. In that moment, she felt her heart was about to stop. Did you not say you wanted to say goodbye? Noctis's body stiffened, the smoke coming from him paused for a second, then continued to billow out endlessly. He pitifully asked, baby, only love can retain me, will you give me a little bit of love? Wen Yao once again cradled his face, seriously saying, not a little bit, I love you very much, very much. A flicker of disappointment crossed Noctis's eyes. You don't love me, you love Shen Yanjin. He saw that man winning her heart by pretending to be weak and helpless. Wen Yao replied, you are the same person, I love him, and I love you. Noctis's heart suddenly raced, pounding painfully in his ears. But I'm not as good looking as him. His body was tattered, not as perfect as Shen Yanjin's. It doesn't matter, I like it, that's enough. Seeing him hesitate, the smoke continued to spew out endlessly. Wen Yao simply asked, what do you need to do to return to your original form? Noctis's eyes flickered, as long as I say it, can you do it? Wen Yao nodded, Noctis smiled, kiss me. Wen Yao stared at his face, are you sure? You used someone else's head, if I kiss it, I'm still kissing someone else. Noctis replied, I'm sure. Wen Yao stared at him for 2 seconds, seeing his determined expression, sighed internally, leaned in slowly towards his lips, but at the moment she was about to touch them, he blocked her with his hand. Noctis smiled with a hint of seriousness, baby, you are right, I don't want you to kiss someone else. Under Wen Yao's dangerous gaze, Noctis's body instantly returned to normal. Noctis hugged her and instantly teleported to the dining table, which was already filled with hot food. Baby, it's late, it's time for dinner. Wen Yao blared at him, you did this on purpose. Almost, she could have entered the door and taken a look. Noctis denied it vehemently, looking pitiful, I didn't, baby, it's already been 8 hours, you need to eat. Wen Yao looked at the spicy boiled meat slices, feeling hungry, and stopped hounding him. As she ate, she asked, where are the others? They finished dinner long ago and went back to their rooms, baby, they don't care about you at all. Looking at Noctis applying eye drops, a hint of amusement flashed in Wen Yao's eyes. What she cared about was not those people, but the clues they had obtained. Chapter 22, Dull Manor the Headless Ball 22. At the same time, Yang Shu, Jiang Yan, Zhang Wei, and Chen Hao were vomiting in their room, feeling dizzy. Yang Shu and Jiang Yan had almost run all day, and after escaping from the guillotine garden, they were starving, so when they saw the table filled with delicious food, they pounced on it like starving wolves. Even knowing the food might be problematic, they still closed their eyes and ate. After going upstairs, they couldn't hold back and vomited. Zhang Wei and Chen Hao felt the same, feeling both scared and amazed in the puppet theater, and when they came out, they were already very hungry. Wen Yao slowly finished her dinner, and just as she put down her chopsticks, Noctis kindly handed her a handkerchief. Baby, are you satisfied with the spicy boiled pork slices this time? Delicious, thank you, Noctis. Baby, can I sleep with you tonight? No. Noctis looked aggrieved, you are willing to kiss me, why are you unwilling to sleep with me? Wen Yao turned to look at him. If you wake up and find the head of a strange woman sleeping next to you, would you be willing? Noctis. After parting with Noctis, Wen Yao went upstairs and saw that the doors of rooms 2, 3, 4, and 5 were all open. A few people gathered in room 2, waiting for her. Wen Yao walked into the room, her eyes sweeping over their faces, noticing one person was missing. Li Chang is dead? Zhang Wei said lightly, yeah, he was selected as a lucky audience in the puppet theater, and died on stage. Thinking about Li Chang's miserable state on stage, Chen Hao shivered. Yang Shu's eyes flickered, his gaze discreetly passing over Chen Hao and Zhang Wei's faces. It seemed the next to die was Chen Hao. As an old player, he was certain that Zhang Wei had taken Chen Hao's number 4 ball. Once Chen Hao was dead, Zhang Wei would definitely deal with him and Nian Nian. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yang Shu's eyes, then he calmly looked at Zhang Wei, did you gain anything from the puppet theater? Zhang Wei, inside there are more than 100 puppets, each puppet has a golden badge on its chest. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao lifted her eyelids, the badge. Yang Shu, what kind of badge? Zhang Wei, a gear shape, with a rose in the middle. When I had dinner, I observed the puppet servants and the butler who served us, none of them had this badge. Yang Shu thought for a few seconds and couldn't figure out why they were different, so he asked, any other discoveries? Chen Hao's lips trembled as he spoke, the people who died previously became headless audience members in the puppet theater, if selected, they have to go on stage and perform the scene from before their death. Leon, Brian, Professor He, and a few familiar faces who came in the same batch were all sitting in the corner audience. Also, in the central position of the audience seats are the puppets that Brother Zhang Wei mentioned with badges on their chests. He felt his psychological shadow growing. However, he was also close to dying. But when facing life and death, he was still afraid, not wanting to die, wanting to live. If he could get out this time, he would definitely turn over a new leaf. Yang Shu frowned, this badge may be a key clue, has anyone seen it? Wen Yao, that is the badge of the Fort family. I saw a little red-haired puppet at the clock tower, it had this badge on its forehead, and its name was embroidered on its clothes, Fortois. Why the Fort family made large quantities of puppets remains unknown. But clearly, there exists some sort of conspiracy within. Yang Shu couldn't figure out the reason and could only note it down for now, addressing them. Tomorrow let's seek clues, everyone pay more attention to this special badge. The guillotine garden is a maze, with countless white plaster heads, each with different expressions, but Nian Nian and I didn't have time to look at each head. After entering, you have to play a life and death game with a big black rat, and also find the moving entrance. I wouldn't recommend going a second time. Tomorrow there is only one place left, the sewing room. We better act together. Wen Yao raised her gaze. You all can go, I have other places to go. Besides the clock tower and the sewing room, there should also be a library, otherwise, Noctis wouldn't smell of old books. Yang Shu, okay. Zhang Nian did not forget to ask Zhang Wei, did you see any formations in the puppet theater? Zhang Wei, no, it was very dark inside, completely unfathomable, and I don't know how big it is. Yang Shu looked at Zhang Wei upon hearing this. Doesn't that mean it hasn't been fully explored? Zhang Wei met his gaze and replied, aren't you and Zhang Nian's guillotine garden also not fully explored? If he thought about making him take risks again, he might as well not think about it. The two fell silent, each taking a step back. Look away. Yang Shu, okay, if we can finish exploring the sewing room early tomorrow, we can go to the puppet theater together. Zhang Wei, I have no objections. Zhang Nian looked at the two of them in silence, rolling her eyes. Wen Yao said to Zhang Wei, can you tell me in detail about Evelyn and Joseph's divorce? Zhang Wei frowned, why? Wen Yao, my intuition tells me that their divorce is not that simple. Zhang Wei recalled the villagers' conversations and said to her. In fact, 2 years before the divorce, Evelyn wrote to Hall asking him to come and take them back at night, meaning Evelyn was the one who secretly ran away with the children. For these 2 years, they had been separated, and the children lived with their mother at their Uncle Hall's house. Wen Yao, is that all? Zhang Wei, that's it. Wen Yao, when you saw Evelyn and Hall in the painting, did you see little Noctis? Zhang Wei shook his head. No, during the distribution of supplies, it was Hall who brought the servants to distribute them, while Evelyn stood by the window watching and did not come down. Then, we were teleported back to the hallway through a door. Wen Yao nodded and looked at everyone. Yang Shu, wait, Wen Yao, you're the closest person to Noctis, did he reveal any other clues? Wen Yao simply said, he is not human. After saying that, she turned and left. Yang Shu's lips twitched. How could a strange boss possibly be human? Zhang Nian yawned, I'm tired, you guys talk. After saying that, she also left. Zhang Wei glanced at Yang Shu, said nothing, and turned to leave. After Zhang Wei left, Chen Hao said with pale lips. Yang Shu said casually. He had expected this answer, but hearing it still left him feeling lost. Yes, she is my little sister. Chen Hao scoffed. I heard that after Zhang Nian was brought back to your young family, she didn't have a good life either. Your wealthy family is so hypocritical. Yang Shu's face darkened. Our Yang family's matters are not for you outsiders to comment on. Chen Hao staggered away, not intending to argue with him. Chapter 23 Puppet Mansion Headless Ball 23. Yang Shu sat on the edge of the bed, holding his head, pain spilling from his eyes. No one expected that the nanny would switch the children, and the nanny's daughter became the young family's treasure, while the true treasure of the young family became the daughter of a drunkard. Later, Nian Nian was found, but under Shanshan's instigation, the family constantly misjudged Nian Nian, believing that a child raised by a drunkard could be of no good, so their attitude towards Nian Nian was very cold, unwilling to listen to her explanations. The servants, under Shanshan's orders, were very harsh on Nian Nian in private, secretly mistreating her. By the time he discovered this, it was already too late. Even an apology felt pale and powerless. Shanshan was sent to the police station. But Nian Nian could no longer wake up. He was wrong, ridiculously wrong. One peaceful night, no one died. When Wen Yao came out, she encountered Yang Shu and the 4 others who were about to go to the sewing room. Yang Shu's gaze was dim, reminding her. Zhang Nian watched in silence, not quite understanding what Yang Shu was doing. Clearly, Wen Yao had latched onto the main villain of the story. Even if they all died, Wen Yao might not necessarily die. Wen Yao's eyes twinkled, her gaze lingered on Yang Shu for a second before moving away. Yang Shu, you're welcome. Said and took the 3 people away. Wen Yao looked at Yang Shu's back, her eyes deepened. Yang Shu was clearly calculating something, and it was related to her. Smart people, upon seeing Noctis's attitude towards her, generally wouldn't actively harm her. If not harm, there must be something they need from her. Yang Shu wanted to ask her for help, but it wasn't urgent, so he maintained a relatively friendly relationship with her. A gaze, subtle yet present, interrupted her thoughts. Wen Yao looked up, precisely catching the source of the gaze, a portrait on the wall. The figure in the portrait, Hall, widened his eyes in surprise. Oh no, I've been discovered. Wen Yao glanced at the person in the portrait and smiled slightly. You are Uncle Hall, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Wen Yao, Noctis's girlfriend. Hall. Are the young people nowadays this direct and candid? Hall blinked, staring at her intently. Wen Yao, this manor should have a study or a library, could you kindly show me the way? In the portrait, Hall's finger turned 180 degrees, pointing to the right. Wen Yao smiled, "Thank you, Uncle Hall." The person in the portrait turned slightly red in the cheeks. At the end of the right side was an unfathomable corridor, completely dark, with not a hint of light. Wen Yao raised her hand to take down a wall candle lamp and walked towards the right corridor. The candle flame looked like a narrow smiling face, surprised, with its mouth opened in an O shape. As she walked, a row of candle flames on the wall turned to look at the woman below in astonishment. Wen Yao looked up and smiled, "Thank you all for lighting the way for Noctis." The candle flames suddenly expanded and then shyly retracted, flickering without wind. The narrow smiling faces, with jagged teeth, seemed somewhat adorable at that moment. Upon reaching the end of the right corridor, the darkness and light were sharply defined, like a barrier, and stepping further in would lead to endless darkness. Wen Yao lowered her gaze to the candle flame in her hand, which was looking up at her, and smiled gently. "Could I trouble you for a small favor? Help me illuminate a path." The little candle flame suddenly expanded to the size of a fist, its flames tip nodding in agreement. Wen Yao smiled, "Thank you." Wen Yao stepped into the darkness, and then her whole body was engulfed by it. The eerie blue candlelight reflected on her pale white face, her black eyes particularly bright and calm. The illuminated area of the candle flame was less than a meter. Surrounded by dense darkness, Wen Yao felt as if she had stepped into an abyss of extreme blackness, with sinister entities lurking and watching within. The chunky heels of her little shoes tapped on the black and white checkered tiles, but made no sound, so quiet that she could only hear her own breathing. The narrow smiling face of the candle flame made a threatening expression towards the things in the darkness. The eerie entities all stared at the woman, who was walking on a straight bridge, with a bottomless abyss beneath her. One wrong step would meet the sharp teeth of countless sinister beings. Yet, in the next moment, Noctis appeared out of thin air beneath the bridge. He hovered in the air, his porcelain doll glass bead right eye turning scarlet, glancing at them with a smile that was half a smile. The eerie beings all retreated in fear, watching him in terror. On the bridge, Wen Yao walked forward decisively. Beneath the bridge, Noctis strolled leisurely, having nothing to do, casually snapping the neck of a sinister being that popped its head up. Sinister beings. What the heck? When did this guy roll in? Noctis raised his eyes and saw his wife stepping on his head. A twisted smile appeared on his face. He wanted their little foot to step directly on him. Wen Yao didn't know how long she walked until a glowing door appeared ahead. Wen Yao stepped into the door without hesitation. The darkness behind her vanished, and before her was a quiet, ancient study, with large glass windows opening to blue skies and white clouds. "Noctis, come here to Mama." A gentle, serene voice came from downstairs. Wen Yao walked a few steps to the window, looking down. Evelyn smiled and squatted down, opening her arms to the 3-year-old golden-haired little boy. The little boy immediately threw down his ball. The happy child ran toward her with a skip, then crashed into Evelyn's embrace. With innocence and joy, he said, "Mom, shall we go paint?" Evelyn picked him up and smiled, saying, "Your Uncle Hall brought gifts to see you. Let's welcome Uncle Hall first, then we can paint together, okay?" "Okay." The little voice was bright and sweet. At this time, Noctis was truly adorable. When Yao's gaze swept across the courtyard, this was not the doll manor. Hall came to see Evelyn, so this was the Ford family's estate. When Yao looked up and saw the gear rose emblem on the bookshelf. She placed the candlestick in her hand on the dark wooden desk. The candle flame shrank with a puff, silently watching the woman try to pull the door, but it wouldn't budge. When Yao released her grip, it seemed her range of movement was limited to the study. She scanned the study, noting 2 separate sofas for guests. There was an office desk with ink bottles holding 2 white feathers and a few historical books nearby. On the other side of the study were 5 rows of books, beautifully bound, clearly collector's editions. The smell of old books filled the entire room. Noctis must often stay in here, quietly reading. When Yao began to search the bookshelf, unexpectedly finding a pile of children's books, exquisitely packaged fairy tale storybooks. She pulled one out and flipped through it, finding the scribbles of a child inside, 3 people sitting on the grass, a little boy making a wish on a shooting star, and 2 adults looking down at the boy with smiles on their faces. The 2 adults were instantly recognizable as Evelyn and Hall. It was because Hall wore a large blue gemstone ring on his finger. After flipping through several books, the characters in the scribbles were always the little boy, Evelyn, and Hall. The little boy's world had no father. These books were gifts from Hall to Noctis. These fairy tale books must have been placed here by Noctis later. "Noctis, come here to Mom." A gentle female voice echoed from downstairs. When Yao moved to the window again and saw the previous scene, the little boy throwing his ball and leaping into his mother's arms. "Mom, shall we go paint? Your Uncle Hall brought gifts to see you." The same dialogue, the same scene. When Yao's eyes widened slightly in surprise, this was why Noctis stayed in the study. Not to read, but because there was someone he missed dearly here. Chapter 24, Doll Manor, the Headless Ball. The person who caused this tragedy truly deserves to die. Wen Yao suppressed the turmoil within her and continued to search for clues, as she didn't know how much longer she could stay here. Soon, she found a book filled with a sinister aura in a shelf compartment. The cover featured a creepy doll face, with blood handprints below. When Yao flipped through the contents, it did not mention who the author was, mostly containing illustrations and explanations. It told the story of an ancestor of the Ford family, who rose from a slave to an imperial duke. Once wealthy, he sought to continue holding power and wealth, so the duke sought the help of a sorcerer. The sorcerer offered the duke an evil plan. Every other generation, sacrificing the most outstanding grandson would ensure the family's prosperity. The one sacrificed would not die, their soul would be placed in a puppet, ageless and undying, forever guarding the Ford family. When Yao's pupils widened, a flash of shock in her eyes. Noctis was undoubtedly that chosen one for sacrifice. So, did the Ford family burn down Hall's manor to fight for Noctis? But that seemed a bit illogical. As a duke, he should have significant power, using special means to take a child from a manor owner should be easy. There was no reason to burn down the manor. From the clues obtained so far, both the Ford family and the villagers of Kenna had motives to commit the crime. The Ford family's motive was to fight for the child. The motivation of Kenna village is to seize food. The Ford family and Kenna village both lost their heads, which surely means they are both guilty. She speculated it might have been a joint crime. After the manor caught fire, the Ford family took the chance to grab Noctis, so only Noctis survived this great fire. Next, he was beheaded by the Ford family. But this is just her speculation, with no solid evidence to prove it. So where would Noctis's head be located? The remaining 4 places are quite suspicious: the sewing room, the puppet theater, the guillotine garden, and the bell tower. The sewing room has been explored and ruled out. And the puppet theater and the guillotine garden were not searched thoroughly. The most likely place is the bell tower, because Noctis was preventing her from entering. A light gate suddenly lit up, and Wen Yao knew it was time to leave. She put the book back in its place, picked up the candlelight, and stepped into the light gate. In the next moment, she appeared in the hall. The man was in a tailcoat, with messy black hair neatly styled, and his light golden left eye sparkled with laughter. "Baby, the party is about to start, have you eaten something?" Thinking of his experience, Wen Yao took a few steps forward and hugged him tightly, burying her head in his arms. Even as a toy adult, she liked him. Noctis froze for a moment, wrapping his arms around her waist, gently tightening his embrace, and smiling as he said, "What's wrong, baby?" Wen Yao murmured, "It's nothing, I just wanted to hug you, I missed you, Noctis." Noctis softened his gaze, "I miss you too, baby." The two embraced quietly for a while, and Wen Yao stepped back from his embrace, raising her eyes with a smile. "You've worked hard, Noctis, preparing dinner for me once again." Noctis's smile deepened. "It's not hard, it's good as long as baby likes eating." Noctis thoughtfully pulled out a chair for her. Wen Yao sat down, placing the lamp on her left side, and said to the puppet butler, "Mr. Butler, could you please help me put this lamp back in its place?" The puppet butler smiled, "Of course, madam." "Wen Yao, thank you." She looked at the clock on the wall, it was exactly 6 o'clock. Time flies, she only felt as if she had not stayed long inside. Time returned to the moment they separated in the morning. Yang Shu brought Zhang Nian, Zhang Wei, and Chen Hao to the door of the sewing room. "Nian Nian, you wait outside, the 3 of us will go in." Zhang Nian happily agreed, saying nothing and stood aside. Chen Hao pressed his lips together. "Brother Yang, I only have 1 hand left, I won't be able to help much inside. I'll wait outside with Zhang Nian." Zhang Wei glanced at Yang Shu. Chen Hao is right. Either he stays outside with Zhang Nian or we all act together. Yang Shu opened the door to the sewing room forcefully and said nothing, quickly kicking Zhang Wei inside. Then, he grabbed the back of Chen Hao's collar and kicked him inside as well. "You go in if I say so, stop talking nonsense." Among the 3 men, he was the strongest. If Zhang Wei and Chen Hao teamed up against him, he would definitely not hesitate to take them both out. If it weren't for needing cannon fodder, he absolutely wouldn't give them the chance to follow him. The ones with ball number 4 and number 5 died too quickly, the next to die would be Nian Nian, and he wouldn't let that happen. Yang Shu glanced at Zhang Nian, silently preparing to go in, but was pulled back by a small force at his sleeve, his eyes slightly startled. Zhang Nian pursed her lips, "Since they have gone in, can't we wait outside? If they don't come out, you can go in later." She wasn't foolish, the door was open, and the ones kicked in didn't make a sound, not even running out. Inside, there was undoubtedly a sound barrier. Or like the guillotine garden, where the entrance had shifted. Yang Shu's eyes brightened, "Are you worried about me?" "Nian Nian. Doesn't that mean she has forgiven him a little?" "Zhang Nian, I'm not, I just don't want you to die too quickly." Yang Shu's bright eyes dimmed. Indeed, some wounds, once inflicted, could not be reversed. All he could do was protect her in this instance. Yang Shu gently broke free from that force. I will live to come out, you'd better not come in. Saying this, he turned his head and stepped inside the door. Zhang Yan pressed her lips into a straight line. She certainly wouldn't go in. At worst, she would hug Wen Yao's thigh to see if she could survive. There are two types of people who can enter the copy. One is the criminals forced into the copy, like Yang Shu and Zhang Wei. The other type enters voluntarily, driven by strong desires, hoping to gain points from completing the copy to fulfill their wishes. And she was the second type. She had endured years of beatings from her adoptive father and did not die. After returning to the Yang family, she became a vegetable in just a few months. Ridiculously absurd. Her wish was simple, to wake up from the vegetable state and gather enough points to exchange for a healing potion. On the other side, after Yang Shu entered, he found that the three of them had been separated. He had become a tiny person, only as high as a finger, with countless sewing machine needles crashing down above him. He rolled over just in time to avoid them. The rumble of mechanical gears echoed incessantly. Brother Yang, save me. Yang Shu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chen Hao tangled in a red rope, being dragged toward the needles. Yang Shu took a running leap, jumped over the sewing table, and grabbed Chen Hao's hand, but it was useless. Both of them were being pulled toward the sewing machine. At that moment, Yang Shu saw Zhang Wei not far away and shouted. Quick, cut the red rope off Chen Hao's foot. Zhang Wei tightened his grip on the dagger, his eyes flickering. If you give me the number 2 ball, I'll listen to you. Chapter 25 Puppet Manor, the Headless Ball 25. Yang Shu held onto Chen Hao's foot without letting go, and he shot a cold smile to the side. Don't forget, there's a ball tonight. If Chen Hao dies now, then you will definitely die tonight. Since you don't care, then I don't have to care. As he spoke, he pretended to loosen his grip. Zhang Wei suddenly got frightened, immediately realizing, and shouted, I was wrong, Brother Yang, please don't let go. At every ball, someone must die, and according to the order of death, if Chen Hao died early, then he would definitely be the one to die tonight. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei broke out in a cold sweat and ran over, cutting the rope pulling Chen Hao at the last second. Chen Hao collapsed on the side, full of gratitude for surviving. Yang Shu quickly jumped up, kicked Zhang Wei down, and pounded his fist down hard on him. How dare you play tricks with me? Do you want to die? I'll make it happen. Listening to the sound of punches hitting flesh, Chen Hao's heart raced as he retreated a few steps. Zhang Wei was helpless against the blows, groaning. Brother Yang, I really know I was wrong. I'm sorry, please stop hitting me. He hadn't expected Yang Shu's fists to be so heavy. One punch went straight to the bone. Yang Shu let go, carelessly tossing him in front of Chen Hao, his gaze fierce. What do you want to say? Chen Hao trembled slightly, pale-faced, and said, I wasn't doing anything. It was Zhang Wei who pushed me. That's how I got tangled in the red rope. Upon hearing this, Yang Shu stepped on Zhang Wei's head and ground it down. You little punk, trying to play trickery, thinking you can take my number 2 ball without checking if you have that ability. At this critical moment, he simply stopped pretending. If I weren't afraid that you would all die at once and leave me without anyone to be cannon fodder, I would have killed you already. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, realizing he had made a mistake. He wanted to use this to set Yang Shu up, but unexpectedly got beaten instead. Knowing he couldn't die temporarily, he felt relieved and pleaded. Brother Yang is mighty. I, your little brother, was wrong. I will definitely be honest in the future. Please, let me catch my breath. That kick was really heavy. Yang Shu lifted his foot and gave Zhang Wei's back another kick. Don't pretend to be dead, get up. Zhang Wei endured the pain and climbed up, looking around at the high, sharp sewing machine needles and the countless pulling red ropes. Brother Yang, what should we do? What can we do? Find the exit. Yang Shu and Zhang Wei exchanged a silent glance and, without saying a word, began to guide Chen Hao forward. Chen Hao shrank his neck like a quail, a bitter smile manifesting at the corner of his lips. Both sides are death, but he really does not want to die. Yang Shu narrowly avoided the needles with 2 people, and found a death list on a table. The names of the Ford family were at the front, followed by the names of the villagers from Kenner village, as well as the names of players who died in the game. The first name on the list was Ford OS. Who is Ford OS? There was no one in the Ford family's head named Ford OS. He looked further down the list and saw the names of the Ford family. This Ford OS is obviously the many times great-grandfather of Noctis. Being on the list clearly indicates that he was killed by Noctis. Then Ford OS must be an ancient monster, having lived who knows how many years. Zhang Wei saw that Yang Shu hadn't moved for a long time and asked, Brother Yang, is something wrong? Yang Shu's gaze deepened. The red-haired doll Wen Yao saw is called Ford OS. Zhang Wei was shocked. The Ford family was obviously secretly raising evil things. The clock struck 6:30, and Zhang Yan entered the hall alone. Wen Yao looked up but didn't see anyone behind her. Where are Yang Shu and the others? Zhang Yan pressed her lips together. They might be dead. She waited a long time, but not a single person came out. Maybe they were all dead. Wen Yao tilted her head to look at Noctis, who was making her red tea. Are they dead? Noctis poured her a cup of red tea and placed it in front of her, smiling. They are not dead, baby. Wen Yao nodded. Since they weren't dead, they should be coming soon. Before long, Yang Shu rushed in and hugged Jiang Yin tightly. Why are you running around? I thought you were eaten. Jiang Yin broke free from his embrace and said irritably, you're the one who'll get eaten, your whole family will be eaten. Then Jiang Wei and Chen Hao also limped in. Wen Yao looked at the bruised Jiang Wei, raising her eyebrows. Did someone hit him? But Noctis held her head gently, his tone slightly jealous. Baby, look at me, don't look at him. Wen Yao met his light gold eyes and smiled. Okay, I only look at you. 7 o'clock arrived on time. The curtain was raised again, revealing the ballroom scene from last time. But this time, it was a blind dance party. The participants would be blindfolded and would have to find their partners using a red string. Rule: please keep your red string unbroken. Because their eyes were covered, no one could see their partner across from them. But for the strange creatures, they never relied on their eyes, they relied on smell. The strange creatures stared at Yang Shu and his group with eerie smiles. But no one dared to have ideas about Wen Yao. Whoever Noctis had his eyes on, no one could touch. Yang Shu looked at Jiang Yan and reminded her, the death rule, besides not letting the red string break, should have another rule: you cannot take off the eye mask, because this is a blind dance party. No matter whose voice you hear, do not be tempted to take off your eye mask, understand? Jiang Yan glanced around at the strange creatures, the red string in her hand extended to an unknown place. Though she didn't know who was on the other side, it must be a strange creature. Understood. Yang Shu looked at Chen Hao, whose face was pale. Whether you can live depends on yourself. Jiang Wei stood by in silence, his eyes glancing at Jiang Yan. Not getting the number 2 ball, number 3 would do as well. With so many eyes, how could Jiang Shu keep watching Jiang Yan? Yang Shu could see Jiang Wei's intentions clearly and coldly said to him, in this 3-hour dance, I'll keep watching Nian Nian finish dancing before I go on stage. If you dare to act dangerously towards Nian Nian, I will break your neck without hesitation. Jiang Wei's little scheme was halted, and his face stiffened. Was it so tight? Not even a bit of opportunity was given. Yang Shu just coldly stared at him. The piano began to play, and the dance party started. Wen Yao and Jiang Yan entered the dance floor together, gently moving towards their partners with the slight pull of the red string. In the next second, Wen Yao was pulled into Noctis's arms, and he chuckled, Baby, are you in such a hurry to throw yourself into my arms? Wen Yao's palm touched his cool and firm feel. Leaning against his chest, she listened to the faint ticking sound of the gears inside and gently murmured, Noctis, what effect would putting on your proper head have on you? None. If it's you, baby, putting it on for me, I would be more than happy. Receiving a clear answer, Wen Yao still held a faint bad premonition in her heart. Since she saw those words in the clock tower, this feeling has never disappeared. The more clues she found, the more intense this feeling became. May love and the stars grant me eternal rest. Chapter 26, The Doll Mansion, the Headless Ball. You remembered what happened between us, right? The red string wrapped around her fingertips, and she felt 2 hearts beating in sync. This red string seemed to have an incredible power, connecting the bond between the two of them. Noctis' eyes glowed softly, and with a faint smile, he said, Yes, I remembered part of it. In fact, ever since he saw her for the first time, fragments of memory continuously jumped out of his mind. He saw the man from falling in love to desperately chasing after her, and he also saw the intimate moments they shared, holding hands, kissing, and even making love. It was clearly from a third-person perspective, and the memories were incomplete, but it felt like he had personally experienced them. That man was another version of him. But at this moment, he cared more about something else. Baby, why did you come into this world? Because I missed you. Then will you stay for me? Baby. In this world, he was the king, and no one dared to touch her. Wen Yao tightened her embrace around his arm. I can't, Noctis. Noctis paused for a moment. Why? Baby. Wen Yao whispered, because I still have something important to do. She needed to accumulate 10 billion points to exchange for his freedom. Is it more important than me? Not more important than you, but I have to do it. Noctis, upon hearing this, felt both happy and bitter. He rubbed her waist with his cheek. Baby, what's more important than me? You'll know later. Can't you tell me now? No. Seeing she wouldn't give in, Noctis didn't ask further. The feeling of loss in his heart was conveyed through the red string, and Wen Yao's heart softened. She gently twirled the red string with her fingers, sending soothing emotions through it. Seeing her eyes covered, he also sensed her warm affection. Noctis couldn't help but grin with a twisted, obsessive smile. I love you too, baby. The strange creatures around them scattered in fear. Oh my, so scary, the big boss's smile is so creepy. As she twirled the red string with her fingertips, Noctis held her hand and chuckled softly. Are you curious about this red string? Are all the people on the other end of the red string lovers? Not necessarily. If the player has a lover, the other end is their lover. What if the player doesn't have a lover? Then it's a surprise. What the surprise is, was self-evident, probably one of the many strange creatures. Jiang Yan pulled along the force and gripped a pair of cold, familiar hands. She paused, mocking herself in her heart. How could it be? It should be one of the strange creatures. She kept her distance, but the man pressed her into his arms. Nian Nian, it's me. The familiar youthful voice, the thin, tall figure. Jiang Yan trembled as her fingertips boldly lifted his shirt, feeling a familiar scar on his abdomen over his 8-pack abs. It was him, the school bully who had been missing for a long time after they started dating. Gusai, why are you here? He had disappeared without a trace, no one could find him, not even leaving a chance to say goodbye. Because I missed you, that's why I'm here. I've always been here. The boy's handsome face was pale, his mischievous brows filled with broken starlight. He lowered his head and looked at the girl with such focus, as if she was the only one left in his world. His pale, cold lips curled into a smile. Jiang Yan's tears couldn't be stopped, they flowed uncontrollably. She stopped in her tracks, standing still, crying out loud, crying heart-wrenchingly, her voice loud enough to shock the strange creatures around. Do you know? I've been looking for you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. The Gu family was a prestigious family, and she couldn't reach them. Once she returned to the Yang family, part of the reason was to find him, wanting to ask him face to face whether they should break up, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find him. She felt sad in her heart for a long time. The girl cried deeply, forgetting everything around her. Gusai's soft gaze was mixed with pain, and his pale hand caught the big tears falling from her eyes. The warm tears burned at the tip of his heart. He kept apologizing, I'm sorry, Nian Nian. Jiang Yan, hearing this, cried even louder. You bastard. Yes, I'm a bastard. We promised to go to the amusement park together, ride the Ferris wheel. I waited for you all night, and you never came. I'm sorry. What good is sorry? Nian Nian. Do you know how bad the mosquitoes were that night? They bit my legs until they were swollen. I didn't. I specially wore the JK skirt you bought for me. Gu Xian was stunned, then gritted his teeth, damn mosquitoes. Jiang Yan cried uncontrollably, I even specially brought a blue little box. Gu Xian was astonished, at that moment, he realized what he had missed. He bent down and fiercely hugged her tight in his arms. I'm really sorry, Nian Nian. Jiang Yan hugged his waist back, still unable to stop crying. She couldn't accept that he had actually died, and it was so unclear. Gu Xian pressed her head against his shoulder, his low voice comforting, Don't cry, if your eyes swell, it will pain me. Jiang Yan lifted her head, raising her hand to take off the eye mask, but he held her hand down. Nian Nian, don't look, you can't look. How did you die? The air froze for a moment. Jiang Yan, can't say? Or is it inconvenient to say? Gu Xian's pale face showed a difficult expression. Nian Nian, do you really want to know? Jiang Yan, yes, hurry up and say. Gu Xian stammered, that night I came to my appointment and was driving too fast, had an accident, and then I died. Jiang Yan grabbed his collar, shouting, Did you not promise me that you would never speed again? Why won't you listen? I'm sorry. Does sorry help? People are gone, the key is that you still aren't telling the truth. Why is there no news about such a big car accident? Jiang Yan wasn't stupid, with Gu Xian's status, if something happened, the news would certainly report extensively. But in fact, after his car accident, there was not a single piece of news, even his friends didn't know, as if he had vanished into thin air. Gu Xian felt awkward. Nian Nian, can we not talk about it? He brought a bouquet of roses and a diamond ring to his appointment, but due to being too excited, he didn't notice the small car speeding out from the side road, and they crashed. Jiang Yan was both angry and indignant, threatening, No, if you don't say, I will now break the red string and come down to accompany you. I indeed had a car accident, but it was a group of mysterious people that crashed into me, they took my body away and erased all traces, that's why you couldn't find me. Who are they? I don't understand. After that night, I just woke up and have been following you. Jiang Yan was stunned, it turned out he really had been there all along. Gu Xian hugged her again and led her to dance, whispering, Nian Nian, my time only has this dance. Listening to the piano tune nearing its end, Jiang Yan's heart tightened. Where will you go after this? Gu Xian, I will always be by your side until you meet your next happiness. Jiang Yan couldn't help but shed tears, hugging him and sobbing, No one loves me more than you. Gu Xian thought about her experience in the Yang family and felt heartbroken, quickly saying, I buried a jar in our secret base. Inside is a bank card, my savings from childhood, about 1 billion, the password is my birthday. When you wake up, take it and spend it. After hearing this, Jiang Yan burst into tears again. Gu Xian was at a loss. Don't be sad, Nian Nian, it will pain me. Zhang Nian cried louder, how can I not be sad? If you had said you had a billion earlier, we could have had 2 kids in 3 years. Nian Nian, we are only 20 years old, isn't that too fast? Get lost. Gu Xian grinned playfully, feeling incredibly pleased. At the end of the song, Gu Xian whispered in her ear, be careful of your second brother, he is not a good person. I saw him in contact with those mysterious people. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Nian felt the red string on his hand vanish, and he vanished too. The blindfold prop automatically disappeared, and she saw Yang Shu waving at her a few meters away. Chapter 27, Puppet Manor Headless Ball 27. Nian Nian, why are you crying? And who is that man? Yang Shu stood outside the dance floor, observing her every move, but the face of the man opposite her was obscured by a fog, making it hard to see clearly. Tears still lingered on Zhang Nian's eyelashes, and at that moment, she was not in the best mood, her tone harsh. None of your business. After saying that, she turned to leave. Yang Shu grabbed her hand, Nian Nian, don't open the door for anyone tonight. He was worried she might be under some strange spell. Zhang Nian shook off his hand, don't touch me. I won't open the door, even if it's you knocking. Yang Shu did not mind her nasty attitude and warned once more, just go back to your room, don't wander around outside. Zhang Nian replied, do you think this is your home, and you can just stroll around? Yang Shu remained silent. Zhang Nian let out a humph, then turned and walked away. If he hadn't pushed her down the stairs for Yang Shanshan, she wouldn't have ended up a vegetable. Moreover, that group of mysterious people actually took Gusai's body and erased all traces. What good person could do that? Yang Shu actually had contact with that group, not a good guy at all. After Zhang Nian left, Yang Shu entered the dance floor with Zhang Wei. Opposite Yang Shu and Zhang Wei was a female monster. Hey handsome, do you want to see my face? Yang Shu replied, your beauty is stunning, making it hard for me to look straight at you. Please allow me to remain blindfolded and dance a tune with you. Upon hearing this, the female monster giggled, lightly tapping his chest with her fingertips, teasingly saying, do you want to see the scenery beneath my clothes? Sorry, I'm impotent. Zhang Wei's forehead twitched when he heard this, who would believe such nonsense? The female monster opposite him rubbed her pale thighs against his legs, whispering sweetly. Do you want to have a deeper conversation? Big brother. Zhang Wei fell silent, quoting Yang Shu, sorry, I'm also impotent. The female monster became bolder in her actions, it's okay, I can serve you. Zhang Wei replied, I like men. The female monster's voice turned into a coarse male tone, and her figure transformed from curvy to a robust man, large hands gripping Zhang Wei's waist. Baby, want to have some fun with Big Brother? Zhang Wei's face turned pale instantly, a wave of nausea rising. He forced it down. Though he couldn't see, he could feel that the figure opposite had transformed into a strong, towering man. Before he could react, the thick lips of the other party forcefully pressed against his face. Zhang Wei turned to stone in that moment. Baby, do you like it? Why aren't you speaking? As he felt the other party's hands moving towards his belt, Zhang Wei couldn't care about his fear anymore, gripping the other's hand. Brother, this is too fast for me to handle. Can we talk about feelings in life first? Alright, baby, what kind of feelings do you want to talk about? Romantic, greedy, or heartfelt? Baby, say something? Or do you want to start with how to cut someone? Isn't that your specialty? Zhang Wei's back stiffened, I didn't. The voice opposite suddenly changed. Brother Zhang Wei, it's me, Li Chang. Look at me. Zhang Wei's hair stood on end, wanting to run away immediately, but the piano piece was only halfway through, so he had to handle it cautiously. Until the piano piece ended, he left the dance floor with shaky legs and an awkward posture. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow and glanced over without speaking, quickly leaving the ballroom. Seeing this, Zhang Wei also hurriedly followed. Chen Hao noticed the backs of the two leaving, startled, and immediately shouted. Brother Yang, Brother Zhang, wait for me. After hearing this, the two quickened their pace, while Chen Hao was surrounded by a group of monsters, and the piano music no longer played. Chen Hao trembled, collapsing to his knees, all you big brothers and sisters, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to toy with others again. Hundreds of monsters raised chilling smiles, attacking and tearing at his flesh. Ah. At the moment the ballroom door closed, Yang Shu and Zhang Wei simultaneously heard Chen Hao's final wail of despair. The two exchanged a glance and left coldly, each returning to their room. The next day, room 2. The air was thick with a heavy atmosphere. Yang Shu looked at everyone present, his tone serious. Today is the 5th day. If we don't find Noctis's head, the next to die will be Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei snorted coldly, so? Not hiding anymore? Yang Shu raised his fist at him, do you want to take another punch from me? Zhang Wei, feeling frustrated, shut his mouth, he couldn't win. Seeing Wen Yao's expression remain unchanged, Yang Shu knew she must have suspected it long ago. Yang Shu said lightly. In the underground specimen room, I saw 7 glass jars lined up with numbers corresponding to our death order: 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhang Wei originally had number 7, but he snatched the number balls from 2 people, so he didn't die first. Now Zhang Wei has number 5, today or tonight, he will definitely die. Zhang Wei, feeling anxious, urged, Yang Ge, can you hurry up? If we don't go find the head, I'm done for, the next to die will be your sister Jiang Yan. Yang Shu looked at him coldly. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have finished speaking already. Zhang Wei had no choice but to suppress his anxiety. Yang Shu, next, what I say is the key point. He looked at Wen Yao. Yesterday we saw Noctis's murder list on the sewing machine, and the first name is O.S. Ford, who is an ancestor of several generations. This means that the puppet evil art has been passed down from the Ford family. Wen Yao raised her eyes. You're right. Yesterday, I went to the hidden study of the Ford family, and I found a forbidden book there. The first duke of the Ford family was originally a slave who rose to become a duke. To maintain power and wealth, according to the wizard's suggestion, they sacrificed one descendant every other generation. The sacrificed person's soul would be sealed in a puppet. And Noctis is the sacrificed person. Zhang Wei looked at Wen Yao, his tone a bit anxious. Does the study have Noctis's head? Wen Yao replied, no. Zhang Wei's gaze dimmed. Jiang Yan crossed her arms and lifted her chin slightly. I guessed it, it's indeed a sacrifice. Yang Shu said, Nian Nian, even if it's a sacrifice, the place of sacrifice is definitely not here. Jiang Yan asked, why? Yang Shu explained, hundreds of years ago, O.S. Ford didn't know Hall. He wouldn't build the altar on Hall's estate, but rather on the territory belonging to the Ford family. Zhang Wei asked, then isn't Noctis's head not here? Yang Shu turned his gaze to him, confidently stating, no, the head is definitely here, otherwise, we wouldn't have landed here, but in another place. It should have been hidden by Noctis somewhere. What we are looking for is the head of a 5 or 6-year-old blonde boy. Jiang Yan asked, where might that head be? Yang Shu replied, in the puppet theater. This time it was Wen Yao's turn to be surprised, asking in astonishment. How did you come to that conclusion? Yang Shu analyzed. At first, we saw Noctis's image as an adult and the portrait of a blonde boy in the hallway, thinking the correct head should be that of adult Noctis. But all the clues we found afterwards proved that Noctis's head was that of a child, meaning that the correct head we need to find should be that of young Noctis. Zhang Wei asked, confused, but Yang Ge, what does this have to do with the puppet theater? Yang Shu replied, still not understanding? We are looking for the head of a blonde boy. In the underground specimen room, I've looked, there is no head of a blonde boy. The guillotine garden is filled with white plaster head art pieces, and there are also no small blonde heads. So there are only 2 places left to choose from, the puppet theater and the clock tower. Wen Yao tilted her head slightly, looking at Yang Shu. Then why can't it be the clock tower? Yang Shu glanced at the people present, coldly stating. Don't forget, Noctis is a madman. Killing depends on mood. Starting with some inexplicable reason, he aimed to wipe out all players. Clearly, we encountered him at a time when he was very displeased. If it weren't for Wen Yao suddenly intervening, we would have died on the spot. A madman's mind is twisted and perverse. When alone, what do you think he uses for fun? Zhang Wei blurted out. It's a puppet theater. The performances there are all about previous death scenes, which, to a lunatic, is like watching a murder replay. Yang Shu, exactly, so his little blonde head must be placed somewhere in the puppet theater, quietly watching the performance. Hidden in the wall eavesdropping, Noctis curled his lips into a sinister smile, his eyes dark as he glared at the two, daring them to speak ill of him in front of his wife. Seeking death. Yang Shu and Zhang Wei suddenly felt a chill at their necks, their hair standing on end as they realized they might have misspoken. This is Noctis's territory, every movement in this place wouldn't escape his eyes. Thinking of this, the two suddenly stiffened up. Wen Yao narrowed her lips into a straight line, coldly looking at Yang Shu and Zhang Wei, rebutting. Noctis is not that kind of person, he doesn't have such a twisted and perverse mind. Hearing his wife defend him, Noctis's lips curled up in a secretly pleased arc. Yang Shu's mouth twitched, he figured Noctis could be watching, so he changed his tune. You are right, Miss One. Zhang Wei also reacted and agreed. Yes, Mr. Noctis is broad-minded, a gentleman, and considerate, he is a great romantic partner. Zhang Yan looked at the two in disbelief. What should we do next? Yang Shu looked at Wen Yao, his eyes flickering slightly. Wen Yao, what do you say? Wen Yao, the head may not necessarily be in the puppet theater, let's split up, I'm going to the clock tower. Zhang Yan immediately said, this time, I will go to the clock tower with Wen Yao. She certainly didn't want to come out from the puppet theater missing arms or legs. Yang Shu glanced at Zhang Yan, alright. Staying beside Wen Yao would definitely be safer than staying by him. The two groups went downstairs separately. Jiang Yan closely followed Wen Yao's steps, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Wen Yao would definitely not face danger, but she might not be so sure about herself. An overly quiet environment always made people feel scared. Jiang Yan couldn't help but break the silence. Wen Yao, can I talk to you? Wen Yao looked at her nervously, tugging at her clothes, and softly replied. Sure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan felt a sigh of relief. Thank you, this is my first time participating in an A-level instance. Before, I was in D-level instances to earn points, which are relatively safe. Wen Yao looked at her curiously. Have you participated in many instances? Jiang Yan, not many, just around 100 instances, mostly D-level ones. Wen Yao stared at her in amazement. Around 100 isn't many? Are D-level instances that easy? She had thought the other party had only participated in a few instances and didn't expect it to be over 100, which was astonishing. Jiang Yan explained. D-level instances have relatively simple tasks, like helping a strange old lady find something, cooking for a strange old man, delivering items to a disabled strange person, etc. Most can be done, and they can be reset infinitely. But not everyone can enter D-level instances. For example, people who are forcibly pulled into instances cannot enter D-level instances because they carry original sin. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, now understanding. How many points can one get from completing a D-level instance? 500 points. Wen Yao's brows twitched slightly, then she thought about accumulating 10 billion points. That would definitely take a long time. Jiang Yan intended to get in better with Wen Yao, so she detailed. Points earned after completing instances of each level are different. C-level instances give 5,000 points, B-level instances give 50,000 points, A-level instances give 500,000 points, and S-level instances give 50 million points. It is said that there are even higher level instances above S-level, and the points will be even higher, but I don't know the specifics. People participating in instances have formed a guild in the real world to exchange completion experiences. But I haven't been in a guild before. Wen Yao, why? Jiang Yan sighed. There was nothing to hide, and said frankly. Because in the real world, I'm a vegetative state, unable to move, so I can't do anything. This information was all told to me by Yang Shu, who is my biological second brother and also my enemy. I earn points just to exchange for medicine to heal myself. D-level dungeons earn less points, so occasionally I follow Yang Shu to C-level dungeons, but I didn't expect this time the C-level dungeon upgraded to A. If I can survive this time, I can earn 500,000 points. Wen Yao, how many points do you need? Jiang Yan, 100 million points. If Yang Shu finishes this time, she would continue grinding points slowly in lower-level dungeons. She was very clear about her own strength. She would survive as long as she could. Wen Yao lamented that one healing medicine costs 100 million, the system is truly dark. Staying only in low-level dungeons wouldn't earn enough to reach 1 billion points. It seemed she had to enter higher-level dungeons. Jiang Yan curiously asked, how many points do you need? 10 billion. Sorry to interrupt. As they spoke, the two arrived at the bottom of the clock tower. Jiang Yan looked towards the guillotine, and her mind flashed with that beautiful and special white head. Seeing Wen Yao step into the staircase door, Jiang Yan recalled her thoughts and quickly followed. On the other side, Yang Shu and Zhang Wei entered the puppet theater. At this moment, the theater was filled with enthusiastic applause, with a dismemberment scene being performed on stage. And the two of them seemed like late spectators entering with movie tickets. Yang Shu glanced around. Aside from the lights on stage which illuminated a few rows of puppets, it was too dark to see anywhere else. At that moment, the puppet heads in the audience suddenly turned 180 degrees. Their eyes flashed with blood-red light, staring at them at the entrance, grinning to reveal 2 rows of sharp teeth inside. Welcome back to the show. Chapter 29, Puppet Manor Headless Ball 29. Zhang Wei's face was filled with horror, swallowing hard. Yang Ge, it wasn't like this last time I came in. Last time he and Chen Hao entered, they were assigned seats without so many puppets staring at them. Yang Shu's back was tense, cold sweat seeping from his clenched palms. Countless blood-red eyes were fixated on them, revealing unhidden malice flooding in. His mind was sounding alarms, danger, run. But his feet dared not move even a bit. He had a premonition that if he turned to leave, the strange creatures would surely swarm and tear him and Zhang Wei apart. A beam of light shone on the empty center space in the third row at the front. The puppet host on stage smiled. Your seats are here, please come in early next time. Yang Shu's back still hadn't relaxed, pressing on Zhang Wei's shoulder, slowly walking to sit down under everyone's gaze. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Wei's forehead. At this point, they had to brace themselves and continue. As they both took their seats, the red light in the puppets' eyes faded, and their heads turned back 180 degrees. The scene was filled with the sound of cracking noises. On stage, the lucky big will suddenly displayed their names, and their names were larger than everyone else's. Then, the wheel began to spin rapidly. Jiang Wei was too nervous to close his eyes, staring straight at the spinning wheel until it gradually came to a stop, the pointer swaying between his name and finally landing on Yang Shu's name. The puppet host grinned eerily. Next, please welcome Mr. Yang Shu to the stage to perform. The next moment, the spotlight fell on Yang Shu. Jiang Wei widened his eyes and tilted his head, looking at the sweat sliding from Yang Shu's cheek into his neck. The order of death is invalid? Yang Shu didn't look at him. No, this is an opportunity, just wait for the right moment to act. Jiang Wei was baffled. How do I act? Yang Shu stood up, lifting the corner of his clothing as he passed Jiang Wei, revealing a gun-like object. He whispered, with so many games, I don't believe you don't have something to save your life. Look around, you only have 30 seconds. Jiang Wei watched him take the stage, secretly gritting his teeth. What the hell? Not even clearly stated. It was so dark around him, he couldn't see a thing. Yang Shu dared to go on stage because he was confident that his time of death had not yet arrived. Since Noctis arranged the order of deaths, it must be carried out according to that order. Even a madman has a sense of ritual. As long as Nian Nian wasn't dead, he, who took the number 2 ball, wouldn't die. Wen Yao seemed cold and distant, but she was a kind person who wouldn't ignore Nian Nian. Yang Shu stood on stage and smiled, saying, I am honored to be on stage. Today I will perform a special program. I hope you will like it. The puppets wore eerie smiles, their eyes slowly glowing red. In a flash, Yang Shu shot a signal flare upward. With a bang, a huge spark exploded in the dome, lighting up the surroundings. Jiang Wei suddenly reacted, quickly looking around and locking onto the golden-haired boy's head in the crowd of headless people behind. Found it, it's right there. A wave of heat surged in Jiang Wei's heart. He found it, he wouldn't have to die. At the same time, Yang Shu saw that golden-haired head not far from the door they entered. Before the signal firework burned out, he bowed to the audience, saying, Thank you all for watching my fireworks show. After speaking, he quickly jumped off the stage. The puppets wore looks of dissatisfaction, a chorus of scorn and sneers erupted. The puppet host said, Mr. Yang Shu, you are the worst performer I have ever seen. Yang Shu, however, sat down calmly, without any rebuttal. During the next round of drawing lucky audiences, Yang Shu turned to Jiang Wei and said, Did you see the position clearly? I saw it clearly. How did you all get out last time? You have to watch a performance for 7 hours and not be chosen during that time to be able to leave. Useless. Jiang Wei's face turned red with anger. If you're so capable, you go. Yang Shu said, If you don't get that head, you could die at any moment today, and the longer we wait, I am not sure if the head will move. Jiang Wei felt a chill creep up the back of his head, and everything suddenly felt off. Then what's your plan? You didn't notice that every time a lucky audience is drawn, there's 60 seconds, and the puppets below stay calm. You want to take the opportunity to run out? Exactly, to run out and grab the head. If I can't get it, I'll return to my spot. Who will go get the head? You. Why me? Because you're the next to die. If you don't want to die, you have to go. Yang Shu stated without room for argument. Jiang Wei knew Yang Shu wanted him to be the cannon fodder, but he had to do it. As the wheel turned in the next round, Yang Shu shot another signal flare, illuminating the moment. He and Jiang Wei suddenly ran towards the door. The puppets didn't move, and their heads turned in their direction. Jiang Wei grabbed the golden-haired head, a wave of excitement surged in his heart, and as he turned to run towards the door, he saw Yang Shu holding the open doorknob, looking bewildered. But in an instant, the distance to the door stretched away from him, and at the moment he fell into darkness, he heard Yang Shu shout. Throw it away. Throw what? Throw away the head? Jiang Wei looked down into his arms. The original golden-haired head had turned into a pumpkin with a mocking face, shaking and swelling. In the next moment, it exploded in his arms with a bang. He was blown away, and in his last moment of consciousness, he saw his body blown to pieces. The door closed. Yang Shu, who had narrowly escaped, looked pale. He guessed wrong, the head wasn't in the puppet theater. That golden-haired head was a fake, an illusion. The next to die would be Nian Nian. He hurriedly ran towards the clock tower. Clock tower. Jiang Nian pointed to the triangular shape drawn in lipstick on the wall. Wen Yao, we seem to be back again. Look, this is the pattern I drew. Wen Yao looked up and saw that it was indeed a triangular shape drawn by Jiang Nian, with an arrow in the middle pointing in a direction. This time after entering the staircase, the stairs didn't move, they had to walk up by themselves. However, even though they had been walking up for a long time, they once again returned to the original place. Walk again. Okay. Once again, they returned to the starting point. The key was wanting to leave, but there was no door. Jiang Nian wiped away beads of sweat, breathing heavily. What should we do? Wen Yao also had fine beads of sweat on her forehead, her cheeks slightly red from exertion. She knew it was Noctis who didn't want her to go up. Climbing the stairs any further would be useless. She shouted, Noctis, let us go out. His gentle and indulgent voice suddenly appeared in the hallway. Okay, baby. A door appeared before them. Jiang Nian looked at Wen Yao with sparkling eyes, feeling really lucky to be hugged by her thigh. Isn't this just the boss giving them a secret passage? Wen Yao glanced at her, her eyebrows slightly raised. Let's go. Jiang Nian, like a little wife, followed. Okay. Once outside, Wen Yao immediately saw Noctis standing at the door. Noctis's light golden eyes were filled with laughter. You've worked hard, baby, would you like to eat something? Wen Yao, hot pot. Okay, baby. Chapter 30 Doll Manor Headless Ball 30. When Yangshu found Jiang Nian, she was quietly preparing slices of meat, serving as a background character. He first breathed a sigh of relief, then his gaze was drawn to the steaming spicy hot pot on the table. The rich and tender meats made his mouth water quickly, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. Yangshu glanced at Wen Yao, where Noctis was thoughtfully helping her cook the meat. As Yangshu walked in, Wen Yao and Jiang Nian merely raised their eyes to glance at him, then continued eating the hot pot. Noctis didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing his actions. Yangshu pulled out a chair next to Jiang Nian and sat down shamelessly. Wen Yao, can I eat with you? Noctis was clearly focused on Wen Yao. If she agreed, Noctis wouldn't mind. And he hadn't eaten proper food in a long time, being a bit shameless was the only way to eat. Wen Yao lifted her eyelids, speaking mildly. Sure. Zhang Wei was dead, which meant Noctis didn't have his head in the doll theater. Yangshu picked up chopsticks, grabbed a large handful of meat, and cooked it in the pot. Even if he had to die, he wanted to have a full meal. After 30 seconds of cooking, he placed half of the meat on Jiang Nian's plate, the meat piled high. Jiang Nian looked at Yangshu speechlessly and stuffed a piece of lamb into her mouth. I want to cook for myself. Yangshu fished the remaining meat into his bowl and softly replied, If he hadn't made the wrong assumption back then, she would have grown up as a pampered little princess. It was his blindness that caused her to suffer a second unpredictable injury when he retrieved her. The guilt clung to him like a maggot, and he couldn't shake it off. Every time he closed his eyes, the scene of her falling down the stairs, blood pooling from the back of her head, flashed through his mind. He never expected that young Shanshan, who grew up under his nose, would be so malicious. Not only did she give her drunk father money, making him remember to beat up Nian Nian, but she also bribed thugs to bully her. At school, she spread malicious rumors about Nian Nian, finding people to block the bathroom and bully her. After Nian Nian was retrieved, she originally lived in a large room, but Yang Shanshan always took advantage of their absence, forcing her into a space smaller than a maid's room. All the servants were bribed, secretly bullying Nian Nian to death. Just thinking about this made him unable to forgive himself for the foolish things he had done in the past. Jiang Nian frowned and said unhappily, Don't give me that disgusting look. Who cares for crocodile tears? If suffering both physically and mentally was the only way to receive family's regret and love, she would rather not. If it weren't for her weakness, she wouldn't have to rely on him to gain points. She wasn't stupid, free tools were for use. Yangshu had words at the tip of his tongue but swallowed them down. He knew that no matter how many times he apologized, it would be hard to obtain her forgiveness. He silently ate the hot pot, saying no more, cooking her meat. Wen Yao saw this scene and raised an eyebrow. From Jiang Nian, she also learned about the past grievances between the siblings. All she could say was that this was the bitter fruit Yangshu deserved. When Yao's gaze fell on Noctis, his every move was indescribably pleasing. Noctis's lips curled up, his wife was enchanted by his refinement. Baby, what else do you want to eat? Blueberry ice cream. Okay, baby. Noctis raised his hand, tearing a rift in space before him, reaching in to pull out a box of blueberry ice cream. The rift closed again. When Yao's gaze fixed on the heart sticker on the blueberry ice cream box, which read, I love you, baby. Below was a little heart that looked extremely familiar. Isn't this the ice cream from my fridge? It was placed there by Xin Yanjun. Noctis smiled brightly. Yes, baby, I was afraid you would forget to eat it, so I specially took it from the fridge. His love was meant to be known by his wife. When Yao opened it, scooped a spoonful with a spoon, and put it in her mouth. Indeed, it was the ice cream personally made by that little crybaby boyfriend. She needed to work hard and aim to earn enough points to redeem the complete version of him as soon as possible. After dinner, when Yao and Noctis held hands, walking in the rose garden. Noctis, is that your correct head on the clock tower? No. When Yao looked up at him and asked, really not? Why won't you let me go up? Noctis smiled, baby, I would never lie to you. He lowered his head, bringing his face close to hers, and tempted her again. Baby, will you stay and keep me company? What Xin Yanjun can do, I can do too, and I will do it better than him. When Yao smiled lightly, there's something you can't do? Noctis's expression slightly froze. Impossible, as long as Xin Yanjun can do it, I can do it too. When Yao stopped, wrapped her arms around his neck, and her eyes sparkled with deeper laughter. What about kissing? Can you do that too? Of course I can't. Noctis's expression instantly turned aggrieved, tightening his hold around her slim waist. I just don't want you to kiss someone else's lips. Wen Yao's brows curved slightly. I understand, so once I'm done, we can be together forever. Noctis lowered his gaze, looking at her fair, smiling face, and no longer tried to convince her to stay. That night, in the study, Noctis leaned on the sofa, the darkness in his eyes thickening, and a dangerous, sinister aura could not be suppressed, seeping out from him. Startled, Neb jumped up from the floor, staring wide-eyed at him. Little Noctis, what's wrong? Why aren't you happy? Noctis's gaze stirred, his thin lips coldly uttering a phrase. You said, if I lock her up and chain her legs, she won't leave, right? Neb crawled up along his pant leg to his knee, standing upright with arms crossed, seriously saying. I advise you not to do that, no one likes being locked up. But I want her to stay, do you have any ideas? My relationship experience is also quite little, how about you wait for me? I'll go find 2 partners to try, and then I'll come back to tell you what I learned. Noctis's gaze turned cold as he mercilessly flicked Neb away, his tone devoid of warmth. A completely useless suggestion. Neb swiftly rolled up from the floor, spreading its paws. Then I have no way either. Noctis's lip line pressed straighter, a terrifying aura bursting forth. Neb swiftly scampered away, not wanting to provoke him. The strange creatures in the abyss were fighting for territory, and an extremely terrifying aura swept over, causing them to huddle down, holding their heads. Oh no, what kind of madness is that one doing again? Noctis couldn't understand why she refused to stay. Was it for Xinyanjun? Right, where is that man Xinyanjun? He was another version of himself but seemed unable to feel his presence. Noctis raised his hand, removing the porcelain glass bead from his right eye, and an inexplicable and strange power burst forth from it. A light screen projected before his eyes. On the screen appeared Wen Yao's home, quickly flashing scenes of Wen Yao and the man together, finally freezing on the moment she was hit by a car on her way home. Noctis's aura turned cold, blood tears streaming from his right eye, a surge of power exploded from him. The study was instantly shattered into powder, revealing endless darkness, with an abyss beneath his feet. The strange beings were all swept away. He never expected that she had died once. The direction the vehicle was driving was clearly plotted, aimed at crashing into her. Chapter 31, The Doll Manor, the Headless Ball 31. The next day, Yang Shu gave his number 2 ball to Jiang Nian. Nian, can I hear you call me second brother? Jiang Nian heard this, raised her foot and left, not even wanting the ball. Yang Shu grabbed her, stuffing the number 2 ball into her arms, and said in a low tone, I'm just joking, take it. Jiang Nian huffed, swapping it for the number 3 ball, and said, You came to me for the swap, I can't fight for your ball. Should you die, you must not look for me. Yang Shu's lips twitched, and he said painfully, okay. Then he said, actually, I want to protect you even after death. Jiang Nian immediately pulled away, please don't, I don't need it. She did not want his soul to follow her, then bully her boyfriend, Gu Siyu. Seeing her refusal, Yang Shu stopped insisting and looked at Wen Yao, can I talk to you alone? Wen Yao nodded, sure. The two moved to a corner to stand. Yang Shu looked down at the cold woman in front of him and whispered, can I ask you to help me with a small favor? Wen Yao, you tell me first, I'll decide if I can help after I hear. Yang Shu turned to the side, avoiding Jiang Nian's gaze behind him, taking a USB drive from his pocket and laying it in his palm. Please help me deliver this USB drive to a woman named Ning Ziyi, this is very simple for you. Wen Yao's expression was surprised, she thought he would ask her to take care of Jiang Nian, but turned out to be about another woman. I don't know Ning Ziyi. It doesn't matter, you two will definitely meet in the instance later. At that time, just hand it to her and say it's from someone named Jiang Shu. Why am I delivering it and not Jiang Nian? If only one person can survive in this instance, it must be you, and Nian Nian is timid, she likes to hide in low-level instances, while Ning Ziyi is in a high-level instance. They won't meet. What's in this USB drive? Sorry, I can't say, but I can give you an item in exchange. Wen Yao looked up, what item? Yang Shu handed over an ordinary brooch, this is an item I obtained from another instance, it can block damage from a strange creature once. Wen Yao took it along with the USB drive, sure, does every instance have items? Not necessarily, they are random. Do you have other items? No, this is my last item. Wen Yao had never heard of items before, since it wasn't for nothing, handing over the USB drive was acceptable. Then she asked, what are your plans for today? Yang Shu was silent for a moment, I'm going to the bell tower. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow and candidly said, don't go, I've asked, the head is not there. Yang Shu looked at her meaningfully, how do you know? What if Noctis is lying to keep you? In his view, Noctis not allowing Wen Yao up must be out of a man's selfishness. The more he doesn't allow her to look, the more there's a problem. He had to fight for his life. Wen Yao's lips twitched, emphasizing again, it's really not there, he won't deceive me on this matter. Yang Shu smiled, no longer arguing with her. Wen Yao understood his meaning of having to go, so she didn't discuss the topic further, but instead asked, think again, is there any clue you haven't mentioned? Yang Shu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, if I had to say something not mentioned, it would be that the Ford family and the villagers of Kenna village all died on the same day, December 25, 1938. But I think this issue isn't big. It's quite possible that after the villagers burned down Hall Manor, the Ford family took the little boy back for sacrifice, resulting in an accident. Noctis got evil powers, killed the Ford family, and then the villagers. With Noctis's abilities, it seems he only killing on the same day is not a problem. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Is it really like this? She sensed something was wrong. But she couldn't think of the reason why. Yang Shu broke her thoughts, saying, if possible, please take care of my sister. Wen Yao did not reply. She could speak to Nox, but it still had to be Nox's decision. Yang Shu turned and walked over to Zhang Nian to say goodbye. Nian, about the past, it was my second brother's mistake. I'm sorry. If I hadn't died, I would have continued to help you earn points. Zhang Nian's expression was dull. Thank you. Goodbye, Nian. Goodbye. Zhang Nian's heart wavered for a moment. She was really being foolish. She had promised to be indifferent, but seeing him go to his death, she felt a little sad, just a little. After all, he had protected her many times in the dungeon. Well, he was dead. One life for another, the past could be wiped clean. Watching Yang Shu's departing figure, Zhang Nian asked Wen Yao beside her. What did he just say to you? Wen Yao did not hide it. He gave me a USB drive and asked me to help deliver it to a woman named Ningji. He also asked me to take care of you. Do you know Ningji? Zhang Nian thought for a moment and answered honestly. I've never seen her. I heard Yang Shu praise her a few times. I heard she's quite capable in the dungeon. Are they in a romantic relationship? I'm not sure. When I went to the Yang family, I didn't see him and Ningji interacting. They probably met in the dungeon. Wen Yao nodded. The two went downstairs together and saw Nox in the hall. Zhang Nian tactfully stepped aside. Nox fiercely embraced Wen Yao, and Wen Yao was surprised. His aura today seemed a bit off. Wen Yao hugged him back and asked with a warm smile, Nox, what's wrong? He replied gloomily, missed you, baby. Thinking about the scene he saw last night, his heart was once again swept by pain. He couldn't accept her dying. Wen Yao stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed his bow tie, I miss you too. Nox's pupils suddenly widened in disbelief. His baby actually kissed him. The pain was replaced by extreme excitement and joy. Baby, didn't you say you mind me using someone else's head? So before, she had never kissed him. Wen Yao's fair hand caressed the bow tie at his neck. This doesn't count as someone else's head, so I can kiss it. Nox's eyes lit up. Baby, everything below the neck is mine. Can I kiss it? Wen Yao smiled and said, sure, shall we try tonight? Nox's heart raced uncontrollably. Try, was he thinking of that? He lowered his gaze and met her determined eyes. He was so nervous he stumbled over his words. Okay, baby. I'll wash up and come find you tonight. Wen Yao softened her cold brows and eyes. Nox, can you let me and Zhang Nian pass the level? Nox curled his lips. Baby, were you trying to bribe me just now? Wen Yao smiled as well, her dark eyes reflecting his figure. Yes, will you accept it? Nox chuckled, sure, as long as you can find the correct head, I'll let you go. It doesn't matter if they can't find it, he will reveal the answer to his wife in the end. Chapter 32, Doll Manor Headless Ball 32. Yang Shu arrived at the base of the clock tower, looking up at the Gothic rooftop. A huge round clock sat on the rooftop, and there was a circle of uneven walls along the edge. There were 5 floors in total, with distinct boundaries between each floor. Yang Shu lowered his gaze, pondering for a few seconds, deciding to climb up from the outside. The internal corridor was irregular and could easily trap him forever, but breaking through from the outside was different. Climbing up the outer wall, if things went wrong he'd still have a chance to escape. Thinking this, he took out a hooked rope from his system space and flicked it. He had deceived Wen Yao, that brooch was not the last item. This was a strange rope that couldn't be touched or cut. Yang Shu adjusted the rope, quickly swinging the hooked end, then suddenly throwing it up. With a clang, the hook caught on the railing at the top level. Very good, it hooked me. Then he grabbed the rope and began to climb up. But a force tugged at his foot. Yang Shu looked down and saw that a skeletal hand was grasping his foot. Without hesitation, he kicked fiercely to shatter the skeletal hand with his other foot. However, in the next second, as if triggered by some mechanism, countless skeletal hands emerged from the walls and clawed at Yang Shu. Yang Shu struggled to break free and, using the momentum, leaped outward, gliding through the air in an arc, reaching the other side, and then climbed up quickly. The skeletal claws rushed after him like venomous snakes hunting their prey. While climbing, Yang Shu took out a flare gun and shot at them. Sparks flew, and half of the skeletal hands shattered. Yang Shu kicked up to the top. Just as he lifted his foot to flip over the wall, countless skeletal hands quickly combined to form a giant skeletal palm. Like swatting a fly, it slammed him down the stairs. Below, a huge mouth of an abyss suddenly opened to swallow him whole. The last bit of light disappeared from Yang Shu's eyes. He revealed a bitter smile at the corners of his lips, guessing wrong again. Until night fell, Yang Shu did not return. Wen Yao looked at Noctis beside her. Is he dead? He lost himself in the darkness, until death. Wen Yao understood, the person was not dead for now, but lost his direction. Jiang Yan also heard this, quietly finished her last bite of food, and got up to return to her room. Wen Yao raised her brows slightly but said nothing. Baby, are you full? Full. Wen Yao turned to look at him and saw him wearing a hesitant expression. She smiled. What do you want to say? Noctis's light golden eyes flashed with a hint of darkness, his gaze locked tightly on her face. Baby, what you said during the day still counts, right? Wen Yao slightly raised her delicate face, her clear brows and eyes tinted with a smile. Of course it counts, didn't we say we would clean up? I'm waiting for you in my room. As soon as she finished speaking, Noctis flashed away. Wen Yao's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. His lively voice echoed in the hall. Baby, I will be there soon. Wen Yao suddenly burst into laughter, he seemed very anxious. In the misty warm pool, countless rose petals floated. The man, naked, leaned against the edge of the pool, holding a delicate glass bottle, dripping fragrant liquid into the warm water, his brow slightly furrowed, as if feeling it was not enough, so he simply poured in a whole bottle. On the shore, Nebu watched, his mouth twitching. Little Noctis, enough, you added too much. Noctis casually threw away the empty bottle and urged. Hurry up, Nebu, the baby is still waiting for me. Nebu was speechless, who was it that was delaying? First picking roses, then rummaging through Uncle Hall's stock of fragrance. Hundreds of bottles of fragrance, picking and choosing, this one is not fragrant enough, that one is too light, or the scent is too strong, it took a long time. While secretly complaining, Nebu was not slow either, turning into a big white bath ball, jumping into the pool with a splash, vigorously scrubbing Noctis inside and out. Not even missing the gaps between the joints. After working hard for a long time, Nebu finally scrubbed until Noctis was satisfied and left. Nebu lay exhausted on the edge of the pool, his little black eyes spinning with dizziness. Wen Yao was lying on the bed, feeling sleepy when a weight sank beside her. A pair of unloved hands hugged her waist from behind. Baby, are you asleep? Wen Yao turned over, wrapped her arms around him, and looked up at him. No, I am waiting for you. The man wore a black silk robe, and the red bow on his neck had turned into a black studded collar, wild and desirable. Below his neck was open, revealing a section of sexy collarbone, and his porcelain white chest was broad and muscular. He gazed straight at her, his eyes filled with unabashed desire. Baby, touch me. Wen Yao smiled lightly, her small hand moving from his abdomen up to his chest, feeling the warmth of his skin that felt almost real. He deliberately tilted his head, breathing heavily. Baby, I want more. Wen Yao nibbled on his collarbone. Noctis's pupils dilated in pleasure, a dazed smile spreading across his face, his fingers sliding into the hem of his clothing. She grasped her slim waist and rolled her body down. A night of indulgence. The next day, Wen Yao woke up, feeling sore and weak in her waist. He said he wanted to try the position she had once used with Xin Yanjin, and as a result, they tossed and turned all night. Then he got jealous, saying there were still a few positions left to try. Finally, he was strongly subdued by her, and then he calmed down. Wen Yao got up, dressed, and walked out of the room, where she saw Jiang Yan outside the door. How long have you been here? Not long, I was just about to knock when you opened the door. Jiang Yan looked at Wen Yao's rosy face, and it was clear what had happened last night. She leaned closer, whispering curiously, do dolls have that thing? Wen Yao was speechless, poking Jiang Yan's forehead with her fingertip, pushing her head away. Yes, don't ask more. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened, her mind seemingly pondering something. The corner of Wen Yao's mouth twitched slightly. All right, let's go. Jiang Yan came back to her senses, confused. Where to? Wen Yao replied, to the meeting room. Jiang Yan followed Wen Yao's steps, asking in confusion, why the meeting room? Wen Yao explained, every place corresponds to a clue, and we have not obtained the clues from the meeting room. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and realized it was indeed so. When Wang Bin came out, looking like a ghost, he died right after the first ball, and the clues came to a halt. Li Chang followed Wang Bin inside and immediately ran out, leaving them with even less useful clues. Thinking of how Wang Bin lost everything but his skin, Jiang Yan expressed worry. I usually have bad luck, I've never won at cards, what if I lose terribly later? Wen Yao reassured her, don't worry, you won't lose. Jiang Yan exclaimed, huh? Why? Are you helping me cheat? Wen Yao replied seriously, this time there's no gambling, I bribed their boss. Jiang Yan was stunned for a moment, then tilted her head closer, whispering, is it what I think it means? Wen Yao maintained a cold expression, but her ears turned a bit red, calmly saying, Jiang Yan hugged Wen Yao's arm, grinning as she lowly squealed, ah. Wen Yao, you are so amazing. Hissing, she wanted to know about their battle situation, she adored it outside of her. But on second thought, she decided not to ask about such private matters, as it would make her feel really perverse. Chapter 33, Doll Manor Headless Ball 33. Wen Yao and Jiang Yan arrived at the meeting room. Inside, the meeting room was empty. The oval table had nothing on it, and the chairs were neatly arranged. Wen Yao noticed a newspaper placed next to a white statue at a glance. She walked over and picked up a copy of the newspaper to check. Unfolding the newspaper, she saw a striking headline on the front page. Shock. A series of murders in the small town, specifically targeting infants. It spoke of how every 3 days, an infant would be heartlessly murdered, specifically after midnight. The townsfolk kept watch, but closing their doors was useless. Finding the killer was impossible, and the people were in panic. Date, July 30, 1938. Jiang Yan also pulled out a newspaper to check, gasped, and held the newspaper in front of Wen Yao. Look, the Ford family is accused of raising demons, harming nearby villagers. Wen Yao glanced at the date, which was August 24, 1938. Wen Yao picked up the newspapers on the rack and flipped through them in chronological order. July. August. Investigators were killed, and more people came, chasing the puppet into the Ford manor. Investigators risked infiltrating the manor and found that the Ford family raised demons, wantonly harming villagers. The Queen sent people to capture the Ford family, but they escaped, capturing only a few. September. October. In another chase, the Ford family resisted, and the demons killed all the pursuers in a dreadful manner. The Ford family once again vanished, heart-rending murder cases of infants surged, and the people were furious, demanding the Queen eliminate the Ford family. November. This led the villagers to be grateful. Someone saw a small wooden puppet in Hall Manor, and rumors spread, believing it to be a demon. The rescued villagers surrounded the manor, demanding the puppet be handed over, but Hall refused. December. Once again, a snow disaster came, with many people gathering at Hall Manor to request relief food and the puppet, but Hall rejected them. In the dead of night, villagers were killed, and the murderer pointed to the small puppet in Hall Manor. Hall proved the puppet's innocence, but the villagers did not believe him and threatened to take the puppet. This was the last report. The page still featured 2 black and white photos. One was a photo of the puppet, caught in the flash of a camera, raising its hand to block the light. The other was a picture of enraged villagers. Wen Yao noticed an angle in the crowd, where a small puppet showed a malicious smile. Surprisingly, it was the puppet that had been watching the blonde boy closely. This puppet was named Fort OS, and he was the ancestor of Noctis, many generations back. Wen Yao tightened the newspaper in her fingertips, her eyes flashed coldly, damned Fort OS. Jiang Yan, noticing, leaned over to take a look and pointed at the puppet blocking its eyes, saying, this puppet looks like the one that played piano in the dance hall. Wen Yao's expression softened, it's not similar, it's the same one. Jiang Yan looked at Wen Yao in surprise, what did you discover? Wen Yao put down the newspaper. Noctis was beheaded before he came to Hall Manor. Evelyn took the puppet Noctis and fled back to Hall Manor. So that day, the puppet said he couldn't bathe because his mother wouldn't let him, as he was wooden, and bathing too much would cause him to rot. Evelyn was afraid of losing Noctis, which was why she cried by the window. Uncle Hall roared, saying that the villagers were not only ungrateful but also slandered the puppet. The puppet snuck out and was hit by stones, making a clinking sound. Flames soared, as the villagers, driven by hunger and incited by the Fort family, burned Hall Manor. Jiang Yan was puzzled, since Noctis had already become a puppet, why didn't he save his mother and uncle? Wen Yao responded, he didn't have the ability at that time, otherwise, it wouldn't be Evelyn fleeing with him but him leading Evelyn out. After witnessing the fire that killed his relatives, he went mad, turning from kind to evil, and retaliated against everyone present. As she spoke, Wen Yao stepped out of the parlor. Jiang Yan quickly followed, where are we going? The guillotine garden. Ha? Seeing Jiang Yan still confused, Wen Yao explained as she walked, the correct head we are looking for should be his adult porcelain puppet head. To be precise, it is a white porcelain head missing the right eye, because his whole body is made of porcelain, and the only thing that belongs to him now is that porcelain puppet's right eye. So, the place with the white head is the guillotine garden. At first, Noctis revealed the answer, they just didn't pay attention, thinking the boss's unique left and right eyes were normal. Jiang Yan suddenly understood, exclaiming, I've seen that porcelain head, it was missing an eye, and at the time, I thought it was beautiful and special, so I looked at it twice. Feeling regretful, she added, if I had known, I would have taken it out. Wen Yao glanced at Jiang Yan, feeling she had a bit of lucky charm about her, she could find what she wanted based on instinct alone, without reasoning. Maybe later, you could try some sea-level missions, just trust your instincts. Jiang Yan looked at Wen Yao, dumbfounded, can clearing levels rely on instinct? Wen Yao said, others can't, but you might be able to. Jiang Yan pondered, noting the suggestion down. Guillotine Garden. Wen Yao stepped in without hesitation. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth and followed. As soon as she entered, she saw Wen Yao pick up the porcelain puppet head. Seeing this, a line of black lines slid down her forehead, the big shot was opening the back door too wide. Back then, she and Yang Shu had been chased until they were exhausted. Thinking about it brings tears. Wen Yao, Noctis, come out quickly, I know you are there. A pair of hands embraced her from behind, and a low laugh came. Great, baby, you found my correct head. At this moment, the system announced. Congratulations player Wen Yao, you have found the correct head of the dungeon boss Noctis. Points earned, 500,000. Total points, 500,000. Please choose whether to leave the dungeon world immediately. Yes, leave immediately. No, leave after 12 hours. Wen Yao clicked on no. Noctis held her tighter. Thank you, baby, for choosing to stay for me. Wen Yao turned and looked up at him with a smile in her eyes. Then, Noctis, can you put on your head now? Sure, baby. Noctis knelt down on one knee, serious as a groom proposing, and raised his hand to take off his head. He removed his white gloves, and with his long fingers, he inserted them into his right eye, pulling out the porcelain doll's glass eyeball, casually flicking it into the porcelain doll head that Wen Yao was holding, completing the other eye. His voice was wrapped in laughter. Baby, put my head on for me. Okay. Wen Yao attached the porcelain doll's head for him. She cupped his face in her hands and planted a kiss on his lips. Noctis held her head and deepened the kiss. Jiang Yan covered her eyes with both hands, but her fingers were wide open, excited and flushed. Wen Yao glimpsed at her from the corner of her eye, a barely noticeable twitch at the edge of her brow, pulling away from Noctis's lips. Why haven't you left yet? Chapter 34 Doll Manor Headless Ball 34. Noctis gave her a cold glance. Jiang Yan quickly said. I have a small favor to ask Mr. Noctis. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, what is it? Jiang Yan looked at the embracing couple, took a deep breath, and said with courage. I would like to ask Mr. Noctis to help me make a puppet body for my boyfriend and put his soul into the puppet. Wen Yao was a bit surprised, loosening her hold on Noctis. She had thought Jiang Yan would mention Yang Shu, but it turned out to be about her boyfriend. Is your boyfriend here? Jiang Yan nodded, yes, he is here. The second ball is the dance he will have with me. After I asked him where he would go, he said he would stay by my side. Although I can't see him, he must be here. As she spoke, Jiang Yan looked at Noctis earnestly and said. Of course, I won't ask you to help for free. I will trade you 1 billion renminbi, is that okay? You can't use money in the dungeon world, but your girlfriend Wen Yao can use it in the Blue Star world. Then, she pressed on. In our world, spending money on your wife is a must. You will definitely marry Miss Wen Yao in the future, right? Preparing a dowry is beneficial for a happy life after marriage. This touched Noctis's heart. He smiled slightly, fine. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and she immediately revealed the password and storage address for the 1 billion card. Noctis left with just a single phrase, wait. When Yao's eyes curved into a smile, Noctis knew how to make money, just like the little crybaby Xinyanzuan. She looked at Jiang Yan, are you sure you don't want to keep some? Jiang Yan shook her head, if I don't accumulate at least 100 million points, I'll be a vegetable in reality and won't be able to spend 1 billion. Then I might as well stay in the dungeon, at least in the dungeon, I can move freely, and it's enough to have Gusai with me. Also, if I can live to go out, Gusai can earn quite a bit, and there will be another 1 billion. Then, she grimaced, giving out 1 billion at once hurts my heart, why don't you take a little less? Wen Yao laughed, I'm sorry, I'm quite interested in RMB too. Jiang Yan shot Wen Yao an accusing look, then why did you ask? Wen Yao smiled lightly, I just want to see your pained expression. Jiang Yan's eyes widened, not expecting Wen Yao to joke, her initially cold and distant face seemed like a different person. Wen Yao, you should go wait for him in the hall. Jiang Yan, what about you? Wen Yao, I still have some things to do. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Wen Yao found Nebu in the garden. Nib, can you take me up to the clock tower? Nib was stunned for a moment, a mysterious thought flashing in its little black bean eyes, and nodded. It transformed, becoming a huge ball of fur, lying obediently at her feet. Wen Yao climbed up, the soft long hair wrapping around her snugly. In the next second, Nib made a light leap into the air, then landed directly on the roof of the clock tower. Wen Yao slid down from Nib, rubbing its soft fur. Thank you, Nib. Nib suddenly shrank down, curling into a small fur ball, nestling on her shoulder, as if wanting to follow her. Wen Yao allowed it to snuggle, walking to the door by the chessboard, raising her hand to move the unfinished chess pieces, winning in just 3 steps. The ancient and solemn door suddenly opened wide. Wen Yao stepped in and raised her eyes to look. The dome seemed to be lifted by the hand of a deity, millions of stars shining brightly. Below was a white jade stone platform, covered with countless red roses, their petals fresh and dripping. In the center of the flower bed, a golden-haired little boy quietly slept, his face peaceful, but his body was in tatters. Baby, why did you suddenly come here? A sudden voice sounded from behind. Wen Yao turned her head and saw the little doll stagger towards her, its expression aggrieved and flustered. Baby, do you not want me anymore? Why aren't you talking? Noctis looked at her calm eyes, unable to guess what she was thinking, feeling even more uneasy inside. He saw her gaze at his tattered form and worried she would despise him. Thinking about this, he felt his heart was about to break. Wen Yao bent down and picked up the little doll, chuckling softly. I don't want you. The little doll whimpered, then why didn't you pay attention to me just now? I was thinking about something. Are you planning to leave me? No, I was thinking about which line to use to stitch your body back together. As she spoke, Wen Yao raised her hand, her slender finger gently poking its head. Did you forget? I'm a doctor, and I've seen countless bodies more broken than yours. Noctis, baby, will you despise me? He remembered how she would clean her fingers with alcohol more than a dozen times after touching a corpse before stopping. Wen Yao looked at him earnestly. As long as it's you, I won't despise you. Noctis was touched to the point of tears, rubbing against her soft chest, the corners of his mouth lifting into a clever and pleased curve. Nib silently glared at him and jumped down from Wen Yao's shoulder, avoiding being blamed later. Noctis, bring me my surgical tools. Okay, baby. Wen Yao threaded the transparent silk through the gaps, glancing at the little doll next to her who was grinning foolishly, a smile flashing in her eyes. When everything was finished, Wen Yao hugged the still grinning wooden doll and shook it. So happy? You've been smiling for so long. Noctis came back to his senses, as if reminded of something, and began to whimper again. Baby, in the next subworld, if you see a different me, will you still love me? Wen Yao, yes, I love each of your avatars. He whimpered, what if I look strange and ugly? Wen Yao teased him, then I'll think about it. Baby, I can't live without you. Wen Yao found it quite funny and kissed him, silly. Baby, I want to be your forever silly. Wen Yao's fingertip poked his little head. Alright, let's go. Are you ready with Jiang Nian's boyfriend's doll? Ready. Wen Yao was about to carry him away when he struggled and slid down. Baby, I'll come back in a moment. Wen Yao stared at him, are you hiding something from me? The little doll shook its head like a wave drum, absolutely not. Wen Yao stared at him for a while, confirming he wasn't lying before leaving the clock tower. As the clock tower's door closed, the little doll stood on the wall, looking down at Wen Yao's back, showing a silly smile. Wen Yao had just entered the living room when she saw Jiang Nian's tearful face. Jiang Nian, what's wrong? Jiang Nian turned her head, her eyes full of resentment, taking a step aside to reveal the little doll behind her. Look. Wen Yao looked over, her gaze slightly startled. It was a small puppet, only the height of a palm, with drooping shoulders and a sad expression. Gusai, Nian, do you dislike me? Jiang Nian, I don't. Gusai, your expression tells me that you do. Jiang Nian shot another accusing look at Wen Yao. Wen Yao recalled when Jiang Nian had asked her if puppets could do that, and she looked again at the overly tiny puppet, her brow twitching. This. Wen Yao turned to the smiling Noctis beside her. Can't the puppet be a bit bigger? Like your body. Baby, my body is one of a kind. Is there any other way to make Gusai's puppet body grow a little? Let it soak in moonlight and starlight, it will slowly grow. But right now, its soul is too weak to support a larger puppet body. Wen Yao looked at Jiang Nian, did you hear that? Jiang Nian's face broke into a smile, and she flattered, I heard. Thank you. Just let me know if you need me in the future. Wen Yao also smiled, alright, I will find you if I need something. When Jiang Nian met the disdainful gaze of the big boss, she quickly grabbed Gusai on the table and slipped away. You guys chat, I won't disturb you. Time was running out, the big boss was clearly annoyed by her presence. Noctis swooped Wen Yao up in his arms, his eyes full of longing. Baby, it seems you care about her more than me? Wen Yao wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his chin while looking up. Not at all, no one can compare to you. Upon hearing this, Noctis felt happy in his heart and leaned down to kiss her lips, instantly teleporting to the big bed in his room. Baby, give me. In the end, Noctis removed the porcelain glass bead from his right eye and turned it into a necklace to wear around Wen Yao's neck. Wen Yao felt the coolness around her neck and asked in confusion, "Why did you give me your eye?" "Baby, I want to get some sweetness." "Mm? It will let you foresee me in every instance. Baby, starting from the next instance, can you kiss me more?" "Sure." Noctis handed her a golden sword. "Baby, if you encounter someone who doesn't know their place, just chop them down, no need to hold back." Wen Yao looked at the golden sword, which shrunk to the size of a scalpel in her hand, raising her eyebrow. "What if you bully me? Then I'll chop you down too." Noctis looked at her with a pitiful gaze. "But baby, I absolutely will not bully you." Wen Yao kissed his lips and smiled, "All right, I understand." After the two of them were affectionate for a while, Wen Yao suddenly disappeared into Noctis's embrace. At the same time, Jiang Nian was also teleported away. All the puppets in the puppet manor bowed their heads simultaneously, as if all the parts had gone on strike. Nibutang closed its eyes beside the golden-haired boy and transformed into a toy mouse car, completely silent. The adult porcelain Noctis took out the heart from the little puppet and placed it back into the golden-haired boy's body. The next moment, the porcelain doll shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. The golden-haired boy on the bed suddenly opened his azure eyes, his figure rapidly growing until it stopped at adulthood. Countless rose petals spread out from his feet, gradually engulfing him entirely. A pair of smiling azure eyes stared at the stars in the sky, contently closing his eyes. "Thank you for love and stars, granting me eternal rest." At the moment he closed his eyes, the starry sky was swallowed by darkness, and the puppet manor dissipated into specks of light, revealing the entire dark abyss, filled with densely packed scarlet eyes. A translucent 12-winged angel stood up from the rose grave of the white jade platform. That beautiful face was unmistakably Xinyan Jin. Black feathers fell from the sky, and eerie creatures crouched on the ground, trembling. In the void, a majestic dark gold throne rose up. Xinyan Jin stepped toward the throne nonchalantly, as purple lightning suddenly struck down from the void. He raised his hand and grasped at the air, the lightning fizzled out like a damp firecracker. He sneered coldly. Countless bolts of lightning crackled in the void, as if cursing angrily, yet afraid to take action. Xinyan Jin's expression was indifferent, his pair of silver eyes cold and merciless. "Either fight, or get lost. I'm in a bad mood." The purple lightning was stunned, roaring helplessly before fleeing. The smirk at the corner of Xinyan Jin's lips grew stronger. Daring to use his wife as bait, this matter was far from over. He had already put his wife's name on the blacklist of the terror game, ensuring she wouldn't enter it. However, the main system inexplicably pulled his wife's name out from the blacklist. Fortunately, he had a backup plan and hid a part of his wife's memories in a low-level subcopy. As soon as his wife entered, he sensed it. His wife did not resent his puppet-like body, but others might not feel the same. Whimper. He hoped they would be strong and not embarrass him. If he lost his wife, he would go insane, even harming himself. Meanwhile, Wen Yao received a message from her boyfriend through the porcelain doll glass bead necklace. "Baby, don't believe what the system says, I won't let you lose. No matter which part of me it is, I will love you repeatedly, only you, and only you." Wen Yao's calm eyes dimmed slightly, he was hinting that the system would erase their memories. So that's how it is, no wonder Noctis initially had no memories of them. But it's okay, this time she would take the initiative. Chapter 35 Hospital, 0 Room 01. The sound of footsteps, tap tap, suddenly echoed in the fog-covered silent street. A figure dressed in a camel-colored coat emerged from the fog. The streetlight beside the road suddenly lit up, illuminating a corner of the snow-covered eaves and the piled snow by the roadside, along with that calm and unhurried figure. On her pale, cool face, a pair of tranquil black eyes shone particularly bright, exhaling a puff of mist from her fine nose. Wen Yao deeply buried her hands in her coat pockets, slightly lowering her head, her chin buried in a warm apricot-colored scarf, her gaze quietly surveying her surroundings. This was a foreign town covered in snow. The houses were not crowded, mostly 2- to 3-story single-family structures. Perhaps it was too cold, the streets were deserted. But as she walked, she sensed countless intrusive gazes resting on her. Clearly, there were people at home, yet the houses had no lights on, not even a lit fireplace for warmth. She could not hear the sounds of children playing or adults talking at all. The houses shrouded in fog were too quiet, eerie, and strange. It felt like she had walked into a dead, silent town. Wen Yao lowered her eyes. Were they all dead? Or were the people here special? It seemed she had to find St. Mercy Hospital before dark, otherwise, she might end up in a chase. Not long ago. Welcome player Wen Yao to the horror game, current subcopy Hospital, 0 Room. Subcopy difficulty, S level. Identity, job seeker. Clear conditions: 1. Become a worker at St. Mercy Hospital. 2. Find the key to 0 Room and unlock its door. Gentle reminder, until the key is found, please diligently perform your duties, otherwise, consequences will be yours to bear. She was teleported to the town square and followed the directional sign, walking east all the way. It shouldn't be far now to St. Mercy Hospital. Feeling the porcelain doll glass bead on her neck slightly warm, Wen Yao paused her steps. A scene appeared in her mind. A bloodied operating room. A man facing the corpse on the operating table turned on the shadowless lamp, his long, cold white fingers methodically putting on blue latex gloves. Then, he gently took a surgical knife and opened the corpse's chest. Strangely, the rotting heart inside beat rhythmically, like a normal functioning heart. The man had jet black short hair, and his silver gray eyes were cool and indifferent, seemingly unfazed by it. His entire being radiated an icy aura, focused intently on his task. A white mask covered most of his face, but it still revealed an extraordinarily handsome appearance beneath the mask. The white coat has a name tag pinned on the front, Fu Shibai. The 15-second scene came to an end. Wen Yao snapped back to reality, a smile flickering in her dark eyes. Her crybaby boyfriend's personality was quite different in this instance. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you saying anything?" A young male voice came from behind. Wen Yao turned around and saw a young couple, seemingly still in college. The boy was handsome with delicate features, wearing a long-sleeved plain white t-shirt. He gave his black baseball jacket to the girl beside him. The girl wore denim overalls with a pink rabbit print t-shirt underneath, white sneakers, and had her hair in a bun, looking youthful and vibrant. Wearing the boy's jacket made her appear even smaller. The girl tugged at the boy's sleeve and said softly, "Lin Yuan, be nicer with your words." Lin Yuan immediately restrained his temper, though a hint of displeasure remained on his face. The girl turned to Wen Yao with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, I apologize on his behalf. He didn't mean it, I hope you're not upset. Let me introduce myself. I'm Changya, a junior at B University. This is my classmate, Lin Yuan. May I ask your name?" Wen Yao looked at Changya with deep meaning, apologizing for Lin Yuan? Classmate instead of boyfriend? This was intriguing. Wen Yao. Changya clasped her hands together, her big eyes adorned with pink eyeshadow showing a pleading look, as she sweetly asked, "Pretty sister, could you lend your scarf to Lin Yuan? We didn't expect it to be winter when we came in, and we're not dressed warmly. He's about to catch a cold, can you help him?" Wen Yao's expression remained distant as she asked quietly, "How old are you this year?" Changya was taken aback for a moment before replying, 22. Wen Yao replied flatly, "I'm 21 this year, please don't call me sister, and I won't lend my scarf." Changya was stunned, eyes staring wide at Wen Yao, unable to believe she was only 21. Wen Yao looked mature and knowledgeable, her appearance was not stunning at first glance, but her cool, restrained beauty became more appealing the more one looked. The woolen coat she wore was worth at least 7 figures. Coming from a wealthy background, Changya thought it would be nice if she were a silly sweet girl. But of course, someone who could enter an S-grade instance could never be a silly sweet girl. Feeling slightly regretful inside, she didn't show it on her face. Not knowing the other person's abilities or how they could protect themselves, she couldn't easily offend Wen Yao. Changya quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I thought you were older than me, that's why I called you that. Please forgive my rudeness. The decision to lend the scarf is yours, I didn't mean to pressure you. Please don't take it to heart. I was just too worried about my companion catching a cold, so I boldly asked. If you don't want to lend it, that's fine." Lin Yuan looked down at Changya, his eyes filled with gratitude. "It's okay, I'm not cold." Changya tilted her head, grabbing his cold hand and putting it in her pocket, encouraging him, "Just hang in there, once we get to Shang'an Hospital, they'll surely have extra clothes." Lin Yuan nodded and wiped away the snot running from his nose with his other hand. Wen Yao ignored them and continued walking forward. Changya held Lin Yuan's hand and hurried to catch up, chattering with questions. "Wen Yao, where do you go to university? Maybe we're in the same city, we could get to know each other. How many instances have you participated in? Were they all S-grade instances? I know a few seniors who regularly join S-grade instances, would you like me to introduce you to them?" Seeing that Wen Yao was silent, Changya wisely zipped her mouth. Lin Yuan lowered his voice, "Why do you care about her? Can't we just take care of ourselves?" Changya held her eyes wide in disapproval. "Lin Yuan, she might be a junior, if we can help her, we should. Moreover, we're in an S-grade instance, everyone needs to work together to clear it. We should think for the greater good and not be selfish." Lin Yuan looked conflicted, "But isn't it self-torture when you're pushing yourself on someone who's cold? I don't want you to be like this." Changya was briefly stunned, she's a girl. It's natural for her to be wary of strangers. You should understand a bit more, once we are familiar, it won't be like this. Lin Yuan. He felt that no matter how familiar Wen Yao was, she wouldn't pay attention to them anyway. Wen Yao paused her steps and clearly enunciated to Changya, "I graduated from university a long time ago, I am not your junior." Changya. Lin Yuan. He said, they were just thinking too much, but he couldn't lower his face to call a younger person senior. Clap, a loud slap echoed from the front. Ding, someone threw something over. A silver ring rolled to Wen Yao's feet and stopped. Xiao Yan. The wedding is cancelled, we will have nothing to do with each other in the future. Chapter 36 Hospital 0 Disease 02. The corner of Wen Yao's mouth twitched. Was there something wrong with this road? So many issues. Chunya forcefully threw Ling Yuan's hand away, taking 2 steps to pick up the silver ring on the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Wow, such a beautiful ring, there's a pink diamond on it." Wen Yao glanced at the pink diamond and said casually, "This ring is worth 50 million yuan." Chunya's eyes widened, tightening her grip on the ring. 50 million. Wen Yao continued to walk forward while Chunya stood still, unable to move. Lin Yuan wisely said, yeah, since they threw it away, it means they don't want it. If you picked it up, it's yours, put it away. Chunya bit her lip. Isn't this a bit wrong? The person involved didn't say they didn't want it. It might just be they threw it out in anger during a fight. Lin Yuan, it doesn't matter, they threw it, we picked it up by chance, why should we return it to them? If you find someone's phone on the road, and they call to ask for it back, you still need to give them 500 yuan as a finder's fee. Picking up a 50 million diamond ring should at least come with some sort of compensation, right? Chunya was silent, gripping the diamond ring tighter. Clap, another crisp slap echoed. Xiao Yan, you bastard, Chunya hesitated for a moment, holding the ring tightly in her palm, and walked forward. Lin Yuan closely followed behind. Wen Yao glanced towards a streetlight, where a man was forcefully kissing a woman he held tightly, while she scratched and clawed at him. The man named Xiao Yan suddenly released his grip, blood at the corner of his mouth, emotions swirling in his eyes that were hard to discern. Su Qingji, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? The person I love now is you. Su Qingji covered her mouth, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. You're lying. In your study drawer, I saw your high school diary filled with Ning Ziyi's name. If Ning Ziyi wasn't important, then why did you leave the diary in the place closest to you? Wen Yao, who was about to leave, immediately stopped when she heard Ning Ziyi. Regarding Ning Ziyi, she had to listen carefully with both ears. Yang Shu asked her to hand the USB drive to Ning Ziyi, though she hadn't met the person, she had encountered someone related to her. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. What diary? I lost my diary long ago, I don't know, it's in the study. It must have been placed there by someone else. I admit I used to like Ning Ziyi, but she rejected my confession. I let go long ago, the person I like now is you. Su Qingji was taken aback. If it wasn't you, then who could it be that put the diary there? Xiao Yan, if you don't say, I won't understand. We can check the surveillance, and if it shows I put it there, I'll agree to your decision to cancel the wedding. If not, please don't continue to wrong me. Su Qingji sought his calmness about checking the surveillance and realized she may have misunderstood him. She pursed her lips. All right. Xiao Yan pressed further, and please don't mention Ning Ziyi again, I don't want to be wronged anymore. Su Qingji noticed the symmetrical handprint marks on his face and awkwardly said, okay. Seeing this, Wen Yao decided to leave. At that moment, Chunya walked up to them with a smile, happily handing over the ring. Dr. Xiao, here, I think you need this. Xiao Yan took it and replied coolly, thank you, do you know me? Chunya, yes, I've been to the hospital where you work for a visit and saw you from a distance. Xiao Yan, the head of the Xiao family, she had gone to a banquet with friends as a server and caught just a glimpse of him. Then, by chance, she saw Xiao Yan sitting in the hospital, still the hospital director. Xiao Yan nodded, grabbed Su Qingji's hand, and walked away. Chunya's large eyes flickered, knowing that rich people are always hard to approach. Lin Yuan grabbed Chunya's hand. Why don't you ask them for some reward? Chunya, Lin Yuan, returning lost items without asking for a reward is our noble tradition and virtue. How can you accept any payment? Saying this, she shook off Lin Yuan's hand and quickly followed. Lin Yuan was stunned. On the other side, Wen Yao saw the sign of Sheng'an Hospital and 3 men standing there. One man had pale skin, a tall figure, brown hair, and blue eyes. He happened to see her too. Morris' gaze was cold and ruthless, with a mocking tone. Dr. Wen, long time no see, do you remember me? I didn't expect you to enter the terror game as well. Wen Yao stared back into his eyes, her expression indifferent. Is there something? Morris, the illegitimate son of the Gray family, was poisonous in personality and brutal in methods. Morris' face turned cold as he looked down at Wen Yao. If it weren't for you saving my brother Arthur, that little wolf cub, I wouldn't have lost my inheritance position to him. You're really too kind. The last sentence seemed to have him gritting his teeth so hard it seemed they would shatter. Wen Yao coldly and heartlessly replied. My kindness doesn't need your reminder, don't block my way if there's nothing. Morris sneered, you ruined my life, and I will make you pay for it. Here, no one is protecting you. Just obediently be my cannon fodder, and I might let you live a little longer. Wen Yao, get lost. As Morris was about to teach Wen Yao a lesson, Xiao Yan stepped in, pressing his hand on Morris' shoulder. Morris looked at the dark-haired, unfriendly man. This is between me and her, none of your business. Get out of the way. Xiao Yan's face was expressionless, his eyes cold and stern. I owe her adoptive father a favor. If you want to start a fight and end up back in Shengyan Hospital, I'd be happy to accompany you. Morris didn't want to be injured right away, so he shook off Xiao Yan's hand and coldly glared at Wen Yao, spitting out a threat. You can't escape. Xiao Yan watched Morris walk away and turned to Wen Yao, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Xiao Yan. This is my fiancé, Su Qingji. Your adoptive father, Jack, once helped me. For this S-level instance, you can team up with us. Wen Yao, you know me? Xiao Yan, your adoptive father mentioned you to me. Wen Yao nodded. The other two were named Zhao Ming and Tang Zhe. Zhao Ming was a senior to Chengya and Lin Yuan in their 4th year. Tang Zhe was a rich second generation and a friend of Zhao Ming from a drinking party. As the sky darkened, the iron gate of Shengyan Hospital was locked. Everyone present knew that if they didn't get into Shengyan Hospital before dark, they might face danger. Wen Yao approached the iron gate and pressed the doorbell a few times with her fingertips. The others suddenly stepped back, their faces filled with alarm. Zhao Ming scolded, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill us?" Old players knew that they shouldn't touch things carelessly, or it might trigger the death rule. Wen Yao was speechless. You've been standing here so long and never pressed the doorbell? Zhao Ming, we never pressed it, we just shouted a few times. Wen Yao, if you don't press the doorbell, how will the people inside know to open the door? The three who arrived early fell silent. Zhao Ming, are you even an old player? Haven't you encountered situations where knocking on the door leads to creepy creatures dragging you inside? Wen Yao, never encountered that. Zhao Ming had no words to say. The next second, a tall figure appeared inside the iron gate, striding toward them. His voice was deep as he said, I'm Johnny. Are you here for a job or to see a doctor? If it's for medical treatment, come back tomorrow. The doctors don't work on weekends. Wen Yao, hello, I'm here for a job. What positions are you hiring for at your hospital? Johnny, we're hiring 2 doctors, 2 front desk clerks, 2 caretakers, and 2 cleaners. The group silently counted. It was exactly 8 people, but which position they could take was important. They didn't forget the kind reminder. If one cannot bear the responsibilities of being a doctor but still chooses to be one, it's likely that the first patient encountered will touch upon the rules of death. Wen Yao raised her eyes and looked at Johnny's rusted face. What benefits does one get as a doctor? Johnny, doctors get to have an independent room, a big bedroom with a bathroom, while other positions share a room with 2 people, with bunk beds and no bathroom. Hearing this, Wen Yao quickly said, My name is Wen Yao, and I am here to interview for the doctor position. Johnny nodded and stepped aside. All right, you can come in. The doctors are interviewed personally by the hospital director. Please wait a moment, and I will take you there. Okay, thank you. Wen Yao walked through the iron gate and stood next to Johnny. Xiao Yan noticed this and pulled Su Qingji's hand forward, saying to Johnny, Who interviews for positions other than the doctor? Johnny's scrutinizing gaze fell upon the two. I will be responsible for the interviews. Which position do you want to apply for? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. What are the requirements for the front desk position? Johnny's eyes shifted to Su Qingji and gave her a brief look. This lady is qualified, you are not. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. All right, my name is Xiao Yan, here to interview for a doctor. My fiancée Su Qingji is applying for the front desk. By the way, may I ask if a doctor can invite someone to live with them in their room? Johnny, yes, you can. Come in, the doctor's room is a private space, and they can decide who to live with. We have no right to interfere. Then, Johnny said to Su Qingji, You are now officially the front desk staff. I will take you to get your uniform shortly. Su Qingji smiled politely. Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnny. Morris forcefully squeezed past Tang Zhe and Zhao Ming, his voice cold. I want to interview for the front desk, too. The front desk job is just standing in the lobby, basically safe. The caregivers and cleaners have to run up and down, and the chance of encountering strange things is much higher. Also, he didn't want to do cheap work like a caregiver or cleaner. Tang Zhe, Zhao Ming, and Lin Yuan looked shocked, unable to imagine how ridiculous it would be for muscular Morris to wear a nurse's skirt. Johnny's face was cold. You can't, the front desk only hires women. Chengya immediately raised her hand and said loudly, Mr. Johnny, my name is Chengya, I want to interview for the front desk, is that okay? Johnny looked at Chengya, who stood behind several tall men. Okay, you passed the interview, come in. Chengya quickly squeezed carefully past the men. With only 2 positions left, to be a cleaner or a caregiver, Tang Zhe chose to be a cleaner. He was used to eating, drinking, and having fun, and only knew how to do simple tasks like mopping the floor and taking out the trash. In the end, Zhao Ming and Lin Yuan became caregivers, while Morris became a cleaner. The moment Johnny closed the iron gate, Wen Yao sensed a gaze from the fog that seemed to carry a hint of regret. Xiao Yan felt it too, glancing into the fog, squinting his eyes, sensing something unclean outside. Everyone followed Johnny's footsteps and walked inside. They had to walk a short distance to reach the hospital building. The road covered in snow was icy and slippery, with piles of freshly shoveled snow on both sides. Aside from Johnny, the group walked carefully. A 4-story-old building came into view, with icicles hanging from the windowsills, the windows inside dark and hollow, as if hiding countless shadows. An arm suddenly stretched out from a window on the 3rd floor and then quickly withdrew. The entire building was shrouded in fog and darkness. Only the lights in the corridors flickered on and off. Johnny explained, "The wiring just broke down, I am repairing it. Unexpectedly you rang the doorbell as I came to open the door. Once I fix it, everything will be fine." The group remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. In front of the main door of the hospital building, a little girl was vigorously shoveling snow from the road. Wen Yao observed the little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with long golden curly hair and fair skin, yet wearing a thin blue coarse dress. A plush bear toy hung from her waist, and her little hands were frozen red. When the little girl saw their group, her blue eyes instantly lit up with surprise. "Mr. Johnny, are they the new workers?" "Yes, Diana, please focus on your work, or I'll fire you at any time." Diana stood up straight, responding loudly, "Okay, Mr. Johnny." Then, she continued to puff and clear the snow from the ground. Johnny explained to the people behind him. "Her name is Diana. She is a temporary worker at the hospital and can only work in the 1st floor lobby and outside. If you see her running to other floors, please stop her." The people present seemed to be pondering. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows. "Isn't employing child labor illegal, Mr. Johnny?" Before Johnny could speak, Diana, who had been eavesdropping with her little ears, ran over quickly with her shovel and said anxiously, "It's my choice to come to work, it's not Mr. Johnny's fault. I'm an orphan, and if I don't work, I will starve. Please don't report Mr. Johnny." Johnny looked down at Wen Yao. "That's true, I didn't want to hire her, but Diana kept insisting, and I eventually gave in to her persistence and agreed to let her work as a temporary worker." Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. "What benefits does a temporary worker get?" "Johnny, 1 meal a day." "Wen Yao, is that all?" Johnny shook his head. "That's it. If you insist on reporting to the director, I will immediately throw Diana out." Diana's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Wen Yao. "Please don't report me. I'm just a small child, I would be satisfied with 1 meal. Changya gently patted Diana's head. "Wen Yao, Diana is really too pitiful, let's forget this and pretend we didn't see it." "Wen Yao, I was just asking, not saying I would report." Diana laughed through her tears, bowing politely. "Thank you so much, you are really nice." Johnny glanced at Diana. "Before the end of your shift, I will come to check how your work is going." After hearing this, Diana hurried over and started swinging her shovel with all her might. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Johnny, how is our work schedule arranged?" "Johnny, most people work from Monday to Saturday, from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening, except for doctors who leave at 6 p.m. and front desk staff who leave at 9 p.m., everyone else is the same." The people present silently remembered this work schedule. Everyone followed Johnny into the dark lobby and suddenly heard 2 hurried footsteps rushing towards them in the darkness. Just as everyone was about to step aside, Johnny had already rushed into the dark, followed by 2 heavy thudding sounds. The next moment, the dim lights in the lobby turned on. On the ground lay 2 tall men bent like shrimp, wearing patient gowns and looking in pain. "Run! There's a ghost here! Go! Leave this place!" Johnny calmly lifted one with one hand, dragging them up the stairs, and explained to Wen Yao and the others. "They are mental patients from the town, please wait a moment, I will be right back." The people present. Chapter 38 Hospital Number 0 Patient 04. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, these were not just simple mental patients. While Johnny was away, everyone surveyed the hospital lobby. The old light bulbs, corroded and peeling walls, 3 rows of tattered waiting chairs that could only accommodate 2 people at the front desk. In front of a wooden table, there were 2 splashes of black pollutants that resembled dried bloodstains. In the depths of the corridor, there were 3 consultation rooms, one of which had a faint light seeping through the crack, as if someone was working inside. The other 2 rooms were pitch black, evidently unoccupied. At the end was an elevator, with the up and down buttons flashing a dim red light. A strange silence filled the air, only interrupted by the ticking of a clock on the wall. A chill swept through the air, making it feel as if breathing became heavy. Footsteps could be heard as Johnny descended the stairs. As soon as Johnny reached the 1st floor, he led Wen Yao and Xiaoyan towards the slightly lit consultation room in the corridor, leaving the others to wait in place. "Our dean is named Fu Shibai, and he is the only doctor in this small town. He will conduct the interview later, and once you succeed, I will take you to your respective rooms." Wen Yao and Xiaoyan listened quietly. After a few steps, they reached the dean's consultation room number 1, with the doctor's name, Fu Shibai, hanging on the wooden door. Johnny stopped and looked at Wen Yao and Xiaoyan. "You can go in whichever of you wants first. I will go distribute the clothes." Saying this, he turned and left. Wen Yao raised her hand to knock on the door, but was held back by Xiaoyan's hand on her shoulder. Xiaoyan's expression was slightly heavy. Let me go first. Wen Yao stepped away, breaking free from his hand, calmly saying, no need, I will go first. She lightly tapped on the door. Come in. His voice was deep and steady, as if it came from the distant depths of a polar region, carrying a subtle hint of coldness. Wen Yao grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open, then casually closed it behind her. She looked at the man in a white coat, sitting up straight, slightly lowering his head as he swiftly wrote on a medical record with a fountain pen. The tip of his pen suddenly paused. Wen Yao met those silver-gray eyes, smiling lightly. Hello, I am here for the doctor interview, my name is Wen Yao. Fu Shibai's gaze precisely focused on her fair face, the fingers holding the pen subtly tightening. The moment she stepped into the hospital, he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance emanating from her, and this scent had a deadly attraction for him. At that moment, the rich sweet scent overwhelmed him, causing Fu Shibai's mind to go blank, and an inexplicable thirst rose in his throat. He forced himself to pull back his thoughts, suppressing the desire within. Miss Wen, please have a seat. Wen Yao sat across from him, gazing at his handsome features, the high bridge of his nose, and his silver-gray eyes that seemed frosted over, crystal clear like natural ice crystals from a snowy world, particularly beautiful. He exuded a refreshing scent of snow lotus, quite pleasant. Wen Yao's nose twitched slightly as she took in the scent. She smiled. Dr. Fu, may I ask what are the requirements for doctors at your hospital? Fu Shibai replied, just no medicine, and that's enough. Feeling his answer was a bit too simple, he added, Kailan Town is remote, covered in ice and fog all year round, and very few doctors are willing to work here. So, doctors in any field are in high demand. As long as you know some medical skills, I will hire you. Miss Wen, what is your specialty? Wen Yao relaxed her brow, a faint smile on her lips. I am particularly skilled in surgery. Fu Shibai's silver-gray eyes flickered with a hint of light. He stood up, extending his right hand, his deep voice tinged with a trace of pleasure. Then, welcome Miss Wen to join our St. Anne Hospital. Wen Yao placed her fair hand in his right hand, and at the moment they touched, both their bodies seemed to be struck by an electric current, their hearts unconsciously fluttering. She looked at his long, pale hand, lowered her gaze, and raised her left hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you. I will trouble Dr. Fu for guidance in the future. You're welcome. You can call me Dr. Fu. We are both superior and subordinate, as well as colleagues. Since I am the only doctor at St. Anne Hospital, I have to take on the position of dean. All right, Dr. Fu. Fu Shibai gentlemanly released her hand, but suddenly hid his palm behind him, his fingers rubbing against each other, savoring the soft and delicate touch of her skin. His eyes surged with dark light. Do you need me to take you to see your room? Wen Yao did not refuse, smiling slightly. Sure, but before that, I would like to discuss some personal matters with Dr. Fu, is that okay? Fu Shibai lowered his gaze to her, feeling some confusion in his heart. Sure, go ahead. Dr. Fu, you are not a local, are you? Is there a problem with that? Have you ever left Kailan Town? No, I came to Kailan Town a long time ago because they needed me, so I have never left. No wonder, you don't understand. The outside world has changed a lot. Fu Shibai did not understand what this meant. No matter how much it changed, it had nothing to do with him, right? But still, he patiently waited for her to continue speaking. Wen Yao's eyes sparkled with gentle laughter. If I tell you, you might not believe me. Not believe what? I am the fiancé assigned to you by the state. Fu Shibai's pupils suddenly widened, his heart skipped a beat, and he incredulously said. You are the fiancé assigned to me by the state? Wen Yao nodded confidently. Yes, the gender ratio is very uneven now. The state matches men and women after they become adults, and I was matched with a fiancé named Fu Shibai. I waited at the Civil Affairs Bureau for a week, and no one came to claim me, so I asked the staff for your address. That's why I came to Karen Town to find you. I didn't expect to meet you on the first day. Since you have been living in Karen Town for a long time and do not understand the outside world, I won't force you to acknowledge me. If you are not satisfied with me, you can write a consent letter to peacefully dissolve our engagement. With this consent letter, I can go back to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a new match. Fu Shibai felt like his emotions were on a roller coaster. When he heard she wanted to be matched again, his heart shrank, and he hurriedly said, I am not dissatisfied with you. Wen Yao smiled, stepping closer to him. Then do you believe what I said? Fu Shibai's gaze darkened, his mind spinning 1,000 times, unsure if she was joking with him. Instead of answering, he asked, what about you? Are you satisfied with me? Wen Yao lifted her face, her brows and eyes rising. Of course, I am very satisfied with you. Hearing this answer, Fu Shibai felt an explosion of countless fireworks in his heart. He extended his right hand again. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Fu Shibai, your fiancé. My name is Wen Yao, your fiancé. Wen Yao held his hand, this time their palms fully pressed together, and neither was willing to let go. A tingling sensation surged from the spine to the scalp. The air was filled with a warm and intense vibe, pulsating wildly. Sorry, I didn't know the state assigned me a fiancé earlier, so I didn't keep the appointment. It's okay, I came to find you just the same. Wen Yao first released her hand, but he held it tightly again. I'll take you to see the room. Wen Yao smiled, isn't there someone else outside waiting for their interview? Don't you want to check? Chapter 39 Hospital 0 Patient 05. A hint of possessive desire flashed through Fu Shibai's eyes, so quick that no one noticed it at all. Do you know that person? Wen Yao, I don't know him, but my adoptive father knows him, he should also be a doctor. Fu Shibai released her hand, instead wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Seeing she did not reject his closeness made him feel even happier inside. Well, then he doesn't need to interview, I agree to his employment. Wen Yao caught the increasingly strong scent of frostflower from him, her eyebrows slightly raised. This seemed like a hint of desire. Because she felt the scent wrapped around her tightly, like a gentle hand slipping into her clothes, causing a slight tremble of her skin and a tingle in her heart. Wen Yao raised her eyes, looking at his serious face, starting to doubt it might be her own illusion. Let's go out then, Mr. Johnny might still be waiting for Xiaoyan and me in the lobby. Fu Shibai's gaze subtly slid over her soft pink lips, and he swallowed, okay. With a click, the door opened. Xiaoyan stood up from his seat at the door but saw Fu Shibai coming out behind Wen Yao, their posture somewhat intimate. As a man, he certainly noticed the other's possessive flair. When his gaze met Wen Yao's calm and peaceful eyes, he understood that Wen Yao had tacitly acknowledged Fu Shibai's behavior behind her. Being too close to any NPC in the mission was not a wise move. Wen Yao should clearly understand this and did not need him to remind her. Pushing down his curiosity, he politely said to Fu Shibai. Director Fu, hello, I'm Xiaoyan, here for a doctor interview. Fu Shibai slightly nodded, his voice low and cold. What is your area of expertise? Xiaoyan, Oncology Department, Internal Medicine. Fu Shibai, alright, you start work tomorrow, your position is in Consultation Room 3. Xiaoyan, okay, thank you, Director Fu. Fu Shibai lightly responded with an mm. On the other side of the hall, Johnny had distributed clothing to everyone, 2 sets each. Su Qingji and Changya received black and gold nurse uniforms. Lin Yuan and Zhao Ming got full blue caregiver outfits. Morris and Tang Zhe were given white cleaning uniforms. On the floor, there were 2 piles of white doctor uniforms, clearly reserved for Wen Yao and Xiaoyan. Wen Yao and Xiaoyan walked over and stood in line with the others. Su Qingji let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Xiaoyan safe and sound. The group stared at the exceedingly handsome and young director, momentarily stunned, but quickly composed themselves. Johnny briefly introduced Fu Shibai, then led them upstairs to arrange their rooms. Because they took the stairs on the left side of the hospital, Johnny started from the rooms on the left. All personnel working in the hospital have their accommodation on the 2nd floor. The first room at the stairwell, room 201, is mine, you can come to me directly if you need anything. The second room, 202, is specifically reserved for the cleaning staff. Saying this, Johnny grasped the doorknob and pushed open the second room. The small room barely had space for a wooden bunk bed about 1.2 meters long, with only a narrow passage beside it. The balcony had translucent glass windows. On the bunk, there was only a blanket, there wasn't even a mattress. Tang Zhe was dumbfounded. When had he ever lived in such a small and shabby room? Even his home's bathroom was more luxurious. Morris was equally unable to accept it. He was the eldest son of the Gray family. When had he ever been treated like this? Johnny didn't care how they had lived before and continued. The public toilets and bathrooms are on the other side of the stairwell. Please remember, after 10 o'clock at night, do not linger outside. Otherwise, consequences are your own responsibility. Tang Zhe and Morris were left in this room. Johnny opened the third room, 203, its layout was the same as 202. This is the caregiver's room, the bed spots will be allocated among you. Lin Yuan and Zhao Ming had no issue, they had lived in bunk beds at school too, but this room was half the size of their school beds. Next, they arrived at the fourth room, 204. Room 204 was more than 1.5 times larger than the previous 2 rooms. It had 2 independent beds of 1.5 meters each, complete with thick mattresses and blankets. Johnny looked at Su Qingji and Changya. This is the special care our Saint Anne Hospital provides for nurses. Xiaoyan held Su Qingya's hand and emphasized to Johnny, she is my fiancée, she needs to stay with me. Johnny's gaze shifted to Xiaoyan, that's fine. Please follow me, the next room is your doctor's room. Changya, with pink eyeshadow, blinked lightly and suddenly asked, Mr. Johnny, since Nurse Su Qingya isn't staying here, can I invite someone else to sleep on the empty bed? Johnny's voice remained dull, that's okay. To ease the loneliness of long nights, Miss Nurse can invite someone to stay, limited to 1 person. This is our Saint Anne Hospital's humanistic care. Changya sweetly smiled, okay, got it, thank you, Mr. Johnny. Johnny nodded and led the remaining people to the next room. Room 205 was equipped with a bathroom, a sofa, and a wireless radio. It had a 2-meter-wide large bed, with a white, soft, comfortable mattress and blankets, enormous windows for light, and a small living area for activities. Please note, after 10 o'clock, the bathroom will not provide hot water services. Xiao Yan, okay. Xiao Yan and Su Qingji stayed in room 205. Only Wen Yao, Fu Shibai, and Johnny were left. Johnny wisely left silently. Fu Shibai turned the doorknob of room 206, gently pushing the door open. Yao Yao, this is your room. The layout of the room was the same as that of room 205. Fu Shibai's gaze followed Wen Yao as she moved around, assessing the room. Before long, the woman's sweet scent filled the entire room. Fu Shibai maintained a calm expression, but his throat couldn't help but roll restlessly, his fingertips tightening, restraining the surging desire. Wen Yao walked to the door and raised her hand to close it. With a click, Fu Shibai's heart suddenly snapped tight, his breath pausing for a moment. His gaze was fixed on her every move, his heart pounding as he anticipated what might happen next. Wen Yao lifted her eyes and smiled softly. Where is your room? Not receiving the expected sweet response, Fu Shibai's heartstrings resonated, yet his heart still trembled uncontrollably. In a private room free of disturbances, a corner of the heart often breeds darkness, giving rise to some unrealistic and indescribable thoughts. His sexy Adam's apple rolled, it's next door. Wen Yao took a step closer. Fu Shibai's pupils trembled slightly, reason telling him that for his fiancée, whom he had just met, he shouldn't act too frivolously. Yet his feet remained firmly planted in place, his gaze deeply following her calm, dark eyes, and those enticing pale pink lips. As she approached, the dryness and itchiness in his throat grew more intense. Wen Yao breathed in the increasingly rich fragrance of the Tianshan snow lotus and smiled. Can you lower your head? Fu Shibai's heart suddenly tightened, a secret expectation rising within him. He stared at her smiling face and slowly lowered his head. And those delicate pink lips, as he wished, slightly lifted, moving closer to him. At that moment, his heartbeat pounded so loudly it hurt his eardrums, and he involuntarily drew in a lighter breath. Until her soft, cool lips pressed against his. Their eyes met. One was filled with joy, and the other stirred with dark emotions. She said, call me baby, and it can continue. Fu Shibai's Adam's apple rolled painfully, hoarsely calling, baby. Continue. Chapter 40 Hospital Patient 006. Fu Shibai's breath grew slightly irregular, yet he did not hesitate to crush his lips against hers, savoring deeply. A tingling sensation surged through his entire body from the base of his spine. Fu Shibai wrapped his hand around her slender waist, intensifying the kiss. Their heartbeats involuntarily synchronized. Wen Yao gazed into his swirling silver-gray eyes, entangled in restraint and desire, with a hint of drunkenness and a touch of indulgence. Suddenly, a unique sensation of friction brushed against her calf. A tail? Wen Yao was about to look down, but Fu Shibai raised his hand to cover her eyes, while his other arm confined her body, pursuing her lips as he sucked them in. After a long while, they finally separated their lips. His face tinged with a light blush, he hoarsely said, baby, let me hold you for a while. Wen Yao's eyes turned red, her lids moist with tears from being overly teased. What was that just now? Fu Shibai paused slightly. Baby, I don't really understand either. Wen Yao suddenly raised her head, was he serious? Didn't understand or wouldn't say? Perhaps it was her gaze too intense. Fu Shibai fled in a hurry. Baby, I just remembered I still have medical records to finish writing, I'll be leaving now. He left like a tornado. But the door automatically closed gently behind him. Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle, unable to say. In the adjacent bathroom. The man's low gasps intertwined with the sound of water. Then a muffled groan. The bathroom was suddenly frozen in frost. The sound of water abruptly stopped, and a thin layer of ice spread out from the bathroom door. Chilling air penetrated the glass, swirling out. A shadow with barbed hooks was printed on the glass. The man's hoarse whisper, baby. The next day. Wen Yao put on a white coat and went to room 2. There were 10 minutes until work started. Su Qingji was in Xiao Yan's room 3 chatting, and when she saw Wen Yao coming, thinking she was with them, she waved her hand and said softly. Miss Wen, come over here. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow and walked over, softly asking. Have you eaten? The hospital had a canteen, breakfast was from 7 to 8, and if you missed it, there was no more. The chef was Mr. Johnny, and the food was okay, not inedible but not exactly delicious. Su Qingji nodded, I ate, I have some new discoveries. Wen Yao's gaze fell on Su Qingji's black nurse uniform with golden edges. 2 rows of golden buttons adorned the chest, the skirt reached the knees, and there was a matching nurse cap. This uniform was unexpectedly beautiful. Su Qingji noticed the other person's eyes lingering on the outfit and smiled. Do you think this outfit looks good too? Yeah, it looks good. I was very surprised when I opened it last night. The craftsmanship is exquisite, compared to our high-end brands, it's just as good. If the things in the game could be taken out, I would have wanted to ask this designer to help make 2 more outfits. Xiao Yan couldn't understand the women's love for beautiful clothes and interrupted. Gigi, tell me about your discovery. Knowing it was time to get to work, Su Qingji quickly said. I just checked the check-in information at the front desk. This hospital doesn't have a room 0. Wen Yao's eyes flashed slightly, no room 0? Their mission was to find the key to room 0 and open it. Without room 0, it meant no key. This is impossible. Xiao Yan's expression turned serious. Did you check thoroughly? Su Qingji replied, patients must go through the front desk for check-in. I checked the registration book thoroughly, and there are no remaining empty room numbers, including room 0. The 3rd and 4th floors are all patient rooms. The 3rd floor has rooms 301 to 320, and the 4th floor has rooms 401 to 420. The 2nd floor is for staff accommodations, and the 1st floor is the outpatient hall. Xiao Yan said, okay, got it. You go to work first, it's almost time. Su Qingji nodded and left. Wen Yao was about to leave when Xiao Yan called out to her. Wait, Wen Yao, I want to know what your relationship with Fu Shibai is. Wen Yao turned back and calmly said. He is my fiancé. Xiao Yan couldn't hide his shock. Really? He knew that if someone who had died in the real world was chosen by the game, they would become an NPC in the game. He didn't expect that Fu Shibai was actually Wen Yao's fiancé. But he hadn't heard mentioned by her adoptive father, Jack. Wen Yao replied, yeah, it's true. They didn't notice that a corner of the door flashed by in white clothing. Fu Shibai returned to the number 1 outpatient room, a smile unable to suppress at the corners of his lips. So it really is true. She is his fiancée. This news was enough to excite him all morning. Wen Yao arrived at the door of the number 2 outpatient room and peeked into the number 1 outpatient room, meeting those silver-gray ice-cold eyes, smiling slightly. Good morning, Dr. Fu. Good morning, Dr. Wen. In the morning, each was busy with their own tasks. Diana was still shoveling snow at the main gate. Lin Yuan and Zhao Ming went up to the 3rd floor. Tang Zhe and Morris were cleaning in the hall on the 1st floor. Su Qingji and Changya were already standing at the front desk. Changya's eyes were dark under her makeup, yawning repeatedly. Qingji, did you not hear any noises last night? Su Qingji's hand stopped flipping through the notebook, looking at her in surprise. What noise? Perhaps due to the good treatment of doctors, the rooms were soundproof. Once the door was closed, no sound could be heard from outside. With Xiao Yan sleeping beside her, she felt at ease and unexpectedly slept well. Chanya was stunned. It was so loud. You didn't hear anything at all? The cries of pain from the 4th floor, and the sound of a chainsaw. I was scared all night, didn't dare to close my eyes, afraid someone would barge into the room. Su Qingji shook her head. I really didn't hear anything. Chanya's eyes, painted with pink eyeshadow, flickered slightly, somewhat shyly saying. Qingji, can I sleep with you tonight? I'll sleep on the sofa, I won't disturb you. Su Qingji lightly refused. Sorry, I don't like having outsiders watch us. Moreover, she was still unclear whether Chanya was drawn into the game due to crimes or had a strong desire to be there. People who could come to an S-grade dungeon were not simple themselves. Regarding Wen Yao, Xiao Yan had told her something. Wen Yao grew up in M country, her adoptive father is the strange Dr. Jack. Under her adoptive father's guidance, Wen Yao became an outstanding doctor, the heir to the 7th clinic. Changya's cheeks suddenly turned red. Okay, I was just asking, if not, then forget it. During the conversation, Su Qingji noticed small letters in the corner. If you encounter unreasonable patients. At 8:05, the first person walked into the hospital. That person walked toward the front desk with sticky steps, leaving a long black stain on the floor. A wave of earthy smell and the stench of death rushed in first. Changya's eyes widened in terror, instinctively shrinking beside Su Qingji, her legs trembling. Su Qingji stared at the approaching person, her fingertips gripping tightly. The person reached the front desk and stood still, half of his lips already rotten and his right eyeball hanging on his face. Are you the new nurses? Where's Xiao Mei? I want Nurse Xiao Mei to come and see me. Su Qingji tightened her fingers and boldly said, our hospital does not have Xiao Mei, you have the wrong place. The person's rotting mouth suddenly opened wide, his neck stretching toward them as he leaned in, his grayish fingers gripping the edge of the front desk, speaking word by word, I want Xiao Mei. A strong smell of rotten eggs burst from his mouth, and Su Qingji and Changya were nearly blinded by the fumes. Tears welled up in Changya's eyes as she pinched her nose and swiftly hid under the front desk. Facing the corpse-like person, Su Qingji's expression remained unchanged as she said, sorry, sir, there is no Xiao Mei. The person paused, his half-sunken eyeball suddenly lifting to look at Su Qingji with a malicious gaze, as if he was about to swallow her whole in the next second. Oh? No Xiao Mei? Aren't you Xiao Mei? Su Qingji pressed the alarm button. In the next second, a short burst of alarm sounded in the lobby. Ding ding. The person stepped back in horror, realizing what happened and suddenly fleeing toward the door. Johnny was faster, punching the person to the ground. With a crack, the person's neck broke, hanging at an unbelievable angle, yet his mouth still begged, "Mr. Johnny, I was wrong, please let me go." Johnny grabbed his neck, and like dragging a dead dog, he threw him outside. "Get lost, you wasted a chance to see the doctor." The person crawled away, shrinking in fear. Diana, seeing the dirty entrance, screamed, "Ah! The door I just cleaned, damn it." Johnny ignored Diana's screams and curses. He came to the front desk and said to Su Qingji with certainty, "You did well, Nurse Su. Next time, if there's trouble, just press the alarm, our hospital doesn't welcome unreasonable patients." Su Qingji smiled professionally, "Okay, Mr. Johnny." Johnny looked at the frightened Chunya and warned, "If you can't handle your duties, I will consider firing you. Our hospital doesn't keep idlers, I hope you understand." Chunya said pitifully, "Sorry, Mr. Johnny, I will work hard, please don't have such dangerous thoughts, I need this job." Johnny glanced at Chunya, then walked to Tang Zhe and Morris, who were just watching, and shouted, "What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and get a mop to clean the lobby. Today is Monday, patients will gradually arrive. If they see a dirty lobby, it will damage our hospital's image. If you can work, then work, if not, get the hell out." When working, Johnny was unreasonable, completely unlike the silent and sullen figure from yesterday. Tang Zhe jumped at being scolded, though very angry, he had to hold it in, he couldn't fight back. He immediately grabbed a mop and a small bucket of water, resigning himself to clean the floor. Morris clenched his fists, thinking about when he had ever been treated like this, his eyes viciously locked on Johnny, pondering the possibility of taking him down. Johnny's breath sank, and an even colder gaze shot back at him, as if it were a knife coated in poison. "What? You don't want to work anymore?" At that moment, Morris felt his life was threatened, his hair standing on end, and he forced himself to calm down. "No, I'm thinking about how to quickly clean the floor to make it shiny and dry." "Johnny, have you thought of any good ideas?" Morris replied dryly, "A wet mop seems to clean floor contaminants more easily than a dry mop." In fact, he also didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. "Johnny, go execute it, the next batch of patients is coming." Maurice picked up the mop, his expression serious as he nodded, "Okay." Tang Zhe, who watched the scene, rolled his eyes in silence, thinking Maurice was quite capable, but with this, TSK. Last night, to compete for the lower bunk, he was threatened by Maurice, so seeing Maurice getting taught a lesson this morning made him feel very satisfied, dragging the mop with a little more effort. In response, Su Qingji's eyes twitched, they really were different between those who have done housework and those who haven't. Without wringing out the mop, he just shoved it against the floor, the wet mop spreading the black dirt even more. "Sister Qingji, I'm really sorry, it was unintentional, I was just too scared, so I hid under the table and left you facing it alone." Su Qingji turned around and looked at Chunya, whose eyes were red, saying coldly, "It's fine, that's your own choice. If you get fired, you bear it yourself. No need to say sorry to me, I don't care." Hearing this, Chunya was stunned, biting her lips lightly, "I am a junior at B University, and I don't have any work experience yet." Su Qingji replied, "I am a rich heiress, raised with a silver spoon, I have even less work experience." Chunya was left speechless. Su Qingji lowered her head to carefully look at the notes on the notebook. Seeing Su Qingji read seriously, Chunya quickly picked up the notebook to read carefully as well. Before long, the hospital welcomed another wave of special patients. Their faces were more or less rotting, and their eyes were grayish-white. A limping patient said, "Nurse, please help me with the hospitalization." "Su Qingji, please show me your hospital admission form issued by a doctor, thank you." Limping patient, "Sorry, I don't have one. I really need to be hospitalized." "Su Qingji, then you can go speak to the doctor." Seeing Su Qingji's unwavering expression, he limped towards the outpatient area, leaving behind dirty footprints on the floor. Tang Zhe, who had just mopped the floor, cursed silently. Next, the front desk handled things very smoothly as they entered work mode. Johnny nodded slightly. Johnny's gaze fell on the messy floor, showing a hint of disdain. On the other side, in the outpatient room, Wen Yao listened to the silence in room 1 while occasional screams came from room 3, feeling quite puzzled. But she had no time to investigate further because there was still a line outside room 2. The patient in front of her, about 40 years old, male, looked pale, with sunken eyes, his eyeballs were already rotten, and he scratched at his neck before pulling out a moving, fat maggot and putting it in his mouth to chew. "Sorry, Dr. Wen, I'm a bit hungry. Just having a snack, you don't mind, right?" Wen Yao's expression remained unchanged, "I don't mind, but when you leave, please take off your clothes and wipe the dirty floor." The patient's expression changed immediately to one of displeasure, "You disdain me." Wen Yao pulled out a palm-sized golden sword and thrust it hard into the table, casually saying, "I disdain every dirty person, do you have any objections?" The patient was immediately taken aback, saying dryly, "I have no objections." Next, could a person be allowed to live? Wen Yao had noticed a line of small letters when she entered the outpatient room. Name and age. Charlie, 43 years old. Where do you feel unwell? My stomach hurts, I need to be hospitalized. Please help me issue a hospitalization form, Dr. 1. Lift your shirt, let me see. Rule 2, please do not issue hospitalization forms casually. Charlie had no choice but to slowly lift his shirt, revealing a fist-sized rotten hole in his bluish-gray stomach, with tiny white worms visibly wriggling within the rotten flesh. Wen Yao observed it seriously for a moment and then said without any expression, "It's not a big deal, just go home and drink a bit more hot water." Then, she looked at the person lining up at the door and said, "Next." Charlie looked at Wen Yao's unquestionable eyes, completely stunned. He had applied for 3 months just to get the chance to seek medical treatment at the hospital. He had spent less than half a minute. Oh no, maybe only 10 seconds, and she was letting him go. No, he couldn't leave. If he missed this chance, who knows how long it would be until he could be hospitalized again. And whether he could hold on until the next time was uncertain. Charlie's bottom was firmly glued to the chair, his gaze fixed on Wen Yao, his eyes dark. He tried to intimidate this new doctor. He said coldly, "Dr. Wen, please take another look, I really need to be hospitalized." Wen Yao's gaze turned slightly cold. "Say it again, you don't need hospitalization, leave, or stay forever, choose one." Charlie glanced at the imposing golden sword, gritting his teeth inwardly, knowing there was no choice. "I'll come again next time." As he spoke, he hesitated to get up, hoping the new doctor would change her mind. "Wen Yao, wait." Charlie's eyes lit up with joy, and his tone became excited. "Dr. Wen, I promise I will be more obedient than anyone else after being hospitalized." Wen Yao interrupted his rambling. "Please clean up the mess you made before you leave." Charlie's expression cracked. Damn, the heartless woman. Next. Hearing the call outside the door, the person who heard the previous example walked in obediently and honestly. Then, he sat down and discreetly kicked Charlie, who was wiping the floor. Charlie fell flat on his face, angrily shouting, "Who the hell kicked me?" Charlie turned to look at the person on the chair, immediately pointing, "Was it you?" "Burton." Burton shook his head innocently, "Not me." Then, Burton turned to Wen Yao and said, "Doctor, don't mind him, Charlie is always rude and irritable, unlike me, polite and well-mannered. Oh, by the way, I am a pacifist, gentle and well-behaved. If I can be hospitalized, I definitely won't cause any trouble. I will fold blankets, wipe the floor, do laundry, keep myself clean, and won't cause any hassle for the hospital." Charlie's eyes widened in fury. Damn, this little brat was using him as a stepping stone. Wen Yao looked at the man who was both angry and upset in front of her, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. She glanced at Charlie first. "Move quickly, don't waste time." Charlie glared at Burton in frustration. Burton shrugged innocently. Wen Yao addressed Burton, "What's the problem with you?" Burton smiled shyly and directly ripped off one of his left legs from the thigh, holding it up as if he were holding a prop rather than his own leg. The rotten thigh was exposed, revealing eerie white bones, with thick yellow liquid dripping onto the table. "Doctor, my thigh is broken, please help me get a hospitalization order." Charlie and the people waiting outside stared in shock. It could be done this way? Damn it, so smart. How did they not think of that? Wen Yao was speechless, feeling a strong urge to facepalm, but maintaining a calm expression, said lightly, "Put your leg down and clean the table." Burton obediently complied, his gaze filled with eagerness. "Doctor, can I get the hospitalization order now?" "Wen Yao, no problem, just put it back on yourself, I believe you have that ability, if you can rip it off, you can put it back on. Deliberately causing bodily harm to occupy a hospital slot for treatment is unethical. I hope you won't do this next time." Next. Burton. Charlie sneered. The next person outside directly dragged Burton away, tossing him outside. On the third floor of the hospital ward, Lin Yuan and Zhao Ming, dressed in blue caregiver uniforms, were cleaning the body of the person in room 301. That person was a big bearded uncle, with a sunken right cheek, dry skin, and eyes filled with compassion and depth. He was wearing a patient gown, holding a Bible and mumbling to himself, completely ignoring Lin Yuan and Zhao Ming sprinkling white powder on him. "Lord, may you forgive me for my sins." Then, he continued to read a passage from the Bible. At first, Lin Yuan stepped into the room and was startled to see this special patient. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking them, they began to bring in their things. The work of the caregiver was not as difficult as they had imagined. There were mainly 2 points. One was to apply white powder to the patient. This white powder seemed to be some kind of medication that could keep the body from decaying. The second was to change the patient's bed linens. Lin Yuan glanced at the name on the chest of patient 301 Eve. He seemed to be a devout pastor, who even after death, did not forget to recite the Bible. Yes, he could be certain that Eve was dead. But he did not understand why he still had thoughts and could still move. Like a zombie, but not a zombie. Zombies bite when they see people, but in Eve's eyes, he did not see that kind of craving for flesh. Eve finally finished reading the Bible and said to them, "Young people, could you help me with a small favor?" Lin Yuan quickly shook his head. "I'm very sorry, we are busy and cannot help you." Before coming up, they had read the caregiver's rules. Friendly reminder: 1. Do not agree to any patient's requests. 2. Without a doctor's orders, do not go to the 4th floor. So, he and Senior Zhao Ming only needed to take care of the patients on the 3rd floor. Eve looked disappointed and said, "Really, is it impossible? Just a tiny favor, you can do it." Lin Yuan finished tidying up the bed linens and replied firmly, "No." Eve turned to Zhao Ming. "Young man, I see your sins are deeper than this young fellow beside you. If you help me with a tiny favor, I can pray to God for you to eliminate your sins." Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Ming in shock. Zhao Ming had always been a responsible and good senior. Since joining the instance, he had been taking care of younger classmates. Everyone had a very good impression of Zhao Ming. When Zhao Ming talked about why he entered the instance, it was for the second reason, with a strong desire to voluntarily sign a contract with the system. He never expected he would be harboring sins. Someone harboring sins could only be forced into the instance. Zhao Ming remained calm and shot a meaningful glance at Lin Yuan before saying to Eve, "Sorry, no need." Eve sighed regretfully, waved his hand, and let them leave. At the moment the door to 301 closed, Lin Yuan was suddenly grabbed by Zhao Ming by the neck and pressed against the wall. He turned red in the face, struggling desperately, but could not break free. "Let go, please." Zhao Ming ruthlessly forced a knee into Lin Yuan, then finally released his grip. Lin Yuan's throat was nearly choked off, and his stomach ached painfully, bending over like a shrimp. "Cough, what are you doing?" Zhao Ming's expression darkened as he threatened. "You know very well what I'm doing. If you dare to spread my business, I will make you die in the instance today." Lin Yuan laughed in anger. "You're such a hypocrite. We misjudged you before." Chapter 43 Hospital 0 Patient 09. Zhao Ming sneered, "Only the strong deserve to live. You little fry only deserve to be cannon fodder." Both of them were 1.82 meters tall, but Lin Yuan was slightly thinner. However, Lin Yuan was not a weak little boy. Lin Yuan unexpectedly kicked Zhao Ming on the calf, then pounced on him fiercely, pinning him to the ground, grabbing his collar, and hammering his fist into his face like a lead weight. "Go to hell, what are you pretending for? Acting tough and getting struck by lightning. We're all little fish and shrimp, why act like a big turtle or a frog?" PFF. He had been caught off guard before, but not this time. He wouldn't fall for Zhao Ming's tricks again. Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't show its power, he thinks he is a sick cat. Zhao Ming was merely 1 year above him, and his family was a little bit richer. What was there to show off about? After Zhao Ming felt pain, he quickly fought back, and the two rolled around in the corridor, neither willing to submit to the other. Johnny appeared at the corridor entrance, nearly 2 meters tall, clasping both of their necks with his hands, lifting them like little chicks, and gave both of their heads a heavyweight collision. In an instant, both of them rolled their eyes back, appearing like dead fish. Johnny casually threw them on the ground. During work hours, no fighting is allowed. If you can't finish today's tasks, you'll be fired tomorrow. Lin Yuan endured the churn in his stomach and got up from the floor. "All right, Mr. Johnny." Zhao Ming lowered his gaze, a flash of cruelty passing through his eyes. "Understood, Mr. Johnny." After Johnny nodded and left, Lin Yuan and Zhao Ming stopped pretending. A cold smile crept onto Zhao Ming's lips, his gaze mocking and insinuating. "What's the point of fighting fiercely? You're just a jack, easily played by others, fool." Lin Yuan was baffled. "What do you mean?" Zhao Ming laughed. "Your girlfriend has also been with me. She only uses you when switching spare tires." Lin Yuan's fists clenched tightly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Changye is kind-hearted, not the kind of person you describe. I will never believe you." Zhao Ming must be trying to sow discord between him and Changye. How malicious. Zhao Ming sneered, "Believe it or not." After their fallout, they each took their share of the wards, doing their own things. Lin Yuan arrived at Ward 302 and unexpectedly saw the two people who were knocked out by Johnny last night. These two individuals were tall and muscular, currently sprawled on the small beds, bruised and battered, with broken feet. The blonde was named Tom, and the one with black curly hair was called Lindsay. With bruises on their skin but otherwise looking healthy, Lin Yuan concluded that they were alive, unlike the dead in Ward 301. Tom struggled to open his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Young man, stay away from this hospital, as far as possible. There are strange things and monsters here, very dangerous." Lin Yuan thought, "It's too late, they are here to clear levels, and without the key to room 0, they can't escape. He might get useful information from these people. Sorry, but the heavy snow outside blocked the road, so I can't go far. I can only work here to get food. how long have you been in this hospital? Tom suddenly clutched his head, his fingers tangled in his hair, eyes wide open. Ouch, it hurts, how long has it been? Lindsay. Lindsay. Old buddy, how long have we been here? Lindsay blinked, looking confused. A long time, I think, but I don't remember. Tom's face twisted in pain, gradually descending into madness. Right, a long time. Young man, we've been here for a long, long time. Run. Old buddy, run. There are strange things. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned. They clearly had mental issues, yet he still asked. Do you know where room 0 is? Tom suddenly slammed his head against the railing and then slumped down. Lindsay blinked in confusion. Hey, old buddy, is this fun? In the next moment, Tom raised his head again, momentarily returning to normal, gravely saying. Under the second tree by the right wall at the hospital's main entrance, I hid 2 guns. If you can get the guns, we have a chance to escape. Seeing him awake, Lin Yuan asked again. Where is room 0? Tom replied, there is no room 0, we have never seen room 0. What's important now is the guns. We need weapons, young man, the rest depends on you. After saying this, he passed out again. Lin Yuan felt his head turn black. Physical attacks are not very effective against strange things, unless they are special items. Therefore, Lin Yuan didn't bother with the guns at all. After a busy day, Tang Zhe and Morris were already slumped in the corner, their hands still wearing cleaning gloves. All sense of being rich heirs and noble young masters was gone. Thud. The clock in the lobby chimed. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Zhe thought about how he still had 2 hours left to work, instantly feeling despondent. A shadow blocked the light in front of him. Tang Zhe looked up. Mr. Johnny, we are not slacking, we are just resting a bit. Johnny, I came to remind you that the garbage on the 2nd and 3rd floors and the corridors are also your responsibility. You've only cleaned the 1st floor today, yet you haven't gone to other places. Tang Zhe froze entirely. Damn it. Morris curled the corners of his mouth. Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner? Mr. Johnny, are there areas that do not belong to our cleaning responsibilities? Johnny stared seriously at Morris, saying earnestly. In fact, the whole building is within your cleaning scope, but the timing for cleaning each area is different. I will remind you when it's time. Morris. Cursing silently in his heart. Tang Zhe. What the heck? 6 o'clock is the doctor's off-duty time. Wen Yao walked out of door 2 and looked into door 1, but Fu Shibai was not inside. Then, she looked towards door 3 and met Xiao Yan's gaze coming over. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly, she just happened to have something to ask Xiao Yan. She walked into door 3. Xiao Yan, how's everything here today? How many admission forms did you issue? Xiao Yan stretched his arm and looked at her. It's okay, not one issued. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. It seems the patients here are a bit loud. Xiao Yan, they are pretending. I used some props to lightly punish this kind of strange behavior. Speaking of props, you should have some, right? Wen Yao nodded but didn't elaborate, directly throwing out the topic she wanted to ask. Do you know Ning Ziyi? Xiao Yan was surprised. Why are you asking about her? Wen Yao, someone asked me to find her. She didn't say it was to deliver something, since she wasn't that familiar with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression stiffened. Who asked you to find her? Yang Shu, Wen Yao said softly, is there a problem? Xiao Yan frowned. Have you met Yang Shu? Yeah. Next time you meet, keep your distance. He is not a good person. Wen Yao was astonished, not expecting Xiao Yan to warn her. It seemed her foster father had helped Xiao Yan a lot before, which was why he reminded her. What is the relationship between Yang Shu and Ning Ziyi? Xiao Yan, colleagues, but it's better if you avoid interacting with Ning Ziyi. This hint left Wen Yao even more surprised. Before, I heard you arguing with Su Qingji. Ning Ziyi seems to be your former crush. Xiao Yan pressed his lips together. This time is different from that time, people change. Wen Yao suddenly asked, do you know Jiang Yan? Xiao Yan fell silent, his gaze darkening. I know. Yang Shu's real daughter, and she is their subject number 3. Wen Yao's pupils dilated slightly. Subject number 3? Chapter 44 Hospital 0 Patient 10. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow lightly, his gaze sweeping over Wen Yao's slightly shocked eyes, explaining. I discovered it by accident. Wen Yao returned to her senses, her eyes narrowing. What kind of experiment are they researching? Xiao Yan was silent for a moment. You can guess boldly, I'm not convenient to say. Wen Yao looked up at him. Jiang Yan said she became a vegetable. What kind of research can be done with a vegetable? Xiao Yan said meaningfully, how do you know Jiang Yan was intentionally made into a vegetable? Wen Yao's eyes flashed with deep thought. Who would be intentional? It could only be Yang Shu. In the last instance, I met Yang Shu. He gave the chance to live to Jiang Yan, looking quite concerned about this sister. Xiao Yan sneered, humans are complex creatures. After experiencing several contexts together, it's inevitable that mindsets will change. From what I understand of Yang Shu, he should regret it, but his stubborn nature can't be suppressed. Between his sister and the research project he devoted himself to, his first choice is undoubtedly the research project. As long as Jiang Yan is alive, the research will continue. If he dies, his organization behind him won't be gone. Of course, if he dies, it might be a kind of relief for him. Struggling repeatedly between Jiang Yan and the research project is quite tormenting. Wen Yao's gaze deepened, is Jiang Yan's body still in the hospital? Xiao Yan responded with a question, do you think I would see Jiang Yan in the hospital? Wen Yao instantly understood, Jiang Yan should have been transferred to some underground research facility. She said seriously, are you their partner? Only a partner could visit such a private research laboratory. Xiao Yan, at first, I was quite interested, but later I declined. Even if Xiao Yan was not one of those people, Wen Yao wasn't planning to tell him about the USB drive. After all, what he said still needed to be verified. At this moment, he wasn't one of those people, but that time, he might not have been so. She would take a look at the USB drive later. After finishing the questions she wanted to ask, Wen Yao brought the topic to this instance. Do you have any breakthroughs regarding the location of the key to room 0? Xiao Yan replied, since it's a ward, maybe the records room will have information on room 0. The records room is where all patient information is stored, but it's unclear where this hospital's records room is located. With a clear direction, the two decided to act separately. Since only doctors had finished work and could move freely, while others still had to stay at their posts. Xiao Yan's eyes darkened. I noticed Fu Shibai went into the elevator while I was seeing patients. The number 3 outpatient room is close to the elevator. To wait for the elevator, one must pass by room 3. Wen Yao turned to him, what do you mean? Xiao Yan said directly, I guess this hospital doesn't just have 4 floors above ground, there's probably a basement too. You are familiar with Fu Shibai, he might not harm you, but he will definitely harm me, so please take a trip to the basement while I handle the upper 4 floors. He spoke calmly, yet Wen Yao was speechless. Are you using me as a stone to ask for directions? Xiao Yan smiled lightly, his eyes shining with confidence. Men understand men best, when love makes them foolish, they might even lay their hearts bare to you. It would be great for you to check it out. I guess the elevator is the entrance to the basement, so I'll trouble Dr. Wen. Wen Yao couldn't argue, he was right, indeed a clever and shrewd businessman. Wen Yao arrived at the elevator door and pressed the button to go down. She heard the elevator moving slowly from the bottom up, her eyes flickering. Could someone be in the elevator right now? Ding! The robotic female voice announced, first floor has arrived. The elevator door opened wide in the middle. Fu Shibai stepped out of the elevator holding a stunning bouquet of red roses. At first glance, he saw Wen Yao. Fu Shibai's silver-gray eyes brightened with a smile as his long legs stepped out of the elevator, leaning close to her ear and whispering. Baby, would you like to have a meal together? The crisp scent of ice mountain snow lotus rushed at her, driving away the rotten smell of the day. Wen Yao felt an urge to jump into his arms and take a deep breath of his scent. It seemed she couldn't go to the basement anymore. Wen Yao smiled back, sure, I happen to be hungry too. Fu Shibai wrapped the bouquet of red roses around her, his palm covering her slightly cool fingers. Do you like it? Baby, I picked it just for you. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Wen Yao looked down at the roses, lifting her smile and honestly saying, I like it. But, where did you pick these? Isn't it snowing outside? The buds were the size of a fist, and the petals were delicate as if just opened from their buds. The whole bouquet of roses clearly hadn't suffered from the snow and ice. Fu Shibai held her as they walked towards the cafeteria, his expression relaxed, and a smile on his lips. I specially cultivated them. As long as you like, I can grow you a bouquet every day. Wen Yao lifted her eyes to look at him, the man's beautiful silver eyes reflected her small face, filled with serious intent as if he would do it the moment she spoke. No need, this bouquet is enough. Why? Don't you like it? I do, but I don't necessarily want to have it every day. Wen Yao found it amusing as she watched his suddenly straightened lip line. Rejecting a man's kind gesture would indeed dampen his enthusiasm. She decided to try another approach. Could you lower your head a bit? Fu Shibai's eyes brightened, obediently lowering his head and leaning in, his gaze accidentally brushed over her lips, and his heart suddenly raced. Wen Yao tugged at his collar, standing on her tiptoes, kissing his right cheek quickly. Their eyes met. Wen Yao smiled brightly. Compared to flowers, I prefer beautiful clothes. Where are your hospital's nurse uniforms made? Let's visit that store together this weekend, what do you think? Fu Shibai looked slightly shocked, which nurse uniform do you like? Wen Yao nodded, smiling, yeah, very pretty and exquisite clothes, every girl would love them. Fu Shibai felt joy mixed with a bit of confusion, his eyes glimmered with waves of emotion. Okay, I'll take you shopping this weekend. Xiao Yan watched their distant figures, his eyes slightly darkening. This was a good opportunity. He glanced around, not seeing Johnny's figure. He guessed Johnny must be upstairs. Once Wen Yao and the others completely disappeared from view, Xiao Yan paused for a moment, then walked straight to the elevator door. Xiao Yan entered the elevator, scanning the buttons. Indeed, this building had 3 underground levels. His fingertip pressed the button for the first basement. A mechanical female voice announced, "Sorry, you do not have permission to access the first basement." He pressed for the second basement instead. "Sorry, you do not have permission to access the second basement." Then he pressed for the third basement. "Sorry, you do not have permission to access the third basement." At that moment, a piercing alarm went off. Xiao Yan directly pressed for the 4th floor. The alarm stopped abruptly. Okay, arriving at the 4th floor. The elevator slowly rose, then stopped at the 4th floor. Xiao Yan stepped out of the elevator, finding himself enveloped in darkness. As the elevator doors closed, the last bit of light vanished suddenly. In the dark environment, other senses heightened immediately. His ears only picked up the sound of his own breathing. A chilling wind brushed against his cheek, bringing a sharp cold. The next second, a sharp scratching sound echoed at the door, and 2 dim lights suddenly illuminated the hallway, swaying in the windless space. From the scratched doorway came a hoarse hiss sound. Chapter 45, Hospital Ward 011. Xiao Yan stepped forward into the doorway, which bore the room number 404. The things inside seemed to know he was approaching, scratching the green iron door in excitement and ramping up their hiss cries. Listening to the noise, it sounded like a wild beast inside. Xiao Yan peeked through the gap of the door and met a pair of bloodshot blue eyes in the corner of a beard. It was undoubtedly a man. Bang bang bang. The man inside suddenly knocked violently on the door. Xiao Yan was startled back half a step, his mind racing with questions. Who was this person inside? What was his identity? Why was he locked up? What was the connection with Ward 0? According to his experience in participating in copies, those who got locked away were usually key clues in characters. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Yan noticed a sign next to the door under the second light. Archive room. He didn't expect the archive room to be here. Realizing that the person inside couldn't speak and that he couldn't open the door, Xiao Yan decided not to pay him any mind. He quickly took 2 steps to the archive room door and reached for the doorknob. Johnny's voice unexpectedly echoed in the hallway. Dr. Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Yan turned the doorknob with a click. It was locked and wouldn't open. Under Johnny's intense gaze, Xiao Yan withdrew his hand and turned to look at the tall shadow in the darkness, smiling as if nothing had happened. Doctors have a responsibility to check on patients. I just came to see how the patient is doing. Johnny pointed out flatly, this is not a patient's room. Xiao Yan maintained his smile. I would like to understand the patient's condition through their medical records. Do you have the key to the archive room, Mr. Johnny? Johnny's face twitched slightly. It was the first time he had seen such a brazen man. No, you can go down to the 3rd floor to see other patients. The 4th floor patients do not require your responsibility. Xiao Yan nodded obediently. Alright, the director won't punish me, right? Since you didn't remind me before, I had no idea that I wasn't responsible for the 4th floor. I just want to do my duty as a doctor. Johnny's face twitched again. No, you won't be punished. Xiao Yan nodded and stepped aside to head down the stairs. The hospital front desk closed at 9 o'clock. Su Qingji and Shangya were still seated at the front desk. At this time, no one was coming to the hospital anymore. Changya's eyes, which had been dark, finally closed completely. She was exhausted. Having stayed up all night and forced herself to work a full day, she was more tired than a horse or an ox. Su Qingji pounded her legs. Most of the front desk service involved standing, and they only sat down when there were no patients. Just then, Diana entered with a small shovel, looking around and stealthily approaching the front desk. Looking up at Su Qingji, she lowered her voice and said, I know you are good people. Su Qingji examined Diana's fair little face, remaining silent. Chenya heard the girl's voice, opened her eyes, turned to look at the girl, and smiled slightly. Oh, it's you, Diana. Thank you for your compliment. Diana's small, frozen hands tightly clutched the little shovel, her gaze anxiously darting around, then met theirs. Can you help the patient on the 4th floor? He is also a good person. Chenya asked in confusion, what is the name of the patient on the 4th floor? Why do you think he is a good person? Su Qingji watched as Chenya spoke to Diana, not interjecting. She, too, wanted to know who was on the 4th floor and what Diana's purpose was. Diana spoke nervously. His name is Felton. He has helped many homeless people, including me. He gave me a piece of bread in winter, so I didn't starve to death. So he is a good person. Can you help him, please? Chenya asked, how can we help him? Diana blinked her big eyes. Just help him open the door, he is very hungry. I mean, he is about to starve to death. Can you bring him some food? Chenya replied, is Felton locked up? We don't have the key, we can't open the door. Diana wanted to say something, but she suddenly saw Johnny coming from the stairs, like a mouse seeing a cat, and panically ran outside. Then, through the door, she locked eyes with him, her eyes full of pleading. At the moment Johnny came over, Diana, holding the shovel, melted into the darkness. A look of regret appeared on Chenya's face, knowing that helping the little girl might bring some reward or gift from her. Players usually obtain items this way. Some received life-saving charms, others received guns to kill strange monsters, and there were other protective items as well. Su Qingji gazed pensively at the night outside, and seeing Johnny walking over, she asked, Mr. Johnny, doesn't Diana have her own room? She remembered Johnny saying that all staff in St. Anne Hospital lived on the second floor, but he also mentioned that Diana could only move on the first floor and by the door. Doesn't that mean Diana doesn't have her own staff room? Johnny replied, Diana is a temporary worker. She has her own residence and does not live in the hospital. Is there any other question? No. Johnny lifted his foot to leave. Su Qingji lowered her eyelids, remembering that the front desk nurse hinted on Rule 3, that nurses could only operate on the first and second floors. Meaning they couldn't go up to the fourth floor. If Diana knew this rule and still urged them to go up, it would be a deliberate temptation for them to make a mistake. If she didn't know, then perhaps it was a way of giving items. But it's best to be cautious. Chenya saw Lin Yuan, who had a bruised face, approaching and exclaimed. Lin Yuan, who hit you? Did you encounter a strange monster? It was now 8 in the evening, the time when caregivers and cleaners finished work. Lin Yuan saw Chenya, his eyes showing a mix of emotions, and straightforwardly said. It was Zhao Ming who hit me first, have you been friends with Zhao Ming? Chenya pursed her lips, we dated for a few months, but he is too scummy. We broke up. Do you care? Lin Yuan, seeing that Chenya had no intentions of hiding, instantly felt happy and said. I don't care. He isn't worthy of you. Chenya smiled, Sister Qingji sleeps with her fiancé, and 203 still has an empty bed. Do you want to come over and stay? Mr. Johnny said that nurses can invite others to stay together. And I was scared by the sounds upstairs last night and need someone for company. If you don't keep me company, I'll have to find someone else. Lin Yuan's eyes sparked with excitement, I'll stay with you, don't look for anyone else. He rushed forward like a little puppy, saying, I'll wait for you to finish work. Xiao Yan happened to come over and heard Chenya's words, so he asked. What sounds did you hear upstairs last night? Chenya's fingers tightened under the table, her face pale with fear. Last night I heard shouting and the sound of a chainsaw from upstairs. It rang all night, and I was too scared to sleep, so I asked Lin Yuan to stay in the same room with me tonight. Xiao Yan didn't care who she was staying with, only asking. Which floor is it specifically, the third or the fourth floor? Chenya shook her head, I'm not sure, it seems like both. Lin Yuan interjected, I also heard it from the room with Zhao Ming, I only fell asleep after blocking my ears. Xiao Yan, approximately what time did it start? Chenya, after 10 o'clock, I didn't really check the time, I didn't have a watch. Xiao Yan nodded, and didn't ask further. He walked over to Su Qingji, a smirk on his lips. Gigi, I'll wait for you to finish work. Su Qingji smiled softly, aren't you doctors off at 6? Where just now did you go? Xiao Yan, I was on the third floor checking rooms and encountered a difficult patient. If you want to hear about it, we can talk more in the room. Su Qingji lightly nodded, Chapter 46 Hospital Room 012. Room 206. When Zhao had just finished showering, wrapping her wet hair in a towel. Passing by a small table. She casually picked up the radio on the table and sat down by the bed, pressing the play button. After 2 seconds of static noise, a sweet female voice appeared. Welcome to the Odd News Hunter Radio, I am the host Jennifer. Today our protagonist is named Jerry, an 18-year-old boy who is timid, weak, and always bullied. To prove to his bullies that he is not a coward, Jerry decides to venture alone into the misty forest, reaching the explosion site in the center of the forest from last night. Before setting off, Jerry told his friend, a lumberjack who lived alone in the forest, about this. The friend asked, why do you want to prove yourself to the bullies? Jerry replied, if I am bold, they won't bully me. The friend, tomorrow, you bring that group over, and I will talk sense to them. Jerry gratefully agreed, but unexpectedly, the next day, he was brought into the misty forest by 5 overly curious bullies. They got lost in the misty forest where visibility was less than 2 meters, and Jerry, trembling in fear, suggested to the 5, let's go back. The 5 laughed and insulted, coward. Scaredy cat. Suddenly, a crow flew by with a sharp caw, startling them and stopping their taunts, looking around warily. About a minute later, the leader Mark wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't be afraid, it's just a crow flying by. Upon hearing this, those on both sides relaxed, but the person behind trembled and said, "Mark, Rolf is missing." Mark turned back and saw Jerry crouching with his head in his hands, but Rolf was nowhere to be found. A Rolf's scream echoed from the mist, the roar of a chainsaw approaching them from afar. Mark shouted, "Run, it's the chainsaw killer." Knock knock. The knocking interrupted the story. Wen Yao pressed the pause button, stood up, and went to the door, not immediately opening it, but asking through the door. "Is it you, Fu Shibai?" "It's me, baby." Wen Yao then opened the door, seeing Fu Shibai holding 2 towels in one hand and a tray with a steaming cup of milk in the other. He was wearing casual clothes, a white shirt paired with a warm yellow apricot-colored knitted V-neck vest, making him appear a bit softer. Fu Shibai's gaze casually brushed over her full curves, a tingling sensation rising in his throat, his voice slightly hoarse. "Baby, I think you need a towel and a cup of hot milk." "I really do." Wen Yao smiled with her eyes, inviting, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Fu Shibai's eyes sparkled, "Sure." The door was locked again by Wen Yao. Fu Shibai placed the milk on the small table, his gaze flickering over Wen Yao's still damp hair. "Baby, how about I help you dry your hair?" Wen Yao sat on the sofa and smiled, "All right." Fu Shibai sat beside her, unwrapping the towel from her head and letting her long black hair spill down. Then, he re-wrapped her wet hair with a new absorbent towel, twisting the towel. When his fingertips accidentally brushed against her smooth skin, his heart suddenly jolted, and his breathing became a bit lighter. Fu Shibai's Adam's apple rolled heavily, forcing himself to shift his focus. He said, "Baby, how do you feel on your first day at work?" "It's fine, but the patients are a bit messy and don't pay much attention to hygiene." "Okay, tomorrow I will note on the bulletin board that everyone coming to the hospital must dress neatly." Wen Yao suddenly turned her face, her lips accidentally brushing against his Adam's apple, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Isn't that not so good?" It seemed a bit forced. Fu Shibai's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple rolling again, his voice hoarse and restrained. "Not paying attention to hygiene can easily lead to illness, it's really not a bad thing." Wen Yao pecked a kiss on his Adam's apple, laughing. "Does this count as using public means for personal gain?" "It doesn't count," Fu Shibai said in a hoarse voice. "Baby, if you kiss me like this, I won't be able to control myself." Wen Yao turned around, directly straddling his lap under Fu Shibai's burning gaze, and buried her head to trace his sensitive Adam's apple. A sexy gasp escaped Fu Shibai's throat as his large hands grasped her waist. "Baby, don't tease me, I really can't control myself." Wen Yao kissed harder, her hand slipped into his solid abdominal muscles, squeezing gently but firmly. "You really don't want me to tease you?" Fu Shibai panted, his eyes trembling, he let out a muffled groan. "Baby. Or else. But I'm afraid you can't handle it, baby. If you say you want me to tease you, I can continue." Fu Shibai's pupils abruptly constricted, breathing heavier, he said hoarsely. "I want you to tease me." The icy, snow lotus scent on him intensified. Wen Yao took a deep breath, laughing. "Okay, continue." She raised her head and kissed his lips. Fu Shibai supported the back of her neck, taking control and deepening the kiss. His other hand cautiously slipped under her skirt. Feeling her yielding, his heart couldn't help but leap, and his hands grew bolder. "Baby, can I?" "Mum." Clothes fell to the ground. The battlefield shifted from the sofa to different parts of the room. The radio was returned by Fu Shibai to the table. The overlapping shadows rose and fell. "Fu Shibai, don't exceed 10 o'clock. "Why not?" "Baby. There's no hot water after 10, I want to clean up before sleeping." "Baby, there will be hot water." The remaining words were swallowed between lips and teeth. With a sound, the lights in the room were turned off. In the darkness, the subtle sound of water became unusually clear. Wen Yao felt her calves entwined by a slightly cold tail. A tactile, crustacean-like segmented tail, its edges a bit sharp, with long barbs. The barbs pressed tightly against the inner side, and the edges curled slightly. The man let out a heavy muffled groan, his voice a bit flustered. "Baby, let me explain." It's the toy tail you brought, right?" "So cute." In the dark, Fu Shibai's eyes went blank for half a second, he said seriously. "Yes, baby, Johnny said many couples like this, so I bought one to surprise you." Wen Yao toyed with it at her fingertips, whispering a soft laugh in his ear. "I really like it, continue." Fu Shibai could no longer hold back, lowering his body. On the other side, the nurse at the front desk could finally get off work before 9. Johnny closed the hospital's front door. Su Qingji and Xiao Yan returned to their room. There was still hot water. Su Qingji hurried into the bathroom, only to see Xiao Yan casually squeeze in wearing only boxers. Su Qingji pushed him out with her small hands but found him unmoving. "Xiao Yan, what are you doing?" "Let's wash together, save water resources." "Save water my foot, hurry up and get out." But Xiaoyan firmly wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning close to her ear and whispering. The nurse's uniform today is very beautiful, I haven't tried it, give me a chance, Gigi. Su Qingji's face flushed suddenly, I stood all day, my waist hurts, let's do it next time. Xiaoyan's large hand slipped directly under her clothes, rubbing her waist. Just right, let me massage you all over. Su Qingji. The sound of water drowned out the woman's soft whining. When Su Qingji came out, it was already 9:40. She hugged the blanket, not wanting to move at all. Xiaoyan, however, was full of energy, eagerly pressing the play button on the radio. Welcome to the Weird Hunter Radio, I am the host, Jennifer. Today our protagonist is named Jerry. Jerry goes to prove he is not a coward by heading to the explosion site in the center of the misty forest. Jerry tells this to his lumberjack friend. Unexpectedly, he is forced by bullies to enter the misty forest together. It all started with just a crow. Mark, Rolf is missing. Ah! Rolf's scream, the roaring sound of chainsaws, comes pressing in. Run, it's the chainsaw killer. The story abruptly stops. The radio crackles with static. Chapter 47 Hospital Patient 013. Room 203, pitch black. A lump rises on the bed of the lower bunk. Zhao Ming tosses and turns, an ominous feeling shrouding his heart, preventing him from sleeping. After parting with Lin Yuan at 8, he encounters Tang Zhe and Morris in the public bathroom. The three wash up in harmony, finally bringing some life back to the cold, eerie feeling that lingered from the day. But at this moment, Lin Yuan, that silly boy, hasn't come back yet. He stays alone in the dormitory, feeling an inexplicable fear rising within him. Bang bang bang. The door is being violently knocked on. Outside comes Lin Yuan's roaring voice. Zhao Ming, damn it, open the door for me. Open the door, hurry up. I'm just staying with Yaha a bit longer, you locked the door, are you doing this on purpose? Open the door, don't make me kick it down. Hearing that familiar shouting, Zhao Ming instead feels a bit relieved. Unexpectedly, in the next room, number 204, Chungya covers her mouth tightly, fearfully locking eyes with Lin Yuan, her fingers gesturing. Outside is a monster. Lin Yuan quickly rolls out of bed, rushing to the balcony to pull the curtains shut, then pads softly to the door to listen for movement outside, gesturing back to Chungya. Don't make a sound, lie down. In the neighboring room 202, the hardest workers, Tang Zhe and Morris, wake from their sleep. Tang Zhe doesn't get out of bed, he peeks at Morris on the lower bunk. The two exchange worried glances in silence. The room is small, with no window by the door, just a wall and a tightly shut door. However, through the gap under the door, they can see the dim light coming from the hallway. Bang bang bang. The knocking changes to a violent kicking against the door. It sounds powerful, and the vibrations reach their room, but the door remains steadfast, not smashing down. Hurry, open the door, Zhao Ming. I know you're inside, stop pretending to be dead. Damn it, Lin Yuan, can you keep it down? With a click, the door unlocks. But the next second, a terrifying ah echoes in the hallway. A heavy object bursts into the room, suddenly knocking someone down. Sounds of tearing flesh and gnawing fill the air. Lin Yuan leaps onto the bed, holding the trembling Chungya, whispering. Don't be afraid, as long as we don't open the door, it can't get in. Chungya clutches the blanket tightly, looking into Lin Yuan's reassuring eyes, trying hard to calm her racing heart. On the other side, Tang Zhe looks horrified, covering his head with the blanket, he's completely scared. Morris shifts to the other side of the bed and closes his eyes again, it's just a dead person, he's seen many. As long as the monster can't get inside, there's nothing to worry about. He raises his hand, glancing at his watch, it's 10:05, not a bad time to die. Perfect timing for knocking, this monster is somewhat clever. Zhao Ming hasn't died yet, his thigh has been torn off, pain distorting his face. In the dim corridor light, he sees the monster gnawing at his thigh. It is the priest Eve, who had been harmless during the day in room 301. Unexpectedly, by nightfall, he turns into a man-eating demon. Eve clutches a thick Bible under his elbow, while his gray-white hand savagely tears at Zhao Ming's thigh, biting deeply. Scarlet blood stains his lips, dripping down his beard, soaking his patient's gown. Eve savors the taste, turning his head to look at Zhao Ming. The shadowy figure smiled slyly. Young man, your flesh smells so good. Under Zhao Ming's terrified gaze, Eve finished gnawing on his thigh and lunged at his neck. Zhao Ming, drained of blood, struggled weakly and breathed his last. After eating Zhao Ming, Eve turned and knocked on the door of room 204 in the same way. Lin Yuan, I know you're inside, come out quickly. Lin Yuan, indifferent to the strange shouting outside pretending to be Zhao Ming, covered his head with the quilt, holding Chungya tightly, forcing himself to sleep. Suddenly, the roar of a chainsaw echoed. The strange figure outside seemed startled and left. But the screams from upstairs grew louder and louder. Chungya whispered, Lin Yuan, can you tell what floor the sound is coming from? Lin Yuan replied, "It seems to be right above our room, never mind. Let's sleep, we have to work tomorrow." With someone by her side, Shanya forced her eyes shut. Having not slept last night and feeling tired from the day, she could no longer hold on. The next day, Wen Yao woke up to find nobody by her bedside. On the small table lay a thermos box and a bouquet of ice roses. That's right, all made of ice, each one lifelike, blooming as if full of life. There was a note on the thermos box along with a leave request. The note read, "Good morning, baby, you worked hard last night, sleep a bit more today. I specifically granted you half a day off. Breakfast is on the table, remember to eat when you're hungry. The ice roses represent my everlasting love. I love you, baby." Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, this style was just like Xing Yanzhen. She picked up the other leave request and her gaze fell on his steady signature, Fu Shi Bai. Wen Yao's lips curved into a smile as she imagined him seriously writing the leave request with a fountain pen. It was a clear backdoor move. She didn't deny herself and lay back down to catch some more sleep. Last night's adventures had worn her out, and her waist still ached. By the time she woke up to eat and go downstairs, it was already past noon. At this moment, it was lunchtime, and people were taking a break. Wen Yao passed by the number 1 outpatient room, seeing a sign that read, "Out for the day." She directly headed to the number 3 outpatient room. Xiao Yan and Su Qingji had already eaten. Su Qingji lay resting on a small bed. Upon seeing Wen Yao enter, she turned to sit up, surprised, and asked, "Why are you so late? Didn't Mr. Johnny reprimand you for skipping class?" Wen Yao smiled slightly, "My fiancé granted me half a day off to rest." Su Qingji suddenly realized her fiancé was the director Fu, and she nodded in understanding. "Zhao Ming died last night." Wen Yao was shocked, "How did he die?" Su Qingji explained, "I heard from Chanya that the strange figure, after 10 o'clock, disguised as Lin Yuan and knocked on the door. Zhao Ming opened the door and was eaten. That strange figure also knocked on room 204's door, but Chanya and the others didn't open it. When the figure heard the chainsaw, it ran away. But strangely, neither Xiao Yan nor I heard any noise last night, no sound of a chainsaw or screaming. I asked Tang Zhe, and he said they heard Zhao Ming's screams in room 202. Did you hear any strange noises last night?" Wen Yao furrowed her brow, thinking deeply, "I didn't hear anything either. The cleaning staff, caregivers, and nurses' rooms can hear, but the doctor's rooms cannot, which clearly means the doctor's room is at a higher level than the other rooms." Su Qingji agreed, "I thought so too. Also, the little girl at the door, Diana, seems to have some issues, don't easily agree to her requests." Wen Yao asked, "The little girl looked for you? What did she ask you to do?" Su Qingji nodded, "She asked me and Changya to help her open the door for someone named Felton on the 4th floor. But we nurses at the front desk have a rule that we can only stay on the 1st and 2nd floors, so the little girl intends to lure us upstairs. Last night, I told Xiao Yan about this. He said he went to the 4th floor yesterday, and indeed the room 404 was locked, and there was someone inside. That person might be Felton." Wen Yao's thoughts aligned with Xiao Yan's. Anyone who was locked up surely had key clues. Wen Yao looked at Xiao Yan. "Did you find anything else when you went upstairs yesterday?" Xiao Yan nodded. "After you and Fu Shi Bai left, I tried to take the elevator down to the basement levels B1, B2, and B3, but I didn't have permission to go there." "You can try that. The archive room is on the 4th floor, it requires a key to open. I talked to Johnny about it. Johnny doesn't have the key, so it must be with Fu Shi Bai. Now it's up to you." Wen Yao understood his meaning, which was to get the key from Fu Shi Bai. "Okay, I understand." Chapter 48 Hospital Number 0 Patient 14. The small town covered in ice and snow lay shrouded in fog year-round. On the quiet, cold streets, icicles hung heavily from the eaves on both sides. Countless decaying heads pressed against the windows, watching the men below with fearful glances that also carried a hint of flattery. Fu Shi Bai wore a long gray coat, the collar turned up, revealing a pale blue line along his jaw. Wherever he went, the mist froze into fine shards of ice, suspended in the air like snow that had been paused. A tall figure followed behind him, holding a stack of flyers. Fu Shi Bai raised his cool silver-gray eyes and glanced at the decaying heads in the windows. His voice was indifferent, without a hint of emotion as he said, "Johnny, distribute the flyers and make them follow the rules." Johnny glanced at the new rules on the flyer, his lips unable to help twitching. New rules for visiting the hospital. 1. Please make sure to dress neatly and cleanly when coming to the hospital. 2. Please maintain civil manners, and refrain from using foul language. He thought for a moment and carefully chose his words. "Mr. Director, the first rule seems a bit difficult." Fu Shi Bai's expression remained indifferent. "What's difficult? Just wash up, it's not like their limbs can't move. In the end, they're just lazy." Johnny pulled at the corner of his mouth. "But, Mr. Director, there's no water here. There were no lakes nearby. They're hospital-sourced water from underground. Ever since Karen Town was covered in ice and snow, the residents' pipes hadn't delivered water. And they didn't need water. If it weren't for Mr. Director's liking for baths, the hospital's pipes probably wouldn't deliver water either. Fu Shibai cast a cold glance at him, saying nothing. His long, cold white fingers caught the falling snow, grinding it to form a small ball. The snowball grew larger in his fingertips, eventually reaching the size of a cannonball. Fu Shibai tossed the snowball up and down in his palm, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, finally locking onto the direction near the square. Johnny's eyelids flickered. "Mr. Director, what are you planning to do? Didn't you say there's a lack of water?" Fu Shibai glanced at him coldly, "Then let's solve the water source problem." Saying this, amidst Johnny's astonished gaze, Fu Shibai suddenly flicked his wrist, throwing the snowball towards the square with force. The snowball, with terrifying power, traced a perfect arc in the air, accurately smashing down at the designated spot. Boom! The deafening explosion made Johnny's ears buzz. The shockwave hit him face-on, tousling his hair and coating his face with snowflakes. The accumulated snow and icicles from the eaves crashed down. The creatures huddled together in fear. A towering waterspout erupted from the square, spraying for a moment before falling back down. Fu Shibai said coldly, "Any more questions?" Johnny rubbed the thin ice off his face with his large hands, his cheeks twitching. What a truly violent guy. "No more questions, Mr. Director." Go distribute the flyers." "Yes, Mr. Director." Johnny quickly sped from house to house, delivering the flyers with great efficiency. Fu Shibai looked at his efficiency with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Next, he needed to create a perfect walking street for his baby, and he also had to prepare for the weekend date in advance. As he walked, the sides of the streets blossomed with blooming ice and snow roses, with various ice sculptures of giant bears and heart-shaped dolphins erected at intervals. Just then, a creature unlike the decaying corpses slid down from the eaves. It had no skin, just purple-black muscle and tendons. Joint twisted, an incredible distortion. It opened its chest, ribs flipping outward like a giant beak, dripping with corrosive, foul-smelling green slime, attacking Fu Shibai at a terrifying speed. Fu Shibai raised his eyes, his silver-gray pupils calm and indifferent, as sharp claws emerged from his cold white fingertips, small light blue scales covering his right hand. Just as he was about to move, something crossed his mind, and he retracted his claws, side-kicking the skinless monster away. The skinless monster crashed heavily, shrieking as it fell apart. In the next second, frost covered it, freezing it in place. A hint of annoyance flashed in Fu Shibai's eyes. He was so close, if he got his hands dirty, the baby would definitely scorn him. He glanced at the thick snow accumulated on the street, somewhat angrily saying, "Johnny, where is the street cleaning crew? Do they not want to work? If they can't, let those bastards get lost." Like master, like servant, clearly, Johnny had learned this language from Fu Shibai. Johnny's cheeks twitched slightly, saying politely, "The cleaning is scheduled from 3 to 4 in the afternoon." Implying that it wasn't time yet. Fu Shibai replied expressionlessly, "The schedule is changed now." "Johnny, all right, Director." Soon, people from each household came out, holding snow shovels and grumbling as they began clearing the fallen snow. When they encountered the ice rows, they carefully went around it, only shoveling the snow from the sides. Fu Shibai arrived at the square and chose a spot to build a snow house. Johnny looked at the newly appeared small lake beside the square, speechless and choked up. A group of people were forced to wash themselves by the lake. Before long, those by the lake suddenly got into a frenzy. "Hey, bro, has anyone seen my eyeball? It fell in the water." "Didn't see it." "Ah. My insides are all gone. Is there a kind-hearted soul who can help me fish it out? Here, is this yours? Damn, that's someone else's stinky toe." Johnny couldn't bear to watch, turning to Fu Shibai's side, staring at the meticulously crafted ice sculpture snow house, dryly saying, "Director, are we moving out to live there?" Fu Shibai gave him a look as if he were foolish. "Didn't you see the sign at the door? This is a shop that sells women's clothing." "But Director, there aren't any extra women's clothes to sell." "You don't need to worry about that, I'll handle it." Johnny was left speechless. Those people probably wouldn't be able to afford enough fees. Seeing there was nothing he could help with, Johnny went back to the hospital to supervise the newcomers starting work. Wen Yao sat in the outpatient room taking a break. She found it strange that not many people came to seek medical help today. But before the end of work time, she didn't go anywhere else to investigate. Seeing Johnny passing by the doorway, she called out, "Mr. Johnny, please wait a moment." Johnny halted his footsteps, politely asking, "Is there something?" "Wen Yao, do you know where the director went? He doesn't seem to be at the hospital today." She couldn't figure it out. Where could Fu Shibai go if he wasn't in the hospital? Outside was a dead town. Besides the few living people in the hospital, everything else was dead. What could Fu Shibai do outside? "Johnny, the director is busy with construction, you can go see it this weekend." After saying that, he left. Wen Yao's gaze moved slightly, filled with doubt. What kind of construction could there be in such cold weather? On the other side, on the third floor. After Zhao Ming's death, Lin Yuan was responsible for caring for all the patients. Lin Yuan first took care of the unfinished work from yesterday and then started cleaning from room 301. When Lin Yuan entered room 301, he was hit by a nauseating, strong smell of blood. On one side of the ward, there piled blood-stained patient clothes, filthy and unrecognizable. And the Pastor Eve, dressed in clean patient clothes, kindly said, "Young man, could you help me wash this Bible?" Chapter 49 Hospital 0 Patient 15. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the thick Bible stained with blood. A sudden chill ran through him, forming a definite suspicion. It was him. He ate Zhao Ming last night. The other wards he had been in were quite clean, without any smell of blood. Only Eve was like this. Bloodied clothes and the Bible. There is no proof that Eve has consumed Zhao Ming's strange essence. Sorry, I refuse. What a pity, young man, I was planning to give you a gift. Eve looked regretful, his friendly demeanor unchanged. But Lin Yuan felt a chilling unease rise from within. He was being watched by something sinister. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had knocked on his and Chang's door last night. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan quickly cleaned room 301, during which Eve tried to engage him, but Lin Yuan didn't respond a single word. Eve followed closely behind him, step by step. Young man, why are you ignoring me? Are you scared by this bloody shirt? It's not mine. Hearing this, Lin Yuan glared at Eve kind, bearded face and mercilessly exposed. If it's not yours, then whose is it? The other rooms haven't lost any clothes, nor are they dirty. Eve's expression turned hurt. I'm being framed, you don't understand. Sometimes patients bully other patients. I'm being bullied, but I don't want you to misunderstand because I consider you my only friend. Lin Yuan's forehead twitched. He didn't want a friend who was a man-eating ghost. Don't say that, I am not your friend. I'm just a little caregiver. Lin Yuan grabbed the bucket and tried to leave, but Eve blocked his way. Young man, saying that hurts me like a needle to the heart. Really? Really? Oh, that's great, may your heart shatter like foam. Eve's face started to strain. What a vicious curse. He raised his voice slightly, explaining, that shirt really isn't mine, it's from the neighboring brothers, Tom and Lin Sai. They ganged up on me, not only beat me up but also forcibly took my clean clothes. They are morally bankrupt thieves, despicable robbers. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't believe him and remained silent. Eve's face cracked with terrifying black fissures, his voice becoming hoarse and unpleasant. Who do you think they are? Are they human? He shouted loudly, nope, they are long dead, they are not human like me. Lin Yuan took 2 steps back in shock, realizing it was work time. The sinister couldn't harm people, he said firmly, regardless of whether they are human or not, please step aside. I still have other rooms to clean. If Mr. Johnny finds out that you are delaying my work, do you think he will be angry? Upon hearing this, Eve's black cracks instantly disappeared, returning to his kindly bearded face, and his attitude became friendly once more. Young man, don't go reporting me for nothing. If you want to leave, go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Seeing Eve take 2 steps back, Lin Yuan hurriedly passed by him. At the last moment before the door closed, Eve said meaningfully, young man, if you don't believe me, you can go check for yourself, they do not have a heartbeat, just like me. Lin Yuan slammed the door shut on Eve. He didn't fully believe Eve's words. Just right, the next room Lin Yuan was going to clean was 302, the room of Tom and Lin Sai. Lin Yuan opened the door and saw both of them still lying in bed. It seemed Johnny had really done a number on them. Tom saw Lin Yuan enter and immediately raised his bruised face, looking slightly anxious. Hey, did you get the gun? Lin Yuan put down the bucket and walked to Tom's bedside. I didn't have the chance to get it. Disappointment flashed in Tom's lively eyes before he rallied again. It's okay, young man. We still have a chance. As long as we're alive, we can definitely escape. Lin Yuan nodded. But the next second, his figure instantly stiffened. Tom's chest showed no rise or fall. Lin Sai was the same. Eve's words flashed through his mind. They were not human, they had no heartbeat. Originally thinking Tom and Lin Sai were 2 normal living people, he found out they were dead instead. Hey, young man, I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Wen Yao got off work on time and glanced at door 1, the sign was still hanging, and Fu Shibai had not yet returned. Passing by door 3, Wen Yao exchanged glances with Xiao Yan before looking away. She walked calmly into the elevator. Press the button for the negative first floor. The mechanical female voice announced. Sorry, you do not have permission to access the negative first floor. Fingers pressed the negative second floor button. Sorry, you do not have permission to access the negative second floor. Negative third floor. Sorry, you do not have permission to access the negative third floor. 4th floor. Okay, arriving at the 4th floor for you. Ding. You have arrived at the 4th floor. Wen Yao stepped out of the elevator. In the pitch darkness, 2 windless flickering lights shone. Wen Yao's eyes flashed, she said lightly. What's going on? In such a big hospital, only 2 shabby lights on the 4th floor. And they are swaying. If one falls and hits someone, won't we have to pay for it? Just as she finished speaking, a row of lights in the corridor lit up, trying hard to shine brightly. The lights stopped swaying and stood perfectly straight. A smile flashed in Wen Yao's eyes as she said to herself. So it's a voice-activated light. The harsh sound of nails scraping the door echoed, accompanied by a zombie-like hissing sound. Wen Yao's gaze precisely shot towards room 404 as she lifted her foot and walked over to stand in front of the door. In the gap of the door, a pair of bright blue eyes met hers. Wen Yao's small golden sword suddenly grew larger, more than a meter long, gleaming, the tip pressing against the door beside those blue eyes. The person inside was startled and hurriedly retreated. Wen Yao spoke coldly, speak. Felton, hiss. Dumb. Hiss. Is your name Felton? Hiss. If yes, shout once, if not, shout twice. Hiss. Yes. Do you know Diana? Hiss. Yes. Is she your daughter? Felton, hiss. Wen Yao speculated this was not without reason, as Diana's eyes were also blue. If you lie to me, I will personally kill Diana. Hiss 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 hiss. Of course, if you don't lie to me, if Diana lies to me, I will also personally kill her. Seeing that the other person could not speak, no further information could be gathered. Wen Yao held the sword, lifted her foot, and left, walking toward the archives room door. She grasped the doorknob, twisted it, but the door was locked. Dr. Wen, what are you doing here? Johnny appeared at the stairway, drenched in sweat, seemingly just having done intense exercise. Wen Yao raised her eyebrow, speaking in a calm tone. Someone reported that the 4th floor is too noisy at night. While it's still light, I came up to see if a patient is going crazy. By the way, who is responsible for the patient in 404? Letting him be all messy is one thing, but why is he scraping the door with his nails? Isn't this vandalism? Johnny's cheeks twitched slightly. I am responsible for the patient in 404, next time I will pay attention and not let him disturb those downstairs. Wen Yao scrutinized him with her gaze. Mr. Johnny, you are not a doctor, I am a bit doubtful you can cure the person in room 404? Johnny expressionlessly said. The patient in 404 suffers from a beating syndrome. If he doesn't get beaten for a day, he feels uncomfortable all over. This is determined by the authority of the head doctor. Since the head doctor is very busy, he has let me be responsible for loosening the joints of the 404 patient every day. After hearing, the 404 room started banging on the door. The hissing sound grew increasingly urgent, seeming somewhat frantic. Johnny, you see, he is acting up again. I will come back later to treat him properly. Dr. Wen, you should go. Wen Yao nodded, the golden sword in her hand shrank and returned to her pocket. While passing by a door, she noticed the doorplate was blocked by a piece of yellow plastic. Johnny's tall figure immediately blocked the doorway, gentlemanly extending his hand. Please go downstairs first, I'll check on the 404 patient and then come down. Wen Yao squinted but said nothing, and under his watchful gaze, walked down the stairs. Chapter 50 Hospital Patient 016. Hospital Lobby Front Desk. Su Qingji glared at Xiao Yan. The man's large hand was pressing on her waist, massaging lightly and heavily. Be careful, this is a public place. Xiao Yan smiled, not comfortable? Ji. This was something Su Qingji could not refute. The soreness in her lumbar spine had been relieved, but she could only grind her teeth secretly. Truce in a way, the key was that this person was crossing the line. How irritating. Shanya witnessed this scene, her eyes flickered. Although she wanted to intrude, it seemed she couldn't fit in. These 2 days, she had tried many ways to strike up a conversation, but Xiao Yan completely ignored her. Aside from the clue issue, his attitude was extremely cold. Her greatest strength was knowing when to back off. Since she couldn't get what she wanted, at least she should get something out of it. Thinking this, she coughed lightly and smiled. Sorry to interrupt. Su Qingji and Xiao Yan looked over. Su Qingji's expression was distant. Is there something you need? Chengya tugged at the hem of her clothes, mustering her courage to say, previously, I helped you pick up a diamond ring worth 50 million, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Su Qingji looked slightly surprised. You mean you want money? She had never encountered someone who returned something and asked for a reward. Chengya nodded, that's right. If you find someone's phone on the street and return it, they usually give you 500 yuan as a thank you. That's an unwritten rule. This diamond ring is worth 50 million. If I hadn't picked it up, you would have lost 50 million, so you should give me a thank you fee. Su Qingji, I didn't know there was such an unwritten rule. Xiao Yan looked at Chengya with a half smile. Sorry, it wasn't mentioned at the time, now it's too late. Of course, even if you had mentioned it, I might not have given it to you. Let's talk when you make it out alive. Chengya was left speechless. This man was cold and stingy. In the end, he just didn't want to give anything. She should have listened to the advice and not returned it in the first place. Yeah. Lin Yuan, are you off work? Yeah, we might have a problem. Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, Lin Yuan said, to be precise, I've been targeted by a monster. Chengya relaxed a bit, as long as it wasn't her, but she acted worried. How can you be targeted? Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoyan and Su Qingji, who were also watching, and explained, last night, the monster I ate was Eve, a patient in room 301. His clothes and Bible were covered in blood. I have a feeling that Eve will come knocking on our door tonight. Xiaoyan had seen Eve while patrolling. He was the devout, big-bearded pastor. After 10 o'clock at night, one shouldn't be outside. It seemed they were guarding against the patient upstairs. Xiaoyan said to Lin Yuan, maybe you can write Johnny a complaint letter, saying the upstairs patient Eve is disturbing your rest. Because from the beginning, Johnny had said that if you need anything, you can find him. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, recalling that Johnny indeed said so upon checking in, and Eve seemed afraid of Johnny. He sincerely thanked, thank you. Xiaoyan, you've been a caregiver on the third floor for so long, have you noticed anything else? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and decided to share what he had experienced. Tom and Lindsay in room 302 are not living people. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, did you just realize that? Lin Yuan was puzzled, well, I always thought they were normal living people, whether running away or their bruised faces, they looked just like living people. Xiaoyan glanced at the others and casually said, aside from the few of us players, there are no living people here. Lin Yuan and Cheng's faces turned to shock. Su Qingji, who already knew, had little reaction. Lin Yuan, what about the director and Johnny? Are they not living people either? Xiaoyan, no, Karen Town is a dead town, and the townsfolk who seek treatment are all deceased, so the hospital serving them is no exception. Lin Yuan, then Wen Yao seems to be close with the director. Xiaoyan, Fu Shibai was Wen Yao's fiancé before he died. Changya, what about Diana? Xiaoyan turned to Changya, have you ever seen a little girl survive for so long in the freezing cold? Changya, but her fingers are frostbitten, her skin is supple and normal, she doesn't have the aura of a dead person. Xiaoyan, the more advanced the monster, the better it can disguise its identity. Lin Yuan quickly said, Tom said he hid 2 guns under the second tree on the right at the door, should we go get them? What if they are props for this chapter? Xiaoyan nodded, let's go check it out. The two walked into the night, under Diana's puzzled gaze, arriving at the second tree by the door. They found a tool nearby, cleared the snow from the base of the tree, and then started to dig up the frozen ground. Dug around, but found nothing. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, is this the place? Lin Yuan affirmed, the second tree on the right at the entrance, I didn't remember wrong. Seeing Xiaoyan carrying the shovel to another end, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, where are you going? Xiaoyan without turning back replied, it might be on the left? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan wiped his face and caught up, but found nothing under the tree on the left either. Lin Yuan looked at Xiaoyan, uncertainly asking, should we keep digging? Xiaoyan, yes, maybe they remembered the position wrong? So, the two of them dug hard, grumbling as they went. Diana watched them, her clear, innocent big eyes flashing with deep thought. Wen Yao had long returned to her room to rest. She lay on the bed and reached out to press the play button on the radio next to her. Welcome back to listen to the Weird News Hunter Radio, I am the host Jennifer. Last time we talked about our protagonist Jerry, who was forcibly taken into the fog forest by Mark and his group, where they encountered the chainsaw killer. Mark's friend Rolf was cut in half by the chainsaw killer. Mark shouted, run! It's the chainsaw killer. Except for the timid Jerry, who curled up in place, the other 4 rushed into the fog. Then, Jerry heard the death screams of the 4 in the fog. Jerry felt both scared and dimly pleased, no one would bully him again. Jerry stayed in place for a long time, and after confirming it was safe, he looked for an escape route, but unexpectedly stumbled into the center of the fog forest, where there was a sinkhole that had been smashed open 2 days ago. In the sinkhole, there was actually a high-tech oval spacecraft, but it was shattered into pieces. Jerry didn't dare to go near, just looked from a distance, but in the next moment, he froze in shock. He saw a giant ice-blue scorpion about 3 meters long searching for something inside the spacecraft, a layer of frost formed wherever it passed, and then in the next second, their eyes met. Scared, Jerry turned to run, but in the panic, he seemed to hear rustling sounds behind him. Jerry tripped over a branch, and a solid hand clapped on his shoulder. Ah! Jerry screamed again, but in the next second, he heard a familiar voice, Hi, Jerry, it's me. Jerry opened his eyes and found it was his lumberjack friend, sighing with relief, what are you doing here? The friend pulled him up, I came to find you, where are the others? Jerry trembled, they are dead, killed by the chainsaw killer. The friend spoke calmly, oh, wow. That's scary, let's hurry and get out. Jerry didn't notice his friend's overly calm attitude and followed him out of the forest. However, a few days later, Mark's family brought the Fobblers over. Jerry was taken to the police station. Fobler, Jerry, is it related to Mark's disappearance? Jerry hurriedly denied it, but the police didn't believe him, educating Jerry with love, and then he confessed about the fog forest and the chainsaw killer. The police entered the fog forest to hunt down the chainsaw killer but found no one. Instead, they saw a spaceship from outer space. This shocked the Special Investigation Bureau, which sent 2 people over, one named Tom, the other named Lindsay. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked, and the story abruptly stopped, only the rustling sound from the radio could be heard. Chapter 51 Hospital Patient 017. Wen Yao pressed the pause button on the radio, got up, and came to the door, asking from behind it. Is it you? Fu Shibai. It's me, baby. With a click, the door opened. Fu Shibai held a cup of hot milk, his silver-gray eyes flashing with hesitation and struggle. Same old routine, would baby think he only wanted her body and thus develop a dislike for him? At this moment, meeting her smiling eyes, Fu Shibai felt a lump in his throat. After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke slowly. Baby, I'm just bringing you a cup of milk and I'll leave. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, her smile unchanged. Then bring it in for me. Fu Shibai's Adam's apple bobbed as he glanced at the ice sculpture rose still on the table in the room. The gaze unintentionally shifted to the corner of the blanket on the bed. Baby, just lying on the bed to rest. Having clung to the baby for 2 nights in a row, will it be too much? He knows his own nature. Once he enters, he will use all means to stay. Baby. I still have some things to do, so I won't go in. Wen Yao reached out, grabbing his warm hand, her eyes full of mischief. Really not coming in? Fu Shibai's gaze quietly fell on their clasped hands, his Adam's apple rolling heavily, a struggle passing briefly through his eyes as he difficultly refused. Baby, I really have some tasks unfinished. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling amused in her heart. If you have something to do, you should let go. The grip is so tight, you can't even move your feet. It's clear he wants to stay, but for some reason, he has to go. Feeling the increasing warmth in his palm, Wen Yao directly buried her head in his arms, deeply inhaling the icy mountain snow lotus fragrance on him. With her other hand, she wrapped around his strong waist, pinching lightly at his waist. The man's back immediately tensed. What to do? I can't sleep alone. I heard that strange people knock at the door in the middle of the night. What if he knocks at my door pretending to be you? Hearing this, Fu Shibai's gaze suddenly turned cold as he lowered his head and softly comforted her by her ear. Baby, don't be afraid, no one dares to knock on your door. Who would be so blind to dare knock on his baby's door? He would freeze that person into fragments of ice. Wen Yao said, I don't care, you must sleep with me tonight. Fu Shibai's heart immediately beat uncontrollably, his throat dry, trying to say some useless reasoning. But baby, I might bully you, like last night, in front of you, my self-control is 0. Wen Yao raised her small face, kissed his chin, and seductively said, then just don't control yourself, because I like it too. Fu Shibai's eyes suddenly surged with desire, his voice hoarse and deep. Baby, you are going to spoil me like this. Wen Yao smiled, so, do you want me? If you don't want me, I will close the door. Fu Shibai swallowed hard, a fierce light of desire flashing in his eyes. He heavily uttered one word, want. Saying that, he pulled her into the door and turned to close it. He first set down the milk, and then eagerly and accurately captured her lips, licking and biting them. With a bang, the light went out. Fu Shibai was not at all affected by the dark environment. He clearly saw the woman's dazed and passionate expression, leaning down. He let out a comfortable sigh, kissing every inch of her curiously and obsessively. I love you so much, baby. Wen Yao felt him gripping her waist, her gaze shimmering, fingers tangling in his hair. Gentle. At your service, baby. Wen Yao felt him entangling her leg again, her patience slowly wearing thin as she rubbed. She stretched out her hand, grasping the sharp features. Fu Shibai let out a muffled grunt, almost surrendering, his voice becoming even hoarser. Baby. A passionate and exhilarating session came to an end. Wen Yao touched his abs and then asked, where did you go today? Why was there no sign of you all day? Preparing for the weekend date. What did you prepare? Fu Shibai held her close, mumbling, if I tell you in advance, it won't be a surprise. I want baby to see it herself. Wen Yao smiled, all right. By the way, do you have the key to the archives? Yes. Can I go to the archives to check the patient's data? Fu Shibai's breath wafted over her ear, his voice incredibly sexy. This is truly baby's real intention, right? Wen Yao smiled calmly, wanting to sleep with you occupies 99%, the remaining 1% is this. Is that okay? Give me a clear answer. Fu Shibai pressed her into his embrace, rubbing against her. Do you feel it, baby? I agree, but Little Bai says it needs a different price. Wen Yao chuckled, all right, sounds good. Fu Shibai didn't hold back again, once more taking over the city. On the other side, Tang Zhe and Morris had to work an extra hour tonight. Only because Xiao Yan and Lin Yuan had dug under every tree, leaving the snow and mud all over the place. Johnny said that this also fell under their responsibility, and they must fill all the holes. It's time to get off work. Tang Zhe looked at Lin Yuan and Xiao Yan with accusatory eyes. What are you doing? It was tiring enough to drag the floor for one day, and now you're messing with me. Morris glanced at them fiercely. Damn, if you have nothing to do, you can just die. What kind of nonsense is this? Xiao Yan felt a rare sense of guilt. Lin Yuan awkwardly touched his nose. How about we help you fill the dirt back in? Hearing this, Tang Zhe and Morris's expressions eased a bit. Tang Zhe, humph, then hurry up, I'm already exhausted. Morris, hurry up, if we go back late, we won't even have hot showers. Xiao Yan and Lin Yuan had no choice but to pick up shovels and start refilling the dirt. They didn't dig anything up, not even a single thread. The four of them split up, and under the dim lights of the courtyard, they could only vaguely see each other's shadows. Diana, holding a small shovel, hid in the shadows. Seeing this, her big eyes turned. She quietly approached Tang Zhe and lowered her voice. You are the cleaner, right? Tang Zhe looked at the seemingly harmless Diana with caution. In the S-class copy, he never underestimated anyone, so he had survived until now. Yes, I'm the cleaner. What about it? Diana, can you help the person on the 4th floor? He's a good person. Tang Zhe continued to shovel the mud mixed with snow. But I'm not a good person, I can't help. Diana blinked her clear big eyes. Why aren't you a good person? You look like a really nice person, don't diminish yourself. Tang Zhe, being a good person is hard. I'd rather be a bit cold to avoid 99% of trouble. Diana turned to the side and lifted the corner of her skirt. Look at this. Tang Zhe looked at the 2 guns hidden in her skirt, his mouth twitching. Were kids today so bold? Playing with guns so casually. Where did you get the guns? The little girl wore a tattered blue coarsecloth dress, looking very poor and not someone who could afford such things. If Tom were here, he would definitely recognize them as the guns they had hidden away. Chapter 52 Hospital 0 Patient 18. Diana didn't answer, but innocently said, as long as you help the patient on the 4th floor, these 2 guns will belong to you. Tang Zhe glanced at the black handgun, pretending not to be moved would be a lie. Not every copy had items, and the levels of items varied, so they were hard to come by. Moreover, items could deal with strange monsters, which meant an increased survival rate. He had previously obtained a protective ring, but unfortunately, he had used up its energy. But he still had to be careful. Who is on the 4th floor to you? Why do you want to help him? Diana brought out her usual lines, looking sincere. His name is Felton, he's a helpful good person. He gave me a piece of bread so I could survive a winter without starving. She lifted her little head, her eyes revealing a bit of pleading. You will help, right? Big brother. Tang Zhe looked at her with a solemn gaze. Just because of a piece of bread? Diana didn't understand but nodded earnestly, yes. Tang Zhe picked up the shovel and turned around to continue shoveling snow. Sorry, I can't help. Diana felt anxious and caught up with him. Why? He had clearly just been tempted. Why did he change his mind? Tang Zhe didn't look at her, stepped on the shovel and pushed it hard into the ground. Felton doesn't seem like a good person to me. Diana was a bit stunned and hurriedly said, how is he not? He not only gave me bread but also helped others. Tang Zhe didn't even lift his head. For a lovely girl like you, 1 piece of bread is not enough. He should give you 2 pieces, take you back home to wash up, send you a warm coat, and give you a warm fire to roast on. If he can't take care of you, then he should send you to someone who is willing to adopt you, not just leave you on the street to starve and freeze. Saying this, he gazed seriously at her beautiful big eyes. After all, no one could dislike such a cute and beautiful little girl. Diana was momentarily stunned, and upon meeting his sincere and bright black eyes, her heart began to leap. Do you really think I am cute and beautiful? With this affirmative answer, it was as if she heard the sound of her heart blooming. She lowered her gaze, her small hand unconsciously gripped the teddy bear, and the turmoil in her eyes vanished in an instant. She watched Tang Zhe, who was focused on shoveling dirt, bit her lip, and turned to leave. Tang Zhe slightly raised his head, his gaze quietly landing on Diana as she walked towards Morris. Just as he said, Felton was definitely not a good person in the true sense. A child is the most sensitive to good and bad. He didn't believe Diana was unaware of Felton's true nature. Since she knew, then Diana seeking help for Felton showed that their relationship was far more than that of a benefactor. Or perhaps, the benefactor relationship was just a facade. Diana asking him for help clearly indicated that there was a big pit ahead, he would not jump in. Survival first, having a life to obtain items, without life, what could one take? Thinking this, he continued shoveling the mixed snow and dirt, no longer concerning himself with Morris's side. Morris looked down, his gaze fixed on Diana at his feet. The little girl, with her beautiful big eyes, was looking at him pitifully as if she had something to ask. His movements paused. Is there something? He still had some patience for the well-behaved and cute little girl. Diana lowered her voice again, pleading. Can you help the patient on the 4th floor? His name is Felton, he is a good person. Fearing he might not believe her, Diana continued to add. Felton gave me 2 big pieces of bread in winter, took me back to his home, gave me a thick coat, and even baked me by the stove, and finally had a kind family adopt me. Can you help him, okay? Big brother. Morris pressed his tongue against his teeth. It seemed reasonable, but did he look like a good person willing to help? You're looking for the wrong person, my heart is not kind. Diana, once again frustrated, showed a face of despair. What was going on? The people who came this time seemed so indifferent. Morris's eyes flashed meaningfully, his tone laced with gentle persuasion. If you could provide me with some benefit, it wouldn't be impossible. Monsters that came to him uninvited generally had some little items. In previous encounters, he had collected a few, but the S-rank dungeon monsters were too ruthless, and now he didn't have a single item. Unexpectedly, just when he was missing something, it came to his door. His luck had always been good. Diana's eyes lit up as she lifted her skirt slightly. How about these 2 things? Morris glanced at the 2 guns, his heart overwhelmed with joy, but on his face, he pretended to be indifferent. All right, tell me how to help. If it's too difficult, then forget it. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the shovel handle, though his gaze seemed casual, he didn't miss any expression on the girl's face. He said this to lower the task's difficulty. Hearing this, Diana's face showed a look of urgency. It's not hard, just open the door to room 404. Morris feigned a sigh, but I don't have the key to 404. If he had to put in effort to find the key, he wouldn't do it. Diana's small hand reached into her pocket, pulled out a brass key, and handed it up, whispering. This is the key I stole, please don't tell Mr. Johnny. Morris's fingertips hooked the small key, casually saying. All right, I'll find an opportunity to try it. Once you open the door, you will send me these 2 guns, right? Diana nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yes, it will be delivered by Diana herself. Morris lacked for nothing but adventure and courage. For him, challenging danger was a kind of enjoyment, and the rewards were significant. After Lin Yuan complained to Johnny, indeed no monsters came to knock on the door tonight, but the screams upstairs were even louder, and the chainsaw roared, hurting ears. Tang Zhe and Morris fell asleep despite the noise. Room 205. Su Qingji was exhausted, her hands and feet weak, deeply buried under the blankets, drifting off to sleep, urging. Xiaoyan, hurry up, turn off the light and go to sleep. Ji, wait a little longer, I'm listening to the radio broadcast. Su Qingji ignored him, pulling the blanket over her ears. Xiaoyan sat on the sofa, pressed the play button on the radio, and turned down the volume. Welcome back to Weird Tales Radio, I am your host, Jennifer. Last time we talked about our protagonist Jerry, who was forcefully taken into the Misty Forest by Mark and his group, where he encountered the chainsaw killer. Jerry heard the horrifying screams of 4 people in the mist. Beneath the pit was a high-tech oval spaceship. A 3-meter-long ice-blue giant scorpion, wherever it passed, a layer of frost formed. Jerry was taken to the police station and exposed the Misty Forest and the chainsaw killer. The police saw an alien spaceship. This alarmed the Special Investigation Bureau, which sent 2 people, one named Tom and the other named Lindsay. Xiaoyan squinted. Tom, Lindsay? Aren't those patients from room 302? He pressed the off button, the noisy sound completely silenced. And that lumberjack friend, Xiaoyan found it hard not to link him with the movie's chainsaw killer, Johnny. Moreover, the hospital administrator was called Johnny. It seems he needs to go to the 3rd floor tomorrow. Chapter 53, Hospital Patient 019. The next day, Wen Yao woke up to find a new bouquet of fresh ice-carved roses on the small table. However, among the roses, there was a sleeping ice-carved figure, with smooth hair, an exquisite face, delicate eyelashes, and a slightly pouted little mouth, her mini version. A brass key lay beside the edges of the roses. When Yao's eyes sparkled with a smile, he observed very carefully and valued his promises. The table still had 2 notes and an insulated box. A leave request and a message note. Good morning, baby, may you be happy every day. I have things to do today and will come back in the evening to accompany you. This is the key to the archive room, don't go to the archive room during work hours, okay, baby? I love you, baby, Fu Shibai. Wen Yao raised his eyebrows, going out again? At this moment, Fu Shibai was cutting fabric in the ice house at the center of the square. He stood by the ice table, holding a piece of soft light blue velvet, spreading it on the surface. His silver-gray eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze scanning the fabric as if measuring dimensions. Then, he raised his sharp scorpion tail, precisely and quickly cutting the fabric into the shape he wanted. The sound of fabric being sliced echoed in the ice house. Johnny, witnessing this scene, felt his cheeks twitch. So the scorpion's tail could be used in this way. That ice-blue frosty scorpion tail had once struck him countless times, slicing countless mutated corpses, yet now was used for cutting fabric. It felt magical to think about. So what the director said about not needing to worry and handling it himself was really about making clothing. Johnny's eyes fell on the piles of various fabrics next to Fu Shibai, his forehead twitching. Director, are you making women's clothing out of all this fabric? Fu Shibai didn't even lift his head. Nonsense, how can you pick one piece? Of course, it's a whole room full of clothes to choose from. Of course, if the baby wanted them all, he would be even happier. He had promised the baby to go shopping for clothes, and he had to fulfill that promise. Johnny rubbed his almost cramping face. The workload was quite large, no wonder he hadn't even played his favorite surgery sewing games. That's right, the residents getting treated in this town were all toys for the director. Director, I've noticed that the number of mutated corpses seems to have increased recently. Mutated corpses have no thoughts, only the instinct to eat, and when they are really hungry, they will attack other residents of the small town. Eating too many residents will also cause them to evolve stronger. Fu Shibai frowned. I don't have time to deal with them right now. You go clean up, and don't get my ice sculpture and roses dirty. Johnny, okay, director. Not long after, in the foggy, snow-covered town, loud sounds of chasing, the howling screams of the skinless monster, and the roaring sound of chainsaws echoed. Hearing the noise, the residents hurriedly locked their doors. At noon, Wen Yao arrived at clinic number 3. Su Qingji lay on the small bed, feeling sore in the waist. She glanced at Wen Yao, a familiar face, and simply gave up on herself. Wen Yao looked at Su Qingji in surprise. What happened to you? Was it that tiring at the front desk? Su Qingji's ears turned red. She held a pillow to block her face and muffled a sound of She couldn't face anyone anymore, it was all Xiao Yan's fault. Xiao Yan chuckled and explained. It's nothing major. It's just trouble caused by not exercising regularly. Suddenly standing all day, of course, the waist will be sore. I'll help her massage her waist when I go back tonight, and it'll be fine. Su Qingji's ears burned as she shouted, no need for you to massage. If this guy kept massaging, her waist would snap. Xiao Yan smirked, don't refuse just yet. Let's discuss it well tonight, okay? Su Qingji angrily retorted, get lost, I don't want to talk to you. Discuss what? Eating meat was the ultimate goal. His face was really thick-skinned, and Wen Yao was still here. Xiao Yan, afraid of making her really angry and having to sleep on the sofa at night, did not provoke her further and backed off. Xiao Yan looked at Wen Yao. Sorry for the laughter. You understand, a love-struck man can't help but stick to his lover at all times. Su Qingji's face turned completely red, this person had a face thicker than a city wall. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, she shouldn't have asked. She was stuffed with dog food. Xiao Yan suddenly asked. Do you know what your guy is doing? 2 days of absence, he wouldn't be planning something big for us players, would he? Like a large-scale battle royale or something. Wen Yao sat down opposite him, speechless. I don't know, but I doubt it. If he wanted to, he could stage a battle royale right in the hospital. By the way, like you, I have no access to B1, B2, or B3. The patient in room 404 is a mute, in charge of Johnny. Before Johnny arrived, I questioned him, and he did indeed call himself Felton. I think you must have also noticed that Diana and Felton have identical blue eyes. Felton said they are not father and daughter, but his words may not be trustworthy. On the 4th floor, besides room 404 in the archives, I also saw a room with its door sign covered in yellow plastic. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. Do you think that might be the 0 room? The act of covering the door sign itself is very suspicious. Wen Yao furrowed her brows slightly and thought for a moment, saying. Even if it's not the 0 room, it must definitely be a room with key clues. Xiao Yan raised his eyes to look at her. What do you plan to do? Wen Yao, I got the key to the archives, and I plan to check it out after work. Xiao Yan, I'll go with you. Wen Yao nodded, okay. In the afternoon, Wen Yao sat in clinic number 2, and the patient in front of her was completely wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. From the sound, it was Barton, the one who tore off his own leg to get hospitalized. Looking at the people lined up outside the door, they were also like this. Wen Yao, this. The floor was indeed much cleaner, but the yellow pus from the rotten flesh seeped through the bandages, creating little puddles on the floor from standing too long. It was definitely better than the bits of rotten flesh scattered before. Wen Yao felt it was better to keep silent. Barton, didn't you just come here last time? Why are you back again? Barton exclaimed in surprise, Dr. Wen, I didn't expect you to remember me. Can I get hospitalized this time? I'm sick in another place. Wen Yao, where are you sick? Barton, my heart is broken. Wen Yao nodded, her tone calm. Okay, I understand. You can go back and prepare for your funeral. When your heart is broken, just lie in the coffin. Barton stared wide-eyed in disbelief, why? Wen Yao, the earth will soothe your soul, this is soul therapy, no need for hospitalization. Barton. On the other side. Tang Zei was mopping the floor in the hall. Diana held a small bucket and a mop, moving back and forth with Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe stopped, turned around, and looked at the little girl. "Why are you following me?" Diana innocently replied, "The hall is also my activity area, I was in charge before you guys came." Tang Zhe glanced at the area they were both cleaning, and it was indeed cleaner than when he did it alone, so he didn't bother with her and continued to mop the floor. Diana said, Tang Zhe, am I cute today?" Tang Zhe looked down seriously and examined her. "Cute." Diana smiled with her eyes curved. "You are handsome too." Tang Zhe was surprised. "Hey, little brat, you don't have a crush on me, do you?" "I don't like little girls." Diana widened her eyes. You actually have such thoughts about me?" Tang Zhe quickly shook his head. "I don't." Saying this, he focused on his work, afraid the little girl would twist the conversation further. Diana slightly curled her lips. Actually, she could grow up. Diana caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and saw Maurice going upstairs, a meaningfully ambiguous smile flashing in her eyes. "How nice, there's food now." Chapter 54, Hospital, 0 Patient 20. Maurice didn't go directly to the 4th floor, but instead came to the 3rd floor, holding a mop, lowering his head to wipe the floor back and forth. However, his peripheral vision didn't stop. Every 2 seconds, he glanced toward the hallway entrance and then glanced at the still elevator. He loved adventure, but he wouldn't recklessly go to the 4th floor. Early in the morning, he saw Johnny leave the hospital and not come back. This was an opportunity for him. The S-grade copies item could only be his. "Hey, young man, want to come in for a chat?" Eve's voice suddenly echoed in the hallway. Maurice looked at room 301, the door was closed, but the window was open, the iron lattice shadows printed on Eve's pale, dead face. He tightened his grip on the mop. Damn it, when was the window opened? He didn't notice at all. He coldly refused. "No, I still have work to do." Eve regrettably said, "What a pity." Lin Yuan was in another room sprinkling white powder on the patient, heard the conversation in the hallway, and peeked out, seeing that fierce foreign man, Maurice, was in contact with Eve. Caretaker rule: do not agree to any requests from patients. He furrowed his brows. This rule should apply to cleaning staff too, right? But Lin Yuan had no intention of reminding him. He withdrew his gaze and continued sprinkling white powder on the patient. Maurice's life and death had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Eve said to Maurice, "Young man, can you help me with a small favor? I see that you are heavily burdened with sins. If you help me, I will pray to the Lord to forgive your sins." Maurice glared sharply, mockingly saying, "Stop trying to paint a big picture. If praying was useful, no one would be running around for a loaf of bread." Eve choked. "Young man, get lost." Maurice interrupted him from continuing his persuasion. "Eve." Maurice glanced again at the stairway and stealthily stepped onto the staircase to the 4th floor. Eve pressed his face against the iron grid, desperately peering down the stairwell, hearing Maurice's footsteps going up. He showed a look of regret in his eyes. As soon as Maurice reached the 4th floor, he was engulfed in darkness, and fear crept into his heart. Damn it, what if something strange was lurking in the corridor? Wouldn't that mean he was finished? With a pop sound, 2 dim lights flickered on. Right in front him, one light was by the door of room 404. Maurice held the brass key tightly, secretly gritting his teeth. If he took the risk, he could get the S-grade item, which could save his life for a long time. If he didn't take the risk, he would get nothing. The door of 404 was exceptionally quiet at that moment, but behind the door, a pair of blue eyes concealed excited killing intent. As footsteps approached, Felton gulped, his throat making a sound. He was startled, covering his mouth, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Maurice hesitated at the doorway, holding the brass key, delaying inserting it into the keyhole. What would be behind the door? He was unsure. Felton's eyes flickered with anxiety, he stared at the door and reluctantly swallowed. With a loud bang, Maurice slammed his hand against the door and shouted loudly inside. "Is the person inside Felton? If so, make a sound." Felton croaked out with difficulty, "Squawk." "Maurice, mute." "Squawk." Hearing a response, Maurice relaxed half of his guard. "You know Diana, right? Diana sent me to open the door for you." "Squawk." Maurice tightened his grip on the mop in front of him, while his other hand inserted the brass key into the lock. Click, he turned it open. There was no movement behind the door, nor any strange tentacles reaching out. Maurice breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile. It worked, 2 guns would be his. "The door is open, I'm leaving first." Squawk. Maurice carefully turned around, taking a step back. Seeing that the person in the room had no intention of coming out, he lifted his foot and ran towards the staircase, but at the staircase entrance, a black, large tongue wrapped around his head, twisted it off, and pulled it back into a bloody mouth. The pale yellow light shone into the already open door of 404. Felton's head was pressed against the ground, his limbs twisted backward, like spider legs pressed against the floor, his large mouth gnawing on the remaining half of Maurice's head. Chewing like chicken cartilage, he swallowed the last bite. Then, he extended his long black tongue to lick the blood dripping on the floor, with intense enjoyment in his blue eyes. Then, the tongue stretched again, dragging Morris's remaining body into the room from the hallway, the bright red blood dragged all over the floor. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Finally, the elongated tongue tip poked out from the crack of the door, cleverly pulled out the brass key from the lock, and slipped back inside. Moments later, only the sounds of gnawing and chewing remained inside. At 6 o'clock, the doctor finished work. Wen Yao and Xiaoyan walked out of the clinic at the same time, exchanging a glance, and walked toward the elevator together. Xiaoyan's gaze was fixed on the elevator coming up. By the way, have you been listening to the radio broadcast these past 2 nights? Wen Yao glanced at him. You heard it too? The Mystery Hunter station, the host is Jennifer, talking about the story of the protagonist Jerry. Xiaoyan, if I'm not mistaken, the layout of doctor rooms 205 and 206 is the same, so they should also have the same radio. I also heard this story. I heard that Jerry was caught by the police, and then 2 special officers were sent, one named Tom, and the other named Lindsay. Which part did you hear? Wen Yao was surprised. What time did you hear it? I heard it up to here. Xiaoyan usually waited until the front desk closed at 9, so ideally, the same radio station wouldn't play the same story at 2 different times. Xiaoyan, I basically listened after 9:30. I originally thought you had heard more than I did, but it turns out the story's progress is the same. The 2 exchanged looks, confirming that this radio station was somewhat strange. Xiaoyan continued, the Tom and Lindsay inside are patients from Ward 302, did you know that? Wen Yao blinked in surprise. I haven't patrolled the wards, so I didn't know Tom and Lindsay were patients, but I could guess the lumberjack's friend was Johnny, so I kept listening for the next part of the story. Xiaoyan said meaningfully. Do you think Jerry could be our Dean Fu? After all, he is the protagonist in the story. Wen Yao glanced at him with an ambiguous expression. Jerry is not Fu Shibai, that alien ice blue scorpion is the real one. Xiaoyan was puzzled. Why? Generally speaking, the protagonist in the story is bullied and then makes a comeback. Isn't Jerry's encounter more like that of a protagonist? Moreover, Jerry also became friends with the lumberjack. Wen Yao's eyes glimmered with a smile, because our Dean has a tail. Xiaoyan, a tail? He looked at Wen Yao, his eyes filled with questions. Is that what I think it means? Wen Yao nodded. Yeah, just as you think. Xiaoyan, do you think we can defeat alien creatures? They didn't have laser guns. Wen Yao laughed. He is reasonable and won't kill casually. The hospital's rules are mainly to protect the staff, only those who do not listen to advice will die. Xiaoyan. Ding, the elevator has arrived. The 2 got in the elevator and went straight to the 4th floor. They immediately saw a bloody corridor with blood all over the ground. Chapter 55 Hospital 0 Patient 21. Xiaoyan stared at the bloodstains on the ground, his eyes sharpened, and he took out a palm-sized bronze coin sword from his pocket, his voice a bit cold. Get behind me. He wasn't weak enough to need a woman as a shield. But the person beside him didn't move a step. Xiaoyan turned his gaze and was startled. Wen Yao was looking at him in surprise, holding a slender golden sword, clearly not an ordinary item. Looking at his mini sword, Xiaoyan couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Is this the prop you obtained? It must be at least S rank, right? Why didn't I see you bring it just now? A sword this long can't be hidden in clothes, can it? However, he had never seen Wen Yao use this sword. Wen Yao's gaze fell on the small bronze coin sword in his hand, raising an eyebrow. Sort of. I don't know the exact rank, but it should be pretty powerful. My golden sword can automatically change size and weight according to the user. At that time in the clock tower, this golden sword was made for men. It was a bit big, stuck in the ancestor of Noctis. It must have been pretty formidable. Specifically, she didn't understand, having never killed a strange creature. Wen Yao, is your small bronze coin sword an S-rank prop? Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, I got it from another instance. Because he knew S-rank props were extraordinary, he had eagerly checked under the tree when he heard there were 2 guns buried there. But in the end, he found nothing. Tom and Lin Sai had probably lost their minds. Xiaoyan looked at the bloody trail from the hallway to door 404, the blood still not dried, estimating that it had happened not long ago. But they didn't hear a sound from the 4th floor at all. Wen Yao, who do you think this blood belongs to? It belongs to Morris. Xiaoyan was surprised. How can you be so sure? Wen Yao's eyes were calm. Morris, I understand. He is arrogant and greedy. He must have received some information and arrogantly came up alone, wanting to hog it all. Lin Yuan and Tang Zhe are both quite conservative. They wouldn't easily break the rules. The front desk nurse is very busy and has no time to come up. Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Wen Yao walked to the door of 404 with the golden sword, noticed bloodstains on the doorknob, frowned slightly, and took out a handkerchief to cover the doorknob and twisted it. The door was actually locked. Xiao Yan and Wen Yao exchanged a glance, both puzzled. The inside door had clearly been opened before but was now locked. Phaeton inside felt the presence of the golden sword and curled up, afraid to move. Wen Yao heard the sound of breathing inside, turned and said, "Forget it, let's go to the archive room first, Phaeton won't dare to come out. The main thing is urgent, we can talk about everything else later." Xiao Yan nodded. Phaeton heard their departing footsteps and breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned close to the door and listened closely to the sounds outside. The door next door opened, and the two walked in. Archive room. Wen Yao turned on the light with a pop and glanced around the archive room. 7 or 8 metal racks were filled with various files. Clearly, one person couldn't finish them all. Luckily Xiao Yan was with her. Xiao Yan's sharp gaze swept through, confirming there was nothing else before speaking. "You to the left, I to the right, let's be as quick as possible." Wen Yao nodded, "Okay." The two walked left and right towards the racks, diving into tearing open the file bags and quickly checking. Wen Yao flipped through 2 racks, and all of them were the medical records of patients from the town, documenting their illnesses. All the people on the racks had the same strange disease, skin rot syndrome. Severe cases would die just a week after infection. Mild cases could last 2 months, but the condition would still worsen, ultimately leading to death. She then flipped through another rack. This batch of patients also suffered from skin rot syndrome. However, after the injection of the new drug, the condition improved. But every month, an injection at the hospital is required. The skin ulceration has not fully healed. Then, 6 months later, there was a sudden collective death. Wen Yao frowned, it seemed the root of the disease had not been thoroughly resolved. She turned to the 4th shelf and saw 2 familiar names, Barton and Charlie. This group of people were new infected, and after injecting the new improved drug, they healed collectively, with no complications in 6 months. A flicker of darkness passed through Wen Yao's eyes. How could they die without complications? The biggest problem lies with the newly developed drug. Who developed it? What was it made from? Another key point is, where did the infection come from? How was it transmitted? On the other hand, Xiao Yan also thought of this issue. Aside from looking at the townspeople's files, he also found the files of Eve, Tom, and Lindsay. Eve is the town's pastor, who holds funeral ceremonies for the deceased and weekly prayer sessions that all townspeople attend. It was not surprising for Eve to be infected with skin ulceration, but the surprising part is that he is the only one from the first batch of infected who survived. He injected 2 batches of new drugs. The first batch alleviated his condition, but then it also progressed towards collective death, yet he survived. Then, he managed to endure until the second batch of newly developed drugs came out, which completely healed him. In a situation where everyone was inevitably dying, Eve was still alive, which raised questions. When Tom and Lindsay arrived, it coincided with the outbreak of the 3rd batch of infections. They were fortunate to receive the latest developed drugs and then healed. Xiao Yan handed these 3 files to Wen Yao for her to review. Wen Yao quickly flipped through them, closed the folder with a snap, and her gaze deepened. "The 4 shelves I checked are the same as your side. The deaths in this town are related to the skin ulceration and the new drug. The source of infection is uncertain, as is who developed the drugs. But Eve is the only person who has lived through 2 disease transformations. He must know some insider information." As she spoke, she looked up at Xiao Yan. "Do you have any records of the 0 room?" Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. "No, these patients are all in the 3rd and 4th floor wards. There isn't a ward called 0 room. What about your side?" Wen Yao frowned. "There isn't one either." Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said, "I have a guess in my heart." Wen Yao met his gaze. "I have a guess too." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. "You go first." Wen Yao, to develop a drug, there must be test subjects. The 0 room should refer to the ward where the test subjects are located. Xiao Yan, my guess is the same as yours. This hospital is secretly conducting live experiments, and the original infected people may also come from this hospital. Since it's a secret operation, the laboratory must be located underground, on some level below this hospital. So what they need to do next is find a way down to the underground level. Xiao Yan looked at Wen Yao and joked, "Perhaps you can try your beauty trick tonight. Men under the spell of love will grant their lovers' requests. This is the safest method. If they forcefully barged in, it could cost them their lives." Wen Yao was speechless. "Fine, I'll give it a try. This is indeed a good method." The two walked out of the archive room. Xiao Yan looked at the door covered by yellow plastic. "You mean this room?" Wen Yao nodded, staring at the real door number hidden by the nailed yellow plastic, gently cutting away the plastic at the nailed spots with her golden sword. With a crack, the plastic fell. Wen Yao looked at the 2 lines on the door sign, her pupils suddenly constricted. "Director's Office Felton." Xiao Yan was astonished. Felton is the director, then who is Fu Shibai? Chapter 56 Hospital 0 Room 22. "Dr. Wen, Dr. Xiao, after finishing the materials in the archive room, you should leave." Johnny's abrupt voice rang out, interrupting their thoughts. Wen Yao and Xiao Yan looked towards the sound. Johnny stood at the dimly lit staircase. His expression was solemn, but his breath was a bit chaotic, as if he had hurriedly come from somewhere else. He held in his hand a chainsaw that had not been cleaned, with foul-smelling green goo dripping from the teeth, splashing onto the ground and forming a small puddle. This green goo resembled the blood of some bizarre creature from a movie. Their eyes met, and they all fell silent. Perhaps their gaze was too straightforward. Johnny casually leaned the chainsaw against the wall and earnestly explained. "This is the chainsaw I just pulled out of an expired paint bucket. You wouldn't understand because you haven't been outside. Recently, the snow has collapsed many houses, and I'm looking for a chainsaw to repair the roof." Wen Yao. Xiao Yan. Paint doesn't smell like rotten stinking eggs. Besides, who would carelessly throw a chainsaw in a paint bucket? Johnny, expressionless, fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on them as he said seriously. "The hospital just released a new regulation. Doctors cannot do rounds after 8 p.m., and it's now 8:02 p.m., so you should leave." Xiao Yan's lips twitched slightly. Was this specifically directed at them? Fine, as long as there was no direct conflict, everything could be discussed. They hadn't found the specific location or key for room 0, presenting their cards now would only make the task harder. "All right, Mr. Johnny, we'll leave now." Johnny barely let out a sigh of relief, turning his gaze to Wen Yao, who was deep in thought, his heart suddenly tightening, but he asked casually. "Dr. Wen, do you have any questions about this? If not, you should leave." "I have no objections to the new regulations." Wen Yao looked up at him, "but I want to ask about Dean Felton." Johnny glanced at the damaged sign and then at the words Dean's Office Felton, before his gaze returned to Wen Yao. He calmly explained. "Felton is the former dean. Due to his condition known as getting beaten syndrome, he can no longer fulfill the duties of dean at St. Grace Hospital, so the only doctor in Karen Town, Dr. Fu Shibai, has taken over the position." "Is there a problem with that?" "Wen Yao, Dr. Fu Shibai is the only doctor in Karen Town besides the dean?" Johnny nodded, his expression unchanged. "That's right, Dr. Fu was our town's most praised doctor. Almost no one has ever complained about him. Those who have been treated say he's excellent. Even if Felton didn't have that strange disease, Dr. Fu would still be recognized as the next in line for the dean's position." "Any other questions?" Wen Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Just now in the archives, we discovered a double outbreak of skin rot in Karen Town. I want to know who developed the treatment medication. Was it Dean Felton or Dr. Fu?" Johnny's cheeks twitched slightly, dryly stating. "I'm not sure about that. I was hired by Dean Fu later on." Wen Yao lowered his eyelashes. Was he unclear, or did he not want to say? It seemed this was where the questioning would end. Johnny urged. 5 minutes have already passed, you should leave now." Wen Yao pointed at the bloody stench stains on the ground. "Mr. Johnny, you've been here for a while, didn't you notice there's blood here?" "Johnny, the disobedient little mouse dug its own grave, I won't care." Wen Yao asked bluntly. "Then will the things in room 404 come out tonight?" Xiao Yan's gaze instantly locked onto Johnny's face. If Felton came out, then the innocent Gigi, who got off work at 9, would be in danger. "Johnny, please rest assured, I will handle it immediately. He won't come down from the 4th floor." Wen Yao nodded, stepping down the stairs, and Xiao Yan followed her. Watching their figures completely disappear, Johnny finally turned back, glancing at the bloodstains that dragged all the way to the door of room 404 before picking up the chainsaw and walking over. The roar of the chainsaw suddenly erupted at the entrance of the room. Felton was licking the bits of flesh left on the floor, his movements stilled, the twisted limbs slightly tensing. Damn it, he actually came early before the appointed time. Then, Felton grinned a grotesque smile that stretched to the back of his ears, revealing his jagged, razor-sharp teeth, along with a glimpse of a brass key hidden under his tongue. "Ha, Johnny can't get in, the key is with him." The next moment, with a click, the door opened. Johnny's expression was grim, the heavy chainsaw roared, the gears spun madly with a chilling intensity. "Felton, you really are too restless. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed." Felton's eyes widened in terror. "Impossible, how did he get in?" Johnny said coldly, "Are you wondering how I got in?" Felton. "Johnny, when did I ever need a key to get in?" Felton was taken aback. "Oh, the other side didn't use a key. He could come in any time." Felton trembled and kept retreating, but Johnny forcefully held him down, cut off his limbs, and then one hand directly ripped off Felton's long tongue. With a clang, the brass key fell out. Johnny glanced at it and smiled coldly. The door closed, isolating the tragic screams and the roaring chainsaw from the inside. Because it wasn't 10 o'clock yet, the sounds from the 4th floor didn't reach downstairs. Wen Yao and Xiao Yan arrived at the front desk, where Lin Yuan was already accompanying Chanya on duty. Su Qingji looked at them in surprise. "Did you finish investigating?" Xiao Yan nodded, quickly stepping closer to Su Qingji. "Maurice is dead, probably was eaten by Felton on the 4th floor." Hearing this, Su Qingji scanned every inch of him and, seeing he was unharmed, felt relieved. Xiao Yan curved his lips in a satisfied arc. Lin Yuan exclaimed, "When did this happen?" "I saw Maurice on the 3rd floor this afternoon." Xiaoyan, it's expected to be around that time, not long after you saw him, he died. Tang Zhe had just escaped from the clingy Diana and walked into the hall, finding everyone gathered at the front desk and then heard about Maurice's matter. He was also shocked and hurriedly asked, did Maurice die on the 4th floor? Wen Yao's gaze fell on Tang Zhe, sharply asking, right, do you know something? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Zhe confessed, it should be related to Diana. Last night, Lin Yuan and Xiaoyan were digging everywhere, and Maurice and I were responsible for filling the holes, right? Then, Diana found me, showed me 2 guns she had, and said if I helped her open Felton's door on the 4th floor, she would give me the guns. I didn't agree, then I saw her go find Maurice. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning towards Tang Zhe's calm demeanor. Are you talking about 2 black handguns? Tang Zhe nodded. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Those 2 guns must belong to Tom and Lindsay. No wonder we couldn't dig them up, it turns out Diana took them away early. Seeing everyone looking over, Lin Yuan quickly explained the whole story. Wen Yao summarized, you thought 2 guns were S-class items and went to dig under the tree, but didn't dig them up, they were taken by Diana to tempt Maurice to go upstairs and open the door for Felton. Lin Yuan, exactly, that's how it is. Xiaoyan tapped his fingers on the table. Diana is suspicious, you all pay attention. Felton on the 4th floor can eat people, Diana might as well, don't underestimate any little creep. Everyone nodded. Lin Yuan suddenly asked, so do we still want those guns? Xiaoyan glanced at him, if you want to go deliver food at the door, then go. Lin Yuan. Others. Chapter 57 Hospital Patient 0 Room 23. Wen Yao looked at Lin Yuan. You've worked on the 3rd floor for so long, do you have any discoveries about Eve, Tom, and Lindsay? This time she didn't go back to her room, mainly wanting to understand the situation of these 3 key figures through Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over Xiaoyan, Wen Yao, and Su Qingji, they clearly were a small group and the most likely to find the key to the patient 0 room. As long as one of them has the key to open the door to the patient 0 room, everyone participating in the instance who survives until the end can clear the level. Thinking of this, he no longer concealed it. The nurse's rule is that you can't agree to any requests from patients. Eve asks me to help with little things every day, but I didn't agree. Eve is a hypocritical and lying person. He, who ate Zhao Ming, framed Tom and Lindsay. He would lure people into helping, and once they agreed, I guess the outcome would be that he would eat them. Tom and Lindsay are a bit mentally unstable, sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused. Tom is most concerned about the 2 guns he has hidden, wanting to take the guns and escape. By the way, today I found 2 sets of police uniforms in their closet. They should be from Furball. Wen Yao nodded, is there anything else? Lin Yuan, that's it, basically. Wen Yao, good. After understanding, Wen Yao looked at Su Qingji, did you see Fu Shibai come back? Su Qingji shook his head, I didn't see anyone come in. Wen Yao, okay, thank you. Getting the information she wanted, Wen Yao turned and returned to her room. After taking a shower, she turned on the radio. Welcome to continue listening to the Strange Hunter Radio. I am the host, Jennifer. Last time we talked about the alien spaceship. The Special Bureau sent 2 people over, one named Tom and the other named Lindsay. As soon as Tom and the other one arrived, they used love interrogation on Jerry. Jerry's face was swollen, and he told Tom about the blue giant scorpion he saw in the misty forest. The police saw that Jerry was in such bad shape that they sent him to the hospital for treatment, but the hospital staff told them that Jerry had escaped. The guards were in a panic, mobilizing police forces to search everywhere for Jerry, but found nothing. On the other side, Tom and Lindsay entered the misty forest with special weapons. They found the wreckage of the spaceship and saw the giant scorpion clearly. The 2 reported the situation to their superiors and requested support. Heavy weapons surrounded the misty forest to encircle the giant scorpion, which was ultimately seriously injured and hidden away. Everyone searched for 5 months without finding it, so they let Tom and Lindsay stay and continue searching. But not long after, inexplicably, Tom and Lindsay were infected with skin ulcer disease and went to the local hospital for treatment. Meanwhile, Jerry, who had disappeared for a long time, was so thin that his ribs showed and was being dragged to a white experimental table. Jerry looked next door and saw a black-haired man with his eyes closed, limbs handcuffed to the table. The wounds on his wrists were shocking. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of his chest, Jerry would have thought he was dead. A doctor in a white coat approached with a large syringe filled with an unknown blue liquid. Jerry suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, what is this? You can't do this. He will die immediately." The doctor ignored him. Jerry yelled at the black-haired man, "Hey, Zero, didn't you say you wanted to see snow? Hang in there." 2 doctors, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously injected the black-haired man with the blue liquid. The black-haired man suddenly began to convulse violently. Sizzle, sizzle. The story abruptly stopped again, leaving only a rustling noise. Wen Yao's pupils trembled, gradually misting over with tears. Her pale fingertips trembled as she pressed the stop broadcast button, a glistening tear dropped onto her thigh, scalding hot. He is not the director, nor a doctor, much less a scorpion, but Experiment Zero. No one understands the misery and cruelty of live experimentation better than she does. Because she had seen it with her own eyes. Unexpectedly, her lover would undergo such painful torture in this world. If after clearing the level, the world does not close, does that mean history will repeat itself over and over? As the ultimate boss, Shen Yanjin must have countless avatars in this world. If every avatar's experience is filled with different tortures, then doesn't that mean the pain and harm will be repeated thousands of times, or even more? So this is the truth behind Shen Yanjin's escape from the terrifying game. In the eyes of the system, it's a game, but for him, it's a hellish experience. He returned to hell to resurrect her. Knock knock. Fu Shibai stood at the door, gently knocking, his thin silver-gray eyes flashing with a hint of expectation. He swallowed hard, his voice low. "Baby, it's me. Would you like to drink a cup of hot milk?" With a click, the door suddenly opened. Wen Yao raised her small face, her eyes red. "Drink." Fu Shibai's gaze locked onto her clearly tear-stained black eyes, his heart suddenly aching, and he said with a stern look. "Who is bullying you, baby?" He wanted to go kill that damned bastard. Wen Yao rushed into his arms, deeply inhaling the icy mountain lily scent on him, and said gloomily, "No one is bullying me, come in quickly, I miss you." Fu Shibai held Wen Yao's hips with one hand, lifted her up, walked into the room, and kicked the door shut. He first set down the milk, then cuddled her on the sofa, rubbing his chin against her hair. "Baby, no one is bullying you, why are you crying? Is it Johnny being too fierce? I'll go teach him a lesson tomorrow." In room 201, Johnny inexplicably felt a chill down his back, instantly horrified. Wen Yao buried her face in his chest, gently sniffing. "It's not Johnny's fault, it's my own problem." Fu Shibai's long, pale fingers lifted her chin, looking at her eyes reddened from saline, feeling a deep ache in his chest. "Then why are you crying? Is it my problem? Baby, is it because I haven't accompanied you during the day these past 2 days that made you sad? I'm sorry, it's my fault. You can hit me or scold me, just don't cry, okay? It hurts my heart." Lovers who have just gotten intimate tend to rely on and miss each other especially, and he felt he had not done well enough. Hearing his self-blame, Wen Yao couldn't help but let tears fill her eyes, softly saying, "It's not your fault, it's just that sand got in my eyes." Upon hearing this, Fu Shibai's eyes flashed with surprise, then he lowered his head and gently licked the tear from the corner of her eye, muttering, "Damn sand." He then left delicate kisses on her face. "Baby, stop crying, I've scolded it for you." Wen Yao turned her head and kissed his lips, her fingers unbuttoning his shirt, his heartbeat thundering making her fingers tingle. "Don't turn off the light, I want to see you." Fu Shibai's Adam's apple rolled heavily, his silver-gray pupils swirling with dark hues. Low and hoarsely he said, "But, baby, I'm afraid I might scare you." Wen Yao lifted her face, her nose touching his nose, their lips pressed together, her eyes filled with seriousness. "It's okay, the tail is very cute, isn't it?" Fu Shibai's gaze deepened, his heartbeat like it could explode from the sweetness of her words. Nothing is more intoxicating than the tolerance and affection of a lover. His hoarse voice carried a hint of delightful tremor. "All right, if baby wants to see, then let's see." His hot breath sprayed on her face, lowly enticing. "Baby, help me take it off." Wen Yao tilted back slightly, her fingertips teasing his shiny white buttons, unfastening them one by one, her gaze following the buttons down. Cold, white, firm muscles, block-like abs, without a single scar. It seems he has healed. An ice-blue tail wrapped around her waist, the end bearing a barb. The smooth shell arranged neatly, power and beauty in harmony, simply stunning. In a dizzying whirl, Wen Yao fell into the soft sofa, looking up into the man's desire-filled eyes. Fu Shibai's Adam's apple rolled, his gaze fixed on her black eyes, hoarsely asking, "Can we tonight, baby?" Wen Yao gently nodded, actively wrapping her arms around his neck. Yes. Clothes were strewn all over the floor. The room was filled with the man's gasping and the woman's soft whimpers. Perhaps it was because they had fully opened their hearts. The man was overly passionate tonight, and Wen Yao responded, falling into love with him together. The next day, when Yao awakened to gentle kisses, the person behind her sensed her waking and intensified his approach. Why are you still here?" "Good morning, baby, I'll stay with you this morning, I'll go out in the afternoon." The man breathed heavily, flipping her over once more and continuing his affection. Soft sounds echoed in the dim room. That's enough. Baby, just a bit longer, very soon." The man said very soon, but another hour passed. It wasn't until Wen Yao was thoroughly soft inside and out that the man finally stopped this passionate morning session. Fu Shibai carried her into the bathroom, washed her clean, and then carried her out again, changing her into fresh clothes. Looking at her flushed face, Fu Shibai couldn't help but lean down and kiss her again. Baby, you are so sweet, I love you so much. Wen Yao raised her eyes, her gaze landing on his satisfied and content expression, and felt a sudden sense of amusement in her heart. What have you been busy with these days? You even went out in the afternoon? Fu Shibang's silver-gray eyes held a hint of laughter. I was busy planning for our weekend date. Today is Thursday, there are still 2 days left, baby, don't forget about our date. I want to walk on the street with you, go shopping, and eat ice cream. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. The fog in Karen Town is a bit thick, can we really go shopping? Fu Shibang was assured, don't worry, the weather will be nice this weekend. Okay, Wen Yao nodded. By the way, if I want to use the operating room, how do I apply for it? This hospital must have an operating room, and since it's not on the 1st to 4th floors, it must be in the basement. Because when she first saw the 15-second clip, Fu Shibang's background was indeed an operating room. A moment of conflict crossed Fu Shibang's eyes. You want to use the operating room? Wen Yao said, the patient's conditions are a bit special lately, I want to see if I can perform surgery on them. Fu Shibang pressed his lips together, his eyes flashing with deep meaning. Will you remember our date this weekend? Wen Yao leaned in and kissed his chin. Of course, this is our most important first date, I won't break my promise. Fu Shibang held the back of her head, leaning down to kiss her lips fiercely, with a hint of dominance and punishment. Good, you said it, I'll remember it. In the afternoon, on the second basement floor, if there are patients needing surgery, we can use the operating room. Wen Yao's eyes sparkled with a light smile, responding to his kiss. At noon, after having lunch with her, Fu Shibang disappeared without a trace. In room 3 of the outpatient department. Su Qingji glanced at the kiss marks on Wen Yao's neck that couldn't be hidden, then looked at her unbothered expression, and lowered her voice to ask. Wen Yao, how do you manage to not feel sore after being in love all night? Wen Yao's eyes twitched slightly. How did you tell I was all night? Su Qingji's cheeks turned slightly red. Experience, Director Fu is quite strong. Wen Yao felt helpless and had an urge to facepalm. I'm sore too, but I can pretend. Su Qingji was confused. Pretending means you aren't sore? Wen Yao replied, sore, but at least others can't tell. Su Qingji. Wen Yao glanced at the empty seats. Where is Xiaoyan? Su Qingji replied, probably has kidney deficiency, keeps going to the bathroom. Wen Yao. Just then, Xiaoyan returned and let out a mysterious light head towards Su Qingji. Ji, tonight, I will let you understand how deficient I really am. Su Qingji covered her face with a pillow, playing the ostrich, as if pretending nothing had happened, hoping nothing would happen tonight. You heard wrong, I didn't say anything. Xiaoyan, heh. Xiaoyan turned to Wen Yao and chuckled lightly. Was the beauty trick effective last night? A man in love is so easy to agree to any request from his partner. Wen Yao said, did you listen to the Weird Hunter radio station last night? Talking about this, Xiaoyan sat up a bit straighter. I didn't expect we were all wrong. The scorpion isn't Fu Shibang, the zero experiment subject is him. I sympathize with his situation, but I want to find the key to clear the dungeon more. The zero ward is undoubtedly one of the basement floors, but currently, the key is still missing. Do you think it could be with Fu Shibang? Wen Yao, I'm not sure about that, I'll ask tonight. If it's not, then we can start with the people who study drugs at this hospital. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, indicating it's the original doctors of Sheng'an Hospital. Felton definitely knows something, but now he's a strange case and also mute, making it difficult to ask. They can only start with Eve. Having received 2 new drug treatments, if Eve didn't use any backdoor, he doesn't believe it. After clarifying their direction, they each began to think about the next steps. In the afternoon, during working hours, Wen Yao encountered Barton, who came for the 3rd time. That's right, this guy came for the 3rd time. Wen Yao looked at him indifferently. What problem do you have this time? Barton clutched his stomach. Wen Yao, my stomach hurts so much, please give me a hospitalization order. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with darkness. Is it very painful? Is it unbearable? Barton's expression brightened, feeling there was hope, he immediately began to wail. Yes, it hurts so bad, it feels like there's a big hole in my stomach. Wen Yao nodded, then fine, I will operate on you to take a look. Barton thought of his previous experience of being operated on by Director Fu, his face instantly distorted, and he quickly rejected. No need, it hurts a lot, but it's not to the point of surgery, just need to recuperate in the hospital for a while. Wen Yao's gaze was serious. No, you must have it. Saying this, she pressed the alarm on the table, and soon, Johnny walked in the door. Dr. Wen, is there anything you need? Wen Yao, Barton has a stomachache, I need to operate on him. Johnny nodded, okay. Barton suddenly jumped up, shouting loudly. I'm not in pain anymore, Dr. Wen really doesn't need to operate. Johnny forcibly picked him up, quickly securing Barton on the transport bed. Seeing himself being pushed into the elevator, Barton screamed like a pig about to be slaughtered, heart-wrenching. In the end, Johnny covered his mouth. Johnny's expression was blank. Dr. Wen, please. Wen Yao nodded. Barton suddenly opened his eyes wide. It was over, he was going to be slaughtered. Chapter 59 Hospital Number 0 Patient 25. Ding, the elevator doors closed. A mechanical female voice broadcasted, arriving at level B2. The elevator slowly descended. Barton struggled desperately, showing panic mixed with a hint of pleading in his eyes towards Wen Yao. Wen Yao glanced at him, a slight smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Barton's eyes widened, regretting to the point of turning green. Woo-woo, who will save his dog life? Ding. Level B2 has arrived. As the door opened, a chilling air that was 10 degrees colder than upstairs rushed into the elevator. Wen Yao's face was frozen, her calm eyes rippled slightly. The entire corridor was covered with a thin layer of frost, cold mist swirling, fluorescent lights flickering, and green signboards looked like guides to the underworld. At first glance, the end was unclear. Johnny pushed the transport bed out of the elevator, the wheels rolling on the frost, making a faint squeak sound. Barton's eyes were full of despair. Who will save the child? Johnny, Dr. Wen, the operating rooms are number 1 to number 5, which one do you want to use? Wen Yao calmly put her hands in her pockets, the first one. Johnny, all right. When Johnny opened the door to room number 1, Wen Yao did not stop her steps, walking forward. Johnny halted with one foot, turning to look at Wen Yao's back. Dr. Wen, room number 1 is right here. Wen Yao turned to meet his heavy gaze and nodded. Okay, I know. Seeing her check each operating room, Johnny could not help but twitch his cheeks. This one, he completely could not manage. Johnny withdrew his gaze, pushing Barton into the operating room, and firmly securing him on the operating table. Wen Yao raised her eyes, scanning the numbers on the operating room door. There was no room number 0. Opening it inside, it was also a standard surgical room. So level B2 did not have a number 0 patient room. Excluding level B2, there were levels B1 and B3. Wen Yao arrived at room number 1, seeing Johnny already standing at the door waiting. Dr. Wen, level B2 is not suitable for you to stay too long, please finish the surgery as soon as possible. There's a bell by the operating table. After the operation, you just need to ring the bell and leave, and I'll handle the rest. Okay, Mr. Johnny. Wen Yao watched Johnny walk into the elevator, then turned around to step into the operating room. The shadowless lamp was already shining on Barton. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows. Johnny was indeed a considerate assistant. Barton opened his eyes wide looking at her, shaking his head continuously. The golden sword was directly pressed against his face and inserted down. Barton immediately stiffened, his terrified eyes widened even more, not daring to shake his head, fearing that he might accidentally bump into the sharp sword and hurt himself. Wen Yao took away the cloth stuffed in his mouth. Barton quickly pleaded. Dr. Wen, I was wrong, I will never misreport my condition again, please do not kill me. This golden sword. At a glance, he could be killed. Doing tricks may not be good, but with friends and family also being tricks, it doesn't seem so scary. Wen Yao looked at him calmly, her tone carrying a hint of danger. I will ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, I will let you go, otherwise, you know what will happen. Barton cautiously moved his head away. What if I really don't know and can't answer? Wen Yao, just say what you know, I won't make things difficult for you. Barton, alright, I will definitely tell you what I know. Wen Yao narrowed her eyes slightly and said slowly. You grew up in Karen Town, you should know quite a bit about St. Grace Hospital. Speak about Dean Felton and the hospital, tell me everything you know. Barton glanced at the sharp sword and recounted carefully. Our Karen Town originally had no hospital. It was built after Mr. Felton moved here, he funded it himself and never asked us for a single penny. To be honest, Felton is a good dean, a gentle gentleman with manners, and for those who couldn't afford medical care, he allowed them to work in exchange for treatment. Hearing this, Wen Yao was slightly surprised. Building a hospital entirely on one's own requires a huge amount of money, not to mention other medical facilities, which is a massive investment. Allowing townspeople to repay medical expenses through work sounds like a nice person. But the problem is, why would a stranger from outside Karen Town want to build a hospital with no profit in such a remote place? A hospital that doesn't earn money cannot sustain itself. How long has St. Grace Hospital been established? 16 years. How many doctors and nurses are there? There are 5 doctors and 20 nurses. Wen Yao frowned slightly, something didn't add up. Are there many patients? Barton, not many patients. Wen Yao thought that if there weren't many patients and there were so many doctors and nurses, the expenses would only increase. Moreover, Karen Town is not wealthy, for St. Grace Hospital to last 16 years is simply a miracle. Did you not notice any problems? With few patients, how can the hospital afford to pay salaries? Barton, I heard Felton has a gold mine outside, he moved to Karen Town to avoid greedy relatives. He goes out twice a year and brings back a lot of wealth. Then, Barton sighed and continued. He is a kind-hearted man, but one day he disappeared, and we all died inexplicably. The snow covered the town. A strange Dean Fu came, violent and vicious. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. A gold mine? Which good person wouldn't focus on a gold mine but come to a remote town? It could be false news released by Felton to confuse the townspeople. You don't even know how you all died? Barton recalled. I suddenly felt my blood freeze, and then when I woke up, I was decaying and stinking. Thinking of those similar azure eyes, Wen Yao asked, did Felton have any other family in Karen Town? Barton, no, Felton came to the town alone with a horse cart. I heard his wife died, and he goes to the church weekly to pray for her, rejecting the pursuit of the townsgirls. He is a sentimental man. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with thought, could she be mistaken? Were they not father and daughter? But her intuition told her that Diana and Felton were indeed in a father-daughter relationship. Has your town experienced 2 outbreaks of skin rot? And you are one of the infected. Has your town investigated the source of the disease? No investigation has revealed the source. Barton hesitated, but we suspect it is related to the ugly woman living on the edge of town. Wen Yao's gaze sharpened. What ugly woman? Tell me more details. Barton, that woman lives in a beautiful flower house at the edge of town, rarely goes out, and wears a black robe, covering her face when she does. Someone accidentally saw her face covered in sores but didn't know her name, so we all called her the ugly woman. But we don't know when she moved in. By the time we noticed, she was already living there. Wen Yao narrowed her eyes. Think about it, didn't she appear when Felton arrived? Barton, no, Felton came 12 years earlier than her. Our town has always rejected this ugly creature, but Pastor Eve urged everyone to have compassion, so we didn't drive her away. Wen Yao squinted her eyes. Eve? Eve is also a good person in your hearts, right? Barton, of course, Eve is the only pastor in our town. Except for being a bit greedy, he's not bad. Seeing Wen Yao silent for a long time, Barton asked pitifully, do you have any more questions? I've told you the truth, will you let me go? Wen Yao smiled slightly, no, thank you for your answers. Chapter 60 Hospital Number 0 Patient 26. The hospital gate. A thick layer of snow fell again last night. Diana energetically shoveled snow with a small shovel when she suddenly thought of something and built 2 snowmen, one big and one small, snuggling together. Behind her, a hurried figure appeared, slipping underfoot. With a loud bang, he fell hard on the ground. Diana's hand holding the small shovel shook, directly knocking off most of the little snowman's head. The small figure froze, turning stiffly to give a death stare to the person on the ground. Feeling the threat of death, Barton shivered all over, immediately lifting his head buried in the snow, his gaze flickering between Diana and the snowman with half a head. Ah, this. It seemed that he was at fault first. I'm sorry, Diana. Diana humped and turned her head away. Barton quickly got up, took another shovel, and tried to fix the little snowman. However, as he shoveled too much snow, one scoop knocked it down completely. Diana stared at the collapsed little snowman, her hand gripping the small shovel suddenly tightening, ominously saying, Barton, are you trying to die? Barton stiffened his hand, awkwardly saying, I said I didn't mean to, do you believe me? Diana stepped on his shoe and ground it, looking up with an expressionless face, locking eyes with him, I also didn't mean to, do you believe me? Barton stared at his trampled shoes, his pupils shaking. Ah! This was his most precious pair of shoes. He muttered back, I don't believe it either. Saying this, Barton spitefully knocked off the big snowman's head with a shovel. Diana's pupils shrank suddenly, gritting her teeth, Barton, I won't let you off. Barton suddenly covered his head and bolted. I'm sorry, Diana, you stepped on my shoe first, you know how important it is to me. Diana chased him with the shovel, shouting angrily, you big jerk. Stop right there. If you hadn't knocked down my little snowman, would I step on your shoes? Barton certainly knew he was at fault first, but stepping on his shoes was unacceptable. He shouted, I'm a jerk, I'm cowardly, can you forgive me? Diana. Diana ground her teeth secretly, no. The two ran around the front door in circles chasing each other, which then turned into a snowball fight. Barton intentionally let Diana hit him a few times, grinning, Diana, are you feeling better? No. Diana, where did you live before? I've never seen you before. It's none of your business. Then, Barton accidentally threw a big snowball and knocked down the big snowman again. Both of them froze. Diana screamed, ah. Jerk. Barton said awkwardly, I'm sorry. Then, a fiercer snowball fight broke out. Of course, it was a one-sided overwhelming by Diana. Tang Zhe leaned against the door, watching with great interest. TSK, if you ignore Barton's rotten face, all that falling rotten flesh from running. The two of them were just normal people. In the end, Barton was pinned to the ground by Diana and beaten up, then he limped away crying. Diana gazed weakly at the 2 piles of snow, the originally big and small snowmen now collapsed into a mess. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Tang Zhe. Her eyes brightened. She tilted her head and cheerfully said, Tang Zhe, let's build a snowman together? Tang Zhe's gaze fell on her pure and radiant face. The expectation in her eyes was astonishingly bright. He suddenly felt a stir in his heart and spoke frankly. Then can you not eat me? Diana pouted. When have I ever eaten people? I don't eat that stuff. Tang Zhe was surprised. Then why do you want to trap Morris? Diana counted on her fingers. I don't eat, but someone needs to eat, and Morris is a bad person, so it's okay to eat him, right? As she spoke, she raised her beautiful big eyes and invited again. Tang Zhe, let's build a snowman together. The expectation in her eyes was too intense, and Tang Zhe shrugged lazily, saying, All right, as long as you don't eat me, I'll help you build a snowman for a while. Diana's eyes shone even brighter. I promise, I won't eat you. Tang Zhe picked up a snow shovel and walked over with big steps, joining her to build the snowman. In fact, Diana's ability to clear the front yard was limited. He had seen Johnny help Diana shovel snow a few times. He still remembered the scene when Johnny scolded Diana for not working seriously when he first came. Unexpectedly, Mr. Johnny only pretended to scold her, but was quite friendly with Diana behind her back. It's true, if he were unfriendly, after Diana pestered him a few times, Johnny wouldn't allow anyone to come as a temporary worker. As the owner of this hospital, Director Fu could not be unaware. He guessed that Fu Shibai should have tacitly approved it. Tang Zhe patted the round snowball and looked at Diana, whose frozen little hands were still happily busy, and asked, Diana, what do you think of Director Fu as a person? Diana was seriously packing a soccer ball-sized snowball and replied, He is a good person, a very very good person. Tang Zhe laughed. Previously you said I was a good person, do you say everyone is a good person? Diana paused her hands and looked at him intently. Not really, sometimes I'm being sarcastic, but when I say you and Director Fu are good people, I mean it. Tang Zhe raised the corners of his eyes, patted the round big snowball. Alright, I believe what you said, put your little snowball on top. Diana picked up the soccer ball-sized snowball, stood on tiptoe, and placed it on top, just right as the snowman's head. Wow, what a big snowman! Tang Zhe found 2 unknown brown fruits and placed them on the snowman's head as eyes. A dead branch served as the nose. Diana decorated the snowman with a circle of leaves around its neck. The two looked at the snowman they had made together and both felt surprisingly satisfied, thinking it looked great from every angle. Johnny walked by, saw the scene, and quietly curved his lips, walking away directly. For the first time during work hours, he did not emphasize that they should work seriously. At 6 o'clock, they got off work. Wen Yao and Xiaoyan both walked out of the clinic, exchanging a glance. Xiaoyan, I'll go ask Eve. Wen Yao, I'll go too. Xiaoyan nodded. The two took the elevator. Xiaoyan, did you find anything on the second basement level? Wen Yao, the second basement level is all operating rooms. Room 0 is estimated to be on the first or third basement level. We just need to rule out one level, and we can basically confirm the location. I also got some other news from the townspeople. Xiaoyan looked surprised. What news? Wen Yao, Felton is an outsider from Karen Town. He built this hospital with his own funds. The hospital has been established for 16 years and offers labor compensation for those who cannot afford medical expenses. Felton's wife has passed away, and he has no relatives in Karen Town. Out of deep affection, he hasn't remarried. As for the virus source, the townspeople haven't traced it out. They suspect it was caused by a woman living alone with a festering sore. Xiaoyan mulled over the information he had received. Felton wouldn't do something that's thankless. It's basically impossible without profit. Building a hospital in a remote area and conducting live research, I don't believe he's a kind-hearted person. When Yao met his gaze, I think so too. Also, that woman living alone, I feel she should be related to Felton. Xiaoyan, do you think that woman could be his wife? Wen Yao, I don't know yet, I'm not sure. Chapter 61 Hospital 0 Room 27. In the dim hospital room. Eve was hunched over, sitting on the hospital bed. His gaze fixed on the piece of flesh in his hand, thick with black leg hair, his throat rolled as he swallowed. What to do? There was only one last bite of food left. Suddenly, the door creaked open with a click. I've hurriedly stuffed the meat into his mouth, wiping the blood on his fingertips onto the clothes behind him. At that moment, the door opened, bringing in a burst of light and casting 2 shadows on him. I've looked at the newcomers, surprised. Why was the doctor here? Wen Yao noticed Ive's slow chewing and caught a whiff of the lingering scent of blood in the air. She speculated that he was eating the leftover flesh of Zhao Ming. But she had no intention of exposing him, getting straight to the point. Ive, I have something I want to ask you. Xiaoyan held a small bronze sword in his pocket, discreetly keeping his eyes on Ive, ready for a sudden attack. I've swallowed the last piece of meat, sizing up Wen Yao with interest. Sure, Miss Doctor. As a trade, shouldn't you help me first? Otherwise, I might not remember some things clearly. A sharp golden sword point pressed against his stomach. Ive's expression froze, his pitch-black, rotting eyes almost bulging out. Wen Yao's dark eyes were calm like still water, indifferent as she said. "Now, can you remember clearly?" Ive shook slightly, looking up at her, his face stiff. "I can. Miss Doctor, feel free to ask anything, I will try my best to remember." Xiaoyan glanced at Wen Yao's calm face, raising an eyebrow. Wen Yao asked Ive. "Who is the ugly woman by Town?" Ive innocently shook his head. "I don't know." The sword point directly chopped off half of Ive's palm. "Ah!" Ive screamed, staring at the fallen half of his palm, which melted into a pool of black water in the blink of an eye. "What?" Looking again at his hand, the one that had been severed, it emitted wisps of black smoke, continuing to slowly dissolve. His soul felt like it was being gnawed by thousands of ants, the pain twisting his face and bursting forth with terrifying black cracks. Ive gritted his teeth. "I'm not lying." Wen Yao pressed the sword point against his shoulder. "Looks like you don't want your whole arm anymore." A cannibalistic priest would not be so kind as to help an ugly woman living alone. She didn't believe it. Ive cast a glance at the sword on his shoulder, fear showing in his eyes. "I really don't know who she is. Felton gave me a large sum of money and asked me to help." Wen Yao's eyes flickered, confirming it was indeed related to Felton. "You are one of the first infections of the skin rot disease, the others from that batch have died, only you survived. It must be Felton's new drug. So, do you know anything about Felton's live experiments? Tell me what you know." I've replied, "I really have no idea about the experiments, I only know that people have gone missing in town because Felton had someone capture them. He paid a large sum to keep me quiet, preventing the townsfolk from knowing. I threatened him that once I die, this secret would be out, and he would no longer be able to stay in Town. That's why I'm still alive." Wen Yao asked, "Where is the source of the skin rot disease? Who was the first infected? What caused the infection?" I've gritted his teeth. "The source is at the hospital. The first incident happened when a careless nurse dropped a contaminated needle in the corridor, and someone stepped on it, infecting the first group of people. Of course, this matter was covered up by Felton. I realized it was wrong at the time and regretted covering for Felton. If I had driven Felton away earlier, many people wouldn't have died later. The second outbreak happened because the first batch of infected people weren't properly disposed of, accidentally spreading the infection. That's all I know, I don't know anything else." When Yao's gaze grew deeper, "Is it true that Felton has a gold mine?" I've replied, "No, it's fake. Felton has subordinates outside, who seem to be at an auction house or underground trading room. The transaction sells drugs, but what the drugs are specifically and how they come about, I truly have no idea." Wen Yao assessed his serious expression. "If I find out you're lying, I'll come back and chop you up at any time." "Eve, I won't lie." Wen Yao looked at Xiaoyan. "Let's go, there's nothing more to ask." Xiaoyan nodded. The two left together, and Eve watched as the door closed, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Fool, just wait." After parting with Xiaoyan, Wen Yao returned to her room. Listening to Eve, it seemed there were no loopholes, but why did Felton have to come to Town to study live experiments? He could choose a more secretive place to experiment, instead of going to great lengths to build a hospital and then digging an underground laboratory below it. If it was just to develop drugs, sell them outside at high prices, and make a fortune, he didn't need to build a hospital that was running at a loss. There should be another reason. Unfortunately, Felton had become mute and couldn't speak. Otherwise, she could directly interrogate him. Thinking about this, Wen Yao pressed the play button on the radio. She wanted to hear the continuation of the story. Zizizi. Welcome to continue listening to the Eerie Hunter Radio. I am your host, Jennifer. Last time we talked about Jerry being dragged toward the experiment table by a group of doctors. He saw the black-haired man with the codename Zero being injected by the doctors with 2 vials of blue liquid, and the black-haired man convulsed severely. Then, Jerry's vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. He was injected with a sedative. Waking up again, Jerry found himself back in his cage, where he saw the black-haired man opposite him, his body emitting a ghostly blue light, unconscious but still breathing. On the other side, Tom and Lindsay, infected with skin ulceration, were admitted to St. Grace's Hospital. The two were tied to their hospital beds by nurses to prevent them from scratching their ulcerated skin. A shadow passed in front of the ward door, and Tom happened to see that familiar face, and he was greatly surprised. He hurriedly asked the nurse, "Was that person a doctor in your hospital?" "Nurse, yes, he is our director, named Felton." Tom exclaimed to Lindsay, "Old buddy, we are saved. It's that long-lost famous doctor, Felton. With him here, we won't die." Lindsay hesitated, "But why is Felton in this remote town? Didn't he withdraw because of his wife's tragic death?" Tom thought for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "Old buddy, where did his wife die? Help me recall, I think I saw a report, it seemed to be in a small town." Lindsay, his wife, Laura, died in Town while traveling with 2 friends. Tom, Kalen Town? Isn't that here? Lindsay, right, Felton, might have broken the law. Zizizi. The story abruptly stopped again. Wen Yao pressed the pause button, a glimmer of light passing through her eyes. Felton, he is here for revenge for his wife's death. Chapter 62 Hospital Patient 028. At the same time, the door was knocked on again. Baby, it's me. Fu Shirbai's voice came from outside the door. Wen Yao opened the door to see him holding a long black velvet dress, with a waist design and a flared skirt decorated with a circle of small pearls, elegant yet understated, exceptionally beautiful. Her eyes brightened slightly. Is this for me? Fu Shirbai embraced her as he entered, his silver gray eyes sparkling with a smile. Yes, does my baby like it? Wen Yao looked up at him, smiling. I like it. Fu Shirbai unzipped the back of the dress. Try it on, baby. Wen Yao took the dress from his hands and changed into it in the bathroom, surprisingly finding it to fit perfectly. In the round mirror of the bathroom, the woman twirled lightly, the flared skirt flowing gently, lifting slightly to reveal a pair of fair and delicate jade-like feet. Fu Shirbai leaned against the door, his gaze locked onto those fair jade-like feet, his throat tightening. As his gaze shifted to the woman's cool and delicate brows and eyes, a pair of tranquil, water-like black eyes looked at him with a faint smile. In a world where silence seemed to leave only you, the deities cast their attention upon you. Fu Shirbai's heartbeat skipped a beat. No matter how many times, he would still be struck in the heart by his wife's smile. Wen Yao found it amusing to see him in a daze. Why aren't you talking? Fu Shirbai stepped forward, wrapping his large hand around her waist, leaning down to meet her dark eyes, and whispered in a low, tender voice. I am mesmerized by the beauty of my baby. May I make a small request tonight? His excited heartbeat pulsed through his shirt. Wen Yao smiled at the corner of her lips. What small request? It better not be too much, okay? Fu Shirbai's Adam's apple rolled heavily, glancing at her fair, delicate feet, and leaned closer to whisper two words, asterisk 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 dot. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao's ears suddenly flushed red, looking into the deep, swirling darkness of his eyes, her heart raced slightly as she said a time. As you wish, baby. The man scooped her up, ready to indulge in tonight's dessert. Wen Yao looked at his moving Adam's apple, amused. By the way, do you have the key to room 0? Fu Shirbai looked down at her, a gentle smile warming the cold silver gray of his eyes. It's not with me, baby. You promised me a date this weekend, don't forget it. Hearing the man emphasize the date again, Wen Yao looked up and gave him a kiss on the chin. Okay, I won't forget. Fu Shirbai slightly lowered his head, kissing her lips, beginning to enjoy tonight's sweet treat. The next day, Friday. Fu Shirbai went out as usual. In room 2, Wen Yao lifted her gaze towards the patient this time, Charlie. Charlie had been here before, 43 years old, he was her first patient. Under Wen Yao's dark gaze, Charlie glanced at the golden sword on the table and said carefully, Dr. Wen, I'm really sick this time. Wen Yao nodded seriously, yes, I can tell, your face has become a bit pale. Charlie's thoughts instantly froze. No way, right? He hadn't even mentioned where he felt unwell, yet she could tell. He was pretending to be sick, not actually wanting to be ill. Charlie stammered in disbelief, Am I very sick, Dr. Wen? Wen Yao looked at his decaying half of a face, showing a row of black and yellow teeth, with maggot-sized worms wriggling in between. When he chewed, it burst open immediately. Her voice steady and certain, she said, Yes, close the door, I want to talk to you privately. Upon hearing this, Charlie felt as if the sky had fallen. Trembling, he closed the door, cutting off the gaze of the onlookers outside. He sat back down, his darkened fingers gripping tight, saying haltingly, Do I still have a chance? Wen Yao's eyes flashed with darkness, confirming, Yes, as long as you answer my questions honestly, you have a chance. Charlie understood. If he didn't answer honestly, there would be no chance. He said dryly, You ask, I will definitely answer honestly. Wen Yao stared into his eyes. More than a decade ago, didn't something happen in your town, a murder case? The victims were Laura and her friends. 43 years old, a matter from over a decade ago, Charlie should know for sure. Charlie's expression became unnatural, he hesitated. Yes, there was such a case, why do you ask? The people have been dead for many years, and no one in Karen Town will bring up this case, but I just so happen to know. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. Logically, when a murder case happened, it would be discussed, yet in Karen Town, they avoided it entirely. Clearly, there was some hidden truth. I just want to know, who killed Laura and her friends? Charlie hesitated for a moment. It was the 5 fierce families in the town. They coveted the beauty of Laura and her friends. Seeing that there were only 3 of them, they invited them in for the night, playing a murder game at night. Wen Yao's gaze became profound. Isn't there anyone in your town to manage this? Are they allowed to kill at will? What if they end up killing you too? Charlie paused. Before Laura arrived, they had already killed many prominent people in the town, so no one dared to intervene. They were the demons of the town. Laura and her friends did seek help from the townspeople, but the 5 demons followed them with knives, enjoying watching Laura and her friends plead for help from one end of the street to the other. The expression of despair and the emotion of collapse when no one opens the door. After that, this matter was suppressed. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly, the weak and indifferent townsfolk, the arrogant and proud villains, the three women fleeing in despair. No wonder Felton vented his anger on the townspeople, it was all like this. A thought flashed through her mind, and she asked, "Do you know Jerry?" Charlie's eyes widened. "You know Jerry too? What is Dr. Wen's background? How does she know those past secrets?" "Wen Yao, tell me what you know." Charlie hesitated for a few seconds, but still resignedly continued. "Jerry's father was the first to resist the 5 evil families, but the outcome, well, you understand, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot, he died. Mark, Rove, and the other 5 who often bullied Jerry are the children of these 5 families. Later, the 5 died in Misty Forest, and Mark's family sent Jerry to the police station. After that, it was said that Jerry escaped, and I never heard of him again. He probably ran to another town. I didn't expect Mark to be one of the children of these 5 families and teamed up to bully Jerry. It seems that no one in town dared to intervene." "Wen Yao, did all the families die later?" "Charlie, they died, completely dead, not like us, but truly dead. They were the first batch of people infected with the skin rot disease, and they died horribly. When they died, everyone was celebrating." Wen Yao continued to ask, "Do you know the ugly woman living on the edge of town?" "Charlie, I don't know her, but she should be ominous. The townspeople basically don't approach her." Wen Yao pondered. "Ominous? No wonder the townspeople wanted to expel her, but Eve was bought by Felton, which allowed her to continue living there." Wen Yao looked at Charlie. "One last question, if you aren't sick, why do you have to stay in the hospital?" Not only do they rush to see a doctor, but they also find various reasons to stay in the hospital, which she found puzzling. "Outside and in the hospital, isn't there much difference?" Charlie's face became serious, and he said earnestly, "There are monsters outside that eat people." Wen Yao's mouth twitched slightly. "Aren't they the monsters?" Chapter 63 Hospital Patient 029. Seeing that Wen Yao didn't believe him, Charlie hurriedly said, "It's true, it's a skinless monster that will eat our townspeople. Director Fu and Johnny will clean up every once in a while, but it seems they can't kill them all." Wen Yao's eyes flickered, a speculation flashed through her mind. "It's not that they can't kill them all, it's that they've already killed the last of them, the townspeople are all gone. The skinless monster is likely to have evolved from the townspeople." "Okay, I understand, you can go back now." Charlie was stunned. "Then what about my illness? Is there still hope?" "It's just too anxious, you should go back and adjust your mood." "Then what about my request for hospitalization?" "You don't meet the standards for hospitalization." Such a cold-hearted woman. On the other side, Xiao Yan inadvertently lifted his eyes and met the gaze of Tang Zhe, who was pushing the cleaning cart towards the elevator. This was the first time Tang Zhe passed by here to take the elevator. Is he going up or down? Tang Zhe felt a bit uneasy. Not long ago, Mr. Johnny told him to go to the basement to clean up the garbage and emphasized that there was only 15 minutes, regardless of whether it was cleaned up or not, he had to leave. He had no protective gear. If he encountered a strange creature, that would really be the end. He saw that Wen Yao's clinic was closed, and Xiao Yan was also examining patients. He didn't have anyone to negotiate with, so he had to brace himself and go. Ding! The elevator door opened. Tang Zhe pushed the cart into the elevator, gripping the handle tightly, swallowed hard, and then pressed the button for the basement. Soon. Ding! Basement level arrived. A blast of cold mist hit his face, and Tang Zhe shivered from the cold but still pushed the cart out of the elevator. Above, several incandescent lamps flickered, and a green sign was particularly eye-catching: morgue. A place specifically for storing corpses. Tang Zhe's scalp went numb, and upon closer inspection, his hair stood on end. Countless black and green handprints were imprinted on the frosted walls. On the floor were broken limbs, a sticky, foul-smelling liquid everywhere. Bang bang bang. The white iron door of the morgue shook from the knocking. Tang Zhe's heart leaped to his throat, almost thinking that a monster was about to break through the door. He 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 he. He 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 he. The loud, hoarse growls instantly filled the entire corridor. 3 gray-green rotting faces squeezed against the transparent window of the morgue, baring their teeth and claws at him. Behind them seemed to be countless similar beings. The first 3 heads had been bitten off by the people behind, chewed with a loud crunch. Tang Zhe closed his eyes, wishing he could just die. Why did he choose cleaning in the first place? If he had been a caregiver, there would have been no trouble at all. Seeing they could not get out, Tang Zhe picked up a tool and hurried to clean the corridor. He guessed this was the aftermath of their wild party out at a certain time. Tang Zhe took a careful look inside. They were all wearing pink nurse uniforms and white doctor coats. It turned out they were the original nurses and doctors. At the front desk, the patients waiting to be seen were standing in line at the outpatient department. Changya's taut nerves finally had a brief moment of relaxation. Dealing with such bizarre situations could lead to trouble if she lost focus. Sister Qingji, let's sit down and rest for a while. I'm so tired. Su Qingji habitually gazed at the entrance, and upon seeing no new figures appear, she nodded in agreement. 5 minutes break. Her gaze unintentionally swept over the little snowman next to the big snowman, her eyes filled with surprise. Yesterday, Tang Zhe and Diana had built a big snowman and then left. The little snowman must have been made by Diana last night, she hadn't noticed it this morning. Su Qingji searched the entrance courtyard with her eyes, unexpectedly not seeing Diana's figure. Where did Diana go? Typically, during working hours, Diana would not leave her post. Sister Qingji, what are you looking at? Looking for Diana. She isn't here. Did you notice when she left? I didn't notice, there were too many people. Chunya was also puzzled, where could Diana go? But recalling last night's events, Chunya looked at Su Qingji, hesitating to speak. Sister Qingji, did you hear the roaring sound outside last night? Su Qingji turned to look at her upon hearing this. Are you talking about the roaring and chainsaw sounds from the 4th floor? Xiao Yan's doctor's room had the door shut tightly, and no sound could be heard from outside. Previously, Chunya had mentioned to her the roaring sounds and chainsaw noises coming from upstairs. Xiao Yan said it was Johnny using the chainsaw, cutting up the bizarre things downstairs. Chunya shook her head, no, it was the roaring sound from the hospital building. Su Qingji immediately sensed something was wrong, please tell me more in detail. Chunya said, last night there was no chainsaw sound, but the roaring sound upstairs was as usual. I could tell it was not a painful roar, it sounded more like they were calling to their kind. Then, outside the hospital building, there was a relatively youthful response sound, as if they were arguing about something, but in the end, that youthful voice compromised. Next, the responding voices rose and fell from afar, and I felt they were discussing and plotting something. Until the chainsaw sound rang out, the roaring noises outside finally calmed down. After listening, Su Qingji inexplicably felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. At that moment, a large group of patients flooded into the hospital, and the front desk instantly became lively. Nurse, please help me with my admission. I want to be admitted too. Me too. Various loud requests for admission moments later drowned Su Qingji and Chengya. Su Qingji raised her hand and said loudly. Everyone, please be quiet. If you want to be admitted, please find a doctor for admission paperwork before coming back. The noise didn't stop, instead, it grew louder and louder. Admission. Admission. We want admission. The patients did not dare to trouble the doctors and could only make things difficult for the nurses. Some people even made threatening gestures, exaggeratedly opening their big mouths to scare the nurses, trying to make them yield, and then directly handle the admission. Ding ding ding. Su Qingji pressed the alarm bell. The air instantly fell silent. In the next second, this group of patients blinked and lined up at the front desk. Su Qingji and Chengya blinked, suddenly feeling lost in the wind. At that moment, Johnny walked up to the front desk, looking at Su Qingji and Chengya. What happened? Su Qingji and the well-behaved patients looked at each other, one with a confused face, the other as still as a quail, all withdrawing their heads to show their smallness and helplessness. Once she realized, Su Qingji's forehead was covered with 3 lines of black, mercilessly pointing at them. Mr. Johnny, just now, this group of people caused a scene at the front desk, attempting to threaten and intimidate us into helping them get admitted. The patients all denied it. We didn't, the nurse is lying. Yes, we have always been civil and polite and would never do such lowly acts. That's right, nurse, you can't falsely accuse people. Su Qingji was speechless. Chunya widened her eyes, Mr. Johnny, we did not slander them. Johnny nodded towards Chunya and then turned to the group of patients, loosening his hands as if to stretch. The cracking sounds hit their eardrums, and their scalps tightened suddenly. Johnny's voice was calm as he said, the nurse does not wrongfully accuse anyone, so you are the ones lying. Everyone froze, ready to bolt for the door. But Johnny caught them one by one, landing a solid punch on one of them. The sounds of wailing and screaming rose and fell. Hearing the commotion, Wen Yao and Xiao Yan stood at the outpatient entrance, their brows twitching at the sight. Chapter 64, Hospital 0 Patient 30. After 6 o'clock, when the doctors got off work, the patients in the small town still stood in the hall, unwilling to leave. The heavy stench of decay made Su Qingji and Chengya feel dizzy. Some patients still refused to give up, pushing to the front desk, pleading with Su Qingji, nurse, please help me get admitted. No, you need a hospitalization order from a doctor to be admitted. But the doctor has gone off duty. Then please come back next time. As Wen Yao entered the hall, she was met with many pitiful gazes. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, it's off-duty time, no consultations. The patient's shoulders sagged, trying to use their most pitiful looks to sway the nurse's stone-cold heart. At that moment, Johnny walked into the hall holding a chainsaw, sticky green liquid dripping down from it. You can leave now. The patients stared at the green liquid, their eyes lighting up, immediately leaving the hospital with swift steps. Johnny carried the chainsaw towards the door. Su Qingji and Cheng Yi finally exhaled. At this time, except for Lin Yuan, everyone gathered at the front desk. Chanya recounted what happened last night in detail again. Tang Zhe nodded. I heard it too last night. It was the sound of howling from outside the hospital. Hearing this, Wen Yao quickly glanced outside. Where's Diana? Has anyone seen her? Su Qingji, Chanya and I didn't notice when Diana disappeared this morning, but we haven't seen her all day. Tang Zhe, I haven't seen her either. Xiaoyan looked at Tang Zhe. Which floor did you take the elevator to today? Tang Zhe, to the basement level. There was only the morgue, no zero room. The morgue really has the hospital's doctors and nurses. They gnaw at each other like zombies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan and Wen Yao silently understood that the zero patient room should be on level -3. But where is the key? At that moment, Lin Yuan walked over holding an old newspaper. Look at this newspaper, I found it in the patient's cabinet. Wen Yao took it and saw the most prominent headline on the front page. Explosive. $10,000 bounty notice. A severe patient carrying a virus escaped from St. Mercy Hospital, age 24, male, characteristics, black hair and silver gray eyes, with aggressive tendencies. If anyone discovers him and provides clues to the hospital, a reward of $10,000 will be given. If he is captured and brought to the hospital, the reward doubles. Signed, Felton. Lin Yuan whispered, I feel like the person described might be Director Fu. Xiao Yan shot Lin Yuan a glance. It's Director Fu. Having seen so many patients in the small town, the only person with black hair and silver gray eyes. Only Fu Shibai. Xiao Yan looked at Wen Yao, silently putting down the newspaper, and turned to leave, quickly asking, where are you going? Wen Yao's eyes darkened slightly, to verify. Xiao Yan's eyebrows raised slightly, and he followed behind. Wen Yao headed straight for room 302 on the 3rd floor, directly asking the dazed Tom. Does Felton have a daughter named Diana? Tom hadn't gathered his thoughts. Lindsay answered for him, yes, she is called Diana. Hearing the expected answer, Wen Yao turned and quickly ascended to the 4th floor. Xiao Yan closely followed. Without a key, are you going to break in? Then what do you suggest? Nothing, I fully support your method with both hands and feet. Wen Yao stopped in front of the dean's door, took out a golden sword, and chopped through the green iron gate, then walked straight in, turning on the light and searching the desk. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. What a sharp sword, probably more than just an S-rank item. He stepped inside the door leisurely. Wen Yao chopped off the lock in the drawer and found a medical record and a stack of data. The medical record belonged to Diana, and the data was about Fu Shibai. Wen Yao first looked through Diana's medical record. At the top of the record, there was a photo of 6-year-old Diana, exactly how she looked at that time. Diana was infected with skin ulcer disease when she was 6. The cause was accidentally touching a mixed new drug in the laboratory. Symptoms, in the early stage, vomiting, fever, dry and itchy skin. Later stage, the skin develops sores and oozes pus. She received injections of various new drugs during this time. They could only suppress, not completely cure. This condition lasted for 16 years. It wasn't until the 11th generation of the zero-number blue scorpion drug was developed that she was completely cured. This means, Diana should be 22 years old now. When Yao's gaze deepened, the ugly woman living alone in Karen Town was undoubtedly Diana. Felton must have brought Diana to town to live, or from the beginning, Felton was with Diana but kept her hidden. Wen Yao then flipped through the data on Fu Shibai, her pupils narrowing. Fu Shibai was actually a test subject of Felton starting at age 3. The cause was that Fu Shibai was exposed to radiation from an alien meteorite, causing a mutation in his blood that could cure many diseases. Extracting 200 milliliters of blood could produce 50 treatment medications with other drugs. To increase the variety of diseases curable by the blood, Felton injected various pathogens into Fu Shibai. As a result, over time, the healing effect of Fu Shibai's blood became worse and couldn't cure Diana's skin ulcer disease, only suppress it. Later, Felton captured an injured blue alien scorpion. He came up with a bold idea to inject Fu Shibai with the blood of the blue scorpion. One was mutated from an alien meteorite, the other was an alien creature. Combining the two should have special effects. Fu Shibai was codenamed Zero, so the first test drug was named Zero-number Blue Scorpion Generation 1 drug. Test subjects were the missing townsfolk of Karen Town. They weren't missing but captured into the laboratory, Jerry being one of them. They first injected the subjects with Diana's pathogens, and when they displayed the same symptoms as Diana, they injected the Zero-number Blue Scorpion drug. Diana was completely cured only after receiving the 11th generation of the drug. This means Fu Shibai succeeded in fusing with the Blue Scorpion after 11 times. Xiaoyan glanced at the data and said, Felton is truly a genius in pharmaceuticals, the matching of drug ratios is perfect. Wen Yao's gaze turned cold, and she stood up to leave. Xiaoyan put down the data. Wait, are you going to kill Felton? Wen Yao's face was icy. What's the problem? Xiaoyan looked at Wen Yao, who was in a bad mood, and tactfully said, "No problem." Then he asked, "Do you know where the key is?" Wen Yao's gaze flickered, "I don't know." As Wen Yao stepped out, she saw Johnny standing by the door. "Are you going to stop me too?" "Johnny, Monday to Friday is normal working hours if a doctor actively kills a patient. A breach of medical ethics will be erased by the rules." Wen Yao looked up, "You mean Saturday is okay?" Johnny had a blank expression. "I said nothing." Wen Yao, "All right, I understand." Seeing Wen Yao step down the stairs, Johnny sighed in relief. He looked at Dr. Xiao. "Dr. Xiao, you should leave too. Dr. Xiao, you should know where Diana went, right?" "Johnny, Diana resigned." Chapter 65 Hospital Patient 031. Welcome back to the Strange Tales radio station. I am your host Jennifer. Continuing from last time, although Tom and Lindsay knew Felton's purpose in Karen Town was not pure, they were tied to the bed, unable to act, and could only leave their fate to chance. Meanwhile, Jerry was tortured by illness, near death. Before he died, he decided to be brave for once and make a big move. He shared his plan with the black-haired man. "Jerry, hey, did you hear me? When the explosion happens, you escape, don't worry about me." In the end, Jerry died. The black-haired man successfully escaped, but soon after, he was caught by the townsfolk and brought back. On Tom and Lindsay's side, the skin rot disease had reached its mid-stage, and they lost all hope of living. Just as they were waiting for death, a new turn of events occurred. Felton developed a new drug, and after Tom and Lindsay injected it, their bodies completely healed. They continued to stay in Karen Town, wanting to find out about the alien creature in the misty forest. However, their bodies mutated again, darkness enveloped them, and they lost consciousness. When they woke up again, they were astonished to find snow covering the entire town, yet they still remembered to rush to the hospital for treatment. It was in the deserted hospital that Tom and Lindsay encountered a monster with a human head and a scorpion body. They stared in terror, their eyes wide. That blue scorpion body was almost identical to the alien creature from the misty forest. Tom shouted, "Run! There's a monster! Zzz lala!" Wen Yao pressed the stop button. Jerry was truly dead. Among the patients she had contacted, there was no Jerry. If Jerry were still alive, he should be an administrator like Johnny. The townsfolk returned Fu Sherbai to Felton for $10,000. But the townsfolk didn't know, the treatment drug for their illnesses had been extracted from the man. Every patient here was not innocent in death. The door knocked as expected. Tonight, the man brought not only a large bouquet of bright red roses but was also particularly clingy. He pitifully asked, "Baby, will you remember our agreement?" Seeing his almost crying expression, Wen Yao found it amusing, kissed his chin. "Don't worry, I will remember." Fu Sherbai lowered his head to crush her lips, kissing urgently and passionately. In the brief moment their lips parted, he breathed heavily, "Baby, I love you so much." Wen Yao's response did not have time to escape her lips before she was blocked again by the man. She could only comply, using her actions to soothe the man's restless heart. With a bang, a sound came from the window. Tang Zhe turned to look at the window. A small spot of snowball had hit the glass. Immediately, a series of small snowballs came crashing in. For some reason, he felt the person outside throwing snowballs was Diana. But hadn't she resigned? Tang Zhe climbed down from the bed, walked to the window, holding the cold handle to open it. The next second, his pupils dilated slightly, his gaze froze for a moment. The world seemed to quiet down, nothing could be heard except for his heartbeat. Snowflakes danced in the air. The woman under the streetlight waved at him, her pretty face lit up with a bright and innocent smile. Her golden curly hair flowed to her waist, wearing a coarse blue dress. The dress was rough, but it still couldn't conceal the elegant aura of a top beauty. Like a fallen Snow White. That little bear doll still at her waist, she was undoubtedly Diana. Still a grown-up version of Diana. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Tang Zhe thought she would shout something, but she just smiled and waved goodbye to him, pointing at the words in the snow. It said, "Goodbye, Tang Zhe." Where was she going? Tang Zhe opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but in the end, he said nothing and watched her leave. The next day, Saturday, sunny. Tang Zhe, Chengya, and Lin Yuan looked at each other at the front desk with panda black circles under their eyes. Lin Yuan, Tang Zhe, did you hear it last night as well? Tang Zhe nodded. It was quiet in the first half of the night. After the last few nights, I was a bit unaccustomed. But in the second half of the night, the howling outside got louder and louder, making people anxious. Xiaoyan and Su Qingji came over, surprised and asked, "Was it a lot?" Tang Zhe, it was like the whole town's monsters were howling. Xiaoyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Did you see Mr. Johnny? The three of them shook their heads. Around 6, there was the sound of a chainsaw outside, but the monsters still didn't calm down. Xiaoyan felt a shiver in his heart. Just then, the iron gate outside slammed shut with a loud bang. Countless howls came from outside. Xiao Yan and the others were startled and were about to check. Johnny walked in holding a chainsaw dripping with green goo, his face dark. "We are not receiving patients today. Do not open the main door, or you will be responsible for the consequences." With that, Johnny rushed upstairs, leaving the others staring at each other. Johnny knocked urgently on room 200's door, his tone revealing urgency. "Director, if you don't get up, your ice house and amusement park will be gone." Damn the skinless monster. Suddenly increasing in number, he really couldn't deal with them alone and also had to protect the ice house from being attacked. Wen Yao was about to step out, but upon hearing this, she looked at Fu Shivbai in surprise. She saw the man's expression change, abruptly opened the door, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving frosty footprints on the floor. Johnny stared at the frozen chainsaw, his cheek twitching, and said to Wen Yao, "Dr. Wen, take a day off today, please do not open the hospital's iron door." After saying that, he hurriedly left. Wen Yao also heard the commotion outside and gripped her golden sword as she went downstairs. Diana stood on the rooftop, a small iron box at her waist, watching the commotion in the square, quietly saying sorry. Then she flipped and pressed against the window of room 404, meeting the pale face inside, his mouth stretching back to his ears, a long red tongue drooping to the floor, dripping thick, sticky saliva. His limbs bent and twisted, lying on the ground like a spider. But she felt no fear, instead, she affectionately called out, "Daddy." The monster inside smiled, its same blue eyes filled with fondness. "Hee hee, my dear Diana." Diana gripped the hammer, smashing open the window and flipping inside. Felton swept away the broken glass with his long tongue, sticky saliva covering the ground. Diana wasn't disgusted, her pale foot stepped directly onto the saliva-covered floor, and she tightly hugged the monster's head in front of her. Felton raised his twisted front limbs and hugged Diana back, carefully retracting his sharp black claws. After embracing for a moment, Diana took the iron box from her waist, placed it on the ground, and opened it to reveal 2 rows of ghostly green potions. She took out a syringe, quickly drew 5 doses of the potion, and without hesitation, injected it into Felton. "Daddy, this is 5 times the dosage, enough for you to run far away. Please don't try to harm Fu Shivbai, okay?" As the liquid entered, Felton's body turned red, steaming hot, and then he grew 5 times larger, his blood-red muscles bursting with terrifying power. His tongue split into 2, the skin from the right side of his dead face peeling away, exposing his bone beneath. Felton's eyes flickered as he rasped, "Not enough, Diana, inject me with all the potions." Diana bit her lip and refused, "No, Daddy." Felton softened his gaze, "Don't worry, Diana, Daddy won't do anything else, I just want to be sure to escape." "You don't want Daddy to die, do you?" In the end, Diana set several rules for him before injecting the medication. Chapter 66 Hospital 0 Patient 32. Boom. The roof of the hospital was ripped away, revealing a massive, terrifying monster silhouette. Due to the shaking of the floors, Wen Yao and the others ran out of the hall, and when they looked up, they saw the gigantic figure and Diana on it. Diana saw Wen Yao holding the golden sword and shouted to the man below, "Daddy, let's go quickly, don't hurt them, they are all my friends." Felton cast a glance at the group with his single giant eye, and 5 tongues instantly produced more saliva. "But... Diana... Daddy is hungry." "No. Daddy. No. You promised me." Felton laboriously turned his gaze away, as a loud rumble echoed from his belly. At that moment, "Felton. It's me. I'm Eve, your friend, take me with you." Eve shouted desperately from outside the window. Felton turned his head slightly, seeing Eve in the window, recalling the friend who always asked him for money. Seeing Felton still remembered him, Eve shouted excitedly, "Hurry up and eat them, fresh flesh is delicious, consider it my treat." Wen Yao and the others. A long tongue broke through the window and wrapped around Eve. Eve was even more excited. "Felton. Quickly eat them." In the next second, Eve was chewed and swallowed by Felton. Eve. After tasting some meat, Felton's 5 tongues sprang into action, instantly devouring the patients on the 3rd floor. Diana looked towards the square and realized the activity there had diminished, urging, "Daddy, hurry. Or it will be too late." Felton stared at Wen Yao and the others, his eyes glowing green with hunger, unable to move his feet, his voice sounding a bit pitiful. "Diana. Daddy is so hungry, just one, is one fine?" Hearing this, Diana ruthlessly banged her fists on his head and yanked at his hair, her little face turning pale with urgency. "No. No. Let's go." Felton reluctantly cast one last glance at Wen Yao and the others, then dashed away quickly. Having taken 20 times the medicine, Felton raced to the edge of the town, dropped Diana off, and solemnly promised, "Diana, wait for me here. Daddy will be back after using the bathroom." Having said that, he turned and rushed back. Diana, who fell into the thick snow, just poked her head out when she saw his disappearing back, urgently shouting, "Daddy! Come back. Felton headed straight toward Fu Shibai, a chill and determination flashing in his eyes. The entire town existed because of Fu Shibai, surrounded by a transparent barrier. If Fu Shibai did not die, they could never get out. At this moment, Fu Shibai had already dealt with all the skinless monsters, and rotten limbs were strewn all over, with a foul green slime everywhere. Johnny, clean this place up. Okay, director. Johnny looked at the rushing back Felton, his eyes revealing surprise. Felton shouted, Fu Shibai. I want you dead. 5 tongues shot toward Fu Shibai. Fu Shibai raised his eyes, his silvery gray pupils covered with a layer of frost, casually reaching out to grab Felton's tongue and yanking it hard. Felton's body instantly lifted off the ground, and the next moment, he smashed heavily onto the ground. Then, his tongue was like a rope, being whipped back and forth by Fu Shibai. Bang bang bang. Johnny looked at the pitiful Felton, his cheeks twitching. Wasn't it better to stay in the hospital? Why go through this? Fu Shibai let go casually, and Felton flew through the air, crashing down. Boom. Creating a huge pit. Felton struggled to lift his head, his face twisted. I want you dead. The 5 tongues rolled up the surrounding bodies, devouring them for energy. However, Fu Shibai had already lost his patience, his gaze icy. A snowball appeared in his hand, and he hurled it at Felton. A terrifying energy surged toward him. Felton couldn't dodge and widened his eyes. Yet, in the next second, a slender figure stood in front of him. The snowball crashed through Diana's body. She crashed through Felton together with her. Diana. Felton, despite the large hole piercing through his body, tightly held onto the fallen Diana. Their bodies began to dissolve from the middle at the same time. Felton apologized in a panic, tears streaming down, green slime dripping onto Diana. I'm sorry. Diana, Daddy was wrong. Diana lifted her head and broke into a bright smile. It's okay, Daddy. Felton leaned down, tightly hugging the person in his arms, crying heartbreakingly. Johnny's pupils contracted, his fingertips moved, but he didn't step forward. When Wen Yao arrived, all she saw was a pool of liquid where they had merged together. There was also a little bear toy. Wen Yao picked up the bear toy and saw Fu Shibai looking like he was about to break apart. Baby, you promised me. Wen Yao walked over, intertwining her fingers with his. Yeah, I haven't forgotten. She glanced at the shattered ice sculptures and ice roses, realizing he had been busy with these. He whimpered, Baby, those bad guys broke the ice sculptures. Wen Yao smiled a little. It's okay, looking at you is better than looking at the ice sculptures. Fu Shibai instantly felt satisfied, lowering his head to Nestle in her shoulder, like a little wife, humming and lingering. Then baby, look at me more, I like it. The warm sun poured down from the clouds, the whiteness dissipated, and the whole town instantly brightened. Tang Zhe picked up a notebook behind one large and one small snowman. It was Diana's diary. At first, the handwriting was childish, but gradually it matured and became graceful. Mom accused Dad of having only experiments in his eyes, no family, no her. Dad said that a successful experiment could earn a lot of money, so he wouldn't have to worry about money in the future. The two had a fight. Mom went on a trip to relax. Mom died. Dad hid under the blanket and cried loudly. Dad went back to the laboratory. I secretly followed him and accidentally got my foot pricked by broken glass from the medicine. I saw a black-haired boy locked up. Dad refused to let the boy go this time, even though he had promised me before I went on a hunger strike, but it didn't work. I got sick. I might die, but I still bravely survived. But many people called me ugly freak. No one played with me and no one played in the snow with me. Today, someone played snowman with me. His name is Tang Zhe, a very nice name. I think I might like him a bit. Tang Zhe, Tang Zhe, Tang Zhe. I have to go, so I can only say goodbye to him. Tang Zhe flipped through the notebook. The last 3 pages were filled with his name. His heart trembled, and his throat felt inexplicably bitter. Just when he felt his heart race, it vanished in an instant, too short-lived, and there were things he hadn't had time to say. His heart felt as if it was gripped tightly by a big hand, making it hard to breathe. He felt so sad. If only he had stopped her last night. Sunday, sunny. Tang Zhe stood at the door, entranced by the little snowman, holding the notebook in his hand. Su Qingji looked at Xiao Yan. What should we do? The key hasn't been found. Do we have to continue with next week's work? Chunya and Lin Yuan also looked at Xiao Yan, waiting for his answer. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, probably. Hearing this, the 3 of them slumped their shoulders simultaneously, looking at him with resentment. No one wanted to stay here to continue working. On the other side, Fu Shibai held Wen Yao's hand while shopping, reaching a women's clothing ice house. Baby, let's go in and have a look. The clothes here are nice. Wen Yao smiled and nodded, walking in. The waiter Johnny immediately got up and cheerfully said, Welcome. Do you need me to introduce everything to you? Wen Yao's eyebrows twitched slightly. Johnny in front of her wore a white shirt and vest, like a high-end store staff. No, thank you. Okay, ma'am. When Yao looked at the various dresses, her eyes brightened, they were all beautiful. Fu Shibai saw that she liked them, his lips curled up. Baby, if you like them, just buy them all. Wen Yao laughed, are you a tailor? She should have guessed it earlier, the man came home every night smelling of fabric and threads. Fu Shibai nodded, do you like it? Baby. Wen Yao smiled and said, I like it. The two went to the amusement park together to ride the ice sculpture roller coaster, carousel, and Ferris wheel. As night fell, the two held hands, walking side by the roadside. Fu Shibai suddenly picked her up and deeply kissed her lips. The streetlights stretched their kissing shadows long. After Wen Yao returned, she went straight to the elevator, arriving at the third basement floor, with Xiao Yan and others following behind. Unsurprisingly, they found room 0. The third basement used to be the laboratory base, filled with reagent tubes. Xiao Yan watched as Wen Yao took out a teddy bear, unzipped it, and found an old key inside the cotton stuffing, confirming it was here. Diana is Felton's daughter, and Felton was most likely to give the key to her. At first, Diana treasured this teddy bear, never letting it go. As the key inserted into the door and pushed it open, everyone was astonished to find that inside there was only a blue shell. At the same time, congratulations player Wen Yao for finding the key and opening room 0. Points awarded, 500,000. Total points, 550,000. Please choose whether to immediately exit the instance world, yes, exit immediately, no, exit after 12 hours. Wen Yao clicked no. Xiao Yan and the others had already been teleported away. Wen Yao came up in the elevator and rushed into the man's open arms. Thank you, Fu Shibai. He did not stop her from leaving. Fu Shibai rubbed his chin against her hair. Thank you too, baby, for being willing to stay for me for a while. Wen Yao looked up and wrapped her arms around his neck. What is your relationship with that alien blue scorpion? Fu Shibai smiled, as you can see, we have merged into one. He is me, and I am him. He used to be called Winter, from a frigid planet. Because he was the weakest existence of that planet, he was chosen to be sent to Earth, but unexpectedly encountered an FBI attack and got severely injured. Then, he was captured by Felton for experimentation. In the end, I merged with him, discovering that Winter's bloodline was actually not weak, just suppressed. After merging, all his powers erupted. He has my memories, and I have his memories. Wen Yao, so that's how it is. On the other side, in dormitory 201. Welcome to listen to the Strange Hunter radio station, I am the host Jennifer. This time the protagonist is named Johnny. Johnny interrupted him, Jerry, no one listens to radio stories anymore. Can you be quiet and let me rest, please? Also, can you stop using a female voice all the time? The person on the upper bunk lightly coughed, changing from a sweet female voice to a clean male voice. Johnny, I think female hosts are more beloved by the audience. Johnny's cheeks twitched, Jerry, there are only 2 radios, how many listeners do you want? Jerry, actually, I'm not good with words. 2 listeners are enough. A female voice makes listeners follow every night. Look, didn't the doctor this time listen to my story every time? Johnny. Jerry, but, Johnny, with so many rooms in the hospital, why do we still need to sleep in bunk beds? Johnny's cheeks twitched again. He actually didn't know why. Just got used to it, I guess. Ice and Snow Town ends, next chapter, University 7 Night Horrific Class. Chapter 67, University 7 Night Horrific Class 01. At night, a thick fog covered the seaside highway. A bus covered in barnacles slowly drove down the highway, the dim yellow lights barely illuminating a few meters ahead. Inside the bus, shadows flickered, yet it was eerily quiet. Wen Yao sat in the aisle seat in the first row on the right. In the rearview mirror, she saw the man in the 5th row was nothing but a human skin, piled up on the seat. The flesh and blood inside the skin had been completely eaten away. The person beside him looked terrified, pressing their body against the window, as if this could help them get away. The bus's voice broadcast sounded. I hate loud people the most, I eat those I dislike, isn't that too much? Wen Yao glanced at the bus driver speaking. A sea star wearing a beehive earpiece and dressed in a black bus driver uniform. A black, sticky body, 2 tentacles gripping the steering wheel, dripping with thick black liquid. From the voice, it seemed to be a male. A name tag read, Kane. Kane extended his tentacles, rolling the remaining human skin towards him, putting it in his mouth to chew, grumbling angrily. Damn it, this smell is so strong, how can I eat? He suddenly opened the car window and flung the last piece of human skin out, looking disgusted. Ugh, so disgusting. After saying that, he fiercely warned. If someone makes noise again, I'll eat whoever it is, got it? The veteran players were speechless, he had eaten shit and intestines, what more was a bit of body odor? Wen Yao looked at the front of the car, where a sign stood up. No loud noises allowed. The man who got eaten had just been teleported over, apparently not paying attention. Just 5 minutes ago. Welcome player Wen Yao to the horror game, current copy, high school, 7 Nights of Deadly Lessons. Copy difficulty, S level. Identity, new student. Clearance conditions. 1. Take the school bus to Ocean High School. 2. Each night's exam score must reach a passing mark of 60 or above. 3. Find the long-lost 5 excellence medals. Ocean High School? Listening to the roaring tides around her, when Yao's gaze flickered, this school bus couldn't be heading into the sea, could it? She looked up, the view outside the window was a white mist, indistinguishable in direction. Suddenly, a light from a lighthouse faintly appeared in the fog. A porcelain doll glass bead was slightly warm. A scene unfolded before her eyes. A tall man was poised at the top of the lighthouse, surveying the distance. Holding a big coconut in his arms, with a pink straw stuck in it. His white shirt fluttered in the sea breeze. His short black hair flew wildly, skin fair, an exceedingly handsome face, with slightly upturned narrow eyes, deep-sea green pupils, mysterious and profound, as if they could swallow all light, making one unable to grasp. The magnetic field around him was gentle and pure. He appeared as a mysterious treasure from the seabed, radiating a dazzling brilliance of preciousness. In the next second, the figure of the bus covered in barnacles appeared in his pupils. Instantly, his eyes brightened with a hint of mockery, his crimson lips curling into a mischievous smile, restless and excessively eye-catching. The 15-second scene came to an end. Wen Yao's lips curved slightly, her boyfriend's avatars all looked different, yet that face was uniformly stunning, each possessing its unique beauty. The deep-sea green eyes were also very beautiful. What was he mocking about? She could roughly guess. A new toy was arriving, how could he not be happy? But what form would her boyfriend take this time? She felt a bit of anticipation. Wen Yao, what are you thinking about? The man beside her asked with great interest. Wen Yao turned her gaze to him. With a cold, white complexion, a handsome face, chestnut curls, and a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes, together with cold mountain gray pupils. He exuded a romantic, gentle aura. It seemed harmless, yet was actually dangerous. Arthur, the current heir of the Gray family, the half-brother of Morris. He was also her former patient. Morris resented her for saving Arthur. Arthur, who managed to reclaim his inheritance from Morris, was clearly not an easy person to deal with, someone difficult and troublesome. But she and Arthur had no animosity, in this copy, they could be temporary allies. I wasn't thinking about anything. Arthur had a hint of a knowing smile at the corner of his lips. Your expression just now clearly shows you thought about something. I guess you were wondering why I'm here, right? Wen Yao's expression was cold, showing no mercy as she said. You're overthinking, I won't think about unimportant men. Arthur raised an eyebrow playfully. If he's not unimportant, does that mean he's an important man? Wen Yao shot him a glance. I don't think, considering our half-familiar relationship, we should talk about such personal topics. Arthur gazed at her unperturbed black eyes, feeling a wave of defeat, pretentiously sorrowful as he said. I thought we were friends, after all, we have been through so much together, some things don't have to be spoken to be considered close friends. His seemingly ambiguous words left Wen Yao speechless. What have you experienced? Isn't it just that you were chased by your brother, injured badly, and came to clinic number 7 for treatment? It's just a simple doctor-patient relationship. Arthur's gaze accused her. I let you open your heart, don't you feel anything at all? Wen Yao's eyelid twitched. What feeling can I have? You have a tracker installed near your heart. If you don't take it out, your whereabouts will soon be exposed. You didn't want me to take it out. Why didn't you say so at that time? Do you need me to install it back for you? Of course, installing it back costs extra. Arthur's expression stiffened slightly. No need, thank you. A cold and heartless woman. Arthur adjusted his mindset slightly and continued. I heard that your boyfriend can only cook and nothing else. Wen Yao shot him a cold glare. What are you trying to say? Are you belittling my boyfriend? Arthur paused, then said seriously. No, I mean to say I can also cook. Besides cooking, I can do sweeping, laundry, and so on. Do you think you can let me compete for the position? Wen Yao flatly refused. Sorry, you can't. Arthur's cold, gray eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He knew he had no chance, but at least he had spoken up. Fortunately, he had a strong mindset and quickly returned to normal after 2 seconds. The bus continued to drive toward the lighthouse. No one said a word. Wen Yao sensed a gaze behind her, landing on her. She lifted her eyelids and caught the gaze of a man who hadn't retracted his eyes in time through the rearview mirror. The two saw each other in the rearview mirror. His gaze was cold and heavy, with a hint of astonishment, before he shifted his eyes away. Wen Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. The man looked about 26 years old, dressed in a long black coat with deep pockets, a high-necked black shirt covering half his face, and wearing thin black gloves. He had the air of a hacker, or more accurately, a spy. She had never seen this person before, but she could be sure that he knew her. Friend or foe, let's wait and see. As dawn broke, the white fog dissipated a little. Arthur glanced out the window, a grave look flashing in his eyes. Wen Yao, I think we're going to encounter big trouble. Wen Yao raised her eyes and noticed that the road indeed extended to the center of the sea, with the tides crashing against the sea dikes on both sides, showing an upward trend. A gasp filled the vehicle. Then came murmurs of conversation. What should we do? I can't swim. Neither can I. Shouldn't we think about whether the car will crash into the sea in the next second? The air froze instantly. Upon hearing this, the driver, Kane, angrily slammed the steering wheel and turned back to glare at the man who spoke, questioning with dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Do you doubt my driving skills? I've been driving for decades and have never made a mistake. The man hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I was just too worried about falling into the sea since I can't swim. Kane scoffed. If you can't swim, don't blame the driver. It's truly a decline in morals. As he spoke, he ignored him, turning back arrogantly to complain into the microphone. It's hard to be a good driver. I'm clearly so friendly and kind, yet people keep misunderstanding me. The man. Wen Yao thought about it. Kane was indeed not bad, as long as he didn't yell, he wouldn't eat people. She estimated that this bus had about 60 people. The driver had a bad temper, and if the bus became as noisy as a vegetable market, he might really drive the car into the sea. Arthur stared at the seawater that had already spread onto the road and said softly, Can you swim? Wen Yao glanced at him, yes. Arthur's eyes showed anticipation. If I said I can't swim, would you save me? Wen Yao's expression was indifferent. Is it necessary to save you? Arthur felt wronged. I think it can be rescued. Wen Yao was speechless. If we fall into the middle of the sea, we will all die sooner or later. Rescuing you, I might as well take a few more breaths. Didn't she see the waves outside were huge and fierce? She had no confidence in surviving the waves, and yet he expected her to save him? Arthur. It seemed to be the truth, but fortunately, he could swim too. Inside the bus, those who couldn't swim expressed their anxiety. Aren't you afraid the water will submerge the car? Can you all swim? Someone spoke up, we all can. 3 people who couldn't swim stood up, scanning the crowd, realizing that most people had agreeing expressions. The 3 looked at each other, thinking it was unbelievable that only the 3 of them couldn't swim. Will you save us? No. Why? We're in this together. Who are you in this with? Don't talk nonsense. The 3 fell silent. Indeed, as great instances were for seasoned players, seeing someone die without helping was normal, and being cannon fodder was the truth. The seawater crept over the wheels, the waves crashed in, and the bus swayed unsteadily. Seeing this, the tall man who couldn't swim mustered his courage and asked the driver, Mr. Kane, how long until we reach the school? Kane steadied the steering wheel, his other hand annoyedly slapping the dashboard. Soon. Quit your chatter. I've never been late. And are you blind? The school is right ahead. Can't you see? The tall man had to shut up, forcing himself to calm down and sitting back down. Wen Yao looked ahead. The most eye-catching thing was the lighthouse, and beside it seemed to be a towering building. But there was still quite a distance to go. The bus speed remained slow, but the sea water gradually crept up. The vehicle rocked side to side under the waves' assault. Wen Yao fastened her seatbelt tight. Arthur glanced at the seawater almost to the window, then looked at Wen Yao. At this moment, what are your thoughts? Wen Yao, please close the window, the seawater is coming in. Arthur glanced at the small gap in the open window, a trickle of water slipped in. With a bang, he forcefully shut the window. The sound of windows slamming closed echoed behind them. The tall man couldn't sit still again. Mr. Kane, can you drive faster? The sea had already flooded half the vehicle. It was a miracle they could still drive. What else could he do to drive faster? The players understood, but still hoped for speed. They didn't want to drown before reaching the school. Kane shouted in frustration, hurry, hurry, hurry. What are you hurrying for? When I say we'll get there, we'll get there. A gigantic wave came crashing, and the vehicle was suddenly pushed into the sea. The bus tilted sharply. Water surged in through the sunroof and the middle of the roof. The tall man in the middle was the first to be affected. In a moment of life-threatening panic, he shouted in terror. The others were flustered but held their mouths tightly shut. A giant starfish's tentacle suddenly lunged at the tall man, dragging him forcefully onto itself. Under everyone's gaze, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a mass of sharp teeth, swallowing him whole as if eating a small cookie, crunching twice to finish. Then it burped smugly, looking at the shocked crowd disdainfully, just knew you'd hurry. What for? If you hadn't, everything would have been fine, nothing at all. In a blink, the water had submerged the entire seat. The impact from the water flowing through the sunroof was immense, making it impossible to escape. Someone pounded on the window with a hammer, discovering it wouldn't break and couldn't be opened. Wen Yao tightened her grip on the golden sword, seeing Arthur about to make a move, she pressed him down. Wait a bit longer. Arthur, holding the short sword, looked at her in surprise. We're going to drown, it's hard to swim up from the bottom. Killing the starfish driver should allow the windows to open normally. Other players were similarly restless, as if they shared the same plan. Wen Yao frowned. I know, just wait a bit longer. First, the driver had repeatedly claimed there wouldn't be a mistake, which likely meant he had anticipated this situation. Second, one of the completion conditions stated they had to take the school bus to Ocean University. The university was right in front of them. While swimming over would be possible, it didn't mean they arrived on the school bus. Arthur looked at Wen Yao, then glanced at the suddenly calm driver. A light bulb went off in his mind, leading him to understand. When the water nearly reached their heads, Kane, seeing no screams from anyone, could only express his boredom by pouting, quickly pulling down the window, sliding out, and expanding suddenly, securing the bus above the water. Eventually, they surfaced. Everyone promptly opened their windows, and the water inside flowed out like a waterfall. The driver was under the school bus, acting like a ship, steadily transporting the bus to Ocean University. The players inside the bus sighed with relief. Wen Yao took off her sports jacket, wrung out her clothes, and took off her sneakers to pour out the water inside. Arthur chuckled. You really are not shy at all. Then, he took off his leather shoes and poured out the water. Wen Yao rolled her eyes. I'm wearing long sleeves inside and socks on my feet, it's not like I'm leaking anything, is it necessary? Arthur smirked. It doesn't match your usual cool persona, I didn't expect you to be so down-to-earth. Wen Yao glanced at the shoes in his hand and retorted, do you expect someone to serve you? Even a fool knows to wring out wet clothes. Arthur froze for a moment, then smiled again. It was the first time he was called a fool, and it felt good, he would remember it. 5 minutes later, the school bus arrived at the platform in front of Ocean University's gate. The driver slid back into the driver's seat, taking on the role of the driver again. Wen Yao raised her eyes to look at what was supposed to be the school gate. It looked more like a solid barrier, with barnacles and sea snails crawling on the adjacent wall. The gate was closed, with 4 large characters written above. Ocean University. The driver honked the horn. The gate slowly began to rise, making a clear rustling sound from the iron chains inside. Only after the gate was fully lifted did the school bus move inside. Kane opened the microphone. Thank you for taking this school bus, and I wish you a pleasant life. The next departure time is at 10 p.m. on Sunday, please prepare to be on time, as we won't wait for latecomers. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Master, is there only one school bus? Kane, yes, it runs once a week. Wen Yao, thank you. This school was a circular building, with towering circular walls dividing it into 4 areas. The school bus passed through 3 gates before entering the central highland. From the outside to the inside, they were divided into the 4th ring, the 3rd ring, the 2nd ring, and the inner ring area. The inner ring was the central highland, where the E-type teaching building was located. Chapter 69, University 7 Nights Deadly Class 03. In front of the E-type teaching building, the open space was noisy, with 5 reception desks for new students, each attended by 2 students, bustling with newly arrived students. As soon as Wen Yao got off the bus, a wave of heat hit her. She raised her eyes. The sun was exceptionally bright, the sky was clear without clouds, the sunlight was scorching, and even the wind felt hot, like being in the summer of July or August. Arthur stood beside her, surveying what looked much more normal than the damp and foggy sea embankment, his eyebrows slightly raised. The change was too great. Seeing Wen Yao walk straight into the crowd, he followed her. Where are you going? To line up, for registration. Aren't you waiting for the others? Are you sure the others are human? All right, not sure. Wen Yao scanned the passengers who had merged into the crowd. Aside from being certain those 2 men who couldn't swim were players, and that unknown masked man was a player, the others might not be players. Because there was only one bus, the passengers on the bus could also be students returning from outings. In this instance, she could only trust Arthur as a player. Wen Yao received a student handbook, 2 sets of school uniforms, and a swimsuit at the new student reception. She needed to draw a numbered ball for her class and dormitory. She didn't rush to draw the number but instead opened the student rules to look. Welcome to Ocean University, please pay attention to the following points. 1. On the first day of enrollment, you must learn to swim. 2. Please participate in the little tests every night at 8 p.m. 3. The school's teachers are only responsible for exams, please study independently. Warm reminder. Please actively participate in school activities and blend into the student community, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Principal Jesse. On the last page, there was a picture of an excellent student medal. A golden round medal, with a Q-version great white shark holding knife and fork on it. Must learn to swim on the first day of school? That meant the students in this school all knew how to swim. Those who can't swim, of course, all drown. Can you all swim? We all can. We're together, after all. Who are you with? Don't talk nonsense. Therefore, those who answered and those who agreed with him are all students of the school. Arthur waved the student handbook he was pinching with his fingertips in front of him, his gaze playful. In such a big school, there is no mention of how the medals were lost, where they were lost, when they were lost, or who lost them. With no details on time, place, or cause, how can we find 5 tiny medals? And we only have 7 days. 7 days is not enough to comb through every inch of the school. If the medals fell into a cesspool or a sewer, it would be hard for just the 2 of us to find them. This is a problem that has no solution from the beginning. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, it was indeed the case, but she could only look for any other clues. Arthur continued, today's swimming class, we don't have to worry, but what about tonight's quiz? Which school tests on the first day of enrollment? Wen Yao looked puzzled, what are you worried about? Haven't we learned high school knowledge? Scoring 60 is not hard, right? Even if you guess, you can pass. In response to the confusion from a top student. Arthur's fingertips that held the student handbook stiffened, and he looked down, gazing deeply at Wen Yao. I have some bad news. I'm not good at math, and physics, not good either, and I've basically forgotten all high school knowledge. So, if I fail the quiz on the first night, I might die. Wen Yao's lips twitched slightly, this was the most fleeting ally she had ever encountered. She raised her eyes to look at him, her cold brows and eyes filled with a hint of concern. Do you need me to help you write a last message? No need, thanks. I think I can still be saved. What do you have in mind? I think, as a top student, you should be able to come up with a perfect cheating plan. Wen Yao was speechless, you want me to help you cheat? Arthur shamelessly nodded, that's right. I think you will need a friend to jointly find the lost medals, after all, this college campus is not small. Wen Yao, but we haven't confirmed if we are in the same class. If they're not in the same class, how can they cheat during the exam? Arthur's expression froze, looking at the number box, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. The loudspeaker rang, anyone who hasn't drawn a number for dormitory in class, please draw quickly. We will close in 10 minutes. Wen Yao walked over, and the dormitory number she drew was 308, class 506. She also received a dormitory key, the keychain shaped like a cartoon Q version lionfish. Wen Yao looked at the person responsible for drawing numbers. Hello, classmate, is it one person per dormitory? That's right, the person replied proudly, we are a noble school, having one dormitory per person is a must. However, there is no backup key, if you lose it, you have to solve it yourself. Wen Yao, okay, thank you. Wen Yao looked at Arthur, who was constantly fiddling with the number ball. Do you want to leave? If not, I can go. Wait, Arthur said helplessly, his eyes fixed on the number ball, his fingertips slowly moving aside to reveal the hidden single digit, 6, and his eyes lit up. What class are you in? 506. Arthur completely moved his fingertips aside, staring at the number 506 and smiled. Looks like I'm lucky today, I'm in the same class as you. The school broadcast rang out. New students, please return to the dormitory to change your clothes and then gather in your respective classes. The swimming class will be guided by teachers from each class. The broadcast announced 3 times before it stopped. Wen Yao and Arthur followed the sign and arrived at the student dormitory located in the third ring area. The male and female dormitories are separate, not in the same building, but not far apart. Wen Yao walked into the girls' dormitory area, her gaze sweeping across the dormitory building. This building has 7 floors, with stairs on both sides, and it seemed like every room was occupied. She felt countless gazes watching her, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and excitement, mixed with a hint of carnivorous desire. They were all hiding in their dorms, watching her. Wen Yao lowered her gaze and unexpectedly caught sight of a serpentine starfish peeking from the corner. Her eyes flickered slightly, and the golden sword in her hand suddenly lengthened in an instant, stabbing into the snake-tail starfish, which instantly transformed into black water. The snake-tail starfish hiding elsewhere saw this and came at Wen Yao in 2s and 3s. Wen Yao showed no hesitation, taking down one after another with her sword. The last basketball-sized snake-tail starfish, seeing the situation, immediately used its tentacles to rummage in its mouth. Wen Yao thought it was going to release venom and stab through its body with her sword, only to see it pull out a small plaque with its tentacles, on which was written, "Wait." The snake-tail starfish's tentacles moved awkwardly, flipping the plaque to show the back. "I surrender." However, the next second, it turned into black water. Wen Yao. If only it had said so earlier. The gazes from above all froze in place, then they quickly averted their eyes. Chapter 70, University 7 Nights of Deadly Classes 04. The small figures writhing in the dark shadows witnessed this scene, desperately widening their dark little eyes. Wen Yao keenly turned her head, glancing at the shadow of a decorative stone, feeling as if there was something watching her. But besides the shadow, there was nothing. Lighthouse room. A man lazily leaned against the window, his white shirt unbuttoned at two places, revealing a sexy collarbone, his fingertips absent-mindedly tapping the windowsill. He saw the delicate silhouette of the woman, the breeze brushing through her hair, meeting her silent, ancient black eyes. His fingertips unconsciously slowed their rhythm, and his heart skipped a beat. She approached step by step, and his breathing lightened. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with confusion as she stepped closer for a closer look, yet still saw nothing. The little creatures stared back at her, pretending to be wooden dolls, their little eyeballs widening and turning more round. Seeing the other party seemed harmless and she truly saw no shadow, Wen Yao stopped struggling, turned around, and went up to the third floor of the dormitory. As they watched her receding figure, the little creatures let out a long breath. Wen Yao passed by room 307, took a glance inside, and saw no one, then walked to room 308, glancing at room 309, also empty. The inside was filled with girls' items, indicating someone lived there, but they just happened to be out. She opened the door and immediately saw a single bed with a complete bedding set. Beside it was a study desk and a wardrobe. Further in was a bathroom with a toilet. The balcony had frosted glass windows. Thinking about going to gather with her class, Wen Yao closed the dormitory door and took off her half-dry sportswear, yet she did not notice a corner of the shadow moving. Little creatures, wavy dash. Lighthouse. The man's face suddenly turned crimson, then he quickly pulled out several tissues to cover his nose, tilting his head back, shock filling his deep-sea green eyes. Wen Yao locked her dormitory door and went to meet Arthur. Arthur wiped the stench off the short sword with a handkerchief, his gaze landing on the approaching Wen Yao. "Are you okay? The classmates here seem not very friendly." Wen Yao glanced at the stains left on the short sword, raising an eyebrow. "They are not very friendly. Did you just kill a classmate on the first day of school?" Arthur chuckled. "What else? They wanted to eat me, should I keep them alive for New Year?" Now that it was done, Wen Yao no longer lingered. "Let's go to the classroom." The dormitory area was on the third ring, while the E-type teaching building was on a central high point. A straight avenue cut through from the school gate to the central high point, and if you counted the straight seawall, the flat map of the entire campus resembled a lollipop. Each ring area had a tall wall surrounding it. To enter the inner ring, one had to follow the straight avenue and go through gates between the rings. Once the gates closed, those outside could not enter. Wen Yao discovered that the height of the walls in each ring area varied. From the outer ring to the inner ring, each ring increased by 5 meters. For example, the gate's wall is 10 meters, the wall from the fourth ring to the third ring is 15 meters, from the third ring to the second ring is 20 meters, and from the second to the inner ring is 25 meters. On top of the 5-meter higher wall, there were several rows of vertical iron ladders, each only 5 meters long, seemingly hanging above, while the surface below was smooth and had nothing. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly, wondering why it was designed like this. At a height of 10 meters, it's impossible to reach the ladder above. Listening to the sound of waves crashing outside the school, a bad premonition crossed Wen Yao's mind. What if the sea water floods in? Shutting off the gate between the fourth and third ring, the sea water completely submerged the fourth ring area, while people floating on the water could just climb up the iron ladder. Wen Yao suddenly felt a tingle on her scalp, her steps faltering. No wonder swimming is a required course. If one can't swim, it's easy to be swept away by the waves, right? "Arthur, we must start looking in the fourth ring area." Arthur looked up at the 5-meter ladder, his expression grave. "You're right, it seems we need to hurry. If the fourth ring is flooded and a medal just happens to fall into the fourth ring, it would be even harder to find. Without one medal, they couldn't clear the level." The two hurried towards the teaching building. As soon as they entered classroom 506, all the students turned to look at them. Each desk had a nameplate. Wen Yao walked to her seat with a calm face, sitting down composedly. She sat in the third position of the middle row, while Arthur sat in the sixth row, right behind her. Ironically, the person in front of her was the man who covered half his face. Wen Yao glanced at his nameplate. Lin Yi. Lin Yi, huh? Never heard of him, don't know him. At the same time, a teacher in a suit, holding a list, hurriedly walked out of the teacher's building and headed towards Building E. A snakehead fish with a human body, tall and strong, its back lined with sharp fish fins. White eyeballs, a mouth bare to the back of the ears, long sharp teeth, with incredible biting power. As he turned the corner, he was abruptly strangled by a skeletal hand. With a crisp sound, his fish head separated from his human body. The body with fish fins was swallowed by the shadow on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the shadow was composed of countless tiny dark octopuses, and the body was quickly chewed into bits, disappearing completely. The man's crimson thin lips curled into a mocking arc as he casually threw the fish head into the shadow. Then, he picked up the list from the ground and scanned its header, Class 506, Class Teacher Lu Hai. Classroom 506 was filled with noise. "Hey, are you ready for tonight's exam?" No, can I copy yours? Sure, I plan to copy someone else's too. Who will the teacher be this time? I don't know. I hope it's not Teacher Sha, he's so fierce. Wen Yao listened to her classmates' discussions but didn't join in. These people were clearly local students, familiar with the teachers at school. The sound of leather boots echoed in the hallway. The classroom immediately fell silent. Students sat properly in their seats, stretching their necks to look towards the door. Wen Yao looked up, also gazing at the door. Then, a handsome face came into view, with black hair, deep-sea green eyes, crimson lips, dressed in a white shirt and slacks, tall and graceful. It was him, the boyfriend's avatar in this world. The man strode confidently to the podium, a gentle smile on his lips, his voice clear as he said, "Hello, classmates, I'm your senior Li Tingche, and I'll be your substitute teacher. Your class teacher Lu Hai is sick and on leave, so I'm substituting, responsible for your nightly exams, as well as today's swimming class." A wail arose in the classroom. Someone asked, "Teacher, will the test papers be newly created or will we use the ones from teacher Lu Hai?" Li Tingche smiled, "They will be newly created." The students in the audience felt as if their hearts had died. Damn it, I wasted money on the test paper. Ah, I'm dead, I just stole the test paper last night, and it was all for nothing. Ah, you stole the test paper? I didn't know. You didn't pay, $500 gets you a copied test paper along with the answers. Chapter 71 College 7 Nights of Deadly Lessons 05. Li Tingche lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, the sound not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The noise immediately vanished, and the students sat up straight in their seats. Li Ting's gaze subtly swept across Wen Yao's small face, his lips slightly curling. Then he raised his eyes and scanned the seemingly obedient students. The slender and beautiful tail of her eyes was slightly raised, a hint of barely perceptible mischief passing through the depths of her eyes. She spoke softly. "I will prepare the exam questions after the swimming class ends. As for whether there will be 300 questions or 100, it depends on how much time is left after the swimming class. If there is enough time, I will come up with more questions. If there is not enough, I will cut down on the number. In any case, I will be responsible for preparing the questions. I won't let you miss the exam tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Yao seemed to hear a chorus of crack heartbroken sounds filling the room. The students, how can we survive this? The air froze for a moment, and then erupted into a fervent explosion. Ah, teacher, please let us skip the exam. Yes, teacher, we don't mind missing the exam at all. Teacher Li, you are the most handsome and gentle teacher I have ever seen, please have mercy on us. Ah, teacher, I have an 80-year-old mother above me and a baby brother below me. Please let me off. As she spoke, she banged her head directly on the desk, making a loud thud, clasped her hands together, and spoke seriously. Please, let me off, Teacher Li. Others followed her example, and a chorus of thuds echoed through the room. Please, let me off, Teacher Li. Wen Yao's mouth twitched, could it be that serious? Arthur's face completely cracked, 300 questions. It was impossible for him to even pass. Li Tingche raised the corners of his lips, lightly saying, "No, that's against school rules, and it's my duty. I believe with your smart brains, passing tonight's exam is not a problem." The students couldn't hold it anymore. "Teacher, I think my brain isn't functioning well. Teacher, I'm a sea urchin, I have no brain. Teacher, I'm a tilefish, my memory only lasts 7 seconds. Teacher." Li Ting's eyes flicked up, and he smiled, "Oh? Is that so?" The students' eyes lit up, and they shouted loudly, "Yes, teacher." Li Tingche smiled gently, but the words he spoke made them feel like they were about to crack. "All right, I will add a few more brain-burning questions to challenge your minds." The students. Li Tingche continued. "If there are no problems, we need to head over to the pool to start swimming class now." Then he said meaningfully, "After all, the sooner we finish swimming class, the sooner I can prepare the exam questions." The students still wanted to delay a bit, but Li Tingche smiled and said, "If we're late and can't get to the pool, then swimming class will be cancelled directly, and I can go back early to prepare the questions." Going back early meant increasing the number of questions. At this point, no one delayed any longer and they all said in unison, "No problem, teacher." Li Tingche led the way, and the students of class 506 followed him, whispering about how to extend swimming class. Wen Yao listened to their various little ideas, her eyebrows slightly raised. A delicate white hand rested on her shoulder. "Lion, how is your studying?" Wen Yao turned her head, looking at the chubby girl with a pigfish hairpin, she asked in surprise. "Why do you call me Lion?" The girl pointed at the Q-version lionfish keychain on her waist. "You are the lionfish. By the way, my name is Jiang Xiaoyu, I'm the class monitor of class 506, welcome to our class." Then she lowered her voice to ask, "Are your grades good?" "So-so, average." Wen Yao glanced at the keychain on her waist, then looked at Jiang Xiaoyu's hairpin and asked back. Are you a pigfish? Upon hearing the answer, disappointment flashed in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes, and she nodded, replying, yes. Wen Yao's gaze flickered slightly, and she looked around the class. Indeed, each person had an object representing their identity. See urchin brooches, tilefish necklaces, etc. Jiang Xiaoyu was unconvinced and asked again in a lower voice. Do you know any top students? Wen Yao tilted her head to look at her. What do you want to do? Jiang Xiaoyu's voice dropped even lower. Are you silly? Of course, I want the top students to help us cheat. You can't expect to pass the exam by studying seriously, can you? Let me tell you, without any crib notes, it's impossible to pass the exam. Don't even think about it. Wen Yao's mouth twitched. It seemed she had entered a class that loved to take detours. Sorry, I don't know any top students. You should have told me earlier, Jiang Xiaoyu said, speechless. Alright, you'll have to put in some effort later, or if we steal the test papers, you won't get your share. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Wen Yao. So, the student code means that actively blending into the student group hides this implication. Arthur leaned in with a teasing tone. This class is interesting. If we steal test papers every night, that would be fun. I won't have to worry about failing the exam. Wen Yao felt an impulse to facepalm. Are you planning to steal test papers with me? Arthur smirked, excitement shining in his eyes. Why not? As long as I can pass, I don't have enough time to study in 7 days, so I can only take shortcuts. Speaking of which, can you help me cheat? If you help me, I can skip their activities. Wen Yao replied honestly, I might not be able to help. I don't know the exam duration or what will be covered, but if I finish early, I'll try to pass you notes. There were still 2 seats between them, but if the teacher wasn't strict, it might just work. The swimming pool was in the 4th ring, the outermost area. An enormous pool surrounded the entire city wall of the 3rd ring, and the water was very deep. When Wen Yao and the others arrived, all the lanes were already occupied. Wen Yao looked at the teachers from other classes, who had fish heads and human bodies. Most had eel-like fish heads, while some had shark-like heads with fish fins on their backs, all wearing swim trunks and looking vigorous. One teacher dove into the pool, creating huge splashes and cutting through the water with incredible speed. Li Tingche followed Wen Yao's gaze and coincidentally saw the shark-like teacher showing off his muscular chest in the water. He squinted slightly, with the corners of his narrow eyes lifted, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. The shadow beneath the shark darkened a bit. In the next second, the shark-headed teacher was covered by the shadow, directly disappearing into the water. The students on the shore were dumbfounded. Where's Teacher Shark? Teacher Shark has vanished. Then, the students began to shout in panic, Teacher Shark. Stop playing, come out. Li Tingche moved quietly beside Wen Yao. What are you thinking about, classmate Wen? Wen Yao looked up at him and smiled gently. I was wondering if Teacher Shark was preparing a surprise for the students. Then a scream came from the other side. Ah! I found Teacher Shark's toe. Li Ting's lips turned a shade of red as he smiled brightly. He elongated his words, what a surprise. Wen Yao was momentarily dazzled by his smile, her gaze stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. Scare might be more accurate. Seeing her reaction, Li Ting's smile deepened, speaking lazily, after the swimming lesson ends, I will write a complaint letter to the principal. Teachers should act like teachers. Playing hide and seek during class time is unprofessional. Wen Yao twitched the corner of her mouth. Hide and seek? How could he only be left with his toes? Didn't he just get eaten? Arthur's gaze subtly flitted over to Li Tingche. Despite his gentle and clear demeanor, he felt an inexplicable danger. Especially when he got close to Wen Yao, a faint gaze fell on him, like the scythe of death approaching his neck, making the hair on his body stand on end. His instincts had never been wrong, so he subtly distanced himself from Wen Yao. Sure enough, that feeling of impending doom suddenly vanished as if it had never been there. He intended to warn Wen Yao to stay away from that man, but found no opportunity. Li Tingche glanced at the already occupied pool, a meaningful flash in his eyes as he addressed the students regretfully. As you can see, the swimming area has already been allocated. He deliberately paused, so. Before he could finish, the students present understood, resulting in the cancellation of swimming class. Wen Yao pressed her lips together, pondering what to do. Student Code 1. On the first day of enrollment, swimming lessons must be learned. No matter whether you can swim or not, attendance in swimming class is mandatory. But the swimming area was already allocated, and she was powerless to change it. Wen Yao raised her eyes and looked at Li Tingche. Can we wait for the other classes to finish their swimming lessons before we go? Li Tingche smiled slightly. It's not impossible, but I don't know how long the other classes will take, so you can wait here. I'll go back to prepare the test questions. When a spot is free, send a little classmate to find me. Goodbye, classmates. Wen Yao thought this was feasible and remained silent. She was not in a hurry, but someone else was anxious. Class leader Jiang Xiaoyu shouted anxiously, "Wait, teacher." She blocked Li Ting's path and pleaded with her hands together. "Teacher Li, please wait for us for just a moment, it will be quick." A playful smile flashed in Li Ting's eyes. "Alright then, hurry up, the teacher has other things to do." Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously, pounding her chest in assurance. "It will be quick, teacher." When Yao and Arthur were puzzled, what else could they do? Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the students of class 506, hands on her hips, and said with great momentum, "You're all so stupid. What are you waiting for? Grab your things, Shark teacher is tied up with just her toes, she can't handle class 502 anymore." The students suddenly reacted, took out their gear, and rushed towards the class still looking for Shark teacher. The class leader of class 502 quickly reacted and shouted loudly, "Classmates, someone is coming to take the swimming zone." A fierce battle was about to break out between the two sides. Two classes fought over a single swimming zone. They all transformed into ocean animals. Sea lions and seals began to brawl. Sea snakes and starfish tangled and bit at each other. Moray eels, sea snails, and pufferfish fought fiercely. Scales flew everywhere, and blood splattered. The onlooking class watched the spectacle, not helping either side, but instead stirring up trouble by giving advice. "Stupid, bite his belly. That's his weakest spot. Sea urchin, poke his eyes. What good is poking his shell? Right, kick him where it hurts." Wen Yao was in a state of confusion in the wind. Arthur was stunned. Li Ting's elongated eyes shone with interest, and her crimson lips curved into a teasing smile. This competition quickly came to an end, with class 506 emerging victorious, bruised and battered. Jiang Xiaoyu came over with a swollen pig-like face, smiling brightly. "Teacher, there's a swimming zone available. Let's go there for class." Li Tingche smiled gently, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, class leader." Saying this, she walked towards the swimming zone where Shark teacher's class was originally located. Jiang Xiaoyu, behind her, looked at Wen Yao, Arthur, and Lin Yi with frustration. "What's wrong with you three? Everyone is trying their best to fight for the swimming zone, and you three just stand there watching. I know lionfish, butterfly fish, and sea cucumbers are weak, but even weak ones have their moments to shine. Be brave, don't embarrass class 506. Let it go this time. Next, our goal is to delay the swimming lesson. You all need to contribute a bit, or the other students will complain about you, and I can't help you." Wen Yao's brow twitched slightly, a feeling of helplessness crossing her eyes. "Okay, class leader." She was the lionfish, Arthur was the butterfly fish, and Lin Yi was the sea cucumber. Lin Yi seemed not to intend to interact with them, but she could sense that Lin Yi was constantly observing her. This made her a bit confused about what Lin Yi wanted to do. For now, it didn't matter, passing the nighttime test was the most important. Since they were in Zone 4, they also needed to pay attention to see if there were clues about the medals. The swimsuits provided by the school were standard, girls wore light blue one-piece suits, and boys wore square swim trunks. Wen Yao noticed the two non-swimmer men standing in the adjacent class. They dared not enter the water, but were kicked in by the piranha eel head teacher. The two struggled in the water, and when they sank, they were pulled out by the piranha eel head teacher and thrown back in again. What a direct and brutal teaching method. Wen Yao withdrew her gaze and looked at Li Tingche, who was gently explaining the swimming essentials to them. The sound of diving was loud, and the voices were chaotic, but she could clearly distinguish Li Ting's voice. It was a clear and crisp voice. Like the clear, tinkling spring water in the mountains, clean, slightly cool, and thorough. Li Tingche noticed the gaze of Wen Yao, her scarlet lips curling slightly. "Alright, students, after discussing the precautions, let's talk about the goals for the swimming lesson. Wait a moment, the class monitor will distribute the wristbands. Girls need to swim 1,000 meters, while boys need to swim 3,000 meters. Those who do not meet the standards will be eaten, you know." The classmates promised in unison. "Okay, teacher." Arthur lowered his voice and asked Wen Yao. 1,000 meters, do you have the stamina?" Wen Yao replied softly, "It should be fine." After distributing the wristbands, Jiang Xiaoyu started to procrastinate and warm up, and the other classmates did the same. 1,000 meters was quite a challenge for Wen Yao. She first warmed up and then tested the water temperature. It was a bit cold, but thankfully the sun was warm enough. The swimming pool was very deep. After adapting to the water temperature, Wen Yao took a deep breath, pushed off the wall, and swam out like a fish. Then Arthur and Lin Yi did the same. On the shore, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes widened. 3 fools. She said to procrastinate, how could they hear it wrong? Unbelievable. Li Ting's gaze locked on that slender figure, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He jumped lightly into the water and swam swiftly and steadily towards Wen Yao. Wen Yao chose the freestyle swimming position. Suddenly, she saw a glimmer of white at the bottom of the water. Upon closer look, she met Li Ting's smiling gaze. Wen Yao's heart fluttered, a smile flashing in her eyes. He was swimming with her. Li Tingche looked at her pink lips, suddenly thinking, if I kiss her right now, I might taste the cool sweetness of her breath. Chapter 73 University The Terrifying Class 07. Wen Yao adjusted her breathing rhythm and swam forward steadily and smoothly. Li Tingche surfaced, holding a swim ring, and said warmly, "Wen classmate, if you're tired, you can take a break halfway." Wen Yao didn't speak, she smiled at him when she could and made an okay gesture with her fingers. She didn't speak because she didn't want to disrupt her breathing rhythm. Li Ting's smile deepened in his eyes, glancing down at the greedy one stirring at the bottom of the water, with a teasing arc at the corner of his lips. His fingertips lightly tapped a few disobedient classmates in the water. The lurking snakehead fish, tiger fish, and red-ringed sea snake classmates froze, not understanding why the teacher would protect the weak lionfish classmate. They stared at Wen Yao swimming past them, swallowing hard. Those who didn't fit in should be eaten. But due to the teacher's deterrence, the three could only watch as Wen Yao swam away. The three swallowed their saliva, exchanged glances, understood each other's meaning, and swam towards Arthur and Lin Yi together. "Hey, Arthur brought 2 short swords. I saw him take down a classmate from the next class. Should we go for it together?" "Stupid, of course, we should eat Lin Yi first." "But I saw Lin Yi wielding a knife, stabbing that guy in the head from the next dorm." "Tiger, go ask in the next class if anyone wants to eat meat. Just bring one over, and we can split Lin Yi and Arthur among the 4 of us. If there are too many, there won't be enough meat to go around." "Alright, Boss Snake." The 3 gathered 4 people and hid at the bottom of the water near Lin Yi and Arthur. They wisely waited until the teacher brought Wen Yao ashore before moving in. Arthur had already sensed the unusual stirring at the bottom of the water. When the 2 fierce fish heads attacked, he drew the 2 short swords from his waist, one in each hand, and coolly faced them. Wen Yao lay on a folding chair, wrapped in a towel, resting after swimming 1,000 meters. The calorie burn was quite significant, and on top of that, the water was icy, causing acid to rise in her stomach. Li Tingche brought over a large plate of hot fried cod bites and a cup of coconut juice, placing them on the small table beside her, looking tender as he said, "Wen classmate, I think you need to replenish some energy." Wen Yao sat up, a smile appearing on her cold face. "Thank you, teacher." Li Tingche gently said, "Call me senior, I'm just a substitute teacher." Wen Yao picked up the warm cod bites. Smiled, "Okay, senior." At that moment, a shout came from the swimming pool. "Oh no, Teacher Li, I think my leg has cramped." "Ah, my hand has cramped too." "Teacher, my record wristband seems to be broken." "Teacher." In short, various situations kept arising, making it impossible to swim properly. The key was that they shouted super loudly, afraid that Li Tingche wouldn't hear. Li Tingche hadn't even settled in his seat before he had to stand up again and walk over. Wen Yao found it amusing. This was the way the class monitor and others thought of to delay time. Swimming class only ended when each student completed their swimming goals. Suddenly, a tragic wailing echoing from that side made Wen Yao stunned. It was originally an act, but now it became real. Wen Yao looked over at the next class, where the 2 male students who couldn't swim were thrown into the water once again. However, this time they couldn't be pulled up, and large patches of blood stained the water. Students from that class excitedly dived into the water, thrashing like fish together. The teacher, a gluttonous eel, had a cold expression, crossing out the names of 2 students in the class, coldly saying, "Not up to standard, eat them." Wen Yao retracted her gaze, eyes flickering slightly. Those who weren't up to standard would be eaten, huh? It turned out it wasn't just to scare people, they were really eaten. Arthur completed his 3,000-meter goal and returned to the rest area, spotting a large plate of fried cod next to Wen Yao, his stomach growling. "Wen Yao, can I have a little?" Wen Yao sized him up for a few glances, seeing that he wasn't missing limbs, nodded. "Sure." Arthur picked up a piece of fried cod, taking a bite, appearing to eat slowly, but in reality, he wasn't slow at all. After finishing 5 pieces, his speed finally slowed down. He looked at Wen Yao, raising an eyebrow and said, "There are fish monsters in this swimming pool, didn't you encounter any?" Wen Yao thought of the man who accompanied her swimming and smiled, "No. Didn't even see the shadow of a fish monster, but did see the classmates from the next class that had turned into fish monsters." Arthur nodded and continued. "I met a strange person in the water. His face was pressed against the bottom and never surfaced, as if he was looking for something. Just then, a shadow blocked Arthur, and a slow voice came from above. I am not a strange person." Wen Yao and Arthur both looked up and saw a young boy with a delicate face, black hair, brown eyes, and fair skin, tall and thin. On his right hand was a woven red bracelet, missing a small section, where there should have been a pendant. Seeing them looking over, the boy earnestly retorted again. "I am not a strange person." Arthur twitched the corner of his mouth. "Are you stalking me?" The boy looked at him speechlessly and pointed at the fried cod. I smelled the scent and wanted to ask if you could share a little. Who knew you were talking bad about me behind my back? Arthur. The boy turned his gaze to Wen Yao and politely said. When classmate, can you share 4 pieces with me? Seeing she didn't respond, the boy straightforwardly and seriously added a chip. I have good grades, I can help you cheat on tests. Cheating again? Wen Yao's mouth twitched, no need. Upon hearing, the boy stared at the cod pieces, showing a lost expression, nodded, and stopped bothering, turning to leave. Wen Yao smiled, wait, there are still a lot of fried cod left, I can share some with you. The boy's eyes lit up, thank you. He firmly took just 4 pieces of fried cod. Before leaving, he emphasized again. On any day you want to cheat on a test, you can come find me. Wen Yao smiled slightly, okay. The swimming lesson was barely dragged until 5 o'clock, and the whole class completed their task goals. Li Tingche cast a meaningful glance at them and said. I am the substitute teacher, my office is not in the teacher's building, but in the lighthouse. Hearing this, class monitor Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The other students were the same. Wen Yao's eyes flickered with a light laugh, this man was intentional, wasn't he? Deliberately leaving the address, blatantly hinting to the students that they could go to the lighthouse to steal test questions. Li Ting's gaze discreetly swept over Wen Yao's face. She curved her lips and gently said. Classmates, the teacher only needs 1 hour to prepare the exam questions. Then she reminded. At 8 o'clock tonight, please be ready to return to the classroom for the exam. Wen Yao thought, preparing questions for an hour means finishing by 6. That leaves them 2 more hours to sneak the questions. They, not including her. She had no intention of stealing the answers. The classmates suddenly cheered, flattering. Teacher Li, you are the best teacher we've ever seen. And the coolest teacher. Teacher, you're awesome. Teacher, we super love you. Chapter 74, University 7 Night Horrific Course 08. The school gate is facing west, with the lighthouse on the left side of the gate. Climbing up the stairs from the 4th ring and walking a distance will lead to the lighthouse. At this moment, close to 6 o'clock, a group of people were sneakily sticking to the wall of the stairs, talking in low voices. Class monitor, Huzi and his 3 friends went to deal with the outliers Lin Yi and Arthur, but ended up getting killed themselves, and even took a classmate from the neighboring class. Jiang Xiaoyu frowned, mocking. 4 couldn't defeat 2? Can't they call more people? One student sheepishly touched his nose. Boss Viper wanted to hog the meal, so I told him to bring me a leg when he comes back. Let me keep quiet. I didn't tell anyone else. Jiang Xiaoyu looked disdainful. Greedy fool, it's better if he dies, don't lower our class's IQ. What they didn't notice was that shadows were wriggling above their heads. The little guys stretched their necks, eyes widened, staring at the group below with a gossipy look. Class monitor, what do we do now? Should we call Arthur and those 3? Of course we should call them, give them another chance. If they still don't fit in, we'll eat them tonight. Upon hearing this, the other classmates' eyes brightened. Oh yeah, we can share some snacks again. One student asked, Class monitor, why should we still call them? Can't we just eat the 3 directly? Jiang Xiaoyu poked her delicate little finger at that person's head. You really are dumb. The new teacher is unfamiliar to us, we need to scout first. Last time we lost 5 classmates just to figure out Teacher Shark's habits. Even though there are 45 of us, losing 5 means we'll get 5 new replacements, but who knows if those new 5 are fools. If everyone smart in a class is dead, and only dumb substitutes are left, who can lead? That classmate's eyes lit up, admiringly saying, oh, you're so smart, class monitor. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her chin, proudly saying. Of course. Sea Urchin, go find those 3. Sea Urchin replied, alright, class monitor. The little guys in the shadows all revealed intrigued looks. When Wen Yao arrived, she saw a group of people huddled together at the bottom of the stairs. It looked like almost all of class 506 was there. It was a real large-scale group activity. Then, the class monitor Jiang Xiaoyu spoke with a serious face. Wen Yao, Arthur, Lin Yi, you 3 go up and check if the teacher is there? It would be best to figure out where the exam papers are. Otherwise, if we steal the questions and answers tonight, there won't be any for you. Wen Yao's brows twitched slightly, she actually didn't need the exam questions. But the students' code had a warm reminder, please integrate into the student group, otherwise you will face the consequences. She vaguely guessed what the consequences might be, it could be a collective manhunt. She hadn't forgotten, she still needed to find 5 medals, she didn't want to spend time in a chase game. So, Wen Yao nodded, okay. Arthur and Lin Yi also agreed. Lin Yi still covered half of his face, saying, I won't go in front. Wen Yao glanced at Lin Yi and then looked at Arthur, you go behind me. She didn't dare to expose her back to a stranger. Arthur smiled, okay. Under the watchful eyes of the classmates, the 3 climbed the stairs and reached the city wall. Wen Yao was in front, Arthur in the middle, and Lin Yi was at the back, 2 meters away from Arthur. The classmates below watched nervously, only to see Lin Yi being grabbed and silenced by a shadow and thrown down, followed by Arthur. Wen Yao successfully entered the lighthouse. Everyone's eyes brightened, there was hope. Arthur and Lin Yi fell into the slimy sea snail's flesh, only to be spat out. The sea snail complained. "Why did you stab me?" Lin Yi held the dagger, his eyes dark and fixed on the sea snail. Arthur retracted his short sword, smilingly said, "Did you just try to swallow me?" The sea snail's gaze drifted, denying. "I didn't." "Arthur, you know whether you did or not." The sea snail, who secretly wanted to eat some meat, transformed into human form, nervously hiding among the crowd, as if that could make everything go away. Other classmates looked up, pretending not to see. Class leader Jiang Xiaoyu spoke. "The sea snail also wanted to save you, can you not be so petty?" A soft agreement came from the crowd. Yes, I only licked you once, is that necessary?" Jiang Xiaoyu firmly said, "Alright, let's focus on the exam questions, this matter is over." Arthur. Lin Yi. On the other side. Wen Yao stood by the lighthouse window, just in time to overlook the entire campus. The seawall road was on the west, leading straight to the school gate. The road had already been flooded by seawater. To the south of the school was a deep-sea cliff, noticeably distinguishing the cliff area. The water was deep and dark. To the east and north were the sunken ship reef areas, vaguely seeing a large cargo ship lying at the bottom of the water. In other words, to safely leave the school, one must walk the seawall road. But Wen Yao couldn't see where the mainland coast was. The other half of the seawall road was covered in thick fog. "Classmate 1, would you like some coconut juice?" Though it was a question, Li Tingche had already opened a coconut, inserted a pink straw, and handed it to her. Wen Yao held the large coconut with both hands, her brows and eyes carrying a smile. "Thank you, senior." Li Tingche smiled warmly, "You're welcome." He leaned against the window, standing at a suitable social distance so as not to feel distant or overly enthusiastic. Wen Yao looked at the man's lazy brows and eyes, his crimson lips slightly curved, particularly eye-catching. Then seeing the man's thoughtful social behavior, she found it amusing. If he didn't sneak a glance at her every minute, and his fingers didn't tap on the windowsill so chaotic, she might think the man was very calm. But in fact, he was feeling flustered, very restless. Wen Yao took a sip of coconut juice, staring intently at the man's profile. In the quiet lighthouse room, the small sound of swallowing the coconut juice seemed very loud. The man's sexy Adam's apple rolled slightly. Under her gaze, the man's fair face turned a layer of red warmth, and his Adam's apple rolled with restraint. His eyes wandered around the room, as if he wanted to sneak a glance at her but was afraid of being caught, hesitantly glancing over and moving away just as he was about to meet her gaze. Wen Yao smiled and decided to tease him. Pretending to be curious, she asked, "Senior, are you hot? Your face seems to be flushed." Li Tingxi suddenly turned hot, his fingers paused. He raised his hand to unbutton 2 buttons at his chest, looking at her puzzled black eyes, calmly said, The sea breeze is a bit warm." But the pounding of his heart was so loud it hurt his eardrums, showing he was not calm at all. Wen Yao moved a step closer, getting near him, peering into his eyes. Just as the refreshing sea breeze blew in, she smiled, "The sea breeze isn't warm." As she approached, Li Ting's body slightly tensed, his breathing became lighter, but his heart seemed ready to leap out of his chest. He tilted his head, Adam's apple rolled, explaining. The previous wind was warm, this one changed direction. Wen Yao leaned in slightly, gently sniffing, her eyes sparkling with laughter, continuing to tease him. "Senior, you smell really good. What shower gel do you use?" His face turned even redder in an instant, spreading to his neck, the beautiful collarbone dyed with a layer of light pink. The air seemed to become heated. He abruptly stepped back, face flushed, and said, "Do you want to see the exam questions I prepared?" Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle. He smiled, "All right. If I keep teasing him, I feel like he's going to storm out the door." Chapter 75, College 7 Nights of Deadly Lessons 09. The lighthouse room is small, everything is in sight at a glance. The desk is by the window, with a globe on the surface and a stack of geography books. Behind the desk and chairs is a row of large bookshelves, and a resting bed is placed behind the shelves. To the right of the desk is a leather sofa. Wen Yao walked over and sat down on the sofa, placing the unfinished coconut juice on the small round table in front of the sofa. Li Tingche openly pulled open the first drawer and took out a set of white exam papers. Wen Yao looked at him, the warmth on the man's face had faded, and he was smiling gently. "Wen classmate, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Sure, senior." Wen Yao's gaze fell on the exam questions, flipping through the 3 pages of the exam paper roughly, and her calm eyes stirred with waves. This set of questions was beyond high school knowledge, covering a wide range of topics including astronomy, geography, university-level mathematics, and physics. There were a total of 100 multiple-choice questions, and even she found it hard to answer all of them. "Senior, isn't your exam too difficult?" But Li Tingche smiled warmly and said, "The questions I said are basically the same as other teachers." Wen Yao looked into his serious eyes, a flicker passed through her gaze. No wonder he wanted to steal the questions, without them, he probably would flunk. If it were only questions related to a specific field, she might still manage to pass. But the scope was too broad, there were also areas she didn't understand, plus the exam was only a couple of hours long. She didn't have much confidence for this exam. As for Arthur, there was no way he would pass. In that case, special times call for special measures. Her expression was calm, but her fingertips nervously rubbed the hem of her clothes. "Senior, can I see the answers?" Li Tingche smiled softly, his narrow eyes subtly flashing with a deep light. "You can, but let me say in advance, the answers are for reference only." Wen Yao's sharp instincts unconsciously caught that last remark. Answers are for reference only. The other layer of meaning for reference is that the answers can also be wrong. Her eyes flickered. Even if there were a few wrong ones, most should be correct. The rule is to reach a pass mark of 60 or above, including 60. That means getting a few questions wrong won't matter much. She didn't need to score full marks. Thinking this, Wen Yao smiled slightly and replied, "All right, senior." Li Tingche took an answer sheet from the first drawer and handed it to her, kindly not disturbing her as she compared the answers. Wen Yao's gaze swept across the questions line by line, checking off the answers. Remembering 100 answers wasn't difficult for her. Next, she just needed to go back and write down the answers for Arthur to memorize, and they would surely pass this exam. Wen Yao checked for any omissions, then returned the exam paper and answers. Just as she was about to leave, the man who had been leaning by the window unexpectedly turned to look at her, his narrow brows slightly raised, with a gentle smile spreading in his eyes, suddenly said, "Wen classmate, do you know? The rise and fall of tides is caused by celestial gravitational forces. The surface temperature of the sun is 5,500 degrees Celsius. The color of the aurora is mainly determined by the gas composition of the high atmosphere." Wen Yao's eyes widened in surprise, breaking into a smile. "Okay, now I know." After Wen Yao left, countless small black octopuses surged out of the shadows of the lighthouse room, their mouths shaped in an O as they stared at Li Tingche in surprise. Li Tingche lazily leaned back against the sofa, the heat from Wen Yao still lingering in the nearby seat. A laugh curled at the corners of his lips, his fingers pinching the 3 pages of exam questions and 1 answer sheet, tossing them into the darkness, and casually said, "Eat them." The little creatures, perplexed by the 4 sheets of paper, still obediently nibbled on them, leaving no scraps behind. A long, dark tentacle pulled open the 3rd drawer, taking out the 9 pages of exam papers and 1 answer sheet that had already been prepared, placing them into the 1st drawer. 9 pages of exam papers, exactly 300 questions. At the bottom of the tower. "Class monitor, do you think Wen Yao has been eaten? She's been up there for so long." "Not yet down." Jiang Xiaoyu hugged her arms, frowning slightly, looking up at the brightly lit lighthouse. "Wait a little longer." A classmate whispered. "Class monitor, should we let Lin Yi and Arthur go up to check again?" Jiang Xiaoyu, "Wait 10 more minutes, if Wen Yao hasn't come out, then let them go up." Other classmates' eyes brightened with excitement again. Arthur, Lin Yi. Even the slightest sound is exceptionally clear in a quiet environment. Arthur raised his eyes, gazing into the night. The school at night was shrouded in thick fog, damp chill soaking into their clothes. In the fog, something was faintly wriggling, making a clear, sticky crawling sound. He glanced towards the lighthouse, which was wrapped in thick fog, only the light was visible. Wen Yao had not yet come out. A classmate shouted. "She's out. Wen Yao has come out." Everyone looked up and indeed saw a figure moving on the top floor, coming down the stairs. As soon as Wen Yao stepped onto the stairs, she was surrounded, unable to move, while Arthur and Lin Yi stood outside, excluded. Before Wen Yao could speak, Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly asked. Sure, how is it? Is the teacher there? Did you find where the test papers are hidden?" Wen Yao looked at Jiang Xiaoyu's eager little round face, her gaze dimmed slightly. "The teacher is there, I had a bit of a back and forth with him. I found the test papers in the desks." "Where?" Jiang Xiaoyu leaned closer to Wen Yao, her fair face splitting open to reveal a protruding pus-filled pimple underneath. Her mouth opened wide, showing 8 sharp, pointed teeth, coldly threatening Wen Yao as if she couldn't answer, she would directly bite her neck next second. Wen Yao lowered her gaze. "It's in the first drawer of the desk." Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, her face returned to normal instantly, and she jumped up happily, praising. Sure, you are amazing. From now on, you're a part of Class 506. If anyone bullies you, just report my name." Wen Yao smiled and looked at her, uncertain. "If someone bullies me, I can really report your name?" "Class monitor. You know I'm a lionfish, fairly weak. I was scared of not meeting the standard during swimming class, so I tried to achieve the goal early. Jiang Xiaoyu eyed her suspiciously. Were you really that scared before, that you didn't delay the swimming class? Wen Yao nodded seriously, yes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu raised her chin. Alright then, I won't hold the last matter against you. If you get bullied, just report my name. Wen Yao sincerely thanked her. Okay, thank you, class monitor. Jiang Xiaoyu, you don't have to follow. She glanced at Arthur and Ling Yi behind her. This time you both come along. Arthur, Ling Yi, okay. After a group of people whispered and schemed, most of them held something in their hands, marching towards the tower in full force. Jiang Xiaoyu still held a loudspeaker, dialing it to the loudest volume. Teacher, we are here to see you. Behind, everyone beat drums and shouted together. Teacher, we are here to see you. Arthur and Lin Yi, who were at the back, each held a coconut, embarrassedly digging their toes into the ground. When it was Wen Yao's turn to stand in the corner, watching their actions, the corner of her mouth twitched violently. A small group, taking advantage of the darkness, crept along the wall towards the lighthouse, aiming for the lighthouse's window. Chapter 76, University, the Night of the Seven Deadly Lessons 10. In the shadow at the top of the lighthouse, countless little creatures stared at the drum-beating crowd in the tower, their little eyes wide with interest. The loudspeaker was shouting louder than ever. Teacher Li, I am class monitor Jiang Xiaoyu. Thank you for teaching us swimming class today. We brought some things to see you. Jiang Xiaoyu tentatively stepped into the lighthouse corridor, and finding no danger, she sneakily peeked out from the doorway, shouting towards the top floor of the tower. Teacher, can you hear me? If you hear me, please respond. With a creak, the door opened. Teacher Li's clear voice came from the corridor. Come up. All the students' eyes lit up, looking at each other, thinking, Teacher Li is so nice. I won't eat the students. Jiang Xiaoyu replied with a grin. Alright, we'll come right up. With Jiang Xiaoyu leading, the classmates rushed up the lighthouse like a swarm. A few classmates sticking to the lighthouse wall also heard, and their eyes sparkled with excitement as they scrambled towards the top window. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu and her classmates entered, they saw Li Tingche organizing a stack of test papers. She glanced at the test papers and obediently called out. Hello, teacher. Li Tingche counted the test papers with her fingertips, glanced at the various random items in their hands, and smiled gently. I just printed these test papers. Good luck tonight. The classmates shouted together. Okay, teacher, we will work hard. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on the test papers, and when she saw Teacher Li casually place the papers on the corner of the table near the window, excitement flickered in her eyes. At that moment, she made eye contact with a classmate who was peeking out of the window. Both stared at the test papers, holding back their excitement. Just as Teacher Li was about to turn around, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly shouted. Teacher, we brought you a gift. The classmates crowded outside the door quickly echoed, yes, teacher. When Li Tingche looked over at them, the classmates outside stretched out their tentacles and carefully rolled up a test paper. The test paper accidentally scraped against the windowsill, making a crisp tearing sound. Li Tingche suddenly turned her head, looking outside. What sound? As she said this, she started to walk toward the window. The classmates held their breath for a moment. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart raced like a drum, and she shouted. Teacher, you must have heard wrong, we didn't hear any sound. Li Tingche looked puzzled. Really? The classmates confidently shouted. No, teacher, you definitely heard wrong, we didn't hear anything. Li Tingche smiled. Alright then, maybe I did hear wrong. Jiang Xiaoyu hurriedly moved beside Li Tingche, making way for her classmates. Teacher, we picked fresh coconuts for you. As Li Tingche watched the classmates bring in the coconuts, Jiang Xiaoyu gestured to the few classmates outside, reminding them not to forget to take the test questions and papers from the first drawer of the office desk. Several different tentacles quietly slipped through the window, working together to pull open the drawer and roll up the papers and answers inside. This time, they worked together seamlessly. Seeing the test papers in hand, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly led her classmates to retreat. Teacher, goodbye, we are going back to study. Watching them dash down the stairs, Li Tingche wore a teasing smile at the corner of her lips. A thick black tentacle curled around the stack of test papers and threw them into the black shadow. Eat them. The little octopuses began munching away. Li Tingche sat down at the desk and pulled out a piece of white paper, quickly scribbling new questions. Then, she used this third version of the test paper as a master copy, letting the ink-black little octopuses reprint it. The little octopuses rolled around on the third version of the test paper first. Then another batch of octopuses spread out new blank sheets of paper, and the ones that rolled over the test paper rolled over the new blank sheets, acting as a printing machine, producing identical questions. 8 batches of little octopuses collaborated, diligently printing the test papers, their soft and tender little tentacles occasionally wiping the sweat from their foreheads. A bony hand reached down and pulled away the test papers under them. The little guys were suddenly flipped upside down, bewildered as they climbed back up, their watery eyes shooting accusing glances at the person with the teasing smile. That person remained unmoved, her crimson lips slightly parted, not knowing if she was praising or belittling. Dumb and cute. The little ones were confused. Was she praising them? The writing is reversed, reprint it. The little ones, o incremento. They surrounded another test paper, only to find the writing really was upside down. The tiny tentacles fell in dismay. Downstairs. Class monitor, we have already taken the test papers by the window. Why do we still need to take the ones from the drawer? Zhang Xiaoyu poked him on the forehead with a finger. If your intelligence is lacking, just eat more walnuts. How do you know the papers by the window aren't a trap from Teacher Li? A fake exam paper deliberately left there for us to take? Only by comparing the two papers can we know if they're real exam questions? That student wanted to say, what if the paper in the drawer is also fake? But he was interrupted by the class monitor. Alright, don't say anything. Another student directly covered his mouth and pulled him behind. Zhang Xiaoyu gave that person an approving glance. Then, she took out a small flashlight, shining it on the two exam papers, and after comparing, found them identical, a glint bursting from her eyes. The other students circling around felt the same way. But Arthur and Lin Yi, who were pushed to the outer circle, couldn't see the papers at all, only the light in the center of the crowd. Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at the two outside, stealthily hiding away the answers to the 300 questions she had stolen. The other students, seeing this, looked puzzled but didn't ask more. Zhang Xiaoyu took out the answers to the 100 questions from the previous exam and walked up to Arthur, handing it to him with a nod of her head. This is the answers for you to copy, make sure to memorize them well, don't mess up the exam. The other students standing nearby slightly opened their mouths, surprised, realizing it could be done this way. The class monitor was so smart. Great, we get to have some snacks tonight. Arthur took the copied answers, his mouth twitching, unsure if the answers were real or not. If he questioned it on the spot, they would definitely not admit it. He could only say, thank you, class monitor. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, ignoring the two of them, and led the group away. Seeing this, Lin Yi directly walked away, clearly also doubting the answer's authenticity. Arthur returned to Wen Yao's side, handing it to her. The class monitor gave this, but it's probably fake. Wen Yao glanced at it, confirming the number of questions matched, but only a small part of the answers was correct. The answers are wrong, I'll write you a real one when we get back. Arthur's eyes lit up, have you seen the test questions? Wen Yao nodded, they're very difficult. Arthur was astonished, if even Wen Yao said they were hard, they must be genuinely tough. The two returned to the dormitory area of the third ring, passing the swimming area of the fourth ring. They saw a bright spot at the bottom of the swimming pool. Curiously, they walked over to check it out. As a result, they saw a male student at the bottom like a corpse, face pressed against the bottom, searching for something. Wen Yao happened to make eye contact with the man as he lifted his gaze, both startled. That man swam out and spoke slowly. When classmate, your eyes are so dark, you scared me just now. Wen Yao's lips twitched, his face was pale from being submerged, plus the dim light made him even scarier, okay? You scared me too. What are you doing here? This man was the lean boy from earlier who wanted to blow up fish nuggets. The boy pressed his lips together, I'm looking for something, it's not safe here in the dark. After the exam, please hurry back to the dorm, don't come out. Wen Yao and Arthur keenly sensed the warning in his words. Thank you. You two should leave quickly. After saying this, the boy jumped back into the water, starting a new round of searching. Chapter 77, University 7 Nights of Terrifying Classes 11. A dorm building has 7 floors, each with 10 independent rooms, so there is not just one girl's dormitory building. Wen Yao had just returned to the bottom of the dormitory building, lifting her eyes to glance, she found the entire building shrouded in darkness, eerily quiet. Only rooms 307 and 309 on the third floor were lit. Her room was 308, situated between these two rooms. Wen Yao ascended the stairs, walking on the first and second floors, the crisp sound of her footsteps resonating in the hallway. She glanced at the silent first and second floors, confirming that the entire dormitory was empty. Reaching the third floor, Wen Yao passed by room 307, slowing her pace, and surreptitiously scanned inside. A girl with waist-length black hair was intensely focused, furiously writing at a desk. The ballpoint pen quickly glided over the draft paper, making a light rustling sound. She had thick bangs, and the dark frames of her glasses obscured most of her face, giving off a low-key and ordinary vibe. It gave a feeling of being quiet and bookish. Seeming to be hungry, her gaze didn't shift from the problems on the paper. Instead, she casually picked up a piece of fried cod that had already been bitten into and brought it to her mouth, taking a small bite and chewing slowly. Suddenly, their eyes met, both taken aback at the same time. The girl slightly nodded, which counted as a greeting, and then shifted her gaze away. Wen Yao also politely looked away, walking to the door of room 308, taking out her key to insert into the lock. With a click, she pushed the door open. Then, she turned on the light. The room was clear at a glance, everything was normal, with no signs of being disturbed. Wen Yao walked to the desk, planning to write out the answers for Arthur, who was still waiting downstairs. A cheerful sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Wen Yao turned her gaze. A pretty girl peeked half of her body out from the doorway, wearing a pink long curly wig, with a sparkling black cat hairpin, her brown eyes shining bright. She was playfully holding the last piece of fried cod and laughed, saying, "Hi, I'm Wen Yao, I live next door. You haven't signed up for Saturday's school group activity yet, right?" Wen Yao was slightly surprised, quickly catching the keywords, Saturday, school group activity. The warm reminder from the student code of conduct, please actively participate in school activities and integrate into the student collective, otherwise, you bear the consequences. So, besides class activities, there were also school activities. What kind of activity is it? Upon hearing this, Wen Yao finished off the last bite of fried cod, took out a colorful flyer from her pocket. With her oily fingers, she pointed to the small print at the bottom, saying, "It's a large school performance event. Look here, it requires every student to sign up for at least one performance program." Wen Yao scanned it quickly from top to bottom, her gaze locking onto the small print she pointed at, "All students must participate in any program." Principal Jessie noted. The list of performance programs was already set, and groups could sign up freely. Wen Yao flipped the flyer over and handed it to Wen Yao, saying, "Look, there are 10 programs. Each program must have at least 6 people to participate." Wen Yao took it, scanning the list of programs. 1. The Little Match Girl. 2. Cinderella and the Prince. 3. Snow White. 4. Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. 5. The Little Mermaid. Wen Yao was puzzled, with so many students, if 2 groups chose the same program, wouldn't that be a repeat performance? Wen Yao shook her index finger and said, "Not at all. For example, if 2 groups chose Little Red Riding Hood, then the storytelling must be different, meaning we students have to write our own scripts." Wen Yao's eyes glimmered slightly, with so many students and at least 6 people per group, that meant no matter which program they performed, there would be overlap with other groups. So no matter which program they chose, they had to rewrite the script and make it different from others. Wen Yao continued, "Currently, we only have 4 members. Do you want to join our group?" Wen Yao looked into her sparkling eyes and smiled slightly. "Sure, I have a companion named Arthur, can he join us too?" Wen Yao's eyes instantly lit up with joy, grinning, "That's perfect, just right for 6 people. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Wen Yao." "Which program did you choose? Who's responsible for writing the script?" "We chose The Little Mermaid." "I'm responsible for writing the script, and you all just need to find time to rehearse." "Okay." When Wen Yao handed over the answers to 100 questions to Arthur, she also mentioned the flyer and group issue. Arthur stared at the flyer, his mouth twitching. "I am the heir of the Gray family, who's been showing off all over the place, and you want me to perform such a childish program. So, will you perform? If you don't participate, I'll go tell Wen Yao." "I'll perform." Not performing could be deadly, he couldn't refuse. Then, Arthur stared at the densely packed ABCD answers, his mind going blank. Are these the correct answers? There's probably a small part that's wrong, the overall is correct. Can we guarantee passing? If the test questions are correct, then we should pass. What if the test questions are wrong? Then it depends on your ability to adapt. Arthur felt helpless, and with the last half hour, he frantically crammed the answers. At the same time, the scene of memorizing answers unfolded across the campus. Lin Yi targeted a classmate who was alone, covered their mouth, dragged them into the darkness, and swiftly killed them with a knife, taking away the answers to the 300 questions. On the ground, only the body of a yellow-tailed fish remained, emitting a rotten stench. A few stone crab classmates passed by, sneaking around and dragging the body away, eating it in the corner with a squeak. Lighthouse. Li Tingche, who had a clear view of everything, curled his lips into a mocking smile. Ha! 8 p.m., Class 506. All the students turned their gaze in unison towards Li Tingche, who walked in holding the exam paper. Li Tingche walked to the podium, a gentle smile on his lips, his gaze first sweeping over Wen Yao's face, then scanning the rest of the students. Students, are you ready? The students below flashed excited glints in their eyes, extremely confident, and shouted loudly. Ready, teacher. Li Tingche smiled, passing the exam papers to the first row, and instructed them to pass it down. As soon as the first row student received the paper, they were all stunned, their eyes wide, their bodies frozen. The students behind them, seeing they didn't move, kicked their chairs in dissatisfaction and urged. Hurry up, the people behind are waiting. The students in front had stiff faces, mechanically passing the exam papers backward, their minds blank. The same scene happened in the back rows. Until the exam paper reached the last row. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Wen Yao looked at the exam paper with only 3 questions, her eyebrows slightly raised. 1. What causes the rise and fall of tides? A. Earthquake. B. Wind force. C. Celestial gravity. D. Sea water temperature changes. 2. What is the surface temperature of the sun? A. 1000 degrees Celsius. B. 5500 degrees Celsius. C. 10,000 degrees Celsius. D. 15,000 degrees Celsius. 3. What mainly determines the color of the aurora? A. Solar wind strength. B. Earth's magnetic field. C. Atmospheric gas composition in the upper layers. D. The observer's angle. Answer: CBC. To score 60, it means you can only make one mistake. Those who have never studied these topics can only guess. The other students who had memorized the 300 questions were all confused. They were the poor students who knew nothing. Lin Yi, who had also memorized the 300 questions, had a sudden headache. This was within his knowledge system, so it was unnecessary for him to go through all this. Arthur's eyes brightened. With only 100 questions, he would definitely fail, but when there were only a few questions, no matter how difficult they were, even if they exceeded his understanding, he could still score full marks. Chapter 78, University 7 Night Spheres Class 12. Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned pale, and she shouted loudly. Teacher, did you pick up the wrong exam paper? Li Ting's tone was somewhat regretful. No, I originally prepared the exam paper and answers, placed them in the drawer, but the answers were gone, so I had to make a new exam paper. Upon hearing this, the air seemed to freeze again. Zhang Xiaoyu's face stiffened, and a flash of regret appeared in her eyes. She should have made a copy of the answers to put back. Wen Yao looked at Li Tingche on the podium, smiling slightly. Even she had been tricked. However, she wondered if Arthur would be able to solve these 3 questions. Just in case, she would look for an opportunity to pass him a cheat sheet later. Li Tingche smiled slightly, continuing. Students, because the number of questions is small, the exam duration tonight is only 10 minutes. As soon as this was said, the students below inhaled sharply, their eyes wide open, staring at him in disbelief, their speech stumbling. Teacher, this joke is not funny at all. Li Tingche smiled gently. I am not joking, student. All the students. Not joking meant that they would all be dead in 10 minutes. Before this, they had relied on the class monitor to steal the questions, feeling confident every time. They could also use the exam to deliberately pass fake answers to those who didn't fit in, making them fail and be eliminated by the rules. After the exam, they could feast on their bodies. But now, without answers, this was no joke, it was a thunderstrike. They were in trouble. One by one, their faces instantly turned pale, their spines chilled, at a loss for what to do. Zhang Xiaoyu stared at Wen Yao in a position to her right front, her fingers pinching so hard they turned white. No one knows that she has a special skill. By listening to the sound of others' ballpoint pens sliding, she can figure out the answers to their exam questions. She understands that in a class full of poor students, no one would be able to answer these 3 questions. Among Lin Yi, Arthur, and Wen Yao, she thinks Wen Yao's grades should be better. As long as Wen Yao answers correctly this time, she can survive. Li Tingche pressed the alarm button. Alright, classmates, the exam begins. Everyone in the class, with pens in hand, hesitated to move. Lin Yi and Wen Yao quickly wrote down their answers. Zhang Xiaoyu's ears perked up, her eyes sparkled, it was CBC. She hurriedly wrote down the answer. Arthur, 2 seats behind Wen Yao, calculated the answers. That's right, between cheating and seriously answering, he chose the mystical path. In just over a minute, he figured out the answer, CBC. At that moment, a ballpoint pen dropped on the podium. Zhang Xiaoyu looked up and saw Teacher Li bending down to check. In a flash, Zhang Xiaoyu wrote the answer on a cheat paper and tossed it back. The classmates behind, seeing the paper ball fly over, their eyes lit up, they quietly opened it, saw the answer, and quickly threw it to the next person. Wen Yao did the same, but she tossed the paper ball from under the desk. However, when the paper ball passed through the shadow under the desk, it paused for a second, and when it appeared again, it seemed to have shrunk a little. Arthur picked up the answer from the floor and looked at Wen Yao's gesture behind her back. She was signaling, saying, answer. In the next second, Arthur's eyes filled with shock. He saw the paper ball was blank, no answer at all. He flipped it over a couple of times, still nothing. He knew Wen Yao wouldn't do such a silly thing. A foot kicked the back of his chair, accompanied by a very low and dissatisfied voice. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and pass the answer. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Oh, you want the answer? Then I'll send you to your doom. Arthur slid the pen tip across the little note, writing bad, crumpled it up, and passed it down. When Teacher Li on the podium picked up the pen, the paper ball stopped moving. When the pen dropped again, the paper ball continued its journey. Soon, the students discovered there were 2 different paper balls, but they couldn't tell which was right and which was wrong, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. On the podium, Li Tingche smirked and reminded, "Classmates, you have 30 seconds left to answer. Those who haven't written down their answers, please hurry." The classmates' backs stiffened, cold sweat beating down as they hurriedly wrote down their answers. Ding, ding, time's up, please put down your pens. In the instant they put down their pens, half the classmates' heads exploded, scattering fish heads into pieces, splattering surrounding people with black stains, both fishy and foul. The headless bodies swelled into fish bodies, with pus-filled bumps on the surface, oozing black slime. Wen Yao also got splattered all over and twitched her mouth slightly. The half that survived trembled with pale lips, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, almost, they were the ones who died. The person on the podium remained indifferent, still smiling as they said, "It seems that this time, you didn't perform well on the exam. Please keep it up tomorrow night." The remaining students, still shaken, responded with pale faces, "Okay, teacher." "Li Tingche, the exam is over, those who want to leave may do so." Hearing this, Wen Yao, Arthur, and Lin Yi stood up without hesitation and walked out. At the moment the classroom door closed, Wen Yao glanced at the curtains that hadn't been drawn. Inside, the classmates had transformed into fish-headed human bodies, bearing sharp, cold teeth, feasting on the dead classmates, looking delighted as they excitedly said, "Teacher, would you like to eat?" "No need." "Class monitor, I never expected classmate flounder to be so delicious. If I had known, I would have eaten it sooner." "Hey, class monitor, why aren't Arthur and the other 3 eating?" Jiang Xiaoya's cheeks were puffed up as she ate. "I declare, from now on, classmates Wen Yao, you guys can't move, others can." "Ha? Why not, class monitor?" "She's a hidden top student." "Wow. Our class actually has a top student. This is amazing." Arthur outside the door had a teasing expression. "Top student, shall we go?" Wen Yao silently looked at him. "Let's go, back to the dorm." The 2 of them went downstairs and found that the fog outside the teaching building had become even thicker, with a shallow layer of black water spilling onto the ground. Wen Yao's gaze flickered slightly. "Hurry up, we can't stay here for long." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Don't we want to see what happened tonight?" Wen Yao quickened her pace. "I don't want to deal with fighting and killing." Arthur shrugged, following closely behind. "All right, I swam 3,000 meters today, I'm tired too. Let's rest early. By the way, did you pass me a blank note?" Wen Yao looked surprised. "No, I wrote the answer, CBC." Arthur didn't intend to hide anything. "I received a blank note." Wen Yao's eyebrows twitched slightly. Only Li Tingche could change the answers. He probably didn't want her to pass the answer to Arthur. "Do you know all the questions?" "No." "Then how did you pass?" "I calculated it, the little 6-rin divination method, a friend from the flower country taught me." Wen Yao didn't understand the little 6-rin divination method, slightly surprised. "Then why didn't you calculate it before?" Arthur smiled. "Calculating too much consumes blue, it will be inaccurate later." "Wen Yao, what's your friend's name? Is he really good at divination?" "Arthur, very good, specializes in divining good and bad luck. You probably haven't met him, his name is Mo Xuancheng." Wen Yao looked at the dense fog. Mo Xuancheng? She indeed hadn't heard of him. She spent most of her time in the small town where the number 7 clinic was located. Finally, Arthur told Wen Yao the little 6-rin divination method. "Wen Yao, thank you." The 2 of them parted at the bottom of the dormitory building. After Wen Yao went upstairs, she noticed that none of the girls in the building had returned, possibly still taking the exam, but the lights in dorms 307 and 309 were still on. Wen Yao walked to the door of the more familiar 309 and saw Xinyu changing out of her school uniform, so she asked curiously, "Xinyu, aren't you taking the exam?" Xinyu saw her and smiled mischievously. "We handed in our papers early and came back. Let me secretly tell you, we are the top students, don't tell anyone." Wen Yao smiled slightly. "Okay. Top students?" She met 3 top students today. Chapter 79, University 7 Nights of Horrifying Lessons 13. The dormitory area was in the 3rd ring, and the teaching building was in the inner ring, separated by 2 walls. Therefore, the noise of chasing and eating from the teaching building didn't reach Wen Yao's area. Having swum 1,000 meters, Wen Yao was already exhausted, and her brows were slightly furrowed in her sleep. A slender golden sword suddenly grew larger, adjusting its light in the dark. The soft yellow light, like a small night light, shone on her face, and Wen Yao's brows slowly relaxed, her consciousness fully sinking into the darkness. The hunting activity ended, and the students all returned to their dorms. The girls in the same dormitory as Wen Yao hadn't eaten to their satisfaction yet. Thinking about the new girl who came today, their eyes brightened. They exchanged glances and split into 3 groups to go upstairs. One group went up the left stairwell to the 3rd floor, another group went up the right stairwell to the 3rd floor, and the last group climbed up from the back window. Dorm 308 was on the left of 309, and the people coming from the left were blocked outside the door of 309 by Shinyu. That group was startled and dissatisfied, saying, "What are you doing? Move aside. This has nothing to do with you." Shinyu played with her pink hair with her fingertips, smiling sweetly. "Sorry, she's the new member we found for our performance. You can't touch her." The group was unwilling, shouting, "Why? Are you trying to keep her all to yourself?" In the next moment, countless pink tentacles, like sharp spikes, densely pierced into their bodies. Shinyu blinked her sparkling eyes and looked at them, who were staring at her in horror, then gave a playful smile. "Now, what do you think? Do you want another round?" Although it was a question, the pink tentacles suddenly withdrew without warning, quickly stabbing down again, and this time, they went deeper. The group, reacting instinctively, twisted into monstrous fish head shapes, looking frightened as they quickly retreated a few steps. Thick black liquid flowed from the wounds in their bodies, causing each one to grimace in pain. "I'll report you to the principal for intentionally injuring a classmate." One of the pink tentacles directly pierced through the person's head. Others stepped back in fear, their eyes wide open. Shinyu locked her gaze on them and said lightly, "Whoever reports to the principal, I'll take care of them first, since we all live in the same building. Taking someone out is just a breeze." As she spoke, countless pink tentacles proudly raised their tips in a show of force. The group's faces stiffened, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts, even taking the late-night snacks on the ground with them as they fled. At the door of dormitory 307. The girl with black hair calmly uttered one word. "Get lost." The group coming in from the right glanced at the sharp black thorns on her back and then at the miserable state of the group on the left. Feeling a chill down their spines, they shrank their necks and politely bowed, whispering, "Sorry for bothering you, classmate Su Jing. Good night, goodbye." After saying this, they hurriedly left. Shinyu placed a hand on Su Jing's shoulder, grinning and said, "Jingjing, you are so amazing." Su Jing adjusted her glasses, her beautiful eyes under the lenses rippling with a light smile. "No, they were scared away by you." On the other side, the third wave of people climbed up from the window, only to be devoured by a mass of small octopus shadows as soon as they reached the window of room 308, without a splash of water. In the boys' dormitory. The boy with a red string on his wrist and the brown-haired boy with golden eyes blocked a few gang leaders in the building. The gang leaders looked confused. "What do you want from us?" The boy replied, "Nothing, just wanted to let you know that the student named Arthur is now a member of our newly formed team." The gang leaders, "Okay." Arthur thought something might happen tonight, but strangely, nothing did, and he fell asleep peacefully. On the other side. Lin Yu was just about to fall asleep when there was a knock on the door and window, which kept his nerves on edge. After realizing that the fish monsters couldn't get in, he covered his ears with a pillow. However, the knocking grew louder, trying to provoke the people inside into opening the door out of annoyance. A glint of anger flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He got up, held onto a dagger, pressed it against the door, but as he pulled aside the curtain, he quickly shut it again and jumped back onto the bed. Outside the door was a swarm of fish monsters showing their cold, sharp teeth. Forget it, no need to argue with them. The next day. Wen Yao stepped out of the dormitory and found Shinyu and the girl with black hair were missing again. The sun shone brightly, completely opposite to the coldness of the night. A small sign with words was suddenly thrown at her feet. Wen Yao eyed the sign, picked it up, and flipped it over. On the front. "Friends, our goals are the same." On the back. "Escape from Ocean University." Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly and casually threw the sign away, but after walking a short distance, another sign was thrown over. "Your new teacher is not a good person. Kill him, and I can take you away." Wen Yao curled her lips slightly. "Why should I trust you? I don't even know your name." Another sign was thrown over. "My name is Logan. Here, I am the only good person." Wen Yao was speechless. The only good person? Not necessarily. "Sorry, I can't trust strangers. But if you provide me with some clues about where the honor student medal is, I might trust you a little. If you don't want to say, then don't disturb me again. I don't like talking to strangers." The other party seemed to freeze, and after a brief silence, threw a photo tied with a stone in this direction. Wen Yao picked it up, her eyes falling on the photo. It showed a half-body shot of a boy in a school uniform, wearing an honor student medal on his chest. Only his head was blurred with a round pattern of a fish, with a bit of the boy's black hair peeking out around the edges. The background was a classroom blackboard, writing Class 303. Wen Yao tucked the photo into her pocket and said lightly, "Sorry, I still can't believe you. I need some time to verify the authenticity of the clues." The other party. Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes and walked away directly. Information needs to be dug up bit by bit. If she asks too many questions at once, the other party might not answer and could even hide. "Logan, huh?" She remembered. Arthur was already waiting at the agreed place. Seeing Wen Yao approaching, he said. The fourth ring is basically a swimming pool. It's still deep. If the metal falls into the pool, it will be hard for us to find it. Wen Yao frowned. That's indeed the case. Yesterday, while swimming, we didn't check if there were any clues by the pool, so we should search carefully today, otherwise, we might miss something important. You go to the fourth ring first, I'll come to help you later. Arthur was surprised. Where are you going? Wen Yao took out a photo for him to see. I'm going to the inner ring, classroom 303, this is the clue I just received. Arthur's gaze fell on the photo. The badge of excellent student worn by the boy was very conspicuous, with the classroom blackboard behind him. Alright, be careful, that group of fishy students can eat classmates. Wen Yao nodded. The two parted ways. Wen Yao arrived in front of classroom 303, knocked on the door, attracting the attention of everyone inside. Their looks were tinged with excitement and a desire for flesh. Wen Yao calmly said, "Hello, I'm here to find someone." Class monitor Ji Xiaocheng sized up Wen Yao and walked over a few steps. "Who are you looking for?" Wen Yao took out the photo, pointing to the person whose face was covered. "I'm looking for him, do you know him? He should be in your class." Chapter 80, College, the Night of 7 Deadly Classes 14. Ji Xiaocheng took a glance at the photo, not recognizing it, and shouted to the whole class behind him, "Is there a student with the fish badge in our class?" Others, "No, class monitor." Ji Xiaocheng stepped in front of Wen Yao, wearing a smirk with bad intentions. "Our class doesn't have a student with a fish badge. Which class are you from? How come I've never seen you? Want to come into our class for a visit?" Wen Yao lifted her eyes to look at him and smiled faintly. "Sure, I was just thinking of visiting your class." Ji Xiaocheng's smile froze for half a second as he glanced back at the familiar faces filled with greed, finally fixing his gaze on their class sign, 303. Yes, that's right, this is his class. He stepped aside and watched as the little sheep before him actually entered the classroom, his eyes gradually revealing a fierce look. Wen Yao happened to glance back, meeting his malice-filled gaze that he hadn't had time to retract, bashfully saying, "By the way, I forgot to mention, I am Wen Yao from class 506, and the class monitor is Jiang Xiaoyu. She said that anyone who dares to touch me, she will tear them apart, one bite at a time." Ji Xiaocheng's eyes froze, his face twisted. "Jiang Xiaoyu? That troublesome person who often plays tricks on others." Recalling the brutal trick he fell for before, Ji Xiaocheng ground his teeth in secret. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. "It's not too late to say it now." In the end, under the watchful eyes of other classmates, Wen Yao first looked at the blackboard on the podium. The writing on it was exactly the same as the background in the photo. That boy with black hair is definitely a student from class 303. She scanned the faces in the classroom, none of them had black hair. Ji Xiaocheng impatiently said, "Hey, have you seen enough? Hurry up and leave after you're done looking." He didn't welcome a student from class 506 at all, fearing she might be a spy sent by Jiang Xiaoyu. Wen Yao walked to the wall at the back of the seats and saw a bulletin board with a piece of good news posted on it. Wen Yao pointed at the bulletin and looked at Ji Xiaocheng. "Is he Zichin from your class around?" Ji Xiaocheng leaned in to squint at the bulletin, then turned to look at her, speechless. "This is something from a long time ago. He Zichin was our senior and has already graduated and left the school. If you want to find him, you can only ask the principal for his home phone number." Wen Yao raised her brows slightly. "Do you have a photo of He Zichin? Or do you know what He Zichin looks like?" "Ji Xiaocheng, how could I possibly have his photo? He is many years my senior, I just happened to be assigned to the classroom he used to be in. I've never seen him." Wen Yao turned her gaze toward the eager classmates. "Have any of you seen senior He Zichin?" Classmates, no. On the other side. Arthur arrived at the fourth ring, planning to walk around the right side of the swimming area before circling back here. Students splashed around in the pool, but this time, they all stayed submerged at the bottom of the swimming pool. A group is collectively searching for something. Arthur still saw the boy from last night, searching with the pool lights. Class 506's classmate, the sea urchin, just surfaced and saw Arthur, complaining. "Arthur, why didn't you and Wen Yao come to the gathering this morning?" Arthur looked at the sea urchin classmate next to him, squatted down to meet him at eye level in the water, and replied in surprise. "Were we supposed to gather this morning? I didn't understand. No one told me." The sea urchin thought for a moment and sighed. "It must be that the sea snail ate too much fun last night, went back late, and forgot to inform you." Arthur scanned the nearby waters and saw several classmates, asking, "What are you doing here?" The sea urchin blinked his clear eyes and said straightforwardly, "We're looking for the honor student badge. There was a rumor that one of them fell into the swimming pool, so everyone is searching. That's what the class gathering this morning was about." Arthur's smoky gray eyes narrowed slightly in fake surprise. "You're also looking for the honor student badge?" The sea urchin looked puzzled. "Aren't all the students in the school searching? It's not just us." Arthur was shocked inside. It turned out that not only players were looking for the badge, but all the students were searching too. It was fine for players to look for badges. He stared at the sea urchin's innocent face and asked in confusion. Why are we looking for badges? I seem to have forgotten. The sea urchin was speechless. How could you forget this? Indeed, a fish's memory is only 7 seconds. We can only leave school after getting the honor student badge. Arthur pondered for a moment. What did leaving school mean? He decided to ask. Don't we have a bus to leave campus every week? The sea urchin replied. The bus only lets us temporarily go out for a break, not leave. I mean leaving this school, going home, and never coming back. He had never seen such a stupid butterfly fish. Arthur raised his eyebrows in surprise. Can we leave school without graduating? The sea urchin nodded. Of course, as long as you can get the honor student badge, you can leave any time. Alright, you've finished asking, quickly come down and search together. It'll be hard to find when it gets dark. Arthur looked up and surveyed the large crowd, finding an excuse. I have an upset stomach and might have diarrhea. I don't want to do that in the water. I'll join you after I use the restroom. The sea urchin looked at him with disdain. Your constitution is so poor. The school meals smell so good, and you can still have diarrhea. I'm speechless. After saying that, he once again dove into the pool. Arthur twitched the corners of his mouth. It was the first time someone had said he had a poor constitution. He stood up and continued walking around the edge of the pool. If the group of fish monsters in the water couldn't find the badge, then it was even less likely for him and Wen Yao to find it if they went in. Hey, the person in front, stop where you are. A ridiculously arrogant male voice came from behind. Arthur's gaze flickered with interest, his tongue brushed against his teeth. It had been a long time since anyone had talked to him like that. Arthur turned around to see a proud boy with red hair, a freckled face, and earrings. Are you calling me? Jody looked arrogant, a smirk on his lips. Yes, I'm talking to you. I'm Jody, the son of Duke Fielding. Which family are you from? As long as you follow me, when we leave the school, I'll ask my father to give some benefits to your family. Arthur's eyes were dismissive. Duke Fielding? I've never heard of this figure. It couldn't possibly be some beggar pretending, right? Jody's face turned red with anger. You're outrageous. You're not allowed to tarnish Duke Fielding's honor. Arthur's expression was mocking. If you have the guts, come and challenge me. If you don't, please get lost. Jody's face turned red and his neck thickened with rage. His fists were clenched, but he didn't dare to act. He needed a knight, so he had set his sights on this person in front of him. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Don't be so ungrateful. Ocean Academy is full of nobles. Without the protection of the Fielding family, it's only a matter of time before you get ostracized. When the time comes, you won't even have time to cry. So, becoming my knight is the best choice. After all, the Duke of Fielding's residence has a high reputation in Ocean University. Even the principal respects them. Arthur squinted his eyes, keenly asking. What did you say? Ocean University is a noble school? Jody proudly lifted his chin. Of course, without a certain status, you can't enter Ocean University. Those lowly commoners and middle-class folks can't even get close. So, being my knight is your honor? Arthur asked, is there not even one ordinary student? Jody, of course not. Arthur pointed to the crowd in the swimming pool. What about them? Jody, they are either noble offspring or rich kids. Chapter 81, University 7 Nights of Deadly Lessons 15. Hearing this, Arthur looked down in thought. Seeing him silent, Jody shouted. Hey, I'll give you another chance. Do you want to be my knight? Arthur's expression was cold as he turned to leave. I don't want to be a knight for a loser. Jody's eyes flashed with urgency and conflict as he stared for a long time. Among the newcomers on this school bus, the man in front of him was the strongest. Except for the other two in the same class as him, others didn't even pass the first night's exam and all died. Missing this night, he might not get another chance. Seeing the man walk away, Jody hurriedly chased after him. Hey, be my knight. I can tell you an important message. Arthur paused his steps, turned back to look at him. What important message? Tell me first, or how would I know if you're just fooling me? Jody pursed his lips. This deal didn't seem worthwhile. What he said first might not be accepted. You agree to become my knight, and then I will tell. Arthur let out a scoff. Do you think I'm foolish? To sell myself for some vague important message? Don't say it, then. Saying this, he turned to leave. Leaving Jody standing there, a bit lost. Arthur glanced back over his shoulder, deliberately slowing his steps, counting down in his mind, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Wait! Jody shouted urgently. Arthur stopped at just the right moment, turned to look at him, and spoke in a cold tone. What is it? Jody gritted his teeth. I'll tell you, why are you walking so fast? Arthur waited with interest, raising an eyebrow and staring at him. Jody pursed his lips. It's that after the bell rings, within 5 minutes, you must run to the inner ring, otherwise, you'll definitely die. Isn't this message important enough? Arthur smiled faintly. Important, but not enough to make me sell myself. Jody. When, after the bell rings, you must run to the inner ring. The man's deep-sea green eyes shimmered, his face blushed slightly, and his big hand embraced her waist, the heat from his palm coming through her shirt. Their eyes locked, his gaze seemed to scald him, slightly looking away. Wen Yao smiled when she saw that he didn't intend to let go. All right, senior. 1 minute ago. She had just walked out of the teaching building and unexpectedly bumped into the solid chest of the man at the corner, losing her balance, and he quickly wrapped an arm around her waist. The man inquired about her well-being, then his hand stayed on her for a long while. Wen Yao watched the man's increasingly flushed face, his ears trembling and red, as if at any moment he would let out a whoosh sound like a steam locomotive. Perhaps she stared too long. The man tilted his head, his gaze falling elsewhere, avoiding looking at her, his ears turning red, trying to extend this embrace. The bell could ring at any moment, he said. Then he extended an invitation. Do you want to come to the lighthouse today? The classmates sent too many coconuts, I can't eat them all myself. In a dark corner, countless little black octopuses widened their small eyes. How could he not finish them? Every time, they were left with only coconut shells to eat. Wen Yao smiled, sure, but I need to be a bit later, I have other things to do. Upon hearing her response, Li Tingche felt his eardrums were about to burst from the sound of his heartbeat. Did she also like him a bit? Li Tingche swallowed hard, lowering his eyes to look at her smiling black eyes. The sound of heartbeats grew heavier, tentatively asking. What time are you coming over? Whenever you are there, I will come over. I'm always here. All right, then I'll come once I'm done. Wen Yao found it amusing, whispering. Can you let go now? Senior. Li Ting's face turned redder, and he casually moved his hand away, placing it behind his back to feel the warmth left on his fingertips. With a serious face he said. Sorry, I didn't react just now. I have things to do, I'll leave first. Wen Yao watched him flee in a panic, a glint of mischief crossing her eyes. But thinking of the man's warning, Wen Yao felt an uneasy premonition in her heart. The bell could ring at any moment, meaning danger could arrive at any time. The school was by the sea, and the only thing that could sound the alarm was a tsunami. She looked up, it was still sunny, showing no signs of an impending storm, but the weather at sea was unpredictable. Arthur was still at Quadrant 4, she needed to rush to inform him to evacuate. With this thought, Wen Yao hurriedly walked toward Quadrant 4. Arriving at Quadrant 4, she found the pool and surrounding area crowded with students and couldn't see Arthur's figure at all. Wen Yao had to search along the edge of the pool and just happened to spot the slender, black-haired boy. He was submerged in the water, searching for something. The braided red string on his pale wrist was exceptionally eye-catching. The boy noticed her gaze, looked up at her, swam up, and, with the hand holding the red string resting on the pool's edge, said seriously. When classmate, if you can, please leave Quadrant 4 as soon as possible. Having been kindly warned by the boy twice, Wen Yao felt quite fond of him and nodded. Okay, I'll leave as soon as possible. Seeing her agree to his advice, the boy didn't say more. Wen Yao saw he still intended to stay underwater, so she curiously asked. May I ask what you're looking for? What could be so important that the boy searched day and night? Searching during the day, and still using a flashlight at night. The boy's lips were pale from being in the water, he said earnestly. I'm looking for a brass ancient coin, engraved with peace and joy. If you see it, please pick it up for me, thank you. Wen Yao glanced at the red string on his wrist, noting that the broken segment should be where the brass ancient coin was supposed to hang. And peace and joy was a blessing, accompanying the red string, and considering the boy's seriousness, it could be inferred that the red string bracelet must have been blessed at a temple. Did a family member or girlfriend get it for you from the temple? Yes, it was from my mom. All right, if I see it, I'll help you pick it up. Thank you. The boy sank back into the water, focused as if only that ancient coin existed in his world. Wen Yao continued searching for Arthur, a damp, cool breeze suddenly hit her face. Wen Yao instinctively looked up, and the southern sky was dark like a line, with lightning faintly flashing within. The southern side of the school was a deep-sea cliff. If swept away by the waves, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Wen Yao started to run, her gaze flicking across the figures around her. At the same time, Arthur was also searching for Wen Yao. After she said she would go to classroom 303, what if she had already come to Quadrant 4? Suddenly, the sky changed dramatically, plunging into darkness instantly. The salty sea breeze hit her nose, and Wen Yao's heart suddenly tightened. There was no time, she had to leave. Students suddenly surged toward the gate. At this moment, thud thud thud. Urgent bells rang from the inner circle. Ah, the storm is coming, everyone run. Students frantically grabbed their things and turned to run toward the gate. Of course, Wen Yao ran alone, and Arthur would likely leave upon seeing this situation. In the midst of running, Wen Yao glanced into the pool and was startled to see that the boy was still at the bottom. Why wasn't he coming up yet? With a thud, the gate had already closed. Chaotic noises of panic came from ahead. A towering dark shadow descended from the sky. Wen Yao! Run! Wen Yao turned back, her pupils suddenly shrinking. A colossal wave came crashing down from the sky, directly swallowing Arthur's figure. And the group of classmates behind were sweeping towards her direction. Chapter 82, University, the Deadly Class of 7 Nights 16. Wen Yao had nowhere to escape, not even a chance to run. In the blink of an eye, the giant wave engulfed her. The icy sea water carried her towards the wall. Wen Yao opened her eyes, trying to find something to grasp, but the swimming pool was too empty, not even a single stone pillar. Just as she thought she would crash into the hard wall, her back instead collided with a man's warm chest, and a dark tentacle wrapped around her waist. The water surged towards her, pushing away the clutter in the pool with the thick black tentacle. Li Tingche lowered his gaze, watching the person in his arms struggling to hold their breath, nearing their limit. His eyes paused for half a second on Wen Yao's red lips, his throat rolled, and without hesitation, he swam upwards with her. At this moment, kissing her wouldn't earn him a slap, but he didn't want her chest to feel uncomfortable. The moment they broke through the water, Wen Yao gasped for fresh air. Once she caught her breath, she turned to look at the man behind her, meeting his concerned, narrow eyes. "Senior, thank you." "You're welcome, Wen classmate." The man's black tentacle was firmly attached to the wall, holding her while completely ignoring everything around him, his eyes clearly reflecting her drenched figure. Wen Yao felt a stir in her heart and hesitated. "Li Tingche, could you help save someone?" Li Tingche's narrow eyes flickered with gloom, and a sour feeling rose in his heart. "Is it Arthur? Did she like Arthur a little more?" Wen Yao nodded, her gaze serious. "Is it possible?" Li Tingche felt a pain in his heart, his throat turning bitter. "Okay, I'll take you up first." The man moved quickly, his tentacle reaching the top of the wall, lifting her up to the corridor at the top, then releasing her as he jumped back into the water without pausing. Wen Yao stood on the wall between the fourth and third rings, gazing into the distance. The sky was dark, filled with thunder and lightning, as if it were the end of the world. Another wave came crashing in, washing over the rows of iron ladders on the wall. It swept the classmates who were about to come up into the waves. A small wave even carried some people away from the school, rushing towards the depths of the sea. They transformed into fish, then swam back one after another. The classmates with tentacles didn't need the ladders, they could climb up by themselves. Those without tentacles, aside from climbing the ladders, held onto their classmates with tentacles tightly, letting them take them up to the wall. But sometimes, when the weight was too much, with a loud bang, a group fell back into the water, cursing as they started over. The lighthouse stood much higher than the sea level, unaffected by the waves, still shining its bright yellow light, like a reassuring stone, illuminating the surrounding sea surface. Wen Yao searched the submerged fourth ring area with her gaze. The next second, she saw a massive figure swimming towards her, dark tentacles wrapping around Arthur and a devilfish. They were both thrown towards the top of the wall. With a thud, the devilfish, the size of a small car, landed heavily on the corridor. Then Arthur landed on top of the devilfish. Arthur coughed out a mouthful of seawater, looked up, and saw Wen Yao, a look of surprise crossing his eyes. "Wen Yao, you're okay." "That's wonderful." Before Wen Yao could speak, the devilfish transformed into a tall boy with brown hair and golden eyes, just as he was pinned under Arthur, saying, "Arthur, could you please get off? You're so heavy." Arthur chuckled. "Sure, Daniel." As Arthur got up, he pulled up the brown-haired, golden-eyed boy. "Thanks, Daniel." "Daniel, you're welcome, I'm off, goodbye." He turned and left. Arthur explained to Wen Yao. "After the waves came crashing in, it was Daniel who saved me, and he was about to come up from the other side when we got caught by a giant black octopus, and as you see, we got thrown up here." As soon as Wen Yao heard this, she understood what was going on. The man must have gone to find Arthur. But they found Arthur next to the devilfish classmate, so they brought them together, proving that he went to save Arthur and did not go back on his word. She glanced around but did not see the man come up, and spoke to Arthur. "He is Li Tingche, I asked him to save you, so he brought you over." Arthur raised his eyebrows. From a man's intuition, he could guarantee that Li Tingche liked Wen Yao, otherwise a man wouldn't be so eager to help. He had his friend Imo Xuanqing calculate the fate of his and Wen Yao's relationship before. They were fated yet with no chance, and he was not her proper match, considered as just a passing affection. This meant they had a deep connection and would meet many times, but the person who would marry her in the future was not him. He was just a person in Wen Yao's life who had a secret crush on her. Although he knew the outcome, he still wanted to try, which is why he was indirectly confessing. Next time he met Mo Xuancheng, he would tell him he was now openly in love, not secretly. His fortune-telling had a deviation. Arthur watched Wen Yao clear Li Ting's name, a hint of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Sorry, I misunderstood him. Shall we return to the dormitory? A storm is about to come, staying here is not safe. Wen Yao scanned the lighthouse, you go back first, I still have some things to do. Arthur's gaze flickered slightly, knowing she was going to find that man, but he had no reason to interfere with her decision, feeling a bit bitter as he said. Okay, please be safe. Wen Yao nodded, okay. At the moment Arthur went downstairs, the storm suddenly arrived, torrential raindrops hammered down, and the sea surface splashed with water. The fierce wind blew, making clothes billow out. Wen Yao held onto the wall, looking down at the wall's edge. She did not see Li Tingche, but in the gap of the iron ladder, she saw a small brass figure. It looked like an ancient coin. Wen Yao's gaze swept across the raging sea, shouting. Li Tingche, are you there? Come out quickly. Didn't you say you would buy me coconut juice? A shadow of darkness emerged from the water, pressed against the wall, transforming into a handsome man with messy black hair, narrow deep-sea green eyes, charming yet eye-catching. However, he seemed to be in a bad mood, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Black tentacles behind him clung to the wall, half submerged in the water, looking up at her with an inexplicable feeling reminiscent of a sad little puppy. Wen Yao felt amused, pointing at the iron ladder. Can you help me get that ancient coin from the gap? Li Tingche followed her pointing finger, okay. A tentacle reached over, effortlessly flicked the ancient coin off, and even washed it in the water before handing it to Wen Yao. Wen Yao took it, instinctively holding onto his tentacle, looking at his stunned expression, smiling sweetly. I want to go to the lighthouse to drink coconut juice, right now, is that convenient? Li Ting's pale face instantly flushed with crimson, feeling her soft fingertips, the tentacle couldn't help but tighten a bit, wanting to be held by her. He began to stutter as he spoke. Is it right now? Wen Yao smiled, yes. Feeling his racing heart, Li Tingche swallowed hard, convenient. Chapter 83, University 7 Night Deadly Classes 17. In the corridor of the three-ringed wall. Class 506 students leaned over the wall, revealing a row of fish heads, getting blown by the wind and rain, staring at the huge creature in the waves, eyes wide open in amazement. A chorus of wow erupted. Mr. Li is so big and powerful. He is more powerful than Shark Teacher. We seem to only deserve to be Mr. Li snacks. Remove the scene. The other classmates nodded in agreement. Classmate Hai Dan looked at classmate 1, who was stepping on Mr. Li's head, gradually moving away, and couldn't help but ask. Class monitor, are we still stealing test papers tonight? When the classmates heard this, they all turned their heads in unison to look at Jiang Xiaoyu. Oh right, they still had an exam tonight. Jiang Xiaoyu crossed her arms, pretending to be profound and said, no need, as long as classmate 1 is alive, we will never need to steal papers again. She could simply eavesdrop and copy classmate 1's answers. Others' mouths opened in surprise. Don't let it be stealing, the class leader is so amazing. Class leader, what should we do about the new students transferring to our class from other classes? What else can we do? We handle it like before, the stupid, the disobedient, and the uncooperative, we will consume them all tonight. What about Lin Yi and Arthur? They will be consumed too. Yay! By the way, class leader, the class leader of class 202 went missing last night, the one ranked first on the list of the 10 most ruthless class leaders. The class leader of class 105, originally ranked second, has now become first, you moved up from 6th to 5th, and now 6th is Ji Xiaocheng from class 303. Jiang Xiaoyu. Damn. I really hate this ranking. Who came up with it? I will consume him. On the other side of the three-ring wall, a mass of dense pink tentacles rose from the sea, fiercely wrapping around a large ribbonfish. The ribbonfish, however, remained motionless like a mummy, showing no signs of struggle, allowing the pink tentacles to bind it, its eyes glazed, lost in thought. In the next second, the ribbonfish was flung up into the hallway. With a loud bang, it made a tremendous noise. For a brief moment, the sound overpowered the gentle patter of rain. The pink tentacles suddenly elongated, hooking onto the ceiling, bouncing upward like a pink fluff ball, leaping into the hallway. Instantly transforming into a beautiful girl with long pink hair, her brown pupils particularly bright. But her eyes carried a hint of anger as she stared at the black-haired boy on the ground, her tone a bit sharp. Are you stupid? Being swept out of school is bad enough, but you have to reach the wall to come back, why did you let go? Do you know if you are swept into the depths of the sea cliff, you won't be able to come back? Speak. Don't pretend to be dead. The girl was petite, but the boy, who stood at a height of 185 centimeters, was slightly hunched as she scolded him. A cold white hand reached out in front of the girl. The girl looked confused, glancing at the eye-catching red string on his wrist. What's going on? Are you trying to fight me? The boy spread his fingers, a broken diamond black cat hairpin lay quietly in his palm. He explained slightly aggrieved, this fell, I went to pick it up for you. Xin Yu's expression faltered for a moment, then she said fiercely, "Bow your head." The boy sluggishly complied, bending down, cautiously and slightly alertly looking at Xin Yu. In the next second, Xin Yu grabbed his ear and leaned in closely to his ear, fiercely saying, "Are you an idiot? What do you need this little thing for? If it's lost, we can buy another. You like it." The boy silently said, "But there's none for sale here, this is the only one." Xin Yu leaped up, wrapping her legs around his waist, angrily saying, "Idiot! Don't pick it up next time, if you lose it, it's gone. Did you hear? Otherwise, I won't talk to you next time." The boy supported her hips and softly responded, "Okay. Xin Yu, what do you have in your pocket? It keeps moving." The boy held her with one hand and pulled out 4 shrimp from his pocket with the other. "I grabbed them casually, for sweet shrimp, just right for one each." Shen Yu. Lighthouse. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily, while inside, a small heater was glowing warmly. Rustling sounds emerged. A wet white shirt, blue pleated skirt, lace underwear, and bra were thrown on the floor. Li Tingche, facing the bookshelf, listened to the sounds in his little bedroom, his fair face flushed bright red, his defined fingers pulled out a tissue and pressed it to his nose. Hearing Wen Yao's footsteps as she walked out, Li Tingche turned his gaze, a pair of delicate and slender legs coming into view, with a turbulent figure above. She seemed to be in a vacuum, looking at him in astonishment. "You have a nosebleed?" Li Ting's earlobes turned crimson, and he quickly grabbed a few more tissues to cover his nose, explaining solemnly, I've been a bit fiery lately." Wen Yao smiled naturally, sitting next to him, only to see the man's body tense up, his breathing lightening. "Let me see how serious it is." Li Ting's Adam's apple rolled heavily, his gaze locked onto her smiling face. "No need." Wen Yao found it amusing. "Alright, can I use the stove to dry my small clothes?" "I can't wear them when they're too wet." Li Ting's cheeks flushed. "Just leave it to them." Wen Yao was surprised. "Them? Soon. Wen Yao saw her clothes surrounded by a group of small black octopuses, working together to squeeze out the moisture. Then they methodically set up a rack by the fireplace, hanging the clothes one by one to dry and bake. A hint of surprise flashed in Wen Yao's eyes. Wasn't this an intelligent housekeeper? Li Tingche saw that she liked it, and a tentacle wrapped around a small octopus and held it up to her, smiling warmly. "Do you want to touch it?" Wen Yao smiled. "Sure." The small octopus landed in Wen Yao's hand, feeling a bit confused at first, but then it squinted its eyes in enjoyment and dizzily made a big heart sign with its tentacles. Wen Yao chuckled. "It's so smart." Li Tingche pinched the small octopus and tossed it into the group of octopuses in the corner, smiling as he said, "They are a bit socially anxious and prefer to stay in the shadows. Holding them for too long can cause them stress." The small octopuses all widened their eyes in disbelief. Who is socially anxious? In the dark group, Wen Yao couldn't see their expressions, raising her eyebrows slightly. The small octopus didn't look socially anxious. It could only mean that the man was jealous. Li Tingche thought of the exam tonight and looked at Wen Yao softly, saying, "Wen classmate, do you know? If night diving sees the bioluminescent algae glowing, it means the water temperature is below 20 degrees Celsius. If the branching staghorn coral shows fluorescence loss, it means the ocean acidification is excessive. The venomous spines of the geometer snail can instantly stun small fish." Watching the man give her special tutoring, Wen Yao smiled and mimicked his tone, saying, "Senior, do you know? If you only ask 3 questions each time, no matter if I know the answers or not, I will get them right." The divination Arthur mentioned, she just happened to understand and apply. Li Ting's elongated eyes lifted slightly in surprise, but just as he was about to say something, he heard Wen Yao continue to ask, "Li Tingche, do you know? Your rosy lips are very eye-catching when you smile. I want to try them, is that okay? Of course, in the spirit of reciprocity, you can kiss back." Li Ting's heart suddenly stopped for half a beat. His gaze couldn't help but fall on her pink lips, his throat rolled heavily. "Sure." Chapter 84, University The Frightening Night, Class 18. On the leather sofa. The woman wore a man's oversized white shirt, exposing 2 straight and tender white legs. Kneeling on his thigh, the surging waves pressed against his heated chest, leaning in to kiss his rosy lips. Amid the entangled lips and teeth, there was a sound of water splashing. The man held her slender waist with one hand and supported the back of her head with the other, taking charge and deepening this kiss. The small octopuses all covered their eyes and retreating like a tide from the lighthouse room. In the room filled with the size of the couple, one could vaguely hear the charcoal fire occasionally crackling in the small stove. Clothes were strewn all over the ground. The black tentacles wrapped tightly around the woman, her feet resting on the man's shoulders, gazing at his strong and powerful shark-like waist and abdomen. At 8 o'clock, the exam started on time. Li Tingche distributed the test papers to the front row, then passed them back row by row. The student sitting in the front row, called Hai Deng, stared at the red marks and scratches on Teacher Li's neck, looking baffled. Who could hurt Teacher Li? After all, Teacher Li was so imposing and large. But he didn't have time to think too much. The moment he saw the test questions, he felt the sky was falling. Again, there were 3 questions he didn't know. 1. If night diving sees _____ glowing, it means the water temperature is below 20 degrees Celsius. A prorocentrum B. Bioluminescent algae C. Dinoflagellates D. Cyanobacteria. 2. If ____ coral shows fluorescence loss, it means the ocean acidification is excessive. A staghorn B. A cup-shaped C. Coastal D. Branching staghorn. 3. The venomous spines of ____ snails can instantly stun small fish. A brocade snail B. A heart snail C. Geometer snail D. Ivory snail. Wen Yao took a glance at the test paper, filled in the answers, BDC. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes brightened as well, filling in BDC and preparing a small cheat sheet, waiting for the right moment to pass it out. Lin Ye's performance remained stable like the first night. Arthur relied on divination, similarly performing steadily. The only ones whose performance was unstable were the new transfer students, who looked blankly at the new teacher. The plan to sneak into the teacher's building and steal all the answers to the teacher's exams was now completely useless. Moreover, they discovered that there wasn't a teacher named Li Tingche at the school. It was as if a teacher had appeared out of thin air, someone they had never seen before. Fortunately, some students who transferred had received the cheat sheet from Jiang Xiaoyu and managed to survive. The other students who hadn't received the cheat sheet, or had received the wrong one, all died on the spot. Wen Yao and the others finished the exam and immediately left. Li Tingche curled his lips, casually sweeping his gaze over the remaining students below. Classmates, the teacher is leaving now. You all behave, okay? Otherwise, you know what will happen. The students felt a shiver run down their spines. If they misbehaved, the teacher would eat them. They quickly replied. Okay, teacher, don't worry, we will definitely behave. The newly transferred student, the grouper, looked at Li Ting's departing figure and asked the classmate next to him, who was stuffing his face with meat. Don't you find it strange? When did a new teacher come to school? There's no office for Teacher Li in the teacher's building. Jiang Xiaoyu, cheeks full, kicked the grouper hard and said coldly. You'd better not meddle. Teacher Li is our senior, just filling in for a class. Naturally, the office isn't in the teacher's building. How could she not know if there was something wrong with Teacher Li? But what did it matter to her? As long as they could pass, the exam was easy, and it didn't matter who was teaching. The grouper noticed the threat in her eyes and quickly zipped his lips. Class monitor, I promise I won't meddle. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction. See, urchin leaned closer. Class monitor, Lin Yi and Arthur didn't even look at the fake answers we sent, they could fill them out themselves. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes brightened, then they must be hidden geniuses. Alright, we'll let them go for now. If Wen Yao died, having 2 backups would be simply wonderful. At the bottom of the teaching building, thick fog lingered, faintly illuminated by lights. Arthur looked at Wen Yao, who seemed to have been nourished, feeling a little sour and somewhat incredulous. Wen Yao, do you like that Li Tingche? In the corner of the staircase, a handsome man in a white shirt had 2 buttons undone on his chest, his long legs bent as he lazily leaned against the wall, his crimson lips curled up, feeling no shame in eavesdropping. Wen Yao calmly glanced at him, surprised, is that even a question? Am I not obvious? Arthur heard a crack and felt his heart shatter. His cool gray eyes became overshadowed with loneliness, his tone complicated as he said, he's not human, he's a sea monster. Hearing this, the man hidden in the shadows clenched his fingertips until they turned white, the deep-sea green in his eyes clouded over, tilting his head to look into the darkness, his gaze carrying a hint of bitterness, the curve of his lips fading away. If he could, he wouldn't want to be a sea monster either. Wen Yao's black eyes were calm and steady as she said earnestly, it's okay. No matter whether he is human, a monster, or a beast, as long as I like him, that's enough. There are also monsters disguised as humans, and humans disguised as monsters. You can't discriminate against him just because he's a sea monster and sentence him to death. Arthur wouldn't give up. What if he's a bad-hearted, vicious sea monster? After all, monsters are the best at pretending. Wen Yao was speechless. You're not so innocent yourself, you know? Don't you realize others see you as a vicious person too? Arthur choked, but he must have killed a lot of people. Wen Yao looked at him, revealing no mercy as she pointed out, you've also killed your fair share, it's always a headshot. Arthur couldn't refute and emphasized, but he is a sea monster, we belong to different species. Wen Yao looked at him with a deep gaze, don't you understand? That doesn't matter, what matters is that I like him. In the shadows, Li Tingche covered his chest, hearing this sweet talk felt like his heart was about to explode, with the corners of his lips hardly able to hide their joy. He glanced at Arthur, pity and sympathy in his eyes. Ha, a heartbroken man isn't worth his effort. Arthur's shoulders slumped. Could you like me just a little bit? No, I can't. Disappointment crossed Arthur's eyes, but he quickly lifted his spirits. It was okay, the game would end soon, and he was the one who existed in reality. With that thought, he raised a confident smile again. By the way, Wen Yao, I discovered some clues today. Ocean High is an aristocratic school, where the students' parents essentially have some wealth and power. There are no commoners here. Wen Yao was surprised. Could it really be an aristocratic school without commoners? This clearly posed a problem. I've looked over the entire campus from the lighthouse. It's surrounded by the sea. To the south is the deep sea cliff, the sea deck to the west leads to the mainland, but it seems endless, and the shipwreck area is to the north and east. This doesn't seem like a school, it feels more like a prison built on the sea to prevent everyone from escaping. Chapter 85, High School 7 Nights of Deadly Lessons 19. Arthur gazed into her calm and steady eyes, smirking in agreement. You're right, this might just be a prison specifically for students who have inheritance to fight over. When Yao's gaze flashed with deep thought, why were they being imprisoned? It was clearly to fight over family fortunes. Who was fighting over their fortunes? Relatives, siblings, step-parents, and others could all be the culprits. However, there were about 2,000 to 3,000 students in this school, possibly even more, she roughly estimated based on the classrooms and the number of students in each class. If one student represented one family, did that mean there were too many problem families gathered here? Was there not a single child favored and protected by their father or mother? She didn't believe it. Children not favored often feel a lack within and have varying degrees of inferiority, sensitivity, self-denial, or a tendency to please others. Yet, the students in this school were arrogant, confident, disdainful, eccentric, cunning, and very good at putting on a facade. They appeared obedient and harmless but were actually mischievous and ruthless. They didn't seem like neglected children, instead, they looked more like children spoiled and indulged as they grew up. Additionally, children who don't receive love often study hard to get good grades for parental attention, but here, the students had no thoughts of studying. If the problem didn't lie with the parents, then it must be this school that had issues. Arthur, I think we should check this school tomorrow. Arthur raised an eyebrow. We definitely should check the school. Besides, I have another discovery. We're not the only ones looking for the badges, the students at this school are also looking for badges. Students who obtain badges can completely leave this school. Today, the students at the 4th ring swimming pool were all looking for badges because there was a rumor that the badge had fallen into the swimming area. A keen light flickered in Wen Yao's eyes. Everyone was searching for badges, but one person wasn't. That was the dark-haired boy with a red string on his wrist. He was looking for an ancient coin, not a badge. This person was likely a key figure, she needed to find him tomorrow. Arthur, were they looking for 1 badge or 5? If I say I forgot to ask, would you look down on me? Wen Yao rolled her eyes at him and said, then you can ask again tomorrow. Arthur pressed his lips together, all right. The red-haired boy was too arrogant, his disdain reminiscent of his half-brother Morris, making him recall some terrible experiences from the past. So of course, he hadn't paid attention to whether it was 1 badge or 5. Did you find anything in classroom 303? The person who obtained the badge in the photo is called He Zichan, a senior who graduated years ago. No one from class 303 has seen him. Arthur thought to himself that no one had seen him, which meant the clue had been cut off. By the way, one more thing, when the bell rings, you should run towards the inner ring. This should be a warning bell for a tsunami, but it's not written in the student rules. Wen Yao nodded. It should be a hidden rule. After all, being able to build the school into 4 rings, each wall increasing by 5 meters, shows that there will be at least 2 more tsunamis to come. We need to hurry. Arthur pondered that when the next tsunami arrives, the area to be flooded would be the 3rd ring dormitories. Are we searching in the 3rd ring tomorrow? Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. No, we're going to the 2nd ring library to look through old school newspapers and see who has received medals. Additionally, check the school's information. If there are no issues with the students' parents, why is the school gathering so many students here? Arthur had no objections. All right, shall we meet at the usual place tomorrow? Wen Yao replied, I have a few things to do. You go to the library first, and I'll find you later. You go back to the dormitory, I need to wait for someone. A hint of disappointment flashed in Arthur's eyes. Okay. After Arthur left, Wen Yao turned to look at the stairway, where a man lingered in the shadows, his face unclear, just his long legs stiffened. His voice was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Baby, I just arrived, and I didn't eavesdrop on much. Wen Yao smiled gently. You're my boyfriend, you can listen freely, there's nothing to hide. Li Tingche stepped out from the shadows, striding forward to tightly embrace Wen Yao. At that moment, a wave of joy engulfed him. His tone was slightly excited. Baby, I'm so happy. He thought that this appearance had only seduced the woman for a reckless afternoon at the lighthouse, a fleeting encounter. Unexpectedly, she acknowledged him as her boyfriend right in front of him. He had prepared himself for an unnamed relationship, but did not expect such a huge surprise. Wen Yao pinched his side waist with her fingers, it felt so firm, and she laughed teasingly. What, do you not want to take responsibility? Li Tingche lifted her up quickly, exclaiming. I don't. Wen Yao met his gaze, her fingers poking his shoulder, smiling as she said. That's good. My dorm is a bit noisy, can I sleep at your lighthouse? Actually, it wasn't that noisy last night, but sleeping in the monster's lair felt a bit uneasy. Li Tingche rolled his throat, his narrow eyes overflowing with a gentle smile. I couldn't ask for more, baby. The man's movements were swift. When Wen Yao was brought to the lighthouse, she found the inside had changed dramatically. The bookshelf was gone, the single bed transformed into a double bed, and her school swimsuit was brought over by him from the dorm. The floor was covered with a warm carpet, and a pair of women's slippers was placed in front of the door. His favorite coconut was moved to the hallway. Also, those little octopuses had been kicked out of indoors, looking confused at her. Wen Yao glanced at the crowd of little black octopuses filling the hallway, their small tentacles raised in question, as their eyes followed the owner moving things. Wen Yao burst into laughter. Li Tingche, can't we let them in with us? Li Tingche adjusted the sofa's position, walked over to wrap his arms around her waist, and whispered. Baby, I don't want them to see how you are when you get emotional. Wen Yao's face slightly flushed, is it okay for them to be outside? Li Tingche's voice became husky, his tentacles slipping under her shirt. It's fine, baby, they can survive anywhere. Can I have some more dessert? Wen Yao leaned against his shoulder, gripping his clothes with her little hand, her toes curling up, and a soft whimper escaped her throat. This man has already eaten and is still asking. Close the door. All right, baby. The door closed with a bang, leaving behind a group of incredulous little black octopuses. Have they been kicked out of the house? The warm firelight reflected on the woman's rosy face, as the man leaned down to capture her slightly parted pink lips, stirring and sucking. Her fair, smooth, straight legs trembled and shook. Baby, do you like it? The man adored and tenderly kissed every inch of her softness. The next day. The sea urchin approached Jiang Xiaoyu, whispering. Class leader, the class leader of class 105 went missing last night. That's the number 1 on the top 10 most vicious list, now the class leader of class 206 ranks number 1 after him. You went from 5th to 4th place. You are still the class monitor of class 303, Ji Xiaochen, placed 5th. Chapter 86, University the Cruel Class of 7 Nights 20. Jiang Xiaoyu walked back and forth, anxiously pulling at her hair. Who exactly made this ranking list? She hadn't noticed before, but when she did, she had already climbed to the 10th place, and the person who ranked first had disappeared. Yes, disappeared, not failed the exam and got eaten. She had asked the teacher to change the class monitor, but the teacher said it was not possible. Once you became the monitor, you couldn't be swapped out unless you got eaten. Classmate Haidun looked at Jiang Xiaoyu pacing back and forth, confused, and asked. The monitor's rise in rank meant the other classes would not dare to bully them as easily. Jiang Xiaoyu yelled angrily. Disappearance was equivalent to being eaten. Though she didn't know who had done the eating, she could guarantee with a pat on her chest that it had definitely happened, otherwise, how could the first-ranked person vanish? She wasn't stupid. Classmate Hayden's eyes widened in shock. On Saturday, their class had chosen the Little Red Riding Hood program, and they hadn't even written the script yet. Jiang Xiaoyu was furious and growled. Haidun scratched the back of his head and said quietly. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at him and grabbed his collar, yelling in his ear, "Get lost." Haidun shrank his neck. Jiang Xiaoyu. Get lost, you jerk. Okay, monitor. Under Jiang Xiaoyu's fierce gaze, classmate Haidun truly turned into a sea urchin and rolled away. Jiang Xiaoyu was so mad that she pulled at her hair again. On the other side, Wen Yao was checking the submerged 4th ring from the 3rd ring wall building, trying to see if that black-haired boy was inside. She couldn't find the person, but another familiar little sign was thrown at her feet. You should believe me now, right? Only I can take you out of Ocean University. Wen Yao hadn't forgotten that this person was called Luo Jinsi, with the goal to escape Ocean University, wanting her to kill Li Tingche. Sorry, still can't believe you. The person in your photo has already graduated and left. Another little sign was thrown over. No, he hasn't. He's currently in the library. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly, a graduated person was actually in the library, and no one knew. Or rather the people who knew must all be dead. She calmed her mind and said calmly. So shouldn't you give me some other metal information? A small sign was tossed. He is definitely there. Unless you kill Li Tingche, I won't provide you with more information. Wen Yao said indifferently. Wen Yao walked slowly while scanning her surroundings. When a small sign was thrown, Wen Yao ignored the sign and quickly walked toward the wall the sign had come from. But she heard a splash sound from that spot. Wen Yao leaned over to look down, just in time to catch a glimpse of a small figure slipping into the seawater. It was a snake-tailed starfish, the size of a fist. This reminded her of the first day when she encountered a group of snake-tailed starfish beneath the girls' dormitory. She was especially impressed by the basketball-sized snake-tailed starfish, which, before dying, pulled out a small sign from its mouth that read. This similar little sign made it hard not to suspect they were in cahoots. Wen Yao thought carefully, already guessing that the other party had definitely seen the power of her golden sword and wanted to use her hand to eliminate Li Tingche. What a cunning snake-tailed starfish. Another small sign was thrown over. Wen Yao turned around and saw another snake-tailed starfish standing 2 or 3 meters away on the wall edge, watching her cautiously, seemingly no longer hiding its identity. Wen Yao flipped the sign with her golden sword. You will regret this. I am your only trustworthy person. To leave Ocean University, you must kill Li Tingche. He is a super despicable person. Wen Yao looked at the snake-tailed starfish and smiled slightly. Such slander against him? It seems you are a defeated foe of Li Tingche. The snake-tailed starfish pulled out another small sign from its mouth and threw it over. No, neither of us can kill each other. If you want to leave, you must listen to me and kill him. Wen Yao suddenly took a step forward, piercing its body with her sword, the tip cutting it into several pieces. She coldly said. Killing you is more like it. If you have the guts, come confront me directly. The snake-tailed starfish's corpse instantly turned into black water. Another sign was thrown at her. Wen Yao turned her gaze and found another snake-tailed starfish emerging on the wall, followed by countless snake-tailed starfish standing on the wall, all staring at her. Wen Yao glanced at the sign. You will regret this. Wen Yao raised her eyes and looked at them. I will not regret it. Are you all coming at me together? The snake-tailed starfish did not move, gazing at the golden sword, holding its ground for 3 seconds, then all jumped into the sea. Wen Yao listened to the splash of water and raised an eyebrow. They know when to be sensible. Seeing them disappear in an instant, Wen Yao walked down the wall building. Next, she walked along the straight road to the library in the second ring. The second ring district is cut in half. The left is all libraries, while the right is an open playground. The library is quite large, bright, and quiet. A row of incandescent lights was bright, yet there were not many people inside. The bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, and newspapers and magazines were at the other end. Wooden tables for students to read are neat and clean. Only a few people can be seen, most of whom are sleeping. Wen Yao slowly walked past rows of bookshelves, searching the aisles for the black-haired boy. She was lucky. In the recipe sections aisle, she saw the boy sitting on the floor, next to a stack of cooking recipes. He was flipping through a colorful illustrated recipe book. Wen Yao walked over and softly said, Hello. The boy looked up at her, his eyes showing surprise. He closed the book and stood up. Wen classmate, are you looking for me? Wen Yao nodded, took out the antique copper coin and handed it over, smiling and saying, Yes, could you see if this copper coin is the one you were looking for? I found it yesterday. The boy's pupils dilated slightly. He took the ancient coin and looked at it repeatedly, his gaze lingering on the 4 characters peace and joy for a long time. Then he clenched the ancient coin tightly in his palm. He looked at Wen Yao solemnly and said, It's my copper coin, thank you. Wen Yao smiled, You're welcome. What's your name? The photo given by Luo Jin's was obscured at the top, but from the side, it could be seen that He Ziqian had black hair. And the boy in front of her had black hair too. My name is He Ziqian, nice to meet you, Wen classmate. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, it really was him. Here, I think you've been looking for this. As a thank you, I'm giving this to you. The boy took out a golden medal and handed it over. It was indeed the excellent student medal. The design depicted a great white shark holding a knife and fork. Wen Yao did not refuse, took the excellent student medal, raised her eyes to look at his handsome young face. May I ask you a question? He Ziqian slightly nodded, Sure. Wen Yao gazed into his clear and calm brown eyes, puzzled. Haven't you graduated for several years? Why are you still in school? And he still looks like a teenager? He should be in his 20s, right? Under Wen Yao's gaze, He Ziqian gradually grew into an adult version, around 23 years old. No one can leave this place, he said. Wen Yao looked at him with astonishment. So he disguised himself as a teenager. Why? I heard that if you earn a medal, you can leave. This is the news that Arthur discovered. Moreover, all the students in the school are searching for the medal, so the classmates have no reason to lie to Arthur. He Ziqian paused for a moment. Everything is a scam. Even if you get the medal, you can't get out. Wen Yao's eyes flashed slightly. Who was being deceived? Deceived the students. But why deceive the students? Why is the school doing this? He Ziqian shook his head. I don't understand either. Wen Yao realized he was not lying, so she switched questions. How many top student medals have been awarded in total? I only know 4. Who has the other 3? You'll find out soon, classmate 1. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with deep thought. Are there really only 4? Where could the 5th one be? Is it on someone or hidden somewhere? On the other side. Arthur was flipping through old-school newspapers in the school newspaper area. Among the rows of magazines and old-school newspapers, he found an old newspaper with a person's image printed on it. On the front page, in black and white, was a photo of a girl. Dressed in a tidy school uniform and short skirt, with a cold expression, heavy bangs, and thick black-framed glasses, she looked dull and stiff. Generally, such people are considered inconspicuous and belong to the margins. But she wore a top student medal on her chest, clearly a high achiever with excellent grades. Arthur shifted his gaze to the adjacent text introduction and scanned it quickly. Su Jing, height 1.72 meters, student of class 105, first place in the physics competition, awarded the third school top student medal. Awarded by Principal Jesse. However, this newspaper was clearly from several years ago. Is Su Jing still at the school? That's a question. Since the top student medal has been awarded to a student, it should not be recalled, so this medal must be in Su Jing's hands. Arthur folded the newspaper and continued to browse through another row of newspapers on the shelf. Just as he was about to pull out a newspaper, he felt a noticeable tug from the other end. Arthur didn't let go, and the other party didn't let go either. Both sides were in a stalemate. He looked down and saw darkness inside the bookshelf, faintly hearing something wriggling. The other party increased their pull, and without hesitation, Arthur drew out a short sword, stabbing it in, piercing a soft and slimy creature. A tentacle with a snake pattern lunged at him from inside. Arthur twisted the blade of the short sword, cleanly severing the tentacle, while forcefully pulling out the newspaper. Suddenly, the rows of bookshelves were filled with numerous snake-tailed starfish, their cold eyes staring at him. Arthur's scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose. He hated snakes and slimy creatures the most, and the snake-tailed starfish gathered both traits. The ring-patterned tentacle resembled a snake, sticky and disgusting. It reminded him of his brother Morris, that nasty guy who, in his youth, threw a bag of snakes into his bathtub and watched him break down in tears with glee. Arthur took a deep breath, his eyes instantly turning cold. Without uttering a word, he directly attacked a row of snake-tailed starfish. The snake-tailed starfish charged at him. Arthur kicked over a bookshelf, causing it to collapse like dominoes, stopping only when it reached the walls of each section. One by one, the snake-tailed starfish were cut down, leaving a pool of black water. Arthur's gaze was chilling, his sword swinging not slowly, becoming more ruthless. Seeing this, the snake-tailed starfish retreated like a tide. During the retreat, they also swept away some old newspapers. Arthur bent down to pick up a clean old newspaper from the ground, wiping the dirty sword blade, coldly watching them retreat. Humph, cowardly things. Seeing they didn't return, Arthur took out the old newspaper he had just snatched to read. His gaze paused slightly when meeting a gray and white photo. It was actually Daniel, the devil fish that had saved him in the fourth ring area. The boy was wearing a school uniform, with a top student medal on his chest. Clearly, Daniel is a medal holder. Arthur glanced at the introduction. Daniel, height 1.86 meters, first in the school, awarded the second top student medal. The time was also several years ago. Daniel, who should have graduated long ago, is still in school, which means Su Jing is also in school, and so is He Ziqian. So the three medals must be on them. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced his eyes. Arthur's gaze sharpened, and he looked up to see Lin Yi rushing into the bookshelf corridor with a knife in hand. Then the sounds of fighting erupted. Arthur raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with interest, as he quickened his steps to see who Lin Yi was fighting. Lin Yi also noticed Arthur and shouted, "Kill her! The medal is in her hands." Arthur glanced over, surprised to see it was Su Jing. In the next second, Lin Yi was pierced by countless sharp black thorns. With a bang, Lin Yi suddenly vanished, and the person who should have been pierced had turned into a large gourd. And the girl amidst the black thorns remained unfazed, her pale fingers adjusting her glasses, with a dark reflection shimmering on the lenses. The girl's clear voice sounded. "What a pity, she got away." The girl's black thorns resembled a giant spiky ball, sharp and lethal, piercing through 4 rows of bookshelves on either side. Her skin was pale, her face oval, with long, flowing black hair that reached her waist, a delicate nose, and rosy lips. She emanated a cold aura. Against the backdrop of black thorns, she looked like a dark enchantress. Alluring yet dangerous. Arthur's eyes instantly filled with wonder, staring blankly at the girl. Su Jing looked at Arthur, who stood still, retracted the black thorns, and calmly said, "Are you going to kill me too?" Hearing this, Arthur snapped back to reality from his amazement, unconsciously straightened his back, and replied in a low, magnetic voice, "I won't." Su Jing nodded and raised her foot to leave. Arthur, being a gentleman, stepped aside to let her pass. As Su Jing walked past him, Arthur's eyes shimmered, and he asked bluntly, "Su, what can I do to get the medal on you?" Su Jing paused, looked up at the man filled with a romantic aura, and asked, "Anything goes?" Arthur grinned, "Yes." Su Jing replied seriously, "I want to try bungee jumping, but there's none here." Arthur thought for a moment, that's not impossible, but please give me some time to prepare. Su Jing looked at him in surprise, is that feasible? Arthur, it must be feasible. Su Jing nodded, I basically stay in the library, you can come find me here. Arthur smiled softly, alright. When Wen Yao found Arthur, Su Jing had already left, and Arthur was mopping the floor with a mop, with 2 areas of bookshelves in disarray nearby. A librarian with a head resembling a piranha was staring at Arthur working away. Wen Yao was slightly taken aback, Arthur, what happened? Arthur nearly cried without tears. As you can see, I'm responsible for organizing the fallen bookshelves in 2 areas, and I'm also mopping the floor. No wonder Su Jing left so quickly. With only him left in the 2 areas, the librarian had no choice but to catch him and force him to restore order. Wen Yao looked at the large pile of fallen bookshelves on the ground, feeling a strong urge to facepalm. What will happen if you don't finish? Arthur erased on the spot. Wen Yao. Chapter 88, University 7 Nights Deadly Class 22. Wen Yao glanced at the vast areas, realizing that with Arthur alone, there was no way to finish before 8 o'clock tonight. And at 8, there was still an exam. Wen Yao helplessly walked over to ask the librarian if she could help. After receiving a yes, Wen Yao walked over to the bookshelf area to pick up the scattered books. Arthur, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. The bookshelves in that area were indeed knocked down by him, but this side wasn't his doing. To lessen Wen Yao's load, he hurried to mop the floor faster. But even with the 2 of them working, they couldn't finish in time. In the end, a group of little black octopuses joined in to prevent them from missing the exam. Li Tingxie held the exam paper, staring at Arthur with a semblance of a smile. When it comes to cleaning up, you've already lost. Arthur. With so many tentacles, having more helpers is impressive, right? If it were outside of the instance, he had a whole bunch of servants at home, okay? Wen Yao grabbed Li Ting's arm and smiled sweetly. Aren't we still going to have an exam? The sooner it ends, the sooner we can go back. Hearing the phrase, go back early, Li Ting's lips curved in a joyful arc as he leaned down and whispered in her ear. Baby, I still want you tonight. Wen Yao smiled and softly replied, okay. Arthur felt like an unnecessary light bulb. The 3 arrived at the classroom, and it was another 10-minute exam. Wen Yao noticed that Lin Yi, who sat in front of her, was missing. Eaten? Lin Yi didn't look like someone who would be easily eaten. But no matter what, she finished the 3rd evening exam first. This time she calculated the answers herself. Class monitor Jiang Xiaoyu also quickly filled in her answers and then passed the cheat sheet to others, while conveniently excluding those who did not fit the group. Wen Yao and Arthur left again first. The classroom began its feast on students again. Jiang Xiaoyu's cheeks bulged as she scanned the room. Who among you ate classmate Lin Yi behind my back? The classmates shook their heads in confusion. Class monitor, we didn't eat him. Jiang Xiaoyu looked puzzled, then who ate him? Logically speaking, she was already in 4th place, no one should bully their 506 classmates. Sea Urchin came over, class monitor, I saw classmate Lin Yi went to the library and hasn't come out. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't dwell on it for long, then let's assume he was eaten by the librarian. 1 more doesn't add much, 1 less doesn't take much. At the bottom of the teaching building. Arthur, Lin Yi used the SS item, an avatar gourd, to escape this instance. Wen Yao looked at Arthur in surprise, there are items like that? Arthur nodded, yes, but they are rare and hard to come by. Lin Yi went to the library to kill Su Jing and take the badge, but was killed instead. Also, I found 2 old-school newspapers in the library. Su Jing and Daniel are both badge holders. Daniel is the devil fish that came during the tsunami to save me. Wen Yao's mind flashed with the image of that small car-sized devil fish, transforming into a tall boy with brown hair and golden eyes in the corridor. She confirmed that was her first encounter with Daniel, and neither she nor Arthur had seen him before. Perhaps she was too sensitive, she always carried a bit of doubt about help from strangers. Arthur, why did Daniel save you? I don't understand. After I was engulfed by the sea, he lifted me up and introduced himself as Daniel, but I haven't seen him since. When Yao's gaze flickered, there could be no help without reason. Daniel must know Arthur. Also, Su Jing was a girl from her neighboring room 307, room 309. Xinyu was very familiar with Su Jing. Daniel, He Ziqian, and Su Jing were all badge holders, indicating they were top students. Xinyu was also a top student and got along well with Su Jing. The word Xinyu said on the first night flashed through her mind. Currently, we only have 4 people. Do you want to team up with us? Sure, I have a partner named Arthur. Can he join too? Wen Yao keenly grasped the key point. 4 people, who? Su Jing, Xinyu, He Ziqian, and Daniel made exactly 4. Besides, He Ziqian had asked her for 4 pieces of fried cod by the pool, which she probably took back to share with friends. That night, Su Jing was eating fried cod, and Xinyu was also eating fried cod. He Ziqian had said today that she would soon know who held the remaining badges. All these coincidences added up, it was no longer a coincidence. It could be inferred that the four of them were together and all had badges. Why save Arthur? Because Daniel knew that Arthur had also joined the Mermaid Princess program and knew he was one of their performing members, that's why he saved Arthur. In that case, everything made sense. Seeing Wen Yao lost in thought, Arthur spoke up. By the way, today in the library, a group of snake starfish tried to snatch away the newspaper I had. After I chased them off, they took some of the newspaper. I suspect that part of the newspaper had information on the other two badge holders, but unfortunately, it was taken away. Wen Yao's eyes narrowed, another snake-tailed starfish. This group definitely has a problem. She looked at Arthur and said seriously. Don't believe anything the serpent-tailed starfish says, this group is ill-intentioned and very cunning. Arthur raised an eyebrow, surprise showing in his eyes. They can talk? Have you met them? Wen Yao, they can't talk, but they can write. That photo of He Ziqian before was given to me by them. Arthur, what about the newspaper? They took it, and the library probably doesn't have another copy. Wen Yao, it's okay. I already know who has the medal. Besides Su Jing and Daniel, the other medal should be with Xinyu. As she spoke, Wen Yao took out a medal to show him. This is He Ziqian's medal. Do you remember me telling you about the campus performance? Xinyu, Su Jing, Daniel, and He Ziqian are our collaborators. The script written by Xinyu should be ready soon, we can find a chance to ask how they will give us the medal. Arthur confessed, didn't I meet Su Jing today? I asked her, and she said she wants to bungee jump. Wen Yao looked at him, slightly speechless. You want to set up a bungee jump at the lighthouse? Bungee jumping must be done at a high place, and looking around the school, the highest point is either the teacher's building or the lighthouse. The teacher's building is definitely not safe, so it must be the lighthouse. Arthur felt a bit guilty and lightly said He glanced at the man leaning in the shadows not far away and lowered his voice to Wen Yao. Why don't you ask your boyfriend? If he doesn't agree, I have to set it up in the teacher's building. Wen Yao's lips twitched slightly. If the rope broke and someone jumped from the teacher's building, wouldn't that mean testing death? Okay, I'll ask. After their conversation ended, they parted ways. Inside the lighthouse. Just as the door closed, Wen Yao was pinned against it, a warm chest pressing against her. The man's cool lips covered hers, kissing softly. Baby, you said it's okay. The man's hands slid down her waist, kneading gently. Their lips and tongues intertwined, the sounds of intimacy clear and loud. Wen Yao's clothes slipped down, waves pressing against the man's defined chest. Her delicate white legs softened, and he caught them in his strong hands, resting them on his waist. He sighed, holding her as he walked to the sofa. As they walked, Wen Yao couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The man captured her lips, kissing her lightly yet heavily. Wen Yao's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, leaning in to meet him. The man chuckled lowly, baby, do you like it? I like it, In the quiet, dark night. The lighthouse windows glowed with warm yellow light. Inside, the spring atmosphere was thick, and the intertwined shadows of the couple were reflected on the glass, like a little movie scene. Chapter 89, College 7 Nights of Doom Class 23. The next day. Raindrops were rapidly tapping on the window. Wen Yao suddenly woke up, the man's hot chest pressed tightly against her back. He gathered his arms closer, holding her tighter, gently kissing her round shoulder. Baby, don't be afraid, it's just rain. A soft, warm yellow blanket covered their bare bodies, one corner lifted, revealing their intertwined legs. The man gently savored the sweet treat. Wen Yao's cheeks were tinted with an alluring blush, her sleepy eyes finally gaining focus, her sensitive body reacting. Baby, I really like. She weakness flowed into him, allowing him to do as he pleased. The next moment, she suddenly tightened up. The man let out a sexy hiss. Wen Yao looked outside the window, her expression shocked. The dark clouds hung very low, the heavy rain fell as if a tsunami was coming, crashing into the campus. This wasn't just rain, it was clearly the second tsunami arriving. And the entire third ring was dormitory buildings, undoubtedly already swallowed by the sea. Oh no, Arthur probably drowned in his dreams, right? As if he knew what she was thinking. Li Ting's large hand gripped her waist. Baby, don't forget, Arthur has a devilfish companion, he will be fine. Wen Yao's tense body relaxed slightly, the man breathed out satisfied and pleased, seductively saying. Baby, the heavy rain won't stop so soon. How about we take a break today and spend the day together? Wen Yao hugged a corner of the blanket, the turbulent waves surged, her red lips slightly parted, and her pupils gradually blurred before trying to focus again. Her gaze swept towards the storm outside, strangely, she couldn't hear any sound of wind or rain. It was particularly silent inside the lighthouse. Hot, humid kisses fell rapidly, and Wen Yao completely melted into a puddle of water. Yet, a sharp nerve still kept thinking. She softly asked. Li Tingche, is the tsunami caused by you? The man's expression froze slightly, denying. How could that be? It's not me. Although I admit my size is big, it's not enough to stir up waves. Wen Yao lightly hummed in acknowledgement, her thoughts continued to wander. Denial is just acknowledgement. The man, with a hint of justification, spoke in a low, husky voice. Baby, do you feel it? I am right beside you, not out causing trouble. Wen Yao's mind went blank for a moment, trying hard to pull her focus back. Is the medal with you? From the beginning, Li Tingche had said he was a senior, here to substitute teach. A senior who graduated several years ago still stayed at school, isn't that just like he Ziqian? So she suspected that the fifth medal was with the man. Li Tingche smiled, his tone fondly praising. Baby, you're so smart, but the medal is no longer with me. Where is it? Lost it. On the other side. The third ring area was completely submerged by the waves. Classmates were tossed in the waves, swept away, then desperately swimming back. On the ladder of the wall between the second and third rings, various fish-headed students were climbing up. Another wave crashed in, sweeping away another group of people. Class leader, save me. Zhang Xiaoyu grabbed the urchin student's collar, pulling him back and throwing him beside the iron ladder. The urchin student clung to the ladder, his eyes filled with grateful tears. Class leader, you're so nice. I want to be your loyal little follower for life. Zhang Xiaoyu paused, intending to try some fresh sea urchins tonight. Having gotten tired of big fish and meat lately, she felt a bit sick of it. She awkwardly coughed lightly. It's great you have this determination, keep it up. The urchin student beamed, sure, class leader. By the way, class leader, the class leader of class 206, who ranked first last night, has gone missing. The top 10 fierce class leader rankings have been updated, and you have risen from 4th to 3rd, with the 4th now being Ji Xiaocheng. Other classmates exclaimed upon hearing this. What? Our class 506 ranked 3rd? Yes. Yay. Zhang Xiaoyu glared at the conch student, fiercely saying, good for you. Get lost. The conch student shrank his neck, looking like a little wife, meekly saying oh, and climbed up to the top of the wall. Then, classmates took turns pulling each other up. As Zhang Xiaoyu looked back in anger, the urchin student innocently said. Class leader, I didn't want to inquire, but the news just forcefully entered my ears. And we ranked 3rd, basically able to walk sideways in school. Although only for 3 days, it's enough to give back to those who once humiliated, bullied, despised, and trampled on your dignity. And they can pay double the price, which isn't bad. Other students nodded, excitement and calculation shining in their eyes, seemingly already thinking of who to target. Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks puffed in anger, she spat at the urchin student. Get lost. She completely didn't want to be eaten. No, she wanted to complain to the school and investigate how the others had gone missing. She couldn't be lost in the gentle embrace of big fish and meat any longer. The urchin student quickly rolled away. Arthur desperately clutched the smooth body of the stingray beneath him. But another wave came crashing, pushing him back into the sea. Looking at the stingray swimming back to him, Arthur's eyes were full of helplessness. He was sleeping so soundly, only to be jolted awake by the ringing bell. Even if he acted quickly, still failed to catch the closing gate. Then, he was rescued by Daniel again, but the waves were too big, and he couldn't hold on at all, slipping off Daniel several times and being swept far away by the tides. Daniel leaned down, biting Arthur's clothes, and quickly swam towards the wall. Arthur was submerged under the water, holding his breath, knowing this was the best way, otherwise he would be carried farther away. Daniel brought Arthur to the iron ladder. After Arthur grabbed the railing and climbed up, he transformed back into human form and climbed up as well. Arthur climbed over the wall first and pulled Daniel, saying, thanks, brother. Daniel, you're welcome. The heavy rain beat down on the two of them. Arthur barely opened his eyes, looking at the steadfast lighthouse, completely unaffected. It seemed that Wen Yao was safe. Daniel wiped his wet hair back and said to Arthur, let's go to the library. If we go late, there won't be any spots left. Arthur snapped back to reality and followed Daniel. Okay. The third ring dormitory area was flooded. All the students had to go to the second ring. Half of the second ring was the library, the other half was an open playground. To escape the rain, they could only go to the library. Thinking of something, Arthur suddenly asked, Daniel, where are we sleeping tonight? Daniel was surprised, of course, in the library, but do you want to sleep with me? Arthur rubbed his forehead, he knew it. Is that okay? Yes. Arthur wasn't foolish, sleeping in the night fish monster's lair was definitely looking for death. He did want to squeeze in at the lighthouse, but had a premonition that the man wouldn't agree. Before even entering the library, Arthur heard loud banging sounds from inside. When he went in, Arthur took a look inside and his mouth twitched fiercely. It was an uproar, an endless fight. What are they doing? They're fighting for territory, we can only go in after they're done. Chapter 90 University 7 Knights of the Grim Class 24. In the midst of the fighting crowd, Arthur unexpectedly saw the red-haired youth Jody. The noble youth whose father was called Duke Fielding, who was said to be able to talk to the principal. At this moment, Jody looked fierce as he kicked his opponent's stomach, and a group of small followers behind him were fighting rampantly and brutally. In the end, Jody, with a swollen face, claimed victory. The red-haired youth saw him, his eyes brightened, and arrogantly walked over, looking down on him. Hey, are you regretting it? Want to be my knight? Fine, since you're regretting it so painfully, I'll reluctantly agree to let you be my knight. Kneel down and be grateful, lowly person. Arthur's gaze turned cold, he punched Jody hard in his swollen face. You really infuriate me, who do you look down on? With a thud, Jody fell to the ground, and his group of followers became furious. Hey, you rude guy, how dare you hit our class leader? Do you know who our class leader is? It's Jody, the one ranked 10th on the top 10 most ferocious class leaders list. Arthur raised an eyebrow. What top 10 most ferocious class leaders list? I've never heard of it. The top 10 most ferocious class leaders list? How interesting. The followers, you don't even know this? Which class are you from? Arthur's eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Class 506. As soon as he said this, the followers were all taken aback, looking at each other uncertainly. Class 506's class leader Jiang Xiaoyu, isn't she the new third place on the ranking? It's her, that's right, just updated this morning. The small followers looked at Arthur helplessly and all bowed to apologize. Sorry for the interruption. Before Arthur could ask anything, a group of people lifted the bruised and swollen Jody and hurried away. Arthur was slightly surprised, they were actually afraid of Jiang Xiaoyu. Just because Jiang Xiaoyu was ranked 3rd on the list. This ranking seemed to hold quite a bit of intimidation power. Arthur looked at Daniel. Brother, do you know about this top 10 most ferocious class leaders list? Daniel nodded. This ranking has existed since the day I came to school. Arthur was surprised, it had actually existed for such a long time? Daniel continued, class leaders who enter the top 10 ranking. After all, with a high status, he was protected by the school, and of course, his classmates naturally rode on his coattails, using the class leader's power to bully students from other classes. Students from other classes also don't dare to bully those in the top 10. Unless one day their class leader squeezes into the top 10, then they can take revenge on those who have ever slandered, bullied, or insulted their classmates. Of course, even among the top 10, there are differences in status. The first place is the highest, and it decreases in order. Arthur raised his eyebrows. Then the classes ranked after 10 are surely being bullied severely. Although he had not been here long, he had already noticed that most students here had nasty and arrogant personalities. Once they gained power, they would certainly cruelly stomp on and grind down the weaker ones. That's true. Daniel paused for a moment. But fortunes shift, they shift harshly. Those who once suffered bullying cannot escape the revenge that will come back tenfold or 100-fold. Arthur was confused. Why? Isn't being in the top 10 protected by the school? Daniel's expression was blank. Because every night, the class leader ranked first will go missing, and the others will move up, leading to a new 10th place. After every night, class leaders from other classes have the chance to enter the top 10 and even rise to first place until they go missing. Arthur was stunned. Didn't this mean that newly selected classes had 10 days to be protected by the school, and they could take harsh revenge on those who had bullied them before? Once the first place class leader goes missing, however cruelly their class had bullied others, they would face the same harsh revenge. No wonder they said that fortunes shifted, and they shifted fiercely. Because the fortunes change very quickly. Just 10 days are needed. In that case, can't the classmates get along well? Daniel motioned him to look at those still fighting in a group. They all came in with blood on their hands. Do you think they would submit to anyone? Born troublemakers won't calm down anywhere. Arthur's eyebrows frowned slightly. Born troublemakers? Could there be so many? He looked at Daniel in disbelief. Is that what I think it means? Daniel nodded. That is exactly what it means. This place gathers delinquents from various places, and they come from wealthy and powerful families. Arthur hesitated and asked. What about you? How did you four get in here? He believed in his judgment, the 4 of them should not be bad people. Otherwise, Daniel wouldn't have saved him time and again. Daniel shrugged and said candidly. What else could it be? Someone wants to seize family property. My father favored his illegitimate child, so I was sent in here. He Ziqian is in the same situation as me. Xin Yu is a young lady, but her stepmother wants all the shares of the Xin family. Su Jing's mother is a wealthy woman, but she favors her younger daughter. Su Jing was framed and sent in here for reform. Arthur suddenly felt a sense of shared suffering and patted Daniel's shoulder. Brother, my family's situation is similar. Thankfully, I've made it through. Then he hooked Daniel's shoulder and whispered. Brother, I want the medal on you, can I? Without hesitation, Daniel put the medal into his pocket at the collar. "It's yours, this thing is useless to me, and I don't need it." Arthur didn't expect to get it so easily. Between men, there was no need for much talk. They lightly bumped fists. "Thanks, brother." "No problem." After the fighting in the library ended, the librarian finally stood up and told them to clean up and put everything back in place. A group of students with swollen faces accepted their fate and cleaned up the mess. Arthur followed Daniel to their four-person area. Situated right in the center of the library, it belonged to the section for physics and mathematics books. Next to the bookshelves were 6 long wooden tables, enough for one person to sleep on each table. The other 3 were also there. Ezechian was flipping through a recipe. Xinyu was still writing the script. Su Jing's ballpoint pen swiftly glided across the draft, calculating a physics problem. Arthur leaned against Su Jing's desk, his eyes slightly surprised as he looked at the complex calculations. He asked, "Why are you still solving problems?" Su Jing replied succinctly, "Bored, passing time." The girl's way of passing time was definitely unique. While others were absorbed in storybooks, lost in tales of love, she chose to spend her time on physics problems. Arthur raised an eyebrow and asked quietly, "Aside from physics problems, isn't there anything else you're interested in?" Su Jing stopped writing. "Yes, I want to ski, but there's none here." Arthur's lips curled. "Actually, you can do other things at school, like playing ball, running, swimming, and so on. They can also pass the time." Su Jing looked up at him. "People can't keep running all day, there's still a lot of free time, and what I'm doing is just spending most of that time." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Don't you find solving physics problems boring and uninteresting?" Su Jing, "I just don't want my mind to settle down." Arthur was puzzled. "Why?" Su Jing, "Because life here has no goals and expectations. If I settle down, I might choose death." Arthur's heart jolted. The closed school, aimless top students, indeed desperate. "Have you thought about getting a boyfriend?" "You?" Wen Yao was nestled in Li Ting's arms, watching the little black octopuses sizzling on the iron plate, making grilled squid, while not forgetting to sprinkle some chili powder, and couldn't help but smile. "Li Tingche, does this count as eating the same kind?" Li Ting's lips curled in pleasure. "Not at all, baby. This is real squid, something you can eat." Wen Yao looked up outside. Strangely, it had been pouring rain all day today. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoyu mixed into the crowd heading to the teaching building to steal answers. While others were stealing answers, she was sneakily creeping into one room after another. Chapter 91 College, Night of the Deadly Class 25. At 8 o'clock, the exam started on time. This was the 4th night of exams. Wen Yao and Arthur both safely passed the exam. Zhang Xiaoyu relied on her hearing, copying Wen Yao's answers. After Wen Yao and Arthur left the classroom, the classmates feasted again. Haida ate a big bite of meat and looked at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was choked and unable to eat, and approached her. "Class monitor, what's wrong?" Since she sneaked back from the teaching building, she hadn't been in the right state. Zhang Xiaoyu swallowed a mouthful of meat like chewing wax, her brows slightly knitted, her eyes filled with entanglement and unease. "I stole something." Haida, cheeks full of chewed meat, didn't notice anything wrong, and questioned back. "Class monitor, isn't stealing our fine tradition?" Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Haida, who seemed clueless and was still angry at her, took a deep breath. "Get lost." She shouldn't have spoken. Haida grabbed a big piece of meat beside Zhang Xiaoyu and swiftly rolled away. The other classmates saw this and cautiously tried to take away the fish meat beside Zhang Xiaoyu. When they saw her looking down, deeply lost in countless entanglements, they didn't care about them at all. So, piece by piece, they secretly divided Zhang Xiaoyu's meat clean. Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly came to her senses, looking in disbelief at the empty tabletop, her gaze instantly cold, sweeping over the surrounding classmates. The classmates who were swallowing their meat suddenly froze and then shoved the remaining meat into their mouths, mumbling, "Class monitor, I got saliva on it." A small portion of the classmates still had large pieces of meat in their hands that they couldn't fit in their mouths, and seeing this, they spit on the meat and then looked at Zhang Xiaoyu innocently. "Class monitor, mine has saliva too." Zhang Xiaoyu's small hands clenched tightly, her chest rising and falling violently, she shouted angrily. "Get lost, you bunch of bastards." She wasn't even full yet. In the blink of an eye, this group of greedy and loveless classmates had taken all her meat, leaving her with nothing. Extremely hateful. Zhang Xiaoyu violently kicked over the table. In the drawer of the table lay a 10-inch picture frame quietly. In the photo was a young, beautiful girl with golden long hair. Wearing a pleated skirt school uniform, she smiled brightly at the camera and gave a peace sign. Zhang Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of the photo frame in the drawer and ruefully ran her fingers through her hair. Ah! So annoying. She felt like she was dying. To avoid death, she snuck into the dorm of the former class monitor of class 206 and rummaged through his notebook. The notebook was torn to shreds, leaving only fragmented notes. July 4th, year XX. July 5th, year XX. July 6th, year XX. July 7th, year XX. July 12th, year XX. The most crucial parts were missing, and Jiang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth as she read. Bastard, why not explain clearly? It only said what the photo looked like, but it didn't explain why it had to be stolen or what to do with it after stealing it to avoid death. Jiang Xiaoyu stared angrily at the photo in her hands, momentarily at a loss. She knew teachers would turn a blind eye to students stealing test papers, but that didn't mean they could steal their belongings. What if she got caught? She might be devoured by some unknown teacher. Moreover, this photo seemed very important, placed right in front of the desk, within reach. The photo was spotless, clean thoroughly, enough to prove its extreme importance to that person. She thought about returning it but hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. What made her head hurt was that she didn't know whose photo it was. Teachers switched their nameplates to trap students. Some were even placed on the doors of empty offices, leaving students empty-handed. On the other side, beneath the teaching building, Arthur handed a medal to Wen Yao. This is Daniel's medal, it's safer for you to hold it. Wen Yao took the medal, surprised. What did Daniel make you do? Arthur chuckled, he didn't make me do anything. I asked Xinyu, she said that once we finish performing, she will give us the medal. By the way, did you ask your boyfriend? Does he agree on the bungee jump spot? Wen Yao nodded. He agreed, he will take care of the setup, we can go bungee jumping at the lighthouse tomorrow. Arthur raised an eyebrow, it was easy to guess that man's thoughts, he didn't want him near the lighthouse. Alright, the hormonal male could be understood. Instead of shamelessly squeezing in, he detailed to Wen Yao about the group fight among the library students and the top 10 ruthless class monitor list. These students had blood on their hands before coming to school, they are pure bad seeds. The top 10 ruthless class monitor list seems designed to make them kill each other. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, bad seed students, the ranking list. This school gave her a sense of administering justice. Out there, the bad seed students had protection from their parents and family, living without consequences. Within the school, they had to follow rules for exams, faced threats of death from exams daily, and were bullied by students of higher ranks, just like they once bullied others outside. The means they used to bully others returned to them without fail, making them experience the suffering of previous victims repeatedly. The founder of this school was intriguing. Why was he doing this? Arthur thought of this too, but he didn't dwell on it, instead, his attention focused on the fifth medal. We have 3 days left, do you have any leads on the fifth medal? Not far away, the man who heard there were still 3 days left, a shadow flashed in his eyes, and his gaze accidentally swept over Wen Yao's face, his lips pressing together. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. It's lost. She hadn't expected this answer. Li Ting's expression didn't seem like he was lying. Arthur's eyes showed a hint of surprise, he hesitated and said. Are you kidding? People can still be found, but if something is lost in a corner of the school, it is completely impossible to find. Moreover, both the fourth and third rings were flooded, so it's impossible to search. Wen Yao, I'm not joking. Arthur. Looking at Arthur's face with an expression of "Are you sure?" Wen Yao gave in. I'll ask again tonight. Arthur's gaze glanced toward the man in the shadows, he had reasons to suspect that Li Tingche didn't want to give it, to make Wen Yao stay. Wen Yao thought about the dorm being flooded and then asked. Where are you staying tonight? Arthur felt the man's hidden dangerous gaze and didn't want to provoke the sea monster's authority. I'll stay in the library, with Daniel and the others. Since Arthur was with them, there should be no problem. Wen Yao didn't ask more. The conversation ended, and they each went their own way. In the dark night, the lighthouse was exceptionally bright. On the sea level, a huge creature carried its lover back home. Wen Yao looked at the second ring and inner ring city walls covered by thick fog, and saw a window on top of them still lit, higher than the inner city walls. It was the highest point of the central area. Li Tingche, what is the place with the light on the highest point in the central area? The principal's office. Wen Yao suddenly remembered the student code and the campus performance sheet, where it was written that the principal was Jesse. Chapter 92, University 7 Night Deadly Classes 26. In the corner of the school. The little black octopuses opened their small eyes, their tiny tentacles lifting the floorboard, reaching inside and feeling around, pulling out a silver ring, staring at it for a moment, and casually tossing it away. They closed the floorboard and changed to another position. Lift, stretch hand, dig out a pile of scattered things, realized it wasn't a metal, and changed places again. A set of actions, smooth as flowing water. Along the way, they encountered a snake-tail starfish hiding in the shadows, and instantly pounced on it, both sides fighting fiercely. Arthur happened to see this scene from the library window, propping his chin, watching with great interest. But when he saw the glass window reflecting all kinds of vicious fish heads behind him, his smile stiffened. Ugly and terrifying fish heads, sharp teeth, greenish eyes. Their eyes were filled with hunger for food, even drooling, the large drops of saliva falling heavily to the ground. Arthur's face tensed, his gaze falling on his four little companions around him. They were lying flat on the table, eyes closed, their books covering their stomachs, as if the fish monsters around them didn't exist. Arthur looked at Daniel, noticing the silver moon pendant necklace around his neck, clearly a gift from his girlfriend. "Daniel, aren't you going to do anything?" Daniel opened his eyelids, glanced around. "It's fine, they don't dare do anything, sleep, Arthur." Saying this, he closed his eyes again. Arthur. Under the many naked, hungry gazes, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep. Lighthouse. On the sofa, the figures of a man and a woman intertwined. Wen Yao's face was flushed, her body covered by the man's hot chest, wet and passionate kisses falling down, a tingling sensation rushing through her like a wave. Tonight, the man was especially passionate and fierce, with lingering tenderness. He grabbed her soft, weak legs as they slid down. Li Ting's narrow eyes were full of satisfaction and pleasure, laughing lowly. "Baby, you're amazing." Looking at the woman's slightly open lips, revealing a bit of soft pink. Li Tingche couldn't help but lower his head, taking her lips in, teasing and sucking. The tiny whimpers mingled into the kiss. After the passionate encounter, the man gently kissed her lips, soothing the lingering heat of their passion. Wen Yao's waves pressed against his chest, her waist locked in his arms. A large white shirt draped over her shoulders, exposing her fair and tender legs. The man sat on the sofa, his hand rolling the water cup on the table, bringing it to her lips. "Baby, drink some warm water." Wen Yao took his hand and drank half a cup of water. "That's enough, Li Tingche." He didn't mind at all, his scarlet lips pressed against the rim of her cup, his long, narrow eyes looking at her meaningfully. After finishing the remaining water, he smiled and said, "Very sweet, baby." Wen Yao understood the meaning in his eyes, her ears turning red. "Now, can you tell me where the medal is?" Li Tingche kissed her little face, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Sorry, baby, but I really don't know where I lost it." Wen Yao felt her mind go blank. The man really seemed to not know where he lost it. So how was she supposed to find it? Think again, when did you lose it? Where did you pass by when it disappeared? Li Tingche lowered his gaze, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Wen Yao looked at him hopefully, but he said seriously, "Baby, that day, I ran all over the school." Wen Yao was slightly stunned. "Why did you run?" Li Tingche broke into an eye-catching smile. "Because a bunch of noobs were chasing me." Wen Yao's eyes flickered with thought, and then they suddenly froze as she looked up at his carefree smile. "What happened in the end?" Li Tingche smirked. "As you can see, I played the noobs to death." Time moved on to Friday. Wen Yao flipped through the school's introduction books in the library. A serpent-tailed starfish popped out from the shadow of the bookshelf and threw her a small sign. "If you kill Li Tingche, I will tell you the clues about the medal. Information about the other two people who got the medal." Wen Yao looked at the serpent-tailed starfish. "The other two people you mentioned, I already know. Your information is worthless." The serpent-tailed starfish paused, then threw out another small sign. "How is that possible? That day, I clearly stole the school newspaper." Wen Yao looked at its slightly broken demeanor and smiled faintly. "If you want to trade with me, then you need to offer something of greater value." The serpent-tailed starfish was stunned for a moment and threw out another sign. "If you don't kill Li Tingche, no one can leave. You will regret it, he is a madman." Wen Yao remained calm. "Still the same thing, if you want to trade, then you need to show me your value." The serpent-tailed starfish glared at the unyielding Wen Yao, gritted its teeth secretly, and turned to leave. Wen Yao glanced at its departing figure, a hint of darkness flashing in her eyes. It seemed the serpent-tailed starfish didn't have much leverage after all. Wen Yao lowered her head, continuing to flip through the school's introduction, scanning quickly. Her gaze suddenly focused. This school was jointly invested and built by Jesse and Rockins, with Rockins holding a 70% share and Jesse 30%. This meant that the person associated with the Ocean University should be Rockins, and Jesse could only be considered a manager. Then, Wen Yao turned to an enrollment brochure. "Want your child to become talented? Then please let your child join Ocean University. Our school only enrolls elite students from noble families." In summary, it was an enrollment scam. It concealed the fact that the school was built on the sea and merely described the school as a vacation paradise, where one could immerse themselves in limitless ocean views every day. Closed cultivation, relaxed teaching, people-oriented, emphasizing the moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor education of students. In reality, it was a prison plus self-study plus devil-style exams plus life-or-death escape. To survive, one must possess considerable skill. This brochure was personally written by Principal Jesse. Wen Yao flipped through another area's newspaper and came across an information announcement. It said that as long as you became an outstanding student, the principal would personally award you an excellent student medal, and students who got the medal could leave the school in a school bus and would never have to come back. The announcement was also issued by Principal Jessie. Wen Yao wanted to keep reading, but a harsh broadcast sounded in the library. "Students, I am Principal Jessie." The man's suppressed voice of anger echoed throughout the school. Everyone stopped in their tracks, curious to see. Wen Yao was slightly surprised. Principal Jessie was actually broadcasting in person. "Students, I am very sad, our school has produced a shameful thief." In the teaching building, Zhang Xiaoyu's face turned pale. She had a premonition that the principal was talking about her. Jessie suppressed his anger. "He stole my most precious photo. No matter who this thief is, they must come to the teacher's building within 10 minutes and return what was stolen. Otherwise, I will make the shark teachers search each classroom one by one. Wherever the photo is found, all the students in that classroom will be eaten. So please, students, watch each other and return the photo as soon as possible." When Zhang Xiaoyu heard this, her face turned pale, and her anxious heart finally sank. Sure enough, it was about her. Chapter 93 University. 7 Nights of Horrifying Classes 27. Wen Yao put down the newspaper and glanced outside at the terrified and confused students. Who stole Principal Jessie's most precious photo? Why steal the photo? These 2 points puzzled her a bit. And one more thing, with Principal Jessie's threat, would anyone hand over the photo? Just from the sound, it was clear how angry Principal Jessie was. The one who turned in the photo might not escape punishment. Maybe they would end up being eaten on the spot. 10 minutes quickly passed. Sure enough, no one turned in the photo. Jessie's furious banging on the desk echoed across the campus through the broadcast. His words squeezed out through clenched teeth, filled with rage, ferocity, and coldness. Well. Students, please return to your classrooms right now, immediately. Have the shark teachers, it's time to eat. The air instantly thickened, panic and unease spread. What should we do? We're going to be eaten. Which bastard stole the photo? That damn jerk. It can't be one of us in our class, right? What are you waiting for? If we go back late, we'll get eaten. Everyone hurriedly rushed toward the teaching building. A classmate whispered. What if the photo is in our class? Rushing back too fast would be sending ourselves to death. Nearby people paused their steps. True. As a result, they were all thumped in the head by the class leader, who shouted. Stop dawdling, hurry up, go back and check the drawers first, so we don't get framed by other classes. Everyone was startled, right? When Wen Yao entered classroom 506, she found the classmates quiet as chickens, their heads hanging like ostriches. And on the podium stood a tall man, playing with a framed 10-inch photo, looking at the students with a half-smile. Stealing something? His nonchalant tone carried an unmistakable sense of pressure. The students lowered their heads even more. Wen Yao collided with the man smiling, narrow eyes, calmly closing the classroom door behind her. Her gaze fell on the photo in his hand, and she smiled slightly. Teacher, can I see the photo? Li Ting's tongue brushed against his teeth, and hearing her call him teacher oddly stirred a forbidden feeling. Sure, Wen. Wen Yao took the photo, examining it carefully. There were no names or words on either side of the photo. The young girl in the photo looked to be a high school student, with a beautiful face, shoulder-length golden hair, and a bright smile. Judging by her age, she should be Principal Jessie's daughter. After looking at it, Wen Yao returned the photo to Li Tingche, glancing at Arthur's empty seat. Arthur and Su Jing went bungee jumping at the lighthouse, so he wasn't there. Wen Yao walked back to her seat. The classroom's intercom crackled with Jessie's voice. Students, I'll give you another chance, the shark teachers are coming soon. Just hand over the photo, and you won't be eaten by the shark teachers. Otherwise, if the photo is found in someone's drawer, the shark teachers will immediately eat the entire class. The sound of marching footsteps echoed in the corridor. Each class had been assigned a shark teacher. Zhang Xiaoyu clenched her fist, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had secretly hidden the photo behind a banner on the blackboard, but unexpectedly, it was easily found by Teacher Li. As the footsteps approached, Teacher Li still showed no intention of hiding the photo. Zhang Xiaoyu felt her heart racing to her throat, her back chilling. The other classmates felt the same way. They were almost scared to pee. No one expected the photo to be in their class, right above the blackboard. When they saw Teacher Li take out the photo, they widened their eyes in horror. Long before Principal Jessie said 10 minutes, they had checked the classroom together and found no photo. Thinking it was stolen by someone from another class, they didn't pay much attention. Who knew a big surprise would fall from the sky? Haida secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, already realizing it was the class leader's doing. With a bang, the classroom door was kicked open rudely. The students jumped in shock, looking fearfully and horrified towards the door. Teacher Shark, with a mouthful of sharp teeth and a cold gaze, walked in, seeing the photo in Teacher Lee's hand, and said coldly, "Who are you? Give back the principal's photo." A thick black tentacle suddenly wrapped around his neck, and with a crack, the fish head was twisted off and dragged inside. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Teacher Shark didn't even have time to react, his eyes full of disbelief, his fish head hanging down, eyes bulging in shock. "Who I am is not important, what matters is that you broke the classroom door." Li Ting's narrowed eyes had no warmth, and a mocking arc lifted his lips. A shadow covered the large body that turned into a fish after death, rustling as countless small black octopuses began to eat. Li Tingche coldly scanned the students, excluding Wen Yao, with particularly sharp sarcasm. "A bunch of fools, can't even hide things properly. If your brains are useless, just eat them." If he hadn't come, this group would have dragged his baby down with them. Really useless fools, they should have all been eaten on the first day. The students shrank their necks, teary-eyed as they cried out in protest. "Teacher, it wasn't us." "Yes, teacher, we did nothing." Li Tingche glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, who wasn't daring to speak. "Fools, if it wasn't you, it's someone from your class." Haida weakly said. "Teacher, what should we do now? Who should go return the photo?" The students huddled, unwilling to go. "Teacher, let the one who stole it return it." "Right, teacher, it's not our fault, let the one who stole return it." "Then who exactly stole it? Was it you, Grouper?" "It wasn't me, maybe it was C. Conk." Then the students began to shift blame, point fingers, suspect, and reveal secrets to each other, making a racket like a market. When Yao's gaze crossed the bustling crowd that was raising their hands, landing on the man's pleased smile, he was enjoying this noisy atmosphere. His gaze caught hers, and the smile on his lips became even more striking, attracting numerous eyes. The students were stunned. Teacher Lee was really good looking. At that moment, Daniel stood by the door and politely knocked at the entrance. The students all looked over. "Who is that? Unfamiliar." Daniel looked at Li Tingche, pressed his lips together. "I came to get the photo." Li Ting's tentacle coiled up the photo and handed it to him, softly saying, Daniel took it, "Thank you." After that, the broadcast no longer sounded, and the event calmed. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. That was close, almost got finished. Haida came over and whispered. "Class leader, the rankings have been updated, the first place has gone missing again, and you've moved up to second place." Jiang Xiaoyu's body stiffened instantly. "It's over, she would be eaten tomorrow." Haida continued. "Class leader, tomorrow is Saturday, the school performance is about to start. Has our class written the Little Red Riding Hood script?" Jiang Xiaoyu's face looked extremely bad. She was dying. Who still cared about this? "Get lost, you write the script yourselves." Haida innocently said. "Class leader, can I write it then?" Jiang Xiaoyu's tone was very fierce, impatiently saying. "Whatever you want, get lost." Haida quickly left, his eyes spinning. Chapter 94 College 7 Night Horror Class 28. "Baby, see you tonight." Li Tingche whispered in her ear. When Yao's ears tingled, she glanced at the gossiping and excited classmates around her. "Where are you going?" Li Tingche chuckled softly. "To find you a medal." When Yao smiled gently. "All right, see you tonight." Jiang Xiaoyu watched Teacher Li leave the classroom, her eyes lit up. How could she forget? There was still the medal. As long as she found the medal before tomorrow night, she could leave this dreadful place with the honor student medal. Thinking this, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly stood up, slamming her palm on the desk with a loud bang. When her classmates turned to look, Jiang Xiaoyu cleared her throat and shouted. "Classmates, hurry up, today we're going to find the medal." A student named Hai Luo hesitated. "But, monitor, the third and fourth rings are flooded, how can we find it?" Jiang Xiaoyu shot back. "Are you an idiot? Of course we look in the second ring and the inner ring." Other classmates also wanted to find the medal and agreed, rushing out together in a flurry. Remembering something, Wen Yao asked Jiang Xiaoyu. "How many medals are we looking for?" Jiang Xiaoyu looked at her in confusion. "Wasn't only one medal lost? How can we find more?" Wen Yao nodded, indicating she understood. "I thought there would be many." With a tone of envy, Jiang Xiaoyu explained. It's rumored that the school previously awarded a total of 5 honor student medals, and 4 seniors left with their medals. But there was still one unknown senior who, too excited, lost their medal, leaving us a chance to leave school. When Yao's eyes flickered, the rumor about the lost medal was true, but the reason for its loss was false. Li Tingche must have lost it while being chased for the medal, running and dropping it. When Yao did not go with Jiang Xiaoyu to search for the medal, she looked out the window from the 5th-floor classroom at the teachers' building next door. She could see the shark teachers in their offices preparing exam papers, while a few gathered together talking about something with test papers in hand. At the highest point above was Principal Jesse's office. He had been furious over the PA system, but now he was oddly quiet, not condemning or investigating the thief, which was simply unbelievable. Jesse's behavior seemed a bit off. Wen Yao keenly noticed Daniel walking safely down the hallway from the principal's office. Normally, a person in a rage would vent their anger on others. But Daniel seemed unharmed, with both arms and legs intact. Also, how did Daniel know the photo was in class 506? Considering his familiar attitude with Li Tingche, Wen Yao speculated that Li Tingche had called him over. Why didn't Li Tingche deliver it himself? Perhaps he didn't want to create conflict. But why would Daniel be safe delivering it? There was only one explanation: Daniel and Jessie shared some kind of relationship. Jessie wouldn't harm Daniel. What could their relationship be? This made her a bit curious. Only a chance to ask would tell. The exam started promptly at 8. Tonight's exam was still 3 questions. Wen Yao easily calculated the correct answers and filled them in. Before long, she heard voices behind her whispering the answers. Except for the first night when Jiang Xiaoyu brought people to steal the exam questions, they hadn't stolen any questions since, yet they were still passing the exams. This puzzled her. Li Tingche couldn't have given them the answers, so where did those answers come from? Or were they obtained in a short span of time? Because during the day, they had even memorized the answers without discussing them. Wen Yao scanned the room but didn't find anything unusual, which was strange. This was the first time she encountered this kind of cheating method that was hard to detect. But she didn't plan to investigate it further. After the exam, she went downstairs with Arthur. Today, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others still hadn't found the medal. Arthur tossed Su Jing's medal to her, looking worried. Now we're just 2 medals short. Tomorrow is Saturday. After the performance, we can get Xinyu's medal, but we still have no idea where the last medal is. Do you have any good ideas? After tonight, there are only 2 days left. Removing the time for school activities, they actually have at most 1 day left to search for the medal. Wen Yao put away the medal and shook her head. No. All the students in the school are looking, but they haven't found it. Li Tingche is also searching, and the little octopuses are searching day and night, but they haven't found it. She has no other good way. The school is too big, and the medal is too small. Arthur's eyes slightly narrowed. Then what should we do? Wen Yao's eyes slightly flickered. Let's wait a bit longer, maybe it hasn't come out yet. Arthur looked meaningfully at the man in the shadows, exchanging glances. Could it be that he won't let you leave? No way. Arthur shrugged. All right, then let's wait a little longer. He handed 3 A4 sheets to Wen Yao. This is the script for The Little Mermaid, read it tonight. You will be performing as the Wicked Witch. Wen Yao flipped through it roughly. Good, the script is simple and just right for 6 people. They originally planned to rehearse, but Xinyu said she was afraid others would plagiarize, so they skipped that step. What role are you playing? I'm the prince's father, the king. On the wall of the second ring, fog shrouded the area, making it impossible to see the figures. Heziqian frowned slightly, tightly pressing his lips together. Why do you want to be the Little Mermaid? The Little Mermaid has to kiss the prince, and the kiss has to last for 10 minutes. What a strange setup. Won't a 10-minute kiss cause suffocation? His identity is the mute guard of the Little Mermaid, who can only watch the princess pursue the prince. Xinyu played with her pink hair, looking at the man expressing her dissatisfaction, smiling and saying, Because I want to be a princess, and Daniel is quite handsome, I won't lose out. Heziqian suddenly tightened his grip on the corner of the thin paper script. Why can't he be the prince? But the words turned into, Daniel has a girlfriend, he won't like you. Xinyu raised her eyes to look at him and smiled. But Daniel's girlfriend is dead, he can totally find a new girlfriend. Heziqian felt a heaviness press down in his chest, almost suffocating, and said dryly. He said he wouldn't look for a new girlfriend. Xinyu's eyes curved with a smile. It's fine, I even gained from kissing for 10 minutes. Heziqian felt discomfort in his chest, unable to catch his breath as he directly tore the 3 sheets of paper. Before he could recover, he heard the woman say, Ziqian, will you practice with me? Practice what? Kissing. I'm afraid I'll suffocate on stage tomorrow. His tone was tinged with bitterness. Why don't you go find your prince? Xinyu's eyes carried a smile. Because I'm closest to you. If you don't want to, then I'll go try with Arthur or Daniel. As she turned to leave, she was tightly held by the man's wrist. His eyes showed grievance. I didn't say I wasn't willing. Xinyu unceremoniously wrapped her arms around his neck, standing on her tiptoes, smiling and saying, Hold my waist. I've heard that kissing makes your legs weak, so you need to hold me tight. The 3 sheets of paper fell to the ground. The 2 were very close, the woman's softness pressed against the man's chest. Heziqian's fingertips trembled slightly as his palm rested on her waist, feeling the softness underneath her shirt, his earlobes instantly heating up. Hold tighter, what if I slide down later, she said. Heziqian obediently followed her instructions. The moment he wrapped around her slender waist close to his abdomen, a strong desire surged through his mind. Just as he was ready, the woman's rosy lips pressed onto his. Open your mouth, she commanded. A small, delicate tongue slipped in, inviting him to entangle. He Ziqian's gaze darkened, he tentatively intertwined with her, then reached out to hold her behind the head, turning the passive into the active, kissing fiercely and passionately. The sound of lips smacking was relentless, and the air seemed to heat up. Xinyu felt the rapid beating of his heart, her eyes sparkling like a mischievous little fox that had succeeded. In between breaths, she said. Not enough, we need to practice a few more times. He Ziqian held her tighter, his voice low and husky, okay? He lifted the weak Xinyu, kissing her fiercely again, the passion intensifying. He Ziqian didn't know that everyone else's script was real, except for his, which was fake. Chapter 95, College 7 Nights Deadly Class 29. On Saturday, the school's large performance event officially began. The outdoor playground area was crowded with people, all eyes fixed on the center of the stage. Zizla. The harsh sound of the microphone rang out, causing the students present to cover their ears uncomfortably. Principal Jessie stood in the center of the stage, holding the microphone with a kind smile and said, Students, I am very happy that you all signed up for this performance event. Next, I will explain the ranking rules. There are a total of 10 places, ranked from 1 to 10. If multiple groups receive the same score, they will be tied. Lastly, I want to emphasize that the group that comes in last place will become the farewell meal after the performance ends. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue instantly froze, hearts screaming madly. The last place will be eaten. The judging teachers will score the students seriously, fairly, and impartially, so in the end, I wish you all a good rank. Without further ado, please send a representative up to draw lots. The students swallowed hard, and the team representatives went up to draw lots one after another. Wen Yao's 6-member group was at the very edge. Xinyu squeezed through the crowd toward the podium. Wen Yao's gaze swept toward the 10 judges under the podium, all having sharp teeth like sharks, their faces cold and stern. They did look quite impartial. But before the performance had even started, several students were sneaking up to the shark-like judges, secretly handing them something. The judges still sat straight without looking around, but their hands under the table accepted the bribes. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. Can this still be considered fair? Seeing this, Arthur's eyes sparkled with amusement as he said to Wen Yao. Quite interesting, do you think if we come in last place, we can escape safely? Wen Yao's dark eyes were exceptionally calm as she scanned the many fish-like students around before looking at Arthur and replying. I can run away, but you might not be able to. Arthur's mouth twitched. A giant octopus sea monster would care for his girlfriend, but not necessarily for him. Once their group came in last place, the most dangerous person would be him instead. At this moment, Xinyu returned with the number she drew, her eyes curved with joy. We got number 99, our performance is at the very end, so we can watch everyone else's performances. Arthur. The later the performance, the less patience the judges had, meaning they might score carelessly. He looked towards the other teammates, uncertainly asking. Can we rank 9th? He Ziqian, Su Jing, and Xinyu looked at Arthur with determined expressions. Of course we can. Daniel fell silent for a moment. I think it could possibly be first place. Wen Yao was surprised inside. First place? Are you serious? Among all the groups bribing the judges, their group relying solely on acting skills to stand out seemed a bit unrealistic. The performance had already started. Sea Urchin leaned next to Jiang Xiaoyu, lowering his voice and said. Class monitor, Arthur and Wen Yao didn't team up with us. What if their group comes in last place and gets eaten? Jiang Xiaoyu could only chuckle to herself. She might be the one getting eaten tonight, who would care about them? That's right, the first place from last night had disappeared again, and she had gone from second to first place. Every moment now was a luxury for her. What can we do? Just chill. Then what about the exam tonight? Just chill. Jiang Xiaoyu had a straight face and got up to leave. Sea Urchin hurriedly asked, Class monitor, where are you going? Jiang Xiaoyu, to find a badge. What if she found it? Ji Xiaochan looked over the crowd and saw Jiang Xiaoyu leaving with Sea Urchin following closely behind, his fingers gripping the old newspaper turning white. He was in second place. Once Jiang Xiaoyu got eaten tonight, he would be the next one to be eaten. What should he do? Ji Xiaochan's gaze unintentionally swept over Wen Yao, his eyes suddenly brightened. He had seen Wen Yao stepping on the head of that enormous creature. She probably wants to leave school too. Wen Yao looked at the bloody performance above, unable to bear to watch. The little match girl stabbed every passerby who refused to buy her matches, acting out a chase scene. Of course, it was the little girl with the knife chasing, while her classmates playing the passersby fled in panic. Some kind of red liquid splattered everywhere. Some even splashed onto the judges. The judges revealed looks of disgust and all raised their red scoring cards, with only one 4 points, the rest all 3 points. The performing classmates on stage immediately cried out, desperately pleading with the judges for more points, but were pulled off the stage by people below. Seeing someone at the bottom, other classmates were filled with joy and cheered wildly. Wen Yao suspected that the 4 points were bribed from the judges. During the intermission, Wen Yao went to the bathroom and on the way, a bundle of newspaper landed at her feet. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, scanning the area, and saw a figure flash past in the corner. Wen Yao picked up the crumpled newspaper and unfolded it, finding a note inside. Everything is Principal Jesse's revenge, kill him, so we can all leave, please check the front page of the newspaper. Jesse's revenge? Wen Yao unfolded the wrinkled newspaper and carefully looked at the front page report. Shock. A college girl was actually killed by a school classmate on her way home. The murderer turns out to be the son of. Poor single father lost an outstanding daughter. The victim, Lena, was indeed Jesse's daughter. The murderer was some rich heir who, out of hatred for Lena rejecting his confession, plotted this murder. But the murderer did not receive the punishment he deserved. His family's influence smoothed everything over. And Jesse was just an ordinary worker, powerless to help his daughter, only able to watch the murderer go unpunished. When Yao's eyes flashed slightly, the following events were easy to guess. Jesse likely built this school to take revenge on these rich heirs. But as an ordinary person with a low income, where did Jesse get the money to build a school? Loggins contributed 70%, Jesse's 30% was no small amount either. Thus, she reasonably deduced that the father who lost his daughter resolutely allied with criminals for revenge. And the person who tossed the paper ball to her wanted to use her to kill Principal Jesse. Why kill the principal? There could only be one reason: the principal's existence threatened his life safety. The top 10 most ruthless class leaders flashed through Wen Yao's mind. The ranking list was probably created by Jesse. Every night, the one who ranked first would mysteriously disappear, and the only reason the school didn't care was that the school itself caught them. So the person who threw the paper ball to her should be one of them on the ranking list. He discovered the principal's secret but found himself helpless, thus wanting to use her to kill the principal. Clarifying the reason, Wen Yao returned to her seat on the playground. At that moment, it was already time for Class 506 to perform Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf. Sea Urchin became Little Red Riding Hood, Big Bad Wolf was Jiang Xiaoyu, and the other classmates became Little Mushrooms. Little Red Riding Hood bought a bottle of magical potion from the witch and sprinkled it on the little mushrooms, causing them to transform into monsters and eat the Big Bad Wolf who followed Little Red Riding Hood. Of course, it also ate Little Red Riding Hood. Wen Yao. What's the difference between this and being eaten by the Big Bad Wolf? Then, the judges unanimously gave them 6 points. Teacher Shasha commented. Not bad, dragging the enemy down with you and also benefiting the newly born mushroom monster babies. Everyone present. Ha! This works too? Damn it, why didn't they think of that? Chapter 96 University The Deadly Class of 7 Nights 30. The performance program was nearing its end. The highest average score was 8.6 points, the lowest was 3.2 points. Arthur's eyes flickered, they only needed to score just over 3.2 points. Host, next, please welcome Group 99 to perform The Little Mermaid. A group of 6 walked onto the stage amid countless gazes. Wen Yao played the evil witch, and her role was minimal, it wasn't time for her to appear yet. Watching the little friends perform from behind the scenes. It tells the story of the mermaid princess Xinyu, who intentionally sets a trap to make her mute guard He Ziqian say I love you. The mute guard is not really mute, his throat has long been healed, but no one knows, because he only speaks to the princess. The mermaid princess has already known Prince Daniel. When the prince goes to sea again, she asks him to coordinate the performance, and the prince agrees happily. The prince falls into the water, and the mermaid princess saves him. She returns to shyly reveal her feelings to the mute guard. I have fallen in love with the prince at first sight. You will help me, right? Ziqian. The woman's cheeks flush lightly, as if she is a truly lovesick girl. It feels like she is genuinely telling him she likes Daniel instead of acting. He Ziqian's fingertips involuntarily tighten, feeling a strange discomfort in his heart, but he still catches the lines. How do you want me to help you, Your Highness? Xinyu lifts her pretty little face and looks at him with expectant eyes. I heard that there is a magical potion at the witch's place. After drinking it, my fish tail will turn into legs, and with legs, I can go on land to find Daniel. Can you help me get the potion from the witch? He Ziqian presses his lips into a straight line, okay. The mute guard finds the witch and uses all his savings to buy a bottle of magical potion. Wen Yao reminds him, if the princess doesn't get a true love's kiss in 7 days, she will turn into bubbles. The mute guard originally wanted to hide the magical potion, but could not resist the mermaid princess's longing. He couldn't even eat, so he ultimately compromised. The mermaid princess drinks the potion and immediately happily goes to find the prince. The mute guard is worried and secretly follows her. He Ziqian watches them embrace and dance intimately, feeling a dense sourness rise in his heart. They do not look like they are acting. He suppresses the urge to rush over and separate them. The performance continues. The prince brings the princess back to the palace. He introduces her to the king and queen as a friend, but both the king and queen see that the princess likes the prince. So, behind the scenes, King Arthur tells the mermaid princess, "My son cannot marry a commoner." Queen Su Jing also says, "You are not worthy of my son." The princess wipes her tears, feeling wronged. This scene falls into the eyes of the mute guard who is secretly following the princess. That night, the mute guard finds the princess. "Your Highness, please come with me." "No, I don't want to. I love Daniel." He Ziqian's heart suddenly aches, his fingertips tightening. "It's fake, she is just acting." He continuously comforts himself, but it has no effect. He forcibly suppresses the discomfort in his heart and continues the lines. "Your Highness, he does not love you, he only sees you as a friend." "But Ziqian, I love him." He Ziqian's heart suddenly stops, and he instinctively blurts out, "No, you cannot love him." As soon as the words leave his mouth, a trace of regret flashes in his eyes, he has messed up the lines. Xinyu's lips curl into a triumphant arc, but she suppresses it and pretends to be confused. "Why not?" He Ziqian presses his lips together and pulls the lines back. "He does not love you. Before noon tomorrow, if you do not get a true love's kiss, you will turn into a pile of bubbles." "Xinyu, it's okay, loving him is enough for me." He Ziqian tightens his fists. The mute guard cannot bear to see the princess turn into bubbles, so he tells the prince about this matter. So, as noon approaches the next day, the prince confesses to the princess. "I already know you are the mermaid princess who saved me from the sea, and I also know that you traded your life for legs to come find me. If you don't mind, I am willing to kiss you to try. Do you want it?" Xinyu's eyes fill with tears. "Yes, even if it's for a short time, I am satisfied." He Ziqian's heart starts to ache again. Last night she said even a 10-minute kiss was worth it. She seems to be really looking forward to it. Clearly, last night her little tongue was entangled with him for a long time, saying she liked the taste of his big tongue. Today she is going to seduce someone else. Who else can lick better than him? Thinking about how she would kiss Daniel intimately like they did last night, a deep ache arose suddenly within him. When he saw their lips slowly coming together. He Ziqian stepped out boldly, suddenly pushing Daniel aside, and fiercely kissed her lips, deeply sucking and swallowing, completely disregarding the crowd below. The audience's mouths dropped open in shock, forming O shapes. Wow. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, so that's how it is. Daniel, pushed aside, didn't mind at all, stepping to the side with a smile. Xinyu's eyes sparkled with a fox-like smile, letting him vent for a moment. Then she gently struggled free, pretending to be incredulous and said, "Ziqian?" He Ziqian quickly saved the situation with his words. "Since it's a true love kiss, why can't I? I love you, princess." Xinyu stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "I love you too, He Ziqian." Hearing this, a difficult-to-express joy rose up in He Ziqian's heart. Clap, clap, clap. The king, queen, prince, and witch all came out to applaud them. It turned out that the magical potion had long been revised, with no side effects. The princess and the witch made a deal, intentionally letting the witch and the mute guard say those words. The prince had known the mermaid princess for a long time and went back to ask the king and queen to act together. The performance concluded here. The judges all raised their cards showing 10 points. Not only were Wen Yao and Arthur stunned, but the classmates below were also dumbfounded, all shouting in disbelief, "Teacher Sha is unfair. Their show didn't get eaten by anyone. They should get 2 points. Yes, that's right, unfair. Unfair." The audience shouted in unison about the unfairness, but Teacher Sha raised his hand to silence them. He held the microphone and said, "Our school's philosophy has always been unity, kindness, and love. Group 99 perfectly represented our school's philosophy, so it's normal to receive full marks." The students were dumbfounded. When did they ever have love and kindness? Before everyone could react, fireworks exploded in the sky. Principal Jesse's voice came over the school's broadcast. "Students, I announce that the campus performance activity has concluded successfully. Now you can enjoy your meals. Wishing everyone a delightful meal." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 groups ranked last, a total of 90 people, scattered and fled. The students reacted quickly, turning into fish heads chasing after the food. No one had the time to care if the first place was reasonable. All they knew was that it was time to eat, and if they ran slowly, they wouldn't even get a piece of warm food. Wen Yao and Arthur stared at the chaotic playground, momentarily lost for words. A classmate, taking advantage of the chaos, tried to make a move on Wen Yao and Arthur but was kicked away by his friends. Daniel said, "Hurry, let's go to the inner ring." The group hurriedly ran through the disordered crowd and sprinted to the inner ring gate. Bang, bang, bang. The bell suddenly rang. Wen Yao glanced back, noticing the sky darkening suddenly, and a tsunami was coming again. However, the 6 of them safely ran into the inner ring. The gate separated the seawater and students in the second ring. Arthur looked at Daniel. Where are we sleeping tonight? Daniel replied, we can only sleep in the classroom. Wen Yao lifted her gaze and glanced at the principal's office, asking Daniel, what is your relationship with the principal? Daniel answered, I am the boyfriend of his daughter. Wen Yao was surprised. It turned out the biggest backdoor was right here. Chapter 97 University, The 7 Nights of the Lethal Lesson 31. Shen Yu kept her promise and gave the medal to Wen Yao. Wen Yao took it, thank you. Now she had 4 medals in her hand, just one last one to go. Arthur looked at Wen Yao, any news on the last one? Wen Yao answered, not yet. The little octopuses were still searching everywhere, not even missing the submerged areas. The 6th night's exam commenced as scheduled. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly wrote down the answers she heard, then discreetly scanned the nearby classmates. She hadn't found the medal, which meant she was about to die. Before she died, she wanted to taste other seafood flavors. A few names flashed through her mind. When she passed over Urchin, she hesitated for a moment but still chose to remove his name. He was the most sycophantic usually, so let him go this time. Zhang Xiaoyu wrote 2 copies of cheats and passed them out. After the exam, the classmates feasted again, not noticing anything unusual. Only Hai Dant felt a hint of something strange. He cautiously glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was voraciously eating tonight, but did not dare to approach her. Outside the classroom, Arthur followed 4 little friends away. Wen Yao looked at the man leaning lazily against the wall, meeting his gentle and smiling gaze, and smiled back. Li Tingche, let's go back. Throughout the day, except for bringing her meals, he was helping to find the medal. Li Tingche straightened up, his gaze lightly swept through the quiet and shadowy hallway, the corners of his lips slightly raised, his large hand cradling the back of the woman's head, and without hesitation, he kissed her. His voice was soft and lingering. Baby, I want to eat some dessert. Wen Yao embraced his hot and strong waist, parting her lips, At the moment of warmth touching, both of them trembled, their lips and tongues entangling deeper. Li Tingche initially wanted to stop, but the baby was too sweet, and he couldn't help but kiss her again and again, before reluctantly retreating from her lips. A crystal-clear silk thread was drawn out. Both of them were slightly breathless. Wen Yao looked up at the longing in his eyes, kissed his chin, and joked, shall we return to the lighthouse? Okay, he replied hoarsely. He held her hips, lifting her up as her legs weakened, walking steadily down the stairs. Wen Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, laying against him, gazing at the rows of brightly lit classrooms, softly saying, you didn't find the medal, did you? But it's okay, I will find it tomorrow. Wen Yao tilted her head, kissing his sexy Adam's apple, breaking into a smile. Thank you, dear. The man's body instantly tensed, a low and hoarse voice spilling from his throat. You're welcome, baby. The consequence of teasing the man was that as soon as they entered the lighthouse room, he pinned her against the door, showering her with kisses. The buttons on his chest suddenly burst open, falling onto the soft carpet and rolling away. The man's breathing grew heavier, his tongue warm and wet, recklessly. Wen Yao lowered her gaze, looking at his messy black hair, relaxing her body, a tingling sensation overwhelming her, allowing him to do as he pleased. The thin fabric was pulled down. In that moment, both let out a satisfied sigh. The man kissed her lips, stirring and entangling, holding her hips as he walked toward the sofa. The heater ignited inexplicably, the charcoal crackling fiercely. Wen Yao's eyes were flushed, muffled whimpers being swallowed by the man's deep kisses. Her pale and slender legs trembled like peach blossoms wet with rain, delightfully quivering. The next day, Sunday. Ji Xiaocheng sat in the classroom, looking toward the teacher's building. Zhang Xiaoyu went missing last night, and tonight it was his turn. Thinking this, a dark shadow flickered in Ji Xiaocheng's eyes. If things didn't go well, then he could only go all out. On the other side, Arthur handed a blueprint to Wen Yao. Look at this, I found it last night when I sneaked into the next teacher's building. Wen Yao looked at him with surprise, not expecting him to be so brave, sneaking into a building full of fierce fish monsters alone. You weren't found, were you? No, I just made it to the 3rd floor, and Daniel provided cover, he said. Wen Yao spread out the blueprint, her eyes scanning. It looked similar to what she had seen from the lighthouse. The circular walls divided the campus into 4 areas, with only one main road running through all 4 areas. Notably, below the central area's teacher's building, there was a long underground tunnel leading to the South Marine area outside the school, directly to the underwater cliff. At the underwater cliff, there was a note indicating an experimental area. Wen Yao's eyes shimmering slightly, connecting all events, so that's how it was. Someone was using the school as cover to conduct research on the fusion of marine organisms with humans, and the test subjects were students. This researcher was likely Logan. Arthur looked down at the quiet Wen Yao. Should we check out the experimental area? The medal might be there. Wen Yao raised her gaze, meeting his eyes. What do you think our chances of survival are if the deep-sea tunnel explodes? Arthur raised an eyebrow. 0, right? Without equipment, if it explodes, we'll be crushed by the pressure. But today is the last day. If we don't search for it, we can't pass. Wen Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. You got this map too conveniently. I suspect it was placed by someone with ulterior motives. Like that person hiding in the shadows, Rogan's. Arthur lowered his gaze and thought, last night had indeed gone too smoothly. Wen Yao, Li Tingche said the medal was lost at school, not at the seabed, so we don't need to take risks. Did he find it? No, he is still looking today. Arthur couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly stood up. I'll go look too. This was the most troublesome copy for him. If they couldn't even find the giant octopus, how would they clear it? Watching Arthur's hurried silhouette, Wen Yao swallowed the words she wanted to say. Perhaps waiting was indeed a bit anxious, letting him search was fine. What she wanted to say was, since even the little octopuses couldn't be found, they must have been picked up and hidden by someone. And this person might be watching them search from the shadows. After all, there were countless little octopuses. She couldn't even count them. When she asked Li Tingche how many there were, he only said many. The lighthouse had only a part. The rest were scattered all over the school, and there were also some at the seabed. Every inch of space had been turned over by the little octopuses several times, and nothing had been found, which clearly meant they had been taken by someone. As night approached, a small sign was thrown at Wen Yao's feet. Wen Yao looked towards the direction the sign was thrown from and saw a snake-tailed starfish perched on a stone half her height, staring at her. Wen Yao flipped the sign with her golden sword. The medal is with me. Do you want it? Kill Li Tingche, and I will give it to you. Wen Yao's face remained calm as water. Looking at it, she said lightly. It's just a medal, not very valuable. With a loud smack, the small sign was violently thrown down at her feet. You're lying. Li Tingche is helping you search for the medal. Today he even asked me for the medal, but I said I had never seen it. Wen Yao remained unfazed. That doesn't mean anything. I do want the medal, but I also can do without it. What I mean is the value of the medal isn't high enough for me to kill for it, it's optional. Do you understand? The snake-tailed starfish paused for a moment, then threw out two small signs again. Fine, let's change the conditions. As long as you come to the lab before 9 tonight, I will give you the medal. There's only one chance. Whether you come or not, it's up to you. The snake-tailed starfish disappeared. Wen Yao's gaze flickered slightly, gripping the golden sword and boldly walking into the teacher's building, heading straight to the principal's office. In the hallway, the shark teachers exchanged glances, staring at Wen Yao as she went upstairs but didn't dare to approach. Principal's office. Jesse's gaze lingered on his daughter Lena's bright smile, with tears shimmering in his eyes, engulfed in a shadow of sadness. Suddenly, the light at the door dimmed. Jesse turned to look and was immediately drawn to the golden sword. His expression stiffened. Are you going to kill me? Chapter 98, University Night of the Seven Deadly Lessons 32, slightly supplemented. Wen Yao, no, I just want to ask you something. Jesse. Asking something, is it necessary to bring a sword? Especially such a cruel sword. Wen Yao noticed Jesse's doubtful look and put away the golden sword, calmly explaining. I'm afraid the shark teachers will eat me. Jesse glanced at the little octopuses in the shadow at the door, wanting to chuckle. He hoped his shark teachers were safe and sound. Since Wen Yao came to the school, that girl had probably devoured countless of his shark teachers. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the tears from his eyes, looking at Wen Yao. What do you want to ask? Who is Rogan's? A mad and pathological research doctor who firmly believes that humans can merge with marine creatures to survive and reproduce in the ocean. How can we kill him? Jesse paused, looking at the golden sword in her hand, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, his gaze deepening as he spoke slowly. If you want to kill him, the only way is to destroy his true body. And his true body is in the laboratory at the deep-sea cliff. To get there, you need to go through the underwater tunnel, and I can guarantee that the tunnel can continuously deliver oxygen. But I can't guarantee the tunnel's safety. You know it's easy to destroy the tunnel from both inside and outside. Okay, thank you. Wen Yao looked at him and said straightforwardly, I have one more question. Why did you set up 5 top student medals? The medals were set up by Jesse. Obtaining a medal means leaving the school. If this is a scam, why did he do it? Su Jing, Xingyu, and He Ziqian could say it's a scam, but what about Daniel? From the campus performance activities, it can be seen that he took special care of Daniel. So why didn't Daniel let him go after he received the medal? This puzzled her a bit. Jesse calmly replied, because I found that among the students sent over, a few good kids mixed in, and I wanted them to leave. But I didn't expect Rockin to intercept the school bus leaving. He had no intention of letting anyone leave. Especially that kid, Li Tingche, he's too smart. Under many surveillance and heavy defenses, he not only uncovered Rocken's experimental secrets but also obtained core evidence. Rocken certainly wouldn't let him leave. Wen Yao stepped out of the office, feeling a little heavy. She saw a row of small black octopuses hanging on the railings, forming big hearts, trying hard to make her happy. Her heart warmed, but thinking of Jesse's words, a dense pain rose in her heart. The promise of leaving the school after receiving a medal was real. Yet the puppeteer behind the scenes, Rocken, intercepted people, and even Jesse was unaware of it. By the time he realized it, it was all too late. The departing top students also became part of the experimental lab rats. After Rocken learned of the secret leak, he punished Li Tingche. And the way of punishment was a deadly game. The prey was Li Tingche, the hunters were the students, and the place was the whole campus. The school was surrounded by the sea, he couldn't escape, but he had to flee. Clearly a desperate escape, yet that night, Li Tingche simply said, "That day, I ran all over the school." Wen Yao's eyes felt slightly sore, wanting to give him a good hug and kiss. In the teaching building. Ji Xiaocheng stared at Wen Yao leaving the teaching building from above, his fists clenched instantly. There was no chaos in the teaching building, which means Principal Jessie didn't die. She didn't kill the principal. Then tonight, he can't escape. Ji Xiaocheng secretly gritted his teeth. Screw it, it's now or never. At 8 o'clock, the 7th night exam started on time. Li Ting's questions this time were not difficult, he didn't need to calculate to get the answers. But they were all B. As long as both options guessed B, you could pass the exam. Without Jiang Xiaoyu helping them cheat, 2/3 of the students died. The sea urchin survived by luck. The classroom began another feast. Outside the classroom, Arthur stepped in front of Wen Yao and said firmly, "I'll go with you." Wen Yao raised her eyes to look at him. "No need, you stay here. Li Tingche might not care about you. And if the tunnel really explodes, Arthur will definitely die without protection." Arthur glanced at the shadow behind her but did not see the anticipated person. "Where's Li Tingche? Isn't he going with you?" Wen Yao's eyes caught a glimpse of the hidden snake-tailed starfish in the corner and said to Arthur, "He's not going." Arthur wanted to insist, but Wen Yao's gaze signaled him to stop. His eyes slid past the corner without moving, and he also saw the exposed snake-tailed starfish. Instantly enlightened, Li Tingche wouldn't ignore Wen Yao. He didn't insist any longer. "Okay, be careful." Wen Yao went straight to the teaching building, taking the hidden elevator from the teaching building to the underwater tunnel. The transparent, spacious tunnel lit up with small white square lights on the floor. She could see glowing plankton in the sea and some fish swimming overhead. Suddenly, Wen Yao felt a tremor in her chest. Lowering her gaze, she met the innocent eyes of the small black octopus squeezed between the fullness. "Baby, I accidentally touched it." This was just a doppelganger of Li Tingche, its main body was outside the underwater tunnel. There were also some small octopuses hiding in her shadow. Receiving the medal meant they were about to part ways. The man said he wanted to stick close to her, so Wen Yao placed his doppelganger into her softness. On the other side. Not long after the exam ended, all the students were having a meal. But the loudspeaker in the classroom suddenly rang out. "Hello everyone, I am Ji Xiaocheng, the class monitor of class 303, currently ranked first in the top 10 most ruthless class monitors. There is something I have to say. I'm afraid if I don't say it now, I won't have the chance to say it later." The missing class monitors were all eaten by Principal Jessie. As soon as this was said, it caused an uproar. Before the students could react, he continued hastily. "The reason we are here is because of Principal Jessie's revenge. His daughter was killed by the wealthy heirs, so he hates us, despises us, tricked us into the school to play a killing game. If you don't resist today, my fate tomorrow will be your fate in the future. Only in resistance can we stop this endless massacre, only by killing Principal Jessie can we truly return home. Everyone, let's go. If we don't die today, we'll die tomorrow. Who's afraid?" The 5 friends standing on the rooftop also heard this. Arthur raised his eyebrows slightly, a playful smile dancing in his eyes. "Interesting, this is a fight for rebellion." As expected, all the students in the teaching building rushed out in rage, attacking the teaching building collectively. The teachers came out in full force. The two groups clashed in a lively uproar. Bang bang bang. The bell rang abruptly. The tsunami was fiercer than ever, fiercely aggressive. A high wave directly struck the rooftop of the teaching building. Arthur's face stiffened, he didn't even have time to jump down and was directly swept away by the wave. Fortunately, Daniel caught him. The two surfaced, and Arthur looked up, unexpectedly discovering that the moon tonight was particularly bright and round, illuminating everything around. The teachers had transformed into sharks, chasing various fish monsters among the students. The students splashed like water dropping into a hot pan. Suddenly, at the highest point of the teaching building, a giant great white shark jumped down. With a huge splash, it stirred up a wave. Students were shocked and fled in panic. But the great white shark was the tyrant of the sea. Little fish and monsters couldn't escape its sharp, giant teeth. However, misfortune doesn't come alone. Another huge tsunami struck. Arthur was once again tossed back into the water, almost crashing into the corner. Daniel grabbed him, swam to the surface, and shouted, "Arthur, we need to go to the highest point of the teaching building. The seawater won't reach there." "Okay." Other students, dodging the shark's pursuit, swam toward the teaching building. Arthur spat out a mouthful of seawater, scanning his surroundings, and saw the other 3 friends nearby. The 5 of them climbed to the rooftop of the teaching building. Su Jing's thick black glasses were washed away, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, with eyes that were exceptionally captivating. Arthur froze for a moment while wringing out his clothes, not expecting the seemingly ordinary person in the photo to be so beautiful without her glasses. Laboratory. The starfish in a white research coat was hysterically recounting Li Ting's crimes. "Do you know how excessive he is? Not only did he destroy my research findings, but he also messed up the experimental data. If I hadn't fused a squid with an evil god's gene for him, he wouldn't even be alive. Worse, he locked everyone here, isolated from the world, dying lonely. My dreams, my everything, all my honors have been ruined by him. So only by killing him can I reclaim everything that belongs to me. Wen Yao. Kill him. Only then can we escape from here." Wen Yao's gaze was as calm as water. "Is the medal with you?" Ro Jin's tentacle grasped the medal. The sneer said, "I knew you cared about this medal. I deliberately made a fake medal and threw it into the ocean's crack," and he dove right in. His tentacles were twisted and torn by the underwater whirlpool. "Ha, that felt great, but it's not enough to quell my anger. Do you know how important my research results are for humanity? The sea level is rising, land will be submerged by the ocean, and humanity will perish. If my research on the fusion of humans and marine life succeeds, it means humanity can survive. Even if the land is flooded, humans can choose to transform into marine beings and expand into the depths of the sea. Do you understand? 70% of the ocean is still unexplored. This is a huge progress for humanity. And I will be the father of the ocean's voyage. My name will be immortalized in history." Before he could finish, Wen Yao's golden sword suddenly grew longer, and she dashed forward, stabbing it deep into Logan's body. Logan's body instantly turned into black water. The little black octopuses on the floor all hurried to pick up the fallen metal. "Ha, woman, I knew you couldn't be trusted." Logan's face was projected onto the dark curtain, grinning ominously. "Ha, that isn't my true body. I have long developed a large dose of biological bomb. This place will become a wasteland. I'll blow you and Li Tingche up together." Then the laboratory flashed with red alarm lights, and the countdown began. Countless little octopuses wrapped around Wen Yao. A long hand grabbed Wen Yao's hand holding the golden sword. "Baby, can I borrow your golden sword?" "Okay, you'll come back, right?" "I will, baby." Wen Yao let go. The golden sword seemed to naturally belong to him, and as he grasped it, it suddenly grew larger again, its oppressive sword aura sweeping across the entire seabed. In the moment Wen Yao was sent out, the underwater tunnel exploded with a roar, creating huge waves. The moment Wen Yao held the 5th medal. "Congratulations player Wen Yao, you have found 5 top student medals. Points earned, 500,000. Total points, 105,000. Please select whether to immediately leave the copy world. Yes, leave immediately. No, leave after 12 hours. Wen Yao clicked no. Wen Yao was sent by the little octopuses to the top of the teacher's building. The seawater had completely submerged the school, leaving only this piece of the roof to stand on. Classmates were being chased by a giant shark, but the shark didn't eat them all in the end. She scanned the surroundings. Arthur was already gone, probably back. She looked towards the sea surface, hoping that massive creature would appear. 2 hours passed, and the water surface still showed no sign of that figure. Wen Yao's heart tightened, and she couldn't help but shout, "Li Tingche, are you there? Come out quickly." A man's voice came from behind her. "I'm here, baby." Wen Yao turned around and hugged the wet tightly. "Why did it take you so long to come up?" Li Tingche gently kissed her lips. It exploded into pieces. It needed some time to recover. Wen Yao suddenly felt heartbroken and held him tighter. In the end, Li Tingche returned the golden sword to her, and the two of them nestled in the lighthouse, indulging in their passionate embrace. "Li Tingche, why didn't you stop me from leaving? Baby, this place is a cage, imprisoning only me is enough. May you be free, my love." Ocean Academy ends. The next copy train, Section 13, Eternal Life. Chapter 99, Train. Section 13, Eternal Life 01. Under the Dusk. In the vast desert, yellow sand was flying everywhere, and a small white dot emerged from the rolling ridges. In the folds of the sand waves, that white dot took on a human shape, wearing a floor-length robe, billowing in the wind, making a rustling sound. Wen Yao held her white robe with one hand and gripped the golden sword with the other, her steps uneven as she walked on the sand. Suddenly, a humanoid shadow with scattered red light howled and lunged at her. Wen Yao raised the golden sword and skillfully pierced through its body. It fell down in disbelief, with a large hole in its belly melted away, completely dead. The human on the ground was charred black, and sparks gradually extinguished from the cracked flesh. It was like a monster running out of volcanic magma. But it could be clearly distinguished that this was a person, an adult strong man. This was the fifth person she had encountered. Just not long ago. Welcome player Wen Yao to the horror game, current instance train, 13 cars of immortality. Instance difficulty, SS level. Identity, visitor. Clear conditions. 1. Take the desert wing train to the final station. 2. Find the wish of Virexis and return it to its owner. It didn't sound difficult, one was to take a train, and the other to find something. However, would there really be a train in this remote, desolate desert that seemed endless? She walked for a long time, but saw no train, only the clothes of players who had been eaten. Wen Yao raised her eyes, barely seeing the sky getting darker through the wind and sand. The wind and sand would soon stop. The desert at night was not safe, especially since the temperature would drop sharply. She had to either find a station quickly or look for temporary shelter, otherwise she couldn't guarantee she would survive until dawn. Just then, the porcelain doll bead around her neck began to heat up slightly. An image appeared before her eyes. A train with a steam engine was rushing towards her from the distance in the desert. The entire body of the train sparkled with stars, emitting scorching steam and thick smoke. In the driver's cab, a man wore a black conductor's uniform, tall and upright, with a golden button fastened at the top, exuding a strong sense of restraint. His skin was extremely pale, his features remarkably handsome, with short crimson hair, elongated eyes, and molten pupils covered in cold frost, his long eyelashes thick. The line of his lips was indifferent, carrying a kind of reserved charm. A cluster of flames the size of a basketball, with an outer layer of moonlight white and an inner layer of crimson golden flames, floated before him, making a pleading expression, opening its mouth to speak. Upon hearing this, the man raised his eyes and smiled softly, his long eyelashes casting a trembling shadow on his eyelids, the frost in his eyes suddenly melting, and the corners of his lips curling up slightly. He leisurely picked up a nearby spray bottle and sprayed it toward the cluster of flames. The water that sprayed out made contact with the flames, sizzling and evaporating into smoke. The flame's expression turned blissful for a second and then widened in confusion, as if asking, "Is that all?" So, it looked pitifully at the man again. The man chuckled softly, his fingertips sinking into the flames, kneading and reshaping it, his lips slightly parted to say something. The flames wilted down. The 15-second image ended. When Yao couldn't help but smile, the man was playing with fire. Just then, the wind and sand suddenly stopped. Wen Yao was standing on a high ground, seeing lights in the distance, along with a blurry outline of a platform. A girl's voice calling for help came through. "Help! Older brother and sister ahead." Wen Yao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a petite girl wearing a black windbreaker, her hair tied into a bun, desperately running toward her, chased by a charcoal creature. The charcoal creature's skin was tearing from the violent running, fiery flames erupting from within, resembling a burning piece of charcoal. Joey quickly recognized the figure ahead and immediately shouted loudly. "Miss, please save me. I have items. I can give them to you, help." Upon hearing this, Wen Yao dropped her heavy canvas bag from her shoulder and quickly ran down, solving the charcoal creature with one sword. Although she didn't need any items, she was quite interested in all kinds of special function items. For example, the substitute item from the last instance, which could actually replace the dead and exit the instance, was equivalent to getting another life. "Hello, miss, my name is Joey." Joey panted heavily as she introduced herself, collapsing on the sandy ground. Wen Yao glanced at the heavy backpack on her back, eyebrows slightly raised, secretly sighing at her good stamina. "Hello, I am Wen Yao." Joey caught her breath, got up, dusted off the sand from her clothes, reached into her work pants pocket, and took out the last 3 sheets of cartoon sticky notes, looking at Wen Yao seriously and said, "This is an S-level item called Truth Sticky Notes. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance, it can be used on creatures below SSS level. Once you stick it on a creature, no matter what you ask, the other party will uncontrollably spill the truth. With this truth-telling sticky note, I've asked a lot of reliable clues. Of course, there are drawbacks, one sticky note can only ask one question, and now there are only 3 left, all for you. 3 means you can ask 3 questions." When Yao looked at the ordinary sticky note, her gaze filled with doubt. Joey noticed her hesitation and took out all her items, a dagger and a brooch. She confessed, "The dagger is A level, the brooch is C level, and the sticky note is S level. I swear, the sticky note is my best item." As she spoke, she paused, her face showing inner conflict, looking pained. Or, are you saying you want them all? If I give you everything, I might be the first to die in this instance. When Yao examined the 3 items, she didn't need the dagger, and she already had a brooch. Fine, I only want the sticky note. Joey hurriedly handed over the sticky note. Don't worry, I guarantee the sticky note is absolutely genuine. If there's a problem, you can kill me anytime, I won't run. The girl in the white robe looked cool and clearly had skills, she wouldn't dare lie. Of course, if it were someone else, she might have fooled them, after all, S-level items aren't available all the time, and letting one go hurt her heart so badly. Wen Yao took it and tucked it into her pocket. A voice came from above. Excuse me, is this unclaimed? Wen Yao and Joey both looked up. A man in a white robe with striking bone structure stood on a sand dune, a Han Dynasty sword at his waist. He pointed to the canvas bag on the ground. If it's unclaimed, I'll take it. Seeing he was about to take it, Wen Yao had to shout, that's my bag. Joey quickly explained, I can prove this bag belongs to her. She just threw it down to save me. As dusk fell, it was hard to see the man's eye color, but it was clear that his pupils glimmered in the night, a faint ghostly blue, like dying phosphorescence. His voice was distant but particularly clear. Wen Yao, I didn't expect to encounter you here. Wen Yao's gaze froze, who was he? But Joey shivered and clung to her arm, trembling as she asked, are you a human, big brother? Whose eyes are sparkling in the dark? The man's white robe had a complex inscription on the brim, and something kept moving inside the wide hat. Of course, I'm human, he said. Joey sighed in relief, but then she saw a pair of ghostly blue small eyes appearing in his hat, looking at her. She stiffened and leaned closer to Wen Yao, whispering, you see, there are little eyes in his hat. Yeah, I see. Wen Yao stepped forward, watching a jet-black crow pop out of the man's hat. The crow tilted its head to inspect her, letting out a hoarse call, caw. He gently rubbed the crow's small head with his pale fingers, responding to it, yeah, I know. Wen Yao observed him closely, pure black short hair, prominent brow bones, with his eyes naturally drooping, carrying a hint of compassion. His pupils were very dark, shining with a hint of phosphorescence in the night. Thin lips, pale in color, when he spoke, only a glimpse of his white teeth was visible, appearing reticent and cold. Who are you? Emo Xuanqing, a friend of Arthur. He mentioned you a few times and showed me your photo. Wen Yao was slightly taken aback, Arthur even showed her photo to others? Why did he want you to see the photo? To check fate. Can I know the outcome? You each have your own destined ones. Implying they each had their own lovers. The little crow hopped onto Emo Xuanqing's shoulder and stared intently at her. Wen Yao looked at the little crow and asked Emo Xuanqing, why does it keep looking at me? Emo Xuanqing stroked the little crow's head with his fingers, his gaze fixed on her face. It's called Crow 9, it can see the last scene of a person before they die. It just saw you getting hit by a car and is a bit curious about why you're still alive. Wen Yao felt surprise deep inside as she met the little crow's ghostly blue eyes, not denying the fact that she had died once. Can you tell who hit me? She hadn't seen the driver at the time. The little crow cawed again, caw. Emo Xuanqing translated. A young man with black hair, wearing a high-neck black outfit, covering half of his face. I don't know his name. Wen Yao thought for a moment, none of the people she knew liked to wear high-neck black clothes. Instead, it reminded her of Lin Yi from the last instance. Could it be Lin Yi? She never believed in coincidences without reason. But there was no way to verify it for now, so she decided to remember it for later. Thank you. You're welcome. The sky darkened. Wen Yao picked up the canvas bag from the ground and strapped it on her back, scanning the 2 black backpacks next to Emo Xuanqing, which didn't seem to belong to him. Emo Xuanqing effortlessly grabbed one of the backpacks and explained seriously. Ownerless items belong to whoever picks them up. At that moment, his cold aura vanished, replaced by the warm scent of humanity. Wen Yao nodded and smiled slightly, she could still trust Arthur's friend a little. After Joey introduced herself, the 3 headed towards the bus station. Along the way, a few charcoal men rushed out but were all dealt with by Wen Yao. Joey's eyes sparkled, so amazing. The crow flew ahead to the bus station, circled around, then flew back and landed on Emo Xuanqing's shoulder, cawing again, caw. Emo Xuanqing said, Little Gio says there are 3 men at the station, they should be players who made it that far. One is a man with gold-rimmed glasses, one is a muscular big guy, and one is a boy in a black hoodie. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows, curious and asked. Is Yajiu an object? Pets normally can't come in, right? If it were an object, she would want a crow to scout for her anytime. Emo Xuanqing saw her thoughts and replied. No, it's my sole contract partner, so it can follow me in. Wen Yao understood. The trio arrived at the train station, and it was completely dark by then. Fortunately, the train station was lit. Wen Yao lifted her eyes and looked at the large sign on the platform. Bus station. The ticket counter was empty, with no one around. A large blackboard stood at the window. It seemed to sense someone had arrived. The chalk next to it started to move on its own, as if an invisible hand was holding the chalk, swiftly writing on the blackboard. This station has only one train, called Desert Wings. You need to pay 3 gold coins to board, real gold only, no fakes accepted. Joey's voice rose. What? 3 gold coins? I can't even take that out. Who brings gold into an instance? She doesn't have any gold coins either. Wen Yao also had no gold coins in her pocket and asked, is there any way to substitute with something else? The chalk slid again. No substitutes are accepted, but you can work for the conductor to offset the fare. Board first, work later. Wen Yao thought for a moment. What does the job entail? The chalk continued to move. Train attendant, responsible for cleaning the garbage in the aisles. Wen Yao, okay, I choose to work for the fare. When does the train arrive? Soon. Joey and Mo Xuansheng also chose to work. 3 tickets slid out from the ticket window. The chalk wrote. Your seats are in car number 5. Please remember the following staff rules. 1. Do not tell passengers the conductor's real name. 2. After 8 o'clock at night, do not leave your assigned car unless permitted by the conductor. Wen Yao's eyes flickered. What is the conductor's name? Lin Yan. Right after, 3 identical little notices slipped out from the window. Wen Yao picked up the notice and glanced at it. Dear passengers. A murderer has sneaked onto the train, please pay attention to your safety. Who? The roar of the steam engine echoed from afar. Wen Yao turned to look. In the darkness, a train rushed towards them, its front lit up with bright yellow spotlights, and she could see the steam billowing out. Clang, clang. Not long after, it stopped at the station. Mo Xuansheng picked up the 2 bags on the ground. Facing Wen Yao, he said, let's go, up first. Wen Yao also picked up her canvas bag and quickly followed. The 3 men who arrived earlier had already boarded carriage number 5. Wen Yao turned her gaze to the other carriages, where shadows of people loomed. Most of them were men, wearing denim clothes, cowboy hats, and holding beers to their lips. Her vision moved quickly, and she roughly counted, excluding the locomotive, there were a total of 13 carriages. A bony hand reached out from the locomotive window, lazily resting on the edge of the window. Wen Yao smiled slightly. It was her boyfriend. Thinking of this, she withdrew her gaze and stepped onto the train. The train didn't stop for long, quickly entering the night. Clang clang, the sound gradually drifted away from the station, until it disappeared. The lights on the platform abruptly turned off. On the big sign, the words base station gradually twisted, turning into lac station. On the train, Wen Yao and the others were completely unaware of this. Chapter 101, Train. 13 Carriages of Eternity 03. Carriage 5. During the conversation, Wen Yao learned that the big man was named Lu Meng, the man with glasses was Cui Mo, and the one in the black sweatshirt was Wu Heng. Surprisingly, Cui Mo was actually the leader of their impromptu team. Cui Mo scanned the room and said, our goal is to find the desire of Virexis and return it to its rightful owner. If there are clues, everyone should share them. As for life and death, it's based on each person's abilities. These words sounded cold and indifferent, but everyone present nodded in agreement. Since it was an SS-level instance, they were all experienced players, clues could be shared, but surviving was up to themselves. Trusting others was risky because they might all end up dead. Besides, they didn't know each other well. Who could tell if someone would sabotage them? Cui Mo raised his hand, glanced at his watch, and reminded them, it's 8:20 p.m., it's best not to leave carriage 5. If there's nothing else, let's rest early. Zhou Heng asked, we have 6 people and 13 carriages, how should we divide the work? The conductor seems like he doesn't plan to meet us. As soon as they got on the train, it was already 8 o'clock. In carriage 5, besides the 6 players, there were no other passengers. The connections at both ends of the carriage were blocked by a layer of yellow frosted screens, making it impossible to see or hear what was happening in the other carriages. Clearly, from the outside, the cowboys in carriage 6 were guessing codes and drinking, but now there was not a sound to be heard. 20 minutes passed, and the conductor had not come to see them. All 6 of them had no coins, and chose to work to pay for the fare. The work was the same, cleaning up trash in the aisles. Cui Mo suggested, how about each of us take 2 carriages and rotate cleaning the last carriage? Wen Yao and the others had no objections. The 6 of them drew lots to choose carriage numbers, and after dividing the work, each one chose a place to rest. Ouch, this chair is really hard. Joey pouted, covering her sore knee and murmuring. Wen Yao's eyes scanned the rows of cold, hard wooden benches, thinking it was indeed very hard, truly a hard seat. Fortunately, she was prepared. Knowing the desert had a large temperature difference between day and night, she specifically brought a blanket. Wen Yao pulled the blanket out of her canvas bag and spread it over the chair. Crow 9 flew to the back of the chair, tilting its little head to look at her. "Little 9, come back," Imo Xuanqing said, his tone slightly serious. "Your behavior is quite rude." The little crow cawed and flapped its wings, flying back to Imo Xuanqing's desk and chair, lowering its small head in apology. Wen Yao sighed inwardly, such a clever crow, but too bad it's just one. Imo Xuanqing picked up someone else's bag, so he received 2 blankets. At this moment, he put them to good use. Imo Xuanqing looked at Wen Yao and said, "I'm sorry, it has a strong curiosity, and there won't be a next time." Wen Yao nodded. It wasn't even 9 o'clock, and no one had slept. Imo Xuanqing sat down across from Wen Yao and asked, "Can I know what happened between you and Arthur in the last instance?" Arthur came back in a bad mood, called me for a long-distance call, rambling without getting to the point. Wen Yao thought for a moment and spoke truthfully about what happened in the last instance. Imo Xianchen instantly understood. It turned out that Arthur developed feelings for another girl after being rejected by Wen Yao. Earlier he mentioned digging corners, how quickly things changed. No wonder Arthur was hesitant and unclear, afraid of being mocked. Late at night, they each fell asleep. Joey couldn't hold her urge to pee, opened her eyes, and saw that the lights in the carriage had automatically dimmed, leaving the carriage completely quiet. The restroom was at both ends of the carriage, accessible to both men and women. She glanced at the others lying in their seats and chose the restroom on the right. After relieving herself, Joey returned from the restroom and inadvertently glanced at the window, only to find a blood-red handprint on it. A pale, dead face suddenly pressed against the window, its dark eyes staring at her with a sinister smile. Joey's spine instantly went cold, and she screamed in fright. "Ah!" Hearing the piercing scream, everyone awoke in an instant. Chueyamo, closest to Joey, raised his eyes and followed her gaze, only seeing the blood-red handprint on the window. "Joey, it's just a handprint, what are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't seen one before." At the other end of the carriage, Lu Meng shouted loudly, "There's a blood-red handprint on my window too." Wu Hong, sleeping in the middle of the carriage, said, "I have one here as well." Wen Yao looked to her side and saw the bloody handprint too. The window could be opened from the inside. Seeing Imo Xianchen about to open the window, Joey's heart raced and leaped to her throat as she shouted anxiously, "Don't open it! There's something strange outside." Everyone turned their attention to Joey. Joey's face had turned pale. "It's real. I just came out of the restroom and saw her face pressed against the window staring at me." Chueyamo took out a flashlight from his bag and shined it outside. The yellow circle passed over the windows one by one, showing blood handprints on almost every window. But they didn't see the strange face Joey spoke of. Was the strange one male or female? Joey replied, "Female, with golden hair." Wen Yao also took out her flashlight and shined it outside. She remembered that these blood handprints weren't there when they boarded the train. "Whoa! Wu Hong, it's on the window behind you!" Lu Meng shouted in shock. Wu Hong stiffly turned around and met the gaze of the female ghost with her entirely black eyeballs. She grinned, her face cracked with black lines, terrifyingly smiling at him. Wu Hong scaredly retreated a few steps. Wen Yao directed her light at the female ghost but only saw her head, not what lay below her neck. Bang bang! The female ghost banged on the window. Imo Xianchen glanced over and said, "Don't worry, she can't come in for now." Wen Yao put away the flashlight, indeed. Joey breathed a sigh of relief, but her urge to pee returned, and she ran to the restroom again. The female ghost didn't stay for long and soon vanished. They guessed she might have gone to another carriage. The 6 of them fell back asleep. Having traveled far in the desert during the day, they were immensely tired and just wanted to rest well. At 2 a.m., the temperature in the carriage suddenly warmed up. A tall figure in a black uniform appeared at the junction of the carriage, ascetic and dangerous. A ball of wide-eyed flame perched on his shoulder, curiously looking at the sleeping people. The man strolled down the aisle, his footsteps silent. But the flame suddenly flared up, hovering above him and lighting up the entire carriage. Yet no one noticed, seemingly sleeping soundly. Lin Yan's gaze inadvertently swept over Wen Yao's face, his eyes paused, and his steps faltered. The flame shrank suddenly, flying towards Wen Yao, examining her closely. "Lin Yan, I feel so comfortable being near her. Can I snuggle up to her?" Though it was a question, the flame had already nestled against her shoulder like a little yellow chick, a look of bliss on its face. "Selafi, come down." "But..." "Come down." The man's voice was very calm but full of authority. "Apologize." The flame floated down from Wen Yao, obediently apologizing to her, "I'm sorry." Selafi hovered over Wen Yao's face, unwilling to leave, letting out a soothing purring sound. Lin Yan extended his bony fingers to scoop up the little flame. The moment his fingertips unintentionally brushed against her small face. His lava-like eyes momentarily froze, waves of light shimmering in their depths. Seraphi struggled at his fingertips. "Ah no. Let me stay a little longer. But no matter how much she twisted, she could not break free from the man's fingertips. In the next second, flames poofed into a soft, light gauze blanket, the outer layer moonlight white and the inner layer a warm golden yellow, with big eyes seemingly painted on the blanket. Lin Yan covered Wen Yao with the blanket. Seraphie blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Yan. Am I staying here tonight? Yes, as a punishment for being rude. Seraphie, wavy dash. This punishment, she loved. Seraphie looked at the man who boldly lay down opposite her, stunned. You're sleeping here too? Yes, sleep now, Seraphie, it's late. The man's words seemed to carry a magic power. As soon as he spoke, Seraphie's eyes instantly grew drowsy, her eyelids closed, and she sank into a dream. Lin Yan listened to the woman's shallow breaths, his burning heart feeling like it was moistened by light rain, suddenly comfortable, with a hint of coolness. Drowsiness hit him like a tide, and he made no resistance, lowering his eyelids. As the train conductor fell into deep sleep, the train, like a steel beast in the desert, slowly came to a stop. The steam engine puffed out thick smoke intermittently, as if snoring in slumber. The next day, Wen Yao woke up, unexpectedly realizing she had slept well last night. It had been a little cold at first, but suddenly warmed up in the second half of the night, like being illuminated by the warm glow of a furnace in a lighthouse. Then, Wen Yao saw a card on the small table that read, "Warm reminder, if you need to upgrade your seat, please talk to the conductor in person. You could exchange hard seats for soft ones." Wen Yao raised her eyebrows, sensing that the man must have come by last night, and couldn't help but smile. Joey held up the small card, excitedly saying, "Oh my! We can actually change seats." Cui Mo doused the excitement with cold water. "There's no such thing as a free lunch, you better think it over." Joey suddenly tucked away her enthusiasm. "Okay, sleeping in a hard seat is better than risking my life." The other men, used to rough living, didn't take the small card's notice to heart. Suddenly, a scream came from carriage number 6. Strangely, they could actually hear the noise from carriage number 6, and the sounds of people moving from carriage number 4. Last night, there had been no sounds at all. And the yellow frosted barrier had vanished. Ah, someone died in the toilet. This time, they heard it even more clearly. Wen Yao and her group of 6 walked over, discovering the toilet in carriage number 6 was packed with people. All were men in denim jackets, guns strapped to their waists. A tall man with golden curly hair yanked open the door that blocked the toilet. That person unhappily said, "Hey, Gage, you're being too rough, you're going to rip my clothes." Gage shot him a cold glance, and he immediately shut up. The crowd stepped aside, and Gage glanced before stepping out, looking at Wen Yao and the others. "Who are you? How did you get on the train? You didn't sneak on, did you?" It was at that moment that the people in carriage 6 finally realized, pulling out their guns and aiming them at Wen Yao's group, their expressions on high alert. Wen Yao and her 6 companions? Mo Xuanqing stood in front of Wen Yao, holding his long sword, and said, "We are new train attendants." Gage questioned, "When did you arrive?" Mo Xuanqing replied, "Last night at 8. Gage frowned. They hadn't noticed these 6 when boarding, perhaps because there were too many people. He scrutinized their different clothing and the ancient sword the man in front held. "Why are you dressed so strangely? What do you need that ancient sword for?" Mo Xuanqing calmly said, "I don't have gold coins to buy denim clothes, so I made these outfits from fabric. The ancient sword is a fake, just a personal hobby. Besides, the conductor allows us to dress this way." Then, he counter-questioned, "Who was the deceased inside? What was the cause of death? How was the discovery made? Who discovered it first?" A series of questions fell. Gage paused briefly. The deceased is." He was somewhat bewildered and turned to the crowd. "Who is the deceased? Does anyone know him?" Someone replied, "His name is Walker." Others put down their guns and said, "We were drinking together last night, we didn't expect him to just die like this." "Yeah, this guy could really drink, he put me down for the count." Gage stopped their roundabout topic and said to Mo Xuanqing, "The deceased has been cut open, his insides are gone, one leg is missing, and blood is everywhere. Take a look for yourself." Mo Xuanqing stepped closer, glanced inside, his gaze slightly dull, and turned to Gage. "Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? The insides are gone, and there's blood everywhere?" Gage took another look inside, confused, and affirmed, "Yeah." Mo Xuanqing turned to the others in car 6, "Did you see what Gage described?" The others looked a bit dazed. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Wen Yao stepped forward to take a look. In the restroom, a charred person leaned against the toilet, with a large hole in the chest, and there was no trace of blood. Joey and the others also gathered to take a look, glancing at each other in confusion. Clearly, their eyes weren't the problem, the issue lay with the people in car 6. Gage wore a serious expression. It must be a murderer who killed him. Last night, the conductor reported that a murderer had sneaked onto the train. I didn't expect the murderer to act so quickly. Mo Xuanqing followed his words and asked, who do you think could be the murderer? After all, the deceased is one of your people in car 6. With so many of you, didn't anyone notice anything? Gage shook his head. I don't know, I drank too much last night. Saying this, he turned and called to his brothers, Clay, Hale, did either of you notice anything? The two answered, no, boss. Gage then asked the others in the carriage, what about you? Did anyone notice anything? Who saw something, speak up quickly, or what if the murderer strikes again tonight? The others in the carriage all said, no, we didn't notice anything at all. In the end, the matter was left unresolved for the time being. Only because the train was still moving and there were no police on board. The body was cleaned up by Lu Meng, placed in a trash bag, and set aside by the door connecting the carriages. Incredibly, when Lu Meng returned to check again, the body was gone. He asked the people in car 6, did anyone see the body? They shook their heads, didn't see it, don't know. Lu Meng noticed some dirt around a few mouths, as if covered in charcoal ash, while others had not noticed. Lu Meng felt a shock in his heart and made an astonishing guess. The charred corpse might have been eaten by them. Chapter 103, Train. Section 13 Forever Life 05. The 6, minus Lu Meng, had already started working, while the others were heading to their respective work areas. Wen Yao, Joey, and Chui Mo walked down the aisle of car 5 toward car 4. Chui Mo spoke up, Wen Yao, did you notice something? He had drawn car 3 and car 5 last night, while Wen Yao had car 1 and car 4, and Joey had car 2 and car 10. Thus, they were on the way together to clean up the trash in cars 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wen Yao walked behind Chui Mo and said softly, Gage, Clay, and Hale are a small group and don't know the people in the carriage. But the people in the carriage clearly know the three of them, so we can infer that these three are quite famous. Chui Mo's mind raced, three-person group, widely known, cowboy outfits, are you saying they are thieves or robbers? Wen Yao's eyes flickered, that's just a preliminary assumption, still needs verification. Joey walked behind Wen Yao, her expression puzzled, why would you think of thieves or robbers? Wen Yao explained, our task is to find Varex's wish and return it to its rightful owner, so Varex's wish should be something. I speculate this thing was stolen, and the thieves are hiding within this train. Their task was not only to find the thieves but also to investigate who Varex's wish belonged to so they could return it to its rightful owner. Of course, the idea of theft was merely a preliminary assumption. They still want to investigate what exactly Varex's wish is. After the three of them entered carriage number 4, they tacitly stopped discussing. Chui Modern halted his steps, and Wen Yao and Joey also followed suit. Wen Yao cast a glance around. In carriage number 4, the seats were filled halfway, mostly by men wearing denim clothing with 2 guns tucked at their waists. They gripped the handles of their guns, their vigilant eyes fixed on the three of them. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chui Mo was the first to explain. Please don't misunderstand, we are new train attendants, and the train conductor can vouch for us. The group relaxed a bit, though still half skeptical, but kept their eyes on them. Chui Mo took a step forward, and no one stopped him. Wen Yao's gaze swept across 2 people in the middle, who seemed out of place from the others. The man was a bit older, with brown hair and blue eyes, dressed in archaeological clothing, and a magnifying glass stuffed in his chest pocket, looking like an archaeology professor. Next to him sat a young boy, around 10 to 12 years old, with golden curly hair and brown eyes, his gaze bright and clear, also dressed in archaeology attire. The young boy stared at them curiously, asking, Daddy, their hair is actually pure black. Darcy, they are of Asian descent. Wen Yao was surprised, not expecting them to be father and son. Seeing her look, the young boy said nothing more but still continued to eye them with curiosity. Under everyone's gaze, Wen Yao and her companions left carriage number 4 and entered the connecting point between carriage number 4 and carriage number 3. Joey whispered. Wow, why are there only gun-wielding cowboy men in carriage number 6 and carriage number 4? Chui Mo turned back to look at Joey. We'll talk about this later, this is not a good place to speak. Joey zipped her mouth with a gesture, saying, okay. Chui Mo said, I'll finish up in carriage number 3 and then leave. Take care of yourselves. Wen Yao nodded. Joey replied, okay. The three of them finally stepped into carriage number 3. As soon as they entered, they encountered an extremely seductive scene. A tall and handsome man with green eyes fiercely held a beautiful woman in a black dress against the aisle, kissing her, as she tilted her head back to meet his passionate and powerful kiss. Chui Mo politely stopped in his tracks. Joey's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her eyes flashing with shyness, yet she couldn't bear to look away even a bit. Is this something she can watch for free? Wen Yao remained expressionless, her gaze sweeping toward the open compartment door, catching a glimpse of a soft corner of the bed inside. Carriage number 3 was clearly a VIP compartment, with a plush carpet laid out in the large room. The aisle of the carriage was on the right side, narrow enough for just one person to pass through. The right window was open, but the sun outside was too scorching. Thus, half of the black velvet curtains were drawn to block the sunlight. the aisle formed a barrier of darkness. At a glance, there were no one else but the passionately kissing couple. Wen Yao's gaze lingered on the couple, examining them closely. The man exuded an air of dominance, wearing a white shirt with a black vest, his muscles bulging from the intensity of the kiss. The woman looked like a fragile little rabbit, unable to escape. She wore a low-cut black velvet dress, revealing her snowy, plump chest, with a vibrant red rose tattoo on her chest. The man did not stop because of their arrival, continuing down the woman's fair swan-like neck with greater ferocity. As the man leaned further down, Wen Yao finally saw the woman's face. She wore a lace net hat that partially concealed her face, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty, her sexy red lips gasping softly, alluring and enchanting. A black silk ribbon was tied around her eyes. Even without seeing her pupils, one could deduce that they were exceptionally beautiful. Then, when Yao's gaze drifted to the blind stick beside the woman, her eyes widening slightly, not expecting her to be blind. "Raven, enough, it seems like someone is watching us." The man, wanting to continue, kept his head down, coaxing. "Ivy, there's no one, you're feeling wrong." Ivy tried to push him away. In a soft voice, she said, "There must be someone, you need to stop." Levin hesitated for a moment, took a couple more bites, then looked up affectionately. "All right, I'll listen to you." Levin held Ivy tightly at the waist, his gaze coldly sweeping over them, his tone sharp. "Who are you? What are you doing here? This is a VIP private room, not a place for you." Chui Mo used the same explanation, then stated that he was responsible for the sanitation of Car 3. After hearing this, Levin took Ivy into the room, and couldn't help but add, "Please hurry up, Mr. Waiter, I still want to accompany my love for a stroll in the aisle." Chui Mo, all right. Wen Yao and Joey walked toward the front carriage, passing by the VIP private room, and counted, realizing there were only 4 rooms. The doors of the other 3 rooms were closed, so they couldn't see if anyone was inside. Chui Mo watched as Wen Yao and the others arrived at the connection between Car 3 and Car 2, then took out a broom and garbage bag from the train's storage room to start cleaning. Before long, he heard a door opening, turned around, and saw a tall, handsome man with chestnut hair and brown eyes stepping out of room 2. The man walked straight into Levin's room 3, forcefully grabbed the woman named Ivy, pushed her against the door, and leaned down to kiss her, as passionately as Levin had. And Ivy did not resist, wrapping her arms around the man's neck, kissing intimately. "Son, let's go back to the room. Is the waiter still watching us?" "No, dear," he politely turned his face away. Chui Mo was still watching. "Son, you're lying to me. I sense a gaze." "All right, dear." Son carried Ivy into his room 2. Chui Mo continued cleaning, and just as he was nearly done, the door of room 1 opened. A gentle, mature man stepped out with warm blue eyes. The man walked into room 2, picked Ivy up, and gently kissed her on the back of her head. Chui Mo. To his surprise, the beautiful blind lady had 3 lovers. "Dorian, let's go back to the room, the waiter seems to still be here." Dorian looked towards Chui Mo and smiled. "Mr. Waiter, I think you can leave now, right?" Chui Mo picked up the bag of garbage he had prepared. "Yes, sir, goodbye." It was indeed no place to stay any longer. Wen Yao and Joey arrived at Car 2. Joey looked at the empty hallway, the private rooms open, as she and Wen Yao passed by one. "It seems like no one is here," Joey exclaimed. Wen Yao's gaze landed on the small bed in the private room, the thick white quilt neatly folded square, the sheets clean with no wrinkles. "There really is no one staying here. You can look for clues in the room." "Okay, sister, I promise to complete the task." Wen Yao couldn't help but smile at her playful demeanor. "You still need to go to room 10, look around and then leave, no need to wait for me." Joey laughed, "All right." As Wen Yao left, Joey entered room 1 to rummage around. She wouldn't mess things up but searched carefully. After checking the 4 rooms and finding no useful clues, Joey left Car 2 and retraced her steps. As she passed by Car 3, Joey caught a glance. She saw Ivy sitting on the bed's edge, her clothes half off, revealing her snowy, rounded shoulders, and the red rose on her chest was stunningly beautiful. She was barefoot, stepping on Levin's chest as he knelt on one knee, his expression one of devotion. "Ivy." Joey dared not look longer but paused lightly as she walked past the private room, then perked up her ears. Dialogue came from inside. "Levin, did that man get on this train?" The woman's voice carried a chill. The man didn't mind at all, breathing heavily with an alluring gruffness. "He did, don't worry, this time I will definitely kill him." Joey's eyes widened in shock, she felt she had heard something she shouldn't. Suddenly, the private room door swung open with a question. "What are you doing here?" "Miss Waiter." Joey steeled herself to turn around and saw a tall, handsome man with chestnut hair standing in front of room 2. Looking into the man's dangerous brown eyes, Joey quickly explained. "I'm sorry, I just passed by, and I'll leave now." Saying that, she quickly ran away. On the other side, in car number 1. The man stood at 1 meter 89, and the black uniform on him made him look exceptionally handsome. He was brewing black tea with a kettle. A small flame nestled on his shoulder looked at her, revealing a silly smile. Wen Yao found it amusing. Did he look so happy to see her? Do you need some sugar, Miss Wen? Half a spoon of sugar, thank you. Lin Yan brought a cup of black tea and gently placed it on the table in front of her, his lava-like eyes gleaming softly. Please enjoy. Wen Yao met his gaze and smiled slightly, thank you. She arrived at the door of car number 1 and saw a sign hanging there. Conductor's exclusive carriage, no cleaning needed, please do not enter without reason. Then, using the excuse of wanting to upgrade her seat, she walked into car number 1 and explained her intentions. The man suggested having a cup of tea first and then discussing in detail, which suited her just fine, so she watched him brew tea slowly. Wen Yao surveyed car number 1, which included an office area, a large bed, a bathroom, and a bookshelf. On the bookshelf lay a single black-covered book, with everything else empty. Perhaps life needs a sense of ritual. Wen Yao was thinking about how to start the conversation when she heard the man say meaningfully. Miss Wen, as far as I know, you don't even have 3 gold coins on you. Though it was a question, it was a certainty. Wen Yao slightly raised her eyes, her gaze falling on the man's restrained Adam's apple, feeling an urge to kiss. She softly replied with a hum. The car window was half covered with a soft light blue sheer curtain. A beam of sunlight slanted through. The woman sat upright, her profile bathed in a layer of soft gold, with tiny specks of light clinging to her eyelashes. Lin Yan paused slightly with his fingertips, his gaze silently covering her, stirring up ripples in his heart. With a loud bang, the flame nestled on his shoulder suddenly exploded, spewing out toward the windows on either side. And his entire head was caught in the fallout. Wen Yao was startled and quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Yan raised his hand, gripping the core of the flame, and with a squeeze. With a puffing sound, the flame extinguished, turning into a ball the size of an egg, which Lin Yan ruthlessly threw out the window. Seraphi, go soak in the lake and come back. Ah. Seraphi's voice completely faded away. Wen Yao looked at his unscathed face and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did I scare you? Seraphi's mood was a bit excited, please forgive. I see, Wen Yao smiled and said. No. Lin Yan's eyes darkened, locking onto the woman's face. Then let's continue discussing the matter of upgrading your seat. Wen Yao nodded, waiting for the man to speak next. Lin Yan's gaze quietly swept over her lips, his Adam's apple rolling as he calmly said. Since there are no gold coins, I would like to ask what you can offer to trade with me? Wen Yao did not intend to beat around the bush and replied candidly. I have nothing to trade. Lin Yan's eyes flashed and he suggested. Your personal belongings will do. Wen Yao stood up, but Lin Yan thought she was going to leave, so he scanned her belongings and picked the smallest one, pursing his lips and saying. Your hair tie will do. Wen Yao looked at his slightly tense handsome face and smiled sweetly. No, that's not acceptable. His face tightened further, and he stared at her, why? Wen Yao smiled, because I want a freeload. Lin Yan was taken aback, then fell into thought, his lips pursed and just about to speak when he heard the woman say. Conductor, your bed is so big, isn't it unreasonable for me to freeload half? The man's magnetic voice spilled from his throat. Not unreasonable. Under the man's unwavering gaze, Wen Yao walked around the table to his side, looking straight at him, her eyes smiling. The wooden chair is so hard, can I sit on your lap to try? Lin Yan fixed his gaze on her lips, a dark shade gathering in his eyes, you can. Wen Yao sat down unceremoniously, sideways resting her hand on his shoulder. The two faced each other, one raising her delicate face and the other slightly lowering his head, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and intimate. The man's breath sprayed onto her soft skin as the two of them felt their body temperatures merge, both shuddering involuntarily. Wen Yao smiled, her lips slowly drawing close, watching the man's pupils quiver slightly, darkness swirling in his eyes. Lin Yan gripped the armrest of the seat, veins bulging on the back of his hand, his breathing slowed for a beat. At the moment her lips pressed against his, he unhesitatingly clasped her waist, giving her no chance to escape, prying open her shell and entwining with her soft lips, licking, biting, and sucking. After a long while, he withdrew from her lips. Wen Yao's chest heaved, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking at the deeper desire in his eyes, she smiled. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Conductor. To repay your hospitality, you can kiss me back. Lin Yan chuckled softly, his voice a bit hoarse. All right. His kiss fell again, gentle and lingering, as if savoring the taste within. Chapter 105, Train. Section 13, Eternal Life 07. Mo Xianxian walked down the aisle of carriage number 7, his gaze sweeping over the people inside. Once again, it was a group of gun-toting cowboys, red-faced from drunkenness. At first, they questioned his and Wu Heng's background, but after an explanation, they lowered their suspicion a little. Though their drunken eyes were hazy, they still occasionally paid attention to his and Wu Heng's movements. He drew his lot for carriages 9 and 11. Wu Hong was for carriages 7 and 12. Lu Meng was for carriages 6 and 8. At this moment, Lu Meng was in carriage number 6. Wu Hong followed closely behind Mo Xianqian, with no intention of staying behind. Upon entering the connecting point of carriages 7 and 8, a crow hidden under Mo Xianqian's hat popped its little head out and caught at Wu Hong. The sound was hoarse and unpleasant, with a hint of sharpness. Wu Hong looked up, meeting the crow's pair of eerie blue eyes, his heart inexplicably pounding heavily. Mo Xianqian paused, drawing his sword horizontally to block Wu Heng's path. In the dimly lit connection of the carriages, the man turned around, his white robe trailing, hidden beneath the large hood, making his face hard to discern, but his eyes glimmering with phosphorescent light were particularly clear. Like a messenger from hell dressed in white, ready to end his life in the next moment. Wu Hong felt a chill down his spine from the man's haunting gaze, gripping his fingers tightly, deeply regretting his decision to accompany him. He just wanted to follow Mo Xianqian to look at carriage 12 first. He didn't anticipate the man's pettiness in not allowing him to follow. Because walking from carriage 6 to carriage 12 left too many carriages in between, he feared that something might happen before reaching carriage 12. He met Mo Xianqian's gaze, suppressing his fear, and pretended to be calm, asking, "Do you need something?" Thinking of something, he covered his pocket, his eyes tinged with caution. "Are you trying to steal my little copper mirror?" Mo Xianqian's expression was inscrutable, a cold voice spilling from his throat. "Heh, I just want to trade." Wu Heng's eyes grew more wary. "I don't want to trade, please move aside." This was an S-class item, he did not want to trade it away. Mo Xianqian gazed at him directly, his voice neither soft nor heavy. "What if this trade concerns your life?" "Wu Hong, don't think you can trick me, I don't believe you." In the instance dungeon, there were many people who found reasons to trick others into giving up their items. He wasn't an idiot, just because someone said something doesn't mean he would hand over his most precious item. Mo Xianqian spoke meaningfully. "Are you sure?" Wu Hong gritted his teeth. "I'm sure." He wasn't that easy to fool. Mo Xianqian sheathed his sword, casually saying, "Have a good journey." Wu Heng's heart raced, cursing, "Are you crazy?" Saying this, he quickly brushed past him, hurriedly entering carriage 8. The crow turned its head to look at Wu Heng's back, cawing again, the sound carrying a hint of reproach. Mo Xianqian raised his hand, gently rubbing the crow's little head, saying indifferently, "Well, indeed, it's an unknowing creature." At the moment he stepped into the connecting point of the carriages, Xiao Jiao saw the sudden surge of dark energy around this person, foreseeing that Wu Hong was in great danger. Revealing the secrets of heaven would surely backfire. But Wu Hong had a copper mirror on him, he calculated a fortune. Fate happens to have a connection with him. If the other party is unwilling to trade, then the fate simply dissipates. Since fate is gone, he has no need to be entangled. The crow hides again in Mo Xianqian's white-robed hood, gently rubbing against his neck, caw. I'm not sad. These frightening eyes may have troubled him a lot in childhood. But as he grew older, he had already accepted his differences from others. He was used to those strange gazes of avoidance and fear. Even if he had very few friends, that was enough. Mo Xianqian leisurely stepped into car 8, raising his eyes to meet the gaze of two tall, muscular minotaurs at the end. They wore neck-strapping kitchen aprons, exposing their bulging muscles, thick arms, and sharp black nails at their fingertips, holding plates and staring at him steadily. The spiky, glowing red tail flicked back and forth behind them. With a menacing head, huge curved horns, and two clusters of burning lava flame in their black eye sockets, flashing fierce and cunning light. Their wide nostrils continuously exhaled hot smoke. In a rough and loud voice, they said, "New waiter?" "I'm Mora, he's Gore, what's your name?" Mo Xianqian. "Breakfast is from 6 to 8 in the morning, you're late, you'll have to wait until 11 for lunch." "Okay, thanks for the reminder." Car 8 is a dining car for passengers, and it's managed by the brothers Mora and Gore. For their fellow waiter, they appeared fierce but were actually quite friendly. Mora lazily propped his chin with one hand, his sharp gaze fixated on Mo Xianqian. "Hey, brother, your soul smells so good, can I take a few puffs?" "Sorry, no." "Ah, what a pity." Mo Xianqian stood at the edge of the platform, glancing at the meal times, lunch from 11 to 1, dinner from 5 to 7, and even a late-night snack from 11 to 1. He looked at Mora. "What do we eat for lunch?" Mora shrugged. "It's different from what you have, yours is customized by the train conductor, the menu hasn't come down yet." Mo Xianqian nodded, indicating he understood. "I have work to do, goodbye." Mora grinned, leaning closer, smoke from his nostrils puffing onto his face. "Brother, the people in car 11 are not easy to mess with, be careful, goodbye." Mo Xianqian looked at this big guy, feeling quite agreeable. "Okay, thanks." Gore, though silent, shared a mischievous smile with his brother, and his cunning gaze was not annoying. Emo Xuancheng left car 8 and arrived at car 9. He found car 9 was also a dining car, and the two Minotaurs were quite pleased at his arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, he asked, "Why are there two dining areas on the train?" The Minotaur chuckled, "It's because of that man in car 11, he has many issues and doesn't want anyone dining with him, so this is his exclusive dining area, other passengers can't eat here." Emo Xuancheng, including us waiters? The Minotaur nodded, "Yes, but that man's subordinates can eat here." Emo Xuancheng, what's that man's name? The Minotaur, a proud guy named Lucius. Let me tell you secretly, that man's soul stinks so badly, every time he comes, I'm almost sickened by it. In car 11, smoke billowed. Wu Hong just stepped into the compartment and was immediately choked, the smell of smoke was too strong. A group of young, strong men in jeans held guns, their eyes fixed on him. In the middle of the compartment was a large area cleared out, with a luxurious leather sofa placed there. A tall man sat lazily with his back to him, draped in a shoulder-wide blazer. His hair slicked back, exuding a noble and aloof air, with rolled-up shirt sleeves, a thick cigar held between his fingers, smoke curling up, glowing with a faint crimson light. "Who are you?" "What do you want?" asked a subordinate beside him. Wu Hong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran down his back. A gun was pressed against his back. He was horrified, his bones feeling cold. How could this be? There was clearly no one behind him. A sinister voice came from behind him. "Speak, or you'll forever keep your mouth shut." Wu Heng's face was filled with shock, and he quickly said, "I am the new train attendant, responsible for cleaning the trash, the train manager can prove it." With a click, the gun was cocked against his back. The man let out a cold snort. "Ha, the train manager only said a murderer sneaked onto the train last night, but didn't say there was a new employee on board." Wu Heng's face paled instantly. "I'm not lying." The distinguished man on the leather sofa spoke casually. "Enough, Ronan, bring the little guy over." "Yes, big boss." Wu Hong was harshly kicked from behind, falling heavily onto the aisle floor. The person beside him purposely stepped on his fingers, grinding them as they mocked. "You little brat, daring to fool our big boss, do you want to die?" Wu Heng's face twisted in pain. "I'm not, I really am the new attendant hired by the train manager." But no one believed him. "Ronan, alright, Ban Jia, step aside." Only then did Ban Jia move his foot. Wu Heng's fingers were red and he trembled as he got up, regret flashing in his eyes. Thinking of what Emo Xuancheng had said, safe travels. Endless panic surged in his heart like a tide, he did not want to die. Ronan pushed Wu Hong forward, his tone icy. "Don't think about playing tricks, we have ways to make you wish you were dead." Wu Heng's face was pale. "I'm not, I'm just an ordinary person." Ronan was the small boss of the 10th carriage, he had seen him pass by, tall and slender with a smart appearance and a little mustache. He never expected Ronan to follow him, coming into the 11th carriage, he had walked silently, not noticing at all. Moreover, the master of the cowboys in the 10th carriage was clearly this man, who was referred to as Big Boss before him. Wu Hong was pressed in front of the Big Boss. Looking up, the man had golden hair and blue eyes, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, handsome and aloof, dressed in a vintage British vest shirt, his black shoes polished to a shine. His sharp gaze pierced through him, ash falling from the cigar held between his fingers. "A murderer? Here to assassinate me?" Wu Hong clarified helplessly. "I'm not a murderer, I really just came to clean the trash." The bronze mirror could only help him withstand an SS-level boss's damage once, it could not kill anyone. He dared not act rashly, fearing he would be shot to bits immediately. The several carriages he had passed through had been very safe, he thought he would be fine, but unexpectedly, he encountered a tough character as soon as he entered. They completely ignored his explanations. The Big Boss casually said, "Little guy, lying is not a good habit. Search him." Wu Heng's pupils contracted, he was not given a chance to react as someone grasped his neck. In the next second, his head was slammed hard to the ground. Boom! Wu Heng's forehead hurt, his eyes filled with stars as several hands began to grope him, stripping off his pants and socks. Everything on him was thoroughly searched and taken away. That group of people even whistled at him, mocking. "Oh, so small." The carriage erupted in laughter in an instant. Wu Hong was both scared and humiliated, wishing he could grab an AK and shoot everyone present. After thoroughly searching him, the grip around his neck loosened, and someone tossed him a piece of cloth. "Hey, little bird, cover yourself, no one is interested in you." The crowd burst into laughter. Wu Hong held the cloth tightly, looking up at the Big Boss on the leather sofa. "You've taken everything from me, can you let me go? I really am the attendant." Ronan held out a train ticket to the man. "Big Boss, he's lying, attendants don't have tickets, he's obviously disguised as a murderer." Wu Hong wanted to retort sharply but held it back. "If I were a murderer, could I be so easily caught by you?" Ronan, perverted murderers are excellent at disguising, they pose as innocent sheep to gather information, then choose the right moment to strike. It's a consistent tactic. For anyone who threatens the big boss's safety, we would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Wu Heng's face looked incredibly grim. At that moment, a person shouted in surprise, holding his brass mirror. "Ah, there's a devil in the mirror, this kid wants to harm us." Others curiously gathered around to take a look. "Oh my, it really is a devil, how terrifying. Why are there more and more devils?" Bang! The person was so shocked that he trembled, and the mirror fell to the ground, rolling in front of Wu Heng. Wu Hong looked down, and his hair stood on end instantly. The devils in the mirror were behind him. Their faces burned beyond recognition, skin charred black with cracks that sparkled like stars. Their eyes sunken in their sockets, flickering with eerie red light. Their mouths wide and twisted, revealing rows of sharp, saw-like teeth. There was no hair left, just a pockmarked black carbon head. Their bodies were charred black, covered in cracks, glowing with fire. Isn't this the charcoal people chasing them in the desert? And behind him, there were only these men dressed in denim. So they are all charcoal people. Ronan took the brass mirror from Wu Heng's hands, staring at it for a while before handing it to the big boss. "Big boss, look, there really is a devil." Lucius snuffed out his cigarette but took the brass mirror and raised an eyebrow. The devil in the mirror looked just like him. He glanced at the reflection in the car window, elegantly dressed, handsome as always. He withdrew his gaze and coldly smiled at the devil in the brass mirror. "Heh, what a good act." Lucius threw the brass mirror to Ronan, icy as ice, saying, "Throw it on the tracks, heh, the devil trapped in the mirror is worthless, of no use." Ronan respectfully replied, "Yes, big boss." Wu Hong watched incredulously as Ronan indiscriminately discarded the brass mirror. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots echoed in the carriage. Wu Hong fell into a pool of blood. Ronan looked at Wu Heng's corpse with a cold smile. "Whether you are a murderer or not, don't think about getting close to the big boss. Drag him away, dispose of him." Several underlings dragged the body away. The cabin was filled with sounds of gnawing. Ronan reported to Lucius. "Big boss, Steve's wife is also on this train." "Ivy Steve?" "Yes, her 3 lovers are here as well. Could their purpose be the same as ours?" "Heh, just a widow, she can't stir up any trouble." "It is said that Ivy's beauty is stunning, everyone is enamored by her. Her 3 lovers are the mobster Raven, the tycoon Thorn, and the noble Dorian. Their power cannot be underestimated. Big boss, we must be on guard." As he spoke, Ronan paused and hesitated. "Moreover, I heard that Ivy has amazing charm. I fear, big boss, you may be captivated by her beauty." Lucius laughed arrogantly. "What kind of woman haven't I seen? No one can captivate me." Mo Xuancheng arrived at carriage 11, just in time to see Wu Hong being devoured. The scene was a bloody mess. The people in the carriage instantly looked up, their icy gazes locking onto him. "Who are you?" "Server." "You are a murderer, aren't you?" A flash of sword light passed, and the one questioning him was split in half cleanly. The train wall was sliced open, then bizarrely returned to normal. "Others?" The conversation between Lucius and Ronan came to an abrupt end as they both looked toward the newcomer. A tall man in a white robe held a long sword that emitted a dangerous aura. One of the underlings pointed at Mo Xuancheng as Ronan looked over, saying, "He is a murderer." The sword light flashed again. That person was instantly cut in half. The people in the carriage. Ronan walked toward Mo Xuancheng, his expression cold and tense. "Who are you?" Mo Xuancheng replied, "Server." The two locked eyes, a standoff occurred, then Ronan lost his resolve and turned to look at Lucius. "Big boss?" Lucius said, "Let him come over." Under everyone's gaze, Mo Xuancheng walked in front of Lucius. Lucius stared into his eerie blue eyes. "Are you man or ghost?" "Human." "Here to do what?" "To clean up the rubbish." Lucius's face turned dark instantly. "Are you calling us rubbish?" Mo Xuancheng pointed at the floor. "I am the server, responsible for cleaning the aisles." Lucius's expression softened slightly. "You don't need to clean here, our people will take care of it." Mo Xuancheng readily agreed. "All right. Please move aside. I want to go to car number 12. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Lucius frowned. "What are you talking about? There's no car number 12 here." Chapter 107 Train. Section 13 Eternal Life 09. Mo Xuancheng's gaze swept to the dark iron door behind Lucius. 2 thick iron chains were crossed and twisted around the door, locked with 2 golden locks. The iron door blocked the way to car number 12. His eyes darkened. He was unsure if there were people in the 2 cars behind, but he was certain that what was inside was very important. As he walked along, besides cars 8 and 9 which were dining cars, cars 6, 7, 10, and 11 were filled with armed cowboys and strong men. While he couldn't be sure about the other cars, the people in cars 10 and 11 must be Lucius's subordinates. Because car number 9 was Lucius's exclusive dining area, and no one was allowed to pass through. Therefore, he could reasonably deduce that cars number 9 and beyond belonged to Lucius. This meant that what was in cars 12 and 13 belonged to Lucius. The death incident in the toilet of car number 6 showed that the people on the train had a distorted perception. Thus, what they saw was completely different from what the players saw. Mo Xuancheng withdrew his gaze and looked at Lucius, who was staring at him, and replied, "Well, I am talking nonsense." Lucius's gaze deepened, his face displeased, and his tone cold. "What exactly do you want? You are not welcome here, please leave." Mo Xuancheng rubbed the hilt of his sword with his thumb, his long eyelashes slightly drooping, and his peripheral vision subtly glanced at the iron door, his voice indifferent. "I am a servant, just conducting a routine cabin inspection." Saying this, he forcefully squeezed past the people beside him and walked steadily towards the iron door. The temperature in the carriage suddenly rose, and intense heat unmistakably pressed against his back. Mo Xuancheng stopped in front of the iron door and turned around to take a look, his gaze slightly startled. The group that had been standing behind him suddenly grew taller, their bodies became thick and muscular, their bulging muscles clearly defined. Their faces were ferocious, eyes flashing with a strange red light, and their blackened mouths stretched back to their ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp, jagged teeth, their unfriendly gazes fixed on him. With charred skin, their surfaces were cracked with countless fissures, from which hot magma overflowed, trailing down their blackened bodies and dripping onto the ground, forming a small puddle of molten rock. Lucius exuded a sulphurous smoke, lowering his terrifying head, red eyes staring at Mo Xuancheng, his hoarse voice sternly warning, "Leave here, rude and impolite servant." Mo Xuancheng's fingertips pressed against the hilt of his sword as he scanned the people behind Lucius. Indeed, what was in the 2 cars behind was very important. Even if their perceptions were distorted, they instinctively intercepted anyone trying to go to car number 12. "All right, Mr. Lucius, my inspection is over, and I am about to leave. Please step back and make way." Upon hearing this, Lucius waved his hand, and his underlings stepped back, clearing a path, while he also moved to the side. However, in the next second, Mo Xuancheng swiftly turned and cut the 2 locks with his sword. Yet, the locks restored in a second, intact as before. In front of everyone's eyes, Mo Xuancheng calmly turned around and said steadily, "Sorry, I just saw a moth fly by, and I couldn't help but slash at it." The people present. Lucius snorted hot air from his nostrils, roaring with anger. "Get out! I never want to see you again." He had never been subjected to such a terrible mockery. Mo Xuancheng held his sword, in a good mood, and nodded, "All right, sir." As Mo Xuancheng stepped out of car number 11, the car door slammed shut behind him with a bang. It seemed the other party extremely disliked him. The crow popped out from his hat, cawing at the closed door of car 11, caw caw caw. Its beak opened wide, flapping its wings, and an excited expression. Even if one could not understand what it was saying, it was clear it was cursing quite vigorously. Mo Xuancheng pursed his lips. "It's okay, little 9, after all, I've never been welcomed." Hearing this, the crow continued to curse even more violently at the door. The man in the shadows could not see his expression clearly, but the tightly pressed line of his lips slightly curled up. Mo Xuancheng quickly returned to carriage number 5. Chui Mo looked at the returning Mo Xuancheng and was about to greet him, but saw Mo Xuancheng open the window and release the crow. Before long, the crow flew back and was cawing at Mo Xuancheng by the window. In the next moment, Mo Xuancheng tumbled out of the window. Chui Mo was astonished, quickly walking to the window and leaning out. He could only see Mo Xuancheng climbing onto the roof of the train, his figure darting towards the tail of the train with incredible speed. On top of the train, a white shadow silently skimmed past each carriage, while the people inside the carriages remained oblivious. In carriage number 1, Wen Yao was kissed breathlessly, her chest pressed against the man's chest, rising and falling. The white robe was gently placed on the desk. A few buttons of her chiffon blouse were undone, covered by the man's large hand. He was truly unrestrained. After expressing gratitude for the hospitality, the man practiced what he learned, insisting that she return the kiss, and then he politely reciprocated. Suddenly, the man paused and called out in a low, magnetic voice, "Salafi." Wen Yao tilted her head to look out the window, wondering where Salafi was. It had been thrown out for a long time and hadn't returned. Yet, she was interrupted as Lin Yan placed a hand on her cheek, gently turning her back and seducing. "Let's continue, this time it's your turn to repay my hospitality, Miss Wen." Wen Yao's hands pressed against his chest, slightly pulling away their lips, and softly said, "It should end now, train conductor." But Lin Yan's lips pursued, covering hers, lightly tasting and licking. She was firmly trapped between the desk and him, unable to escape even a bit. The man looked restrained, but in reality, he was insatiable. "I don't want to end this," he said in a husky voice. Wen Yao met his dark, surging eyes and smiled slightly. No, train conductor, you're not my boyfriend, so we cannot continue. Lin Yan's heart suddenly shattered. You have a boyfriend? He lowered his gaze, staring at her intently, his expression hurt, and his tone was dry. You have a boyfriend and yet you tempt me? Before she could reply, he complained, I'm not someone who just fools around. Wen Yao found it amusing and teased him, then who are you? Lin Yan stared at her, thinking about how she rejected him for another man. His heart couldn't help but ache. But even so, he didn't want to let go. He spoke more forcefully, carrying a hint of intimidation. I'm someone who will take what I want, dump him, and be with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind being the mistress. Wen Yao chuckled, delighted. Are you going to wait for him to leave every morning and then climb through our window? Lin Yan's jaw tightened, his gaze fixed intently on her. Why not? You were the one who tempted me first. If you don't want it this way, then break up with him. Wen Yao's smile was radiant. If I break up with him, he will cry. Lin Yan narrowed his lips, his expression extremely serious. I'll cry louder, do you want to hear? Wen Yao laughed. He will still call me baby. Lin Yan leaned closer, his breath hot against her ear, his magnetic voice murmuring, baby. Wen Yao felt a shiver in her ear, responding softly, boyfriend. Lin Yan's eyes brightened, his lips once again covering hers, kissing with tenderness, baby. Chapter 108, Train. 13th Carriage of Eternal Life 10. A blazing fireball charged towards the tail of the train with terrifying pressure. Mo Xianqian was about to step onto carriage number 12 when he suddenly retracted his foot, quickly dodging back. He narrowly brushed past the flames. Once he steadied himself, Mo Xianqian looked up. A person-sized spherical fireball abruptly halted, hovering over carriage number 12. Its surface was moonlight white, but inside, the golden flames expanded into a mushroom cloud, crackling explosions sending little sparks flying. A few sparks shot towards him in his white robe, and Mo Xianqian raised his long sword to block it. With a loud bang, a large fireball exploded, sparks dancing everywhere. Mo Xianqian raised his white robe to shield himself. After the thick smoke cleared, a corner of his white robe was burned away. Mo Xianqian looked at the fierce flames before him. Originally, they were violent and oppressive, but for some reason, he suddenly felt at ease, dizzying with intoxication. Salafi pulled back his wandering mind. When it thought of something, it said with a solemn expression. Rule breakers, die. Mo Xianqian turned his mind, understanding its meaning. To enter carriage 12 and 13, one could only go in from the inside, not from the outside. In other words, he must find the keys to both locks in order to search carriages 12 and 13. He looked at the flames before him and explained lightly. You misunderstood, I just came up to get some air, and I'll leave. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Salafi focused her gaze on his silhouette until Mo Xianqian flipped off the car roof, then she withdrew her gaze. In carriage 1. Wen Yao adjusted her collar and put on a white robe, smiling at Lin Yan. I'll come to find you again tonight. Lin Yan had a lustful expression, with 2 buttons of his collar undone, exposing his sexy Adam's apple, lazily leaning against the chair. His gaze fixed on the woman's rosy lips. Baby, you can come over to rest any time, no need to wait until tonight. Wen Yao walked over, wrapped her arms around his neck, kissed his cheek, and smiled. Okay. Lin Yan's eyes darkened, he raised his hand and covered the back of her head, pulling her closer, and in an instant, kissed her, their lips and tongues entwined. No matter how he kissed, he never felt enough. After a long time, he finally let her go. Baby, what do you want to eat for lunch? Carrot fried rice and frozen double-skin milk. All right. During lunch in carriage 8. Wen Yao watched as the Minotaur Mora brought her carrot fried rice and frozen double-skin milk. Looking at Joey and Mo Xianqian, they had the same food, her brows slightly raised. Mora's broad nose snorted 2 puffs of hot air, his cunning and fierce eyes fixed on the sweet-scented woman in front of him, his barbed tail excitedly swishing back and forth. Beautiful lady, are you not satisfied with your lunch? Then he lowered his voice. What do you want to eat? You can tell me privately, of course, the price is just a little bit. Wen Yao smiled slightly. No, I'm very satisfied, thank you. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret appeared in Mora's eyes, but he smiled again. That's all right, as long as you want to eat something else, you can come find me anytime. Wen Yao politely said, thank you. Wen Yao found an empty seat to sit down. Joey sat next to her. Mo Xianqian sat opposite her. Since people in the carriage kept moving back and forth, their surviving 5 had no chance to talk in detail. They only heard Mo Xianqian say Wu Hong was eaten in carriage 11. Dear, I'll help you cut the steak. Wen Yao looked towards the voice. Sitting diagonally opposite was Ivy, in the window seat, with Raven gentlemanly cutting. That thing didn't seem like steak. Their plate had a thick, charred meat block that looked like a large loaf of bread, with indistinct black fingers pinned in the middle. A spoonful of thick, semi-solid black molten lava was sprinkled over the meat. Ivy still had a black ribbon over her eyes, opening her mouth to accept Raven's feeding, chewing slowly. Meanwhile, the two men opposite Ivy were also unwilling to back down, feeding her as soon as they saw her eat. "Dear, it's my turn to eat now." Wen Yao was slightly surprised, not expecting Ivy to have 3 lovers. And she guessed that this food was probably from those charred people. They ate heartily, showing no signs of discomfort. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, no one here was human. Sunlight spilled over the red rose on Ivy's chest. Only then did Wen Yao see that the center of the red rose was a faint scar, and the red rose merely served to disguise it. Suddenly, she sensed a scrutinizing gaze. Wen Yao looked up and met the curious brown eyes of a young boy, Darcy. He was the son of the archaeologist from Carriage 4. Seeing his father go for a refill, Darcy boldly walked over and said to Wen Yao, "Hello, my name is Darcy. Can I chat with you?" Wen Yao smiled lightly, "Of course." Darcy sat down opposite Joey, next to Mo Xuancheng. A little crow peeked its head out, glancing at Darcy, and was seen by Darcy. Darcy's eyes sparkled. "Wow, what a cool crow." Mo Xuancheng smiled lightly, "Thank you for the compliment." In just a few sentences, their atmosphere became warm and lively. Dashi chattered on, complaining. "You don't understand, those men drink and argue every night, keeping me awake. And my daddy snores so loudly when he sleeps that it doesn't affect him at all, he always gets." He paused, feeling like he forgot an important person. He raised his hand to rub his hair, his eyes showing a moment of surprise. Seeing Dashi's odd behavior, Wen Yao asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Dashi stared blankly at Wen Yao, in a daze said, "I feel like there should be a pair of gentle hands touching the top of my head every day, but they have disappeared recently." Wen Yao tentatively asked, "Could it be your mother?" Dashi frowned, his eyes troubled, and scratched his head. "Strange, I don't have any memories of my mother." Suddenly, a blurry face flashed through his mind, too fast to grasp. Then, his memory was filled with other content, and he quickly forgot this strange feeling. Wen Yao and the others clearly understood that Dashi's memory should have been erased. Thinking of something, Wen Yao asked, "Dashi, do you know where this train's final station is?" They boarded the train at Bath Station but still didn't know where it would end. Dashi looked puzzled. "This train goes directly, it doesn't stop in between, the starting station is Bath Station, and the final station is Luck Station." "Didn't you get on from Bath Station?" Wen Yao nodded, smiling. "Yes, we boarded from Bath Station, but I get motion sickness and forgot." Dashi showed a sympathetic look. "So you get motion sickness. This train will take a while to stop, and there are no doctors on board, so you can only rely on yourself." Wen Yao smiled at the boy's concern, "Thank you." Dashi asked, "Are you going to Luck Town just to try your luck?" Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. "Sort of, but we don't know much. Can you tell us about Luck Town?" Dashi nodded. "Sure, but I only read it from books. This is my first time going to Luck, so it's just for reference. You can experience it yourself later." Wen Yao smiled, "Okay." Dashi then slowly said, "After getting off at Luck Station, it's not far to walk to Luck Town. It's the town closest to the heart of the desert. Many people go to Luck Town, not to experience the local customs, but to try their luck. Legend has it that every 3 months, a river of silence flows through Luck Town at night, bringing countless golden sands, allowing many to get rich overnight. So countless people flock to Luck Town, hoping to be lucky and get rich in one night. But there is another important reason that draws many people there." The boy teased them, not saying, scanning their faces. Wen Yao played along in surprise. "What's the other reason?" Dashi crossed his arms, speaking earnestly. "That is Luck Town is closest to the ancient ruins of Wyriks." Wen Yao exclaimed, "Wyriks ancient ruins?" Dashi nodded. "Yes, legend has it, after a sandstorm, the ancient ruins of Wyriks will appear on the desert horizon. And the river of silence flows from the Wyriks ancient ruins." Wen Yao asked, "You mean?" She inquired, waiting for him to answer. Dashi nodded heavily. "That's right, Wyriks is the land of gold, with gold everywhere. As long as you can enter the ancient ruins, you can obtain endless gold. The kind you can never spend in a lifetime." Wen Yao's eyes sparkled slightly. "Wyriks, the land of gold?" Joey stared wide-eyed in shock, leaning closer, whispering to Dashi, "Is there really gold?" Dashi nodded seriously. "Many people have panned for golden sand in Luck Town, and it's rumored that someone has successfully entered the Wyriks ancient ruins and saw lots of gold there." Joey felt a strong attraction, gold in abundance. Wen Yao's gaze fell on Dashi, and she asked with mild curiosity, "What dangers exist outside the ancient ruins?" Dashi looked at the 3 listeners, indulging in their attention. He stood tall, his tone quite mysterious, and said, "It is the quicksand river, surrounding the ancient ruins. If you do not step onto the one correct path, you will sink into the quicksand and suffocate to death, ultimately being buried beneath the yellow sand. But quicksand cannot stop people's thirst for wealth. Every year, thousands of people risk their lives to step into the outskirts of the ancient ruins, trying to find the right path, but without exception, they all lose their lives. Therefore, the outskirts of the ancient ruins are filled with eerie white bones. Joey suddenly had a thought and said, "What if we fly over? I mean, can we fly into the ancient ruins by plane or glider?" Dashi looked at Joey and replied, "No, that's not possible. Someone tried it, and the plane inexplicably fell, crashing into the quicksand. Gliders also don't work." Joey's expression showed regret. "Then doesn't that mean no one can get in?" Dashi nodded. "That's indeed the case, but there are surprising events. There are rumors that someone went in and came out safely." Wen Yao's eyes sparkled with sharpness. "Who is that person?" Dashi looked at Wen Yao and shook his head. "I don't know who it is." A thoughtful look crossed Wen Yao's face as she gazed deeply into Dashi's clear brown eyes. "So do you know the origin of Virax? Why is it called Virax?" Dashi nodded. "This is something everyone knows, so it's nothing to hide. Virax is the name of the lava snake god in ancient legends. It lives in boiling magma year-round, large in size, with its surface covered in fiery red scales, possessing mysterious powers. It is loving and merciful, driving away plagues, floods, and earthquakes for the people, hence the world calls it the lava snake god. Legend has it that the ruins of Virax are its resting place. Its people guard its tomb for generations." Wen Yao's eyes flickered lightly, and she tentatively asked, "Do you know what Virax's wish is?" Imo Xuanqing and Joey looked over, their gazes directed at the young boy, waiting for his answer. Dashi felt a great satisfaction being watched so eagerly by three pairs of eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a tall shadow cast over him. A gaze like that of an abyss fell upon his head. Dashi suddenly shivered and turned his head to see, weakly calling out, "Daddy, have you eaten enough?" Sydney's large hand pinched the back of his neck, lifting him up, and with a serious look, he said, "Dashi, you wanted to skip your meal again today, only drinking milk. You won't last till the final stop." Dashi drooped his head, weakly saying, "But Daddy, I really can't eat anything other than milk." Sydney brandished a fist of love in front of Dashi, which could not be refused. "Even if you can't eat, you must eat. I don't want to be forced to leave your body behind halfway. I should never have brought you alone." Dashi held onto his father's big fist, making a pitiful face and said, "Daddy, please give me one more chance. I will try to eat." Oh, he never wanted to be hit again. Sydney looked at Wen Yao and the others. "Sorry, my son was too bored in the car. I hope he didn't disturb you." The three shook their heads, indicating they didn't mind. Sydney nodded and forcefully took the young boy away. Dashi struggled to turn back, looking at Wen Yao, loudly declaring, "Virax's wish is to go home." Due to his loud voice, others in the carriage cast their attention towards him. Sydney quickly covered the boy's mouth, repeatedly apologizing. Only then did others shift their gaze away. Wen Yao watched as Dashi was pressed back into the seat by his father. Before him, the dining table was set with a plate of charred meat his father prepared, drenched with extra thick magma. Beside it was a large cup filled with bubbling hot magma. Dashi looked at the food on the plate, his face wrinkled like a bun. "Daddy." Dashi, being picky is a bad habit. Dashi reluctantly picked up the knife and fork, and after a slow start, he began to eat the magma on top. Then he put down the knife and fork, picked up the cup, and gulped down the boiling magma, letting out a satisfied burp while cautiously staring at his father with a slightly innocent look. "Daddy, I've finished eating, I really can't eat anymore." Darcy, his father, ground his teeth, feeling helpless. Wen Yao turned her gaze away, glancing towards another side. The three brothers, Gage, Clay, and Hale, had just finished the last bit of charred meat, discussing the serial killer. "Hey, boss, who do you think the killer might be?" "I don't know, but if he dares to lay a hand on us, I can send him to meet God right away." When Yao's eyes swept around car number 8, most people treated the killer as dinner conversation. Since the train ran for a long time without stopping, people moved around the carriage without stopping. Except for car number 3, which was relatively quiet, voices from multiple people could be heard in the aisle. The other carriages, half full of people, were particularly lively, with jokes, arguments, card games, and drinking never stopping. Some empty spots in car number 5 were taken over by drunken cowboy men. By 7 p.m., the aisle finally became quiet as everyone returned to their seats. Only then could the 5 of them have a brief chat. Since some carriages didn't need cleaning, they reassigned the cleaning tasks. Chuemo had car number 3, Wen Yao had car number 4, Lu Meng had car number 6, and Joey remained in car number 10. Wu Hong was dead, and Mo Xuanzi took over car number 7. Car number 1 was reserved for the train chief, so it didn't need cleaning. Car number 2 was empty. Car number 5 was reserved for players. Cars 8 and 9 were the dining car managed by the bull-headed men and didn't need their cleaning. Car number 11 was reserved for Lucius and also didn't need cleaning. Cars 12 and 13 were locked. Joey looked around at the people, hesitated, and said, "I think car number 2 is prepared for us, should we go? After all, there was a female ghost here last night, and she would come again tonight. Also, it snowed in the desert at night, the temperature outside was low, and it wasn't much higher inside the train. The hard seats were so cold that she shivered even wrapped in a blanket." Choi Mo said, "No way, unless the female ghost comes in, after all, no one knows what the cost of moving seats is." He was a conservative person, since car number 5 was safe, there was no need to go to other carriages. Lu Meng stood on Choi Mo's side. Mo Xuanzi found 2 backpacks in the desert, and the blankets inside were enough to keep him warm, so he didn't consider it either. Joey looked at Wen Yao, her eyes filled with a bit of expectation. "You've seen it too, the blankets in car number 2 are super soft and thick." Wen Yao couldn't help but smile, "I don't need it." Joey had to give up this idea and got back to the point. "After I finished tidying up car number 2, when I passed by car number 3, I overheard Ivy and her lover Raven plotting to kill a man. I don't know who exactly, but that man is on the train." Wen Yao was surprised, she didn't expect this twist. Choi Mo looked at Wen Yao and Joey. "After you left, Ivy kissed 2 men, one named Thorn and the other Dorian. I guess that anyone who could sit in the VIP room must have some status, so I paid attention." Wen Yao recalled the scene at lunch, the 2 men sitting opposite Ivy should be Thorn and Dorian. Car number 4 has only one special feature, the archaeologist and his son, the others are all cowboy men. At noon, I learned from the young Darcy that this train's starting point is Base Station, and its destination is Luck Station. All the people on this train are going to the Varick's ancient ruins adventure, hoping to obtain gold. Choi Mo and Lu Meng were astonished. Gold? Adventure? Joey explained to them cheerfully the news she got from young Darcy at noon. Choi Mo looked at Wen Yao. "So what exactly is Varick's wish?" "Homecoming has a deep meaning, but it's not what they are looking for." Wen Yao replied, "I don't understand yet, I'll try to ask when I get the chance." The young boy's father seemed reluctant for Darcy to interact with them. Wen Yao looked at Mo Xuanzi. "What discoveries do you have on your side?" Previously, the man only briefly mentioned that Wu Hong was eaten, and that cars 12 and 13 were sealed, without more details. Mo Xuanzi raised his brow with 3 points of compassion, calmly scanning the circle of people watching him. His thin lips parted slightly, recounting everything that had happened in the morning. Including the Minotaur's hint that Lucius was the big boss, the people in the carriage were all coke people, and they could turn into lava coke men. Finally, he shared his conclusion. The carriages after number 9 belong to Lucius, and the strong cowboys in carriages 10 and 11 are undoubtedly Lucius's henchmen. The things in carriages 12 and 13 belong to Lucius, and the door to carriage 12 is locked with 2 locks. To get through, we must obtain 2 keys. Going over the roof is not possible, you will be erased. Moreover, using violent means to cut off the padlock won't work, the padlock will instantly restore. Wen Yao's eyes widened slightly in surprise, the fact that violent means wouldn't work meant the man had already verified it. 2 keys were needed, and since carriages 12 and 13 belonged to Lucius, it was highly likely the keys were on Lucius. Joey looked at Mo Xuanzi, her heart screaming in shock, the big boss was right beside her. She hesitantly asked, "Are we going to steal the keys?" Choi Mo pressed his lips together. "But we still don't know what we're looking for specifically. Rushing to steal the keys would only lead to our demise." Lu Meng agreed. "Right. What if what we're looking for isn't in carriages 12 or 13? To reach carriage 12, they had to pass through carriage 11, where Lucius and his group of cokemen were clearly not easy to deal with." He looked around at the people present, estimating that only Mo Xuanzi had the capability to deal with Lucius, who had turned into a lava coke man. Wen Yao pondered for a moment and said, "We definitely need to get the keys, but not right now. Since it could be sealed off, the items in carriages 12 and 13 must be important clues." Choi Mo looked at Wen Yao. "Do you have any good ideas?" He felt a bit stuck, there were too few clues about Varick's found during the day. Wen Yao replied, "Tomorrow, I will find an opportunity to approach Desai and ask him for more information about Varick's. As for you guys, I think there should be other clues inside the carriage, perhaps you can touch base with other passengers." Choi Mo thought for a moment and realized that was the only option, he had no better ideas. Joey was listening to their conversation, and with a glance out of the corner of her eye, she saw a ball of flame outside the window, curiously staring at them. She exclaimed, "Oh my, there's actually a flame with an expression, Kasifa?" Wen Yao turned to look and saw Seraphia showing her a pitiful expression. Wen Yao couldn't help but smile and explained, "It's called Seraphia, it's the train conductor's companion." Mo Xuanzi looked at Wen Yao. "You went to find the train conductor?" Wen Yao replied, Seeing she didn't elaborate, Mo Xuanqing didn't ask further. Zhou Yi watched Wen Yao preparing to leave and couldn't help but ask. Where are you going? It's almost 8, and the other carriages will be very dangerous. Wen Yao acknowledged Zhou Yi's kind reminder with a slight smile. To find my boyfriend, see you tomorrow. Zhou Yi showed a look of surprise. Boyfriend? Who? The train conductor? Watching Wen Yao's departing figure, Zhou Yi chose to remain silent. Everyone had their own secrets, no need to dig deeper. On the other side, Seraphia flew excitedly back to carriage number 1, circling around Lin Yan and said, She's here. Can we sleep together tonight? It couldn't imagine how beautiful it would feel to be held in someone's arms. Lin Yan unfolded a new bedsheet, flicking his wrist lightly, and the thin fabric fell onto the bed, instantly spreading out without leaving a single wrinkle. He glanced at the excited little flame that was popping little sparks, raising an eyebrow with a casual smile. Seraphia, you're sleeping in the driver's room tonight. What? Seraphia felt like it had been struck by lightning, looking at the man in disbelief, little sparks falling like debris. Are you kicking me out? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, a smile that was almost mocking appeared. If that's what you think, then there's nothing I can do. It sounded just like a scumbag's comment. Seraphia's eyes filled with tears, and it protested. Why not? It was fine last night. I can be your blanket. Lin Yan let out a light ha. Last night was last night, tonight is tonight. When you get emotional, do you not realize how destructive you can be? I don't want to be tangled up with my baby, enjoying our time together, and still have to find time to clean up your mess. Seraphie. Footsteps were heard at the door. Seraphie felt a large hand grab her, and in an instant, she was thrown into the driver's seat. Immediately after, the door to the driver's seat, leading to car compartment number 1, was slammed shut with a loud bang. Seraphie. At that moment, Wen Yao walked into car number 1 and scanned the room with his eyes. Where's Seraphie? The man's hot chest pressed against her, his fingers unbuttoning her white robe, placing it carefully on the desk, his gaze burning with desire. It went to play. Then, he bent down, kissing her lips with no hesitation. Seraphie, who was forced to go play, stared wide-eyed at the door. Wen Yao picked her up, placed her on the desk, and kissed her forcefully and passionately, their lips and tongues intertwining, the sound of smacking wetness filling the air. She grabbed his white shirt with her fingertips, her legs growing weak from his kiss. Lin Yan, I need to take a shower first. Alright, baby, just one more kiss. Wen Yao pushed his head away, but the man firmly grabbed her lips, unwilling to let go of the tender flesh he had finally captured, savoring it again and again. Wen Yao couldn't help but smile in her heart, as the kiss sent waves of passion rising inside her. She raised her hand, grabbed his fiery red hair, and tugged it back. Let's kiss later. The man reluctantly pulled away from her lips, his eyes filled with an unsatisfied hunger. Baby, I want to kiss you all night long. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh. Just kissing? Lin Yan's gaze darkened, and he caught her meaning. Baby, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. We can take it slow. The man clearly wanted more, but he chose to take it slow, which was obviously strange. Wen Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, meeting his molten, dark gaze. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Yan paused slightly, lowering his gaze to look at her, his voice low and magnetic. Baby, if I'm a little different from others, would you still like me? Wen Yao kissed his sexy Adam's apple. No matter what you become, I'll still like you. Do you have a tail? She guessed. Lin Yan's gaze stayed on her, his heart pounding with unease. Yeah. Wen Yao smiled sweetly, her fingers rubbing his neck. Let me see it. Lin Yan's heart raced, and he didn't immediately do as she asked. Instead, he seriously asked. Baby, are you afraid of snakes? He was worried she might be frightened and distance herself from him. If she was afraid, he could find another way to fulfill his partner's desires. Wen Yao leaned in, kissing his tense cheek, the corner of her lips curling up slightly. I'm afraid of snakes, but not afraid of you. Lin Yan's pupils dilated slightly, lowering his gaze to look at the woman in his arms, who was smiling brightly. His large hand tightened around her waist, his forehead resting against hers, their eyes meeting. His eyes were filled with a storm of desire, and his breath grew heavier. Baby, do you know? Your words just released a dangerous beast. Wen Yao's chest pressed against his, and even through the thin layers of their shirts, she could feel his rising body temperature. Her bottom rested on the cold, hard desk, while his strong, powerful abdomen and waist pressed against her. Wen Yao met his deep gaze and couldn't help but smile. So, Mr. Beast, are you going to eat me? Lin Yan's throat bobbed, staring intently at her, a hoarseness escaping his lips. His heated breath brushed against her face, his lips barely touching the corner of her mouth, his dark gaze filled with fierce, dangerous intent. Baby, once we start, it'll be hard to stop. Wen Yao raised her lips, easily pressing them against his cool, thin ones, her eyes sparkling with joy. Okay, but can we take a shower first? Lin Yan's gaze darkened, and he caught her lips again. Alright, baby. Under the warm yellow light, the man's figure suddenly towered over her, his lips chasing hers as he pressed her against the desk, their kiss deep and sticky. Their intertwined figures cast shadows on the wall, and the man's lower body unexpectedly had a long, strong snake tail. After a long time, Wen Yao was lifted into his arms, and her gaze unknowingly moved to the man's tail. The fiery red scales shimmered like rubies under the light. Incredibly beautiful. The man led her hesitantly into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and warm water soaked their shirts, revealing the throbbing lines of their bodies. Wen Yao sat on his waist, with his serpentine tail beneath her, enjoying the man's bathing service. He helped her carefully massage her hair, applying shampoo. Lin Yan took off his shirt and rinsed off the foam on both of them, only wrapping her in a towel and carrying her out of the bathroom once they were clean. Wen Yao's softness pressed against him, her gaze falling on the red snake tattoo on his chest, her fingertips caressing it. What is this? A birthmark. Everyone from our place has one. The desire in Lin Yan's eyes deepened, unable to be restrained any longer, he kissed her lips heavily, teasing her patiently, his hands sliding down her waist. Wen Yao's small face turned red, her hands resting on his shoulders. Baby, so good. The man's lips fell again, swallowing all her whimpering sounds. Wen Yao sank into the ocean of feelings he wove, rising and falling. The man never seemed tired. Wen Yao lay in his arms, shocked to find it hard to part. Lin Yan breathed sexily, lingering in front of her chest, his voice deep and hoarse. Baby, I told you once we start, it's hard to stop. Wen Yao's eyes shimmered, playfully glancing at the man. She had not expected it to be meant literally, a kind that could not be interrupted by any human intervention. Under the starry night, a train sped through the desert. The locomotive belched flames, leaving a long trail of fire on the horizon. However, the other carriages were completely unaffected. In coach 5, Joey woke up frozen again, opening her eyes to see the female ghost from last night staring at her. Whoa! The female ghost had a deathly pale face, black eyes cracked with numerous fissures, grinning sinisterly, revealing a dark tongue and cold, sharp teeth. Joey stiffly turned her head toward her friends but met the eerie blue eyes of a crow. Her bones instantly felt chilling, almost screaming. Even though she knew this crow was a teammate, seeing it in the middle of the night was still frightening. Just as she was considering whether to wake them, they calmly turned over in their sleep. Cui Mo, pretend you can't see, go back to sleep. Lu Meng, she was here when I went to the bathroom, don't worry about it. Zhou Yi. She raised her eyes to look outside. The female ghost's entire body pressed against the window, her golden hair braided into a fishtail. Dressed in a white linen shirt with a leather vest and jeans. The collar of the shirt was decorated with fresh embroidered flowers. Under the starlight, the female ghost's plain ring glimmered. Zhou Yi stared at her chilling gaze, lying back down and tightly closing her eyes. But still found it hard to fall asleep, her mind unable to stop pondering who this female ghost was. Why was she outside the carriage? She seemed different from the charcoal people in the train. Except for carriages 11, 12, and 13 which she hadn't looked into, she had seen every carriage. Aside from carriage 3 with a woman named Yue, there were no other women on this train, only beefy men. The female ghost couldn't possibly be Yue because their appearances and outfits were entirely different. During the meal, she paid attention and confirmed that the female ghost hadn't dined, seeming to be absent during the day and appearing only at night. In coach 4, the beefy men drank and gestured, their charred, ugly faces cracking with excitement, lava oozing out and dripping down their cheeks. Yet they remained unaware. On the bright window, their normal excited faces were reflected. Among this group, a small charcoal person mixed in. Desai's eerie hollow red eyes flashed with confusion. He bent down, and a charred little hand struggled to pull out a thick, large black book from under the seat, placing it on the table and flipping it open. His gaze skimmed over the obscure characters, lips murmuring the words. When he encountered an unfamiliar character, he paused, looking puzzled at his father across from him. Daddy, how do you read this word? After a long wait without a response, Darcy tilted his head, his red eyes filled with confusion. Daddy? Daddy, he emphasized, his tone heavier. Still, there was no answer. He saw his father, a man made of charcoal, staring blankly out the window, tears of lava flowing endlessly from his eyes. Lava splashed onto his father's arm, half solidifying into a small mound, growing larger and larger, running down to the floor. Daddy? Darcy followed his father's gaze out the window, his red eyes trembling, sadness enveloped him in an instant, and 2 streams of lava tears fell. He wanted to ask something, but the words wouldn't come out, he could only keep calling. Daddy, Daddy. The next day, Wen Yi was startled awake by the gunfire in the 6th car, sitting up straight in surprise, and saw Mo Xuanqing rushing towards car 6 with his sword in hand. Cui Mo and Lu Meng followed behind him. She quickly wiped her eyes, rebuttoned her loose underwear from last night, adjusted her clothes, and hurried to catch up. Just as she reached the door, she heard Mo Xuanqing ask. What happened? Inside, the cowboys replied. The murderer struck again. The deceased is Clay, Gage's brother. Gage insists we killed Clay and fired on us. Mo Xuanqing, where is the body? How did he die? The cowboy answered, the deceased is in the bathroom near car 7. The manner of death is the same as yesterday, the murderer removed his organs, and there is blood everywhere in the bathroom. Gage and Hale, guns in hand, stood back to back, pointing their guns at the people on either side, glaring fiercely. It was definitely you who killed Clay. Clay never left the car. The cowboys also aimed their guns at the two of them. We didn't. It was the murderer. Gage's gaze was fierce, filled with rage. The murderer is among you, you are protecting the murderer. The cowboys were furious. Bullshit. We didn't. You bounty hunter brothers have no idea how many people you offended in the shadows, there are many who want to assassinate you. Perhaps the murderer targeted you. Don't think you can shift the blame onto us. Both sides were at a standstill, neither willing to lower their guns. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the atmosphere was tense. Mo Xuanqing stood at the entrance of car 6, looking at the Gage and Hale brothers, realizing they were bounty hunters, not thieves. However, bounty hunters, no matter how high the reward, can also be ruthless when it comes to theft. At that moment, Lu Meng leaned closer to Mo Xuanqing, lowering his voice. The person killed yesterday, they ate the corpse. Even though his voice was quiet, it could not be missed by the nearby cowboys. Several cowboys glared at Lu Meng, indignant. What nonsense are you talking? We're not cannibals, we don't eat people. Stop slandering us. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll shoot your eyeballs out. Lu Meng had no gun, just a dagger, his fierce eyes suppressed his anger, but he was not one to act impulsively. Moreover, car 6 was still his responsibility to clean. You heard wrong, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the door at our feet was eaten. He pointed at the door at their feet. Such a clumsy excuse drew scornful laughter from the cowboys. Lu Meng hid behind Mo Xuanqing. A dark light flashed in Mo Xuanqing's eyes as he recalled the charcoal meat lunch from yesterday's others, speculating that these people mistook their companions for food. They didn't realize they were eating human flesh, thus would not admit to eating people. Yesterday's deceased Walker and today's deceased Clay had the same manner of death. But it was unclear whether the murderer was indeed the same killer. And who was the murderer? It's still unknown how they managed to sneak into this car. Mo Xuanqing looked at the cowboys and the Gage brothers. First, lower your guns, whether the murderer is in this car, we can interrogate one by one. The cowboys and the Gage brothers refused, why should we? We are not the murderer. Neither side was willing to lower their guns. Mo Xuanqing didn't want to meddle, they were just blocking the way. On the other side, in car 1. Wen Yao opened her eyes and crashed into the man's muscular chest. The fiery red tail of a serpent gently wrapped around her waist. He was still. In the next moment, Wen Yao's mind went completely blank. The man let out a low, pleasant laugh from his throat. Lin Yan lowered his gaze, the woman's face blushing beautifully, her small mouth slightly parted, revealing a hint of pink. His eyes focused on that hint of pink, darkness flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he leaned down, covering her red lips, entangling and grinding against them. The sounds of their ambiguous entanglement rippled in the warm morning sun. Wen Yao's eyelashes trembled lightly, her eyes shimmering, comfortably sinking into this wave of warmth. Can we separate today? Baby, I'll try my best. He breathed out seductively. The man had been at it all night. But she didn't feel any soreness in her waist, as if she were soaking in warm water. She only needed to enjoy. Because the man had activated his buff. Every time she reached her limit, his palm would glow, covering her body to caress, leaving a strange sense of comfort in its wake. She asked what it was. The man said it was his unique healing power. As the sun rose higher, the man let out a muffled groan, ending this long exercise. He kissed her lips, soothing her lingering sensations. Then, he carried her into the bathroom to wash up. When Wen Yao came out, she felt refreshed all over, with no discomfort whatsoever. The man thoughtfully prepared a new shirt for her, not even knowing where he got it, clean and carrying a refreshing scent. Wen Yao put on the clothes, watching the man buttoning his shirt with a satisfied expression, each movement pleasing to the eye. Lin Yan noticed his partner's gaze, the corner of his lips curled, smiling enchantingly. Baby, do you want it? How about one more time? Originally, one union would take at least 3 days and nights, but considering the baby had things to do, he hurriedly ended it. Wen Yao smiled, I don't want to. Lin Yan finished dressing, back to his abstinent look, and came over to hug his partner, resting his chin on her head. Baby, if you're tired from walking, come over to rest. Wen Yao did not refuse, her eyes sparkling, okay? She never put herself in a difficult position. Lin Yan leaned down to kiss her cheek, his eyes filled with gentle affection. I wish you a smooth day, my love. Wen Yao hugged his waist, kissing his face back, parting with a smile like sunshine. All right. Wen Yao left car number 1, passing by car number 3. She caught a glimpse of Ivy, leaning against a small table in a black lace dress, looking cold, her delicate fingers spinning a gun, a blind cane beside her. Even with her eyes still covered by black satin ribbon, it didn't affect the woman's skill with the gun. There was no one else in the private room. Ivy suddenly said, Miss Waitress, are you watching? Wen Yao paused her steps, staring at her. Sorry, I accidentally took a glance. Ivy, are you interested in making a deal? Wen Yao, no. The two seemed to share a gaze. Ivy, alright, goodbye, if you change your mind, feel free to find me. Wen Yao, okay, goodbye. Wen Yao lifted her foot to leave, her eyes slightly squinted, pondering what role Ivy played on this train? An assassin? Who was she supposed to kill? And her 3 lovers seemed exceptional too. Did it mean she still needed to kill someone herself? Though Wen Yao was filled with questions, she chose not to delve deeper for now. She arrived at car number 4, unexpectedly discovering everyone in the carriage was murmuring, except for the archaeologist father and son. They seemed to have cried, their cheeks still holding traces of tears, eyes red. Darcy looked across, surprised. Daddy, did you cry? Sydney raised his hand, touching the tears on his cheek, stunned for a moment. Did I cry? He looked up in astonishment. Darcy, did you cry too? Darcy rubbed his sore eyes with his small hand, looking confused. Daddy, I don't understand what's going on. Could it be that I had a nightmare last night? He actually had no memory of it at all. The father and son stared at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Sydney, maybe we both had a nightmare together. In the next second, the murmuring sounds rang out again. Sydney's expression changed slightly, clutching his stomach. Darcy, Daddy needs to use the bathroom, you should go wash your face in another restroom. Darcy showed a worried brow. Okay, Daddy, please don't rush. After Sydney left, Wen Yao sat opposite Darcy and smiled. Darcy, can I ask you a question? Darcy was very happy to see the sister from yesterday, sure. Darcy, besides going home, what does the wish of Virex represent? Do you know? Darcy took out a handkerchief from his pocket, casually wiped his little face, and smiled. It's a ruby ring. Wen Yao showed surprise. A ruby ring? Is it big? Her intuition told her that the ring was not that simple. Darcy smiled with his eyes squinted. It's not big, but it's very important to the lava snake god. Wen Yao was astonished. Why? Darcy smiled even happier, because the Virex snake god is a lost snake. Even though its home is nearby, it often gets lost, circling around the city walls again and again, unable to find its way back. Also, when it goes out, it frequently loses itself, so it created a ruby ring with magical powers using its heart's blood. The ring can guide it home. Therefore, Virex's wish is going home. I see. Wen Yao then asked, so who currently owns this ruby ring? The ruby ring has a long history, either buried in ancient ruins or in someone's possession. Mission tasks: 1. Take the train to the final stop. 2. Find Virex's wish and return it to its rightful owner. The train stopped frequently, heading straight to the final stop, Lac Station, which meant that the ruby ring was on the train and in someone's hands. And they had to find the ring before reaching the final stop. Darcy was stunned. It belongs to. Who does it belong to? He seemed to know. He stared blankly at Wen Yao, tugged at his golden curls, scratched his head, and a flash of regret crossed his eyes. I'm sorry, I seem to have forgotten. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Forgotten? This meant that Darcy knew but had lost his memory about the ruby ring. It's okay, Darcy, my name is Wen Yao. If you remember any part, can you tell me? I am the attendant of this train car, so feel free to ask me for anything you need. Darcy's brown eyes brightened. Okay, no problem. Can I come to you when I'm bored? Wen Yao, sure, as long as I'm here, you can come anytime. However, it seems your father harbors hostility towards me. Darcy hurriedly explained. No, he's just too worried that I might be deceived. My daddy is Sydney, an outstanding archaeology professor, and usually, he's very easy to talk to. This time going on a long trip, I almost got abducted 3 times, so he has to be alert. Wen Yao was a bit curious. How could you get abducted? As long as there is no public theft, it's hard to get lost. Darcy's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed as he said, because I'm also lost, walking, I get lost by myself. They tricked me into saying they saw my father, and as a result, I got abducted. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh. The young boy was indeed too innocent. Darcy casually glanced out the window, watching as the train was about to enter the desert canyon, his eyes momentarily stunned. That canyon ahead seems to have a rock shaped like a little bear. The train swiftly drove into the shadows of the canyon. Wen Yao followed Darcy's gaze and looked up at the top of the canyon. A person-high yellow-brown rock shaped like a little bear came into sight. Darcy's expression showed confusion, continuing, "It should have a hole in its chest." The little bear was facing away from them as the train passed by. Wen Yao and Darcy turned their gaze back and indeed saw a hole in the little bear's chest. A soft voice suddenly flashed through Darcy's mind, "Darcy, look, there's a little bear." "Wow, there really is one." "Who said that?" His chest suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Wen Yao turned her gaze, slightly startled. The breeze gently blew the young boy's soft golden curls, and tears brimmed in his brown eyes, sliding down his fair cheeks in big drops, wetting his clothing. "Darcy, why are you crying?" Darcy raised his hand to touch the tears on his cheeks. Her gaze was blank, tears streaming more fiercely, and she said in confusion, "I don't know, I just suddenly feel so uncomfortable. It's clearly my first time taking a car here, yet it feels like I've been here countless times." Wen Yao gazed at the distant canyon, a thoughtful look flickering in her eyes. "Countless times?" At that moment, a hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts. A cowboy, looking panicked, burst into carriage 4, pushing past the people blocking the aisle while shouting, "Make way, I have urgent business to find Mr. Raven." The people in the aisle quickly moved aside. The cowboy hurriedly dashed into carriage 3. Not long after, 2 sets of footsteps approached. Raven walked in front with a cold expression, followed by the cowboy. As the cowboy walked, he said, "Mr. Raven, it was our people who first discovered Clay's body. It must be the murderer who killed him. But Gage and Hale believe the murderer is among us, so they fired their guns. Later, a waiter in a white coat came to interrogate us. We refused and then ended up fighting." Raven sneered, "What about your guns? What about your bullets? Don't tell me they've all malfunctioned." The cowboy, feeling the pressure, said bravely, "The distance was too close, everyone was afraid of hurting their own. That man acted too quickly, we couldn't react at all." Raven turned around, his movements quick as he drew his gun from his waist, pointing the muzzle at the cowboy's forehead, his gaze icy. "If you have another incident, I'll send you all to hell. One group can't even handle one? This is really pathetic. They're all useless." The cowboy, recognizing his fault, hung his head low, "Yes, sir." Raven snorted coldly, gripping his gun with an angry expression as he marched towards carriage 6. Wen Yao scanned the crowd, who were sneering at the cowboy, her eyes slightly flashing. They were actually all in the same group. The people in carriages 4 and 6 were in cahoots. Carriage 6 was obviously Raven's people. Ivy had 3 lovers, each with an unusual identity. Since Raven could bring a whole carriage of subordinates, the other 2 should have them as well. Beyond carriage 9 was Lucius's territory, not allowing anyone to pass. The cowboys in carriage 7 must be subordinates of one of Ivy's other 2 lovers. In other words, carriages 4, 6, and 7 all belonged to Ivy. With so many subordinates, the target couldn't possibly be a small character. On this train, the only one who could rival Ivy was Lucius. Thus, she came to a bold conclusion: Ivy wanted to kill Lucius. Wen Yao fell into deep thought. All the people on this train were heading to the ancient ruins. If she were Ivy, the best time to get rid of Lucius would be on the way back. That way, not only could she eliminate Lucius, but she could also seize his portion of gold. Now the train was heading to Lake Station. Clearly, it wasn't time to act. What was locked in carriages 12 and 13? Could it be Lucius's secret equipment for the ancient ruins? Everything remained unknown. Wen Yao saw the young boy had been distracted by what just happened, so she took out a candy from her pocket and handed it to him, reminding, "Dashi, didn't your father say to wash your face? If you don't go now, your father might come back." Dashi immediately stood up, looking vexed. "Oh my god. I almost forgot." After bidding farewell to him, Wen Yao headed to carriage 6. When she arrived at carriage 6, the person who had been beaten down was already grit his teeth and crawling up from the floor. Joey was on the outer layer watching, and upon seeing Wen Yao, her face showed excitement. She glanced at the people inside the carriage confronting each other and lowered her voice saying, "Wen Yao, you didn't see, Mo Xuanqing is so impressive, he knocked out a carriage full of people all by himself with his sword." Wen Yao looked at her, smiled slightly, and agreed. Very impressive. I will go see." Joey moved aside. "Be careful, they have guns." Wen Yao nodded and walked over. On the other side, Gage and Hale looked furious, staring at Mo Xuanqing and Chui Mo along with Raven's group. Du and Mo were left to deal with a group of cowboy brutes. Levin's eyes were sharp like a hawk, fixating on Mo and Du, questioning, "What is your train conductor's real name?" Mo, David. Du, Chad. The 2 spoke simultaneously, yet fell into silence. The answers completely differed. Levin's tone turned menacing. "Ha, is it David or Chad?" Mo, Chad. Du, David. The cowboys present. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. Employee Code 1, never reveal the conductor's true name to passengers. With a loud bang, Levin fired a shot at the ceiling, his expression dark. You dare to play tricks on me? Want to die? Chapter 114 Train. Section 13 Eternal Life 16. In his fury, Levin's head transformed into an ugly, charred skull, cracking open with icy, jagged teeth, exuding danger. His eerie red eyes locked onto Du and Mo, as if preparing to strike at any moment. In the carriage, others morphed one by one into charred beings, their cold and fierce gazes focused on them. The air thickened instantly. Shocked, Wen Yao covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Lu Meng's muscles tightened, subtly reaching for the dagger in his pocket, eyeing the sinister beings. Du felt hairs on the back of his neck stand up, biting his teeth. He stopped speaking. Mo rubbed the hilt of his sword, lifted his eyelids, eyes sharp, calmly confronting Levin. You've misunderstood, both David and Chad are names of the conductor. The conductor's real name is David. Later, when his parents divorced, he lived with his mother. Despising his father for cheating, she changed his name to Chad as revenge. The crowd present. When Yao's eyebrows twitched, this story was well crafted. Levin sneered coldly, do you think I would believe that? Mo, believe it or not, you can ask the conductor yourself. What use is it to trouble us waiters? Besides, the conductor isn't a police officer, chasing down killers isn't part of his job. Lastly, Clay died in car 6. What's wrong with suggesting individual interrogations? The people present, seems to make sense. Levin's handsome face returned to normal but still showed subtle anger. On what grounds do you lay hands on my people? Mo, they aimed guns at my head. If I don't resist, can I do anything when I'm dead? Levin fixed his gaze on Mo's eerie blue eyes for 3 seconds, a chilling sensation gripping his soul, causing a shiver down his spine. He averted his gaze. This was indeed a matter where his subordinates were outmatched. Levin turned his eyes to Guy, his tone icy. Guy, what does it mean to shoot at my men? Guy tightly pursed his lips, not expecting the people in this carriage were all Levin's subordinates. Levin, the mafia boss, a figure they couldn't afford to offend. Sorry, I misunderstood, I thought the killer was among them. Levin's expression darkened, warning. If there is a next time, I'll send you down to accompany your brother. The cowboy brutes cautiously glanced at Levin. Boss, what about the killer? 2 people had died in their carriage. Levin coldly stared at him. You all, so many of you, can't handle one killer? Stay alert tonight, and don't just drink. As soon as the killer appears, shoot to kill. The cowboys' faces grew serious. Yes, boss. Levin cast a glance at Mo before turning to leave. The crowd dispersed, returning to their seats. Guy didn't move, scanning the room, his fist tightly clenched. If the killer wasn't among them, then how did Clay die? He was sure Clay hadn't left the carriage. Hale spoke to Guy. Boss, did Clay just die in vain? Guy's expression darkened. I will make the killer pay. Wen Yao, Mo, and the 5 others went to the restroom to see Clay's body. Just like yesterday, he was a charred figure. His stomach opened up, confirming it was indeed Clay. As for the killer, everyone was confused. It was not the time for conversation, and they each went to their respective carriages. The body in carriage 6 was still being handled by Lu Meng. As Lu Meng moved the body, a folded square piece of paper fell out of Clay's pocket. On it, 2 large words faintly appeared, bounty. Hey, waiter, can you hurry up? I need to go to the bathroom. Lu Meng was startled and blocked the view of the people behind him, squeezing the piece of paper tightly in his palm. Okay, brother, right away. On the other side, in carriage 3. Chui Mo was cleaning up the garbage, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at VIP room 3, where Ivy and Raven were talking. Ivy, what happened? Raven, the murderer killed a bounty hunter named Clay. Ivy, did you not check if the murderer was mixed in with the people in carriage 6 yesterday? Raven, before going to sleep, I checked once. Besides the Gidge 3 brothers, all the others in carriage 6 were my people, no strangers mixed in. Dorian checked carriage 7, and there were no strangers. As for Thorne's carriage 4, besides the Sydney father and son, there were no other strangers. I can confirm, the murderer is not in the carriages we are in. It is only possible in Lucius's side. The voices inside grew softer, and Chui Mo couldn't hear clearly. He walked to the other end and heard Dorian and Thorne talking in VIP room 1. Dorian, do you know Ivy's past? Thorne, I know your psychology. Raven is Ivy's first lover, he will inevitably be partial. I am second, you are third. Raven knows the most about her past. I only know 2 things. 1, Ivy's husband is not named Steve, but Sterling. 2, Ivy poisoned Sterling. Dorian. Chui Mo in the hallway. Is this something he can swallow? Beautiful women are dangerous. The conversation inside continued. Dorian, why did Ivy want to kill the underground auction house's big boss, Lucius? Thorn, I don't understand either, you can ask her yourself.
Dorian, she won't say. Chui Mo felt numb.
Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. At 7 p.m., the 5-member group began a new round of communication.
Lu Meng handed them the bounty paper.
This fell from Cly's body. The bounty paper was passed around.
Wen Yao's gaze swept over the information on it.
Bounty, bring back a bottle of golden decryption potion from the ancient ruins of Wyrix, prize, $30 million. Issued by, the big boss of the auction house.
Who is the big boss of the auction house? Chui Mo, Lucius.
Feeling the gaze of everyone, Chui Mo touched his nose. Eavesdropping felt a bit dishonorable, but it could collect useful clues. He honestly shared everything he overheard and summarized the key points. 1. Ivy killed her husband Sterling and covered up his real name. 2. In carriages 4, 6, and 7, besides the Gidge 3 brothers and the archaeology professor and his son, all the others are Ivy's lover's subordinates.
3. The person Ivy wants to kill is Lucius.
4. Raven checked among their subordinates and found no murderer mixed in, indicating the murderer is on Lucius's side.
Wen Yao's eyes slightly widened, points 2 and 3 matched her speculations. Joey touched her chin.
Lucius is the big boss. If the big boss issues a bounty, it means Lucius needs the golden decryption potion.
Doesn't that mean Lucius is under a curse? Wen Yao nodded, I think so.
By the way, Wyrix's wish is a ruby ring.
Mo Xuanqing's eyes narrowed. There aren't many people on the train who can obtain the ruby ring.
Wen Yao, exactly, only 5 people can have it, Lucius, Ivy, and her 3 lovers. The ruby ring belongs to Wyrix. So, the reason it is lost must be that someone took it away.
Who took it? It is highly likely someone who has entered the ancient ruins before.
A ring with historical collectible value means it can be exchanged for money.
The person who took it out is very likely to auction the ruby ring.
So, the only ones who can buy the ruby ring are these 5 people.
And the most likely owner is Lucius. Because he is the big boss of the auction. Chui Mo, so should we verify one by one? Chapter 115 Train. Section 13 Eternal Life 17.
Wen Yao's gaze passed over the faces of the crowd, each with different expressions, and she spoke softly. No need, we only need to verify Lucius and Ivy.
If Ivy's 3 lovers have ruby rings, then Ivy is definitely in the know.
With Ivy Queen's posture, she is clearly in a dominant position in this love quadrangle.
Ivy cannot possibly be unaware of the matters concerning the 3 men. Chui Mo looked at Wen Yao. Among us 5, who will verify Ivy?
Ivy's 3 lovers are not simple. If one of them gets angry accidentally, they could be in big trouble.
The scene in carriage 6 today genuinely terrified him.
From the desert to the bath station, he had only encountered 2 coalmen. However, the coalmen in the desert only had the instinct to eat people and lacked the capacity for thought. Their danger level was comparable to ordinary zombies. Just hit them, and it's done. But the coalmen on the train not only had strength but also brains. He knew very well that facing them directly meant death for him.
Lucius could have Mo Xuanqing verify, but who among the 4 of us would go to Ivy? Wen Yao swept her gaze over Chui Mo, Lu Meng, and Joey's silent expressions and instantly understood their concerns. In the face of life and death, everyone is selfish. As for Ivy, I'll reach out to her tomorrow. She just didn't want to clean up the coalmen's corpses every day and temporarily needed them as cleaners.
Mo Xuanqing rubbed his thumb against the hilt of his sword, glanced at Wen Yao, then at the 3 silent men, his eyes flickering slightly.
I'll handle Lucius. If everyone were dead, wouldn't the cleanup of the other 3 carriages fall on him and Wen Yao?
He didn't like moving corpses.
After discussing, the group meeting concluded. Joey looked at Wen Yao, who was about to leave, leaned over and whispered. Wen Yao, the female ghost came again last night.
Wen Yao paused her steps and turned her head to look at her.
What did you find?
That night, she had only seen the female ghost's appearance.
On the surface, the female ghost was completely different from the coalmen on the train.
Thinking of Denise's tears, she vaguely had some speculations in her heart. Joey, last night the female ghost came to scare people outside the train window again. I saw her entire appearance. Wearing a white cotton and linen shirt and a leather vest, paired with a pair of jeans. On her ring finger, there was a silver ring. I suspect the female ghost must also be a person on the train, but there are no other women on the train except Ivy. This is very strange. Wen Yao's gaze flickered slightly. Wearing a ring on the ring finger could imply that the female ghost is a married person.
Talking directly to Ni might yield unexpected results. Wen Yao looked at the puzzled Joey and said.
About this, I'm also quite curious, but all the speculations still need to be confirmed.
I won't say anything further for now. Joey stroked her chin, a bit curious about what she hypothesized, but ultimately didn't ask.
Watching Wen Yao's distant figure, she looked at the 3 men who had already lain down and were sleeping in their own worlds. Only the little crow made eye contact with her from afar.
Joey was speechless. Did they have to sleep so quickly? Carriage number 1.
Seraphine bounced around Lin Yan's side, puffing up her little face and said,
"Why can't it happen again tonight?"
Lin Yan held a bowl of frozen double-skin milk prepared for his partner, a flicker of darkness crossing his eyes. Because he still wanted more. He calmly placed the double-skin milk on the table, turned around, and said seriously to Seraphine,
"Because there is no room for a third person between me and the baby." Seraphine's flames paused, her big eyes blinked in astonishment. "Am I considered a person?"
Lin Yan had a smile at the corner of his lips, raised his hand to hold Seraphine.
"You are considered the third party." As soon as the words fell, Seraphine was thrown into the cockpit. With a bang sound,
Seraphine stared at the closed door, her eyes wide in disbelief.
She was locked out again. At the same time, Wen Yao returned to carriage number 1, looking at only Lin Yan left, couldn't help but ask, "Where's Seraphine?"
During the day, Seraphi was inseparable from him.
But right now, she was not there.
Lin Yan hugged his partner tightly, carrying her towards the desk, and chuckled softly.
She ran out to play again.
Wen Yao's white robe was removed by him and placed aside. The man had already taken off his black conductor uniform, wearing only a thin white shirt. Through the shirt, one could still feel his smooth muscles and strong waist. Lin Yan seated her on the office chair, reaching over to grab a bowl of double-skin milk, looking down at the person in his arms with gentle and tender eyes.
"Baby, I prepared some double-skin milk for you. Do you want to eat some?" Wen Yao smiled gently, "Sure."
The frozen double-skin milk was placed in front of her. Lin Yan leaned down, his hot breath brushing against her ear, and his cool lips followed closely.
"Baby, you eat yours, I eat mine."
The wet warmth made Wen Yao feel a tingle in her ear, looking at the soft and tender double-skin milk he prepared. She picked up a spoon and ate slowly. The coldness on her tongue slightly relieved the heat inside her.
"Do you want to eat some?" "Lin Yan."
"Baby, just eat yours,"
he said in a hoarse voice. One by one, the buttons on his chest were undone.
He brushed aside her neck hair, and warm kisses fell like rain. His hot palms covered her, Wen Yao pressed against the desk, revealing a beautiful and delicate waistline. The man's breath was filled with desire, especially alluring.
"Baby, are you done eating?"
"Mum." Wen Yao was turned around, and the man's kisses came down like a storm, fast and fierce. Their body temperatures continued to rise. With a sound, the chair slid back, the man leaning back in it, a tempting smile at the corner of his lips.
****, baby. The man sighed, sounding sexy and satisfied. "Baby, great."
When Yao's cheeks flushed, Lin Yan was too good at sighing. She hadn't even done much, and he was already breathing hard, muffled groans full of lust and allure. After coming out of the shower, Wen Yao sat on the man, tilting her head back, her eyes slightly red, looking down at his fiery short hair. His serpent tail curled around her waist, making her a cushion. Wen Yao's gaze inadvertently glanced at the bookshelf, where a thick black-covered book was placed. "Lin Yan, I want to see the black book on the shelf."
"Sure, baby."
The man finally lifted his head, his eyes filled with affection, lips still damp. He licked the corner of his mouth with desire.
"Baby, you might not recognize the words on it."
Wen Yao's delicate hands wrapped around his neck, her eyes sparkling with a smile.
"You'll translate them for me, right?"
Lin Yan raised her chin with one hand, leaning down to cover her lips, playful and teasing, entwined with each other.
"Sure, but tomorrow night, baby will entertain me, right?"
Wen Yao's little face turned red. Upon getting the answer he wanted, the man smiled lowly with delight, holding her close, moving his tail to bring the black book in front of them. Wen Yao glanced at the text on the cover of the book, which looked a bit like Latin but was not Latin, certainly unfamiliar to her.
"What is the book called?"
Lin Yan smiled. "It's called The Adventure of the Little Red Snake.
The black-covered book had the words written on it. Hell Forbidden Spell. Chapter 116, Train. 13 Section Immortal 18. The Adventure of the Little Red Snake?
Wen Yao's gaze fell on the short title of the black book, looking at the man, who was calm, with a face full of doubt.
Is that really the name? Lin Yan smiled sincerely, his brows relaxed, gazing tenderly at the charming woman.
"Of course, baby, I never lie." Wen Yao playfully tightened her grip, causing the man to let out a soft hiss, and he chuckled softly. "Baby, little Yan Yan is asking for mercy, he's about to suffocate." Wen Yao wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her waves pressing against his chest, and threatened sweetly. "You better not lie to me, or I'll make you pay." Lin Yan lowered his head, capturing her soft lips, with overflowing tender affection in his eyes.
"Baby, I wouldn't dare."
The man's alluring voice tugged at her heartstrings.
Wen Yao melted in his embrace, dancing together in bliss. After a long time, the man finally pulled away from her lips.
Wen Yao's breath was messy as she leaned in his arms, her fingertips flipping to the first page of the black book.
"Continue to help me translate."
Okay, baby. The man translated leisurely according to the line of words her gaze fell upon. A long time ago, deep in the desert, there lived a little red snake. One day, it woke from its sleep and found blood all over the ground, its little friends lying in pools of blood. It chased after, defeated the demon, reclaimed everything, but could not return home, because it fell into hell, passing by home over and over again. Preface of the Hell Forbidden spell: those who attempt to gain the power of Varys will fall into hell forever, suffering the pain of being burned by flames, eternally and unceasingly. He comes from dusk and will also fall into hell from dusk. The man's story had many holes. 1 second they were still in the city, and the next the little red snake was on the car, with no connection between the two. Wen Yao was about to ask a question, but the man sealed her lips, and the black book was carelessly thrown to the ground. Baby, you ask me, and I don't know either. Wen Yao's fragmented sobs were completely swallowed, lost in waves of emotion, unable to care about anything else. As her pupils scattered, the man softly whispered in her ear. Baby, there isn't much time left, you need to work hard. Coach 4. The cowboy man had turned back into charred people, washing down drinks and playing games, their words almost identical to the night before. And they were completely unaware. The little charred person, Desai, had hollow eyes. Suddenly, a flash of red light crossed his eyes, and his gaze stiffened for a moment. He bent down, and his charred little hand rummaged out a thick black book from under the seat. He struggled to bring the black book to the tabletop. The nearby charred big men seemed not to see anything, continuing to drink, repeating last night's actions. The little charred person's hollow gaze fell on the black book. Written clearly on it was, Undead Forbidden Spell. He opened the first page, his gaze falling on the mysterious runes, murmuring the spell above. He chanted page after page. But in the next second, he paused, as if caught by something difficult. He began to call for help. Daddy, how do you read this word? No one responded. Desai tilted his head, his red eyes showing confusion. Daddy? Daddy? He emphasized the tone. Still, there was no response. Desai looked up at his charred father staring blankly out the window, tears of hot magma flowing from his eyes. Daddy? Desai turned his gaze out the window, his red eyes trembling, sadness wrapping around, flowing 2 streams of magma tears. The father and son were immersed in a river of sadness, while behind them were sounds of laughter and drinking. Daddy, Mom. Daddy. Coach 5. Joey faced the female ghost once again. A pale dead face, with darkened eyeballs, stuck to the window, staring fiercely at her. Joey. Joey shivered as she pulled the blanket over her head. The next day. The noise from Coach 6 echoed again. Joey knew something must have happened last night. Seeing the backs of Chui Mo, Lu Meng, and Mo Xuancheng, she stood up, quickly tidied herself, and followed them. Chui Mo, what's going on? The cowboy man, the killer has killed again, this time 2 people died in the restroom. Their bellies have been carved open. Mo Xuancheng approached the restroom and took a look inside. 2 charred people lay dead, their bellies hollowed out, in the same restroom. Mo Xuancheng looked at the cowboy man. 2 people died in the same place, didn't you hear anything last night? There was only one killer, 2 people facing the killer couldn't have been completely silent. The cowboy men shook their heads repeatedly. We really didn't hear anything. I wanted to use the restroom in the morning, and when I pushed the door open, I saw them lying in a pool of blood. Mo Xuancheng looked at the 2 brothers, Gage and Hale, who appeared out of sorts. Do you know something? Hearing this, the cowboy men all stared at Gage and Hale, their faces darkening as they questioned. Gage, did you kill our people? Gage's expression was cold. Heh, I wish, but I don't have the skill to kill silently. As both sides were about to clash again, Mo Xuancheng blocked the cowboy with his long sword and said to Gage. Tell me what you know. Gage replied, I don't know anything. Mo Xuancheng coldly stated, if you don't speak, it could be you or your brother Hyle who dies tonight. Gage's face darkened. I truly don't know anything. Last night, Hyle and I guarded an entrance, trying to catch the killer to avenge Clay. He paused, pressing his lips into a straight line. But we woke up in our seats this morning. I clearly remember that we were keeping watch by the door all night. I asked the people nearby, and they all said they didn't know when we returned to our seats. A dark light flashed in Mo Xuancheng's eyes as he looked at the group of cowboys. With so many of you, didn't anyone see Gage return to his seat? The cowboys exchanged glances. I did notice Gage and Hyle's movements last night, but I really don't know when they returned to their seats. I don't know either. Mo Xuancheng asked, did anyone open a window? Did you smell anything strange before sleeping? He suspected that someone had released sleeping gas. The cowboys shook their heads, no, we all slept normally. At that moment, hurried footsteps rushed from car 7 to car 6. Excuse me, move aside, please. Hey, brother, what happened? Last night, the killer murdered 3 brothers from our car 7.
I need to report to Mr. Dorian.
The cowboys present were in shock, eyes wide.
What did you say? People from Car 7 were killed by the killer too?
Yes, that's right.
How did they die?
Their bellies were cut open, all their insides are gone, blood everywhere.
Where did they die?
In the bathroom. The people from Car 6 rushed into the bathroom of Car 7 to see. Sure enough, the 3 people inside had died the same way as those in their Car 6. Their abdomens were cut open, and their insides were missing. The 2 groups of cowboys began to talk.
Hey, brother, didn't anyone in Car 7 see the killer?
No, how about you?
We didn't see anyone either. Everyone exchanged glances.
Hey, I said, check among yourselves, are there any unfamiliar faces? Upon hearing this, the cowboys looked at each other.
No, they're all our own.
Emo Schwanching scanned their faces, his eyes narrowing. Something didn't feel right. Car 7 was missing more than just 3 people.
He asked the cowboy in front of him. Apart from the 3 dead in the bathroom, are all the people from Car 7 here?
The cowboy turned around, looked at his companions, counted, and then answered.
They're all here, nobody is missing.
Emo Schwanching's gaze became cold. Clearly, 2 more were missing. The number of people in the carriage was decreasing unknowingly. At this moment, Ronan barged into Car 7 with a group of people, his gaze icy as he scanned everyone in the carriage.
The killer is among you. Please return to your seats. We need to check you one by one.
Anyone who does not cooperate will meet God. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder on a clear day. The cowboys immediately looked fierce, drawing their guns and aiming them at Ronan's group, their tone rough.
You want to die? Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with us?
The air instantly became charged with tension. Both sides were filled with fiery anger, their heads resembling charred skulls, cracks glowing with molten sparks. Joey, hidden in the crowd, felt a chill down her spine and quietly moved to hide behind Lu Meng, who in turn stepped back behind Chui Mo, who then moved behind Emo Xuancheng. The 3 stood quietly like chickens, initially thinking of watching the excitement, but did not expect it to become truly heated. Once the 2 sides opened fire, they would directly meet their end. Gage looked at Ronan. Others might not know him, but he was very familiar. Ronan, a key figure behind the underground auction house's top boss.
He truly didn't expect Lucius to personally go to the ancient ruins of Verix.
Gage stared at Ronan and shouted, Ronan, the killer is not here, put away your gun. Ronan shot a sharp gaze at Gage.
What makes you so sure the killer isn't here?
A man's voice came from behind Gage, low yet carrying an undeniable sense of pressure.
Because Cabin 7 is all my people.
The cowboys turned around to see their master, Dorian, and quickly made way, chattering to explain the deaths from earlier that morning, and Ronan suddenly barging in and making threats. Dorian scrutinized Ronan with sharp eyes, his expression displeased as he said. The last person who dared point a gun at me ended up minced to feed the dogs.
Ronan lowered his gun, his face tense.
I apologize, respected Mr. Dorian, I did not mean to offend.
Dorian scoffed coldly, his tone dangerous, you come here to cause trouble?
Ronan tightened his grip on the gun and succinctly explained. 3 people were killed by the killer in cabin 10, and 1 was killed in the big boss's cabin. The killer is not in cabins 10 or 11, so he should be in the cabins ahead of you.
The people present were in shock. What? The killer actually killed several people in different cabins last night.
Dorian quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. The killer was too rampant.
He said to Ronan. Get Lucius to Car 8, we need to talk seriously about the killer.
They would have to deal with Lucius, no doubt, but not at this moment. At least they had to wait until they returned from the ancient ruins. On the other side, cabin 1. Morning light spilled over the figures of 2 people, the huge serpent tail coiled around the woman's fair and beautiful body, the fiery red scales reflecting dazzling light. Wen Yao's eyes were slightly red, her snow-white hand resting on the man's shoulder, their lips intertwined, her face blooming with a bright blush. The man kissed passionately and fiercely, his eyes focused and affectionate, making one unable to help but fall into his ocean of emotion.
How much longer?
After a long time, Lingyan finally stopped this prolonged kiss. A wicked smile crept at the corner of his lips, his gaze indulgent as he looked at her.
You can give it a try, baby.
Wen Yao arched her beautiful waistline, her long hair cascading down to her waist, half concealing her alluring figure. She looked at the man whose eyes had deepened, amused as she said.
Isn't it enough yet?
Lingyan lazily supported himself, his gaze leisurely sweeping over every inch of springtime, his Adam's apple rolling as he said in a low, husky voice.
Baby, it can never be enough, I want to hang you on me at all times.
Every moment apart, every minute and second is torment for me, only you can save me. Listening to the man's sweet words, Wen Yao felt her heart soften unconsciously, her smile radiant as she said.
Can we continue tonight?
The man had the buff, so she slept very well. Lin Yan gazed at her gently, a smile spreading on his lips as he said softly. Sure, baby, but, about the current situation, it's beyond my control. As he spoke, he leaned in close to her ear, his breath carrying a playful laugh.
I really can't do anything about it.
Wen Yao lifted her gaze, looking at him with a reproachful expression. You could yesterday, why not today? The man lovingly cupped her face, placing soft kisses upon it, his magnetic voice tinged with innocence.
I don't know either, baby.
He smiled softly at her.
What should we do, baby?
Wen Yao looked at him speechless, it was clearly his reluctance. She reached out and tugged at his ears, staring into his intriguing eyes, fiercely saying.
Tell me, how can we solve this?
Lin Yan glanced at the soft waves, lingering for a moment, his Adam's apple rolling heavily, then his gaze fell on her watery eyes filled with blame, saying frankly.
Please me, baby. How can I please you? Kiss me.
Wen Yao tilted her head and initiated a kiss on his lips. The desire in the man's eyes grew stronger, his large hand cradling the back of her head as he deepened the kiss, taking control.
Baby, I want more. There's no more.
Wen Yao looked at the unsatisfied man and harshly punished him. The man chuckled deeply. Baby, that punishment was a bit too much. Wen Yao buried her face in his embrace, speaking in a soft tone mixed with threat. There's a more serious punishment of being without a wife. The man laughed lowly and joyfully, his chest shaking continuously.
All right, baby.
Wen Yao's ears suddenly turned hot. This man was quite pent up.
Thinking about the man's hint from last night, there wasn't much time left.
It meant the journey was about to end. Varix's wish, the ruby ring, had still not been found. She needed to hurry. Today, she had to talk to Ivy. Just right, Ivy had mentioned wanting to make a deal with her, which could be a good chance to inquire about the whereabouts of the ruby.
If it's not with Ivy and her 3 companions, then it might be with Lucius. Chapter 118 Train. 13 Sections Eternal Life 20. Wen Yao put on a white robe, kissed the man goodbye, and walked to car number 3, only to find that Ivy and her lover were not there. Then, she walked to car number 4, where Sydney and Darcy were also absent. The cowboys in the carriage were noisily discussing the killer. Who is the killer? It's simply too rampant.
Yeah, killing 2 people in car number 6 and 3 in car number 7 wasn't enough. They even went to car number 10 to kill 3 more, and even killed one right under the eyes of the auction's big boss. Counting it up, the killer killed a total of 9 people last night, not caring about us at all.
Wen Yao's eyes flashed, so many people actually died last night. Moreover, both Ivy's lover's subordinates and Lucius's subordinates had casualties. Why did the killer do this? Who is he seeking revenge on?
There was no way to know for now, she could only wait and see. Wen Yao walked through cars 5, 6, and 7, but did not see Mo Xuanqing and the others. Until she entered car number 8, she finally saw Mo Xuanqing and his 3 companions, all gazing toward the other end of the carriage. Ivy and Lucius were sitting across from each other. Ivy was next to Raven and Dorian, while Thorn stood.
The atmosphere between the 2 groups was tense.
However, Lucius looked at Ivy with a gaze filled with a man's feelings of attraction and desire.
Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. This development was unexpected. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Ivy wanted to kill Lucius.
Lucius seemed to be unaware, otherwise, he wouldn't look at Ivy with such a gaze of admiration and attraction. His words and actions were polite and gentlemanly, like a peacock showing off its feathers.
Sydney and Darcy were sitting at a corner having a meal.
Wen Yao chose a seat that was neither too far nor too close and listened to the conversation over there.
Lucius elegantly said, Mrs. Steve, may I call you Ivy? It's such a pleasant name, and I believe it should not be overshadowed by Mr. Steve's name. You are unique and beautiful, you are a free person.
Ivy's eyes were covered with a black satin ribbon, making it impossible to see her emotions, but her cold attitude was evident. Lucius, I am not interested in you, please keep your overflowing courting signals to yourself. Lucius did not mind the bluntness of the other party, instead, he found her eloquence special, like a beautiful thorny red rose, stunning and enchanting. He regretted a little, thinking that he shouldn't have dined alone in car number 9, perhaps they would have encountered each other sooner.
Ronan looked at the big boss and fell silent. Didn't he say no one could make his heart move?
Ronan's gaze swept over Ivy's stunning face. Her beauty was not just in her features but also in her unique aura, making one want to conquer her.
But Ivy already had 3 lovers, could the big boss succeed in becoming the 4th?
Lucius gathered his thoughts and solemnly said to Ivy. I'm sorry, the pursuit of beautiful things is a human nature, and I cannot escape it. I hope you don't mind. Now we should talk about the killer. The killer is not in my carriage but in the car before number 8. As he spoke, he looked at Raven, Dorian, and Thorn, suggesting, let's have 2 from each side accompany the other's people to check their respective carriages, to ensure that the other side isn't lying. What do you think?
Raven, sure. Ronan had his subordinates take Raven's people to check cars 10 and 11.
He himself took 2 men to follow Dorian, Thorn, and Raven's group to check cars 3, 4, 6, and 7. Wen Yao, Mo Xianchen, and others were waiting for the inspection results in carriage number 8.
Desai brought over a bubbling cup of magma and sat down opposite Wen Yao, blinking his clear brown eyes, feeling a bit shaken as he said, "Sister Wen, I didn't expect the murderer to kill so many people last night, we are so lucky to be fine." Wen Yao's gaze drifted over Desai's magma milk, and she couldn't help but smile. "Yes, we are very lucky." Then she changed the subject. "Desai, did you notice anything unusual last night?" Desai shook his head, "No." Wen Yao glanced at Sydney, who was leisurely eating a charcoal meat burger, then turned back to Desai and quietly said, "Desai, I want to talk to your daddy alone, could you help me ask him later?" Desai nodded seriously, "Sure, I explained to daddy yesterday, he won't have any objections to you anymore." What a kind and simple young boy. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows and sincerely said, "Thank you, Desai." Desai looked at her pretty face and shyly replied, "You're welcome." Time passed second by second. The people who went to inspect carriages 9 and 10 returned first and reported to Raven, "We have thoroughly checked carriages 9 and 10, and they are all Mr. Lucius's men, there's no murderer. They can all corroborate each other, and their faces are real, none are wearing human skin masks." Lucius looked over at Raven and the others. "It seems that someone from your side has mixed in with the murderer." Raven, Dorian, and Thorn frowned, unwilling to believe that the murderer was among their own people. Half an hour later, Ronan returned with his men and reported to Lucius, "Boss, the murderer is not in carriages 3, 4, 6, or 7, they are all acquaintances and are not wearing human skin masks. We even checked carriage 2, nobody is hiding in there. Carriage 5 has 5 waiters, all here, no murderer." Lucius raised an eyebrow, looking at Raven and the others. "It seems the infiltrating murderer is quite cunning, you wouldn't mind checking again, would you?" A flicker of thought crossed Raven's eyes as he exchanged glances with Dorian and Thorn, understanding each other's thoughts. The murderer must be found, otherwise, it's like a ticking bomb that could explode at any moment and hurt everyone. "I don't mind, but we need a new batch of people." "Lucius, that's exactly what I mean." Then, both sides changed personnel and returned to their respective carriages for another inspection. Wen Yao frowned slightly. "Isn't anyone in there? If the murderer is not in the carriage, then they must be outside, could they be on the roof?" As time passed again, both groups returned from their inspections. "Mr. Raven, there's no murderer on this side." "Boss, there's also no murderer on this side." Lucius narrowed his eyes and spoke simultaneously with Raven, "Open the windows, search the roof, and notify the personnel in other carriages to watch out for any strangers climbing through the windows." The personnel on both sides replied, "Understood." Some went to notify the people inside the carriages, while others opened the windows of carriage 8, climbing up to the roof. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the roof, searching toward the other carriages. On the roof of the carriage, Ronan led his team toward the top of carriages 9, 10, and 11, checking if there were any bodies hanging on the sides of the train. Then, he arrived at the rear of carriage 11, checking the back but saw nobody there. Clearly, the big carriages 12 and 13 were right in front of him, yet Ronan acted as if he couldn't see them. Ronan turned and led his men toward the other carriages. What he did not see was as he moved away, a woman with a ghastly face peeked out from the shadow beneath carriage 11, her pale dead face staring at the crowd moving on the roof, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. However, under the blazing sun, when her dark fingers were burned by the side of the carriage, she pulled back into the bottom of the carriage. In an incredible, twisted pose, she clung tightly to the underside of the carriage. She pulled out a charred heart from nearby and began to devour it greedily. Upon closer inspection, there were other organs beside her, such as hearts, livers, and intestines. Chapter 119, Train 13th Segment of Eternal Life 21. The people in the carriage were all waiting for the result. Time passed by second by second. Wen Yao looked out of the window, listening to the normal sounds of movement on the roof, already knowing the result of the search. The murderer was not on the roof. As expected, Ronan climbed in through the window from the roof and said to Lucius with a serious expression, "Boss, there's no trace of the murderer on top." Lucius squinted his eyes, his tone heavy. "Did you check carefully?" "Ronan, we've checked the rear and both sides of the carriage, no one is hanging on there." As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly froze. If the murderer is not outside the carriage, then he must be inside. But the people inside the carriage had been checked twice and found nothing. The only remaining possibility was that the murderer had a high level of disguise skills, fooling the search personnel. A high IQ and pathological murderer hiding on the train, hunting every night, was undoubtedly a dangerous existence for everyone. Whether it was Lucius or Ivy and her 3 lovers, their faces all grew somewhat solemn. Their journey was to ancient ruins, and they did not want anything to go wrong on the way. So both sides sent people again for a more thorough search. Not limited to verifying names, ages, and personal quirks, even checking if there were moles on their butts had to be verified one by one. The cowboy tough guys felt angry and ashamed about needing to drop their pants under everyone's gaze, but they had no choice. Thus, the sounds of scolding and noisy complaints played out in every corner of the carriage. "Oh shit. don't look at my butt with that kind of eyes.
Oh, brother, sorry, your butt is really nice, I couldn't help but take another look.
Shut up. Damn it, is it done? It's done, next.
Damn murderer, don't let me know who you are, otherwise I'll shoot you into a honeycomb. The long and meticulous inspection finally came to an end. When everyone learned that the murderer was still not found, they were all startled inside, sensing that tonight would be another night of death, rising an innate fear of death. Carriage 8. Regarding not finding the murderer, both sides were deep in thought. Ivy reached out and placed her hand on Raven's palm. Let's go, Raven, there's no need to stay here any longer. Raven looked at Ivy with a loving gaze, leading her out of her seat. Okay. Thorn thoughtfully handed the white cane to Ivy's soft hand. Please take it, darling. Lucius watched Thorn shamelessly stroke Ivy's fair hand, mumbling ambiguous and intimate words, a strange emotion rising in his heart. He raised his gaze to the satin ribbon covering Ivy's eyes, a dark glimmer flashed in his eyes, and in a gentle tone laced with sarcasm he said. Mrs. Steve, your lover seems too indiscreet, calling you darling in public is a bit inappropriate. Lovers should remain hidden in the shadows forever. Ivy turned her face towards Lucius and coldly smiled. As a gentleman, your behavior at this moment is like that of a jealous husband, which is shameful. Lucius's smile froze on his face, he hadn't expected Ivy to defend her lover like this. Thorn looked at Lucius with a smirk, lifting Ivy's chin in front of Lucius, kissing her deeply, their tongues intertwined, then pulling out a glistening thread. He caught a glimpse of Lucius's heavy breathing out of the corner of his eye and hinted. Some people, seeing beautiful things, breed dark thoughts in their hearts, like a damp, filthy rat in a gutter, making one feel disgusted. Lucius seemed not to hear Thorn's words, his gaze locked on Ivy's reddened lips after the kiss, a restlessness in his heart that he couldn't suppress, unable to calm down for a long time.
No one had ever made him feel this way. He ignored those three men and earnestly said to Ivy. Mrs. Steve, this journey seems rather unsettling. If your three lovers are not up to the task, you can always come to me. As soon as these words were spoken, Raven, Dorian, and Thorn's faces suddenly turned grim. Ivy twisted her lips into a cold smile, you really are so cheap. Hearing this, Raven and the others looked at Lucius, who couldn't maintain his expression, and they laughed. Let's go, Raven, Thorn, Dorian. All right, Ivy. The three surrounded Ivy and left, leaving Lucius standing still with a face full of distress. When Yao saw this and raised her eyebrows, someone hit a wall. Not long after, Lucius also left carriage number 8, but before he left, he glanced at Sydney. This scene caught Wen Yao's eye. She didn't expect Sydney to know Lucius, and it seemed they were quite familiar. But there was no time to think, she had important matters to attend to. Wen Yao exchanged a glance with Mo Xuanqing, and the two stood up to leave. One went towards carriage number 3, and the other headed to carriage number 11. Joey, Chui Mo, and Lu Meng each went to their respective carriages to clear away the bodies and debris. Ronan looked at the following Mo Xuanqing, dissatisfied, and said, What are you following me for? Mo Xuanqing traced his fingers on the sword hilt, his voice as cold as ever, and said straightforwardly, I want to talk to your boss. Ronan looked into his strange eyes, his gaze paused for a second before he shifted away, too scared to look longer. Talk about what? Mo Xuanqing, no comment, I will only talk to your boss, you are not qualified to know. Ronan's gaze fell on the long sword he held, as if it would not yield, thinking that he would be cut in half the next second. Ronan looked frustrated, fine, wait a moment, I'll ask if the boss is willing to talk to you. Mo Xuanqing lifted his eyelids and said indifferently, tell him I can help him calculate the fate between him and Ivy. Ronan looked at him speechlessly, a fortune teller from Huagua? Do you think my boss would believe in such elusive things? Mo Xuanqing, whether he believes or not is up to him, not you. Ronan could only resignedly go in to relay the message. Not long after, everyone in carriage number 11 was moved to carriage number 10, leaving Lucius alone inside. Ronan stared at Mo Xuanqing's departing back, feeling as if he was being slapped in the face. Inside came the order from the boss. Ronan, close the door. Ronan, yes, boss. Inside. Lucius sat lazily on a luxury leather couch, legs crossed, holding a goblet of red wine, and said to Mo Xuanqing, please sit. I heard you can calculate the fate between me and Ivy? Mo Xuanqing sat across from him, staring directly into his deep green eyes, yes. Lucius knew that the other party would not calculate for free, so he asked, what do you want from me? Mo Xuanqing, the wish of Virax, a ruby ring. Lucius frowned slightly, not expecting the other party to want this, it was a bit difficult. I may not be able to fulfill your request, could you change it? Mo Xuanqing's eyes flashed with a sharp light, why? Lucius, the wish of Virax is not in my hands, it is in the ancient ruins. If you need me to help you find the wish of Virax, I may not be able to find it either. Mo Xuanqing's gaze darkened, truly not expecting the ring to be in the ancient ruins. But the game's completion condition would not be wrong. After thinking for a moment, he said to Lucius, "Alright, I will change it. Please check if you have a ruby ring on you." Lucius frowned. "What kind of joke are you making?"
Lucius put down the wineglass, frowning. "The ring cannot possibly be on me. That is the legendary Virex ring, he has never even seen it."
Emo Schwanching's face was expressionless. "Since the ring is not on you, what's the harm in checking?
For you, this is just a small matter." He needed to confirm whether the ruby ring was on Lucius.
Lucius looked displeased, feeling slightly annoyed by the other side's distrustful behavior. When has he ever deceived others? But facing Emo Schwanching's insightful gaze, Lucius fell silent.
"Alright, he's deceived quite a few people.
What if I do not have a ruby ring?"
"It doesn't matter if you don't have it, I will still keep my promise."
"Okay, remember what you just said."
Lucius stood up, took off his suit jacket, and turned the pockets inside out, both pockets empty. Emo Xianchen watched as Lucius took off his vest and reached into his pants pockets, shaking his clothes, still empty. It seemed not only was the ruby not on him, but the key to carriage 12 was also not with him. Lucius put the vest back on, his gaze fixed on Emo Xianchen, and said coldly,
"Now, can we fulfill the promise?" He was eager to know how his fate intertwined with Ivy. "Yes." Emo Xianchen tossed 3 copper coins to him and let him throw them on the ground at will.
Soon, there was a result.
Lucius could not understand the symbols on the ground, and asked, "What is the result?" "A fateful connection.
You will die for her."
"How is that possible?"
"The time of death is approaching."
"Do you think I would die for a stranger?" "You are not strangers, you have met long ago." "What are you talking about?" "This is the first time I've seen Ivy. Besides being called Ivy, she should have other names." "Are you saying she's called Mrs. Steve?"
"I don't understand, the divination has ended, goodbye."
Emo Xianchen took long strides to leave carriage 11.
Lucius turned around, his eyes darkening.
"Wait, I want to ask another question. I can trade anything I have with you." Emo Xianchen halted, and said faintly, "You have nothing left to trade." Lucius's deep-sea blue eyes were swirling with intense obsession. "I have a lot of money, gold, silver, jewels, classical collectibles, you can name your price, I just want one answer, who is she?" Emo Xianchen, "I'm sorry, none of that is what I need."
The train door opened, the corner of the white robe brushed past the door. Emo Xianchen ignored Ronan's surprised gaze and walked straight away. He had to go back to carriage 7 to clean up the trash.
In carriage 8. The Minotaur brothers, Mora and Gore, were at the service desk, bored, tossing 3 glass cups. When they saw Emo Xianchen coming, their fierce and sly eyes brightened, and they shouted, "Hey, brother, want to come have a drink?" His soul smelled so good, Mora couldn't help but lean his huge Minotaur head closer, only to be blocked by Emo Schwanchen's sword. Mora retracted his head with a regretful expression. Emo Xianchen looked at Gore, who had already poured him a drink, and politely said, "I don't drink, thank you." Gore silently took back the glass and replaced it with a glass of soda, adding 2 ice cubes.
Orange flavored, usually not available, the train conductor got it to please his girlfriend.
Emo Xianchen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the bubbly soda, sitting down in a booth. The train conductor's girlfriend?
Upon mentioning this, the brothers' sharp red-tailed spines flicked behind them quickly, their faces full of gossip, excitement twinkling in their eyes.
Gore, yeah, she's a cool and sweet beauty named Wen Yao. Mora gossiped, "I saw you 2 often eating together, do you have a crush on her?" Emo Xianchen smiled a bit, "No, we are just friends." Mora had a happy smile on his face.
"Oh, that's great, I was still worried that you would compete with our train conductor for a girlfriend and end up being eliminated, now I can relax." Emo Xianchen looked at the 2 brothers, a bit surprised. He did not expect that they would worry about him so soon after getting to know him. Very few people would worry about him, although they weren't human, they still brought him a bit of spiritual comfort. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "Thank you for your concern." As he spoke, a little crow popped out from Emo Schwanchen's hat, jumping to the soda on the bar, giving a caw sound at Emo Xianchen. Emo Xianchen rubbed its feathers with his fingertips, looking at Mora and Gore, who were curiously observing the little crow, and asked, "Can I let my friend Xiaojiao drink this soda?" Mora, of course. With approval, the little crow stuck its head into the glass, enjoying the soda. Emo Xianchen chuckled and explained, he usually loves drinking soda. Gore looked at the crow drinking soda, watching with great interest. Mora looked at Emo Xianchen and smiled, saying, "If you don't get off the car soon, you'll end up at my house." Emo Schwanchen's eyes widened in surprise, he thought the Minotaur would stay on the car forever. "Where is your home?" "Hell. On the other side, in car number 3. Ivy, you see, Barax's wish is not with us, move your sword away from Raven." Wen Yao held the golden sword, its tip moving away from Raven's body. She came to find Ivy but was stopped by 3 men, leading to a small conflict. She naturally used force to resolve it, allowing them to search her.
As a result, the ruby ring was not on any of the four. Wen Yao looked sharply at Ivy. Those eyes were covered with a satin band but could pinpoint her position extraordinarily well. How did you know my sword was aimed at Raven and not someone else? Ivy tilted her head slightly, shifted her gaze, and calmly said, I guessed. Wen Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. She had a deduction that Ivy could see and was pretending to be blind. But why? You can see, right? It has nothing to do with you. We don't have what you want, please leave. Wen Yao's gaze swept over the red rose on Ivy's chest. The small scar was a burn. Your behavior is quite rude, Miss Waitress, Raven reminded. Wen Yao looked at Raven and said, sorry, I'll leave now. The ring was neither on Ivy nor her three lovers. There was no need to linger. At noon, in car number 8. Wen Yao, Mo Xianqian, and Zhou Yi ate together. Mo Xianqian sat across from Wen Yao. Zhou Yi sat next to Wen Yao. The three's lunch today was chicken leg rice. Wen Yao raised her eyes and looked at Mo Xianqian. They exchanged a glance. Mo Xianqian said softly, not here. Wen Yao replied, not here either. Both were taken aback at the same time. They never expected Verax's wish was not among these 5 people. Wen Yao still thought if the ring was not with Ivy, it must be with Lucius, but the result was unexpected. Zhou Yi looked around at the people eating charred meat soaked in lava and suddenly curiously asked, where do you think the ingredients on the train come from? Mo Xianqian's eyes flashed meaningfully as he said, this morning in car number 7, besides the 3 who died in the restroom, 2 more were missing. Zhou Yi looked at Mo Xianqian in disbelief. You mean, they were actually eating? Mo Xianqian nodded, Zhou Yi. Everyone in the car is the ingredient. Chapter 121, Train 13 Sections of Eternal Life 23. Wen Yao's eyes flickered. She had already guessed the source of the charred meat, so she was not surprised. Her gaze subtly glanced at Sydney and Darcy, the father and son. Darcy continued picking at the charred meat, eating the lava, and was being lectured by his father. His pure brown eyes looked pitifully at Sydney's stern blue eyes, trying to evade suspicion. Wen Yao withdrew her gaze, deep in thought. Darcy's refusal to eat the charred meat perhaps indicated he sensed something was off with the meat. The missing persons must have been done by the Minotaur, who was behind the restroom deaths. Could it really be a murderer? Mo Xianqian tore off a piece of chicken leg meat with his fingertips and fed it to the little crow that poked its head out from the hat. He glanced curiously at Wen Yao, softly asking, what are you thinking? Wen Yao regained her thoughts, met Mo Xianqian's gaze, and replied, I was wondering who the murderer is? Where would they hide? Why do they want to kill the people in the car? She paused and then said, and, does the murderer really exist? The actions of the murderer puzzled her. There must be a reason for killing. Moreover, it was too coincidental that there were deaths in the 6th, 7th, 10th, and 11th cars last night. Why was there such a wide span of killings? Zhou Yi silently chewed on her rice, listening to the 2 influential figures conversing. Mo Xianqian lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, the murderer's goal is unclear, but I can check if he is outside the car. Wen Yao looked slightly surprised. You want to go on the roof? Mo Xianqian replied, no need, Xiaojiu can handle it. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the crowd engrossed in their meal. He raised his hand and gripped the car window handle, quietly pulling it open. A little crow flew out of the window, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Mo Xianqian lowered the brim of his white cloak, shielding his suddenly bright, phosphorescent eyes. His line of sight synchronized with the view of the crow. Carriage after carriage flew by above in front of him. Outside the carriage, a little crow dove to the back of the train, then circled to the right side, fluttering its small wings steadily toward the front of the train, its deep blue eyes peeking into every carriage inside. Carriages 12 and 13 were sealed freight cars, with no windows. In carriage 11, Lucius was brooding as he smoked a cigar, surrounded by swirling smoke. In carriage 10, Ronan was scolding a cowboy. In carriage 9, Lucius's underlings were eating burnt charcoal meat in groups. In carriage 8, the Mora and Gore brothers brought molten charcoal meat to the diners. In carriages 4, 5, 6, and 7, cowboys had finished their meals and were chatting leisurely. In carriage 3, Ivy and Dorian kissed, their backs to the window, as they untied the black silk blindfold. The little crow paused in surprise, then continued to fly to carriage 2, which was empty. Carriage 1 was vacant. Inside was clear at a glance, a large, white bed, with Wen Yao's canvas bag on a small table beside it. An empty, tall bookshelf contained only a thick, black-bound book. His vision arrived at the front of the train. Mo Xianqian suddenly locked eyes with a pair of deep, dangerous lava-like eyes. The little crow suddenly halted in mid-air, the train vanished in the blink of an eye, and when it reappeared, only a tiny tail of the train was visible. The little crow's eyes widened in shock, as if its jaw would drop to the ground. It suddenly reacted, flapping its little wings as it struggled to catch up with the train. Just as it was about to catch up, the train vanished again in front of it, now far away.
The little crow looked confused, tears welling in the corners of its eyes, as it desperately chased after the train once more.
Inside the carriage,
Imo Xuanqing suddenly pulled back the brim of his hat, his pitch-black, phosphorescent eyes fixed on Wen Yao, a hint of barely noticeable grievance in his gaze, his lips pressed into a straight line as he complained.
The conductor won't let Xiao Jiao on the train. If it flies down any longer, Xiao Jiao will wear out its wings. It's just a tiny, tiny bird.
Wen Yao looked stunned, suddenly understanding his meaning. The little crow dove into the sand headfirst, like a crashed little airplane. If not for its wings fluttering slightly, one would think it was done for. Soon, it lifted its head from the sand, shook off the sand, and watched the train grow increasingly distant, its little short legs running a couple of steps in the sand before it fluttered and took off again. Wen Yao found Lin Yan in the conductor's cabin.
Salafi was not there.
The man was not surprised by her arrival. A pleasant curve appeared at the corners of his lips.
"Baby, are you here to check on me?"
Wen Yao said nothing, cupping his face, and under his startled gaze, kissed his lips, entangling with him. The man's gaze darkened, his large hand gripping her waist, pulling her into his arms, indulging himself. As the man became lost in the moment, Wen Yao pulled back her lips, resting her forehead against his, with a smile in her eyes, saying,
"Can you bring the little crow back?"
The man hummed, his lips covering hers, kissing and kissing again, his voice low and husky.
"Baby, just kisses aren't enough."
Wen Yao glanced at the scorching desert outside, then met the man's eager gaze, laughing as she said,
"Aren't we waiting for the evening?"
Lin Yan's eyes swirled, his voice low and husky. "Baby, the night has its own delights, this is your extra treat for me." Wen Yao found it both funny and helpless, thinking of the little crow, she could only say,
"Then you can't take too long."
"Okay, baby." The little crow crashed again, burying its head in the sand. At that moment, a train suddenly appeared, speeding toward it.
Woo woo.
Hearing the sound, the little crow struggled to pull its head out of the sand and looked up. The train engine erupted in steam, instantly rushing toward it, a heat wave ruffling its feathers.
Carriage after carriage passed by in its eyes.
To its surprise, there was a spinning demoness clinging to the bottom of a carriage, spinning 360 degrees. She was gnawing on a charred heart. The little crow flapped its wings, gathering strength, and flew into carriage 8. It crashed into its owner's embrace, quacking for comfort. The man gently stroked the little crow's body, whispering something.
A glass of soda silently sat on the table, waiting for the little crow to calm down.
By the time Wen Yao came out of carriage 1, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Wen Yao went straight to carriage 4, and saw Darcy smiling brightly and waving at her, while Sydney nodded slightly at her from across. It seemed they agreed to this conversation. Wen Yao sat down opposite Sydney and politely said,
"Hello, Mr. Sydney, Darcy has talked to you, right?" Sydney said, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Wen Yao replied, "I want to talk about your wife."
Sydney frowned slightly, his mind recalled his wife's face, and only then did he realize he had forgotten his wife's name. He looked around, suddenly a bad premonition rose in his heart.
Sydney hurriedly started searching his clothes. "Daddy, what are you looking for?" "Looking for my and your mother's wedding ring."
He knew his habit, once he sensed something was off, he would hide important things to prevent losing them. Soon, he fished out a ring and a note he had written from his inner pocket. He first examined the words on the inner side of the ring.
Bella and Sydney.
His wife was named Bella.
Chapter 122, Train 13 Sections of Eternal Life 24.
Sydney tightened his grip on the ring, his heart racing uncontrollably, endless panic drowning his soul like a wave. Where was Bella? Where had she gone? She had always been by his side, but now she was nowhere to be found.
Damn it! How could he suddenly forget her existence? "Daddy?"
Darcy's call pulled him back from his chaotic thoughts.
Sydney suppressed his inner unease and forced a smile for Darcy. "Daddy is fine, just thinking about some things."
Darcy felt relieved.
Sydney unfolded the note, and his eyes scanned the lines, making his pupils suddenly shrink. Escape the train.
The hurried handwriting revealed urgency and panic. Clearly, this was written in extreme fear. Sydney's heart tightened, his face turned pale in an instant, his wife Bella was missing, and this was his own warning. This train was strange, and his wife was in danger. But he couldn't understand what danger awaited on the train to Lac.
Was his wife killed by a murderer? If it was a murderer, why didn't he have any memory of that part? He was amnesiac, not mentally insane. Sydney had to reassess the stranger sitting before him, called Wen Yao.
He remembered when the train departed, besides Ivy, there were no other women getting on, so he had been wary of Wen Yao, thinking she was some kind of criminal. After Darcy's explanation and his observation of Wen Yao these days, he found she didn't seem like someone with ulterior motives. So when Darcy said the other party wanted to speak to him, he agreed gladly. Because he also wanted to know why the other party sought him out. He didn't expect it to be about his wife, even less that he had forgotten her.
Wen Yao gazed at Sydney's suddenly changed expression and said, "Mr. Sydney, have you recalled something?" Sydney's lips turned slightly pale as he calmly said,
"Yes, my wife is named Bella, she is missing. This train harbors oddities and dangers, and I have lost part of my important memory."
"You know something about my wife, right? Please tell me everything you know. Could that female ghost be Bella?"
Wen Yao looked into his eyes and softly said,
"Is your wife a blonde? Wearing a white cotton linen shirt and a leather vest, paired with jeans?"
Sydney thought for a moment. If his wife accompanied him to the ancient ruins in the desert, she would dress like that.
"Yes, that's my wife, have you seen her?"
Sure enough, that female ghost was Bella, Sydney's wife, and Darcy's mother. Wen Yao caught a glimpse of Darcy's curious, clear eyes.
"Withdraw your gaze and respond. I have only seen it once. I have a way to make you speak out 3 forgotten things." Sydney was surprised. What way? He really wanted to know about the train and his wife.
Wen Yao's eyes were serious.
"I have 3 truth sticky notes.
Once they are stuck to someone's body, they will uncontrollably speak the truth when asked a question.
These were the 3 sticky notes given by Joey, usable for SS-level mysteries and below.
Memories may fade, but the truth will not disappear. Truth cannot lie, which means the truth can be obtained."
Sydney's expression changed unpredictably.
He knew that there were things in this world beyond reason, just like the ancient ruins of Viracus. No one expected that the ancient ruins from legends were real until someone witnessed them and truly stepped into the ruins.
"Can I only ask one question at a time?" Wen Yao nodded.
"Yes, as an exchange, your first question can be what you want to ask, and the last 2 questions will be what I want to ask."
"If you agree, we can start asking now." Facing the unequal agreement, Sydney thought carefully, staring at Wen Yao. "What information do you want from me?"
"I may know, you can ask me in advance and save your quota." Wen Yao said straightforwardly.
"It is about the ring of Viracus. Do you know where the ring is?" Sydney thought for a moment and said, "It is in the ancient ruins of Viracus. Someone has entered the ruins, but no one has ever brought the ring out." Wen Yao knew immediately that when it came to the ring of Viracus, Sydney's memory was flawed, just like Darcy's. "You are wrong, Mr. Sydney.
The ring is not in the ancient ruins, this part of your memory has gone wrong."
Sydney's gaze suddenly deepened as he fell into thought. Was his memory incorrect? Does that mean that everything before him exists with deviation? Including the matters related to Bella and this train.
Darcy suddenly said, "Daddy, earlier the train passed a canyon, I saw a little bare rock above the canyon."
"I feel like I've seen it many times." Sydney's mind was struck like lightning. Is it a little bare rock with a hole in its chest? Darcy, yes, Daddy. Sydney's palm suddenly tightened.
This was Darcy's first time going to Lac, but not his. Before this trip, he had been to Lac 3 times, seeing the little bear 6 times back and forth.
But he had always gone alone before.
This time with Darcy meant his wife must have come too.
So was this train going there or returning? But Darcy's memory was also likely to be flawed, not necessarily accurate. To find the answer, he only needed to ask one question. Sydney looked at Wen Yao. "Okay, I agree."
Wen Yao took out a sticky note, looked up at him.
"What do you want to ask?" Sydney reached out, his face solemn. "I want to ask if our family entered the ancient ruins of Viracus." Wen Yao nodded, "Okay."
She tore off a sticky note and placed it on Sydney's hand, asking,
"Mr. Sydney, did you, your wife Bella, and son Darcy together enter the ancient ruins of Viracus?" Sydney felt a force controlling him and couldn't help but blurt out, "Yes."
As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart raced.
They had actually entered the ancient ruins.
At this moment, he and Darcy were on the train, which meant they had come out of the ancient ruins. This train was not going to Lac Station, but a returning train, ending at Bath Station. But his wife was not there, which meant his wife might have died in the ancient ruins or on the train.
Sydney's eyes suddenly felt hot, tears brimming the corners and blurring his vision. Darcy was startled. "Daddy, why are you crying?" Sydney forced out a smile even more awkward than crying.
"Darcy, Daddy's eyes got sand in them." Darcy clearly didn't believe it and wanted to ask, but was stopped.
Sydney looked at Wen Yao, his tone nasal. "Please continue."
Wen Yao did not hesitate.
"Whose wish is in the hands of Virax?" "I don't know." "Whose wish belongs to Virax?"
"It belongs to the High Priest Lin." The words that followed were like a taboo, unable to be spoken.
But Wen Yao instantly guessed the answer. Virax's wish belongs to the High Priest Lin Yen.
The staff rules state that one must not reveal the conductor's true name to passengers.
Because that is the name of the High Priest. When Sydney first asked if he had entered ancient ruins, his answer was yes.
She had deduced that everyone on this train had entered ancient ruins and was on the return journey. The little red snake woke from its slumber and found its companions lying in pools of blood. It was obvious who did this. It was the people on this train. However, she was a bit confused about how the people on this train entered the ancient ruins. Sydney's eyes were red, and the ring in his palm hurt from being squeezed too tightly.
Miss Wen, may I ask what my wife looked like when you saw her?
Wen Yao glanced at Darcy and subtly replied. Her complexion was pale and her eyes a little dark. She looked at Sydney, whose emotions were off, and then at Darcy, who was worried about his father, getting up to leave to give them father and son some space. Sydney looked at Darcy, tears streaming down his face, 2 streams rolling down his cheeks, hitting his hand hard, making his heart tighten and hard to breathe. His wife had clearly died in the ancient ruins.
Vyrex's necromantic spell can summon souls and bring the dead back to life.
However, if a single word is mispronounced, it will summon a malevolent spirit instead of the original soul.
If the necromantic spell was not mispronounced, Bella should be with them now.
But it was evident that the necromantic spell had been mispronounced.
He couldn't have mispronounced it, it had to be Darcy.
Such an important matter, he wouldn't easily let Darcy handle it, so he must not have been there where the situation was urgent, which is why he let Darcy read it. Darcy looked at his tearful father, and tears flowed down in response.
He went over and hugged his father. Daddy, why are you crying?
Sydney looked at the clueless Darcy, burying his face in his little chest, crying heart-wrenchingly.
Chapter 123 Train 13 Section Immortality 25.
Wen Yao gazed out the window as the sun slowly sank. Yet the thoughts in her eyes soared more and more, her mind organizing the information she had gathered so far. She should have thought of this earlier. Darcy said Lac Station is near the center of the desert, while BAS Station is at the edge of the desert. The players must have been dropped near Lac Station.
Getting on the train at Lac Station, the final destination is Boss Station. The people on this train are returning after plundering the ancient ruins.
Darcy mentioned that there were quicksands outside the ancient ruins, and only by taking the one correct path could one reach it.
Countless people have perished in the sands, showing that this path is not easy to find. How did Lucius and his group find the correct path in? Darcy, someone has entered ancient ruins and returned before.
A $30 million bounty, for a bottle of the golden antidote from the ancient ruins, posted by the Great East family. An impossible guess flashed through her mind. Lucius was the one who had entered the ancient ruins, he came out cursed.
Would the people inside the ancient ruins let any intruder go easily? The answer was clearly no. So how did Lucius get out?
She felt as though she was touching the edge of the truth, but just a little bit short. At that moment, Mo Xuanqing sat down opposite Wen Yao, and the other 3 gathered around. Wen Yao pulled back her thoughts, her gaze catching the last cowboy leaving the carriage, her eyes falling on the little crow perched on Mo Xuanqing's shoulder. The little crow, which had looked exhausted before, became spirited after being fed a can of orange soda by Mo Xuanqing, puffing out its chest and looking at them.
Mo Xuanqing looked at Wen Yao and spoke.
There is no one else outside the carriage, a female ghost is hiding under the train, gnawing on a charred heart. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly.
Is it the woman phantom of the night? Mo Xuanqing, yeah.
Under the carriage, a heart was eaten, a body was disemboweled. Wen Yao suddenly had a shocking guess in her heart, Bella was the killer. A deceptive starting station, a small ad on the train about a killer mixing in, the conductor's only announcement was to remind passengers that a killer was on board. This forced her to suspect that the killer was deliberately let in by the conductor. On the first night, 6 people from Car 6 died. Among all the train, they were the only 6 new attendants, making it hard for people on the train not to suspect the killer was one of them, leading to a small conflict. If she hadn't become the conductor's girlfriend, then the rules of the game set by Lin Yan should lead players into the killer's storm.
For example, men could announce again that no new attendants were hired, and their tickets were the best proof. Proving they were tourists, not attendants. Beginning in hell. Plus the difficulty of finding the ring and the wrong destination given by the train. As long as one of those points wasn't achieved, there would be no survivors in this copy. Also, those 4 Minotaur attendants were likely more than just making meals for passengers. Wen Yao expressed her speculation. Hearing this, Joey's scalp tingled, hugging her arms and shivering. Oh my god, she was left with just an A-level dagger, how could she handle the fierce Minotaurs? Lu Meng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his fists clenched tightly. Cui Mo pursed his lips into a straight line, a bad premonition rising in his heart.
Mo Xuanqing scanned the people around and spoke.
This train will eventually head into hell. Joey couldn't believe it. What? Hell? Isn't it base station?
Mo Xuanqing looked up, his tone flat. If the ring isn't found, then base station won't appear, and the train will head directly into hell.
And we don't have much time left.
Morris said home was near, which was a reminder that hell was coming.
Joey, Cui Mo, and Lu Meng looked horrified.
Wen Yao lowered her gaze, realizing it was a magma hell. No wonder they were eating magma.
Cui Mo asked Wen Yao and Imo Xuancheng. Did you find the ring? Imo Xuancheng replied indifferently, no. Wen Yao shook her head, neither did I. Cui Mo's heart suddenly skipped heavily, are you joking? Zhou Yi had known since noon, bitterly saying, not joking. The usually silent Lu Meng couldn't help but ask. What should we do? Wen Yao and Mo Xuancheng exchanged glances, understanding each other. Wen Yao spoke to Lu Meng and the others. Find the key, go into cars 12 and 13 to search. Since this was a return train, the last 2 cars should contain jewels and gold obtained from ancient relics. If the ring isn't on a person, it might be mixed in with the gold and jewels. Cui Mo, where can the key be? Mo Xuancheng, in the hands of Lucius' followers. He had observed that Lucius didn't have the key, and the following cars 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 belonged to Lucius. The key must be in the hands of Lucius' confidants. When Yao thought of this too, the first person that came to mind was Ronan. With a clear target, group discussion came to an end. When Yao returned to car 1 and saw Lin Yan sitting in an office chair, lazily spraying Seraphis with a sprayer, while Seraphis looked very comfortable. Seraphis ran towards her excitedly when it saw her. Yao Yao, I missed you so much. When Yao's brows curved, holding Seraphis in her hands. It comfortably rubbed her fingertips like a fuzzy little chick, neither hot nor cold. I missed you too. Seraphis grinned foolishly. Lin Yan walked over, wrapping his long legs around her from behind, rubbing his chin against her hair, gently smiling. Baby, didn't you miss me? The man's chest was surprisingly hot, and when Yao thought of the intense affair that afternoon, unable to help but feel her cheeks flush, I missed you too. Lin Yan's gaze fell on her reddened ears, and he chuckled softly. Baby, what were you thinking just now? I wasn't thinking about anything. The man's heated breath sprayed against her ear, and his lips brushed lightly, almost imperceptibly, against it, his magnetic voice tenderly murmuring. Baby, are you satisfied with the snack this afternoon? When Yao's ears turned red, and she honestly replied. I'm satisfied. In the next second, the drunken Salafi was thrown out of the window. When Yao's eyes widened in shock as she turned to look at him, only to meet the man's thin lips covering hers. When Yao was turned around, lifted up, and placed on the office desk. The man's lips pressed down insistently, intertwining with hers eagerly. When Yao gazed into his eyes filled with a wicked smile, and couldn't help but laugh inside, obediently letting him kiss her as much as he wanted. After a long while, they pulled away from each other, breaths uneven. After coming out of the bathroom, the man got to the point. His upper body was bare, with clearly defined muscles that left one breathless. His lower half had a beautiful red serpent tail. When Yao was held in his arms, her fingertips tracing the red serpent pattern on his chest, her smile bright as she said. Bella is someone you brought in, right? High Priest. Ling Yan's forehead pressed against her face, affectionately rubbing against her, chuckling softly as he said. Is my baby trying to hunt me down? When Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with laughter. I'm not, I'm just verifying. Bella is different from other passengers, can you tell me what's going on? Bella was a pure female ghost, not a carbon man. Ling Yan raised her chin with his fingers and kissed her pink lips accurately, grinding against them before slowly pulling back, unhurriedly saying. Bella died in the ancient tomb of Varix. Her lover, Sydney, wanted to resurrect her, stealing the necromancy spell from the first-generation high priest's coffin, and was chased by the tomb guardian spirit. He handed the necromancy spell to Darcy to resurrect his wife, while he held off the guardians. During the fight, Darcy's call was not clearly heard by Sydney, and in his panic, Darcy mispronounced a word. When Yao gazed into his molten eyes. What happens if you mispronounce a word? Ling Yan pressed his forehead against hers. Then the soul summoned by the necromancy spell will not be the original soul, but a malevolent spirit. When Yao's eyes flickered, at that moment, Bella's body housed a malevolent spirit instead of Bella's soul. She kissed the corner of his lips. Then where did Bella's soul go? Is it still there? It is beside her father and son, still following, unwilling to pass on. So Bella had always been there. Carriage number 4. The coalman repeated his previous actions as usual, drinking and gesturing. His dialogue and demeanor were identical to the previous night. It was like a replay of a documentary. Sydney still gazed out the window, tears of lava streaming down. Darcy once again dragged out the black book from under his seat, murmuring to himself. When he stumbled over a word, his red eyes trembled, a thread of consciousness struggling to awaken in his pupils. The mark on his neck glowed with a burning red light. The coalman's head cracked open, spilling forth scorching lava. His emotions gradually spiraled out of control, and he shouted hoarsely. No. Wrong. The sharp voice echoed in the carriage. Yet, the coalman remained oblivious, even Sydney seemed to hear nothing. It was as though a protagonist awakening appeared in the documentary.
Darcy's eyes suddenly flashed with clarity, just in time to meet the gaze of the female ghost who was dragging someone away. Seeing that face, Darcy involuntarily shouted, "Mom." In the blink of an eye, his consciousness was dragged into an abyss, and his red eyes turned vacant and dull once more. He mumbled incantations toward the female ghost. The female ghost grinned, revealing jagged teeth, cast a glance, her eyes showing disdain towards the little brat, her head spinning at 360 degrees, as she dragged a still-drinking coalman into the restroom. A green wine cup slipped, rolling down the aisle. The people on the train stared wide-eyed at this, yet had no reaction. At the same time, the Minotaur Mora walked into carriage number 4, randomly dragging someone away as tomorrow's meal. Mora dragged the coalman, and as he passed by Emo Schwanching's seat, he couldn't help but lean in a bit closer. "Ah, brother, your soul smells so good. If you come to hell, can I have a lick?" "No." Mora met his suddenly wide-open phosphorescent eyes. Suddenly sitting up straight. "Wow. Brother, can you scare someone to death?" Emo Schwanching sprang up, his gaze sweeping over the motionless group, settling on the Minotaur, Mora. In the night, the two fiery pits in the Minotaur's large eyes glowed exceptionally bright, cunning yet fierce, but at this moment carried a hint of guilt. He shifted his gaze to the charred man in the Minotaur's hand and casually said, "If anyone is to be scared, it's you scaring me." Mora rubbed his thick nose, feeling guilty, and said, "I did nothing." Sensing the intense stares directed at him, he quickly changed the subject and invited, "Would you like to go for a midnight snack? There's still food available." Emo Schwancheng, "No need, thank you." The two silently stared at each other for 3 seconds. The fiery pits in Mora's eyes flickered, and his large hand suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, I forgot that Gore is still in the restroom. I need to hurry and pass him some paper. Good night, brother." As he spoke, he quickly left. Emo Schwancheng. The next day, Dashi looked at her father with red and swollen eyes and exclaimed, "Daddy, I think I dreamt about Mom last night." She looked pale, with heavy dark circles. Maybe she didn't sleep well. Sydney paused, wiping his tear-stained hands with a handkerchief, his gaze landing on Dashi's red eyelids. "Dashi, dreams are always the opposite. Bella is surely doing well in heaven." To cover up his wife Bella's unnatural death, he had to lie to Dashi, saying Bella had passed away due to illness a few years back. At first, Dashi didn't believe it, but he persuaded her one by one. He didn't want Dashi to learn the truth and lived with guilt every day. "Oh, shit, the killer has killed again." A loud shout came from in front of the train toilet door. Everyone turned to look, glancing at each other in confusion. A few cowboy men stepped forward to check, cursing that the killer was too cruel. Suddenly, 2 hurried footsteps approached again. "Make way, the killer attacked the people from our carriage 6 and 7 last night." "What? Killed again?" The newcomers just happened to catch a glimpse into the toilet and exclaimed, "You from carriage 4 actually have casualties too." "We just found out." "Let's go, we need to report to Mr. Raven together." The 3 hurriedly left. The people in the carriage appeared terrified. Only upon real contact did they realize how terrifying the killer was. They hadn't even sensed it, let alone had the chance to shoot. Sydney tightly embraced Dashi. "Dashi, don't leave my side on the train, okay?" Dashi nodded seriously. "Daddy, you also shouldn't leave my sight." The 2 groups gathered in carriage 8 to discuss and unite to search for the killer again. This was because 2 carriages of Lucius also had deaths, including a capable assistant, Benji. Emo Schwanching scanned the circle behind Lucius and didn't see Ronan's figure, his brows slightly knitted. He walked towards Lucius's subordinate and inquired, "Where is Ronan? Why haven't I seen him?" Previously, it was Ronan who was in charge of checking the carriages, but now it was a different person, and Ronan wasn't among this group. The cowboy stared at Emo Schwanching in confusion. "Who is Ronan? I don't know him." Emo Schwanching's eyes flashed. "He's the one who often follows your big boss." The cowboy furrowed his brow. "You are mistaken, the person who often follows the big boss is Luke, and we don't have anyone named Ronan among us." Emo Schwanching's eyes slightly narrowed, his gaze darting towards Mora and Gore at the bar. Last night, someone was once again used as food. It was very likely that Ronan had become one of the ingredients. On the other side, Lu Meng was clearing the bodies in carriage 6. In carriage 6, the dead was Hale, one of the 3 bounty hunters. Gage's eyes widened in anger, swearing to chop the killer into pieces. Lu Meng found a bounty notice on Hale's corpse. He hid in a corner and unfolded the bounty notice, which read, "Bounty notice. Whoever is willing to go to the ancient ruins of Verrex and bring back the forbidden curse of the undead, will be rewarded $30 million. Chapter 125, Train 13 Carriages of Immortality 27. Meanwhile, Joey was called to deal with the bodies in carriage 11. Joey stared at the 2 corpses in the toilet, her face wrinkled like a bun. With puffed cheeks, she resignedly put on the gloves again and stuffed the corpse into a garbage bag.
A clanging sound echoed.
A golden key fell from one of the corpses. Joey stared at the golden key, her eyes wide.
Wow, what amazing luck this is.
She quickly picked up the key and hid it in her pocket.
Carriage 8.
Lucius gazed at Ivy's cold, stunning face, her full red lips, and her smooth, pale skin. Under the sunlight, he could clearly see the fine, delicate fuzz on her skin. Her eyes were covered with a black silk ribbon, adding a touch of mystery and wildness that was unforgettable.
If they had ever met, he wouldn't possibly forget her. Who exactly is she? Ivy, have we met before? Ivy smiled coldly, so what if we have?
Lucius looked at her indifferent and distant expression, his eyes showing a wounded look.
Why do you reject me so much? Ivy replied coldly, isn't it normal to reject a beast?
Lucius felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. She actually called him a beast. Suddenly, he realized that to be called a beast meant there was indeed an entanglement between them, quite deep.
He had no impression of her husband, Steve. Had he ever seduced a married woman and then abandoned her? It didn't seem so. What would be Ivy's other name?
Lucius's gaze fell on the woman who stood far away, his eyes filled with helplessness. There were some things he couldn't ask, so he could only say,
Ivy, it is a man's instinct to chase fame and wealth.
If your husband or lover dies by my hand, it only means he was inferior. You cannot blame everything on me, I am so innocent.
Ivy scoffed coldly, you think too much. My husband was killed by me.
After he died, I had him chopped up and fed to the dogs, not a single bone was left.
Lucius. He deeply doubted this thorny, wild, and poisonous rose. Had he really flirted with her?
At that moment, one of Lucius's men returned to report. Boss, we checked several times, but still found no sign of the murderer.
Lucius's expression darkened, scanning the people in the carriage. Check again. Anyone who has done something cannot possibly leave no trace. Yes, boss.
On the other side,
Wen Yao and Lin Yan shared a long good morning kiss before arriving at carriage 4.
The noise instantly engulfed her, but from their conversation, she could vaguely catch two key points. First, someone was killed by the murderer in carriage 4 last night, and they were completely unaware. Second, there were also deaths in carriages 6, 7, 10, and 11. Lucius and Ivy's 3 men had launched a joint search, yet could not find the murderer. When Yao's gaze swept over Sydney and his son, the murderer was Bella, hiding at the bottom of the train. They couldn't possibly find her. Thinking there were still some things to ask Sydney, Wen Yao walked over and sat down opposite him. The father and son had red, swollen eyes. It seemed they had cried for a long time yesterday.
Good morning, Darcy, Mr. Sydney.
Darcy said cheerfully, good morning, Sister Wen.
Sydney nodded and said to Wen Yao, do you still have something to ask me?
Wen Yao gazed directly at him, boldly saying,
yes, I want to ask what your relationship is with Lucius.
That day, Lucius glanced at Sydney. It was clear they knew each other and had some kind of deal. Sydney regarded the calm and wise woman in front of him. Perhaps only she could help him.
After yesterday's conversation, he understood this was the return journey train. But he also noticed that almost everyone lost the memory of entering the ancient ruins, thinking this train was headed to Lac.
And now, out of nowhere, a murderer appeared. He realized this came from the curse of Varix, and they would ultimately die one by one. He wasn't sure if he had killed anyone in the ancient ruins, but he understood himself. As an archaeologist, he had definitely touched the taboos within the ancient ruins. He could die, but Darcy was still young and had a brighter future ahead. Thinking about this, he spoke frankly.
It's a simple employment relationship.
Lucius pays me a generous reward to follow him into the ancient ruins and help break the curse on him.
Wen Yao's eyes flickered. Does Lucius know the correct path to the ancient ruins?
Sydney, that's right. I don't know exactly how he knows, I just followed along. I have studied the civilization of the Virex ruins and understand some of the Virex script, which is why Lucius approached me. He paused and continued.
Miss Wen Yao, can I ask you for a favor? Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, what favor?
Sydney handed her a piece of paper. Before that, please take a look at this.
Wen Yao unfolded the paper, which read, Escape train. Sydney explained. These are words I wrote while I was awake.
Although I don't remember when I wrote them, I am aware that there is danger here.
Wen Yao looked at him, you want me to help you escape?
Sydney glanced at Darcy, who was eavesdropping with perked ears, took out a small notebook and a ballpoint pen, wrote 2 lines in the notebook, tore out the page, and handed it to Wen Yao. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows and took the paper, glancing over it.
I know I can't escape.
If possible, please just take Darcy off the train. Darcy stretched his neck to steal a glance, but the paper was crumpled by Wen Yao. Darcy immediately looked at the two with a pitiful expression. Daddy, you are hiding something from me. Sydney looked at him with stern azure eyes.
Darcy, peeking is impolite.
Darcy drooped his little shoulders and shrank back.
Wen Yao looked at Sydney and said seriously. I can't give you an answer to that.
She needed to ask Lin Yan first.
Sydney, that's fine, I said, if possible.
Wen Yao nodded, thinking that Sydney knew some Virex characters. She softly said.
Could you help me translate a few words?
Sydney, sure. Wen Yao borrowed Sydney's paper and pen, recalling the words on the cover of Lin Yan's black leather book, and meticulously traced them one by one, handing it to Sydney.
Could you please tell me what these words mean?
Sydney's gaze fell on the paper, slightly stunned, his eyes focused on Wen Yao.
The meaning is the Hell Forbidden Spell. Hell Forbidden Spell is a forbidden book in the ancient ruins, known by very few.
Wen Yao's eyes dimmed slightly. She knew the book's name could not possibly be The Adventures of the Little Red Snake.
Do you know anything about this book? Can you tell me about it? Sydney, I know a bit, but not much. Hell Forbidden Spell is a dark curse.
It is said that those who activate it can gain the power of Virex. But those who try to gain the power of Virex will fall into hell, suffering from the pain of being burned by fierce flames, eternally, every moment without rest. In other words, their body and mind are tortured by the flames every second, even breathing is pain.
Wen Yao was taken aback. What if someone comes out of hell? Sydney's gaze was serious.
Even if one comes out of hell, they cannot escape the burning flames, every moment, without rest. Wen Yao's heart stabbed sharply, her fingertips turned white from gripping tightly.
What do I have to do to lift the curse?
Chapter 126, Train 13 Sections of Eternal Life 28.
Sydney pondered.
It is said that the Ring of Virex holds the secret to lifting the curse, but no one has ever obtained the ring.
All I know is that it's a ruby ring with legends about it. Wen Yao's eyes flickered. Thank you, that's enough. The ring must be on the train, she will find it.
After asking her questions, Wen Yao got up to leave.
Sydney looked complex. Wait.
Wen Yao halted her steps and looked at Sydney.
What do you want to ask? Sydney pursed his lips. Did you see her on the train?
Although he didn't specify who she was, Wen Yao knew he was asking about Bella.
Yes. Thank you. Sydney watched Wen Yao's departing figure, his fingers tightening around his clothes.
Darcy mispronounced the spell. The one using Bella's body now is an evil spirit, not Bella. If he guessed right, the corpse-slicing murderer was the evil spirit.
He would never allow the evil spirit to continue using Bella's body. He had to think of a way to kill it. Daddy, what are you thinking? Your eyes look so fierce just now.
Darcy stared at Daddy with brown eyes. Sydney sat down beside Darcy, wrapped his small shoulder, and looked seriously into Darcy's puzzled eyes.
Darcy, Daddy will tell you a secret. Darcy's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he perked up his little ears. What secret?
Sydney leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly. In our home library, there is a secret basement.
Inside, there are antique golden jewelry. When you need money, you can sell them, but don't tell anyone, okay? Then he whispered the door code and the exact location of the basement.
His assets had long been made into a will. Once he passed away, all his assets would belong to Darcy.
An uneasy look passed through Darcy's eyes. Daddy, it's too early to talk about this now. You will stay with me as I grow up, right?
Sydney ruffled his hair, his eyes filled with a complexity that Darcy couldn't understand.
Yes, Darcy, so do you remember? Darcy nodded seriously. I remember.
Lu Meng cleaned the sixth carriage and then came to the fifth carriage to rest.
Coincidentally, he ran into Wen Yao and handed the bounty notice to her. Take a look at this. I got it from Hire.
Wen Yao took it, unfolded it, and quickly scanned it. Bounty notice: who was willing to go to the Verx's ancient ruins and bring back the undead forbidden spell, a reward of $30 million. The publisher did not write a name, it was issued by the Bounty Guild. Someone wanted the undead forbidden spell to bring someone back to life.
But the people on this train could never go back.
Wen Yao looked at Lu Meng. The female ghost outside is the evil spirit summoned by misreading the undead forbidden spell. This information is no longer important, so don't dwell on it too much.
Lu Meng nodded, indicating he understood.
At that moment, Joey walked into the fifth carriage, her eyes brightened when she saw Wen Yao.
Wen Yao, you're awake? Wen Yao smiled gently, yes.
She came over to check the restroom and found the body was gone, so she came here to see.
Did you help me deal with the body in the fourth carriage? Joey shook her head. I don't know, it wasn't me. Lu Meng said, it was Chui Mo. Wen Yao looked around. Where is Chui Mo? Joey said, he's eavesdropping in the eighth carriage.
She looked around and saw no one coming, then approached Wen Yao. Pulling out a gold key from her pocket, she handed it to Wen Yao and whispered.
I found this gold key from the corpse in the 11th carriage. Do you think it might be the key to the 12th carriage?
Wen Yao opened her palm, staring at the gold key in slight shock, not expecting to get the key so soon.
It should be. Even if it isn't, she could still give it a try, she was only missing one key. Joey muttered softly. I also saw the door to the 12th carriage, it has two huge crossed chains locked with two big golden locks. The 11th carriage seems to instinctively be on guard, as soon as I get closer, it turns into a charred person to scare me. It's really unbelievable. On the other side. Chui Mo looked at Lucius and Ivy, who didn't find the murderer, his expression darkened. The two groups waited and waited but eventually left unhappily. It was all because Ivy's three lovers seemed to deliberately provoke Lucius, kissing Ivy in front of him one after another, and they were especially intense. Lucius looked on with eyes as sharp as knives, dark jealousy churning inside him, angrier as he left. Chui Mo, men. They didn't even sit down, what's the point of being jealous? Mo Xuanqing sat in the booth at the bar in the 8th carriage. In front of him sat a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. A little crow was on the bar, with a small plate in front of it. When Mo Xuanqing picked up a slice of tomato for it, the little crow stretched out its wings to block the plate, caw. Imola couldn't help but laugh. Brother, you're picky eaters, not eating tomatoes? The little crow was saying not to be picky and not to put the tomatoes it doesn't like on its plate. Mo Xuanqing hummed in agreement with the little crow, and at that moment when the little crow put its wings away, quickly placing the tomatoes into its plate, the little crow's eyes suddenly widened, frozen in place. Excitedly flying onto Mo Xuanqing's shoulder, it flapped its little wings and caught in his ear, its eyes full of accusations. Mo Xuanqing's lips curled into a pleasant arc, nonchalantly picking the last 3 slices of tomato from the bowl and placing them into the little crow's plate. Little 9, the family motto says, do not waste food. Seeing this, the little crow stiffened, then cawed even louder. Mora laughed out loud, repeatedly banging the table. Ha ha, it turns out the little crow doesn't like tomatoes either. Gore beside him also laughed so hard that he bent over, his pointy tail flicking rapidly. Ah, brother, you two are too funny. Mo Xuanqing wore a smile on his lips, taking his time to finish the remaining noodles. The little crow painfully finished a poached egg and the tomatoes. Mo Xuanqing looked at Mora, who was clearing away the empty bowl, and asked, Mora, were the people in carriage number 11 caught by you guys? Mora grinned widely. Nope, brother, it was the brothers from the next door, carriage number 9, who caught them. Do you have something to ask? Mo Xuanqing stated plainly. I want to get a golden key that might be with the captured person. Can you help me ask? He didn't want to kill the Minotaur from the next carriage. Mora wiped the water stains from his hands with a cloth, glancing at his folding mirror sword. Alright, I'll ask for you. Come back tonight, because cleaning up the kitchen waste is quick, and we are not interested in the golden key. It might have been thrown away, so it will take some time to look for it. What he didn't say was that the kitchen waste had long been thrown outside the carriage, but they ran fast. Running back to pick up the kitchen waste and catch up with the train, he should be able to return before dark. Mo Xuanqing smiled and sincerely said, Thank you. Mora chuckled. We're brothers, no need to be polite. His body emitted a familiar aura, wasn't that just what brothers were like? Chapter 127, Train Section 13 Immortality 29. At night, at 7:30. Carriage number 8. Mo Xuanqing sat by the window, glancing at the bar where only Gore was busy. He retracted his gaze, turning it to the shining stars outside, a myriad of thoughts crossing his mind. Time passed second by second, 7:50. A loud bang came from above. Mo Xuanqing looked up to see the ceiling of the carriage caving in. Black claws suddenly ripped the roof off. Mora's nostrils flared, breathing out 2 streams of hot air as he grinned broadly. Surprise! Brother! A golden key was tossed into his arms. Mo Xuanqing caught it steadily, looking at Mora with a genuinely heartfelt smile. Thank you, this is a surprise. Mora leaped down, chuckling. No need for thanks, want to have a drink tonight? Mo Xuanqing smiled, not tonight, but I can during the day. Mora's eyes sparkled brighter, what do you want to drink? Whiskey on the rocks. Sure thing, brother. They agreed to meet tomorrow afternoon, and Mo Xuanqing quickly returned to carriage number 7, only to see 4 people looking at him in unison. Got it. Joey's eyes lit up instantly. Chui Mo and Lu Mang also breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Mo Xuanqing with a smile. Your brother Mora is quite reliable. Mo Xuanqing tossed the golden key to her, a slight smirk on his lips. Yeah, together tomorrow. Wen Yao understood he meant to search carriages number 12 and 13 together, okay. Wen Yao returned to carriage number 1 and saw on the table a plate of sliced kiwi. However, when her gaze shifted back, she couldn't help but freeze, her cheeks suddenly warming. This man was clearly seducing her. He had a lazy air, a charming face, with a captivating smile that held her captive, his gaze intense, firmly locking onto her.
Wearing an extremely thin black silk shirt, it revealed the rising contours of his chest, his collarbone peeking beneath the fabric like two bowstrings ready to strike. He stood up, stepping softly on the carpet, each step inaudible yet perfectly timed with the beats of her heart.
Baby, welcome back.
He embraced her. At the moment their skin touched, Wen Yao's ears suddenly felt hot, and she softly said. His scorching heat continuously reached her through the thin shirt. Lin Yan lowered his head, looking at her shyly red ears, and chuckled softly.
Baby, do you like it? Tonight, I'll play something else with you.
Wen Yao's fingertip tugged at his shirt, thin enough to tear easily, and blushing, she admitted, I like it.
Omitted.
Tonight, the desire was filled with the refreshing sweetness of kiwi. Wen Yao was wrapped around the waist by the fiery red serpent tail, listening to the man's sexy breaths on her heart instantly fluttering. Her peripheral vision accidentally glanced outside. Tonight, light snow was falling, and the sky was exceptionally clear, with a brilliant river of stars hanging overhead. The moon was missing a small corner but was still leaning towards roundness.
Do you want to see the stars, baby? It will be very cold outside. No, baby. Sarah flew back excitedly, transforming into a warm yellow blanket, wrapping around her entirely.
And she hung entirely on the man, their bodies tightly pressed together, inseparable. Lin Yan straightened up, taking her onto the roof of the car. The view suddenly opened up. The endless desert was incredibly desolate. Only the sound of the train whistle and the clanging of the train tracks echoed in the sky. The man raised her chin with his fingertip, lowered his head, and kissed her lips, intimately lingering, the sweetness of kiwi still lingering in their mouths. Her heart could not stop fluttering. The world seemed to quiet down, with only the synchronized heartbeat of him and her. After a long time, this long and delicate kiss finally ended. Wen Yao looked into his eyes, tinged with a soft hue, her heart stirred with waves. Those who attempt to gain the power of Virexis endure eternal torture by fire every moment, never resting. And the Virexis ring holds the secret to breaking the curse.
Lin Yan couldn't possibly not know where the ring was.
But he did not take the ring. Wen Yao wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly.
Lin Yan, what do you think about your enemies? Lin Yan's lips curled up.
Death is too easy for them. I want them to experience their past mistakes again and again.
For eternity, endlessly cycling in death, never stopping.
Wen Yao tilted her head and kissed his chin.
Then don't you want to go home?
Lin Yan looked down at her, endless sadness hidden in his eyes.
Baby, I no longer have a home.
His voice was barely audible.
The train is my home.
Wen Yao cupped his face, her gaze serious.
But I don't want you to be trapped in the burning fire every moment.
She stated bluntly, because it will hurt my heart.
Lin Yan's pupils suddenly widened, as if a torrential rain fell into his magma-burning heart, extinguishing the scorching flames, allowing him to breathe.
He deeply kissed her lips. Baby, this world still has a bit of conscience, sending me a lover. This kiss mixed feelings of excitement, longing, and reluctance.
Baby, if you go to another world, will you always love me?
I will. Under the starry river, the two were doing the most intimate things of lovers.
Lin Yan, what will happen if Darcy gets off the train? Then he will no longer be a charred person. Will he return to normal? What did Darcy do wrong?
He privately stole something important.
What did he steal? If he comes back, can he get off the train?
Yes. That night, Lin Yan was especially clingy, only letting her go by noon the next day.
Wen Yao got dressed and glared at him unhappily. Can't you wait until tonight?
Lin Yan bowed his head and kissed her lips again, reluctant to leave for a long time. Wen Yao pushed him, and he finally released her, his breath spraying onto her face, their eyes meeting.
Baby, there is no night anymore.
Wen Yao's eyes narrowed in shock, staring at him intently. Lin Yan kissed her cheek, gazing at her gently. Baby, today at dusk, the gates of hell will open.
You don't have much time left. Wen Yao glared at him, then why are you deliberately clinging to me?
Lin Yan smiled faintly, his lips curling up.
I'm afraid I won't get to eat it, so I'm eating more. What's the problem? Wen Yao grasped his ear. No problem, just let me teach you a lesson.
He chuckled softly. Baby, you can punish me however you want. Wen Yao rushed to car 5, and before she could speak, Joey handed her a list.
Wen Yao, take a look at this. Gage is dead, and this is the auction list that Lu Meng obtained from Gage. Wen Yao took it and quickly scanned through it.
The auction list showed that the top rare item was actually a pair of volcanic eyes, valued at $100 million. There was also a description of the volcanic eyes. Unique to the people of Virex, the eyes were volcanic in color, as bright as fire.
Wen Yao's heart trembled.
So it turns out that what outsiders coveted was not just gold, but also rare eyes. Chapter 128, Train 13 Sections of Eternal Life 30. Wen Yao crumpled the list into a ball and said with a serious expression, there's no time left.
Everyone present was suddenly startled. Joey exclaimed, "What happened?"
Wen Yao scanned the crowd. "When dusk falls tonight, the train will head to hell, and we must find the ring before that." Joey, Cui Mo, and Lu Meng's faces changed.
Cui Mo frowned and said worriedly, "What if the ring is not in cars 12 and 13? No one could be sure that the ring was definitely there."
Others also thought of this point.
Wen Yao pondered for a moment, "Is YVVY and her 3 lovers, as well as Lucius, in car 8? Cui Mo nodded, "Yes." Wen Yao looked at Cui Mo and the others.
"I'll go to car 11 from the roof with Mo Xuanqing, and you 3 find an excuse to search the other cars." There was only half a day left, they had to do it this way.
Cui Mo and the 3 understood the urgency and had no objections, each taking action. Mo Xuanqing took Wen Yao up to the roof of the train. A little crow flew to the front window to scout and report back to them.
As they walked, Mo Xuanqing said, "Lucius is in car 8, there are 60 people guarding car 11. Soon, they reached the roof of car 11, near the position of car 12. Mo Xuanqing was about to climb in through the window when Wen Yao stopped him.
"Wait, we can jump down directly from the roof."
Saying this, Wen Yao used the golden sword to cut open a square entrance big enough for 2.
With a clang,
the iron plate fell into the carriage. The cowboys were startled and stood up in surprise. They saw a man in white robes falling from the sky, catching the woman in white robes who was jumping down.
It was those 2 attendants. "What are you doing?"
The cowboys reacted, their bodies suddenly towering, turning into carbon men with hot magma flowing all over, grinning with sharp, jagged teeth, their red eyes glaring at them. Wen Yao and Mo Xuanqing exchanged glances and immediately charged in. The golden sword and the ancient mirror sword flashed through, knocking down a large group of people. Mo Xuanqing quickly darted up, cutting down several people and closing the door of car 11, using a chair to block the entrance and muffling the cries inside. Wen Yao was not slow in drawing her sword either.
But the shouts were still heard by the people in car 10, banging loudly on the door. Wen Yao turned and used the golden key to unlock the chain.
At the same time, the little crow flew around the carriage, checking for the ring. As the door leading to car 12 opened, the air suddenly stilled. Everyone in the train noticed something was wrong and froze in place. Wen Yao looked at Mo Xuanqing and shouted, "Go, let's get in."
Mo Xuanqing quickly dashed to Wen Yao's side.
At that moment, with a bang, the train door was slammed open, and the cowboys watched as the 2 and the bird vanished into the tail of the carriage. All the brothers in the carriage were dead. Someone exclaimed, "Those 2 attendants are the murderers, hurry and report to the big boss." As soon as the words were spoken, the intercom in the carriage crackled to life, and a mocking voice from Mora came through. "Lovely lambs, the hunting moment is about to begin, please prepare yourselves. The rules of the game are as follows, please listen carefully. 1. Every 15 minutes, we will randomly capture 2 little lambs with red tags on them and execute them on the spot. 2. The red tag can be torn off and stuck onto someone else. 3. A person cannot have 2 or more red cards attached to them. 4. When a red card is attached, you have 3 minutes to attach it to someone else. Alright, I will start counting 30 seconds, and after 30 seconds, the game will officially begin. 1, 2, 3. The people in the carriage looked at each other in confusion. For this, Wen Yao and Mo Xuanqing knew nothing. They never expected that opening the door to carriage 12 would trigger a killing game. In carriage 8, Lucius, Raven, Thorn, and Dorian suddenly stood up, staring in disbelief at the bartender, their faces tense. The originally tall and normal bartender had transformed into a fierce and dangerous giant bull-headed man. With a hideous head, curved sharp bull horns, pitch-black eye sockets burning with 2 clusters of molten lava fire, savage yet cunning. A thick waist and arms, sharp black claws that could easily tear a person apart. A tail with pointed spikes raised high, ready to strike. They did not understand why the bartender had turned into such a terrifying creature, but they knew that Mora's mentioned killing game was serious. In the next moment, they discovered that the food on the table was actually the corpses of their kind, and they suddenly vomited all over the place. Even Ivy was the same. Sydney and Darcy had just arrived at carriage 8 to eat a short while ago and saw the scene. Sydney braced himself against the table, vomiting uncontrollably, unable to accept that he had been eating this kind of food all along. Darcy tightly gripped a dinner knife, looking at the bull-headed man with both caution and fear. "Daddy, what should we do?" Sydney held back his discomfort and also grabbed a dinner knife for self-defense, hugging Darcy. "Don't be afraid, Daddy will protect you." Who would have a red card on them was unknown. If he and Darcy had red cards, going to the more crowded carriage would actually be safer, as they could tear off the red card and stick it on someone else. If they didn't have red cards, going to a crowded carriage would be dangerous instead. On the other side, Cui Mo, Lu Meng, and Joey in carriage 4 also thought of this point. The 3 exchanged glances and retreated to the connection point between carriages 4 and 3. If they had red cards, they would rush into carriage 4 to stick the red card on someone else. If not, they would hide in carriage 3, close the door, and block those who wanted to attack them.
Carriage 4 was noisy, some were alert, some indifferent, and some were cursing.
Shit, what a joke.
Ha, this is a big bluff, only a fool would believe it. Exactly, are they tired of living? That bartender named Mora is indeed tall, but can he handle a group of us by himself? It's simply wishful thinking. The broadcast continued, ringing with Mora's devil-like 30-second countdown.
28, 29, 30.
Game start.
The urgent ringing echoed throughout the train carriage. 2 parallel red beams, a meter wide, quickly slid from the middle towards both ends.
The red light swept across carriage 4.
People were horrified to discover that 5 people actually had red cards appear behind them.
The air instantly froze. Someone reacted and shouted, "Quick, help me check if I have a red card on me?"
Those who were not stuck with red cards looked at those who were and uniformly stated they didn't.
But this didn't hide for long.
Because the 5 people who were stuck with red cards saw each other's red cards on their backs, shocked and cursing.
"Fuck, I have one. You guys actually lied to me."
The 5 quickly turned to tear off the red cards and stick them on someone else.
The carriage was suddenly thrown into chaos.
Joey, Chui Mo, and Lu Meng felt as if they were scanned by an X-ray. The 3 reacted quickly, exchanging glances, thankful that they did not have any in the first round. At that moment, someone shouted, "Quick! Stick the red cards on the 3 bartenders. Better to harm others than our own people."
Joey and the others swiftly dashed into carriage 3 and worked together to close the door. There really are a lot of people. Let's get out of here. Bang, bang, bang.
The door of carriage 3 was violently slammed. Joey, Chui Mo, and Lu Meng worked together to hold the door, their faces pale.
Joey's back was drenched in cold sweat, eyes wide with fear. What to do? Chui Mo, I can't hold on any longer. Chui Mo gritted his teeth, even if I can't hold on, I must just hold on for one more minute.
Lu Meng braced himself against the door, veins bulging. Chui Mo's mind raced, suddenly shouting towards the outside, "You fools out there. There's only 10 seconds left. If you don't hurry up and stick the red tag on your buddy next to you, you'll be the one to die. Go meet God. You brainless idiot." The pushing force at the door suddenly loosened.
Outside was chaos, everyone tangled together in a fight. "Oh, Layla, you actually tagged me?"
"Bro, dying early or late is still dying. I'll send you to die first."
"Damn. You bastard. I treated you like a brother, yet you want to send me to die. If someone is to die, let it be you."
Cursing and yelling continued, exchanging insults towards each other's ancestors. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out.
Joey and Lu Meng looked at Chui Mo in shock. Wow. How cunning. How did she not think of this? 3 minutes quickly passed.
The people in carriage number 4 looked at Gore, who appeared like a demon, their faces full of horror, and hurriedly hid behind their seats, seeking a tiny bit of safety. Gore's expression was fierce yet cunning, teasingly saying, "Oh, there are actually 5 little lambs.
Whoever I point to is who it is."
A few braver individuals took the lead, raising their guns and aiming them at Gore, dark expressions as they yelled, "Brothers, let's all go together, what are we afraid of?" Everyone then realized, oh right, they had guns. In an instant, all guns were aimed at Gore, and they fired in a desperate gamble. Yet at that moment, the guns jammed, and wisps of white smoke emerged.
Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. Damn it. They failed at the critical moment.
Someone shouted at Gore, "Sorry, I didn't mean it earlier, I was provoked. If you're going to kill someone, kill him."
Others suddenly realized and quickly followed suit.
Shouts of blame and mutual deflection filled the carriage. Gore looked at them with a half-smile, "You're really a loving bunch of brothers, rest assured, none of you will escape." Everyone's faces turned white as paper in that moment. The next second, Gore suddenly launched himself forward, jumping rapidly onto the seats, grabbing a cowboy's neck with one hand, lifting him up as he struggled.
"You're the one." The man's face turned a deep red from nearly choking. "Why, you haven't even started counting."
Gore coldly mocked, "Oh, I was joking."
With dark fingers, Gore tightened his grip.
The man's eyes rolled back, limbs going limp like a frog waiting to be slaughtered.
Gore looked at the crowd, his tone sly. "Who wants to come over and personally scoop out his eyes? I might spare him."
The expressions of those present changed, they were not good people.
Someone asked, "Can you guarantee?" Gore replied, "I guarantee."
Without hesitation, a man stepped forward, pulling out a sharp knife to gouge out the eye of the cowboy with the red tag.
Gore continued, "Who will come and chop off his hands? I might spare him."
Another person stood up, going up to cut off the man's hand. Soon, the cowboy with the red tag was reduced to pieces by everyone. Joey stood at the connecting area of the carriage, covering her mouth in shock, unable to bear the sight.
Chui Mo and Lu Meng felt a chill in their hearts. Would they be able to survive?
Gore glanced at the bloody mess on the floor, shrugged, and smiled wickedly. I'm truly sorry, I won't kill you, but my brother Mora will kill you.
Good luck, little lambs. Everyone. What a vile method. They were mocked.
On the other side, the same scene unfolded in carriage number 8.
Sydney and Darcy were not tagged with a red tag.
Thorne was tagged, and he stuck the red tag on one of his subordinates.
That subordinate was immediately gang-eyed and dismembered by the others.
Just then, the microphone behind the bar crackled.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Mora answered the phone. Okay, Mr. Train Manager.
Mora hung up the phone, smirking as he picked up the broadcast microphone again.
The entire train echoed with Mora's broadcast once more.
Little lambs, I have some bad news for you. The rules have changed to kill 5 people every 10 minutes.
Good luck to you, little lambs.
Suddenly, the passengers on the whole train felt a chill run down their spines. Soon, the red light swept from the middle of the car towards both ends again. Basically, 1/3 of the people in each car had red tags stuck on them. Joey, Chui Mo, and Lu Meng all received red tags, and they silently exchanged glances before walking together into the carriage. The cowboys in car 4 all looked over at them in unison.
Chui Mo mustered up his courage and said, "We are here to join this big family." Joey and Lu Meng, yes, that's right. Everyone present. Someone shouted, "That's the voice. He just called us fools." Joey and Lu Meng quietly moved 2 steps away from Chui Mo. Chui Mo, you heard wrong, brother, I said I love Char Siu Bao. Everyone, never have we seen such a shameless person.
Joey quickly stuck the red tag onto a cowboy's body and turned to run.
A chaotic battle broke out once again.
In car 12.
Wen Yao and Mo Xuanqing knew nothing about the hunter game outside.
Inside the carriage, there was only a narrow path for one person, with piles of treasure chests filled with gold and jewels on both sides. Some dry hay was placed underneath.
Mo Xuanqing pried open one chest, and 5 or 6 huge luminous pearls lay quietly among the treasures, their brilliance lighting up the entire carriage. A little crow stood on Mo Xuanqing's shoulder, its eyes wide open. Caw! Mo Xuanqing, no, we can't take them out. Wen Yao scanned the numerous boxes and said to Mo Xuanqing, "Do you have a good plan?" "No. Since we have to open them one by one. Such a massive workload.
Since we are here, even if we are unsure if the ring is here, we need to search."
Wen Yao picked up a fist-sized luminous pearl as a flashlight and looked at Mo Xuanqing. "I will go to car 13. Mo Xuanqing nodded, okay. The two separated to carry out their tasks.
Wen Yao arrived at car 13.
Rows of wooden racks entered her sight.
The racks were filled with rectangular wooden boxes. Wen Yao placed the luminous pearl on a row of wooden racks and pried open a wooden box with her golden sword. When she saw what was inside, her pupils suddenly widened, her fingertips gripping the golden sword turning white.
Inside the neatly arranged glass jars were pairs of molten lava eyes.
The eyes were unbelievably beautiful, like fiery glazed jewels.
Each glass jar contained a pair of eyes, representing each person.
The words spoken by Lin Yan flashed through her mind.
I no longer have a home. The train is my home.
Wen Yao gazed at the pairs of eyes, a layer of tears forming in her eyes, so this was it. They were the people of Virexis, and also Lin Yan's kin.
Wherever there are kin, that is the home.
The home belonging to the high priest.
In the train's cockpit.
Selafi looked at the man leisurely sipping tea, puffing out his cheeks and saying, "Why don't you take action this time?"
"I didn't get a chance to show off."
Lin Yan glanced at her lightly, a smile appearing on his lips.
"It would scare the baby.
You must know that if a man is too dangerous, it will make his partner feel fearful.
Besides, it's fine as it is now.
A man who cries gets candy."
Chapter 130 Train 13th Immortality 32. In car 8.
After several rounds of games, 1/4 of the people in the carriage had died. Each game randomly captured 5 people, but it didn't only capture those from their carriage, instead, it picked 5 from the entire train who had red tags stuck on them.
Once again, the red light swept across.
Lucius's first reaction was to touch his back, and sure enough, he had a red tag on him. He looked towards Ivy's direction, and Ivy also had a red tag.
But he quickly noticed that Ivy could clearly avoid obstacles.
She wasn't blind, her eyes could see.
Who exactly is Ivy?
Before he could think more, the 3 minutes were about to end. With 5 seconds left, he tore off the red tag and stuck it on the nearest person who didn't have a red tag. In the next second, that person was caught by Moira, who brutally gouged out their eyes and twisted their neck, killing them like a chicken.
Next came a 10-minute safety period.
Ivy pushed Raven aside, grabbing Darcy's shoulders, her expression urgent.
"Who are you? What is your name?" She had just seen the marks on the boy's neck, revealed by his angry struggle. Only the people of Virex had those marks. How could it be? Impossible, wasn't her child dead?
Darcy twisted and struggled against the tight grip, shouting.
Let me go. Sydney snatched Darcy back from Ivy, sternly shouting. What are you doing? Don't touch my son. Darcy clung tightly to Sydney's neck, holding back tears. Daddy, it hurts. Sydney embraced Darcy, stepping back 2 paces, away from Ivy.
Ivy stood frozen, looking at Sydney. He is your son, your own flesh and blood?
Sydney's eyes sharpened, assessing Ivy, a sharp guess forming in his mind. Ivy was very likely Darcy's biological mother. But so what?
Whether she abandoned Darcy, or her family or husband did. At the moment he picked up the newborn Darcy, weak and barely alive from the trash heap, Darcy was his child, no one else's. His wife Bella, who could not bear children, also loved this boy, so Darcy was their only child.
He is flesh and blood. Darcy tightened his little hands around his father's neck.
Ivy saw through the veil Darcy's dependence on Sydney, her gaze paused, and she already had the answer in her heart.
I'm sorry, I was rude.
She turned, a shadow seeming to cover her cold, beautiful face, a bitter curve forming at her lips. She was wrong, terribly wrong. Lucius saw all of this, his eyes flickering, observing Darcy without revealing any emotions, a fleeting trace of shock passing through his gaze.
How could this be? No, absolutely impossible.
Wen Yao pried open all the wooden crates in car 13, ensuring they were all filled with the lava's eye, and after confirming there were no rings, she turned back to car 12. Mo Xianqian opened a box and found it filled with gold, so he directly moved it aside and continued to open the next box. If it had been jewelry, he and the little crow would have buried their heads in examining it. When Wen Yao arrived, she saw the little crow draped in strands of jewelry necklaces, its little eyes sparkling bright. It seemed to really like it. Mo Xianqian looked up, explaining. Little Nine just wanted to have some fun, it will return everything to the box later. Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle, all right. The two of them focused on inspecting the jewelry boxes, checking if any ruby rings were inside. When the two finished checking all the boxes and walked out of car 12, they noticed the sun outside was slowly setting. Their expressions tightened. Oh no, there wasn't much time left. Where would the ring be? Wen Yao and Mo Xianqian quickly left car 11, and as they entered car 10, their steps involuntarily paused. Mora was viciously digging out a person's eyeball, and glancing over at the person coming from car 11, his expression instantly froze, his eyes bewildered. He looked at Mo Xianqian and stammered. Brother, how did you get out? Mo Xianqian raised an eyebrow, jokingly saying. Surprise. Can you tell me what is going on? Mora hesitated, snapped the neck of the person in hand, and threw the body aside, his gaze cautiously passing over Wen Yao. He didn't dare to say this was the rule set by the conductor. Mora looked at the two, racking his brain, his expression serious. I don't quite understand either. I was controlled by some mysterious force and had to participate in a hunting game. Once I resist, I will die, so you must understand me, right? Mo Xianqian. Wen Yao. Seeing this, Mora's fierce expression revealed a hint of grievance. I never lie. Mo Xianqian nodded, I believe you. Mora's eyes instantly lit up. Wen Yao's brows twitched slightly as she said to Mora. Can you tell us the rules? Mora immediately explained the rules clearly. Wen Yao, when does the game start? Mora, when you just entered car 12. Wen Yao was taken aback, sensing something bad, and hurried towards the front car. Were Darcy, Sydney, and Joey still alive? Mora followed behind Mo Xianqian. In a whisper. Brother, the guilty cannot get off the train, they are doomed. Mo Xianqian paused, looking at him. How many other attendants are still alive? One woman. Is she guilty? No, she is innocent, she has a strong desire. Mo Xianqian nodded, thank you for letting me know. Mora grinned, you're welcome. Wen Yao arrived at car number 8 and saw Sydney pinned down by the evil spirit using Bella's body. Darcy tried to hold down the evil spirit's foot but was kicked away. Seeing this, Ivy plunged a dagger into the evil spirit's chest. The evil spirit still struggled and coldly said. Not good, she cannot die. Sydney turned back, looking toward Darcy, and saw Wen Yao holding a golden sword, shouting. Miss Wen, please help me, I want her to find peace. Wen Yao pulled Darcy up and quickly stepped forward, stabbing the sword into the evil spirit's chest. Black smoke curled out, and the evil spirit was completely dead. Sydney hugged the corpse of his wife Bella, looking at Wen Yao with sincere gratitude. Darcy ran over with teary eyes, also hugging Bella's corpse. Daddy, I remember now, she is Mom. Sydney stroked Darcy's head. I'm sorry, Daddy lied to you. Darcy's eyes reddened, it's my fault, Daddy, if I hadn't misrecited the ghost curse, then Mom wouldn't have died. Everything is my fault. Sydney, it's not your fault, Darcy, Daddy is at fault too. Ivy watched this scene, her bittersweet feelings mixed with a touch of relief. Darcy had loving parents, and that was enough. When Yao looked toward Ivy, Dorian and Thorn were dead, while Raven and Lucius were still alive. In the next moment, the game continued, and a red light swept across. Ivy, Raven, Darcy, and Sydney were all marked with red cards. Wen Yao stood by Darcy with the golden sword in hand. Raven tore off Ivy's red card and fought with Lucius, trying to stick the red card on Lucius. The two fought evenly, but in the end, Lucius used a dirty trick to throw Raven over his shoulder. Lucius ignored Raven and walked a few steps in front of Ivy, ripping off her black ribbon. A pair of molten lava-like eyes glittered in Ivy's cold face. His fingertips trembled slightly, his face pale. "It really is you, cold butterfly." A dagger was thrust unhesitatingly into his heart. Ivy laughed coldly. "I've wanted to do this for a long time, Lucius." Raven flipped over and stuck the red card on Lucius, who showed no signs of struggle. Lucius clutched Ivy tightly. "Is he my child?" Ivy sneered coldly. "No, you suspected me of cheating, right? How could it possibly be your child?" Lucius tried to say something but was grabbed by Mora, who gouged out his eyes and then twisted his neck. Wen Yao looked into Ivy's eyes and instantly guessed that Ivy had let Lucius go back then. But now, she had no heart to consider the details. Wen Yao looked at Darcy and said seriously, "Darcy, can you give me the things you stole from the ancient ruins?" It was what she had overlooked. The ring should have been stolen by Darcy. The man wouldn't say what Darcy had stolen last night because he didn't want her to leave the train too early. Darcy couldn't help but tighten his pocket, looking at Wen Yao's still gentle expression. He took out the ring and handed it to her, his eyes full of apology. "I'm sorry, it was not my intention to steal. I wanted to use the Virexus ring to lift the curse of the ghost spell and bring back my mom. But I forgot everything." Wen Yao took the ring, glancing at the dust that had already fallen. The horizon outside was not a desert but a hell of lava. She shouted loudly, "Ling Yan, come here." In the next second, the entire roof of the car was ripped off. Lin Yan jumped down and hugged Wen Yao. "Baby, I'm here." Wen Yao handed the ring to Lin Yan. "Return it to its rightful owner, High Priest." Lin Yan gently kissed her forehead. "Thank you, baby." Woo woo. Bei suddenly appeared in front. The train stopped at the platform. As Emo Xuancheng walked to the door of the train, a bottle of chilled whiskey was thrown at him. Emo Xuancheng caught it with one hand, the sword handle knocking off the bottle cap, and from a distance, he and Mora exchanged a bottle in the air. Mora showed him the empty bottle, laughing. "Goodbye, brother." Emo Xuancheng curved his lips. "Goodbye." He stepped off the train, standing quietly on the platform for a moment, waving at Mora and Gore who looked out the window, before disappearing. Joey got off the train awkwardly, and soon she too disappeared. Desai was pushed off the train by Sydney. "Go back, Desai." Desai's eyes were filled with tears. "But Daddy, I can't be without you." Sydney had a stern face. "Go. I've told you, you are the child I picked up from the garbage heap, go find your real parents." Tears streamed down Desai's face as he clenched his little fists and ran back onto the train, tightly hugging his thigh. "I won't leave, I am your child." He cried out loudly, "Wherever Daddy and Mom are, that is my home, I will go nowhere." In the end, Desai did not get off the train, and the three of them shared their last words in the carriage. Raven held Ivy close, sitting not far from Desai's family. Ivy looked at Desai, not disturbing him. Next to her were the bodies of Dorian and Thorn. Lucius's body was right across from her, but she ignored it. She was wrong. The young girl, infatuated, was drawn in by Lucius's charm and exceptional looks, saved Lucius from the quicksand, and fell into his tenderness. When the clan leader discovered it, she was banished from Virex and the mark on her body was burned away. They wanted to kill Lucius, she returned to save him, and brought him out of Virex. Thinking they would be in love, he instead carelessly sent her to Sterling over a bet. This was also something she later learned. She inexplicably slept with Sterling, and Lucius easily branded her as the one having an affair, sending her away without a second thought. She knew then that in his eyes, she was nothing but a disposable toy. At that time, she was already pregnant. Sterling pretended to accept this child to win her heart, but after she gave birth, he told her the child had died, did not survive. She utterly hated Sterling, and in the end forced herself to grow up, killing Sterling, and changing her name to Ivy Steve. This face was altered by drugs, it was not her original face. She hated everyone, vowing revenge, to accompany her child in death. So she seduced Raven, Thorn, and Dorian, taking them together to ancient ruins, to destroy everything. Now, she knew she was wrong, but it was too late to turn back. So be it, in this terrible life, having 3 people who loved her was enough. After Wen Yao got off the train. Congratulations to player Wen Yao for completing the mission criteria. Points gained, 5 million. Total points, 6,050,000. Please select whether to leave the copy world immediately. Yes, leave immediately. No, leave in 12 hours. Wen Yao clicked no. Wen Yao looked towards the train. At the moment she got off, all the passengers inside turned to dust and disappeared.
4 minotaurs ran towards the lava hell.
The gate of hell closed. Lin Yan stepped off the train, looking at her with tender eyes, a smile in his gaze.
Baby, want to come see my home?
Wen Yao ran and jumped into his arms, her smile bright.
Sure, High Priest.
Lin Yan lifted her, lowered his head and captured her lips, kissing her gently.
Thank you, baby.
The train slowly headed homeward. The carriage was filled with the warmth of spring.
Thank you for the hospitality, my love.
Yes, and thank you for the hospitality, my High Priest.
Desert train complete. Next chapter, Apocalypse Ode. Also known as My Rough and Wild Moth Boyfriend. Chapter 131, Apocalypse Ode 01. Run.
The 5-gate protective door is broken. The zombie tide has broken through the front line and has entered.
Not good, the Azure Wolf base is going to fall, we should hurry.
Wen Yao had just entered the instance when she heard the conversation outside, along with the hurried footsteps of them leaving. Her heart tightened, quickly extracting key information. The city gate is broken, the zombie tide has entered, the Azure Wolf base is about to fall.
Wen Yao fell silent. Was it necessary to be this thrilling?
Just arriving, she didn't even know where to run.
Running around like a headless fly would only lead to quicker death.
For now, the best plan was to see if there was a place to hide. She took a deep breath and examined her surroundings.
A dark small room filled with a rotting moldy smell lay before her.
The table, sofa, and floor were covered with thick dust, the walls were cracked, marked with blotches of black, and the door was locked with 3 locks from the inside. Wen Yao quickly walked to the window and looked out. At that moment, her pupils shrank, and her breath stopped for a moment.
A gray sky loomed overhead.
A dense crowd of zombies surged in like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring in from the towering circular city walls. As they cascaded down, the zombies crawled up and invaded in all directions, letting out howls.
Screams echoed back and forth. The entire order on the ground instantly fell into chaos, leaving no escape.
A chill shot up from her heart, as if she could not hold on.
The system announcement finally arrived late. Welcome player Wen Yao to the horror game, current instance Apocalypse Ode. Instance difficulty, SS grade. Identity, survivor of base number 2. Clearance conditions.
1. Escape from the Wolf's Den base within 2 hours. 2. Play the Ode to Civilization in front of at least 1 million witnesses. Wen Yao glanced at the circular city wall. The entire top was crawling with zombies. Let alone people, not even cars could pass through. It was absolutely impossible to break out alone in 2 hours.
Moreover, she was currently in a room on the 20th floor. Jumping down would be quick, but dying would also be quick.
At that moment, the roar of helicopters echoed overhead. Wen Yao followed the sound with her gaze. There were not just one but several helicopters hovering in the sky. They landed in an orderly manner on a central building 1,000 meters away from her. Through the glass elevator, she could see people in black uniforms retreating to the rooftop. They were taking helicopters to leave. Wen Yao squinted her eyes, wanting to leave within 2 hours. Taking a helicopter was undoubtedly the best choice. Before she could think about her next move, a sudden loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the base.
Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. The base will detonate the self-destruct device at 15:06, burying all zombies along with the base.
Within 2 hours, please spare no effort to board the evacuation helicopters, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. It is now 13:05, the last helicopter will take off at 15:05, and will not wait, please be informed.
The announcement repeated 5 times before it finally stopped. Wen Yao's scalp tingled.
If they intended to blow up the entire base, there must be several tons of explosives under it. If she did not board the helicopter in time, she would undoubtedly be blown to smithereens.
And the all personnel they referred to clearly did not include ordinary civilians.
Her identity as a survivor of base number 2 meant she was not even a local resident of the Wolf Den base, and it was impossible for her to get a chance to board. In the distance, a man in a black uniform conjured a fireball in his palm, throwing fire at the attacking mutated zombies. Seeing this, Wen Yao's eyes darkened. They were actually extraordinary abilities users.
If she rashly charged into that central building, she might die even faster.
Wen Yao thought for a moment and came up with a bold idea. She wanted to blend in with them.
Time was running out.
Wen Yao picked up the canvas backpack on the ground, which contained a military canteen of water and some compressed biscuits.
Without food and water, one could not survive long in the apocalypse.
As for where her boyfriend in this instance was, she did not know for now. Her priority was to survive. Wen Yao used her golden sword to cut off the padlock, and after stepping outside, she saw the elevator had already fallen apart, with wind howling from below. She descended the stairs. The stair railing was about to collapse, rust marked its surface, and the stairs were filthy, with solidified black blood smeared all the way down from above. One corner of the staircase had even collapsed. Wen Yao frowned. This did not look like the beginning of an apocalypse. There was fighting below, and the railing crashed down with a loud clanging sound. Wen Yao poked her head out to look, and it turned out to be Lin Yi fighting with a man in a black uniform, each move fatal. In the last instance, she suspected Lin Yi had caused her death. Unexpectedly, we meet again. Arthur said Lin Yi used a substitute prop to escape the instance. This time, she wanted to see if Lin Yi had any other props. Wen Yao did not plan to get involved, but was caught by Lin Yi in the act. Lin Yi shouted, "Kill him!" The man in the black uniform also saw her, his eyes glowing with lust, letting out a frivolous whistle. "Hey, beautiful, come with Big Brother later, and I'll take you on a plane." When Yao's gaze turned cold, staring at the man's outfit, the chill vanished in an instant, too fast for anyone to see. She smiled, "Sure." Lin Yi frowned, his face darkened. "He is here specifically to clear the survivors of base number 2, if we don't kill him, we will all die." Wen Yao teased Wen Yao, "Oh, the beautiful lady is also a survivor of base number 2. Wen Yao didn't answer, her gaze turned to Lin Yi, directly asking, "Were you the one who hit me with the car back then?" Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise, he didn't expect her to know and quickly denied. "It wasn't me." Wen Yao squinted, "Then it must have been you, why did you hit me?" Lin Yi gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze shifting to Wen Yao. "Kill him, then we'll talk." However, the next second, Lin Yi was pierced through the heart by an ice spear, his eyes widened in disbelief as he took his last breath. Wen Yao's gaze darkened, without props, Lin Yi was dead this time. Wen Yao's hand was covered in frost, his face dissatisfied as he said, "Do you think I don't exist? Just playing with you, and you really think you're something." Wen Yao looked up, his gaze brazenly lingering on Wen Yao, harshly saying, "My name is Wen Yao, call me Brother Wang or Yugu. If you know what's good for you, come down. Don't force me to take action against you." Wen Yao's eyes flickered with darkness, she didn't expect him to be an ice-type supernatural being. To kill him, she had to act fast. She walked down the stairs softly and harmlessly, timidly saying, "Yugu, will you take me on the plane?" Wen Yao sized her up, she wore gray sportswear, had a nice figure, and carried a small canvas bag. He frowned, her outfit was too clean, unlike someone who survived from base number 2. He began to interrogate her. "What is your name?" "Wang Chunhua." Wen Yao's mouth twitched, such a beautiful woman was actually named Wang Chunhua, and they even shared a surname. "Is your name really Wang Chunhua? If you're lying to me, you're dead." Wen Yao replied seriously. "It's true, Yugu. Maybe we are cousins." Wen Yao stared at Wen Yao's beautiful face. "Impossible. Don't try to get close to me. It's been a century since the apocalypse, who cares about whether we're cousins or not?" He licked his lips, he hadn't met such a beautiful woman in a long time. Wen Yao's gaze flickered slightly, a century? That means, the apocalypse had lasted 100 years and still hadn't ended. This place must be chaotic, one could only imagine. Just then, a hyena zombie burst in, greedily staring at them. Wen Yao's expression instantly became alert, his palms covered in frost. "It's a second-tier mutant zombie, it's coming towards me." Damn it, his ice abilities are only second-tier, barely able to deal with the zombie in front of him, if not, he'd make this woman a shield. The fierce light in his eyes flashed and vanished. Wen Yao assessed the hyena, which stood half a man tall. Its skin was rotten, exposing the eerie ribs inside, its eye sockets were hollow, with only 2 dark holes, occasionally flashing with green light. Its large mouth was stretched wide, revealing sharp yellow teeth, covered in black blood and decayed flesh, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. It was full of danger. Wen Yao's hand in her pocket gripped the golden sword, her gaze subtly glanced at Wen Yao, a glint of dark light in her eyes, this was an opportunity. She innocently and obediently walked behind Wen Yao, pretending to be worried as she said, "Yugu, be careful." Wen Yao's gaze was fixed on the hyena, his back tense. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Though he said that, his mind was thinking about pulling her over as a shield if necessary. The hyena zombie suddenly moved, lunging at them. Wen Yao focused on the ice spear, thrusting it towards the hyena. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his head, with no chance to dodge. A sharp sword pierced through Wen Yao's head. Pulling out the sword, she struck at the hyena zombie. The event happened in a flash, too fast to believe. Wen Yao's brows and eyes were cold, her gaze casually glancing at the corpse on the ground. She pulled out the golden sword, which had pierced the hyena's body, and wiped the dirt on Lin Yi's clothes. She withdrew the golden sword and tore off Lin Yi's clothes, wrapping it around Wen Yao's head, which was oozing brain matter. She took off Wen Yao's black uniform. The collar of the uniform was stained with blood. She wiped it with Lin Yi's clothes, the collar could not be cleaned properly, but it was barely wearable. The front of the uniform had the words Dawn printed on it. Wen Yao guessed it was the name of the battle team. With no one around, Wen Yao quickly put on the black uniform, and after getting ready, she picked up her backpack and left. She needed to blend into the central tower and board a plane to leave.
With so many people around, she bet that not everyone knew each other. Wen Yao stepped out of the doorway and looked around. The street was filled with chaotic crowds, with a tide of zombies behind. A sharp female voice came from the side. "Hey, you from Dawn, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go." Wen Yao turned her head. The woman had short black hair, petite stature, and her uniform had the words fire printed on the front. "Are you from Fire Team?" "Yes, my name is Bai." "Is it Bai as in Jade?" "No, it's Bai as in gold coins." "What's your name?" "Wang Chunhua." "Nice name, it sounds better than mine." Bai sniffed the air. "What a strong smell of blood, are you hurt?" Wen Yao looked at the 5 men approaching Bai, their uniforms also marked with fire, assuming they were from the same team. "It's not my blood." One man said to Bai, "Boss, we've finished cleaning the survivors at base 2. Bai nodded, "Well done, let's board the plane and leave as soon as possible." The man replied, "Yes, boss." Wen Yao's eyes flickered. Another set of survivors cleaned at base 2, why was that? Bai looked behind Wen Yao but didn't see her teammates. "Where are your teammates?" Wen Yao replied, "I don't know. They disappeared when I came out." Bai frowned slightly. "I've heard that people in Dawn are not united, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. You clearly have been abandoned by them. Do you want to come with us? Your teammates probably left on a plane long ago." Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, responding to Bai's caring assumption. She said, "Sure, thank you." The group of 7 hurriedly rushed toward the central tower. On the way, they encountered several waves of zombies. Bai and the others unleashed their elemental powers of wind, fire, and earth, while Wen Yao efficiently supplemented with her sword. Bai noticed that Wen Yao didn't use abilities and could still handle the zombies with ease, so she asked, "Wang Chunhua, what is your ability?" Wen Yao's movements paused imperceptibly. "Oh, she was being called Wang Chunhua. I have a low-level mental ability, it's almost like a useless existence." Bai's eyes brightened. Mental abilities are weak in the early stage, but can be very strong later, capable of controlling thousands of zombies. "Would you like to switch teams and join us, the Fire Team?" Considering Bai's invitation, Wen Yao thought for a moment and didn't immediately refuse but said, "Please give me some time to think." Bai said, "Alright, if you think it through one day, you can find me anytime." Along the way, the 7 cooperated with each other, arriving at the central tower without any casualties. At this moment, there was a group of high-level ability users standing at the entrance of the central tower, guarding the door, waiting for their team members to return. Wen Yao followed behind Bai and the others to the entrance. A gray-haired, energetic middle-aged man stood at the door, his sharp gaze sweeping over them, finally landing on Bai. "How was the survivor cleanup at base 2? Did you find any hidden hybrid zombies inside?" Bai replied seriously, "We finished clearing our assigned area, I don't know about the others, and we did not find any hybrid zombies." Wen Yao lowered her eyelashes. The reason for clearing the survivors at base 2 was that a hybrid zombie had mixed in. From the name, she could roughly guess that this zombie could disguise itself as a human. The middle-aged man asked a few more questions and then quickly let them pass. Wen Yao was not stopped. Following Bai and a few others walked into the hall, they saw a long line at the elevator. The central building has a height of 50 floors, and the plane is on the rooftop. The fastest way to reach the rooftop is by taking the elevator, but the elevator has a limited capacity, and there are too many people. Some people couldn't wait and chose to climb the stairs. At that moment, 10 strong-willed individuals walked towards the elevator. At the front was a young man wearing red earrings. The uniforms they wore had the words flame printed on them. One of them shouted to the people blocking the elevator, "Get out of the way, don't block the path." The crowd, initially ready to explode in anger, quickly put on a flattering smile upon seeing the newcomers. "Hello, young Master Chui." Chui Lai nodded disdainfully. The crowd respectfully made way. Bai rolled her eyes at this scene. TCH, relying on family status to suppress others again. Her teammate muttered softly, "Captain, you should be careful, don't forget how you offended Chui Lai last time and got beaten up by your dad." "Exactly, Captain, there's no need to provoke Chui Lai, just bear with it for now." "I'm not worried about Chui Lai, I'm worried about you being locked in a small dark room." Bai's expression turned dark in an instant. "Alright, I got it." The 5 teammates breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Bai's family background probably isn't ordinary either, or else it wouldn't just end with a beating. However, when Yao casually glanced at the elevator, her gaze froze. Wen Yu was inexplicably standing among the crowd, hadn't she killed him? And she was still wearing Wang Yu's black uniform. Wen Yao frowned, studying Wang Yu. His appearance hadn't changed, and the black uniform he wore had the words Blood Wolf printed on the chest. Remembering the hybrid zombie that had mingled with the survivors of Base 2, Wen Yao asked Bai, "Captain what level of hybrid zombie are we talking about?" "Our captain didn't mention it." Bai's expression became serious. "It's a level 7 zombie, very powerful, can change shape."
When Yao's gaze turned towards the elevator, Wang Yu followed Chui Lai and the group into the elevator.
A shout came from the other side. What are you doing here? Get out, take the next ride.
Wang Yu defiantly stood still.
Chui Lai glanced at his watch, impatiently said, don't bother with him, let's hurry up. The elevator door closed. When Yao's eyes were fixed on the elevator, hesitatingly asked, is Chui Lai really that powerful? He Bai replied, he's alright, everyone next to him is skilled. Wen Yao nodded, suggesting, let's take the stairs. If we don't move now, it will be crowded on the stairs later. Chapter 133, The Apocalypse Ode 03. He Bai glanced at the time, 2:30 p.m., and said to Wen Yao, there's no need, there are still half an hour, enough time for us to take the elevator. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud bang came from the elevator. Wen Yao and the 7 others looked up suddenly. The elevator, halfway up, fell amidst sparks and lightning. Inside the elevator wall was a gigantic hybrid zombie, its body like a lizard, but with a dark green-black exterior, glistening with a slimy sheen. With a sharp head, 2 long, thick tongues attacked the people inside. Bang! 2 elevators were pierced through, and the people inside fell from high above, the hybrid also pouncing. Someone screamed, it's that hybrid zombie. In an instant, ice spikes, flames, lightning, and earth spikes flooded towards the hybrid zombie. The zombie instantaneously killed a batch of low-tier ability users, and was finally killed by a high-tier fire ability user next to Chui Lai. The charred corpse hit the ground heavily. Chui Lai's face turned ugly. A bunch of useless people. How could you let a hybrid zombie sneak in without knowing? What use do you have? Just die here. Those present, due to Chui Lai's special status, felt stifled and dared not speak. He Bai scowled and complained, he talks so harshly, didn't he also not notice it? Now everyone can't take the elevator and must climb the stairs. Wen Yao's gaze remained on the hybrid zombie's corpse, which seemed to have heaved slightly. Suddenly, she had a bad premonition. Captain I saw the hybrid zombie's belly bulge. He Bai suddenly became alarmed, shouting towards the elevator, quick, finish it off. The hybrid zombie isn't dead. It's disguising itself. Just as she finished speaking, the belly of the charred zombie on the ground was suddenly ripped open by sharp claws. Out burst a fierce lizard-headed little zombie. Chaos erupted once more at the scene. At that moment, the army of zombies had already reached the entrance of the central building. The high-level abilities couldn't hold on any longer, retreating into the hall. Witnessing the situation inside, one shouted. We can't hold on any longer, evacuate immediately. Amidst the chaotic crowd, someone yelled. There are still some people who haven't come back, what should we do? We can't worry about that, let's go. A loud announcement rang out again. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. The leader of Wolf Base, Feng Jintian, has fallen. In no more than 20 minutes, a large group of high-level zombies will arrive here. Destruction program starts 10 minutes early, all planes must take off before 2:55 p.m. All personnel must board the planes at all costs, there will be no waiting past that time. The announcement was repeated 3 times before it stopped. In an instant, everyone ran towards the stairs, fighting while retreating. Wen Yao followed He Bai and the others to the rooftop, analyzing the information from the announcement in her mind. These people were not from Wolf Base, if they were, they should refer to their leader as our leader. If they're not locals, then they are reinforcements from other bases. Moreover, there are still 20 minutes left, hoping everything goes smoothly. Wen Yao glanced down, the crowd was packed behind, and those in front could only desperately climb upwards. The porcelain bead necklace around her neck felt slightly warm. She was pushed forward by the crowd, and a scene appeared in her sight. A strange zombie rampaging on the street. A man in a black tank top, muscles bulging, tore a large lizard zombie in half with his bare hands. He was tall and strong, with tan skin, broad shoulders, and defined muscles, with smooth lines and overflowing hormones. Her gaze moved upwards, he had neat short black hair, sharp facial features, overly handsome, with a rebellious brow and deep, shining silver eyes that were fierce and cold. His entire aura was rough and fierce, exuding an intimidating presence. He was followed by 3 well-built men and a woman. 5 corpses of men in black uniforms lay on the ground. Then, they took off the uniforms from the corpses, unbothered, and put them on themselves. The uniform had the words Dawn written on the chest. One man even searched the corpse for something and took it away. The 15-second scene ended. A smile appeared in Wen Yao's eyes, her boyfriend would be seen soon. After climbing to the 15th floor in one breath, Wen Yao leaned against the wall, breathing a bit heavily. He Bai and the others had already rushed to the front and disappeared. The people behind her were pushing, complaining about her slowness, constantly urging her to move forward. Wen Yao took a breath and hurried up the stairs again. When she reached the rooftop, she found that He Bai and the others were already gone. There were many people and few planes, some were responsible for maintaining order, and those with higher status and strength boarded the plane first.
The rest, with low status and strength, could only watch helplessly. Wen Yao was categorized as one without status, asked to wait on the side. People nearby were whispering.
Look, those over there are from Wolf Base. Why haven't they left yet?
I heard they are waiting for their young leader, Feng Zihan.
He won't be the young leader anymore. With Wolf Base destroyed, they join our Shadow City base and will have to follow our rules. The crowd expressed their concerns about Feng Zihan's future.
No one expected zombies to evolve so quickly, to actually disguise as humans, hiding among the survivors of base number 2, collaborating to break down the long-standing Wolf Base.
That's true.
Wen Yao followed their gaze. The people from Wolf Base were wearing blue uniforms, with dedicated planes waiting.
In the last 5 minutes, all Wolf Base members had finished boarding.
Wen Yao scanned around. Although there weren't many people left, it was clear that 5 planes could not accommodate them all. Someone at the plane shouted. Those with abilities level 2 and above can board the planes now.
One by one, people boarded the planes. Wen Yao's eyes flickered slightly, stepping into the boarding line.
Just as she was about to board the plane, someone called out to her.
Wait, from the Dawn Squad.
Wen Yao stopped in her tracks, her expression calm as she turned her head.
A faint voice said. Is there something? The man frowned. What happened to your team? Why is only you left alive? Wen Yao calmly replied, no, they are behind us.
At that moment, 5 people led by a tall and strong man broke into the rooftop, shooting the zombies that surged in from behind. The noise attracted everyone's attention. The group of 5 also saw what was happening by the plane. A cold, beautiful woman in Dawn Squad uniform was talking to an administrator.
Song Mo squinted his eyes. Boss, what should we do? There's still a survivor from Dawn Squad. Should we kill her with one blow or sneak up and snap her neck?
Suan's eyes flashed with a dark light, suggesting.
Boss, since that Songlang base has mixed in mutated zombies, we can say she is a transformed zombie. Lu Yang widened his eyes, looking at the two. Damn, are you really that heartless? She's a big beauty, we can at least keep her and talk about life. Boss, what do you think?
Hua Yuan cast a bland glance at the 3 of them. You 3 don't think about coming to my bed tonight.
Are you blind? Can't you see the boss's hormones are restless? Qin Ji's deep gaze locked onto the woman's exquisite and ethereal face, his heart suddenly pounding heavily.
His gaze swept to the Dawn logo on her chest, and darkness flashed in his eyes as he said to the 4.
I have my own plans, you are not allowed to take action. The 4. Wen Yao looked towards the newcomers.
The tall figure enveloped her, exuding an imposing aura.
Wen Yao took the initiative, beaming with a bright smile. Captain, I was just waiting for you. Xin Gu. Song Mo, Suan, Lu Yang, Hua Yuan. Is something wrong? Chapter 134, End of the World Ode 04.
Qin Ji's silver eyes swept over with a dark light, his gaze capturing Wen Yao's excessively bright smile, his throat inexplicably dry and impatience stirring in his heart.
Damn, is she interested in me? Or is she purposely trying to confuse him? No matter what, once she is in his hands, she belongs to him. Qin Ji's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his low magnetic voice resonating like a bass drum. Just so happens, we are looking for you too.
Wen Yao looked at his rebellious and carefree brows and smiled playfully. Let's board the plane first, Captain. Xin Gu watched the woman call him as if it were a matter of course, his tongue brushing against his rear molars. TSK, her voice really is sweet. His gaze casually swept toward her canvas bag, his large hand naturally picking it up, insisting.
I'll carry it for you. As a friendly captain, how could I let a lady carry her own bag?
Wen Yao found it amusing but still slipped the shoulder strap of the canvas bag off.
Thank you, Captain.
Xin Gu weighed the extremely light canvas bag, his body leaning close to Wen Yao, easily wrapping her in his presence, his breath steady.
Let's go.
The man was so close, his refreshing scent was quite pleasant.
Wen Yao walked in front, the man closely following behind.
At the last minute, they boarded the plane.
Inside the plane, there were 2 rows of long benches on either side, one row was exactly enough for 5 people.
3 people sat on the left row, and 2 sat on the right, with each row spaced apart.
Wen Yao frowned, wondering where to sit.
Qin Ji's tall and strong figure walked over with an intimidating stride, unceremoniously grabbing the collars of the 2 men on the right, and tossing them to the left side like a couple of chicks. The 2 men carefully peeked at Qin Gu, not daring to breathe, they shrank their necks. Qin Gu sat at the aisle seat, looking at Wen Yao, his gaze deep, Adam's apple moving.
Come here. Wen Yao smiled lightly, sitting beside him, the man's dangerous aura instantly receding. Hua Yuan sat next to Wen Yao, followed by Song Mo and Lu Yang. Suan stood in front of one person across the aisle, and that person sensibly made way. The plane soared into the sky. Wen Yao looked past Qin Gu, gazing down at the ground. The large Sanlong base had already been overtaken by zombies, feasting on fresh meat.
The death squad outside the circular wall drove trucks to self-destruct, dying together with the zombies.
After the plane had flown for a minute, the Tsanglong base triggered its self-destruct device. A colossal roar exploded in their eardrums. A giant mushroom cloud rose, tragic yet spectacular. The 5 people opposite couldn't help but lament.
There are still 1 million people in the Tsanglong base who haven't had time to evacuate.
If we can hold on for a few more days, will we be able to save more people? It's useless.
Our Ingdu base can't accommodate so many people, those with low value have long been completely abandoned. Ever since the Sundown base fell 20 years ago, major bases have fallen one after another. Now, after the fall of Tsanglong base, the only base suitable for human survival is our Ingdu base.
If the Ingdu base falls, we will have nowhere to go. Someone stammered, isn't there still one more base? That person replied, that's a monster gathering place, do you think you can survive?
The others suddenly fell silent. Wen Yao listened to their conversation, pondering slightly. So, this apocalyptic world has only the Ingdu base left, and they are on a plane heading to Ingdu. Pass condition 2, play the Song of Civilization in front of at least 1 million witnesses. Then the playback location is undoubtedly the Ingdu base, because only the Ingdu base has more than 1 million people.
But what is the Song of Civilization?
This still requires her to find clues. The plane jolted twice, and Wen Yao's body swayed and bumped into Qin Gu, her legs brushing against the man's strong legs. Qin Ji's eyes sparkled with a strange light, his back straightened, and his large hand tightly gripped the woman's canvas bag.
Damn, such a soft chest.
His scalp tingled from the impact. Her delicate legs were rubbing against his, she was teasing him, truly skilled.
She must be coveting his strong physique.
But this is on a plane, no matter how wild he is, he couldn't immediately satisfy her. Qin Ji's rough hand embraced her lower back, his gaze deeply fixed on her, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he steadily comforted.
Hang in there. Wen Yao was confused and looked at Qin Gu, not understanding if he was comforting her about the bumpy flight, saying not to be afraid? Just a little longer until they arrive? She smiled, okay. I'm Wen Yao, the captain. Qin Ji's silver eyes abruptly contracted, his throat drier than before. Sure enough, she was eyeing his strength. She didn't refuse his hand and even introduced herself, didn't that mean she was interested in him? Qin Gu, my name.
Wen Yao's eyes curved in a smile, what a strong name.
Isn't it strong in another place?
Qin Gu felt his blood boil, his breathing suddenly heavy, his rough fingertips brushing against her soft waist as he spoke in a low voice.
Good girl, baby, just hang in there.
I will satisfy you after we get off the plane. Wen Yao was instantly taken aback, her cheeks flushed. So this was what he meant by hang in there.
She misinterpreted him. That's not what I meant.
Qin Ji's gaze deepened, a bright smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Baby, no need to explain, I understand. Wen Yao couldn't help but smile, this man was really bad. Hua Yueyin sensed the intense lust coming from the captain, strong yet tender, domineering yet passionate, rich like fine wine, with a strong aftertaste. Her body uncontrollably reacted, her entire being flushed and hot. Hua Yueyin suddenly buried her head into the embrace of Song Yamo beside her.
Song Yamo caressed her burning little face, squinting as he glanced at the captain. Captain, if you don't rein in your aura, I might have to comfort Yueyin in front of your wife. This was a defect in their genes, unavoidable. Thus, scenes of male-female affection often unfolded.
Of course, apart from their captain being a ninja turtle, everyone else was quite normal and open about it. Qin Gu suppressed the restlessness in his heart, losing control for the first time in his life. Previously, he had no desire for this at all. Among the 5 people opposite, upon seeing this scene, their brows furrowed, their eyes instinctively falling on Hua Yueyin. The woman was breathing heavily, her face flushed. A light bulb went off in their heads, not good, they shouted. You are people from the Anchuan base. One hurriedly yelled to the pilot's seat. Quick! Inform the leader, there are people from the Anchuan base trying to infiltrate our Ingdu base. Lu Yang and Suan acted quickly, immediately knocking out the 5 people. 2 drivers frantically dialed the communication. Hello, this is Flight T985, there is something mixed in on the plane. With a snap, the call line was cut off by Qin Gu. He grabbed the driver by the neck and said viciously. If you don't want to die, you better fly the plane well. At that moment, a lightning bolt struck the plane's nose, taking off a small piece of the aircraft. The fuselage suddenly split in half and fell from the sky. Wen Yao watched everything in shock, unprepared, as she was swept out of the plane. Chapter 135, End Time Song of Praise 05. The roar of thunder made her eardrums ache. Several thick purple bolts of lightning split nearby planes in half. Wen Yao was in freefall, her hair dancing upwards, her black eyes reflecting the flames as the planes descended. Above her, it had become an aerial crematorium, with lightning striking continuously over a wide area.
Survivors from the Shadow City base landed like dumplings with parachutes.
Wen Yao turned over, facing the ground. Through the thick clouds, she looked down at a lifeless black soil wasteland.
Countless zombies looked up, and a giant one-eyed skeletal zombie stood among them, towering over the buildings. On its cracked face was an enormous eyeball, gray-blue iris surrounded by spiderweb-like dark red veins, bulging and fierce, its gaze dangerous. 2 rows of conical fangs and a long, thick tongue with 3 backward hooks. Its left arm was severed at the shoulder, and 5 dark red tendons, shining like metal, grew from the stump, ending in sharp claws that dangled to the ground. Around it, lightning flickered. It was clear that this one-eyed zombie was the one that shot down the plane. Just as Wen Yao thought she would crash to pieces, a shadow blocked out the sun above her. She was caught by a sharp footclaw, halting her fall. Wen Yao looked up and met a pair of enormous silver compound eyes, which held a calming essence while gently clutching her with claws. The black butterfly's wings were strong and powerful. Wow, the head, it's that one-eyed zombie king.
Wen Yao glanced back and saw Lu Yang holding another strong hind leg. So this black butterfly was her boyfriend, Qin Gu. Wen Yao couldn't help but smile, thinking her boyfriend's forms in each scenario might vary, but she never expected it to be so different. At the same time, a giant eagle flew by, with Suan and Hua Yuan sitting on its back. The one-eyed zombie abruptly launched an attack, sending purple lightning towards them.
Wen Yao and Lu Yang were thrown onto the giant eagle's back.
Hua Yuan tightly held Wen Yao, quickly explaining. That is the zombie king, we need to retreat. Then Hua Yuan shouted to the flying eagle below.
Song Mo, fly to the north. We are going to the ruins of Sunset Base. The black eagle changed direction, flying over the zombie army from thousands of meters above. Wen Yao looked back at Qin Gu.
The black butterfly's wings formed countless black lightning balls, all firing at the zombie king.
Black and purple lightning clashed together. Thunder roared, shaking the heavens and earth. The black butterfly and the one-eyed zombie fought fiercely, causing chaos as nearby zombies were reduced to dust.
Suddenly, a green vine net sprang up from the ground, attempting to ensnare them.
Hua Yuan reacted quickly. Wen Yao, grab my fur, we are breaking out.
As she spoke, she transformed into a gigantic white fox, throwing Wen Yao onto her back. Wen Yao held onto her soft fur, drew her golden sword, and cut through the small flying zombies that lunged at them. Lu Yang turned into a saber-toothed tiger, his claws severing the green vines.
Suan transformed into a black snake, its tail sweeping away the zombies.
The 5 of them, 1 person and 4 beasts, joined forces to break through the encirclement of zombies and ran northward.
Wen Yao looked back and could no longer see Qin Ji's figure. After shaking off the zombies, they got back on the giant eagle's back.
Hua Yuan looked at Wen Yao, introducing herself.
My name is Hua Yuan, beast form white fox.
The eagle below is named Song Mo, the tiger is Lu Yang, and the black snake is Suan. We are all from Dark River Base. She spoke straightforwardly and with utmost seriousness.
I can see that you have a bit of interest in our leader.
How about this, you join our Dark River Base, and we will give you our leader, Qin Gu. Wen Yao raised her brows slightly and smiled gently.
Is there a lot of people in Dark River Base?
Hua Yuan replied.
Currently, there is a population of 500,000. She thought for a moment and added.
Although our Dark River Base has a bad reputation, but what other bases have, we have too. Most people in our base are warm and welcoming, they won't be exclusive, and everything depends on strength.
No matter your past identity, anyone can be accepted.
Wen Yao's gaze flickered slightly.
500,000 population didn't meet the conditions for Task 2.
So she still had to go to Shadow City Base. But joining Dark River Base wouldn't affect her going to Shadow City Base. And she wouldn't stay here for too long. She could see that these 4 seemed friendly and relaxed towards her, but in reality, they were very vigilant. Especially when they saw her pull out the golden sword, their gazes became much more subtle. Hua Yuan was very clever, Qin Gu was their leader, and since the leader wouldn't run away, giving him to her was like enticing her to come back. She didn't feel disgusted by this and understood their thoughts. Only people from their own base could be trusted. Wen Yao smiled, all right. Hearing this, Hua Yuan, Suan, Song Mo, and Lu Yang all breathed a sigh of relief.
Hua Yuan's smile became a bit more sincere. You are not from the Dawn Squad of Shadow City Base, are you?
Wen Yao nodded, not saying where she came from, but casually asked.
Do you know what the Song of Civilization is? Perhaps she could learn some news from them.
Hua Yuan was surprised.
Most people are completely ignorant of what happened 20 years ago, I didn't expect you to know. Wen Yao's eyes dimmed slightly, 20 years ago?
Hua Yuan stared at her and nodded, saying. Yes, 20 years ago, I was only 3 years old, I knew nothing at the time.
I learned about the Song of Civilization from the elders. Wen Yao raised her brows slightly, old events usually hide unknown secrets. She couldn't help but remember the conversation among the 5 on the plane.
The Sunset Base fell 20 years ago, and the direction they five were heading was also toward Sunset Base.
Hua Yueyin continued.
20 years ago, the Sunset Base had a population of 9 million. It is said that the civilization there had restored to the level before the apocalypse, and 70% of the people could read and write. But due to a failed experiment, the entire Sunset Base was destroyed, and only a few people escaped. And the Song of Civilization is the treasure of Sunset Base, recording human language and writing as well as the development of civilization from thousands of years ago.
Wen Yao furrowed her brows. Is it a book?
Hua Yueyin shook her head, her expression serious. No, it is a storage disk, buried in the Sunset Base. This was also one of the purposes of their journey. When Yao's gaze surged, the disk being in Sunset Base meant she had to go there first to find the disk, and then go to Shadow City Base to play it.
Do you know the exact location? Hua Yueyin smiled. Coincidentally, we just got clues about the location of the Song of Civilization.
People from Shadow City Base are publicly wanting to kill all the survivors of Base 2, but in fact, they are trying to obtain the clingy notebook hidden on the survivors of Base 2.
Wen Yao looked puzzled. Clingy?
Hua Yueyin replied, yes, he is our leader Clingy's brother, also the creator of the Song of Civilization. He was a remarkable person. They are 20 years apart. Clingy died in Sunset Base when Xingu was only 8 years old and was taken out by the elders. Hua Yueyin looked at Wen Yao and continued. People from Base 2 went to explore the ruins of Sunset Base and accidentally picked up Clingy's notebook, which led to their tragic end, and the entire base was also destroyed.
Wen Yao frowned, a look of thought flashing in her eyes. Who wanted to kill them?
After Base 2 and Wolfang Base fell, only Shadow City Base and Dark River Base remained. She believed that Xingu wouldn't do such a thing.
Zombie?
Zombies don't kill for a notebook, they eat humans purely from a craving for flesh. She didn't want to guess the worst, but human hearts are scarier than zombies. Though she didn't understand why the Shadow City Base was doing this, at this moment, the impression it gave her wasn't very good.
Getting the disc doesn't guarantee it will play smoothly.
Wen Yao suppressed the thoughts in her mind and decided to get the disc first before making any plans. Hua Yueyin's cheeks were flushed. Wen Yao looked up, her gaze slightly surprised, recalling how Hua Yueyin had inexplicably turned red on the plane, as if under the influence of a potent aphrodisiac.
What's going on? Did you get poisoned?
Hua Yueyin's cheeks burned, her flirtatious eyes sparkling with spring light, she explained openly. It's a genetic defect, my estrus period was triggered early, I hope you don't mind.
Wen Yao was puzzled. Genetic defect?
Hua Yueyin nodded slightly. Human lifespan is too short and fragile, even a small pestilence virus can be fatal. Superhumans have a strong physique, but not everyone can awaken superpowers, most are just ordinary people. With a large number of ordinary people dying, there will be even fewer who can awaken into superhumans, and superhumans are not invincible, they can die facing powerful zombies. Therefore, to increase the physical strength and survival rate of ordinary people, a gene serum was developed, containing genes from exotic beasts.
After injection, there is a certain chance of becoming a normal beastman.
Just like us. But there is a downside to becoming a beastman, there is an uncontrollable estrus period every month, and not venting it can cause serious harm to the body.
Wen Yao keenly caught a hint of abnormality. If there's a certain chance to become a beastman, what happens if it fails? Hua Yueyin's expression suddenly became serious. You become a monster. Wen Yao's gaze darkened.
You said the Sunset Base was destroyed due to a failed experiment. Could it be because of the exotic beast gene experiment?
Hua Yueyin's complexion became a bit grim. That's right.
Wen Yao couldn't help but feel waves of emotions in her heart.
So, the 9 million people in the Sunset Base were blown to bits?
Hua Yueyin, no, back then no one expected this to happen, so they didn't bury explosives underground at all. It was precisely because of the destruction of the Sunset Base that other bases began to bury explosives underground. At least they can't increase the number of zombies anymore, fighting for survival hope for the next generation. Wen Yao felt a chill in her heart, which meant there were now 9 million monsters in the Sunset Base.
How did the people from Base 2 go in and come out before?
Hua Yueyin's cheeks turned even redder, suppressing the heat in her body, she joked.
They got lucky, I guess.
Hearing their conversation end, Suan hugged Hua Yueyin from behind, gently kissing her neck after brushing aside her hair.
Wen Yao politely turned away. As dusk fell, the eagle flew faster, reaching a gas station in the suburbs just as night fell. They didn't enter the town because there were many zombies inside.
And they were currently in their estrus period, which made fighting inconvenient. The area around the gas station was a flat wasteland, and there weren't many zombies. Wen Yao crouched with a golden sword, sitting at the convenience store entrance on guard. In front of her, a bonfire was lit, with 2 steamed buns on an iron skewer slow roasting beside it.
Lu Yang said her backpack was with Qinggu.
The food was generously provided by Hua Yueyin, and the fire was lit by Song Ma Sheng. A windbreak tent was also set up for her nearby. The gas station had long run out of fuel, so lighting a fire wasn't a concern for explosions. She had already taken off the black uniform, which reeked of blood, and soon put it away, saying it might still be useful. The warm firelight reflected on her face, and Wen Yao thought about Qin Ji's scorching body temperature today, as if wanting to burn her, and couldn't help but smile. Hua Yuan said it would be very easy for zombies to kill them, but it would be hard to kill Qin Gu. So, Qin Gu would be safe to come over. Wen Yao held the iron skewer, turning the roasted bun over.
The just-baked one, golden brown and steaming, looks incredibly appetizing.
The convenience store is filled with spring-like warmth, as Wen Yao calmly and slowly eats the baked steamed bun.
Crispy, soft, and fragrant, not bad, but a bit dry. Wait a little longer. Disturbing other people's good moments is immoral.
A massive shadow of a butterfly quietly flies by, and wherever it passes, the zombies below dare not make a sound, retreating into their holes. The butterfly wings have several holes, black lightning flickers around it, its form disheveled, but its aura is strong and intimidating. Qin Gu saw the figure by the campfire at the gas station from a distance. The woman wears a gray sports outfit, with a golden sword by her side, taking small bites of the baked steamed bun, her delicate brow furrowing slightly as she swallows the bun dryly.
Damn, unreliable teammate, forgetting to give the baby a bottle of water.
Qin Gu lightly landed, turned into his human form, and strode towards Wen Yao. He took out her canvas bag from space, opened it, and took out a military green water bottle, handing it to her with a pampering tone.
Baby, drink some water.
Wen Yao took it, glancing at his slightly disheveled form, but seeing no injuries, she unscrewed the water bottle and took a couple of sips to moisten her throat. Qin Ji's gaze darkened, his eyes locking onto her moist pink lips, his breath heavy. Without a sound, he sat next to her, his long legs purposefully tilting slightly toward her, his muscles tightening unconsciously. His gaze lingered on the baked steamed bun by the campfire, but his peripheral vision seemed to glance at the person beside him. The faint fragrance made his heartbeat quicken.
Isn't the baby longing for his strength and power?
Then, he would give her the chance to toy with him freely.
But why hasn't her hand come up yet? Is it not obvious enough?
Qin Ji's Adam's apple moved as he casually pressed his long leg against hers. His heart skipped a beat.
Damn, so soft. Hurry up and touch me, baby.
Wen Yao remained oblivious to the man's inner call. She swallowed the last bite of the steamed bun, tilted her head to look at him, and smiled brightly.
There's one more bun. Do you want it?
Qin Ji's gaze flickered, his eyes moving to the small steamed bun. His deep voice sounded husky.
You eat it, baby.
He picked up the iron skewer and handed it to her, watching her pink lips bite into the bun. His eyes darkened.
The baby must be too hungry to start playing with him. Wait a little longer, at least until the baby is full.
He couldn't bear for her to go hungry. Qin Ji's gaze flicked to the bulge between his legs, then moved to the opened military green water bottle.
His Adam's apple slid down. Baby, I'm a bit thirsty.
Upon hearing this, Wen Yao naturally handed him the water bottle, realizing his little intentions.
She couldn't help but laugh inside. Drink.
Qin Gu took it, his gaze fixed on her lips. He pressed his lips to the spot where she had just drunk from, swallowing deeply. The water moistening his lips, he lazily licked his tongue, swallowing it all, his voice low and magnetic, words rolling softly in his mouth before he smirked and said, Baby, it's very sweet.
Wen Yao felt her face flush. This man is so bad even when drinking water.
Qin Ji's gaze moved over her long, thick eyelashes, her tempting pink lips, her fair and smooth neck, then down, skimming over her full, curvy figure, soft body. His Adam's apple rolled heavily, his thirst even worse.
A wave of indescribable heat spread across his body.
He stared at the piece of bun she had rolled into her mouth, wishing he were that piece of bun. Wen Yao finished the bun, drank another sip of water, and turned to look at the man, his eyes like those of a wolf or tiger, his body taut like a bowstring.
She couldn't help but smile.
She didn't reject the man's gradual tests of her palm. His rough fingertips rubbed against her skin, causing her to shiver lightly. Wen Yao placed her hand on his leg, and his body tensed even more. They were close enough that his breath immediately became heavy. Qin Ji's eyes darkened, his large hand gripping her waist, pulling her into his arms. He leaned down and seized her lips, greedily sucking them. Indulgent crushing, plundering every inch of sweetness from her mouth. Noticing the other's accommodating indulgence, Qin Ji's heart raced with excitement and desire, sending tingles through his scalp. She was indeed attracted to his mighty stature. He urgently tore off the obstructive coat. The kiss was frantic and fierce. With a snap, Wen Yao was pressed into his embrace, the small lace fabric pulled down by him. Wen Yao lay in his arms, allowing him to act as he pleased. Next to the bonfire, a pile of firewood was added, with a big pot on top, boiling hot water and releasing wisps of warm steam. The firelight cast a glow on the entwined couple, bursting out a melting springtime warmth.
The next day,
Wen Yao woke up to find the man looking lazy and content, his rough fingertips delicately washing her clothes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, as if savoring something. The unusual sensation between her legs reminded her of how desperately hungry the man had been last night, and how he loved whispering dirty words in her ear, charmingly bad and energetic. Chingu precisely caught the gaze that Wen Yao cast upon him. She was bare under his coat, revealing her straight, tender little legs. His eyes locked onto the patch of her fullness that was exposed, raising an eyebrow and laughing playfully. "Baby, wait a moment, it will be ready soon."
Wen Yao smiled, "Okay."
The man twisted the washed clothes to wring out the water, then used his abilities to remove the moisture from the fabric.
The wet clothes instantly became dry and neat. Last night she learned that the man was also a water-type superpower user, and his level was not low.
Chingu grabbed her little leg with his big hand, his rough fingertips caressing her, one hand still hooked on the little fabric, grinning mischievously. "Baby, let's do it again, okay?"
Wen Yao playfully stepped on his muscular thigh, chuckling, "Didn't you say we were going to the Sunset Base ruins? We should get going."
Chingu pulled her closer, pressing down on her, whispering mischievously in her ear, "We don't need to rush this, baby." Saying that, he kissed her lips, gently sucking. After it ended, the man cleaned her up, then put her in her clothes and carried her into the off-road vehicle. The car was taken from space. She and Chingu were in one vehicle, while Huayuan, Song Yamo, Lu Yang, and Suan were in another. The two cars moved in tandem, driving on the dilapidated road, heading north toward the Sunset Base ruins. On the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, all taken care of by Chingu and the others.
Wen Yao sat in the passenger seat, asking Chingu, "Did that one-eyed zombie king die yesterday?" Chingu gritted his teeth secretly. "Not dead, it ended in a stalemate, and we each went back home. Neither could kill the other." Wen Yao suddenly became curious, "Where is its home?"
Chingu pressed his tongue against his back teeth, "At the Sunset Base ruins."
Wen Yao.
So they were heading towards the zombie king's lair. Chingu said very seriously, "Baby, you just need to wait for us outside the city."
Wen Yao raised an eyebrow, "I want to go in with you."
"Don't worry, when you face the one-eyed zombie, I will immediately run back with Huayuan and the others, no looking back." Xin Ji's heart shattered, his cold hard gaze revealing a pitiful sense. "Baby, do you not love me anymore?" Wen Yao smiled sweetly, "I believe you are stronger than the one-eyed zombie."
Hearing this, Chingu instantly felt relieved, raising his eyebrow and chuckling, "That's a must." "Baby, what are you going to the Sunset Base for?" Wen Yao's smile was radiant as she calmly said, "I want the Song of Civilization, will you give it to me?" Xin Ji's gaze fell on her little face, smirking playfully, "Give me enough kisses, I could give you my life." Wen Yao found it amusing, "All right." On the other side, Lu Yang was driving, closely following the leading vehicle. Huayuan lay in Song Mo's arms, her feet resting on Suan's legs, while Suan massaged her waist. Huayuan looked at Song Mo, who was flipping through Qin Ji's notebook, and asked, "So, did you find the location of the disc in the gene serum?" "Song Mo, the disc is at the museum in the west of the city, the gene serum is at the research center in the north." "Suan, is there a specific map?" "Song Mo, no, just the addresses, heading to the west of the city will be quicker." The captain has lived in the Sunset Base before, so he should know the way. Suan thought quickly about the plan. There were at least 9 million mutant zombies in the city. Why say at least? Since the Sunset Base fell, it became a nest for zombies. The Zombie King has made its lair there, and more zombies have moved into the Sunset Base one after another. Additionally, there are failed products of gene fluid fusion living there, making it extremely dangerous. Flying in from above has a large target. Entering through the city gate is also quite noticeable. It would be best to dig a tunnel. Otherwise, if they charge in, they might get beaten to death before reaching their destination. Before dark, the group arrived outside a small town and stopped the car. From a distance, they saw 2 large glowing red lanterns hanging at the town entrance, with a sign that read, Huaxi Town. Strangely, there were 2 rows of hazy red lanterns hanging in the streets inside, leading deep into the town. A chilling wind blew through the tassels of the red lanterns, causing the 2 broken eaves to creak, and suddenly, white mist surged onto the empty blue stone brick street. Huayuan felt goosebumps all over, hiding in Song Mo's embrace. Lu Yang widened his eyes, shouting in disbelief, "Wow, is this an illusion? What era is this?" There are still big red lanterns. They are cultural relics. Oh wow, if we take the red lanterns back, we'll be rich. 100 years into the apocalypse, red lanterns had long disappeared. He had only heard what they looked like from the elders. Heard there was a festival called Spring Festival, where every household hung red lanterns. When Lu Yang mentioned this, Huayuan suddenly remembered, "Oh right." Lu Yang stuck his head out, excitedly shouting to the vehicles ahead, "Captain, should we go in? Or turn back immediately? Before we leave, can I take 2 red lanterns?" Chingu furrowed his brows, staring at the vague pale face imprinted on the red lantern. "No picking, we're leaving."
Just as Liu Yang wanted to ask why, he saw a pale face floating on the lantern, smiling at him.
What the hell? There really is a ghost. The two cars started their engines, about to turn back.
Suan looked back and shouted, "Captain, thick fog is rising behind us, we can't see the road." The thick fog doesn't know if it's toxic or corrosive, rushing in carelessly could be dangerous and easy to ambush. Shinga narrowed his eyes, staring at the pale face on the red lantern, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth.
If it wants to play, let's play with it. We're going into the town.
Liu Yang's body shuddered, trembling as he looked at the two rows of eerie red lanterns, nervously gripping the steering wheel to follow in. He wasn't afraid of zombies, but of these intangible, floating things.
Hua Yueyin curled herself into Song Mo's embrace.
Suan's eyes darkened, shifting over to hold Hua Yueyin in his arms.
Song Mo and Suan exchanged looks, their gazes sparking like fireworks, neither giving way.
Hua Yueyin didn't care whose arms she was in, tugging at both their hands, muttering, "How long are you guys going to keep staring at each other?
Are you in love?"
At her words, the two men turned away, feeling a chill, and said in unison, "No." Liu Yang saw this in the rearview mirror, bit his lip, cursing, next time, he'd let Song Missouri drive, he hadn't even hugged Yaya yet today.
The car slowly entered the town gate.
Wen Yao looked through the car window, examining the big red lanterns, and noticed the lantern stands were made of bone pieces. The pale face on the lantern turned around, its dark eye sockets glaring at her with malice, mouth twisted into a creepy smile. Qin Ji's brow and eyes turned cold and gloomy, curse it.
Scaring his baby, what a death wish.
He gathered a fist-sized black lightning ball in his palm and threw it at the lantern, which instantly caught fire, and the pale face twisted and screamed as it melted away. The creaking sounds from the roofs on both sides of the street immediately halted. Qin snorted disdainfully at the outside, "You little waste trying to scare us.
If you have the guts, come out, if you don't, get the hell away. Don't waste my expression." Wen Yao held the golden sword, laughing at him, "What if it really comes out?"
Qin curled his lips in a cold smile, then let it come and never return.
At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed on the stone-paved street.
A man in a black uniform appeared, looking disheveled, his left arm broken, running towards them, shouting,
"I am Captain He Jin of the Sun Squad, run quickly. There are evil spirits here."
By the light of the lantern, Wen Yao saw a face resembling He Bai's.
"Gold coin?" Wen Yao called out, "What does He Bai to you?"
He Jin stumbled closer, his face pale.
"He Bai is my sister, do you know her?"
Wen Yao glanced at his fresh severed arm, not a drop of blood had fallen. "I don't know her."
He Jin. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his face ashen, pleading, "Please take me away, I don't want to be eaten by the monster."
Qin quickly opened the car door, then slammed it shut, striding over with long legs, grinning playfully.
"Sure."
He Jin stared intently at Qin as he approached, a trace of barely noticeable excitement flashing in his eyes.
However, in the next second, a thick, sharp black lightning struck through his body.
He Jin looked up in disbelief. "You." Just as he uttered a word, his body exploded into pieces.
Qin Ji's lips curled into a mocking cold smile. "Sending you to hell, little trash."
Then, once again, hurried footsteps sounded on the street.
"Run. There are monsters here. I am Captain He Jin of the Sun Squad, save me."
This time, He Jin was missing his right arm, his face pale as he explained.
"There is something strange here, something is impersonating me."
Wen Yao raised her eyebrow, glancing at his severed right arm, not a drop of blood had flowed.
Hua Yueyin, Song Mo, Liu Yang, and Suan all looked at this scene in silent disbelief. Not even pretending to be convincing.
Qin scoffed, "Oh, little trash is really trash." A bolt of lightning was thrown out, and He Jin exploded once more. One after another, He Jin appeared, and unsurprisingly was wiped out as soon as they showed up. Qin got into the car and drove down the street. After a short distance, a woman's figure dashed out from an alley, dressed in black uniform. In the alley were 4 or 5 corpses, one of which was He Jin's.
The woman frantically questioned, "Why didn't you come earlier?
If you had come sooner, they wouldn't have died."
This left Wen Yao and the others in silence.
Qin casually threw a lightning bolt, coldly smiling.
"Then you should join them."
The woman instantly blew up, and the 4 or 5 corpses on the ground got up and scrambled away in panic.
Wen Yao, Hua Yueyin, Song Mo, and the others.
Hey, weren't they corpses? The 2 cars started again, making their way to a seemingly clean little inn. Qin put away the off-road vehicle to avoid it being stolen.
The 6 of them entered the inn.
The owner, dressed in pale Republic-era clothing, had a round face resembling a lifeless corpse, with no breath, standing on his toes, his body stiff, staring at them with dark eyes.
"Staying is free, but you must follow the rules."
"Suan, what rules?"
"The innkeeper, do not leave your room after midnight."
Suan was quiet. "Fine, give us 2 rooms."
"The innkeeper, the second and third rooms on the left side of the second floor are vacant." Suan, okay, thank you.
The six of them went upstairs, just as they happened to encounter an open door next door, peeking inside. There were bloodstains all over the floor leading to the bed, where a long-haired woman in a white dress held a sharp knife. The woman did not move. But the door slammed shut with a bang. A boy's heart-wrenching screams echoed from upstairs.
Help! Someone come save me. It's so scary. I don't want to stay here. I have supplies. If you save me, I can give you everything. None of the group paid any attention.
Xingu half-carried Wen Yao into room 2, while Hua Yueyin and the others entered room 3.
Wen Yao noticed that once they entered the room, all the outside noises went silent.
Xingu threw everything off the bed to one side, taking out a bed sheet from his space to spread on it. Then he took off his coat and stored it away.
Baby, do you want to wipe yourself down?
No hot water, cold water is feared to freeze the baby. He knew she loved cleanliness, wanting to eat meat meant first having to clean up. Wen Yao smiled, After a simple wash, the two lay down together. The man pressed against her back, breathing heavily, his hands wandering freely, countless kisses falling. Wen Yao turned around and kissed his lips, their lips entangled, the sound of water in the darkness was especially clear. The two intertwined, sinking together in this affair of love.
Midnight 12. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, as if dragging a big axe.
With a bang, it directly struck the door of room 1 next door. Even the door of room 2 shook slightly. But no one paid attention. Xingu was lying on Wen Yao, sweat beading on his forehead, his strong abs taut.
The two next door fell silent, both looking towards room 2. Usually, at this time, wouldn't someone come out to check?
The woman closed the battered door. You go to room 4. The man dragged the axe and went to room 4, the same routine, still no one paid attention.
Has time changed, rendering the routine useless? Chapter 139, Apocalypse, Song of Praise 09.
In room 3, sounds of love and pleasure came through the crack under the door. From the sound, there seemed to be more than one person. The man, dressed in a short outfit from the Republic of China, stared fixedly at the door with dark and cold eyes, a slight crack appearing on his pale dead face. He slammed the axe hard on the floor, making a thundering sound, shaking the entire hallway.
Yet, still no one paid attention.
The man rubbed the axe back and forth in front of the two doors, creating a sound of danger. Suddenly, a shallow stream of water overflowed from the crack under room 2's door, gradually spreading throughout the hallway and flowing into the other rooms except room 3. The man stared at the water reaching just above his heels, confused. Where did this water come from?
The next second, a strong black current flowed through the water. With a bang. Lightning flashed, crackling. Ah! The man let out a terrible scream. The current coursed through his body, jolting him like a wet noodle, revealing a skeletal frame.
At the same time, screams echoed from various rooms.
Half a minute later,
the man spat out a mouthful of black smoke, his body instantly turning to ash. Only a large axe remained on the ground.
Inside room 2. Xingu, I'm tired, going to sleep. Okay, baby.
The man's warm lips pressed a kiss beside her ear. The wet kiss traveled downward, his low, magnetic voice filled with lingering desire, incredibly tempting.
Baby, give me 5 more minutes, I'll be right there. But, 5 minutes later.
Wen Yao's cheeks were flushed, her gaze blurred, gripping his short hair, struggling weakly, falling back into temptation. After a long time, the man chuckled softly.
Baby, you're amazing. Deleted.
Wen Yao's eyes glinted red as she shot him a glance.
But that glance was soft and lacked any intimidation, instead holding an enticing charm.
Xingu looked on, his heart tingling, leaning down to capture her lips, entwined deeply, mingling tenderness and excitement between their mouths. Baby, don't tease me anymore, otherwise, I can't guarantee when it will end. His large hand playfully kneaded her body. Wen Yao melted like a puddle, glaring at him. I didn't. Qin Ji's rebellious brows held a playful air, teasing her with a rogue laugh.
Deleted.
Wen Yao's face burned with embarrassment. This scoundrel, softly said.
I'm really tired.
Xingu kissed her cheek, satisfied to end this battle. After the man cleaned her up and changed the sheets, Wen Yao finally fell into a deep sleep. Xingu wrapped her in his arms, a satisfied smile curling on his lips as he closed his eyes.
Suddenly, a swarm of small black butterflies flew towards the inn, enveloping the entire building, their silver compound eyes coldly watching everything around.
The strange beings lurking outside felt their skin crawl under the gaze.
Damn, who really is the monster here?
Covering pale human faces, black centipedes, scorpions, and toads wore stiff expressions.
Black toad, boss, are we still going to ambush tonight? Black centipede man with a human face, ambush my ass. It's almost time to deliver the vegetables. The scorpion-faced woman, then what should we do? Just forget it?
The black toad, that's right, boss, he killed so many of my sons. The black centipede gritted his teeth. Let me think. In the inn, the owner looked at the ferocious black butterfly in the hall, his pale, dead face slightly twitched.
How could they continue playing? It was impossible. Room 2.
Wen Yao furrowed her brows, caught in a not-so-pleasant dream. She stood alone at the entrance of Huaxi town, looking at two familiar human faces on the large red lanterns. One of the lanterns wore a sly and sinister smile directed at her. Wen Yao frowned, knowing she was dreaming because her golden sword was missing, and it didn't appear no matter how she called for it. The golden sword was a very spiritual sword that would automatically protect its master, yet it was completely unresponsive now.
An off-road vehicle drove up.
Wen Yao turned her gaze to see Qin Gu and his 4 teammates. Driving was Lu Yang, with Qin Gu in the passenger seat and Hua Yueyin and 2 others in the back.
Thick fog rose around them. Lu Yang exclaimed, "Oh my god, is this an illusion? What era is this?"
There are still big red lanterns.
The familiar conversation was happening, except she was missing.
Wen Yao walked to the passenger side and softly called out, "Qin Gu."
Qin Gu didn't respond, and the other 4 acted as if they didn't see her.
Wen Yao realized she had become an invisible observer. Dreams do not arise without reason. She guessed this was something happening in another world. Wen Yao placed her hands on the car door, climbed in, and unceremoniously sat in Qin Ji's lap, even adjusting her position for comfort. What she didn't notice was the slight touch of astonishment and daze that flickered in Qin Ji's eyes, as he quietly observed her every move.
"Lu Yang, boss, should we go in?"
Qin Gu lowered his gaze and glanced at the person in his lap, his eyes darkened as he caught a glimpse of the eerie rows of red lanterns.
"Let's go in." The car drove into the town, encountering a scene that was oddly similar.
A strange imitation of He-Jin appeared, only to be handled swiftly by Qin Gu.
They encountered a female monster's accusations at the alley's entrance, only for the female monster to be slain in seconds.
The group of 5 entered the inn and requested a room, with the owner giving them the same room again. Upstairs, a boy continued to scream for help.
Wen Yao followed Qin Gu into room 2.
As soon as the man entered the room, he boldly sat on the sofa, his brow weary, half closing his eyes as if resting. Wen Yao didn't understand why she was dreaming this, but she could only let the dream continue. She sat next to Qin Gu, leaning against his shoulder. Qin Ji's half-closed eyelids lifted slightly, and his eyes flickered as a light touch brushed against his shoulder, yet it felt as if there were no sensation at all, causing his body to involuntarily react. Wen Yao noticed him, already deleted, her gaze bewildered as she looked at his stern jawline.
"Is it the mating season?"
Their beastman genes have a defect, every month they have a mating season. Wen Yao thought maybe they had done something when they first came to the town, so he hadn't entered his mating season after arriving in the town. Now that she wasn't there, the man must have gone into heat. Wen Yao watched the man's expression remain normal as he stood up and walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water started, drowning out the man's subdued grunt. It seemed the man had done this countless times without her, which made her chuckle inwardly. Qin Gu emerged from the bathroom with a towel loosely draped around his waist, laid out the sheets, and then lay down to rest, his breathing steady. Wen Yao crawled back into his embrace, closed her eyes, and thought maybe she would wake up after a short nap. Qin Ji's breathing hitched, then he roughly suppressed his tensed muscles, staring at the beautiful, cold face of the woman in his arms, his throat inexplicably itching. Watching her with closed eyes, he reached out to hold her, but met nothing. His gaze flickered slightly, and he turned to face her, as if lovers embracing each other, sleeping face to face.
In the middle of the night,
Wen Yao was awakened by the sound of an axe outside the door. Curious to see what was happening, she got up and passed through the door.
Qin Gu opened his eyes, witnessing this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. Where was she going? Wen Yao encountered the male monster dressed in Republican-era short pants outside the door. The male monster deliberately made noise, wanting to lure the person inside to open the door. But the male monster obviously couldn't see her.
Wen Yao watched the male monster glare resentfully at room 3 and thought, no one should open the door.
Yet, the next second, the door to room 2 creaked open.
Wen Yao was stunned as she looked at Qin Gu.
Why did he come out? Chapter 140, End of the World Ode 10.
The male monster showed surprise, let out a chilling laugh, and swung his axe at Qin Gu, but Qin Gu killed him in an instant. In the dim light, Wen Yao looked at his deep, handsome face, and his cold, shining silver eyes were unbelievably beautiful. Qin Gu secretly glanced at the woman, who was not surprised and looked at him with curved brows and eyes. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. One by one, the doors of the guest room slammed open, and the male and female monsters with terrifying gazes came out to attack Qin Gu.
The next second, there was a flash of lightning, followed by a series of explosive sounds.
The ground was left only a pile of ashes. Qin Gu stood at the door, looking down, seemingly lost in thought, and did not enter for a long time.
Wen Yao went over and hugged his waist, nuzzling into his strong chest. Although she knew the man couldn't hear her, she still asked, "Why don't you go in?"
Qin Gu looked down at her profile, his heart pounding, thinking in silence, waiting for you. This illusion felt too real. He didn't dare to answer, fearing to scare her away. Shingu moved his feet back to the room, seeing the woman follow him inside, and he slowly sighed in relief. He casually closed the door, his peripheral vision noting how the woman moved with him. Then, she climbed into bed with him and snuggled up in his arms affectionately. When the woman closed her eyes and fell asleep, Shingu opened his eyes, pretending to still be asleep, staring intently at the ceiling. He thought he might have suppressed his nature too much, leading to a mental problem and creating an illusion. Imagining having a partner who could make his heart race, plunging into desire. The defect brought by genetics was unavoidable, he was uninterested in other women and had no thoughts in that direction. Without the pure desire of love, he had no interest at all. But the season of heat came fiercely, he had suppressed it for a long time, relying on his hands to relieve himself, and the desire in his heart became harder to fill. Over time, it was inevitable that he would develop mental illness. Shingu held the person in his arms loosely, letting out a satisfied low sigh. Let it be an illusion, he didn't want her to disappear and would rather be a lunatic. A night passed. Wen Yao woke up, realizing she was still in a dream, only because the man hadn't kissed her. If it were reality, the man would usually initiate morning exercises before letting her go. Sure enough, after room 3 opened, Hui Weiyin, Song Yimou, Suan, and Lu Yan came out and didn't even glance at her. The 5 of them went downstairs. The boss had a pale, dead face, staring fixedly at Qin Gu. You didn't follow the rules last night. Qin Ji's palm revealed a black thunderball, smirking coldly. So what? Do you have any objections? The boss glanced at the dangerous thunderball, his mouth twitching. No objections. May I ask if you want to check out? Qin Ji's gaze casually swept past Wen Yao, speaking to the boss, since it's free, let's stay for another 4 nights. The boss. He completely did not want to let them stay. Lu Yang looked at Qin Gu in surprise, boss, aren't we going to the Sunset Base ruins? A trace of barely noticeable bloom flickered in Qin Ji's eyes, we won't miss this little time. The magnetic field in Huaxi town was strange, he felt it was this strange magnetic field that made him see illusions. If he left here, he wasn't sure if the woman's illusion would continue to exist. Qin Ji's eyes darkened, if he failed, he wanted to come back here before he died to see the woman one more time. Wen Yao looked at Qin Gu in confusion, not understanding why he stayed. Just then, a boy's mournful cry came from the 3rd floor, who can save me? I don't want to stay here. I have supplies, if you save me, I will give you all my supplies. The cries continued, but no one paid attention. For 5 consecutive days, the boy kept calling out. Due to the obsession and despair in his voice, Wen Yao became curious about it. She walked up to the 3rd floor, and found that all the doors on the 2 rows of rooms were closed. A piercing scream came from room number 5. The door was being knocked on hard, bang bang bang. Let me out. Let me out. I have important things that aren't finished, I don't want to stay in this ghost place. Boss, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have broken the rules. I can work to redeem myself, can you let me out? I beg you, boss, letting me out is more useful than keeping me locked up. Do you want me to sell my conscience? If so, I'm willing to help you lure someone in, just let me out, I can do anything. Boss, are you there? If you are, just say something, I beg you. Wen Yao's transparent body passed through the door, and a gigantic creature came into view. It was a mutated supersized earthworm, as wide as a small car and curled up on the floor. Due to the low ceiling, it had to lower its head, looking very round. Its body was segmented with a deep brown shell, and its head was cone-shaped, revealing a ring of sharp, hook-like teeth when opened. A pale, delicate boy's face was covered on the head, his eyes full of pity, mouth open as he constantly shouted. Boss, I beg you, let me go. Wen Yao studied the boy and asked. How long have you been locked up? Can't fight the boss? The boy's eyes froze, and his head immediately swung left and right, not seeing anyone, and suddenly choked with tears, screaming. Boss, a ghost has come in. Wen Yao. She didn't expect such a big boy to be afraid of ghosts. The boss opened the door and looked at the boy. What are you screaming about? There is no ghost. The boy said with a pitiful face. It's in the room, I think I heard her talking to me. The boy tried to rush out, but was blocked by an invisible barrier at the door, causing him to hit it and see stars, his head shaking left and right. Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh. The boss slammed the door shut again with a bang. Wen Yao looked at his drooping head, walked over, and gently asked. You can hear me speaking, right? The boy shook his head like a rattle. I didn't hear anything. Wen Yao laughed, what's your name? If you tell me honestly, I won't bother you. A flicker of hesitation passed through the boy's eyes, he asked cautiously. You really will leave? Wen Yao, MHM. My name is Shang Qiu. Where are you from? The ruins of the Sunset Base. Why did you come here? I wanted to go outside to clear my mind, but accidentally came in here.
How long have you been here?
Quite a while, I didn't keep track.
Do you really have a lot of supplies? Isn't garbage also a type of supply?
Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle, he was a slippery boy. A sound of a car came from downstairs. Wen Yao knew Qin and the others were about to leave, so she quickly said goodbye to the boy and hurried downstairs.
Downstairs.
Lu Yang held the steering wheel, looking at Qin in confusion.
Boss, who else are we waiting for?
Qin Ji's gaze was fixed on the inn, his lips pressed into a straight line, voice very soft.
Waiting for my lover.
Lu Yang dug in his ear and said loudly.
Boss, I didn't hear clearly, waiting for what?
Qin looked at Wen Yao who was walking out, his eyes brightened, and he stared at her, replying to Lu Yang, nothing. Wen Yao looked up at Qin in confusion.
Can you see me?
Qin Ji's fingertips tightened slightly.
Was this a self-inquiry from his inner self?
Whether he answered yes or no, it all sent a warning from his heart, this dream should wake up. But he didn't want to wake up at all, he wanted to continue sinking. Qin didn't answer, nor did he shift his gaze, pretending he wasn't looking at her. Wen Yao then realized that Qin wasn't looking at her, but at what was behind her.
Wen Yao climbed back into the off-road vehicle, sitting in Qin Ji's lap.
Qin lowered his eyes, looking at the woman in his arms, a smile flashing in his eyes, and said to Lu Yang.
Let's go, we're leaving.
Lu Yang, okay, boss.
Chapter 141 The End Times Anthem 11.
As the car drove away from the inn, Wen Yao's gaze swept over the dilapidated houses on both sides, where many lurking monsters were spying. Seeing the car leave, the monsters' gazes were faintly excited.
This plague god has finally left. If he didn't leave soon, the brothers would be killed off one by one. Wen Yao couldn't help but smile.
Qin and the others had been staying here for 5 days, and strange creatures were always trying to ambush them. Among them, the human-faced black centipede, human-faced black spider, and human-faced black toad caused the most trouble, but without exception, they were all killed by Qin in seconds. The other strange creatures, witnessing this, became a lot more subdued.
But there were always some not-so-smart ones that charged straight into danger. In the end, trying their luck meant meeting their demise.
Wen Yao watched as the car was about to leave the borders of Huaxi town, thinking, this dream is truly long, perhaps I will only wake up after seeing the end of the story. And the protagonists of this dream were clearly Qin and the 5 of them. She was clearly aware that she was dreaming and consciously followed Qin. Her subconscious told her that she had to see it through to the end. In the dream, Qin and the others had the same goal as in reality, to go to the ruins of the Sunset Base, to obtain the Ode to Civilization disc and a gene fusion potion from 20 years ago. She could understand the need for the disc, but didn't understand why they needed the gene fusion potion from 2 decades ago. She had asked Qin but the man mumbled and brushed her off, making it obvious there was something shady going on. She wanted to press for more answers but was met with his intense advances, and she lost utterly. The man was still whispering some sultry words in her ear, forcibly distracting her, being very naughty. As the car was about to leave Huaxi town, Qin Ji's gaze quietly fell on the woman in his arms, and his heart tightened involuntarily. They were about to leave Huaxi town, would she still exist? He spoke in a low voice, stopped the car. The car came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yang, Suan, Huayuan, and Song Imo immediately looked around with vigilant expressions. Lu Yang fixed his gaze ahead, his face serious as he said, Boss, is there an ambush ahead? Upon hearing this, Wen Yao instantly sat up straight and stared ahead. In front was a desolate plain, with a dilapidated winding road lying on it.
There didn't seem to be any problems visible, but enemies could still be lurking underground.
The strange creatures in the dark heard this, looking at each other and communicating.
Hey, are there brothers lying in ambush ahead? I don't know, it seems like there isn't.
Huh?
Can we leave Huaxi town?
No.
Then who is lying in ambush outside?
I don't know.
What do you understand then?
I understand that if the plague god turns back, we won't live. The strange creatures looked at each other, then showed fierce expressions, thinking, don't let them find out which bastard is blocking the plague god, or he would definitely be killed. Qin stared at Wen Yao's delicate figure, his gaze fixed on her small, lustrous earlobe, thinking, if I could nibble it, the taste would surely be soft and sweet. His Adam's apple moved, wanting to suck and lick it repeatedly. Seeing that the captain had not replied for a long time, the pheromones from his arousal became even stronger.
Lu Yang looked over in confusion. Captain, didn't your heat period just pass at the beginning of the month?
It was only mid-month now, one wouldn't go into heat twice in a month unless there was a partner, and if a partner was present, one would want to kiss and hug at any time and place. Qin didn't respond, his dark eyes fixed on Wen Yao's tender neck, wanting to kiss his way down, craving for more.
But they had to be on the road.
Qin looked ahead, his gaze deep, and said coldly, drive. Lu Yang never questioned the captain's words. He started the car and prepared to leave, keeping his eyes alertly on the road ahead.
Boss, where are the zombies ambushed at? Should I speed past, or deal with the zombies first before leaving? There's no ambush.
The others in the car were silent.
The strange creatures were all disheartened. Couldn't they just leave quickly? They didn't want to be near the plague god at all. Lu Yang cautiously asked, then, Boss, what were you doing just now?
Xingu raised his eyebrows, meeting Wen Yao's surprised gaze, and smiled lazily. I wanted to do something that bad guys should do.
Hua Yueyin widened her eyes in disbelief. Boss, you're not thinking of doing me, are you? Xingu didn't even lift his eyelids, curling his lips in a chuckle. Ha, you think too much. Hua Yueyin breathed a sigh of relief, then I'm at ease. Just with the captain's domineering personality, could he play with anyone else? Clearly not.
Her dream was to possess 3,000 handsome men. Unfortunately, after just accepting 3, she was tightly controlled, unable to return them, and could only accept it with tears. The car completely left Waxik town, and Xingu watched the woman still in his arms, a bright smile tugging at his lips. Wen Yao stared in a daze, hooked her arms around his neck, and kissed his chin. Her boyfriend's smile was truly captivating. A trace of barely detectable astonishment flashed in Qin Ji's eyes, then he smiled even more brilliantly. The group headed toward the ruins of the Sunset Base.
In the car, Song Mo asked with jealousy, feeling wronged. Yeah, were you just thinking about possessing 3,000 handsome men? Hua Yueyin denied.
I wasn't, don't talk nonsense.
Suan grabbed her calf and said ambiguously. Then what were you thinking just now? Hua Yueyin glared at the two of them, and after a thought, said.
I was thinking about whether to enjoy one last time under the moonlight tonight. Now being questioned by you, I'm feeling really bad. Tonight's activities are cancelled.
You 3 can sleep by yourselves. Tonight I go vegetarian, no meat. Song Mo, Suan. Lu Yang shouted, yeah, I didn't say anything, why include me?
Hua Yueyin, because going vegetarian means no meat.
Lu Yang, can I just eat wild vegetables?
Hua Yueyin, wild vegetables are not allowed, wildflowers are.
Song Mo and the 3. Can being a wildflower still make you a cherished flower at home? Wen Yao watched the scene with amusement. Doesn't a cherished flower have its own fragrance? Time flew by in an instant.
Wen Yao watched as Qin and the 5 arrived at the ruins of the Sunset Base. Suan, like a black snake, proposed transforming into a snake to dig a tunnel over there.
Qin remembered the general direction, confirmed the route, and began to act.
Suan's snake body was in front, digging the tunnel, while the other 4 closely followed. As a result, not long after entering underground, they fell into a maze of tunnels. Wen Yao looked at the tunnel's diameter, as big as a small cart, and the marks overhead, involuntarily thinking of the boy from Waxik town who was like a giant earthworm, Shang Qiu. With a guess forming in her mind, she thought these tunnels were all dug by boys. The group was scattered due to a sudden attack from exotic species and a collapse of the tunnel. Xingu found them one by one, inadvertently alerting the one-eyed zombie.
Xingu led the one-eyed zombie away. However, their ending was tragic.
Lu Yan was blown to pieces in the museum. Xingu was caught up in a struggle with the one-eyed zombie and asked the small black butterfly to notify them to evacuate. The small black butterfly fought fiercely against the corpse fleas. Suan and Song Mo protected and desperately got Hua Yueyin out of the city gate, but were shredded to pieces by high-level exotic zombie monsters at the gate. Hua Yueyin held a copied disc, and just before she could run out of the city gate, a big steel knife cut her in half, dying just a step away from the gate as zombies swarmed and tore her apart. Witnessing this scene, Wen Yao's eyes filled with hot tears, powerless to stop it. She looked back in the direction where the knife had been thrown. There stood a king-level zombie. It was not the one-eyed zombie, but a man wrapped in bandages, with white hair and red eyes, cold and dangerous. His strength surpassed that of the one-eyed zombie.
Chapter 142, End of the World Anthem 12.
The corpse fleas were released by the man with white hair and red eyes. Wen Yao didn't know who he was, but there was no doubt he was a king-level zombie. Xingu had just defeated the one-eyed zombie when he was violently attacked by this white-haired red-eyed zombie. The black butterfly's wings were slashed to tatters. The white-haired man also had one of his arms torn off. The two fought fiercely, crazily entwined together. The small butterfly and corpse fleas fought fiercely, chaos reigning around them. The white-haired red-eyed zombie was sent flying by Xingu, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crack in the earth. Wen Yao knew the white-haired red-eyed zombie couldn't die so easily. This battle was far from over.
The next second,
she was suddenly pulled by a force, drawn to Xingu standing on top of a tall building. A pair of giant black butterfly wings sprouted from his back, pitifully twisted and tattered. Qinji's whole body was cold and heavy, staring at the deep pit on the ground, his eyes dark yet filled with a cold smile. He took out a deep blue vial and swiftly injected it into his bloodstream. Seeing this scene, Wen Yao's heart suddenly stopped for a moment, filled with a bad premonition. The liquid he injected was the gene fusion serum Qingu found in the experimental building. She didn't know what this serum was for, but she could feel the danger within the liquid. Sure enough, just after gazing at the serum, Qin Ji's body surged with energy. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Half of his body had even begun to ossify, showing a hint of expansion. A pair of silver eyes flickered with a red glow. Rationality and brutality wildly pulled at each other in his eyes,
either completely turning into a zombie or further evolving.
Wen Yao jumped into his arms, using her hands and feet to hold him, shaking him continuously, shouting urgently.
Qin Gu! Wake up! Qin Ji's brutal eyes pulled back a trace of rationality, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Hadn't the hallucination disappeared yet?
At that moment, a white-haired, red-eyed zombie surged into the sky, swinging a steel knife at Qin Gu. Brutal Qin Gu gripped thick black lightning in his hand, his gaze fierce. The lightning pierced through the white-haired, red-eyed zombie's body, and the ossified Qin Gu brutally tore him apart. Wen Yao hugged Qin Gu from behind, her hands around his neck, whispering in his ear.
Everything is over. Qin Gu, please wake up.
The man's body paused, not turning around, and spoke with difficulty.
Who are you? Wen Yao, your girlfriend.
Qin Ji's pupils widened, rationality returned entirely, his fingertips trembling slightly.
Kiss me.
Wen Yao stepped in front of him, kissed his lips under his gaze.
Kiss my cheek. Kiss my eyes. Kiss my nose. Kiss my chin. Following the man's instructions, Wen Yao did each one.
Qin Gu stared at the woman's face, his pupils trembling. It was real, it wasn't just a hallucination he created. When she kissed his cheek, he was mentally instructing her to kiss his eyes, yet she didn't act according to his inner thoughts.
Countless zombies were stacking up like a tall building on the ground, charging towards them. The massive, ossified black butterfly wings shimmered with a black glow.
Suddenly, a silver snow began to fall from the sky,
engulfing the entire sunset base. Countless zombies and failed gene monsters were melted by the snow.
Wen Yao gazed at the falling snowflakes, realizing that this wasn't snow, but snowflakes formed from the phosphorescence of the black butterfly. Wen Yao sensed she was about to wake up, she reached out, hooked Qin Ji's neck, looking into his eyes, giving a bright smile as a farewell.
I'm leaving.
Qin Gu tried to grab the person in his arms but ended up embracing empty air.
His lips pressed tightly. Where are you going?
Wen Yao pressed her lips against his, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. To another world with you. Qin Ji's forehead lightly touched hers, his eyes red, feeling wronged and stammering.
I want.
Wen Yao smiled. I'll fill you up. Qin Ji's heart raced, he gently kissed her lips, pushing further.
I want it every day. Okay.
Wen Yao smiled like a blooming flower. In the last moment of her disappearance, Qin Gu kissed her forehead.
Goodbye, my love.
The sky bathed in the remnants of the sunset was incredibly lonely. The massive black butterfly flew slowly, half of its body intact, half ossified. The human face was also half handsome, half skull, with tears welling in the eye sockets. A single tear fell from the sky, reflecting the smiling faces waving goodbye. When they arrived, 5 people were laughing and teasing. When they returned, there was no one left behind. When Yao opened her eyes, the sky outside was bright, and she was in room 2. In the next second, her mind went blank, gripping the bedsheet tightly. The man was swallowing hard. When Yao lowered her gaze, looking at the man's raised head, his silver eyes smiling.
Baby, I asked if it was okay. When Yao looked at him with amusement, did I respond? Qin Gu grinned mischievously, you implied it. Baby, it's still early, let's do it again. The man's powerful body quickly pressed down.
When Yao couldn't resist and sank down with him once again.
A passionate morning session began.
When Yao wanted to tell Qin Gu about the things in her dreams, but when she opened her mouth, she was muted.
Her eyes flickered slightly. Can she not tell them?
When Yao looked at the man sweating profusely and twisted his ear, saying,
Qin Gu, don't randomly inject the gene fusion serum from the sunset base, did you hear?
The man paused for a moment, then buried his head, humming away.
Baby, it's too windy, When Yao pressed her fingertips with force, not allowed to act like you didn't hear.
Qin Gu leaned closer, looking pitifully into her eyes. Baby, be gentle, I'm afraid your hand will hurt. Before Wen Yao could respond, the man blocked her lips, kissing her fiercely and passionately. After a long time, the man finally released her, holding her face, kissing her delicately, and explained.
Baby, I have reasons I must do this. And this job can only be done by me, no one else can do it.
Last night, he dreamed again of his father squatting in front of him with a syringe, his expression serious and his gaze complex. The cold liquid in the syringe emitted a faint blue glow in the dark. His father's large hand held his tiny arm, slowly injecting the fluid into his vein. Son, Dad has reasons he has to do this.
Even if you become a monster, you will still be my son. I believe you are as outstanding as your brother. This world will eventually welcome new hope. Everything will come to an end.
Wen Yao's heart finally softened, since the man wouldn't say, she didn't ask anymore. At noon, when they were about to leave, Wen Yao went upstairs to the third floor and arrived at the door of room 5. Inside, the boy was calling out in a pitiful voice.
Who will save me? I don't want to stay here, I have important things to do, and only I can do them. Whoever saves me, I will give all my supplies to them. I will do anything.
Wen Yao thought the supplies the boy talked about were rubbish, and she felt amused. She raised her hand and knocked on the door.
Whoever saves you, will you listen to them? The boy in the room became excited. Yes, I will do anything. Remember your words, my name is Wen Yao. Chapter 143, Apocalypse in 13. In the hotel lobby.
The boss had a pale dead face, expressionless, his gaze fixed on a group of people who still hadn't planned to leave, his fingers on the abacus creating a hole with each click.
What do they want? Why don't they leave?
Seeing Wen Yao go upstairs, he had a faint bad premonition. Sure enough, when the woman came down, she walked straight toward him. The first thing she said was,
Boss, I want to take the person from room 5 on the 3rd floor.
The boss's face tightened. He is not human. Wen Yao stared at him. I know.
Will you let him go? The boss replied, what are the conditions? What is the price? What will you pay?
A golden sword pressed against his neck, exuding a sharp and dangerous aura. The boss's face cracked immediately, the abacus in his hand shattered, wooden beads rolling all over the ground.
What do you mean? Wen Yao fixed her gaze on him, refusing to be denied. Let him go, or you die. No other conditions.
The boss realized there was no room for negotiation and regretted letting these people in. He shouldn't have invited them over. He got nothing from it but lost one big guy.
Hua Yuan's 4 people, wow, so ruthless.
Qinggu lazily raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curved up, striding forward, naturally wrapping his arm around Wen Yao's waist, speaking to the boss in a teasing tone. Thanks to us staying at your hotel last night, otherwise, no one would visit your remote place. The guy in room 5 can be counted as a small gift for us, less one isn't fewer, more one isn't more, so don't be stingy.
What visitors? His hotel was clearly free to stay in.
The boss was shocked by the shamelessness of the other party, staring wide-eyed at Qinggu.
Are you speaking human language?
Qinggu chuckled, the boss has good eyesight, I didn't expect you to see I'm not human.
The boss. In the end, the boy was let out.
The boss watched the stairs and lobby, now ruthlessly destroyed in revenge by the boy, then looked at the imposing large figure behind the vehicle, his teeth nearly grinding to dust.
Get lost. You bastards.
This time, Song Mo drove in front, with Qinggu following behind, and the boy Shangqiu trailing behind.
As they sped toward the edge of Huaxi town,
encountered the joint attack of the face-black centipede, face-black scorpion, and black toad. But, as expected, Qinggu instantly killed them. The huge figure of Shangqiu shrank a little, his eyes cautiously glancing at Qinggu. This guy is so scary.
Wen Yao saw the boy's fear in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but laugh.
A fierce body with a child's spirit. He was a monster from the setting sun base, a failed gene fusion, an aberrant worm. The round head was surrounded by a ring of sharp, barbed teeth, looking quite intimidating, but the boy himself was not bad. However, not long after leaving Huaxi town, the boy took advantage of their lack of attention and dove into the ground to escape. The off-road vehicle suddenly stopped.
Wen Yao turned back to look at the deep pit left on the ground and was taken aback.
Qinggu squinted his eyes, that dishonest little brat.
Baby, should I go and take care of him? Wen Yao thought for a moment and smiled, don't kill him, can you catch him back?
Suan could dig tunnels, but not as well as Shangqiu. And the tunnels under the setting sun base were dug by Shangqiu. No one knows the terrain better than Shangqiu. With him leading the way, they would be safer and sneakier. Besides the one-eyed zombie king, there was also a white-haired red-eyed king zombie in the setting sun base. Thinking of that white-haired zombie king made Wen Yao feel a pang of fear.
Unless absolutely necessary, it's best to avoid a direct confrontation. Taking the tunnel is the most reliable way.
Last time, Qinggu and the others got lost and separated in the tunnel, making too much noise and attracting the zombie king's attention. This time, she would lead them in quietly and change their tragic ending. Baby, wait for me in the car, I'll be back soon. Qinggu opened the car door, then bang slammed it shut and jumped into the bottomless black hole.
Song Mo and the others' car rolled back, and upon seeing the big hole, they understood what was going on.
Lu Yan laughed maliciously, this kid is in big trouble, our boss's punch is really hard, it hurts to the bone.
Song Mo had his hand on the steering wheel, looking like he was watching a good show. Hua Yuan and Suan laughed too.
They didn't expect to encounter a failed gene fusion product in Huaxi town. Logically speaking, failed products should have no humanity or reason, but this big worm was obviously an exception. And those 3 creatures that ambushed them, the centipede, scorpion, and toad, were also exceptions. It seemed that some unpredictable change had occurred in the ruins of the setting sun base, and they needed to be more cautious. At this moment, a begging voice came from the hole.
Woo, I don't dare to run anymore, please don't kill me.
I have a huge pile of supplies, I can give them all to you.
Supplies? Gu asked.
In the setting sun base.
The boy replied honestly.
A huge, long body was dragged out of the dark hole by Gu. Shangqiu had a big bag bulging on his head, looking aggrieved as he explained to Wen Yao, Sister Wen, I didn't mean to run away, I had important things to do that made me run.
Wen Yao asked curiously, what important thing do you have to do?
Shangqiu puffed up his chest and said in a pretentious tone, I want to represent all humanity and eliminate all zombies.
Hua Yueyin burst out laughing, little brat, do you know how many zombies there are in the world?
According to historical records, there are dozens of billions of zombies, can you finish them all?
Moreover, you can't even beat our boss, how will you fight other high-level zombies?
Shangqiu, supporting his big head, looked like you don't understand. I can slowly eat the lower-level zombies, and when the high-level zombies run out of energy and starve to death, I can eat their bodies. Also, as long as there are zombies to eat, I can live for a long time, until all of them are eaten.
Dozens of billions of zombies, there will be a day when I eat them all.
No matter what species I encounter, as long as it can be eaten, it will definitely be eaten to extinction. He gave an example. I heard my dad say that a long time ago, there was a creature called crayfish, and because it was too delicious, it almost got eaten to extinction.
Wen Yao couldn't help but laugh.
The boy spoke as if it were a kind of little lobster from the flower-planting country. At first, it was an invasive foreign species, but because the people of the flower-planting country know how to cook and love to eat, they ended up surviving by breeding.
Shangqiu continued.
After the zombies pass through my stomach and are digested, what comes out will be a kind of nutritious black soil. From little to much, in this world of waste, one day it will come to life again. At that time, it will be a green world without zombies. So I can't die, I'm very important, this world needs me. Everyone was stunned, as if it made sense.
Gu coldly snorted. If even Huashi Town can trap you, how far can you run?
At most, you'll eat 2,000 or 3,000 zombies before you get killed.
Shangqiu's head drooped down, crying pitifully.
I'm just a little cub, when I grow up, I will definitely be very strong.
Gu lightly chuckled, a baby of 5,475 days? Shangqiu. Can you not hit me where it hurts? Chapter 144, Apocalypse Ode 14.
Wen Yao smiled and said to Shangqiu.
I didn't plan to have you with me for a lifetime.
Upon hearing this, Shangqiu's eyes lit up, and he flattered. Sister Wen, I knew you were a good person, a really great person.
Just tell me what you need me to do.
As long as it isn't tying him up for a lifetime and treating him like a pet, he is fine with anything.
Wen Yao couldn't help but grin, and without circling around, said.
I need your help to lead the way and dig a tunnel. Shangqiu puffed out his chest proudly and said.
This is easy, count on me, where to dig? I can dig right now.
The ruins of the sunset base. Wen Yao replied with a slight smile.
Shangqiu's face stiffened, can we change to another place?
He had just run away from that terrible place. Those guys there often bully me, I don't want to go back. Wen Yao thought of what the boy said in the dream about coming out for a break, and found it amusing, so he actually ran out because he was bullied?
Just help me lead the way. After this time, I won't ask you to do anything else.
You come from the sunset base and know it quite well, leading the way should be easy for you.
Shangqiu hesitated and asked. Where are you going in the sunset base?
Wen Yao, the West City Museum and the North City Experiment Center. Shangqiu frowned slightly, he happened to know both places, and there were tunnels he had dug underneath as well, so it wasn't impossible.
Alright, but if I encounter high-level zombies, I'm going to run first. Because I can't fight, and I can't save you. Wen Yao smiled gently, no problem. After settling the deal, the boy no longer ran away, following beside their vehicle, chattering away. Do you know? If I survive, hundreds of years later, I'll be equal to a being like a god.
Oh, I forgot. You all have low education, maybe you only know a few characters, you don't understand what a god is. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was speechless.
Are you highly educated?
After the apocalypse, civilization vanished, everyone had no education. Especially after the downfall of the sunset base, another batch of people died 20 years later, and illiteracy became a common phenomenon. Except for their Inshuan base, other bases higher-ups monopolized knowledge at the top, and the lower-class people had no access to it, so they were all illiterates.
Shangqiu proudly lifted his head. Of course, I attended the 3rd grade of elementary school.
Liu Yang, Song Yimou, Suan, and Hua Yueyin all laughed.
Liu Yang triumphantly laughed loudly. We are better than you, we completed the 4th grade of elementary school. Shangqiu's pupils shook, they were even more educated than him.
Wen Yao raised her eyebrows and slowly smiled. During the day, they traveled. At night, they rested and did some beneficial physical activities. 2 weeks later, they finally arrived at the city gate outside the Sunset Base. Chingu released a little butterfly to probe the situation inside, and messages came back one after another. The walking corpses aimlessly wandered in the streets, and the closer they got to the experiment center, the more zombies there were.
The mutant creatures inhabited their own territories. There were 3 8th-level lizard zombies in the museum. The one-eyed zombie king lay asleep at the very center of the city.
Shang Qiu dug a big hole in the ground and drilled in. Soon after, he drilled out again.
Safe, no problem.
Upon hearing this, Chingu held Wen Yao and jumped into the hole, while Hua Yuan, Lu Yang, Song Mo, and Suan followed closely behind.
In the dark tunnel, 3 flashlights lit up with a dim yellow light. Chingu looked around the wide and intricate tunnel, holding Wen Yao's hand.
"Baby, stay close to me."
"Okay."
Wen Yao glanced around, noticing this entrance was different from the one in her dream. It was hard to tell the direction underground. If they took a wrong turn, they'd easily get lost and fall behind. Chingu was at the front, leading the way, with Wen Yao behind him, followed by Hua Yuyan's 4 members, and finally, Shang Qiu at the back. Shang Qiu stayed back, worried that he'd be the first to die if there were high-level zombies ahead, so he navigated from the rear.
"Take the right at the 3rd fork ahead."
No one noticed that as they passed a fork, the soil above them subtly shifted, and several corpse fleas secretly focused on their group.
Qin Ji's face was relayed back to their master by them. Deep underground, right beneath the museum.
The man lying in the stone coffin slowly opened his red eyes.
He was tall, wrapped in white bandages like a mummy.
His long white hair spread out, his face was strikingly handsome, with a cold brow and a lip line curving into a chilling arc. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Qin Ji's brother, Qin Gu. Since he was here, he should be treated well and sent to meet his brother in the underworld, to fulfill their brotherly bond. Countless corpse fleas crawled out from beneath the stone coffin, scattering in all directions. Bai Yi gripped the knife handle tightly, sitting up from the stone coffin, the mirror-like surface of the blade reflecting his gloomy, cold gaze. Qin Ji, his mortal enemy, continued to hinder him even in death. He would rather shatter into pieces than become a stumbling block for his brother.
Since they would not accept zombies, what was wrong with him turning everyone into zombies? If everyone was a zombie, then no one would look down on anyone else.
The last words of Qin Ji floated back into his mind. "Bai Yi, I have seen the future of humanity. Perhaps the end of the world cannot be stopped, but humanity has found a new path. It is our future, and yours as well, and you will witness everything that happens. The world you want will surely come, so please give humanity a little more time. If you don't believe me, let's make a pact, to be fulfilled in 20 years.
Nonsense future. He didn't believe it.
The absurdity was that he had been tricked by Qin Ji for 20 years, abiding by the pact for 2 decades without stepping out of the Sunset Base even once. The deadline from 20 years ago was approaching, but nothing had happened. Outside, one base after another fell. In the face of survival, leaders of various human bases were still manipulating each other, fighting fiercely. This time, the One-Eyed brought him new news. There was only one base left for humanity, the Shadow City base.
The One-Eyed planned to recuperate and then launch a full-scale attack on humanity.
The world had not developed for the better at all. Bai Yi tightened his grip on the knife handle. Liars, all of them liars. That useless little brat, Qin Gu, left his brother and turned out to be so worthless. He wanted to send Qin Gu down to let Qin Ji see just how useless his brother was. Bai Yi's eyes were covered with frost, his gaze cold and ruthless. No one would trick him again. He had truly had enough. The man stood up, his long legs stepping out of the stone coffin, walking into the darkness. A swarm of corpse fleas scuttled closely behind him. On the other side, the 3 flashlights concentrated their light on the ground. There was a fresh trail of blood there. The light moved along the blood trail. Bloodstained shoes, a severed black uniform arm, the flesh inside already eaten clean, leaving behind only eerie white bones. Further ahead, there was a skeleton in a black uniform. Judging by the surface, it seemed to have been devoured by something not long ago. Lu Yang stared at the 2 characters on the uniform's chest. Lycon. Damn, boss, that's a member of the elite team Lycon from the Shadow City base.
Song Yamo frowned. Why would the Lycon team be here? And they arrived earlier than us.
Thinking of the 2 most valuable things in the ruins of the Sunset Base, the team members suddenly gasped. Lu Yang, damn, they are also after the disc and the genetic fusion potion. The 4 of them looked in unison at Qin Gu.
Lu Yang anxiously said, "Boss, they wouldn't have gotten the disc, right?"
Qin Gu furrowed his brows, his sharp eyes sweeping over the skeleton's corpse, his gaze landing on the dark, twisted entrance ahead. He pondered.
They probably haven't gotten it.
Someone died here, which means they ran into some serious trouble.
Whether anyone can survive is still an unknown.
There were no signs of battle around, meaning that the Lycon team was attacked silently. And they were turned into nothing in just 1 second.
Hearing this, all 4 of them let out a sigh of relief.
None of them expected to encounter the people from the Shadow Capital base here. Wen Yao stared at the black uniform on the skeleton, her eyes dimmed. It turned out that in that dream, the explosives in the museum were actually installed by the Lai Kong team. Hua Yueyin and the others went to the museum and found that the disc had already been taken away, but luckily, there was a backup plan. The disc had a copy, hidden in the museum, as mentioned in Qin Ji's notebook. But unfortunately, the museum had timed bombs installed. Hua Yueyin and the others did not want to give up, and risked searching, ultimately finding the disc, but the bomb was about to explode. At the critical moment, Lu Yang transformed into a saber-toothed tiger, using his body to block the explosion, giving his teammates a chance to survive, while he was shattered by the blast. Hua Yueyin, with tears in her eyes, took the copy of the disc and rushed to flee with Song Yimou and Suan. This time, the Lai Kong team likely hadn't had the chance to install the bombs, perhaps they hadn't even reached the museum. They needed to get to the disc first. "Baby, I think we need to separate for a while." When Yao met Qin Ji's reluctant and worried gaze, knowing he intended to go to the experimental center alone, she squeezed his thick palm. Don't worry about me, I can protect myself." Saying this, she showed him the golden sword. Thinking of something, she said seriously. "In the Sunset Base, there is not just one Cyclops zombie king, but another very powerful guy. You need to be careful. More powerful than the Cyclops zombie." Shingo stared into Wen Yao's calm black eyes for 3 seconds, although he didn't understand how she knew. What baby said must be true. "Okay, I will be careful." Lu Yang, Song Yimou, Hua Yueyin, and Suan's expressions grew serious upon hearing this. Lu Yang hesitated as he looked at Wen Yao, wanting to ask something, but when he met his captain's protective gaze, the words got stuck in his throat. Shingo looked at the 4 of Hua Yueyin and instructed. "You go to the museum to get the disc, just do your best, priority is to keep safe. It doesn't matter if you can't get it, the civilization has been broken long ago, and it's nobody's fault." Lu Yang hesitantly said, "But..." Qin Ji's eyes sharpened, interrupting, "No buts. There are 3 8th-tier lizard zombies in the museum, be careful." Lu Yang, Song Yimou, and the others' faces tightened. "Yes, boss. 3 8th-tier zombies, they could still handle that." Qin Ge looked back. "Shang Qiu, is there a shortcut directly to the experimental center in the North City?" Shang Qiu frowned slightly, thinking for a moment and said, "There is, but it will pass through the territory of the Cyclops Zombie King." Then, Shang Qiu explained the route, telling them where to go. The 2 groups then separated. Qin Ge went alone to get the genetic potion, while Wen Yao followed Hua Yueyin and the others to the museum. Wen Yao held a flashlight in one hand to light the way, and the golden sword in the other. "Sister Wen, turn left, after 3 forks, we will arrive." Shang Qiu shouted from behind. Boom! A hole ahead exploded with flames and smoke. Several screams came through. "Run! It's the corpse fleas. Ah, help me, I don't want to die." Upon hearing it was corpse fleas, Shang Qiu immediately felt a chill run down his spine, shouting, "Quick, follow me, we'll change direction." Shang Qiu's large head dove into the right earth wall, instantly digging out a tunnel. Wen Yao and the 5 of Hua Yueyin closely followed. Suan, Lu Yang, and Song Yimou brought up the rear. Urgent and chaotic footsteps echoed in the tunnel behind them. Someone shouted, "Hurry, there's another passage here." Suan and Lu Yang exchanged glances, a fierce glint flickering in their eyes. One transformed into a black snake, the other into a saber-toothed tiger, collapsing the passage behind them to block the entrance. They managed to block 50 meters before stopping, returning to human form to catch up with the others ahead. Wen Yao understood what Suan and the others were doing, but she didn't intervene. If the corpse flea swarm caught up, they would all die. Blocking the entrance was the safest method. Shang Qiu led them to avoid the collapsed areas and danger zones, reaching the area beneath the museum without incident. Shang Qiu looked at Wen Yao with a wronged expression. "Sister Wen, there are 3 8th-tier lizard zombies above, I can't fight them. If I go up, I'll definitely get my head blown off." Wen Yao smiled slightly. "No need for you to go up, just wait here to support us." Shang Qiu nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, his eyes shining. "Okay, Sister Wen." Suan transformed into a large black snake, digging through the ground to create a passage, engaging the 3 lizard zombies first. Lu Yang and Song Yimou quickly followed, joining the fight. Hua Yueyin transformed into a large white fox, wrapping Wen Yao with her tail and placing her on her back. "Hold on tight, we're moving together." Wen Yao did not refuse, 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 legs. Hua Yueyin leaped up, joining the battle circle. Wen Yao saw one lizard zombie pinning down the saber-toothed tiger. She collaborated with Hua Yueyin and waited for the right moment, stabbing her sword into the zombie's back. The lizard zombie fell dead. Hua Yueyin's eyes brightened. She exchanged glances with Song Yimou, Suan, and Lu Yang, understanding each other's intentions. Song Yimou, Suan, and Lu Yang focused on restraining the lizard zombies while Wen Yao and Hua Yueyin looked for opportunities to deliver lethal blows.
Two 8th tier lizard zombies were taken down like this.
The three men suffered minor injuries, while Wen Yao and Hua Yueyin remained unharmed. Shang Qiu crawled out of the hole, devouring the bodies of the dead lizard zombies. His massive frame blocked the entrance, preventing the approaching walkers from getting through, munching away at his meal. With a mouthful of sharp teeth, he chewed on 7 or 8 walkers, getting full, yet shouted out. "Sister One, hurry up, high-tier zombies are coming this way." Wen Yao looked at the gluttonous boy and smiled, "All right." Relying on her memories from the dream, Wen Yao not only retrieved the original disc but also skillfully took the copied version. Hua Yueyin looked confused, doubting her actions, but it wasn't a good time to talk. She trusted her captain's judgment, so she asked nothing.
Suan and the others felt the same way.
At that moment, Shang Qiu screamed in agony at the entrance. Wen Yao turned back, her eyes wide, filled with despair.
Shang Qiu.
3 sharp earth spikes pierced through the massive body of the worm-like creature.
The middle spike directly bisected it. Shang Qiu's split body twitched in pain uncontrollably.
A man in a black uniform jumped out from the ground, with black hair and green eyes, wearing 2 red crystal earrings. Lu Yang exclaimed, "It's the team leader from Lai Kong, Cui Zhuo.
We're no match for him, let's go." Chapter 146, Apocalypse 16.
Hua Yueyin reacted quickly, wrapping Wen Yao and jumping back into the tunnel they came from.
Suan, Song Mo, and Lu Yang closely followed, quickly disappearing from sight. The wildly writhing Shang Qiu suddenly flipped over, dragging half his body into the ground.
All of this happened in the blink of an eye, too fast to believe. Cui Zhuo barely had time to see the 4 men in black uniforms from their Shadow City base and a woman in a gray sweatshirt showing half her face. Seeing them run away was undoubtedly a Dark River base team. At that moment, from the hole Cui Zhuo opened, 4 men and 2 women crawled out. Among them were the remaining members of the Lai Kong team. They looked at the severed monster's body beside them, then turned to Cui Zhuo.
"Captain, should we chase them?" "No need, they won't get far."
Cui Zhuo's cold green eyes flashed like a frigid lake. "Enter the museum, search for them."
"Yes, Captain."
4 men and 1 woman moved. Only one woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and long black hair stood still, her cold gaze surveying everything around her.
She wore an ill-fitting black men's uniform, the collar's gold trim identical to Cui Zhuo's.
On her waist was a communicator between their team and a small silver pistol. Soon, the 5 finished searching and returned to the door.
"Captain, the disc has already been taken." Roar, roar, roar. A loud roar came from the one-eyed zombie king in the city center.
"Not good, Captain, it's the one-eyed zombie king issuing a capture order. Someone has been discovered." The sky suddenly darkened, thunder and lightning flashed.
Cui Zhuo lifted her eyelids, took a look, then glanced coolly toward the dark hole in the museum, coldly ordering. "Go underground, chase after them." Everyone, "Yes, Captain."
The 4 men and 1 woman jumped into the hole together. Cui Zhuo wrapped her arm around the woman's waist beside her and jumped down too.
On the other side, the 5 fled through the underground tunnel.
Wen Yao sat on the back of Hua Yueyin's fox, her fingers turning pale from clenching. She had not expected Shang Qiu would be cut in half. Hua Yueyin saw that Wen Yao cared about Shang Qiu and spoke to comfort her. "That guy isn't so easy to kill, even cut in half, he can still live. Moreover, Cui Zhuo is very arrogant, she wouldn't bother with a half-cut Shang Qiu.
As long as Shang Qiu is smart enough, he can still run away." Wen Yao felt much better in her heart. Is Cui Zhuo really that powerful?
Hua Yueyin, not stronger than our leader, but much stronger than the rest of us. If the captain were here, she would have taken down Cui Zhuo in no time. Lu Yang led the way at the front, abruptly hitting the brakes, almost crashing into a wall.
"Not good, the way we came has been destroyed, it must be that guy Cui Zhuo."
Song Mo protected Hua Yueyin, guarding against zombies ambushing from the side. He then shouted to Suan behind.
"It's your turn to lead the way."
Suan's snake-like tongue flicked out, his eyes narrowed. "It's too late to dig our way out, Cui Zhuo and the others are already coming after us."
"Let's take another route, I'll block the entrance from behind." Lu Yang looked at the numerous tunnels, troubled by the choice.
"Which tunnel should we take?" "Whatever, just run first." Suan glanced at the countless entrances. "If we encounter zombies, we might not die, but if we encounter Cui Zhuo, she won't hold back."
Hearing this, Song Mo nodded in agreement. "That's right, we can't be caught by Cui Zhuo. What if she uses us to threaten the captain? Let's run first."
"My luck is generally good, my lucky number is 3, left is prestigious, let's choose the left third tunnel." Wen Yao looked at the identical tunnels, also unclear of the direction. Thus, she had no objections to Song Mo's suggestion. The other 3 had no objections either. The group rushed into the left third tunnel. Suan blocked the entrance behind them, thought about it, and felt it was not secure enough, so he connected several adjacent tunnels and blocked those entrances before returning.
Cui Zhuo had Earth-type abilities, digging tunnels was extremely easy for her.
Only blocking one entrance made their path too obvious, so it was easy to guess which direction they were going, hence he blocked several to confuse her. To their surprise, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and they fell into an unfathomable pit. In midair. Lu Yang, damn, Song Yamo, what happened to the lucky number 3? Song Yamo, is it possible that this is the luckiest path? Suwon, heh. Huai Yin, I can't stand falling. Wen Yao clung to Huai Yin's fox fur silently. Among the 5, she seemed the most fragile. Song Yamo transformed into a hawk, grabbing Huai Yin, who then grabbed Lu Yang's saber-toothed tiger form, and Lu Yang grabbed Suwon's snaketail.
Song Yamo hesitated in midair, then was overwhelmed and pulled into the abyss. His face turned a shade of iron. Wen is one thing, but Lu Yang and Suwon, don't you two know how heavy your beast forms are? Lu Yang and Suwon. Could they say they hadn't figured it out?
But, the speed of their fall was rapid.
Boom.
The 5 smashed into the pit in a row. The big black snake Suwon flicked his tongue, his eyes sparkling as he lay at the bottom, clearly dazed from the impact. The saber-toothed tiger Lu Yang pressed down on it, the big white fox pressed on the saber-toothed tiger, and Wen Yao was pressing on Huai Yin's back. At the last moment, Song Yamo was afraid that his beast form would crush Wen Yao, so he loosened his grip and forcefully changed direction to slam into the pit. Wen Yao hurriedly slid down from the 3 beasts.
Huai Yin, are you guys alright?
Huai Yin turned into human form, got off Lu Yang, and smiled with her eyes and brow. I'm fine, how about you?
Wen Yao, I'm fine too. Lu Yang and Suwon both transformed into human forms. Song Yamo pulled them both up, one in each hand. How are you two? Suwon recovered and joked, tough skin and thick flesh, we won't die.
With a click, a flashlight lit up, and 2 beams of light shone nearby. The light suddenly came to a stop.
Everyone fell silent. Hiss. Lu Yang gasped, damn, did we fall into the pit of 10,000 bones?
Looking up, they couldn't see the top of the deep pit, which was filled with countless eerie white bones. And they were right in the middle of the bone pile.
Countless human skulls were crushed by their fall. A dense swarm of black beetles emerged from the surrounding bone piles, staring at them with alertness and hunger. Wen Yao. Huai Yin. Song Yamo. Lu Yang. Suwon. Can they stop looking at them like a meal? Suwon, heh, what amazing luck we have. Song Yamo helplessly rubbed his forehead, maybe the magnetic field here clashes with me, it's a bit off. They didn't know that their luck was still not bad.
Zhuizhuo led his team and chased after, seeing multiple blocked entrances, he knew it was the smokescreen set by Suwon and the others.
So, he randomly opened the second entrance on the right.
As a result, a bunch of high-level mutant zombies surged out, just the subordinates sent by the one-eyed zombie king. Zhuizhuo and his team had to retreat urgently, choosing a passage to run into, only to encounter a swarm of corpse fleas, getting surrounded from both sides, triggering another round of deadly escape.
In the center of the laboratory,
Qingge knew that a dangerous thing was following him, it was trailing his pace slowly as he approached the experimental center building. On the way, he tried to have the one-eyed zombie king intercepted, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. He could only hurry, the baby might be in danger. In the experimental center building, his brother had brought him here a few times, so he was quite familiar with it. Once, he inexplicably fainted here. When he woke up, he found his brother Qingji sitting at his bedside, staring deeply at him with an expression he couldn't understand. Little Gu, a long time from now, you will definitely return here, remember that the key to unlock is your eyes. At that time, he didn't understand. At this moment, he understood. Because his brother had the ability to see the future.
Qingge dealt with the zombies along the way and arrived at a hidden entrance.
This door was specially made, no zombie could break it.
Beep program activated, scanning begins. Beep scanning completed.
Click, click, click. A machine for iris verification rose in the middle of the door.
Qingge aligned his eyes with the pupil. Beep verification successful, the visitor is Qingge.
The high-tech door slowly opened. Qingge stepped through the door and saw a familiar figure inside, momentarily stunned.
Big brother?
The room was lit with cold white light, and dense equations and codes danced on the walls. In the center floated a miniature cosmic galaxy, the celestial bodies glowing faintly. A tall man, dressed in a white lab coat, stood beside the cosmic galaxy, turning to look at him, with narrow silver eyes sparkling and a gentle smile at the corner of his lips.
Little Gu, long time no see.
Qingge narrowed his eyes, staring at him, a body composed of tiny codes, snorting slightly.
What's your situation? Are you surviving in a non-material way?
Qingji smiled cheerfully.
Oh, no, I'm truly dead.
This is the code I made, predicting all possible conversations.
How about it? Surprising? Unexpected? Isn't it cool?
Hearing this, Qingji's lips pressed into a straight line, his fingertips tightly clenched. He thought a miracle would happen.
He was overthinking it. Qin Ji's sharp gaze swept across the small room, searching for a target while responding.
Cool ghost. Not finding what he wanted, he frowned and looked at Qin Ji, who had a smile in his eyes, and asked rudely. Where is the gene fusion serum?
I'm in a hurry.
Qin Ji walked over with a smile on his face, but his tone was heartbroken. Little Gu is so heartless, growing up he doesn't cling to Big Brother anymore. Qin Go remained calm and urged.
Hurry up, I really am in a hurry.
His brother was great in every way, but he had one flaw: he loved to tease him. Every day after going out and returning home, he could see his brother's creative ways of dying.
The first time seemed to be when he was 3.
He happily returned with a toy car, only to find the living room covered in blood, and his brother lying on the floor with a fruit knife stuck in his stomach, clearly a murder scene. He thought his brother was killed and cried out, hugging his brother's head. It turned out to be a prank.
His brother laughed heartily, tousling his hair into a messy nest.
Little Gu, brother is so touched. He was bewildered, his heart still racing from the thought of his brother's death. From then on, every day, his brother invented various ways of dying.
Head stuck in a trash can to die. Mistakenly entering the washing machine to die while doing laundry. Cutting vegetables could result in a stab to the neck. As long as it could be imagined, there was nothing his brother couldn't do. Qin Gu went from being horrified to being numb, and then to immersive playmate. Because if he was indifferent, his brother would tearfully accuse him. Little Gu, do you not care about Big Brother anymore?
Qin Gu had no words to reply and could only resign himself to fate.
Little Gu is really cold. Qin Shi smiled and snapped his fingers.
The floor cracked open, and a cylindrical platform rose up, with a blue serum prominently placed on it. Qin Gu pulled his thoughts back, stiffened his face, and walked straight over to collect the cold serum into his space.
Very good, there were no tricks.
But it was too early to relax. Qin Shi said in a low tone. Little Gu, injecting this serum directly has a 90% chance of causing your body to explode. Qin Ji's expressionless face instantly cracked, with a look of accusation in his eyes. He replied angrily.
Damn, are you guys messing with me? His father didn't say it like that.
Qin Shi smiled like a fox, in a good-natured tone said. I'm just trying to guard against certain people, it's not too late to know now. The other gene fusion serum, if I'm not wrong, should be at the Shadow City base right now. The two serums have different components and can neutralize the chaotic factors within. You need to mix them and then inject them into your body.
I believe you can do it.
Qin Gu lifted his cold chin slightly and huffed.
Alright, I'll reluctantly make another trip.
He glanced at the virtual person in front of him and asked seriously.
How can I take you with me? Qin Shi smiled, you can't take me with you.
A cold sniff came from the doorway. Heh, what a touching brotherhood. Qin Gu looked in the direction of the sound, his brows furrowing tightly enough to kill a fly. You, despicable kidnapper. When he was a child, he was inexplicably kidnapped by this white-haired guy while walking on the road, hidden away. Then, his brother came to rescue him. Qin Ji was not surprised, smiling at Bai Yi, greeting him warmly. Long time no see, Bai Yi. Bai Yi, holding a big steel knife, was followed by a group of corpses, and he coldly smiled at Qin Ji, his gaze sharp. Ha, liar. What future? There is no future at all. Did you enjoy tricking me for 20 years at the Sunset Base? If I kill your brother, I'll wipe out the rest of humanity. Qin Ji smiled gently, just like treating an old friend. I didn't lie to you, the time hasn't come yet. Bai Yi's gaze turned fierce. You think you can fool me? I don't believe a word. I'll send your dear brother down to see you right now. Qin Ji's smile did not fade, his tone playful. Then you might die at the hands of my dear brother. Bai Yi's eyes turned cold, ominously saying. Alright, let's see who dies at whose hands. As soon as the words fell, the groups of corpses and small black butterflies clashed together. Qin Gu was cautious, meeting the attack as it came. In the room, the two consciously restrained themselves, aiming to rush out of the building together. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, making a noise that attracted the one-eyed zombie king. The one-eyed zombie king focused his gaze and saw the foul black butterfly. With old grudges combined with new hatred, he fiercely launched a sneak attack on Qin Gu. Qin Gu narrowly dodged but was kicked hard by Bai Yi, sending him flying towards a tall building. Boom! Qin Ji's figure crashed through 3 tall buildings in a straight line and only stopped when he hit the 4th building. Bai Yi's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc, gripping his large steel knife as he advanced menacingly, but suddenly halted midway, his face displaying a brilliant array of emotions. Damn it, his father! Zombie fleas synchronized the image. A group of 5 burst into his bedroom, led by 2 beautiful women. These 2 beauties were brought by that kid Qin Gu. And there were certain things in his bedroom that were hard to speak of. Seeing them about to approach the stone coffin, Bai Yi froze, irritably running a hand through his hair, and shouted with a voice that shook the heavens and earth.
Stop! Do not look at things you shouldn't understand.
Then, without hesitation, he abandoned his attack on Qin swiftly and urgently returned to his lair. Time moved back to a short while ago. Wen Yao and her group of 5 fell into the bone pit and were attacked by the black-shelled bugs. They boarded the eagle transformed by Song Yamo and flew out of the pit's top, then chose a tunnel to walk. With no one to guide them, they got lost again, turning in circles and returning to the tunnel right below the museum. But this time, they fell into an underground palace and encountered the equally beleaguered members of the Lai Kong team. They were chased by Lai Kong's people in the underground palace, hiding everywhere. Then, they hit against a hard stone wall, with nowhere to retreat.
Wen Yao and her 5 hid in the darkness, holding their breath.
Footsteps grew closer. They could even hear the whispers from the communicator at the other person's waist.
Wen Yao happened to meet the gaze of a woman, and the air instantly froze.
At that moment, the communicator at her waist rang, and a man's voice came through, advising her.
Don't stray too far from me. Have you found any traces of the Dark River base?
Wen Yao and her 5 stared intently at the woman, pondering whether to strike first and take her out or bind her to threaten Chuizhua. Just as they were about to make a move, they saw. Under the tiny candlelight, the woman's face was beautiful, her bright eyes especially captivating. In her hand, she held a small silver gun while using the other hand to hold the communicator to her lips, calmly gazing at them, speaking softly, "No.
They should have run the other way."
After speaking, she hung up the communication, looked at them one last time, and turned to leave.
Wen Yao and her 5. They didn't notice such a big person? Chapter 148, End Times Ode 18.
When the footsteps finally faded away, Wen Yao looked at Hua Yuin and the others, quietly asking.
Could she be an undercover agent from your Dark River base?
Hua Yuin shook her head. It cannot be one of us. Our people from the Dark River base are all beastmen who successfully injected the beast gene fusion serum. This woman doesn't have the scent that a beastman should have. Also, among our 500,000 people, there are only 10,000 females, and all names are recorded. Every year, we are also responsible for home visits and checking their living standards. Therefore, I basically recognize all the women. I have never seen that woman in the base. She is definitely not one of us.
When Yao's eyes flashed slightly, who was that woman? Why would she help them?
She did not believe in unsolicited assistance.
Unable to figure it out, she decided to take note for now. She had a feeling they would meet again. With a loud bang,
Lu Yang accidentally triggered a mechanism, and the stone door suddenly opened.
Damn, this can't be some legendary tomb, can it?
Wen Yao's keen eyes noticed a few ping-pong ball-sized zombie fleas creeping out from the door, and with a swipe of the golden sword, she cut them in half. The zombie fleas inside, deterred by the golden sword's intimidation, did not dare to move recklessly and hid in the shadows. Hua Yuin looked at the candlelit interior.
Should we go in and take a look? Suan frowned.
Yeah, it could be very dangerous inside, we should leave. Song Yamo, staring at the zombie fleas in the shadows, agreed. Given the current situation, leaving seems to be the safer option. Lu Yang was a bit interested in the mysterious tomb, but compared to everyone's safety, this interest could be ignored. Wen Yao glanced at the large stone coffin inside, thinking of the white-haired, red-eyed, bandaged zombie from her dream, guessing that this was his lair. But they stood outside the door, and since the white-haired zombie hadn't come out to attack them, it meant he wasn't there. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she worried that Qin might encounter the white-haired zombie. Just as they were about to leave, the road they came from was blocked by dirt.
Suan's brows furrowed.
It's Chuizhua and the others who are blocking something outside. It has affected this place. We better not go out for now, we might encounter 2 waves of attacks. The 5 of them turned and looked into the stone room, deciding to go in and take a look before coming out. So, Wen Yao and Hua Yuin walked in side by side, while Song Yamo and the other 3 followed closely behind, keeping an eye on the corpse fleas. The stone room was spacious and exceptionally clean. But besides a huge stone coffin, there was nothing else at all.
On the walls, 2 rows of small candles were burning.
The stone coffin was open. The closer they got, the more they heard the crackling sound of an old television coming from inside.
Wen Yao's eyes widened in surprise. How could there be a television here?
She took a few steps forward and approached the half-meter-high stone coffin to take a look inside. A 32-inch-old television flickered with gray and white snow, and there was a DVD player on top with a disc slot. Inside the coffin were stacked all kinds of discs, including several piles with colorful covers featuring sexy women.
At first glance, these were definitely not proper booklets.
Lu Yang, Song Yamo, and Suan exchanged glances with darkened eyes, raising their eyebrows, not expecting this brother to have such a rich collection.
Hua Yuin was quite curious about the television. Wen Yao, do you think this television still works?
Wen Yao thought for a moment, raised her eyebrows slightly, and bent down to give the television a solid pat. I heard that slapping a television can fix it.
Bang bang twice.
The screen flickered twice and surprisingly, it really got fixed. Hua Yueyin and the others looked at Wen Yao in astonishment at her skill.
The next moment,
a bold scene appeared on the television screen, full of colorful imagery. The sounds of men and women entangled in ecstasy clearly reached their ears.
the actions were daring and lively.
Wen Yao and Hua Yueyin's cheeks turned crimson. Lu Yang, Song Mo, and Suan looked at the scene on the television, their gazes subtly sweeping over Hua Yueyin's back, swallowing hard. However, the five of them didn't notice that the scene being played on the television fell into the sight of the approaching Bai Yi. Bai Yi stumbled forward, kneeling on the ground, his face displaying a myriad of expressions. Damn, he could die in battle, but he could never suffer a social death. The five of them had never seen him, so as long as he didn't admit it, no one would know it was him. Yes, that's right. He thought like an ostrich, furiously tugging at his hair, his mind filled with sharp explosions of sound. What to do?
He was seen.
His good image was completely ruined. It was all Qinji's fault. All these things were yellow waste material shared by Qinji with him. The memory involuntarily flashed back to a certain evening. Once again, he had kidnapped Qinji's brother, Qingu, hiding him in an abandoned house, threatening Qinji to join his camp. Qinji walked over with a smile, rejecting his threat and casually placing a hand on his shoulder.
Come on, I'll take you to relax. Don't you care about your brother?
Anyway, he's still fainted and hasn't woken up, these few hours don't matter. Then, Qinji took him to the little black room to watch a disc, and after watching the disc, took him to pick up girls. He hesitated, his face reddening. Qinji pulled at his bandage, taking him inside. Don't worry, everyone inside is my friend, no one will say anything about you. With the lights off, nothing can be seen, be a bit bolder. In the end, he shed his innocence. The past is too painful to look back on. He had been poisoned by Qinji. Boom! 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 The sharp sounds of thunder and lightning brought him back to reality. Bai Yi raised his eyes and saw Qingu cutting down one of the one-eyed zombie's arms. In the synchronized scene with the corpse fleas, the five people had already left. Bai Yi secretly ground his teeth, repeatedly struggling with whether or not to kill them, but then saw a flock of small black butterflies rushing towards him. Damn it, he decided he would first kill Qingu, then deal with the five people. Bai Yi gripped his steel knife and charged at Qingu. On the other side, Suan was digging the tunnel when he heard a loud crying sound. Wen Yao listened carefully for a while, her eyes brightening slightly. It's Shangqiu, let's go find him. Suan dug towards the direction of the voice, soon breaking through the tunnel. The group encountered Shangqiu's tear-filled eyes and sought his remaining half-body. Shangqiu cried with a sobbing tone. Wu sister one, it hurts so much. Wen Yao felt a pang in her heart and walked over to ask. How can I help you? Shangqiu burst into louder tears. You can't help, I need to rest well, but I don't want to stay at the Sunset Base to recover, I will be bullied by other zombies. But I'm really weak now, even outside I would be bullied, I don't know where to go. Hua Yueyin thought for a moment and spoke. You can join our Dark River base, come stay underground at our base to recover, no one will bully you. Wen Yao and Shangqiu both looked at her.
Wen Yao, is that okay?
Hua Yueyin, it's fine, even though he is a failure, he still has reason, our captain will agree.
Wen Yao turned to Shangqiu, do you want to go to Dark River base?
Shangqiu stopped crying, as long as no one disturbs my healing, I'll go. Hua Yueyin assured, no one will disturb you, our people are quite tolerant.
Shangqiu, okay, then I will go.
With Shangqiu leading the way, the group quickly exited the ruins of Sunset Base. Hua Yueyin, Captain, let's leave first, hurry, lest the one-eyed zombie chase us.
Wen Yao looked into the thundering darkness inside, her expression anxious.
In a 2-against-1, for Qingu to win, he had to pay a heavy price. Hua Yueyin comforted, don't worry, our captain is hard to kill, if we don't leave, it will only hold us back.
Wen Yao understood she couldn't help, nodded, and said.
Okay, let's go. The group hurriedly prepared to leave. But then a loud shout came from behind. Captain, where are they? Wen Yao and the five were startled, they didn't expect their luck to be so bad, being spotted by Chuishua's people.
Chapter 149, Apocalypse Ode 19.
Just when they thought they had to flee for their lives again, a thunderous roar came. The five, along with the worm monster, all turned to look back, their expressions suddenly a bit strange. They exchanged glances, this might not be a bad thing. The zombie army surged fiercely behind Chuishua and them, while Chuishua was running toward them.
Good news, Chuishua didn't have time to deal with them.
Bad news, the zombie army was charging toward them, 2 fists couldn't hold back 4 hands.
For now, the only option was to run.
Shangqiu cried pitifully. Wu, I can't fight back, I'm leaving first. As he spoke, he was about to burrow into the ground, but was called to stop. Wait. Hua Yueyin spoke quickly, dig towards the southwest, we will meet at the small plain 500 kilometers away.
Shang Qiu nodded heavily and burrowed into the earth. Song Yimou reacted quickly, transforming into a flying eagle. Get on, we leave.
Hua Yueyin wrapped her arms around Wen Yao's waist and leaped onto the eagle's back.
Suan and Lu Yan followed closely behind. The eagle soared into the sky.
Wen Yao grasped his feathers to steady herself, looking down at the scene below.
Countless zombies and failed beastmen poured out from the city gate, chasing after Chuizhua and the others.
In the tunnel, the black-haired woman lay on Chuizhua's back, her legs wrapped around his waist, one hand hooking his neck, and the other hand holding a gun toward the back. The silver bullet struck the monster, and it exploded into a mist of blood.
What powerful weapons!
At the same time, countless sharp earth spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the zombies' bodies. The earth suddenly cracked open a deep chasm.
Zombies and monsters that could not stop in time fell into the gap together.
Wen Yao's eyes flashed slightly. If it weren't for these zombies holding back Chuizhua, they might not escape.
The huge eagle carried them away quickly from the ruins of Sunset Base.
Until the figures of the zombies chasing on the ground became like ants.
Wen Yao and the 5 people looked towards the Sunset Base.
Dark clouds roared with thunder and flashed with lightning, covering the base above.
Faintly, they could see the shadow of the black butterfly in the battle.
Suddenly, a massive stream of water burst from the ground, piercing through the clouds. The zombies on the walls were shocked and revealed their human skeletons. There was a series of sharp cracking sounds. A huge mushroom cloud exploded upwards.
Wen Yao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Xin Gu. Hua Yueyin said in a low voice, the captain will surely win, let's go. The eagle led them towards the agreed meeting point.
Xin Gu was not attached to the battle. If he couldn't win, he would run. After unleashing a powerful move, he used all his strength to fly out of the ruins of Sunset Base during the 10 seconds they were stunned. The huge butterfly wings were ragged and sorrowful, but it didn't affect its speed in the air at all.
Countless little black butterflies followed closely, hanging in the sky like a black rainbow. The one-eyed zombie king roared as it charged out in pursuit. Bai Yi was covered in dirt, with footprints stamped on his chest and back. He held a broken steel knife, a cold smile tugging at his lips, his gaze sinister. Ha, the little bastards have grown up. Perfect for killing, let's eat dog meat.
Bai Yi fixed his gaze on the black arc in the sky, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face as he strode towards the exit.
20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Watching the city gate get closer and closer.
Bai Yi pressed his tongue against his back teeth. What would it matter if he went out before the agreed time?
No one could do anything to him.
He wanted to kill indiscriminately and bring destruction to all mankind.
7 meters. Xinji had tricked him first. What was wrong with him going out? 5 meters.
The one who broke the promise first was Xinji. What did that have to do with him?
3 meters.
That smiling guy was already dead, blown to pieces. He saw it with his own eyes.
2 meters.
No one could stop him anymore, and no one was inviting him to drink and gamble or hit on girls.
1 meter.
Bai Yi stared at the city gate just a step away, breathing lightly, his heart beating faintly. As long as he took another step, it would mean breaking the promise, and he would soar from then on. But the scene of clinking beer glasses and making promises, along with that smiling face, kept playing in his mind.
Damn it.
Why won't that guy leave him alone? Bai Yi clenched his teeth in secret and tried to shake off the images in his mind. He had been in this messed up place long enough, he had to leave. Bai Yi moved his feet, about to step over the line of the city gate. His heart raced, he swallowed hard, and his gaze flickered nervously at the foot that was about to step down.
Hey Bai Yi, are you going to break the promise?
A familiar voice, filled with mockery, rang out from behind him. Bai Yi suddenly halted, turning back to look, his pupils shaken. That grinning figure turned out to be none other than Xinji. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his narrow silver eyes filled with ridicule. His body radiated a glow, clearly in a ghostly state.
This was not the data person from the laboratory, but him in the flesh. Damn, this guy actually didn't die completely.
Reacting quickly, Bai Yi rushed in front of Xinji, glaring at him with wide eyes, his tone uncontainably furious.
What the hell is going on? You're still alive, and right here in this city. Are you messing with me?
Saying that, unable to contain his anger, he swung the broken steel knife at Xinji, hacking at him 100 times. The broken knife passed through Xinji's body, smashing the wall behind him to pieces.
While angrily cursing, he said, "You watched me and your brother beat each other to death without saying a word. Was it fun? Do you know how painful it was when that little brat kicked me?
He nearly broke my waist. You were still here, just watching.
Go die. You dog." Xinji raised his hands in surrender, letting him chop, smiling as he said, "As you can see, this is a part of my soul. You also kicked my brother plenty. Fighting between men is normal."
Bai Yi stopped and stared him down fiercely.
"What if I kill your brother?"
Shinji's smile remained, and he shrugged, jesting. Then there's nothing I can do, I'll just have to kill you. Hearing this, Bai Yi, out of frustration, hacked at him 100 more times.
Damn, you brother-loving freak, go die for me. With a loud bang, the wall collapsed.
Bai Yi quickly dodged, watching Shinji leisurely walk out of the dust. His anger surged again.
Do you know how I've been living these years? Bored to the point of daydreaming, do you understand? Shinji smiled, teasingly replied. Bored? Aren't you watching resources every day?
I see you watching them with great interest.
Bai Yi's face turned red, angrily said, Damn, you actually hid beside me watching. Eyes off the indecent, you understand, jerk. He couldn't help but loudly question. If it weren't for my plan to leave the city, would you have shown up in front of me? Shinji grinned, yes. Bai Yi angrily turned to leave. Get lost, I don't want to see you at all. You better not appear in front of me again.
Shinji easily kept up with his pace, smilingly explained. My soul is very weak, I can't last long, so I can only appear at critical moments. Bai Yi pressed his lips, asking, how much longer can you last? Shinji casually smiled, I can last until the deadline we've set. Bai Yi trembled at the fingertips gripping the knife's handle. There were still 10 days until the agreed deadline.
If I hadn't planned to leave the city, how long could you have stayed hidden? Shinji, 3 years. With a clatter, the steel knife dropped to the ground. Bai Yi stopped in his tracks, furiously shouted. Why the hell didn't you say this earlier? He glared fiercely at Shinji, his red eyes grim, his tone icy. I command you, right now, immediately extend the deadline, or the consequences will be severe. Shinji smiled, no way. Bai Yi spat, what the hell? He slumped his shoulders, enveloped in a shadow of desolation, and left. He felt a gloomy rain starting in his heart, which couldn't be stopped. Hey, Bai Yi, isn't there still 10 days left? He weakly replied, I don't want to talk, ignore me. Shinji. This guy is really upset. Chapter 150, Apocalypse Song of Praise 20. Wen Yao and the others arrived at the agreed location at sunset. A desolate small plain, 500 kilometers away from the ruins of the Sunset Base. Suan and Liu Yang went to clear a small wave of low-level zombies. Song Yamo took the car out, chose a flat area to set up camp, and lit a fire to boil water. Then, he placed a string of bread to be roasted by the fire, cooking slowly. Night fell quickly, the temperature dropped sharply. Wen Yao and Hua Yueyin sat by the fire to warm themselves. Hua Yueyin said to Wen Yao. This plane once had a 9th-level zombie, but our captain killed it, so this place is relatively safe now. Wen Yao looked up at the wide horizon, a dark expanse dotted with dazzling stars, with a few wandering corpses visible. Thinking of something, she took out a disc and handed it to Hua Yueyin. Here, I have another one I can use. After I'm done, I'll give it to your boss. Hua Yueyin took it, hesitatingly asked. Can I ask how you are so familiar with the museum? Moreover, she went straight to the hiding place of the disc. Wen Yao raised her eyebrows, calmly said. It's Waksapu town, I had a precognitive dream there, that's how I knew. Hua Yueyin believed her because in the apocalypse, nothing was impossible. Like the captain's older brother, Shinji, who had the ability to foresee the future. This ability has a drawback, which is that it doesn't last long. Song Yamo poured a cup of hot water for each of them, placing it on the small stone slab in front of them. Wen Yao looked at Song Yamo, politely said, thank you. Song Yamo smiled, you're welcome. Hua Yueyin looked at Wen Yao, her mind turning, then asked. Aren't you planning to return to the Dark River base with us? Wen Yao looked into Hua Yueyin's beautiful eyes, smiled lightly. I want to go to the Shadow Metropolis base, I have something very important to do. Now that she has obtained the disc for the Song of Civilization. As long as she placed the disc in front of at least 1 million witnesses, her clearing task will be accomplished. The Dark River base only has 500,000 people, so she can only go to the Shadow Metropolis base. Hua Yueyin frowned and said. The Shadow Metropolis base has many hypocritical people, you need to be careful there. As for the route to the Shadow Metropolis, she didn't mention it. With their captain's sticky and overbearing nature, he's sure to send Wen Yao over. Wen Yao nodded and smiled gently. Thank you for the reminder, I will be careful. From the very beginning, her impression of the Shadow City base was not good. Except for the Hebai team, who felt okay to get along with, others were not so friendly. And Hebai's brother, He-jin, died in Huaxi town. Did Hebai know? If not, she could bring it up. After all, without Hebai at Sanglong base, she might not be able to blend in with the people of Shadow City. Thinking of Sanglong base, she recalled her identity in the apocalypse, survivor of base number 2. With this thought, she looked at Hua Yueyin and asked. Is there a way to check if someone is a survivor from base number 2 in Shadow City? Hua Yueyin assessed her for a moment and quickly understood. You are a survivor from base number 2?
Initially, the Dawn team had been wiped out by them, so Wen Yao was definitely not one of Shadow City's people. Wen Yao smiled slightly. Yes, but I assure you, I am not an illusion-type zombie. Hua Yui laughed. If you were an illusion-type zombie, our captain would have taken care of you long ago. He's always sharp with zombies. As of now, the Shadow City base has no special means to identify who is a survivor from base number 2. Be careful, but you can still blend in.
Are you going for revenge? Our captain has already speculated that the fall of base number 2 was also orchestrated by Shadow City. No, Wen Yao asked in confusion, why would Shadow City do that? With only 3 human survival bases left, why destroy another one? She didn't understand. Hua Yuyin's gaze landed on the roasted buns. It's about resources. Outside the base, there are only wasteland zombies, crops can't be planted, the buns we eat now are made from wheat grown by plant-type ability users. But there are only a limited number of plant-type ability users, they can't feed so many people. And Shadow City base has a population of 4 million, many people can't get enough food. The choices are either to directly kill half the people to keep the base running or to plunder resources from other bases. Those who die aren't them, so they naturally won't care who dies. This time, Shadow City has taken in 2 million people from Tsanglong base. It was a trade made by the leader of Tsanglong base with resources. Even if they go to Shadow City base, the situation for people from Tsanglong base won't be much better, but at least they will have a place to stay. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, relying on plundered resources, how long can humanity hold on? Without food, humans become food themselves. She had a premonition that chaos was about to come. Suan and Lu Yang returned to the camp, sitting down to rest by the campfire. Only Qin Gu and Shang Qiu were missing. Shang Qiu was underground and couldn't arrive that fast. Qin Gu should have gotten rid of the zombie king to come over. Wen Yao believed he would surely come back alive. The immense black butterfly silhouette flew towards its predetermined destination in the night sky. Qin Gu looked down at the earth. Several waves of zombies wandered aimlessly on the wasteland. When he was at the ruins of Dawn base, he had thought about injecting the serum to take out the Cyclops zombie and Bai Yi in one go. But remembering he had a girlfriend, he held back. During the fight, fragmented images surfaced in his mind. They should be from another world or once were his memories. In the images, he met the baby in Huaxi town, where others couldn't see her, only he could. He thought it was an illusion, later he realized it wasn't. When Hua Yuyin and the others died, he injected the serum to take down Bai Yi to avenge them. He felt his body was about to explode, and the baby leaped into his arms, hugging and kissing him. He barely managed to hold on. She said she wanted to return to another world with him, which should be the current world he was in. The key part was that the baby promised to let him eat his fill. Thinking of this, Qin Gu couldn't help but feel stirred. A firelight appeared on the plain. Qin Ji's eyes flashed. He didn't go directly there but chose a place to wash up, cleaning himself thoroughly before changing clothes and going over. Lu Yang's keen eyes spotted the captain flying over, and he happily waved. Captain, we are over here. Everyone's gaze instantly turned towards them. At this moment, the butterfly wings were already repaired. Wen Yao looked at Qin Ji's unscathed body and felt relieved. Qin Gu pulled Wen Yao into his arms and whispered softly in her ear. Baby, I remembered, you said you'd feed me well. As he spoke, he mischievously rubbed her waist, pressing her against his abdomen, and whispered with a smirk. Do you feel it? Baby, he needs your comfort. Wen Yao stood on her tiptoes and kissed his chin, chuckling. Aren't you tired? Qin Ji's eyes glimmered with a dark light, his throat filled with a greedy desire. Not tired, I want it, baby. Wen Yao smiled brightly. All right. Lu Yan, with a stiff face, interrupted. Captain, we also want to take a shower. Can you let us have some water first? Wen Yao looked at Qin Gu and smiled. I also want to wash first. Qin Ji's Adam's apple moved. Okay, baby. He looked at Lu Yang and the others and commanded. Get the big pot out, boil some water for the shower. Lu Yang grinned. Sure thing, Captain. He certainly understood that the shower water was for Wen Yao and Yaya. They could manage with cold water. Chapter 151, End of the World Ode 21. Wen Yao had just finished her shower, wearing Qin Ji's oversized coat, curled up by the campfire, pulling her half-wet long hair to her chest, letting the warm firelight dry her dampness little by little. The man's huge shadow enveloped her, and she fell into a scorching embrace, feeling his restless energy even through the layers of clothing. He leaned down, his cool lips grazing her ear, his voice low and hoarse. Baby, I'm hungry. Can I have a sweet before the meal? After Qin Gu arrived, he set up a tent on the other side and kindled a new campfire in front of the tent. The purpose was clear. Between the two tents, separated by two cars, the scenes on the other side were hidden from view. Wen Yao's fair face flushed with a rosy hue as she softly replied, Even without answering, the man's rough large hand had already covered her softness, indulging without restraint. The hair at her neck lifted, and warm kisses trailed downward. Clothes fell to the ground. Wen Yao flipped over, wrapped her arms around his neck, meeting his lips with hers, entwining in a passionate embrace, both breaths unsteady.
Shingu gazed at the woman's shimmering eyes, his darkened gaze deepening the lingering kiss.
With a click. Wen Yao's throat released a satisfied moan. In the next second, her mouth was blocked again.
After her hair dried, the man picked her up and entered the tent, launching a new round of affection.
The next day. Wen Yao laughed. You are also going to the Shadow City base? Last night was too intense, she hadn't had the chance to say it.
So the first thing she said upon waking was about going to the Shadow City base, but unexpectedly, the man replied he was also going, having matters to attend to.
Shingu held her slender waist, his throat emitting a husky, sexy voice. Baby. What about Huai and Yin?
They will take Shangqiu back to the Dark River base this time without bringing them.
Your identity will be discovered, right? Baby, don't worry, not many people know me.
Shingu stared at her slightly parted pink lips, his gaze swirling with darkness, and he unceremoniously leaned down to kiss her, swirling and grinding.
Baby, it's still early, let's play a bit more.
Wen Yao's soft whiteness pressed against his sturdy chest, lost in the man's fierce advances. Inside the small tent, the sound of water teasing was particularly noticeable. After everything was finished, Shingu cleaned her up. The man looked satisfied, with a rebellious smile playing on his lips.
Baby, you are a water ability user, right?
Wen Yao's cheeks instantly turned red, and she playfully kicked his sturdy thigh.
Be serious.
Shingu caught her foot, kissed it, and chuckled softly.
Even your little foot is sweet. The morning was spent in playful antics.
When Shangqiu arrived at the agreed location, he saw them cooking noodles, the bubbling soup pot steaming hot. It was evident they had been eating while waiting for him, and Shangqiu was moved to tears.
I didn't expect to mean so much to you. Shingu wore a mischievous smile. Who would be willing to throw away hundreds of pounds of meat?
Lu Yan laughed heartily. Kid, our dark stream base still needs underground pipeline cleaners, you're just right for the job.
Shangqiu looked confused, aren't I supposed to rest?
Song Mo chuckled, once you've recuperated, it's time to get to work.
Shangqiu's lips immediately drooped, looking pitifully at Wen Yao. Sister Wen, they're bullying me.
Wen Yao walked over, ruffled his huge head, and smiled gently.
They're just playing with you. Shangqiu asked pitifully, really?
Wen Yao smiled faintly,
Shingu looked at Shangqiu, open your mouth. Without thinking, Shangqiu opened his mouth wide.
Several green crystal core pieces were tossed into his mouth. Shangqiu chewed a few times and swallowed, a warm current surged through his body. Under the watchful eyes of Wen Yao and others, Shangqiu grew a new segment of body. Shangqiu was instantly excited and exclaimed, I'm not in pain anymore.
Lu Yan grinned, of course, this is an 8th level healing crystal core, you got quite the bargain.
Hearing this, Shangqiu flattered Shingu, leader, from now on I'm a person of the Dark Stream Base in life and a ghost of the Dark Stream Base in death, even if you kick me out, I won't leave.
You can ask me to do anything. Qin Ji's forehead twitched with 3 black lines. Wen Yao found it quite amusing.
Huai Yin and the others watched in delight, not expecting this kid to be so entertaining.
After they had lunch, everyone bid farewell.
Huai Yin, Song Mo, and the others took Shangqiu back to the Dark Stream Base to farm.
Shingu took Wen Yao and headed towards the Shadow City base.
They walked for several days and encountered a small team from the Shadow City base battling a group of zombies. Wen Yao's eyes flickered, this team was different from the one she had seen before. 6 people looked malnourished, their faces pale, cheeks sunken, and thin as bamboo poles, but there was a fierce determination and a will to fight to the death. Faced with a situation where the enemy was numerous and they were few, the captain did not flee, nor did the team members, their eyes only filled with the will to kill zombies. The team worked closely together, and the number of zombies gradually decreased. Shingu raised an eyebrow, seeing that the battle did not require their interference.
The fight ended quickly. Their captain walked towards the vehicle and greeted Shingu friendly, hello, I am Erdan, the captain of the 2nd squad. Can you give us a ride? We are also heading back to the base.
The man was very thin, his back straight, and his eyes clear, giving the impression that he was not a sly or dishonest person. Shingu glanced at the 5 people who were cleaning the battlefield, then spoke to Erdan, alright, but 2 people have to sit on the roof. Erdan sincerely thanked him, thank you. Wen Yao looked at Erdan, around 24 years old, his face somewhat dull, but one could faintly see he had a good foundation. If he were well fed, he would definitely be a handsome guy. The 6 people chatted in whispers while digging out zombie crystal cores.
Captain, which squad are they from?
I don't know, I can't read the 2 characters above. Captain, they must be from an upper-level squad, they look really strong.
It should be, we are lucky to meet a good squad.
The Shadow City base had clear levels. Only upper-level talents were qualified for education, so their squad names were grand and had many strokes. The lower-level people were not qualified for education, so their squad names were simple, like Little 1, Little 2, Little 3, etc. The 6 people got into the vehicle, were squeezed together in the back seat, and 2 sat on the roof. The vehicle drove slowly and steadily, so the people on top wouldn't fall off. Inside the vehicle, Air Dan introduced the members. Beside me is Dinyo, Air Nyo, and San Nyo. On the roof are San Dan and Si Dan. What are your names? Wen Yao replied calmly, Wang Chunhua. Xin Gu, Lu Daju. Air Dan's eyes dimmed. Sure enough, with such names, they had to be from the upper level. Xin Gu casually asked, how's our base recently? Any big news? I was on a mission for 2 months and just returned, so I don't know much. Air Dan said heavily, the biggest news is that our 8th level plant-based ability user, Professor Lu, has died. The remaining 10 plant-type ability users, the highest level is only 3. Therefore, food prices have gone up, and every day's price keeps rising. If you don't buy today, tomorrow will be a different price. Saying this, he paused and kindly suggested, if you gather a good harvest this time, I advise you to stock up on more food when you return. Qin Ji's eyes narrowed. Currently, all the food was mainly planted by plant-type ability users. The higher their level, the more they could grow. With a population of 6 million in the base, relying on only 10 plant-type ability users was clearly insufficient for supply. Shadow City base is about to fall into chaos. Why did Professor Lu die? He was just middle-aged, wasn't he? I remember when I left the base, he seemed fine. Air Dan frowned. I'm not quite clear either. When the announcement was made, we were all stunned, thinking the announcer had made a mistake. But they emphasized several times that it was true. Professor Lu's death obviously has something fishy about it. Shingu squinted. It seems there is a big problem within Shadow City base. He continued to probe for information. Has anything else shocking happened? Air Dan thought for a moment and replied. The wolf base has fallen, and the leader Feng Jintian has died. The wolf base has moved 2 million people to our base. When Zhao raised her eyebrows slightly, she knew this part. At that time, Wolf Base announced it several times, and she heard 5 people from Shadow City talking about it on the plane, that they had relocated 2 million people over. Air Dan hesitated and continued. But the young Lord Feng Zihan has gone missing after arriving at our base. And I've discovered that civilians coming from Wolf Base disappear every day. They vanish within the city. I suspect there is a group of people specifically hunting down those from Wolf Base. The last sentence carried an unspeakable gravity. Shingu raised his eyebrows, looking at this upright man in the rearview mirror. It seemed people from Shadow City were not all fools. Who do you think is hunting them? Air Dan pursed his lips. I can't say. He suspected it was someone from the upper ranks who had ordered the killings, but he couldn't say it. If it reached their ears, he would be dead. Shingu smiled. You are very clever. Air Dan looked up at him. Will you expose me? Shingu, I won't. Air Dan, thank you. Between men, there was no need for many words. When Zhao's eyes flickered slightly, she had heard of Feng Zihan's name as well. The discussion about him took place during the flight. She had also seen that handsome man board the plane, leaving under the escort of his trusted aides. Feng Zihan went missing after arriving in Shadow City. This was indeed too conspicuous. Who would believe that it wasn't the leadership of Shadow City behind this? If the young lord could go missing, then his trusted aides could be in great danger, or they could betray and side with the people of Shadow City. When Zhao couldn't help but sigh, Shadow City base really knew how to create chaos. Even at the brink of human extinction, they still engaged in such schemes. They were probably not far from destruction. The group arrived at the gates of Shadow City base at 4 in the afternoon. From a distance, they saw people lined up to enter the city. There were 2 entrances allowing passage. One entrance had a long line, mostly people like Air Dan, malnourished and as thin as bamboo poles. The other entrance had barely anyone waiting, normal-looking faces, exuding an aura of superiority, while the people in the line cast looks of disdain and contempt. When Zhao lowered her gaze, there are always some bad people in any era, even in the apocalypse. Even when survival is tough, infighting is inevitable. Air Dan and the others thanked them and joined the longer line to enter the city. Shingu put away the SUV and calmly led Wen Yao to the entrance with fewer people. When Zhao looked at the entrance sign, it stated that a second-level crystal core was required as an entrance fee. She glanced at the line where Air Dan was queuing. The sign there said that 1/10 of the harvest obtained from outings was needed as an entrance fee. This deduction was really too harsh. Someone questioned. Wasn't it 1/12 yesterday? Why has it changed to so much today? The guard, fierce and terrifying, replied. This is the new rule set for today. Are you coming in or not? If not, roll aside. Next. The man gritted his teeth. I'm coming in. He took out the crystal core and clinked it on the table, but the guard boldly took one away. You still owe 1, make up for it.
The man had to painfully take out another one to make up for it.
Wen Yao's eyes dimmed slightly. It seems people at the bottom live a tough life. Babe, let's go. Chingu held her hand, leading her inside. Wen Yao collected her thoughts and followed Qin Ji's footsteps. Seeing the man walk in with ease, she guessed he had probably been here before. Just then, loud noises came from the door behind them. Look! It's the captain of the Lai Kong team, Chuizhua, who has returned. Why do they look so disheveled?
There are only 4 of them left.
Oh my, Chuizhua is the strongest among all the captains.
If he can be defeated, how strong must the zombies they encountered be?
Shoo, be quiet, they're coming.
Wen Yao glanced back.
Chuizhua and his 4 men were in tattered clothes, and 2 of the men had broken arms. Chuizhua's clothes had a big tear, and a bandage was wrapped around underneath. Only the woman with black hair holding a silver spear looked fine. She didn't seem to have many issues. When Chuizhua's gaze turned towards them, Wen Yao turned back, tugged at Qin Ji's sleeve, and whispered. Chuizhua has chased after me and Hua Yueyin in the tunnels. He has seen my face, we should leave. Qin Ji's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Chuizhua behind them, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. How dare he chase after his babe, just wait.
Let's go, they are coming in.
Wen Yao urged. Xingu looked down at Wen Yao, a little mischievous smile on his face, and said. Kiss me, and I'll leave. Wen Yao cupped his face, kissed his lips, and immediately pulled back. Hurry, dear.
Qin Ji's abdomen tightened, his throat bobbed, and his gaze darkened, asking for more.
Babe, those last 3 words are my favorite, say them more tonight.
Wen Yao, okay.
Xingu led her towards the city center.
Wen Yao noticed a clear boundary between the inner city and the outer city.
The outer city streets were dirty, predominantly filled with common people, their faces waxy and malnourished. The inner city streets were clean, and the people inside wore clean clothes, mostly healthy with normal complexions. Whether in the inner city or outer city, one could see a landmark building in the center of the city. A 60-story high-rise, its uniqueness lay in the 4 large screens on all sides, playing a video of records from the Zhonglong base.
It even showed scenes of several planes being attacked by a one-eyed zombie.
She also saw her own small figure flying away on the flying eagle.
Because the camera focused on Xingu, the big black butterfly, and the battle with the one-eyed zombie.
Her and Hua Yueyin's figures appeared particularly small.
Wen Yao stared at the big screen, her brows lifting in excitement.
Task 2, play the Song of Civilization in front of at least 1 million witnesses. As long as she inserted the disc into the back machine connected to the big screen, her task would be complete. At this moment, the camera turned to the big black butterfly, and the announcer's voice filled the screen. As you can see, this hideously terrifying big black butterfly is the leader of the Inchuan base, Jingu. He is bloodthirsty and cruel, comparable to a king-level zombie. Please, everyone, go explore outside, and do not go to Inchuan base. Also, please try to stay away from the people of Inchuan base. Oh, they can't even be called humans, they are monsters. Listening to the passionate speech from above, Wen Yao fell silent.
Isn't this slandering the Inchuan base?
Jingu curled his lips into a cold smile. Ha, so this group of people has been slandering him all along. He stared at the rooftop, his gaze fierce, and clenched his palm tightly. A swift lightning bolt struck down precisely from the sky. The screen flashed and crackled, utterly ruined.
Wen Yao's mind suddenly went blank, buzzing loudly, and she looked at everything in disbelief.
She turned her gaze, quietly staring at Qingu.
Was it you who did this?
Qingu was suddenly jolted by her gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine, and cautiously replied.
What's wrong, babe?
They slandered me, I just taught them a small lesson.
Chapter 153, End of the World Ode 23.
Looking at the man's careful expression, Wen Yao took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then opened them again.
She couldn't blame him.
It was her fault for not telling him the purpose of coming here. Under everyone's gaze, Qingu wrapped his arms around her waist, his furry head rubbing against her shoulder, pitifully saying,
Baby, are you angry at me?
Wen Yao pushed his head, calmly saying, A little bit, but it's not your fault. Let's leave here first, we can talk later. The central building was struck by lightning, raising the alert level at the Shadow City base.
The loudspeaker announced. Attention everyone.
Suspected criminals have infiltrated the base, please cooperate with inspections. If you find any suspicious individuals, please report to the guard team immediately.
The crowd was noisy.
Qingu tightened his grip around her hand, looking up at the chaos around them, pulling her into a secluded alley. They twisted and turned, arriving at a rental place, renting a small villa on the 3rd floor. This location was in the inner city, but close to the outer city border, generally where people of moderate status lived. From here, they could still see the central building screen billowing with smoke, water ability users rushing down to extinguish it, making Wen Yao feel a chill in her heart.
Can the big screen still be used?
Before she could think too much, as soon as she closed the door, Qin Ji's kiss fell like a storm, urgent and fierce. Wen Yao was tightly embraced by him, sensing his restlessness, she opened her teeth, tangling with his lips and tongue. The two gradually lost their breath. A thin layer of fabric was pulled down. "Baby, why are you angry at me?" Qin held her face, kissing her gently, his eyes full of pity. Wen Yao found it funny, wrapping her hand around his neck, explaining. "I wanted to play the DVD at the central building, but you destroyed the big screen, so I can't play it, which makes me a bit angry. But this isn't your fault, I didn't tell you in advance, you didn't know." Qin stared intently at her moist eyes. "Baby, why do you want to play the DVD?" He had never asked, nor dared to ask. He feared getting an answer he didn't want. Wen Yao tilted her head, kissed his lips, tempting him to engage, but this time the man remained unresponsive, staring at her, wanting an answer. "This is complicated." She did not answer but asked back. "What would happen if I left?" Qin Ji's heart tightened, his throat filled with bitterness. "Do you really have to leave?" Wen Yao kissed his chin, holding his lips, affectionately rubbing. "Please help me, dear." Qin looked down at her, his eyes showing 3 parts grievance and 7 parts restraint, his tone reluctant. "Heartless woman, not only do you want to leave me, but you also want to make me work." White and honey-colored skin entangled together. Wen Yao laughed. "Then are you going to do it?" Qin gritted his teeth. "Yes." He lowered his head, viciously capturing her lips, sucking and twisting. Looking at the fierce man, Wen Yao found it amusing, reciprocating, seizing the gap to ask. "Do you have any way to fix the big screen?" "No." He hummed, looking at her, curling his lips into a wicked smile. "Of course, if you satisfy me, maybe there will be a way." Wen Yao's eyes turned red. "Isn't this enough for now?" Qin Ji's lips pressed against her ear, his voice low and hoarse filled with desire. "Not enough, baby. I want more, like." Wen Yao felt her heart tremble, this man was really bad to the core. She lightly bit his shoulder. "Okay." Qin buried his head, lowly chuckling. "Baby, then I won't be polite." Wen Yao laughed. When had he ever been polite? As the two became intimate, a few small black butterflies silently flew out the window, disappearing into the twilight, dispersing in all directions. Central building. In the large conference room, filled with people in black uniforms, men made up 95% and women 5%. At the head seat, an old man with white hair scanned the arguing crowd below with a stern expression. Someone said, "I suspect the leader of Dark River, Qin, has infiltrated our base. Such a big thunderstorm could only be handled by him. We must now send people to search house by house." Another voice interrupted him. "How could that be? Why would Qin run to our base?" "Stop being paranoid, it might be the people from Tsanglong base who did this. Don't forget, there are some tough characters from Tsanglong base looking for their young lord. You all better keep a close watch, don't let the person slip away." Once these words were spoken, others felt it made sense. Someone agreed, "Those people from Tsanglong are masters at hiding, it's really hard to find them." Another person said, "What if it really is Qin who came?" A harsh voice replied, "If he comes, let him have no way back." Someone glanced subtly at their leader, Cui Sha, feeling a bit worried. 20 years ago, Cui Sha was the strongest esper, but 20 years later, that might not be the case. After all, newcomers can be amazing. However, in these 20 years, no one has truly surpassed their leader. Just then, someone came in to report. "Leader, the screens in the entire building have been checked, 1/3 are destroyed, but the rest can still be used, we have backups in stock. The only problem is that no one can repair the wiring, the circuit boards are also broken." Others were shocked, not expecting the symbol of their shadow city to be destroyed like this. Cui Sha's expression darkened. "Wasn't someone in charge of repairs before?" The person replied, "The person in charge died 2 days ago. His apprentice, He Jinhui, can repair it, but he hasn't returned and no news has come back, it's likely to be very bad." Everyone present understood the implications, no news meant death, and they cast sympathetic glances at a man. He Jinhui was the man's grandson. Cui Sha's face was grim. "Isn't there any other way?" The person hesitated. "I heard that the young lord of Sanlong base, Feng Zihan, can repair things. But the research institute might not let him go. Leader, what do you think?" He didn't dare to say whether to let him go or to give up on repairing the screens. Cui Sha's expression didn't change, his gaze was obscure, he didn't answer but asked, "Is Cui Sha back?" The person replied, "The young master has returned." Cui Sha scanned the room and ordered, "Dismissed." To his subordinate, he said, "Bring Cui Sha to me and have the director of the research institute, Huang Quan, come here." The subordinate replied, "Understood." Others left with varied expressions, completely unaware of the few small black butterflies hidden in the darkness, listening to everything. After everyone left, an elderly confidant just closed the door when Cui Sha suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face turning pale. The small black butterflies looked surprised. The elderly confidant quickly took out a vial of medicine and injected it into Cui Sha's body. Cui Sha spat out another mouthful of blood, laughing bitterly. Old Yang, I'm dying, but I don't want to die yet. Old Yang injected another vial of medicine into Cui Sha, calmly saying, everyone will eventually die. Cui Sha suddenly pushed him away, his aged brown eyes revealing reluctance. But why am I the one to die first and not you? Old Yang's expression remained unchanged. You could kill me first. Cui Sha fell silent, staring at Old Yang, his weathered eyes glinting coldly. You followed me since childhood, witnessing my growth and glory. Don't you have any reluctance? Old Yang remained expressionless. Captain, this is your 10,001st time asking me this question. My answer remains the same, I have no reluctance. Their team, the Sun Squad, once had 15 members, but now only he and Captain Cui Sha were left. The others all died in the zombie tide. Cui Sha stared at him for a moment, putting away the coldness in his eyes, his tone slightly gentler. Old Yang, I was just joking earlier. Even if I die first, I won't kill you. Old Yang's expression remained calm, lowering his gaze to hide the darkness in his eyes. Captain, I didn't take it to heart. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Old Yang quickly cleaned the dirt on the floor before opening the door, respectfully calling out, Young master. Cui Zhuan nodded lightly, entering the room and looking at the majestic white-haired elder in the main seat. Grandpa. Cui Sha's expression softened a bit. How did things go? Cui Zhuang succinctly replied, both items were not obtained. The disc was taken by people from Dark River Base. I still don't know whether the gene fusion potion has been taken. I don't have the ability to go in a second time. Cui Sha's face suddenly looked extremely ugly, his wrinkled hand gripping the chair with veins bulging. The gene fusion potion must have been taken by Qin Gu. Qin Gu has arrived. Take people to guard the research center, no strangers are allowed in. Activate all defensive measures. Old Yang's eyes flashed with contemplation, the leader of the Dark River has come. Cui Zhua's lips tightened. Does that include activating the S-Class micro super bomb device? Once activated, if anyone accidentally touches it, the entire research institute will be blown up, including the underground laboratory, detention room, and the Xenogene area. Cui Sha's gaze was as cold as a frozen lake. Turn it all on, open everything for me. He won't let anyone have what he can't have. Hearing this, Cui Zhua's pupils shrank slightly. Grandpa, should we transfer the important research data and potions to another place first? Cui Sha fixed his unyielding gaze on him. No need, just do as I say. Cui Zhua pinched his fingers slightly, a barely noticeable dark look flashing in his eyes. Yes, Grandpa. Cui Sha, you can leave now. Cui Zhua nodded, glanced at Old Yang, turned, and walked out, just in time to bump into the dean of the research institute, Huang Quan. They exchanged a faint glance and passed by each other. At the moment the door closed, Cui Zhua stopped, turned back, and quietly approached the door, glancing around the empty corridor with vigilance. Inside the conference room, Huang Quan's gaze fell on Cui Sha's displeased face, carefully responding. Leader, did you call for me? Cui Sha swept his eyes over the bald spot on Huang Quan's head. How's the new gene fusion potion coming along? Huang Quan didn't dare to say it was far from perfect, his eyes wide open he said. It's just a bit lacking. Please give me some more time. In reality, he had only analyzed 8% of the composition of the gene potion left by Qin Ji. There's still a long way to go. But he couldn't speak the truth, saying it would make him die faster. Qin Ji was a once-in-a-century genius, he couldn't compare, but the leader in front of him thought otherwise. Cui Sha wanted a gene fusion potion that was stable and harmless to the body. So he captured a batch of researchers from various bases, and those who spoke the truth were killed. So he spoke lies to survive until now. No one knew better than him that Cui Sha's physical limits were nearing. As long as he endured a little longer, he would be free. Cui Sha's sharp eyes scrutinized Huang Quan, his tone cold. How much is a bit lacking? Huang Quan replied solemnly, still lacking 8%. I promise to produce the new potion as soon as possible. Cui Sha nodded in satisfaction, saying neither too lightly nor too heavily. I ordered Zhuer to activate all the safety devices in the research institute, including the S-Class micro super bomb device. Pass the message down, let the researchers be careful and not blow themselves up. Huang Quan's back instantly felt cold, his hair stood on end, and he had an impulse to get up from his seat, stumbling over his words. Leader, is that really necessary? Cui Sha's expression remained indifferent. Qin Gu has arrived. Huang Quan cautiously glanced at Cui Sha, probing, why don't we first transfer the experimental data and important potions? Cui Sha sneered. Don't think I don't understand what you're thinking, either research the new potion in the shortest time or you'll die with Qin Gu. Huang Quan's face instantly turned pale, silently gritting his teeth. What a ruthless heart, but he said. Okay, leader, I will not fail the task. Even if I die, I must create the perfect gene potion before I die. Cui Sha's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction as he asked slowly. How's that kid Feng Zihan doing?
Huang Quan's mouth twitched faintly, forcing himself to respond, he's fine, not dead.
Feng Zihan was a fire-type ability user, just like Cui Sha, and his physical condition was special, with strong drug resistance. So he was sent to the research institute by Cui Sha and became his test subject. Because the data of the gene potion analyzed was only 8%. The potion made based on that 8% was very violent, and ordinary persons simply couldn't withstand it. He even diluted the potion 1,000 times before injecting it into Feng Zihan's body. Even if diluted so many times, Feng Zihan still inevitably couldn't hold on, and now he was in a half-dead state.
Cui Sha glanced at Huang Quan and instructed. Let the person out for a few days, help to fix the screen and circuit board, then put the person back inside. Isn't this just completely draining the person's value? Huang Quan secretly complained in his heart but didn't show it on his face, yes.
Cui Sha, standing outside the door, turned away with a dark gaze. The little black butterflies outside the window had mischievous eyes, oh, how miserable.
In the 3-story villa.
The room was indulgently warm, filled with the colors of spring. Shingo grasped her leg, his rebellious brow and eyes were both roguish and bad, he chuckled lowly.
Baby, there's good news, do you want to hear it?
Wen Yao's face bore an alluring flush, her dreamy eyes struggled to regain a bit of clarity, her voice broken, what good news?
In the next second, her delicate voice became even more fragmented. Baby, it's time to pay.
Shingo smiled lazily and recklessly, exuding an atmosphere of wild indulgence, with a hint of mischief.
Wen Yao's heart raced, pay?
Qin Ji's gaze roamed boldly over her, pulling a seductive smile.
Of course. He leaned down, pressing against her softness, meeting her gaze, gently capturing her lips to grind against them. Baby, I want this kind, tomorrow I want it, the day after too.
Wen Yao glared at him, meeting his eyes filled with dark desire, their lips and teeth entangled, okay. The man's heartbeat gradually spiraled out of control, breathing suddenly heavy.
Baby, you really are a little enchantress, making me fall for you so deeply. The little enchantress wants to hear the good news, can it be said now?
The good news is there's someone who can fix the screen and circuit board, but the bad news is he might not be in such good shape right now.
Who is it? Feng Zihan.
Chapter 155 N times him 25.
Where is Feng Zihan?
Wen Yao's dreamy eyes pulled back a hint of awareness. In the underground laboratory of the research institute. The man's voice was thick with desire.
A sticky kiss fell again.
Baby, don't worry, the people from Shadow City plan to let Feng Zihan out to repair the screen, there should be good news tomorrow. Hearing this, Wen Yao felt relieved in her heart.
I hope so. The broadcast announcement echoed inside the research institute. Attention all personnel.
5-layer protection system has been activated, please do not enter the dangerous warning zone casually, otherwise, the consequences are your own responsibility. The broadcast announcement rang 3 times before stopping. The researchers inside looked at each other, and after realizing, their faces suddenly turned pale, hands holding test tubes began to tremble.
Are they trying to kill us all?
The old members, concerned for their own lives, had to warn their team members not to step into the dangerous warning zone. Outside the research institute, the little black butterflies fell silently, checking the situation inside through the glass windows. Taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, one by one sneaked in, cleverly sticking to the wall seams and blind spots, looking very stealthy.
Huang Quan walked to the entrance of the research institute and, unsurprisingly, saw Cui Zhuo already waiting for a long time. The two exchanged glances and then discreetly surveyed the surroundings.
Cui Zhuo walked towards a dark corner, and Huang Quan followed, until they stopped in a dark, silent no-man's land. Cui Zhuo's gaze was sharp and cold, cutting straight to the point.
How much longer can my grandfather hold on?
Huang Quan did not hide, conservatively saying, at most 1 year, at least 1 month.
If Cui Sha dies, the next leader will undoubtedly be Cui Zhuo.
Because all of Cui Sha's sons are dead, only 2 grandsons remain, the eldest, Cui Zhuo, and the second, Cui Lai.
Cui Zhuo's gaze darkened, is there any way to prolong my grandfather's life? No.
Huang Quan looked at him, all methods to extend life have been tried, we have reached the limit. Actually, he wished fervently that Cui Sha would die soon, but once Cui Sha dies, the one-eyed zombie king would surely come.
They can't deal with the one-eyed zombie king.
So in terms of extending Cui Sha's life, he really has already done his best. Thinking of something, he tightened his fingertips.
Young master, there are some things I must say.
Our base has not had a newborn for 15 years, and the zombie virus has evolved over 100 years, making it difficult to crack.
This means humanity will become extinct in our generation. Since extinction is inevitable, why not let us enjoy ourselves a bit in our final time?
To put it bluntly, humanity has reached a dead end.
They not only lack newborns but also lack researchers. Why the lack?
Because those in power control the knowledge, and no one is willing to work hard for research.
The lower class can't even read, what can they research?
In his eyes, with the fall of the sunset base 20 years ago, humanity's fate was already sealed. Shueishua's lips pressed into a straight line. He had known these things 5 years ago but was powerless to change them. The decision-makers of the entire conference hall had long known they would end up here, wanting to enjoy absolute power in their final moments while the lower class crawled at their feet. To break this situation, he must take control of the leadership. And there are 2 necessary conditions to take control. 1 is that his grandfather must die, and 2 is that he must kill all the decision-makers of the conference hall, otherwise, he would just be a puppet. He hated being born too late, with not enough time to grow and plan. Besides, there really is no time left. If his grandfather dies, he will surely become a puppet, and the one-eyed zombie king will inevitably come, leaving him no chance to hide. At this moment, there was still a glimmer of hope.
Huang Quan, what if everyone injected with the gene fusion serum became a hybrid beast? Would their lifespan be extended? Theoretically, yes, but in practice, we can't do it. Huang Quan continued to explain.
The gene fusion serum left by Qingji only has 1 vial left. Even if diluted, it is not enough for 6 million people. Not to mention 6 million, even reaching 100,000 is impossible. Moreover, the success rate of serum transformation is extremely low, with only 1 successful out of 100. Failed products will become monsters, just like the monsters in the ruins of the Sunset Base. If we arbitrarily inject imperfect gene serum into the people, we will become the second Sunset Base ruins. Those who just transformed won't stand a chance against countless monsters, and the outcome is certain death.
Shueishua's eyes darkened. Then does the Anchuan base have qualified and surplus serum?
Huang Quan shook his head. There are no surplus. The serum brought out by Qingji's father should be used up. The people gathered at the Anchuan base are survivors from other bases over the past 20 years. From what he knows, the transformation rate of the gene fusion serum in Anchuan is also not high.
Qingji's father died while testing the serum. Shueishua asked, isn't there any other way?
Huang Quan thought for a moment and hesitated. The only possibility is to protect the remaining gene fusion serum.
If by chance we successfully repel the zombie king, we can at least continue the research.
If the serum and the research facility are destroyed, there will truly be no hope left.
Shueishua's gaze darkened. Can we steal the serum?
Huang Quan replied, we can't steal it. Once the 5th layer of protection is activated, it will automatically lock, unless the leader gives permission.
He only allotted 1/12 for research. That 1/12 left is completely insufficient. In the darkness, a few small black butterflies overheard their conversation.
On the other side,
the small black butterflies infiltrated the underground laboratory and found the entrance to store the gene serum left by Qingji.
50 meters in front of a tightly closed white door, large red danger warning signs flashed on the ground.
Intertwined grid laser beams moved quickly. Not to mention a person, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to fly in.
The small black butterflies stared for a few seconds, did not enter, and turned to explore other places.
Hearing footsteps, they all hid away.
The voices of 2 men came from the corridor.
What should we do? How can Feng Zihan fix the screen when he's half dead? I took the triple healing potion. Let's see if it works.
We have no choice but to report it directly.
But can Feng Zihan help us repair the screen? He can't refuse. If he doesn't do it, he will die. If he finishes repairing the screen, won't he die too? That's not something we can worry about.
The 2 hurried their steps, arriving at the prison area, where rows of small cells lay nearly lifeless people.
The little black butterfly saw the scene and kept transmitting the information back.
They approached a cell, opened the door, and looked at the person on the ground, all limbs and neck shackled, unconscious, and couldn't help but sigh. Lord Feng, if you have to blame someone, blame the higher-ups, we are just following orders.
One person injected 3 times the healing potion into Feng Zihan's body.
Feng Zihan's neck veins bulged, he suddenly opened his eyes and his body trembled violently.
One person worriedly said, isn't this too much?
The next moment, Feng Zihan struggled a few times, rolled his eyes, and suddenly became motionless.
Both of them. Is he dead? One person bravely stepped forward, feeling for Feng Zihan's pulse.
However, he was suddenly grabbed by Feng Zihan, pulled, and flipped over in an instant, taking control. Feng Zihan tightly choked his neck with the iron chain, staring sharply at the other person, threatening him. Throw me the key to the lock, or I will strangle him. Seeing his companion's face turning red from strangulation, the other hurriedly said,
quick, let go. Even if you have the key, you can't get out, it's under martial law outside. Feng Zihan's eyes gleamed with viciousness, tightening his grip, and shouted. I don't care, give me the key.
The person glanced at his rapidly fading companion, rushed to the door, pressed the switch, and shouted. Sorry, brother. The iron door slammed shut in an instant, strong electricity coursing through the floor and the iron chain, shocking both men, causing their bodies to twitch.
ZZ.
Once both men collapsed, the person turned off the power switch.
The little black butterflies froze at this scene. Good news, the person didn't die. Bad news, the person was electrocuted nearly to death.
The man dragged his companion out first before returning to the cell, looking at Feng Zihan and saying,
Lord Feng, why go this far? You can't escape. We came this time to tell you something.
The screen in our central building is broken and needs your help to repair it, so you can leave tomorrow.
Feng Zihan lay on the ground, his gaze fixed on him, coldly saying, You really have thick skin, I won't fix it.
He shouldn't have come to Shadow City in the first place. He thought Shadow City only wanted 1/3 of their supplies, but unexpectedly, they wanted it all, capturing him as a lab rat. Under oppression, half of his people betrayed him, half were killed, and he heard someone had escaped, not knowing how many were still alive. The man said helplessly, Whether you want to or not, you have to repair it. I don't want to be hostile to you, Lord Feng.
If you go repair the screen, at least you could have a few easy days, otherwise, when they break your hands and feet, that would be truly cruel. In the end, you'll still have to be a subject in experiments, why bother?
Feng Zihan. The little black butterflies left 2 companions to monitor here, while the others quietly flew inside. Passing through cell after cell, no one noticed.
They followed the elevator cable down to the bottom floor. Roar, roar, roar.
The wretched howls continued to come.
Strange monsters came into view one after another.
They were all monster bodies, terrifyingly ugly, with pale dead faces imprinted on them, bound by iron chains, unable to escape. A few staff members were talking among themselves. Fortunately, they are all low-level monsters, or we would be in big trouble.
Yeah, but who would have thought they were once humans? Do you think we will one day also become monsters?
Perhaps, who can say for sure?
I feel like we are going to become the second monster base.
Shoo, lower your voice, be careful of the walls having ears.
Hey, don't just talk, let's hurry, I want to go back early.
Upon hearing this, the others felt the same. They turned on the switch, first electrocuting the monsters unconscious, then using a chainsaw to dismember the monsters one by one, placing the pieces on a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt transported the body parts onto several large trucks. The big truck carries away the load of corpses. A few little black butterflies quietly follow, landing on the truck. The big truck enters an underground tunnel, taking the corpses to a large underground processing plant. The machines on the assembly line in the processing plant roar loudly, causing the little black butterflies to ache in their ears.
The big truck unloads the monster corpses into a massive black water pool.
Rows of mechanical arms scoop the floating corpses from the water and place them onto a conveyor belt. First, they are sent to the section for cutting into small pieces, then to the slicing section, followed by the meat grinder, and finally dumped into a large cylindrical mixing machine. The other end of the large iron cylinder is connected to an iron pipeline, from which pink meat paste flows out. A large mixer blends 2 types of meat together. The little black butterflies fly up the pipeline where the pink meat paste comes out, stopping at the very top. They peer into a funnel container and are shocked.
Pale human heads mixed with broken limbs slowly flow down into the funnel below. The little black butterflies shift their gaze towards the workers.
The mixed meat is formed into large, thick black patties, neatly packed into boxes by the workers.
The little black butterflies fly over to a group of talking workers. Did you know?
The price of these black patties went up again today. 10 big patties can now only be bought for 2 Tier 1 zombie crystal cores, when before you could get 50 for 1.
Can those lower-class people afford it? If they can't afford it, they can scrape up some money.
If they still can't make enough, they have to go outside and kill zombies.
What else can they do?
We just need to take care of ourselves.
Yeah, even the steamed buns we eat have gone up in price. Everyone is struggling. In the outer city, in the lower-class living area.
Erdan anxiously weaves through a series of haggard neighbors, asking each one.
Auntie, have you seen my older brother?
He went out for 2 weeks and returned with his teammates, each one immediately heading to buy 50 black patties to take home. But when he got home, he found that his sick older brother was missing. He couldn't find his brother no matter how hard he searched.
I haven't seen him. Uncle, have you seen my older brother? I haven't seen him. After asking around, no one had seen him. This is absolutely impossible.
Erdan forced himself to remain calm, observing the group of people. Before long, he caught hold of a man whose gaze was evasive. Erdan suddenly grabbed him, his eyes fierce as he demanded.
Do you know something? Speak. Otherwise, I'll break your hand. You know I have that ability.
The man hunched over, shivering slightly, looking at Erdan. Hesitantly, he lowered his voice and said. On the 4th night after you left, I saw a group of people carry your older brother away.
I don't know who they were.
Then, he whispered even lower. That group of people looked very similar to those who took away the wolf.
Erdan's mind buzzed instantly. His older brother was just an ordinary person, why would they take him? The man hesitated for a moment. That night, the way your brother looked didn't seem like a living person. Dan's pupils trembled, gripping the man's collar tightly. Did you see clearly? The man showed a look of sympathy.
Based on my experience, he should have been dead for about 12 hours.
Damn, what is this hard thing that chipped my tooth?
A man on the stairs eating black patties spat out a metal cufflink, looked at it as if it were worthless, and immediately threw it away.
With a clang, the metal cufflink rolled to Dan's feet.
Dan glanced casually at it, his pupils suddenly widening. He hurriedly picked up the metal cufflink and examined it closely. The cufflink had a hexagram design. It was indeed the gift he gave his brother. This was something he tore off from a zombie's clothing when he killed one. Because of its unique design, he kept it and gave it to his older brother, Dan. He never expected to see it again, and it would be from a man's mouth. Dan clenched the cufflink tightly, his gaze sweeping over the black patties, a storm brewing in his chest. He may be uneducated, but that doesn't mean he lacks brains.
An unbelievable suspicion surged in his mind. He dragged his slumped shoulders and sat helplessly in the corner.
Sadness, shock, suffocation, confusion, and other chaotic thoughts enveloped him.
Do they still have a future? In the ruins of the Sunset Base, underground tombs.
Bai suddenly flipped over and sat up, staring intently at the translucent man standing next to the stone sarcophagus with a smile.
What did you say? You want to go to Shadow City Base? Chapter 157, The End Times Anthem 27.
Shinji looked at Bai, a warm smile curving at his lips. Bai suddenly stood up, stepping on the stone sarcophagus, his fists tightly clenched, the bandages on his chest subtly tearing due to his rapid breaths. His red eyes swelled with violent emotions, fiercely staring into Shinji's narrow, smiling eyes, gritting his teeth and saying,
I do not allow it.
If you dare to leave, his fists clenched tightly, a bandage on the back of his hand snapped, and he said very seriously, I will smash your lab to smithereens.
And then strangle that virtual person inside. Then I'll kill everyone at Dark River Base, not even sparing a single bug.
Finally, I'll dismember that little puppy, skin it, and pull its tendons.
I mean what I say.
Shinji raised an eyebrow, a smile in his eyes, his lazy, pure voice carrying a hint of mockery.
What are you angry about? A late rebellious phase of youth?
Bai's chest heaved violently, his gaze locked onto his gentle, handsome face, his red eyes dark and heavy. He didn't even know what he was angry about, a burning frustration with no outlet, making his heart ache, unable to hold back his curses.
Rebellious to your father. Without my consent, you are not allowed to go anywhere.
From the moment we met, you have lied to me countless times, even before dying you tricked me into not stepping out of the Sunset Base. Do you think I'm not clear?
I know very well.
Shinji looked at him with a smile. I didn't lie to you. Bai was the zombie king born in a mass grave 100 years ago, but he seemed somewhat simple by nature.
At the beginning of his existence, he didn't understand he was a zombie, thinking he was human.
It was because he had none of the characteristics a zombie should have. His skin was pale, his features alluring, and his red eyes and white hair made him even more enchanting. In the apocalypse due to genetic mutations, there were many with red eyes and white hair, so it was not special. The key was that he had no desire to eat humans, he just ate some zombie cores when he was hungry. He considered himself human, joining human teams to fight against zombies, pushing back countless waves of zombies, gradually gaining fame. However, he was unlucky and encountered a group of small-time villains. A person with no background posed a threat to those with backgrounds in the bases.
Bai never aimed for the Lord's position, but the small-time villains thought otherwise. They accidentally discovered Bai was a zombie, and they grew wary of him.
In a carefully planned scheme, Bai's true identity was exposed, and he was falsely accused of killing the leader of a certain base. He had never done anything wrong against humanity, yet because of his identity, he became humanity's public enemy, being expelled, hunted, and repeatedly framed. The Zombie King was not without enemies. The 10 base leaders united to encircle Bai, pushing him into the glaciers below. Bai died with hatred. If given another chance, he vowed to annihilate all of humanity. Yet Bai did not die, he simply fell into a slumber, sleeping for 70 years.
Shinji looked at Bai, who was furious because of him, and couldn't help but laugh.
He didn't expect to hold such weight in Bai's heart. When he awakened his ability to predict the future, he occasionally dreamed of Bai at night, dreaming of another world where Bai really annihilated all of humanity. Therefore, when he grew up, the first thing he wanted to do was to kill Bai. But things often turned out unexpectedly. The person who vowed to kill all of humanity turned out to be unexpectedly simple and easy to deceive, choosing to trust him again, but still not forgetting to want to eradicate all humanity. He lied to him, he tricked him. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty because of this. Other things were lies, but the last time, he did not lie to Bai. In 20 years, humanity would enter a new era, and he would also be a key part of it.
You are just deceiving me.
Bai stared at Shinji, her red eyes filled with anger and a hint of grievance. As long as you stay, I can overlook everything from the past. She smiled faintly. I don't have much time left, there is something important I need to do personally.
So I cannot stay.
2 days ago, the one-eyed zombie king had led the zombie army to the Shadow City base. The crucial moment was approaching, he was indispensable. Bai stared unwaveringly at Qingji's unyielding expression, her breath turning violent. DVD discs and colorful books were swept away and crushed into pieces. Bai glared coldly at Qingji, her fists clenched tightly. If you dare to leave, we will break off all ties. Qingji's gaze drifted to the nearby golden Nanmu coffin, specially prepared for him by Bai. He remembered how Bai had dug it out from deep underground, dragged it to the water source to clean it, and then moved it into the stone chamber, putting in a lot of effort. Qingji smiled helplessly. Are you sure you want to break off all ties with me? Bai's red eyes locked onto him, her face tense and hard like stone. It is you who insists on leaving. Qingji's narrow eyes rippled with a shallow smile.
All right, goodbye. His figure vanished in an instant.
The violet atmosphere instantly shattered the stone coffin. Bai's red eyes trembled as she screamed hoarsely in Qingji's direction.
Come back to me. Under the nightfall.
A white shadow rushed out of the sunset base gate, sprinting towards the Shadow City base. Bai's red eyes were filled with grievance, her expression defeated, her footsteps hurried, her heart pounding like drums. In this lifetime, he had never fought so hard for anyone.
He felt like he was going to go mad.
God, please, have mercy on me. At the Shadow City base, in the Planting and Cultivation Center. 10 plant-type superpowered individuals were pale as they hastened the growth of wheat seeds, with green zombie crystals placed nearby. When their superpowers were almost exhausted, they grabbed a handful of crystals to absorb and continued the growth. One person had cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his lips dry as he said,
I can't go on, let's take a break.
He moved to a nearby chair, sat down, and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Then 3 others said in unison,
I'm almost done too.
The third-tier team leader's face was pale as he said to the others,
Everyone, let's take a break.
Their teacher, Professor Liu, had died from prolonged exhaustion of superpowers. They wanted to rest more, but with so many mouths to feed in the base, they simply couldn't afford to rest. Someone spoke up, Captain, there are so many people in the base, we can't grow that much wheat just with us. Another person echoed, Yeah, Captain, even with the crystals, I feel like I'm at my limit already. The captain gritted his teeth, just hold on a little longer, otherwise, there won't be enough food tomorrow.
One person hesitated, how can it be insufficient?
Aren't there plenty of those black cakes? As long as the upper levels are willing to eat black cakes, our pressure would be greatly reduced. In reality, only the lower and middle levels ate black cakes. But even so, the food supply to the upper levels was still not enough. Another person scoffed coldly, do you really think the upper levels would eat? Don't get your hopes up. Everyone present understood, the upper levels would never eat black cakes. At that moment, someone outside came in and said, The leader wants to eat a tomato, you all better hurry and speed up, or else if your families get harmed, don't blame me for not reminding you. A few of them gritted their teeth, we just sat down for less than a minute. At this moment, someone noticed something was off, a nearby companion had his eyes closed and hadn't made a sound. He reached out and shook, his comrade's body fell to the ground. Ah, Captain, Qianshi is dead. In less than a minute of rest, not only Qianshi had died, but also 3 others, totaling 4 dead, exhausted to death.
They died silently.
Thinking they were just taking a short break, who would have thought that closing their eyes would mean eternity? Seeing this, the remaining 6 members of the team turned even paler.
Even with the zombie crystals, they couldn't resist extreme fatigue.
The newcomer, seeing this, dared not urge anymore and hurried off to report. Shueisha sat at the head of the study, hunched over as he vomited black blood, his face pale and nostalgia flickering in his eyes.
Old Yang, do you remember when our team chased a zombie half a city for a single tomato?
In the end, the tomato was claimed solely by you. Ha, ugh, he spat out another mouthful of blood, it's your lack of skill, can't blame me.
At that moment, a knock sounded on the door.
Old Yang opened the door slightly, stepping out and closing it behind him, asking the newcomer.
What's the matter?
The visitor looked frantic, Old Yang, 4 people died at the cultivation center, just now.
Old Yang's pupils constricted abruptly, what happened?
The person hurriedly explained. They just closed their eyes for a moment and died. Working non-stop, their bodies couldn't take it.
Even with crystal cores, it wasn't enough.
Only 6 remain, and tomorrow's food won't be enough for those above to share.
What do you think? Shueisha's commanding voice came from inside. Not enough to share, just reduce the portions for each household. What about my tomato?
The visitor raised his voice, it hasn't ripened yet, Chief. Shueisha's tone was icy, I want to eat it now. The visitor's eyes were complex, but he still answered respectfully, yes, Chief, I will go urge it now. Old Yang entered the room, closing the door, and looked at Cui Sha with a blank expression. You know very well those 6 have reached their limit. Cui Sha lifted his head, leaning back in the chair, his face pale, bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, a grim and cold smile. I am about to die, what's wrong with wanting to eat one more tomato? We fought hard for this position, didn't we, for today? What do their lives and deaths have to do with me? Old Yang, what about your 2 grandsons? Cui Sha snorted coldly. If I die, everyone else will die too, I can't care about so much. What I was supposed to give, I've already given them, whether they live or die is entirely up to their ability. Old Yang had nothing to say. He already knew this man was extremely cold-blooded. Morning light broke. In the outer city. Erdan sat in a corner, lifeless for the night, his clothes damp, frost clinging to his eyelashes, his gaze deep. He pondered the whole night, unable to think of a way out for the future. Waiting for death was unbearable for him. Why? He had worked so hard to survive until now. Why must he die? Just because he was a lowly person, did that mean he didn't deserve to live? Erdan slammed his fist heavily against the wall, his eyes fierce, filled with unwillingness. Boss. Boss, it's bad. Sandan rushed over anxiously. Erdan looked up, standing up. What happened? Sandan's face showed pain. Dinyo, Ernyo, Sanyo, they're dead. Erdan was taken aback, grabbing his collar tightly with both hands. What happened? Weren't they fine last night? Tears glistened in Sandan's eyes, choked up. Dinyo and Ernyo's family died. A group came to collect the bodies. Dinyo and the others refused to cooperate, and there was a bit of a fight. And then, they were killed, and the bodies were taken away. Erdan's mind turned swiftly, understanding what had happened. Dinyo and the others must have been taken as food. His arm muscles tensed, looking at Sandan with a complex gaze. What should he say? Tell him that their black pancake materials came from the dead. Sandan's eyes filled with tears. Boss, will they also become black pancakes? I don't want to eat my own brothers. Erdan's expression froze. How do you know this? Sandan bit his lip. Before we went on a mission, survivors from Tsun Lang base hit at my home and told me they wanted me to join them and overthrow the chief's rule. But I didn't agree. I was afraid that if I spoke out, you wouldn't be able to eat black pancakes, so I didn't say anything. Erdan's eyes flickered. Do you know where they are now? Yes. Take me to find them. Captain, what do you want to find them for? To join them. Feng Zihan ultimately chose to repair the screens, planning to work until he wore himself out, able to drag out one more day. He didn't want to stay in the lab being tormented every day. Those people had injected him with a superpower suppressor, so he was no different from an ordinary person at that moment. Feng Zihan was taken to the repair room, looking at the screens and circuit boards scattered on the floor, his gaze passing over the dark colors. Someone next to him spoke. You are responsible for fixing the circuit board, just connect the wires. The screens outside are currently being replaced. Feng Zihan looked out the window, where a group of workers were hanging around. All right, you can leave. I don't like being disturbed. At that moment, someone brought in a woman with black hair and bright eyes. Feng Zihan looked up at them and refused, saying, I don't need a woman. The newcomer's lips twitched as he explained, you misunderstood. Her name is Ning Jixia, and she is here to help you fix the circuit board. Feng Zihan's expression stiffened. You really don't need to find someone to monitor me. Ning Jixia glanced at Feng Zihan coldly and said, you are overthinking it. Imagination can sometimes be a sickness. I suggest you see a psychologist more often. With that, she ignored him and directly started checking the circuit board. Feng Zihan watched Ning Jixia skillfully checking and realized she really knew what she was doing, feeling embarrassed enough to dig his toes into the ground. The newcomer looked at Feng Zihan and warned, Ning Jixia is a woman our young master brought back from outside. You better be polite, otherwise, if you provoke the young master, you're in trouble. Feng Zihan knew the young master he was referring to as Chuizhua. All right, I understand. The others moved to the door, leaving only Feng Zihan and Ning Jixia busy inside. Feng Zihan pretended to connect the wires, but was stopped by Ning Jixia, who said, the second wire is wrong. Feng Zihan innocently replied, this is how it's supposed to be. You must have made a mistake. He accused her back, saying, can you even do this? Don't ruin the circuits. Ning Jixia stared at him with cold eyes. Without saying a word, she took out a silver gun and pointed it at his forehead. Either listen to me and continue properly, or die right now. Feng Zihan was shocked, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out 2 words, I will. Ning Jixia put away the gun and coldly said, if you don't want to go back to the lab as a guinea pig, you better behave. You must finish repairing the circuit today. Feng Zihan's temples throbbed. Didn't that mean he'd just gotten out for a day and would have to go back tomorrow? He tried to reason, this is a huge project, it can't be finished in 3 or 4 days.